Chapter 1: Blind Date at the Wrong Table. In a high-end coffee shop in Demon City, Guzé stood at the door and looked around. When he saw a girl in a red dress, he immediately walked over and said, "Hello, my name is Guzé, and I'm here for a blind date." He is very tall, about 1.8 meters tall. He wore a short-sleeved shirt on the upper body and denim shorts on the lower body. He has handsome features and flowing hair, a bit like the male protagonist in the comics. Blind date? The girl was obviously stunned. Western-style coffee shop, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, red long dress, isn't that you? Guzé took out the chat history on his mobile phone and looked at the girl in front of him. She has a high nose bridge, big eyes, and long burgundy hair draped over her shoulders. Wearing gold-rimmed rimless glasses, she looks pure and majestic. Her figure is also very hot, and the off-shoulder long dress perfectly sets off her two proud peaks. Her waist is slender and can be held in one hand, and her legs are white and long. Such a beauty who is so beautiful that you can lick the screen would actually come out for a blind date? Next to her sat a fashionable girl. In fact, Guzé goes on more than 10 blind dates like this every month where he doesn't even know the other person's name or appearance. The intensity of his parents' pressure on him to get married sometimes made him think that young women in this world were about to become extinct, and if he didn't hurry up, he would never be able to get married. My name is Guzé. I'm a local with a high school education. I own a 2-bedroom apartment in the suburbs and live with my parents. I earn $60,000 a year, and I'm in good health with no bad habits. Guzé was perfunctory as usual, and his words and actions all revealed a signal: I'm just here for a formality. The fashionable girl laughed out loud when she heard this. With your conditions, you're lucky to be able to survive in Demon City. How dare you even have the nerve to go out on a blind date? If there really is a girl who likes you, she must be blind. Cece, don't say that. Yiling Xue glanced at her, hoping that she would be more careful with her words. Zhou Cece disagreed, looking at Guzé with contempt. I just told the truth. It's not just him. Any loser in the country whose annual income doesn't reach 1 million is not worthy of getting married. Cece. That's too much. Yiling Xue's face changed, and she was obviously unhappy. Guzé frowned slightly, smelling a strong scent of female fist from her. I have only seen female boxers giving orders on the internet before, but I didn't expect that there are really such people in real life. It's really eye-opening. But I am definitely not the kind of coward who would not fight back when being beaten or scolded. With such high standards, you must be good too, right? Guzé asked. A local from Magic City, he has 3 apartments at home. His parents are both senior executives in the group, and his family's annual income exceeds 10 million. This guy is even more amazing. He owns dozens of properties across the country, including 3 in Thompson first floor alone. He also owns over a dozen luxury cars, the cheapest of which starts at $1 million. At such a young age, he founded a listed new energy company and earns tens of billions annually. Zhou Cece's face was filled with a confident smile, and her sense of superiority was almost overflowing. In front of Yiling Xue, her excellence is not worth mentioning. But looking at the whole of China, her conditions are enough to kill 99% of men in seconds. But unfortunately, Guzé belongs to the rare 1%. In that case, I have to introduce myself again. Although I only have a high school diploma, I have been diligently studying energy science on my own since graduation and have now mastered several internationally leading professional technologies. Conservatively speaking, any one technology is worth hundreds of billions. Guzé sat up straight and looked into the 2 men's eyes without showing any weakness. No dodging, no timidity. The confidence that came from within stunned the 2 of them for a moment. Then tell me, what is the direction of your research? Zhou Cece folded her arms across her chest and smiled contemptuously. Self-taught energy science with a high school diploma is simply the biggest joke in the world. What's more, there is a big shot in the energy industry sitting next to him. He can tell whether it is true or not with just a few probing questions. Lithium battery technology. Guzé said. These 4 words are worth hundreds of billions? Zhou Cece rolled her eyes. The principle of ordinary lithium battery technology is that when charging, electrons will move from the cathode through the isolation membrane to the anode, and capture an electron at the anode for reduction in movement, thereby achieving the effect of energy storage. But my original nickel-hydrogen conversion technology forms free electrolytes when electrons penetrate the isolation membrane, reducing internal resistance and enhancing penetration, thereby capturing more electrons. To put it simply, charging will be faster, energy storage will be greater, the power will be stronger, and there are a large number of free electrolytes in the battery, so spontaneous combustion or explosion is basically non-prone. After Guzay finished speaking, he looked at the two of them with a smile. In fact, he did not lie when he introduced himself just now, but he concealed one thing. After graduation, he obtained a black technology system from another space. As long as you complete the tasks issued by the system, you can obtain random black technology or other rewards. He is a technical geek himself. Since he got the system, he has been staying at home every day doing research. Although this lithium battery technology is only the lowest level technology in the system, when looking at the world, it can definitely be called an era-changing black technology. Joe Cece was stunned on the spot. She never expected Guzay to speak so professionally. For a moment, it was as if she was back in college, with the professor explaining advanced math problems and her listening attentively. I clearly understood every word, but when they were put together, I just didn't understand what they meant. Xiaoxue, he must be talking nonsense, right? Joe Cece was obviously frightened, but Yilingxue was a doctor of energy science and could definitely see through the truth at a glance. He's not talking nonsense. Nickel hydrogen conversion technology has always been the research direction of cutting-edge technology companies. Whoever can master this technology first will be able to usher in the next era. Yilingxue looked at Guzay with burning eyes. Like Joe Cece, she didn't take it seriously at first, thinking it was just an ordinary person bragging for face. But what I just said was definitely something that could only be said by someone with extremely solid professional knowledge. Suddenly, he became very interested in Guzay. Well, even if he can say it, it doesn't mean that he really has mastered this technology. Maybe he just copied the technical theory from the internet? Joe Cece continued to be stubborn. It's not that she didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't believe it. A person who taught himself energy science after graduating from high school can be more powerful than Yilingxue, who graduated with a master's degree and is known as a genius in energy science. This is definitely impossible. What if I can demonstrate this technique? Guzay looked at her with a smile. If you are really that powerful, I will apologize to you, even if I have to kneel down to apologize to you. Joe Cece shouted. Okay. Come with me. Guzay turned and walked out of the coffee shop, standing in front of a new energy vehicle. The battery of this car uses nickel metal hydride conversion technology. Is that what you said? Do you dare to drive the car to Xiaoxue's company? They have the most professional testing equipment there. Joe Cece said. Why not? Guzay responded calmly. Chapter 2, Collective Shock. The three of them drove out of the cafe. A few minutes later, a woman with heavy makeup and wearing a red long dress walked in. She looked to be at least 35 years old. She looked around and didn't see the man in the white shirt and denim shorts, so she curled her lips and said, I'm only over an hour late, and you don't have this much patience. You deserve to never find a girlfriend. After saying this, he opened WeChat and deleted the friend with the note blind date number 6. On the other side, Guzay and others arrived at Xiangxing Building. This is the most expensive CBD in Magic City, where the housing price per square meter is as high as 300,000 yuan, and every inch of land is truly worth a lot of money. The Xiangxing Building is more than 30 stories high and adopts a steel frame and glass structure. It is shaped like an arch and is a representative building of the Magic City. Yilingxue's company rented 3 floors in this building and had nearly 1,000 employees. Yilingxue led the two into the office. The car has been sent to the technical department. The results should be out soon. Cece, come here for a moment. What's wrong? Joe Cece walked forward in surprise. I've only been abroad for 3 or 4 years. How come you've become like this? Your words are so harsh. Yilingxue said unhappily. Xiaoxue, it's not that I'm mean, but all Chinese men are like this. Basically, they have no future and can only make big promises and brag. You have been abroad for so many years, do you want to introduce me to a high-quality foreign boyfriend? Joe Cece smiled and didn't think there was anything wrong with her words. Oh. Yilingxue sighed helplessly. Since she couldn't persuade him, she might as well give up. 2 hours passed in a flash. A staff member knocked on the office door and said, Mr. Yi, the test report is out. Bring it in quickly. Yilingxue's face was full of anticipation. Unlike Joe Cece, she didn't do it to make fun of Guzay, but she really believed it. The theory of nickel hydrogen technology is a secret, and only a few people at home and abroad have mastered it. It is definitely not something you can easily see on the internet. Even if there is only a 1 in 1,000 chance, it's worth taking the time to try. Yes. The staff member pushed the door open and put a thick test report on the table. So what? Words can lie, but data can't. Is this loser lying? Joe Cece came forward eagerly, looking at the dense numbers and professional terms, feeling dizzy. Yiling Xue did not answer, but the hand that was flipping through the documents was shaking slightly. When he saw the key point, he couldn't help but look up at Guzay. Shock and disbelief were completely engraved on his face. A huge wave of emotion surged in her heart. She then slammed the document shut and ordered the staff member, immediately tell everyone involved in the testing that this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Yes, Mr. Yi. The staff nodded and left. As Joe Cece said, words can lie, but data cannot. This thick test report clearly proves that the battery in Guzay's car uses nickel hydrogen technology. Once the news spreads, it will definitely cause a major earthquake in the energy industry. And Guzay will undoubtedly become the most dazzling person. Lithium batteries have many applications, and this technology is definitely worth hundreds of billions. Xiaoxue, does this report say whether the battery is real or fake? Joe Cece was confused and couldn't help but ask. According to the report, the cost of this battery is only 1/10 of that of an ordinary battery, and its energy storage power is indeed more than 20 times that of an ordinary battery. Therefore, this battery not only uses nickel hydrogen technology, but the technology is also quite mature, at least 50 years ahead of today's lithium battery technology. Yiling Xue said seriously. Joe Cece's eyes widened like bells and she was petrified on the spot. Yiling Xue's company is among the best in the country, so there is no way the inspection would be wrong. In addition, the fact that she gave such a high evaluation further proves the authenticity of this matter. But how can an ordinary person who has not even attended university develop cutting-edge technology that is 50 years ahead of its time through self-study? Not to mention in China, there is no such genius in the whole world. But now, it really appeared before my eyes. Xiaoxue, could it be, could it be? Joe Cece hesitated to speak, racking her brains but could not think of any other possibilities. Cece, apologize to them quickly. Yiling Xue urged seriously. No. I won't apologize to such a loser. Joe Cece was angry and annoyed. After saying this, she slammed the door and left. Yiling Xue sighed helplessly and quickly stood up to smooth things over, saying, I'm sorry, my friend has been spoiled by her parents since she was a child, so her words and actions may have been a bit excessive. I apologize to you on her behalf. You didn't do anything wrong, there's no need to apologize. Guzay smiled politely. He has never been one to repay evil with kindness. On the contrary, he prefers to pursue justice without hesitation. It would be fine if a playboy like Joe Cece didn't fall into my hands, but if she did, she would regret it. Then, are you willing to sell this technology to me? You can name your price. Yiling Xue hesitated for a moment, but still said what was in his mind. I'm not short of money for the time being. The reason I agreed to come for the test is simply because I can't stand that woman's arrogant face. Guzay waved his hand and stood up to leave. Add WeChat? Is that okay? Yiling Xue asked. I'm not interested in women. Guzay shrugged, opened the door and walked out. Just as I walked out of the office, the system's voice rang in my mind, ding, new task activated, invite Yiling Xue to dinner, and the reward is 1 ton of photodynamic nanomaterials. Guzay's steps came to an abrupt halt, a bright smile appeared on his face, and he returned to the office door. How about we have dinner together tonight? Aren't you not interested in women? Yiling Xue was stunned at first, then joked. I'm just not interested in ordinary women. Guzay took out his mobile phone and showed the WeChat QR code. You are such an interesting person. Where shall we go for dinner tonight? Yiling Xue chuckled and added him as a friend. Wait for my notification. Guzay turned around and left gracefully. However, at this time, news of the practical application of nickel hydrogen technology had quietly spread. The headquarters of several major domestic energy giants are basically located in Mo City. When they received the news, they were collectively shocked and began to inquire about the information of the owner of the inspected car. Soon, the investigation was traced back to Guzay. For a time, information about Guzay's identity appeared in the offices of the chairman of major energy companies. Whoever obtains this technology will have the key to a new era. Tianyu Group, inside an office. Mom, I met a super speechless loser today. I still get angry when I think about him now. I really want to find a few people to teach him a lesson. Joe Cece said coquettishly to the middle-aged woman behind the desk. Stop lecturing me all day long. You're already 25, can't you be more mature? Zhou Lian was looking at Gu Zei's identity information on the computer, thinking about how to start. Zhou Cece stretched her neck and immediately smiled when she saw Gu Zei's message. Mom, I knew you loved me the most. You actually found that loser's message so quickly. How are you going to help me vent my anger? Chapter 3, Who You Eat With is Important. You know him? Zhou Lian was slightly surprised. Mom, are you not listening to me carefully at all? Zhou Cece complained with a stern face. Cece, if you knew Gu Zei, it would really help Mom a lot. The board of directors just sent us a message saying that Gu Zei has mastered nickel hydrogen technology. We must obtain this technology no matter what method we use. Zhou Lian smiled happily and quickly sent an email to the chairman, volunteering to take on this task. Tianyu Group's main business is the manufacturing of new energy vehicles. In recent years, due to the bottleneck of battery technology, the cost of car manufacturing has risen sharply. Therefore, the group has always planned to develop its own battery technology. If we can get nickel hydrogen technology, it will just solve the company's shortcomings. Mom has been working in this company for more than 20 years. Whether she can be promoted to vice president this year depends on this time. Zhou Lian looked at her hopefully and placed high hopes on her. But Zhou Lian's next few words made her feel cold. Mom, this is what happened. After some exaggerated descriptions, Zhou Cece became a harmless white lotus, while Gu Zei became aggressive. But for Zhou Lian, the truth or right or wrong of the matter is not important. What matters is that the two of them are now enemies. Based on this point alone, it is more difficult for Tianyu Group to obtain nickel hydrogen technology than other groups. You are really going to kill me. Zhou Lian looked at the email that showed as read, her heart completely sank. Now she had no way out. Mom, it's not my fault. It's all Xiao Xue and that loser's fault. Zhou Cece pouted and tried to clear herself of the responsibility. Now. Immediately. Right now. Go and apologize to Gu Zei. I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? If you don't go, I will stop all your credit cards from now on. After hearing this, Zhou Cece finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Finally, he nodded reluctantly and agreed to it. Huangpu Night Market. This is a narrow alley with shops on both sides. At a glance, there are flashy advertising signs everywhere, the air is filled with the aroma of different foods, and the ears are filled with the cries of vendors. The alley was bustling with people. I even changed my clothes and put on makeup for this dinner tonight, but I never imagined that you would choose a place like this for dinner. Yiling Xue was speechless, and she felt like an alien walking among the crowd. No matter whether they are men or women, anyone passing by her will always give her a strange look. It felt like being a monkey in a zoo. It doesn't matter where you eat or what you eat. What matters is who you eat with, isn't it? Gu Zei smiled slightly and walked into a small fried noodle shop. Yiling Xue grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. She knew celebrities and frequented high-end places. This is my first time in a place like this, so I feel a little uncomfortable. In order to obtain nickel hydrogen technology, I still had to bite the bullet and follow in. Xiao Zei, is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. The boss knew Gu Zei and joked with a smile. Yiling Xue's pretty face turned slightly red, and she sat in the corner with her head down, not saying a word. She's a friend, but not a girlfriend. Gu Zei explained awkwardly. It all started as friends. You're so handsome, you'll definitely win the girl's heart, said the boss with a smile. Gu Zei was too lazy to continue nagging at this topic, so he immediately said, Boss, 2 servings of fried instant noodles with eggs and sausages. Ding! Mission completed, reward, 1 ton of photodynamic nanomaterials already stored in the system warehouse. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Gu Zei's mind. Then, a scene of a warehouse appeared in front of him that only he could see. It contains the system rewards obtained over the years, including rare metals, various advanced materials, and various cutting-edge instruments. Any of these things can be sold at a sky-high price. Most importantly, it can cause an earthquake in the global scientific community. So, Gu Zei has never lacked money, What he lacks is technology. In the year he took the college entrance examination, his mother was diagnosed with cancer. The monthly treatment costs were astronomical, and his father alone could not afford it. So, although his college entrance examination results were good, he still chose to go home to take care of his mother. The reason why blind dates are arranged so frequently is that the mother is worried that she does not have much time left and may not see the day when Guze gets married and has children. Your noodles are ready. The boss brought 2 servings of noodles and placed them on the table. Yiling Shua bent down slightly and took a tentative bite. Her eyes suddenly lit up. This tastes so special. I've never had it before. Gurgle. Guze swallowed hard, his mind was not on his appearance, but on the 2 mountains. The 2 inverted peaks seemed to be falling from the clouds. Once you take a look, you can't look away. Hey, what are you looking at? Yiling Shua reacted, glared at him unhappily, and quickly pulled up her clothes. You are dressed so sexy, isn't it just for people to see? Guze responded casually. Then you can't be so naked, you almost want to stick your eyes in. Yiling Shua blushed and subconsciously closed her legs to prevent her skirt from being exposed. Guze took 2 mouthfuls of noodles, as if he had thought of something, so he asked, as an upper-class elite like you should know a lot of experts in the medical field, right? I know some people both at home and abroad, so what? Yiling Shua asked back. Then do you know any expert in leukemia? Guze asked. Yiling Shua pondered for a moment before replying, I do know, but with current technology, no hospital in the world can truly cure leukemia. I heard they say it's limited by new materials. If there is a breakthrough in materials, not only blood cancer but other cancers may have a chance to be cured. Guze raised his eyebrows. The materials need to be simple, and there are plenty of new materials in the system warehouse. I have a treasure mountain, but I don't have the ability to use it. What new materials do you need? Maybe I have them. Guze asked expectantly. It seems to be a photodynamic nanomaterial. It is said that nanorobots made of this material can enter the human body through the blood and then modify cell information according to computer instructions. Yiling Shua then added, but this material only exists in theory. It cannot be manufactured with current technology. Conservatively estimated, it will take another 50 years before it can be manufactured. Not 50 years later, I have it now. Guze answered firmly. Didn't you teach yourself energy science? Did you also take materials science as a side project? Yiling Shua joked disapprovingly. Chapter 4 Negotiation. Photodynamic nanomaterials. Yiling Shua knows better than anyone how many technologies have not been mastered. Whoever possesses such materials can easily become the richest man on earth, no doubt about it. Although the nickel-hydrogen conversion technology that Guze had previously developed was already amazing enough, materials science and energy science are like the differences between different species, completely unrelated. Now Guze said that he had this kind of material? The credibility is too low. However, Yiling Shua rolled her eyes and asked, You said you have this material and asked if I know any experts in this field. What do you want to do? Guze sighed and told his mother about how he failed the college entrance examination and did not go to college because he had to take care of his mother. Upon learning about this, Yiling Shua was slightly stunned. She didn't expect there was such a hidden secret. So, you want to find an expert to treat your mother? Yiling Shua asked. Yeah. Guze nodded. Although Yiling Shua was touched, she felt helpless. Cancer. It's not that there is no way to cure it, but modern medical technology still relies on the body's own immunity. If it reaches the late stage, you can only count the days to live. However, photodynamic nanomaterials. If you have any, I could introduce you to some leading experts in the field of nanomedical robotics, Yiling Shua said with a wry smile. However, this material has been around for decades, and no one in China or abroad has even figured out its prototype, let alone research and development. Even if it can be built, the various experiments that follow will consume a considerable amount of time. What he said implicitly is that such material does not exist at present. As for Guze, he was very happy when he heard the news. It's good that it can be developed, at least there is hope. I have it here. Guze said, taking out a glass box from his arms. Yiling Shua was full of confusion and took it to examine it. The glass box was sealed and the lighting in the noodle shop was a little dim, so Yiling Shua used her mobile phone to shine brightly and take a look. There are some white particles inside, some of which look like sand but are much finer than sand or dust. Is this the nanomaterial that humans still cannot conquer? What do you think? If I say yes, then yes, right? Gu Zhe said with a grin. Yi Lingxue smiled and said, I'll need to bring it back and have someone test it to see if it's actually photodynamic nanomaterials. If possible. Okay, you can take all of these. Gu Zhe said generously. Gu Zhe gave all 10 grams of a new material that humans may not be able to develop at present to Yi Lingxue. It seems that when humans landed on the moon, only 1 gram of lunar soil was given to China. Then I will accept it without hesitation. If the test results are the same as what you said, and it is that kind of nanomaterial, I will find the world's top nanomedical robot expert to help treat your mother. Yi Lingxue said with a smile. Thank you. A huge stone in Gu Zhe's heart fell down, but it was only half fallen down. Only when that thing is truly created can the mother be saved. Just give it to me like that? Yi Lingxue smiled wickedly. Do you know that if this thing is real, even if it's only 1 gram, let alone so much, it can be sold at a sky-high price? Then you can hire anyone you want? If I'm unwilling to help you and keep this thing for myself, won't you be at a huge loss? Facing Yi Lingxue's teasing, Gu Zhe didn't react much. If you want to keep it for yourself, this little bit will be of no use. I don't think you are such a short-sighted person. Gu Zhe said lightly. Yi Lingxue nodded. She could naturally distinguish between temporary interests and long-term interests. Then, Yi Lingxue glanced at her phone and frowned. What's wrong? Gu Zhe asked puzzledly. Your technical information has been leaked. Yi Lingxue bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, as if she was thinking about who leaked the information. The human era has undergone 3 changes. The first was the use of fire in ancient times, which enabled humans to bake food and keep warm. The second was the emergence of the steam engine during the Industrial Revolution, when heavy industry began to develop and the steam age reached its peak. The third time is the electrical age, which is the modern age. New technologies replace old technologies, and capital game players who can first occupy the commanding heights will take over the entire market. Nickel hydrogen technology can be said to be a groundbreaking technology, and Yi Lingxue wants to reach a cooperation with Gu Zhe. However, despite the warning, the news of the emergence of this technology still leaked out. Is the problem serious? Gu Zhe asked doubtfully while eating fried noodles. It's quite serious. Yi Lingxue sighed, a cloud of worry covering her delicate face. They might offer you something more generous than I can in order to win you over. How rich can it be? Gu Zhe said with disdain. Don't underestimate these people. Anyone involved in the energy technology field is no ordinary person, Yi Lingxue said. Based on the intelligence I've obtained, there are dozens of large-scale technology companies in the country who are searching for you. Gu Zhe nearly spit out a mouthful of noodles from his nose. What was going on? Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a 1,000-year-old ginseng spirit, and these people wanted to capture him? That's not all. Yi Lingxue said with a smile, in addition to these domestic companies, Tesla has also received the news. They are preparing a press conference right now, hoping to suppress your news. But they have secretly sent people to China to find someone named Gu Zhe. Gu Zhe was helpless. Why were these people so crazy? Is this normal in your circle? Gu Zhe asked. Overt and covert fighting, life and death struggles, happen every day. Yi Lingxue hesitated for a moment and said, Gu Zhe, sell me this nickel hydrogen technology. Don't worry. Gu Zhe wiped his mouth. As long as you can help me find an expert in this field, I can promise you that I will exclusively license the nickel hydrogen technology to you. Yi Lingxue was overjoyed, but at this moment, a voice of disgust came from outside the palace door. You idiot Gu Zhe, why did you choose this place when there are so many other places to eat? Zhou Cece? Why is this woman here? Seeing Gu Zhe's surprised look, Yi Lingxue explained, Cece asked me before, saying that you were going to have dinner with me somewhere, and I sent her the address without paying attention. Gu Zhe understood. This woman really was. No wonder people say you should be on guard against fire, theft, and best friends, and outsmart and outmaneuver your mistress. Since Yi Lingxue knew this dinner was about discussing cooperation, she shouldn't have told Zhou Cece about her whereabouts. With this woman's train of thought, who knows what stupid things she might do. Chapter 5 Best Friend. Zhou Cece walked reluctantly through the dining tables in the noodle shop and came to the table of Gu Zhe and Yi Lingxue. Gu Zhe, are you sick? You choose such a shabby place to invite a girl to dinner. Do you know that if the bosses of some big companies want to invite Xiao Xue to dinner, the worst they can do is to go to a 5-star hotel? Zhou Cixi started to criticize Gu Zai as soon as she arrived. With her outfit that was always at the forefront of fashion, she almost called Gu Zai a low-class man on the head. "Miss Xiao, I'm treating Mr. Yi to a meal. I don't need to ask you where to eat, right?" Gu Zai's mouth twitched. Oh my god. I was just like that. Yi Lingshue's status was natural, but what did that have to do with Zhou Cixi? So what was wrong with choosing such a place to eat? Didn't Yi Lingxue come anyway? Gu Zai thought that what he said was polite enough, but to Zhou Cixi, it sounded like he was using the most unpleasant words to mock Zhou Cixi for not understanding technology and not being as far-sighted as Yi Lingxue. This is not a question of asking for permission or not. Since Xiao Xue is willing to talk to you, you should take this identity into consideration, understand? So a subordinate like you. Zhou Cixi murmured. Yi Lingshue's expression changed, and she said, "Cixi, that's enough." "Oh, Xiao Xue." Zhou Cixi, as if she had been wronged, pulled Yi Lingxue outside. "How dare you come to this place to eat? Are those things meant for people to eat?" Yi Lingxue held her forehead with her hand. She was really becoming more and more confused as to why her best friend had become like this. Gu Zai did not go to college because he had to take care of his mother, but he did not give up on himself. Instead, he worked hard and developed nickel hydrogen technology. Yi Lingxue really admired men like this, so why did Zhou Cixi? "Xiao Xue, let me tell you." Zhou Cixi said, "You must not believe what Gu Zai says." Yi Lingxue was stunned for a moment and asked, "Cixi, what are you talking about?" "The nickel metal hydride battery technology that Gu Zai mentioned has been tested. I saw it with my own eyes. Why can't I believe it?" "Oh," Zhou Cixi explained, "Xiao Xue, think about it. How could someone who hasn't even been to college create this kind of cutting-edge technology? Professional institutions still need to conduct experiments before applying this kind of technology, right?" What he said was probably copied from some foreign forum. Don't be fooled. Yi Lingxue was speechless. Her best friend was really not very smart. Our own company, our own talents. Although there are some who are disloyal, those people are top talents in the energy field, and their annual salary alone is over 1 million. Such technical talents, with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars of funds given by themselves, have not even touched the practical application of nickel hydrogen technology. Anyway, Xiao Xue. Zhou Cixi pressed Yi Lingshue's shoulders and said, "This guy must be lying to you. The battery he sent for testing might have been stolen from some lab." Yi Lingxue was speechless. My best friend was taking things for granted. Stealing from the lab? Cixi, do you think I don't understand technology? Yi Lingxue sighed and said, "You underestimate Gu Zai. If he stole it from the lab, then Gu Zai's technology must be quite impressive." Ah? Zhou Cixi didn't understand for a moment. What did it mean? Most electric vehicles now use lead-acid and lithium batteries. Let's not talk about lead-acid batteries for now, let's just talk about lithium batteries, Yi Lingxue said. You have a cell phone, right? It uses a lithium battery, right? Do you know what happens to a lithium battery if it's subjected to a severe impact or scratched? There have been many cases online of people's mobile phones burning while in use, as well as the example of T-Star mobile phones spontaneously combusting on a large scale around the world. The battery of an electric car, not to mention too much, should weigh at least 20 or 30 kilograms, right? Such a large battery was not only stolen by Gu Zai, but he even modified it into an electric vehicle that can provide stable energy? Just based on this skill and ability, Yi Lingxue was about to recruit Gu Zai. Xiao Xue, Zhou Cixi was about to cry, "I'm doing this for your own good." Who would believe that a high school graduate could come up with this technology? Even if you want to cooperate with him, you have to take a good look before you act. Don't you agree? It's better to be safe than sorry. What if he really stole the technology and batteries from somewhere? What should we say then? When Gu Zai inside heard this, his face turned dark. This level of technology was enough to earn him a small profit in a very short time. According to what Zhou Cixi said, why would a high school student like him steal batteries instead of other valuable things? And even use them for himself? If I want to steal batteries, can't I just go to the street and pry open someone else's electric bike? Do I have to go to the laboratory? This is because you think you are not punished enough. If you steal a battery, you will be imprisoned for half a month at most. Why would you steal this thing? Death penalty. Immediate execution. Cece, that's enough. Yilingxue removed Zhou Cece's hand from her shoulder and said, even if he really is lying to me, I, Yilingxue, can still afford this loss. Zhou Cece was stunned. She didn't expect Yilingxue to trust Gu Zhe so much. They had been close friends for so many years. Xiao Xue. Zhou Cece continued, why can't you just trust me? Investigate Gu Zhe thoroughly. It won't be too late to cooperate with him after you've investigated thoroughly. Yilingxue might be a little annoyed, or she might really have had enough of this best friend who had no ambition and a confused mind. Cece, I know what you're thinking, Yilingxue said seriously. Your mother's group is researching this technology. You want to stop me from collaborating with Gu Zhe because you don't want me to get this technology. Tianyu Group's main business is new energy vehicles, but they've been stuck in battery technology for years, and the cost of using lithium batteries is too high. They must have spent a lot of money to overcome this barrier, right? If they can sign Gu Zhe, it will undoubtedly be a great boost for Tianyu Group. When you soar to the sky, your mother will definitely benefit a lot. And you? Yilingxue looked at Zhou Cece's fashionable and trendy clothes, and couldn't help feeling disappointed in her. If Zhou Cece had not been born into the Zhou family and had not had a strong mother, she would only be a factory girl in an electronics factory now. I must sign a cooperation agreement with Gu Zhe. This concerns my company, and I can't give up this opportunity just because of your words. Yilingxue said coldly. Zhou Cece began to avoid Yilingxue's eyes, and when she heard what Yilingxue said later, she couldn't help feeling a little angry. Chapter 6 I Don't Want a Landmine Girl. Yilingxue, I'm doing this for your own good. Why don't you understand? Zhou Cece snorted, yes, my mom asked me to find Gu Zhe. The technology he has might be real. But why do you want to get involved in this? You have plenty of time to enjoy yourself, enough money to live life to the fullest, and you can have as many good men as you want. Why are you still competing with me? Looking at Zhou Cece, who was completely at odds with him, Yilingxue was certain of one thing, her good friend was truly beyond saving. Technology is developing in this era, but everything has two sides. The development of internet technology has made it much easier for people to obtain information, but it has also enabled some people with ulterior motives to spread some bad remarks on the internet. Zhou Cece, probably because she has been hanging out on a certain blog and a certain book for too long, really thinks that men with an annual income of less than 1 million are all trash. Cece, it's not your place to judge my career, Yilingxue said. You have your mother behind you to provide you with food and drink, but I can't do that. As you said, I can easily get those things, but then what? Like you, dressing up all day long, afraid that the world doesn't know that you, Zhou Cece, are the most beautiful? You just say that you don't like men like Gu Zhe, but how many decent men with millions of dollars in annual income do you think would like you? These words left Zhou Cece speechless. Furious, she said, you weren't like this before. You weren't so sarcastic before. Yilingxue said, wanting to go in and deliberately continue discussing cooperation matters. Seeing Yilingxue's tough attitude, Zhou Cece hurriedly rushed into the store first. Arriving in front of Gu Zhe, Zhou Cece said, Gu Zhe, please don't sell the nickel hydrogen technology to Yilingxue, okay? You don't know, Xiao Xue used to be very smart and very calculating. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Zhe's hand holding the fried egg froze in place. Weren't you two good friends? Why are you breaking up now? Yilingxue could only remain speechless. Gu Zhe, you have no money, no power, and no influence. You will regret it if you cooperate with Xiao Xue. Zhou Cece said, as long as you agree to cooperate with me, I can convince my mother that I will double the benefits Xiao Xue promised you. You were on a blind date at that time, right? Coincidentally, I'm still single, if you're willing. Yilingxue just watched Zhou Cece perform. It's only been a short time, and before that you were still calling all Chinese men poor losers and trash, and you wanted to find a high-quality foreign boyfriend for yourself. Gu Zhe is not a handsome blonde-haired and blue-eyed guy. With his unkempt appearance, he looks a bit like a high school student who struggles to go to school every day. Perhaps interests can really turn people into enemies. Gu Zhe looked at Zhou Cece. I have to say that this woman's appearance is really good. Out of 100, I would give her 85 points, and with makeup skills, she could get 90 points. In addition, Zhou Cece is good at dressing up, so we can go out for dinner and shopping every day, and we can have a different experience every time. Moreover, the most important thing is that Zhou Cece seems to be quite rich. Although it is not her own money but the money given to her by her mother, it does not prevent her from spending. If Joe Cece had shown a little bit of light to warm Guzet during the most difficult moment of his life, perhaps Guzet would have followed Joe Cece wholeheartedly now. But, a duel should be fought with people of similar abilities. Joe Cece's conditions were indeed good, but when compared with Yi Lingxue, the difference was immediately apparent. Thinking of this, Guzet's eyes unconsciously drifted towards Yi Lingxue's snow-like. "Why, do you want to see it?" Yi Lingxue asked proudly, crossing her arms across her chest. "I dare not, I dare not." Guzet coughed and retracted his lustful eyes. To be honest, if he had to choose between Yi Lingxue and Joe Cece, Guzet would choose Yi Lingxue. If I can't choose Yi Lingxue, then I have to choose Joe Cece, her mother. After all, a strong woman who can make it to Tanyu Group must not be as narrow-minded as Joe Cece. Guzet. Joe Cece's face flushed. "Are you willing to cooperate with me? If you are willing, I can give you everything Yi Lingxue can give you. If you don't like me, I can also help you find a woman you like. What in this world can't be bought with money?" Ahem. Guzet coughed and said, "Ms. Joe Cece, have you heard of the term landmine woman?" Joe Cece was stunned. Landmine girl? What did that mean? What did this have to do with her? Yi Lingxue behind was already covering her mouth and laughing. Guzet sighed and said, "It seems you really don't know. Then let me tell you, the so-called landmine girl is someone like you, Miss Shou, who usually looks pretty and quiet, friendly, and of good character." Joe Cece nodded subconsciously. She didn't expect that this straight guy was so good at praising people. "Since I'm so perfect, why don't you want to cooperate with me?" Joe Cece asked. "Don't be impatient." Guzet laughed. Landmine girls. Landmine girls refer to those women who seem fine and excellent on weekdays. They are completely fine when they are not stimulated. But once you live with someone, if you accidentally touch their weak spot, it will explode like a landmine, hurting yourself and others. For a woman like you, I have the guts to do anything bad, but I don't have the heart to do anything bad. You're too hard to please. Who knows when you'll stab me? You. Joe Cece understood. Guzet, that bastard, was indirectly scolding her for being blind and overestimating her abilities. He didn't even care about her. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to talk to me like this. Good on you, Guzet, you are really bold. If it were in the past, Joe Cece would have had his hands and feet removed long ago. If his mother hadn't wanted the skills he had. Thinking of this, Joe Cece snorted, turned around and left. "Oh, this girl," the shop owner said after watching for a while. "She didn't even bother to eat something before leaving." Yi Lingxue returned to her seat and looked at the 2 empty plates of fried noodles in front of Guzet. After talking for so long, the food must have gotten cold. "I'm telling you, if you're in need of a woman, I can accept you." Yi Lingxue coughed, her cheeks slightly red. "After all, you seem quite interested in me." Guzet, now he has no idea where to look. Ahem. Guzet coughed awkwardly and said, Mr. Yi, let's continue talking about cooperation, shall we?" "Yeah, okay." Yi Lingxue nodded. Chapter 7 Cooperation. Of course, this small shop doesn't sell high-end goods like Longjing red wine. The boss brought me a bottle of Huiyuan juice in 2 cups. Yi Lingxue and Guzet discussed issues related to nickel hydrogen technology. "Guzet, I believe you won't sign this contract with me so easily." Yi Lingxue said, "I want to ask you a few questions. Similarly, you can also put forward your requirements. We can express our needs to each other, and there will be no need for business tactics." "Just what I want." Guzet nodded and took a sip of juice. Yi Lingxue hummed and took out a tablet and a stylus. "First of all, I want to know, did you complete the nickel hydrogen technology, from research and development to application, all by yourself? Did you draw on other people's research results?" Yi Lingxue asked. "I'm not sure about that," Guzet said. "After all, I don't know if there are people in this world who are working on this technology. Maybe their technology is more advanced than mine, but they are stuck on practicality. I saw some general theoretical knowledge, these can all be searched online. The famous Chengdu is almost like the Pythagorean theorem. I saw this knowledge and did an experiment with my own electric car. I spent about 80 yuan on materials and molds, and I made it all myself." Yi Lingxue nodded and wrote it down on the tablet. "Next question, besides using it to power electric vehicles like you did, can nickel metal hydride technology be used for other things? For example, electric vehicles. This is the big head. How much is a battery-powered car worth? New energy vehicles are the real moneymaker. Didn't a certain T-label company reach the top by driving new energy vehicles? Guzay was not at all panicked about this. It takes time. Guzay said, I haven't tested it on a car, so it will take some time to adapt. Yiling Xue continued to record on the tablet. Also, does anyone else know about your nickel hydrogen technology? Yiling Xue asked. More people know about it now. Guzay said with a smile. After being asked several questions in succession, Guzay answered them all fluently. After writing this, Yiling Xue looked at the information in her hand and nodded with satisfaction. To sum it up in one sentence, Guzay has mastered nickel hydrogen technology on his own. If he started his own company, he would be able to crush foreign brands in less than 2 years and completely destroy the new energy industry at home and abroad. Then, let's talk about salary and patent fees. Yiling Xue cleared her throat. The highest salary I can offer you is 300,000 yuan a month. 300,000? Guzay was stunned. Wow, this month's salary is equivalent to 5 years' salary. I know, this salary is too low. Yiling Xue said softly. Guzay coughed twice, trying his best not to appear to be too obsessed with money. We will be partners from now on. I will give you 40% of the patent royalties for nickel hydrogen technology for every product sold. How about that? Yiling Xue suggested. 40%, this is all pure profit. As long as he handed over this technology to Yiling Xue, he wouldn't have to worry about anything and could get 40% of the profit for free. Isn't it a bit too much? Guzay asked. Of course, this is conditional. You have to guarantee that you give me exclusive authorization and it cannot be transferred to others before the next generation of battery technology emerges. Yiling Xue reminded. Okay. Guzay nodded. Yiling Xue brought the tablet to Guzay and said, if it's okay, just sign here. Electronic signing is not something uncommon. Guzay took a quick look at the contract generated by the template, and after finding no problems, he signed his name. Okay, I have asked all my questions. Guzay, do you have any other requests? Yiling Xue asked sincerely. Me? What can I ask for? Guzay supported his face and said with a wry smile, Boss Yi, you have promised to help me find an expert. I don't have any extravagant expectations. Yiling Xue chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hands as she smiled. Don't be so stiff, just call me Xiu in private. Guzay scratched his head. We haven't known each other for long, so I'll just call you Ling Xue. Okay. Yiling Xue smiled, but I also have something to remind you. The treatment method you mentioned must be based on the authenticity of the material you provided. Photodynamic nanomaterials are much more valuable than nickel hydrogen technology. There are still various batteries that can be used without nickel metal hydride batteries, but photodynamic nanomaterials. There is a saying that a cannon shot is worth a fortune, and there are also such cannons in hospitals. Various rare diseases can actually be treated, but drug development is too expensive and too few people suffer from these diseases. The ICU in the hospital costs more than 10,000 yuan a day, and only dying people use this thing to hang on to their lives. This photodynamic nanomaterial may not be a panacea, but it is at least good news for cancer patients. I assure you, this material is more genuine than gold. Guzay said, patting his chest. The one I gave you is for testing. Just tell me how much you need when the time comes. Yiling Xue smiled bitterly, all right. Regardless of whether this is true or not, I will arrange for someone to give your mother the best treatment. If Guzay still has a lot of this material in his hands, then one thing is almost certain: Guzay has the means to mass produce and research this new material. However, Yiling Xue was curious about what Guzay's methods were. If it was a super lab, why hadn't she heard of it? If it was alien technology, where did it come from? It couldn't have just appeared out of thin air, right? Moreover, Yiling Xue was certain that the claims of alien technology were more convincing than those of foreign laboratories. This was because foreign countries simply did not have such technology, and Yiling Xue knew it perfectly well. Looking at Guzay, Yiling Xue decided to ask where this technology came from. Guzay, you really are the strangest man I've ever met. Yiling Xue poured a glass of orange juice. If it were an ordinary man, with skills like yours, he would have sold them immediately. There are many people who are willing to spend a fortune or two on either of these two technologies. But you clearly have these skills, but you don't show off at all. You even work in other industries to support your aunt and treat her illness. Guzé sighed and said, "What can I do? Joe Cece is right. I have no money, no power, and no influence. There's a saying in this world that goes, an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. If I don't hide it, I'm afraid I'll die in the street the next day and be labeled an accident." Chapter 8: Guzé's Home. I'm actually quite curious. Yiling Xue's lips curled up. Where exactly is your laboratory? I know almost all the famous laboratories both here and abroad, but I've never heard of a laboratory that can create these technologies. I discovered these by accident, they're nothing. Guzé said with a laugh. I don't think Yiling Xue believed it. As someone who has built up such a large company at such a young age and manages it in an orderly manner, she relies on more than just her lightning-fast methods and strong sense of wind direction. A woman's sixth sense told Yiling Xue that this Guzé must be hiding a big secret. The first computer in human history was built to calculate missile trajectories, Yiling Xue said. It was the size of a house. Back then, a 2 megabytes hard drive was the size of a person. The cost of building these things must have been very high. Although with the advancement of the times and the flourishing of various technologies, the prices of these products, from regulatory to civilian use, are no longer out of reach. However, this does not mean that the materials needed for research and development have decreased. In the past, people couldn't even recognize all the words, but now any child may know that there is something called quantum. Scientific research is actually a process of continuous trial and error, slowly finding the material elements that are useful to you, and the process consumes a lot of materials. Yiling Xue didn't believe that Guzé created these two things on a flash of inspiration. Xiao Xue, Guzé said with a chuckle, everyone has their own secrets, right? Will you tell me what bad things you did as a child? Excessive exploration of these secrets will only make our cooperation inflexible. Anyway, this technology has appeared, and I have mastered it. Isn't that enough? This sentence seems to be asking, knowing that 1 plus 1 equals 2 is like knowing that 1 apple plus 1 apple equals 2 apples. At this time, it is a waste of time to explain it from the perspective of dimension or even time and space. You don't even trust me, your partner? Yiling Xue loosened his collar, revealing his cleavage. What if I'm willing to give you some benefits? Then I can only chant Amitba. Guzé clasped his hands together and said pretentiously. This made Yiling Xue laugh. After exchanging addresses, Guzé rode away on his electric scooter. For the first time in years, he felt he had met a worthy opponent. It's not that Yiling Xue's methods are so clever, it's that this person is too sharp. Laboratory? Oh, yes, there is one, but it's a super high-tech laboratory given by the system. Can you enter it? You must be kidding. If you are allowed in, what awaits you is not wealth and glory, but you will be caught as a monster. On the way, Guzé did some calculations. Humanity currently has some research into photodynamic nanomaterials, so mass-producing them shouldn't be difficult. At most, it would cost a bit more. Using one's own patents should be affordable. The electric scooter was running happily in the driveway. Guzé should have returned home as soon as possible to take care of his mother, but he saw someone selling fruits on the roadside. Come to think of it, in the years since my mother got cancer, luxury items like fruit have rarely appeared in our home. Now, I don't have to worry about making a living. Guzé parked the car in front of the fruit stall and got out. Boss, are your strawberries sweet? Sweet. If it's not sweet, I won't pay. Oh, then give me some lemons. Guzé said, then looking at the shop owner's expression as if he was about to hit him, he added, give me some strawberries too. After Guzé bought the fruits, he carefully hung them on the car and started the electric scooter. A little late. In just a few minutes, Guzé saw a BMW parked downstairs of his house. Who else in this old neighborhood would drive such a luxury car? I can drive a luxury car like this in the future. And I will definitely not be like this person who only buys a car but not a house. I want to buy a 300 square meter villa and hire 10 or 8 servants to take care of my mother. But when Guzé rushed upstairs, he found that the door of his house was open. Guzé was stunned for a moment. You know, ever since my mother became seriously ill with cancer, relatives and friends haven't come to visit at all. Who is this person who comes to my house? As he walked through the door, the scene in front of him made Guzé freeze in place. You're back? Yiling Xue said with a smile, wearing an old apron. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Why are you buying fruit? Here, give it to me. I'll take care of it. Guzay, for some unknown reason, clutched the plastic bag tightly and asked in shock, Boss Yi, why are you at my house? What you said means I can't come to see my aunt? Yiling Shue said with her hands on her hips and a wicked smile, right, aunt? Mother Gu was sitting in a wheelchair. Even though it was summer, she was covered with a blanket and there was no air conditioning in the room. A's, that's enough. The girl came all the way to see me, what are you doing? Gu's mother said, she chatted with me and helped with the dishes and cooking. It's fine if you don't thank her, but why do you act like you've seen an enemy? After complaining to her son, Mother Gu smiled and took Yiling Shue's hand, saying, Girl, don't bother with this kid. He usually doesn't do much except stay in his room tinkering with some weird stuff. Yiling Shue chuckled and said, Don't worry, auntie. I know A's is a good person. After all, during the period after the blind date, Guzay never stopped giving her surprises. Although, it seems that the blind date partner is not me. Mom, how is your illness? Do you feel better today? Have you taken all the medicine? Guzay put down the fruit, took the instrument and was about to measure his mother's physical condition. Eat it, eat it. Mother Gu said impatiently. Have you taken the supplementary medicine that the old Chinese doctor prescribed for you? Guzay asked. No, it's bitter, I won't eat it. Mother Gu pouted. Mom! Guzay sighed and went to look for where the medicine was placed. Let me help you. When Yiling Shue heard that Gu's mother was acting like a child and refused to take medicine, she took off her apron and walked over. As Gu's mother watched Guzay and Yiling Shue rummaging through a large box of medicine, she felt relieved about her son. Don't look for me anymore. I've already eaten today. Mother Gu chuckled twice. I'm happy today. Let's eat quickly. It happened that at this moment, Guzay and Yiling Shue's hands touched each other. Yiling Shue looked at Guzay with a smile. The latter withdrew his hand, coughed, and said, I bought some strawberries. Let's have some together after dinner. I saw you also bought lemons? Yiling Shue asked. Oh, that's what I ate, Guzay said, it's better to supplement vitamins. Chapter 9 Threats. Oh, Xiao Shue, look at us. Our A's is a good boy. Mother Gu said with a laugh, it's just that I, an old man, am not up to the task and have let him down. Alas. Auntie, let's not talk about this anymore. Yiling Shue smiled and served soup to Gu's mother. This is the pork rib soup I made. I'm confident that it tastes very good. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, if A's can marry a wife like you in the future, I will have no regrets. Guzay sat on the side, holding a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, and occasionally picked up the steamed buns and took a nibble. My mother is trying to match me up with Mr. Yi without knowing anything about him. After finishing her meal, Mother Gu fell asleep peacefully. Guzay turned off the bedroom light and closed the door. In the kitchen, the CEO was washing dishes. Thank you for today. After saying this, Guzay walked aside to tidy up the kitchen utensils. I also have to prepare breakfast for my mother tomorrow morning, so there are a lot of things to do. I put breakfast in the refrigerator. Yiling Shue said, have you ever thought about taking your mother back to live in your hometown? No, Guzay shook his head. The medical facilities in my hometown are too backward. If something happens to my mother when I go back, no amount of money can save her. Crash. Squeak. Yiling Shue turned off the faucet and said, Guzay, can you let me see your laboratory? I don't have any laboratory. Guzay continued to pretend to be confused. Yiling Shue wiped her hands and then moved closer to Guzay. The better body bent slightly, Guzay stepped back subconsciously, and then he was forced against the tiled wall of the kitchen. I think we're a good match. Yiling Shue's eyes curved, is your mother still asleep? If she finds out something shameful happened between us, you'll be in big trouble. Ha, Mr. Yi. Guzay smiled bitterly. How can I be so miserable as a grown man? Mr. Yi is of noble status, and it is an honor for me that he can have dinner with me. Look at the sofas in my house, they are all second-hand. Where can I get such advanced things as the laboratory? Yiling Shue didn't say anything, half of her body leaned on Guzay, then her jade finger pointed at Guzay's chest and slowly slid down. The moment Yiling Shue touched the belt, Guzay raised his hands in surrender. I'll take you there. Guzay said desperately, but that place is not in my house. You have to let me go first. Ha, I didn't expect that a mature man like you can be like a little girl and still know how to keep himself clean. Yiling Xue let go of her hand with a bit of regret and looked at Guze with a smile. Isn't this bullying Guze, a sunny and cheerful boy? If you don't take me with you, Yiling Xue said with a smile, pulling out her phone. I'll spread rumors online, saying you have bad intentions towards me. Guze's face darkened. But what can be done about it? The law states that women cannot be taken away from their will. Let me make this clear first. Guze straightened his clothes and said, when we get there, you are not allowed to take photos, and you are not allowed to leak my information. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Yiling Xue laughed. When they got downstairs, Yiling Xue didn't even drive the car, but sat on the back seat of Guze's electric scooter. After driving this electric car equipped with the latest technology for about 10 minutes, Guze brought Yiling Xue to a residential area that had just been developed a few years ago. Where is this? Yiling Xue felt a little strange. Could it be that Guze put the laboratory here? Come with me. Guze parked the car and took Yiling Xue to a building in the middle. After entering an elevator, Yiling Xue watched Guze take out his mobile phone and perform a few simple operations. The button panel in the elevator sank 3 centimeters, revealing another button. After pressing it, the floor display shows, first floor. You dug a basement underneath here? Yiling Xue was a little surprised. I know you won't believe anything I say now. Guze shook his head helplessly. Anyway, this place exists legally. I'll show you the lab, but only if you don't tell anyone about what happened here. Yiling Xue nodded. The elevator descended for a minute. When it reached its destination, the doors opened. A security door appeared in front of me. The two walked out, and Yiling Xue knocked on the wall of the corridor curiously. Dong dong. The feel and sound are a bit strange. She considers herself to be a relatively diligent and capable president in a technology company. In order to avoid being fooled by her subordinates, although she cannot recognize all kinds of materials, she can still distinguish their general appearance and characteristics. But the metal used to build this corridor was something she had never seen before. Don't touch anything. Guze reminded, don't be surprised when you get inside. Yiling Xue nodded. The door was locked. Guze placed his hand on it. Palm print authentication passed. Buzz. The door opens. The temperature underground was very low. After Guze went in, he turned on the lights in the laboratory with his mobile phone. This is a 200 square meter laboratory. In addition to all the experimental equipment that Yiling Xue could recognize, it was also equipped with an independent server and special analytical instruments. As for anything else, she had never even seen it. Let me make it clear first. I'm just bringing you here to have a look. You must not. I said don't touch. Guze grabbed Yiling Xue. Yiling Xue, who had not heard Guze's words clearly just now, was about to touch a doorframe. When Guze pulled her over, Yiling Xue staggered and almost fell. What are you doing? It's just a doorframe. How could it be dangerous? Yiling Xue said dissatisfiedly. Guze was silent for a moment, then took a notebook from the side and threw it into the doorframe. Brush. After a loud noise, the notebook was cut into a pile of paper scraps without even a trace of burning. Light particle cutting lines. Guze turned on the dyed light, revealing the dense cutting lines on the doorframe. This thing can be used for rescue and material processing, and it can also be used for gunpowder cutting. But I didn't install the protective device. If you had gone in just now, you would have been a pool of minced meat when you walked out. Hearing this, Yiling Xue was frightened. In fact, these are only a small part of Guze's laboratory. There are many more shocking technological products below, but even if Yiling Xue wants to see them, Guze will not show them to her. Is this cutting line your next research topic? Yiling Xue hugged Guze's arm and said, if your photodynamic nanomaterial is real, then why don't you make nanometal wires? A product like that would be easier to produce and safer, right? After all, this thing is a bit too dangerous. Chapter 10 Laboratory. Guze said nothing, but took out a bundle of copper wire. Mr. Yi, I want you to understand one thing, Guze said. Nanowires have already been developed. And nanomaterials aren't actually that remarkable. Yiling Xue nodded. Only half of the lights in the laboratory were on. Yiling Xue looked at the extremely dark laboratory on the other side and felt a little itchy, but she didn't know what dangerous things were in it, so she decided not to go and see. But the cutting line generating device alone was enough to surprise Yi Lingxue. The first field where high technology was applied was none other than the military field. The photolithography machine is already the most advanced technology that humans can achieve. The graphics cards and other graphics devices developed with it can not only be used to play games, but also to build models. Including models for military use, its computing power can also be used in the medical and virtual reality industries. If the cutting line is used, it is estimated that it can not only cut off hard objects, but even the most powerful fortress in the world can be cut off with just a light stroke of this line. Adjust the angle, anyone who is not lying down in the entire fortress will die. When Yi Lingxue thought of this, her whole body trembled. Boss Yi, what's wrong? Gu Zhe turned off the generator, tested it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go now that the tour is over. Okay. Yi Lingxue nodded. Gu Zhe was unwilling to tell the specific details of his laboratory, and Yi Lingxue would not ask about it. In the elevator, two people stood, one in front and one behind. I'm curious, Yi Lingxue said. Your laboratory doesn't look like something that could have been built in this century. Where did you get this thing? Mr. Yi, you promised me that you wouldn't ask any random questions. Gu Zhe reminded. I'm just curious, Yi Lingxue said dissatisfiedly. Since you have a lab like this, why don't you use it to treat your mother? With the scale of your lab, it shouldn't be easy to create a drug to treat cancer, right? Although my laboratory is very advanced, I am not omnipotent. Gu Zhe said, the human body is much more sophisticated than machinery. If there is even the slightest mistake, my mother will. Having said that, Gu Zhe pressed his right arm with his left hand. If he didn't do this, his body would shake uncontrollably. After reaching the ground, Gu Zhe took Yi Lingxue back to the community. Let's go get a midnight snack. Yi Lingxue said, I think we need to get to know each other better. Boss Yi, Gu Zhe said helplessly, we don't seem to have such a close relationship, right? Yi Lingxue snorted and started moving her hands. This time she didn't touch Gu Zhe, she pulled down her already revealing clothes. I promise you, don't. Gu Zhe turned his head and said, there are surveillance cameras in this community. If you do this tonight, my mother will scold me to death tomorrow. Yi Lingxue restored her clothes with satisfaction, then sneezed. Have a cold? It's so cold at night and you're still wearing so little. Gu Zhe muttered, just wait. With that, Gu Zhe returned to the house. After a while, he took out a women's coat and came out. Thank you, Yi Lingxue laughed. Well, you won't treat me to fried instant noodles again this time, right? It is indeed a bit unreasonable to treat your boss to instant noodles. A moment later, at a late-night food stall, Yi Lingxue looked at Gu Zhe with a frown on her face. What are you looking at? All the hotels around here are closed. I can't possibly take you to a bar. Gu Zhe said, holding a beer can, now you'll be held accountable for drinking on an electric scooter. Alas, who asked me to ask you for help? Yi Lingxue waved her hands helplessly, then picked up the grilled oysters and ate them in one gulp. They taste good. It tastes good, right? It won't be bad with anything with this kind of ingredients. Gu Zhe said and started to eat. Regarding your lab, Yi Lingxue took a sip of beer, are you really the only one there? Why are you asking this? Gu Zhe nodded and said, it's just me. Do I look like someone who can ask for help? If I have someone who can help me, would it be worth it for me to cooperate with you? If you don't find me to cooperate with, then who will you find to cooperate with? Yi Lingxue asked. The Chinese Academy of Sciences. Gu Zhe said, I want to find a doctor to check on my mother. There is a word in medicine, great master. In this land, this title is as famous as Hua Tuan Bian Ke in ancient times. I don't have the ability to hire a great doctor to treat your mother. Yi Lingxue took a bite of the grilled wings. But I can use my connections to help you get in touch with someone. If you pay enough, you can meet a great doctor. Is it so difficult? Gu Zhe was stunned. It's not difficult, Yi Lingxue chuckled. The great doctor is just an ordinary doctor, but he's always crowded with people seeking treatment. The rich and powerful are naturally at the top of the list. Some are even so extreme that they'll ask the great doctor for medicine if they only have a scratch on their finger, for fear of leaving even the slightest scar. Gu Zhe was silent. Yi Lingxue said nothing more. Judging from her reaction, it was indeed Gu Zhe who was using the huge laboratory alone. But this shouldn't be the case, right? If Gu Zhe was the only one using that laboratory that was ahead of its time, then what exactly did he want to do? No matter how strong a person is, he can't do everything by himself, right? Moreover, if Gu Zhe was short of money, he could just sell the equipment. Even if they were sold at a low price, they would be worth tens of millions, right? Don't worry, Yilingxue said, I think the photodynamic nanomaterials are real. After this visit to the lab, Yilingxue was certain that even if Gu Zhe lied to her, there was no need for him to do so. After all, the things he had taken out were real. I know a medical expert who specializes in this area of research, Yilingxue continued. I can bring someone to treat Auntie within a week. You should consider how to provide enough materials for treatment. With just one sentence, Gu Zhe rekindled his hope. By the way, was the medicine you gave Auntie a prescription from a Chinese medicine practitioner? Yilingxue asked. Is Auntie's spirits good because of this? Gu Zhe's heart skipped a beat and he said, Are you talking about that one? It's a recipe I found an old gentleman in my early years, and it was made using the same processing method. Unfortunately, the old gentleman has passed away, so I've been looking for someone to make this kind of medicine. The effect is quite good. I see. Yilingxue nodded. Chapter 11 Investigating Gu Zhe. In fact, this medicine was a degraded product copied from the technology given by the system because Gu Zhe had lost a lot of hair. Traditional Chinese medicine is bullshit, it is impossible to achieve such an effect using chemical compounds. After eating, Yilingxue returned to the community and returned the clothes to Gu Zhe. I'll be heading back first, Yilingxue said. I'll arrange for the nanomaterial testing as soon as possible within the next 2 days. With the news leak last time, the drug consumption will take longer this time. The release of nickel metal hydride technology also takes time to prepare. Wait for my call anytime. After saying that, Yilingxue started the car. Mr. Yi. Gu Zhe scratched his cheek and asked, Can I trouble you for something? Seeing that Gu Zhe had something to ask of her, Yilingxue smiled and said, What is it? Can you advance me 1 month's salary? Gu Zhe said. This operation, how to describe it? Yilingxue was sitting in the car and felt humiliated for the first time in her life. What are you going to do? Yilingxue asked. Well, my mother borrowed a lot of money from relatives during the early stages of her treatment. Gu Zhe scratched his head, about 250,000 yuan. After they heard about me, they all came to ask for the money. It will arrive tomorrow. Didn't you say that these relatives rarely visit each other? Yilingxue asked in surprise. Just because they don't move around doesn't mean they won't be interested in money. Gu Zhe looked worried. A moment later, Gu Zhe's mobile phone showed that a transfer of 500,000 yuan had been made to his bank card account. Just consider the extra amount as a bonus I give you in advance. Yilingxue closed the window and drove away. When they got on the road, Yilingxue made a phone call. Hello? It's me. Yilingxue said on the spot when the call was connected. I need you to help me investigate the list of people who have cooperated with and had dealings with Gu Zhe in the past few years. See if there are any people who have long-term contact with Gu Zhe, or who have had contact with Gu Zhe on a regular basis. They all need to be recorded. The price is not cheap. No problem. I can afford it. Yilingxue said and hung up the phone. Although Gu Zhe claimed that he was the one using that laboratory, Yilingxue didn't believe it. After all, it is outrageous enough for one person to come up with a technology that a team of thousands or tens of thousands of people cannot come up with. Now, after seeing the cutting line generator, she was even more convinced that Gu Zhe had a very strong team. But if there really was a team, wouldn't Gu Zhe have to borrow money to pay it back? Experiments require not only technology and equipment, but also money to hire people. Gu Zhe has the means and funds to set up a laboratory, but no money to hire people? Yilingxue really couldn't understand it. How could she know that Gu Zhe had a system? On the other hand, after Zhou Cixi was ridiculed by Gu Zhe as a landmine girl, she had no place to vent her anger and drove back home in a rage. After arriving home, she closed the door, lay down on the bed and burst into tears. After finishing her work, Zhou Lian saw her daughter like this and felt confused. What happened? Cixi, open the door and tell me who bullied you? Zhou Lian knocked on the door and said. Mom! Zhou Cixi cried and threw herself into her mother's arms. Xiaoxue bullied me. And that Gu Zhe is not a good guy either. Why do you have to find him? When Zhou Lian heard Ji Lingxue bullying Zhou Sisi, she was stunned for a moment, but when she heard Gu Zhe's name, she knew what was going on. Although Yi Lingshue's company is not as big as Tianya Group, it is still a big company that cannot be underestimated in this small piece of land. What's even more terrible is that, although Yi Lingshue's main business is not new energy vehicles, with her foresight and insight, she will definitely not let go of Gu Zhe, the goose that lays the golden eggs. You damn girl! Zhou Lian sighed. What's important isn't Yi Lingxue, nor is it the nickel hydrogen technology. It's Gu Zhe himself. Oh no! After Zhou Lian figured it out, she ignored Zhou Sisi and went to the living room on the first floor, operating the office computer to look up information. There is currently no news that Yi Lingshue's company is going to develop nickel hydrogen technology. That's okay, there is still time to remedy the situation. Mom! Zhou Sisi became even angrier. Who's more important, me or that crappy technology? Isn't that damn Gu Zhe just a jerk? He called me a landmine girl. I don't care if he calls you a landmine girl or a hand grenade girl, Zhou Lian said. Girl, do you know? Because you were halfway through your last conversation, I've already taken on the plan to cooperate with Gu Zhe. If I can't invite Gu Zhe this time, then my plan to get promoted will be ruined. Not only that, I might also be punished. If I can't make further progress, or even regress, then it won't just be me who will be affected. Your monthly allowance will have to be cut in half. Do you understand? Zhou Sisi was stunned. She was a princess from a wealthy family, living a life of luxury with her mother, never having suffered any grievances. And now she was going to cut off half of her pocket money? Just because of Gu Zhe? Now, she resented Gu Zhe even more. Gu Zhe, who was looking up information at home, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He looked back and was surprised to see nothing. As Zhou Sisi's door closed again, Zhou Lian was stunned when she saw the identity information of Gu Zhe, who came for investigation. If Zhou Lian only saw this kind of information, she probably wouldn't care. But the other source of information about nickel hydrogen technology was reliable. Not only was it tested, but it was also caught by Zhou Sisi. Zhou Lian understood that her daughter could be muddle-headed and know nothing, and be a waste, but Yi Lingxue was not like that. Yi Lingxue is so smart, how could she quarrel with Zhou Sisi for Gu Zhe? Unless Gu Zhe is really worth that much. Zhou Lian gritted her teeth and picked up the phone. It's me. Prepare some gifts for me, don't skimp, Zhou Lian said. Preferably worth around 1 million. Also, contact any authoritative cancer experts in China who are willing to come to see me. I'll give anyone who's willing to come 500,000. Gu Zhe's only weakness is his mother. It's easiest to start with this woman. Boss Zhou, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The subordinate said, somewhat embarrassed. Giving gifts is fine, but why do we need to find an authoritative expert? What on earth would require so many resources? Do as I say. Zhou Lian hung up the phone and shook her head. Zhou Sisi, if only you were half as calm as Yi Lingxue. If only you were half as calm as Yi Lingxue, even just a little bit. You wouldn't offend Gu Zhe and make him dislike you so much. What sin have I committed? How could Sisi grow up to be such a person? Zhou Lian said to herself. Before one problem was solved, another one arose. The internal group chat lit up, and the news inside made Zhou Lian's eyes light up. Chapter 12: Debt Collection and Gift Giving. At night, Gu Zhe fell asleep very late. He is busy for a long time every day. Although the system gave him a variety of new materials and new machines, he had no idea how to use them. Otherwise, there would be no need to ask Yi Lingxue to find some experts to help him build the treatment machine. Early the next morning, Gu Zhe got up as usual. After helping his mother wash up, he heated a cup of milk and placed it on the table. Then Gu Zhe went into the kitchen, cut a slice of lemon to cheer himself up, and made breakfast. Just when Gu Zhe was busy, there was a knock on the door. If Gu Zhe hadn't been sure that his family had no enemies, he would have thought that this was a kidnapping. Even if it's not, the noise is no less than that of a demolition team. Who is it? Gu Zhe opened the door angrily. Bang! With a loud bang, the security door hit the wall outside. A group of relatives took a step back, and then someone said, "What's going on? What's going on? Gu Zhe, you little bastard, are you going to hit someone? We all heard that you have money. Return it now. Yes, you've become a celebrity. Lots of people are looking for you. Pay us back as soon as you can." Guzé frowned when he thought that his mother was still in the room. Didn't I tell you to come back at noon? Guzé closed the door and said with a headache. Noon? You provide lunch? That's right. Looking at your poor appearance, I guess you don't even have enough money to treat everyone to a meal, right? If you ask me, your mother's illness can't be cured. It's better to go back home early and save yourself the trouble. Ha ha ha. Boom. Guzé stomped his foot on the ground, his face flushed red, as if he was ready to fight to the death. You, whoever makes fun of my mother's illness again, forget about paying back the money, I will beat up the troublemaker first. Guzé took out his phone and opened the bank app. See? 500,000. I will pay you back the money I owe you. Show me the IOUs. When the relatives saw this, they were like, wow, you, Guzé, have become rich. There are still more than 200,000 yuan. Next, Guzé checked the IOUs one by one and then transferred the money. The relatives who received the money were very happy. Although it was not much, it was still money. I really don't know what's the point of Guzé taking care of that sick old mother. Bah! When the only debt collector left was a woman, Guzé asked, where's the IOU? Oh, here it is. The woman laughed and handed over the IOU. Guzé took a look and saw that it was 25,000 at his third aunt's house. After scanning the code and transferring the money, Guzé received the IOU and wanted to go in. Hey! Xiaoza! Third aunt grabbed Guzé. Guzé turned around and asked, what are you doing? Ha, isn't it your brother who's getting married and needs a house? Auntie San winked. I see you still have over 200,000 yuan. So, transfer it all to me and I'll use it to pay the down payment for your brother's house. Get out! Guzé roared, shook off third aunt's arm, and slammed the door shut. The third aunt, who had failed to get the money, curled her lips, snorted, and said, if you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. Who cares? If it weren't for us, your mother would have died long ago. And downstairs, it was obvious that the relatives were waiting to hear the battle report. Inside the house, Guzé would go to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Seeing her son like this, Mother Gu couldn't help but feel distressed. But she also wondered where A's got the money? Don't worry, Mom. Guzé said while eating noodles, I asked my boss for an advance on this money. He's impressed by my skills and wants to hire me as the chief technician. Oh, Xiaoshui is so rich? Auntie breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, even if I can recover from my illness, I probably won't be able to go home and get along well with them in the future. Guzé didn't say anything. Ever since my mother got cancer, the relatives were terrified when they saw Guzé, just like a mouse seeing a cat. After breakfast, Guzé took care of his mother. After massaging and cleaning her body, I turned on the air conditioner and let my mother sleep under a blanket. Guzé sat in the living room, looking at his phone which had no messages, and sighed. Could it be that Mr. Yi had really stood me up? Or was the information the system provided fake? That was impossible. Is this technology really that difficult to detect? Domestic testing can't be that weak, right? Just as he was daydreaming, the knock on the door rang out again. Who is it this time? Guzé got up and opened the door. A woman in a suit stood at the door, followed by two female secretaries carrying large and small bags. Who are you looking for? Guzé asked. Are you Mr. Guzé? Zhou Lian asked. Guzé nodded and said, that's me. Come in, and be quiet. My mother just went to bed. The three of them walked in cautiously. Sitting on both sides of the sofa, Zhou Lian gestured. Then, the secretary placed the bags on the coffee table. Wait a minute. Guzé hurriedly stopped them. What are you doing here? Why are you putting things down as soon as you come in? Zhou Lian smiled bitterly and said, let me introduce myself, Mr. Guzé. I am an employee of Tianyu Group. My name is Zhou Lian. My daughter seems to have a small misunderstanding with you. I'm here to apologize on her behalf. I've spoiled her since she was a child. It's my negligence. After hearing what Zhou Lian said, Guzé had already guessed what this person was doing in his house. But Guzé pretended not to know. What's in here? Guzé asked. Ah, this is a little gift I brought you. Zhou Lian said respectfully, this is 80-year-old wild ginseng. As he spoke, a huge ginseng appeared in Guzé's eyes. Others include deer antler wine and 30-year-old donkey hide gelatin. The other two gifts were also opened, Jolien said. These are all good things to nourish the body. But Guzé couldn't use it, and his mother's body was already weak enough, and she couldn't benefit from it. Eating these things might cause harm. What are you going to do with these things? Guzé asked. It will cost a lot of money, right? Jolien laughed and said, Mr. Gu, these are nothing. It's only 1 million. 1 million, that's all. Take it back. I don't think I have anything worthy of your gift. Guzé said impatiently. Jolien continued, Mr. Gu, even if you don't need these things, you should still consider your mother. If none of these appeals to you, I can still find better herbs. 100-year-old ginseng is truly a lifesaver. As long as you're willing to license the nickel hydrogen technology to us. I refuse. Guzé said calmly, I won't give you the nickel hydrogen technology. You can leave now. Chapter 13 Persuasion. Seeing that Guzé was so ungrateful, the two secretaries wanted to teach him a lesson. But looking at Guzé's 1.8-meter tall figure, and his even more muscular body, if they were to fight, neither of them would be his match. Jolien didn't give up and said, Mr. Guzé, I know my daughter has offended you time and time again. This is my fault. I apologize. As she spoke, Jolien bowed to Guzé. I will definitely discipline her strictly in the future. Please forgive me. This apology is quite sincere, but at this point, who doesn't know what Jolien is thinking? It was nothing more than envy for Guzé's skills. If it hadn't been revealed by chance that Guzé had such skills, the two of them would never have had the chance to talk to each other in their lives. And Jolien would never bow and apologize to someone like Guzé. Ms. Zhou, Guzé said calmly, you're late. This has nothing to do with your daughter or you. It's just that I've already agreed to give the nickel hydrogen technology to Yiling's US company. We can actually cooperate. No, the contract between Yiling Xue and I is for exclusive authorization. Gu Zebei's cold words almost blocked the way, but it didn't bother Jolien at all. She knew very well that such business competition happened from time to time and was nothing. Mr. Gu, Jolien said, on behalf of our company, I promise you that as long as you are willing to license your nickel metal hydride battery technology to Tianyu Group, then all subsequent liquidated damages and lawsuits you may face will be fully borne by Tianyu Group. Moreover, I personally promise that your position and benefits will definitely be much better than what Yiling Xue can offer. Guzé was secretly shocked. What a guy, he is determined to poach him at any cost. It seems that the saying is right, technology is the primary productive force, and technology can change life. You're overthinking it. I'm not that greedy. Guzé said, if I give you the technology, I'll have a lot of trouble with Yiling Xue. And after this, I guess no company will dare to hire me. Please go back. Jolien's mind raced as she said, Mr. Guzé, if you don't consider yourself, you should also consider your mother. Although your mother's condition has stabilized thanks to treatment, this type of cancer will always be a burden to you if it's not treated by a professional doctor, right? In addition to the conditions Yiling Xue can offer, as long as you agree to transfer the technology to us, a specialized expert will come to consult with your mother within the hour. Of course, all these expenses will be covered by Tianyu Group. How do you think? To be honest, Guzé was moved. Apart from anything else, the 1 million gift is precious enough. If it is true, you can make a 300% profit by selling it. 3 million is enough for Guzé to achieve financial freedom and live out his life in his hometown. The competition among these big companies is really cruel. If I say that my penalty for breach of contract is as high as 100 million, Jolien will probably grit her teeth and get it for me. Nonsense, after a few decades, they would have made back their costs. Moreover, Jolien also promised Guzé to continue doing something. Experts, authoritative experts. As long as the money is enough, any national talent can be hired. Jolien spent so much money just to get Guzé to transfer the technology to them. Is it really worth doing this? It's worth it. Jolien knows it very well in her heart. Let us not talk about new energy for now, the focus is on Guzé. If there is nickel metal hydride technology, there must be other technologies that can be used. The boy who has never seen the world should be scared silly by now, but unfortunately, Guzé is not such a person. Because he only graduated from high school, he encountered many obstacles. Not to mention finding a good job, some interviewers who wanted to tease him would say, all the receptionists here have bachelor's degrees. Mr. Zhou, you don't have to worry about it. Guzé said with a wry smile, I thank you for your concern for my mother, but I know my mother's condition well. She doesn't need any experts to see her for the time being. Because all the experts who came to see the story had only one conclusion: there was no hope. Zhou Lian became anxious after hearing this and said, "Mr. Guzay, please think about it carefully. I can offer you a salary that is no worse than what Yiling Xue offered you. Tianyu Group is an old brand. The position you can get after joining is higher than mine. Yiling Xue can't give you that much. Or, do you like women like Yiling Xue? That's not a problem. Ms. Zhou," Guzay reminded, "as both of you are women, could you please not use such dirty thoughts to talk about me?" Zhou Lian was speechless for a moment. "The reason I can't grant you authorization is simple. Yiling Xue has already agreed to my request. Now she's working hard to fulfill her promise. How can I just give up on her?" Guzay said, "Besides, with Yiling Xue's character, I don't think she would do such a thing as abandoning the donkey after it has done its work." Having said that, Zhou Lian gritted her teeth and forced a smile. "Mr. Guzay, if Yiling Xue's promise to you is to cure your mother, then I think you should cooperate with us." Guzay was stunned and asked, "Why? Give me a reason." Zhou Lian saw a good opportunity and said, "Mr. Gu, as far as I know, your mother's condition is very serious. Although I don't know how you stabilized her condition, it is definitely not curable with conventional treatments." Guzay frowned. Could it be that these people have found another way to treat cancer? Ahem, Zhou Lian continued, "Cancer cells are the disordered replication of cells. Your mother's illness is very serious, but it's not incurable. There's a material that humans are researching called photodynamic nanomaterials. I suppose you haven't heard of it? Well, let me introduce this nanomaterial. Last night, Zhou Lian received news that nanomaterials appeared in a laboratory. You know, this thing is what the bigwigs in the financial world are paying attention to. It just appeared out of nowhere, and it's another big piece of fat meat. And everyone knows that this thing is not simple. Only large companies have the ability to manufacture such things, and only with this can cancer be cured." While Zhou Lian was beaming with joy, Guzay stood there in a daze. "Photodynamic nanoparticles? Isn't this what I gave Yiling Xue? Damn, Yiling Xue, you're not doing your job well. Didn't I already warn you? Will you be more careful this time? Look at you, you just promised to ensure confidentiality, but now everything is known." "Wait, that's not right." Guzay reacted and realized that the person Zhou Lian was talking about seemed to be himself. Chapter 14, You'd better leave. "Sorry, I forgot, Mr. Guzay, you're an energy major, not a materials major." Zhou Lian coughed and said, "Anyway, as long as you agree to cooperate with our Tianyu group, then our group will bring you this new material, as well as the most advanced medical technology." Guzay looked at her blankly. Zhou Lian thought her sincerity had reached its peak, but Guzay began to waver. "Ms. Zhou." Guzay casually picked up an apple and took a bite. "Do you want to go back and check where this photodynamic nanomaterial came from?" "Of course I checked, it was in Yiling Xue's company." The smile on Zhou Lian's face froze instantly. "Yiling Xue? Why is it Yiling Xue again? Could it be?" "Please go back. You won't get either of these two technologies." Guzay said calmly, "You can take the gifts. I don't need so many good things. Things have come to this point. If Zhou Lian doesn't appreciate it, then there will be no possibility of cooperating with Guzay in the future. Even Yiling Xue probably won't say a single word to her. The relationship between Zhou Sisi and Yiling Xue will also deteriorate beyond repair. This silly girl, usually spoiled and willful, is now great. Such a good boss was missed." However, Zhou Lian still had a glimmer of hope. "Mr. Guzay, you're joking," Zhou Lian said. "Since these things were brought here as gifts, there's no reason to take them back. Consider these things as a greeting gift between Mr. Guzay and me. I believe we'll have another opportunity to cooperate in the near future." After she finished speaking, the strong woman bowed and then led her people away. Before leaving, he even locked the door gently and took the garbage with him. Guzay sighed, "Rich people are still good at handling things." A's. Mother Gu woke up in the room. "What's the noise?" "Mom, it's nothing," Guzay said, "it's just Mr. Ye's partner came to give us a gift, saying it's to deepen our communication." "Oh, you have to be polite. They are more powerful than us. How can we defeat them?" After saying this, Mother Gu fell asleep again. The medicine developed by Guzay is good in every way except that it makes you sleepy after taking it. It's better to be sleepy than to die. Seeing that it was still early and there was no news from Mr. Yi, Guzhe planned to go to the vegetable market to see if there were any nutritional supplements he could buy. But at this moment, his cell phone rang. At a glance, it was Mr. Yi calling. Mr. Yi. Guzhe answered the phone. Just call me Xiao Xue. Yiling Xue was sitting in the office at this moment, looking at the strange beast report with her phone tucked between her legs and coffee in one hand. Guzhe, I really can't believe what you gave me is actually real. This is an excellent photodynamic nanomaterial. You know, even the most advanced scientific academy in America can't produce materials of such high purity. After hearing this, Guzhe laughed inwardly. I thought, how could it not be pure? This is given by the system. The system. If there is even a tiny flaw, then the system product cannot be called a high-quality product. After thinking all this over, Guzhe coughed and said, Bossy, please look at my mother's side. Call me Xiao Xue. Yiling Xue said dissatisfiedly. Xiao Xue. Guzhe coughed, Dear Xiao Xue, do you think this thing can cure my mother's cancer? With a puff, Yiling Xue almost spit out the coffee in her mouth. You are really adaptable. Yiling Xue complained. Does this prove that I'm a real man? Guzhe said proudly. Oh, whose man is that? Yiling Xue asked evilly. The masculinity that Guzhe had just displayed disappeared without a trace. Xiao Xue, just tell me, when will the experts arrive? Guzhe asked. I contacted all the experts I know, Yiling Xue said, placing the report and coffee cup on the table before turning on her computer. Surprisingly, the most authoritative and advanced nanorobot manufacturing industry in this area is right here in China. I sent him a message, but he's keeping it very secret. He's just one step away from receiving a dual academician degree. He's a real talent. To be honest, there have been 45 assassination attempts against him in the past few years. Guzhe was stunned. It was not that he felt so lucky that there was such a great God willing to help him, but if he became so powerful in the future, would he also be assassinated? I haven't even married yet. Then, Xiao Xue, is he willing to come and help? Guzhe asked. He said he's very interested in the new nanomaterial and will come to us in a couple of days after he sorts out some issues, Yiling Xue said. If you're in a hurry, you can send about 500 grams of the nanomaterial over first. He can analyze and manufacture it directly there. Then all we need to do is bring the finished product over. Sure. Guzhe said, don't even mention 500 grams, I can give him 500 kilograms. Yiling Xue was stunned. You actually have so many? Oh, right, there's one more thing you need to think about, Yiling Xue said. Your stuff is too advanced. Now, not only are people from various companies watching, but some people above them seem to have noticed it too. What are they going to do? Guzhe was dumbfounded. It can't be that serious, right? What are you thinking? Yiling Xue snorted. Your nickel hydrogen technology is too eye-catching. After I spread the news of your exclusive authorization, people came to me to discuss cooperation. The main application is in the military industry. The industrial system in this area must be developed with extreme caution. Just the CPU used in fighter jets must be selected from hundreds or thousands of CPUs, and only the best one can be used. Guzhe was not averse to such cooperation. After all, he was still in China. If he cooperated with someone who was untrustworthy, he would probably have no place to stay in the world. Then, how about this cooperation? Guzhe continued to ask. Tomorrow, Yiling Xue said, I will send someone to take care of your mother. Please write down the details, prepare your things, and come to the company today to be ready to greet the superiors. After hearing this, Guzhe agreed repeatedly, then took a pen and paper and wrote down all the details, including how many times a day he should take his medicine, what his mother likes to eat, and when he goes to the toilet. After waiting for a long time, a car came downstairs and a man and a woman got in. The man was the driver and the woman was the professional caregiver hired by Yiling Xue. The kind of professional level care that costs thousands a day. Just like that, Guzhe said a few words to the caregiver and followed the driver to Yiling Xue's company. Chapter 15 Company. It was only when he arrived at Yiling Xue's company that Guzhe realized how powerful Yiling Xue was. Everyone in the 3 levels of the company is organized and there are no mistakes. Moreover, when I got here, I didn't see the kind of plot like in some stupid TV dramas where people look down on country bumpkins. However, he didn't know that Yiling Xue's company was not a perfect company either. There's no plot about looking down on country bumpkins? Just try it. If you weren't 5 feet 8 inches tall and muscular, who would be so polite? Mr. Gu, the driver said, the boss is inside, so I won't go in. Oh, thank you. Gu Zhe nodded. The driver left and Gu Zhe pushed the door open and walked in. Ace, you're here? Yiling Shue held up her coffee cup and smiled. How's it going? My company is pretty good, right? Gu Zhe nodded. A country bumpkin like him had never seen such a luxurious company, so how could he tell the difference between good and bad? But there was one thing he knew. Why not buy the whole building? Gu Zhe asked. This statement actually amused Yiling Shue. Here, where every inch of land is worth a fortune, buying an entire building in this prime location. Do you know how much that would cost? Yiling Shue said with a smile, but now that I have you, I think there will be opportunities in the future. In the future, the more technology Gu Zhe acquires, the more benefits she will gain. By then, in order for business to proceed smoothly, the company will definitely have to expand. By then, the entire building might not be enough. Am I really that valuable? Gu Zhe scratched his cheek. He certainly knew that the technology he had was very valuable. After all, no one or company had yet been able to put nickel hydrogen technology into practical use. Gu Zhe was troubled by the fact that he didn't have the initial capital. Even the banks wouldn't lend him money to conduct experiments, let alone the big bosses who only cared about results and when they would get their money back. Take a look at this report. Yiling Shue handed over a report. This is the treatment plan that the expert designed for your mother. Now we just need to wait for your materials to arrive so we can begin research and development. At that time, we only need to use the machine to scan and determine the approximate distribution of cancer cells, and then inject the robot. After completing its mission, the machine will slowly flow out of the body through blood circulation, without causing any damage to any organs. Gu Zhe didn't think it was anything special at first, but after he took a closer look, he was immediately impressed. You are indeed an expert. You can't do this kind of technology yourself. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. I can do either. Gu Zhe said, after all, I just have the materials. I don't know how to treat it, nor do I know how to make this medical robot. He really didn't know. After all, these were not developed by himself. He was just lucky to have a system. Well, I think it would be best if you patiently wait for half a month, Yiling Shue said. If anything goes wrong with the photodynamic nanomaterials delivered, not only will your goal be delayed, but there's also the possibility of technology leaks. Ah? That expert is coming in person? Gu Zhe was a little surprised when he heard the news. Wasn't it said that this great god was being hunted down? Why did he dare to appear on the street so blatantly? Don't worry about that, Yiling Shue said with a smile. You can stay at the company today and stay with me tonight. We'll talk about other things when the people from above arrive tomorrow. What a joke, you can't wait for the people above you for anything. Suddenly, Gu Zhe realized something was wrong. Xiao Shue, do I live with you? Gu Zhe suspected that he had heard it wrong. It's okay if you want to stay at the company, Yiling Shue said, but the power will be cut off at night, and you won't even have a blanket. You won't do anything weird, will you? Gu Zhe asked. Guess? Yiling Shue crossed her fingers, placed them under her chin, and looked at Gu Zhe with a smile. Gu Zhe could only leave it to fate. Yiling Shue started her day's work here, while at Zhou Cixi's home, Zhou Lian had already explained all this to her superiors. The truth is, our investigation into Gu Zhe's information isn't thorough enough, or perhaps he has a rather large secret. Zhou Lian said, although the cooperation failed, I think we can settle for the next best thing and choose to cooperate with Yiling Shue. While profits will decrease, it's better than being strangled. I'll leave this matter entirely to you. A voice from the higher-ups came over there. If you can truly free Tianyu Group from its dependence on external parties, your promotion won't be out of the question. But if you mess up even this collaboration with Yiling Shue, I will resign on my own. Zhou Lian said solemnly. As long as you understand. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lian sat on the sofa and sighed. Cici, come out, I'm not angry. Zhou Lian said lightly. Zhou Cici, who was terrified, came over. Mom. Zhou Cici muttered. I asked you to look up information today. Have you done so? Do you know how important Gu Zhe's technology is in the domestic new energy market? Zhou Lian asked. Zhou Cixi stubbornly said, then I didn't know he was so amazing. If he already had this kind of technology, why would he be willing to work for a few thousand a month? Wouldn't he have just found a big company to sell the patent to? Zhou Lian sighed and said, you still don't understand it thoroughly. The emergence of a new technology will definitely affect the profitability of the old technology. Those big bosses don't know anything. If they can agree to lend money to Guzay like this, then there must be something fishy. Anyway, next time you see Guzay and Yiling Xue, you must be respectful, understand? Zhou Lian reminded them. If you don't agree to give me what you're going to give me, not only will I suspend your credit card, I'll also have you sent to a construction site to carry bricks. Ah. I don't want it. Zhou Cixi felt very resistant when she thought of that scene. She is a rich girl, spoiled and delicate since childhood, how can she bear such a job? If you don't want to carry bricks, just follow my instructions. Zhou Lian said helplessly. As for Zhou Cixi, although she agreed to her mother on the surface, she was still blaming Guzay in private, asking why he was so outstanding that even her mother liked him. Damn Guzay, you called me a landmine girl, and you're a landmine man. Zhou Cixi was in the room, looking at Yiling Xue's circle of friends, pointing at the stinky man and cursing. Chapter 16, Stinky Brother. In Yiling Xue's company, Guzay sat in the office, playing games on his mobile phone board. After all, the press conference on nickel hydrogen technology and photodynamic nanomaterials and the researchers had not arrived yet, and it would take time for the higher-ups to send people over. Guzay had no way to give Yiling Xue any practical help in her work. I have a question. Yiling Xue asked while handling official business, what did you do before? Do you not do it anymore? Me? Guzay looked at the failed display on his phone and put it away. I do everything. I repair phones and computers, and I deliver food. Later, I discovered that design, especially those rare professional design fields like circuit design or graphic design, were more profitable, so I asked people to introduce me to these jobs. I helped them correct the design flaws online, and they paid me. My reputation gradually grew, and I didn't have to worry about money anymore. But I also had to take care of my mother, so I didn't save much. Yiling Xue nodded, then printed a document from the printer and gave it to Guzay. What is this? Guzay was confused. Remember the analysis of your electric bike earlier? Yiling Xue said with a smile. Those people in the technical department wanted to replicate it and came up with a few designs. While they're close, they still can't solve the power issue. Can you take a look? I'm not your employee yet. Guzay was a little reluctant. Help me so that some of your important things won't be lost. Yiling Xue threatened directly. Guzay had no choice but to pick up a pen and start making changes and drawing on the design. Yiling Xue sat on the side and watched him work. Guzay was very focused, as if he would ignore the surrounding environment once he entered the working state. His hands were also very quick, and he checked and corrected the errors very quickly. If Guzay is given some time to grow up, Yiling Xue believes that even without the so-called experts, he can make what he wants. Your designers can be retrained one by one. Guzay checked it again and decided to draw a new one himself. Although this modified version is not unusable, its efficiency is still too low. However, when we say we need to draw a new one, we actually just use the drawing given by the system. Yiling Xue just watched and gradually became absorbed. Then, suddenly, the office door was violently pushed open. Tear. Guzay left nothing behind and the entire drawing was torn up. Who is it? Yiling Xue looked up and frowned. Xiao Xue, who is this? The visitor couldn't help but feel angry when he saw the bastard Guzay sitting with his Xiao Xue. I told you I was going to have dinner with you today, and this is how you treat me? You ignored me? And you're playing this kind of game with this man in the office? What play? Yiling Xue stood up and demanded sharply, Wu Haotian, please don't impose your dirty thoughts on everyone, okay? Mr. Guzay is the chief technician hired by our company. I just want to see how he works. Oh? Chief technician? Let me see how powerful this chief technician is. He can bewitch you, Yiling Xue. It would have been fine if Yiling Xue didn't explain, but now that she explained, Wu Haotian felt like he was being fooled. He went straight up and wanted to pull Guzay up and beat him up. But, he rushed over to pull up Guzay, and when he stood up, he realized, oh my god, why is this guy like this? This guy must be 1.8 meters tall. Brother, what's your name? Wu Haotian instantly became intimidated. Gu Zhe. Gu Zhe blinked, feeling strange. Didn't Yi Lingxue tell you everything just now? Why are you still asking? Wu Haotian coughed and then packed some clothes for Gu Zhe. Xiaoxue, why didn't you tell me earlier? Look, the flood almost washed away the Dragon King temple, didn't it? Wu Haotian said, but even if you couldn't get away for something, you should have told me. How would I know you couldn't attend the family dinner if you didn't tell me? Isn't that right, Brother Gu? Family dinner? Gu Zhe was stunned. It turns out you are still a family? Yi Lingxue had a headache, and the dancer waved her hand. This is Wu Haotian, Yi Lingxue said, he's my cousin. Today is my great-grandmother's 90th birthday. I couldn't go because I had something else to do. But I should have told my uncle that I'll be waiting for someone from above to arrive in the next 2 days. My great-grandmother should know about this too, right? The scene was completely silent. To use Yi Lingxue's later words to illustrate, every family has its own problems. The Zhou family has Zhou Sisi, a silly girl who worships foreigners and fawns on them, and the Wu family has Wu Haotian, a hot-blooded but brainless man. In the evening, Wu Haotian and Gu Zhe entered Yi Lingxue's residence one after another. Oh, I told you Brother Gu is a genius. Wu Haotian boasted. I never thought Brother Gu was the inventor of nickel hydrogen technology and photodynamic nanomaterials. Brother Gu, do you know what the bounty on you is right now? Reward? Gu Zhe, who was holding vegetables in his hand, was stunned. Why is there a reward? I'm not a criminal, so why would a bounty hunter come after me? Those big families are going crazy, wanting to know about you all over the world. Yi Lingxue put down her 2 pairs of slippers, walked in, took off her coat and put it on the hanger. Come in and sit down. I'll go prepare the ingredients. I'll help. Gu Zhe said, put on his shoes and went to the kitchen. Yi Lingxue couldn't stop it even if she wanted to. Wu Haotian came over with a frivolous look. Sister, am I disturbing your good time? Yi Lingxue looked at Wu Haotian with anger in her eyes. She lowered her voice and said word by word, now that you know, why don't you get out of here? Wu Haotian curled his lips and said, I'm not leaving. I can give you the nickel hydrogen technology without any problem. My family is still waiting for the optical nanomaterials. Wu Haotian, Wu family. A family of doctors for generations, his father is an important figure in the Chinese medical community. As long as Wu Haotian can get this nanomaterial back, winning a Nobel Prize in medicine will not be a problem at all. Yi Lingxue, who had originally planned how to cultivate her relationship with Gu Zhe, now wanted to strangle this villain to death. What's wrong with you? Why are you standing at the door? Gu Zhe poked his head out of the kitchen. Xiaoxue, come here for a moment. There are some things in your kitchen that I don't know how to use. Oh, here I come. Yi Lingxue trotted towards the kitchen. Wu Haotian couldn't stop laughing in the background. This is so intimate, it seems like my sister is not a fool. Look. Xiaoxue. If it weren't for Yi Lingxue's murderous gaze, Wu Haotian would have fooled Gu Zhe. Hey, what are you cooking? Why does it smell so good? Wu Haotian made up an excuse and ran to the kitchen happily. Chapter 17 The Wu Family's Trouble. After having a fairly sumptuous dinner, Yi Lingxue went to wash the dishes, while Wu Haotian, acting like a familiar person, started chatting with Gu Zhe. Wow, Brother Gu, you are amazing. If you go to university for further studies, won't you become an academician sooner or later? Wu Haotian praised. He really admired Gu Zhe for being able to take care of his mother and survive under such circumstances, and he actually invented nickel hydrogen batteries by self-study, the kind that can be used in electric vehicles. I'm far behind you guys. Gu Zhe said lightly. Children of large families are born to be the endpoint of someone else's life. If Gu Zhe didn't have the system, he wouldn't even have the chance to have dinner with Yi Lingxue. He would just run around and live just for the sake of living, wasting a lot of time, and it would be too late to make up for it. Brother, I'll organize a cocktail party someday. Wu Haotian patted his chest and said, my eldest brother, Gu Zhe. A well-known figure. Let those uneducated people see for themselves. Don't, Gu Zhe shook his head, Boss Yi and I are just acquaintances, and we have a cooperative relationship. Hey, brother, you're still pretending to be innocent? Wu Haotian smiled mysteriously, can't you see what my sister means to you? Meaning? What does it mean? Is that what you mean? Gu Zhe said, I don't know what your sister means, But it's not what I mean, it must be something very dangerous. What are you talking about? Yi Lingxue sat aside and asked. Nothing. Wu Haotian became obedient instantly. Knowing that her cousin hadn't kept his fart in his mouth well, Yi Lingxue didn't bother to ask. However, she understood that Wu Haotian must be trying to win over Guzei. You'd better be careful, Yi Lingxue said. Haotian's family specializes in the medical business. In addition to medical service equipment, they also have the most advanced research equipment in the country. If your materials are taken away, you won't even have anywhere to cry. Sister, how can you say that? Wu Haotian and Guzei put their arms around each other's shoulders. Brother Guzei and I are as close as brothers. Brother Guzei is my dearest friend. I have to pay more, right? Guzei complained. Oh, right. Bah. That's not right. Wu Haotian was taken inside and hurriedly explained, it's true that my family is in the medical industry, but I'm sincere to you, big brother. Who wants to hit me as soon as we meet? Guzei asked a soul-searching question. Who knew you were so tall? What did you eat? Wu Haotian complained. Playing around is fun, but the technology in Guzei's hands must not be leaked to the outside world. This is the common rule of this pair of cousins. Speaking of this, Guzei talked about Zhou Lian bringing people to give him gifts. After hearing this, Yi Lingxue pondered for a moment. Sure. Yi Lingxue said, if I use your technology, then the bulk of the profits will still be with us. And we can also charge a little more money. Isn't Zhou Cece your best friend? Guzei was a little surprised. That girl has probably been taught a lesson by her mother by now, and she wouldn't dare to talk to me like that anymore. Yi Lingxue said with certainty. Best friends are the ones who know best. By the way, brother, Wu Haotian didn't mind Guzei's identity at all, and smiled. Do you have any good things? Show them off to me. Dark matter. Guzei said seriously. Don't joke. Wu Haotian said. You were the one who joked first. Guzei rolled his eyes at him. Can we just talk about our own technology to others? What is certain now is that Guzei and Yi Lingxue have cooperated, but they have not yet said that they will cooperate with the Wu family. Haotian, Yi Lingxue said, as long as you can ensure that Guzei's interests are not harmed, then I think your Wu family can also share in the benefits of this photodynamic nanomaterial. Don't worry, I will kill anyone who dares to take Brother Gu's cake. Wu Haotian said with a smile. Guzei sighed and said, it's up to you guys. I can't get involved in this kind of research anyway. At this moment. System mission released, help Wu Haotian's family overcome difficulties. System reward, ultra-high temperature resistant materials and manufacturing methods. Difficulties? What difficulties could Wu Haotian face? The key is this reward, super high temperature resistance? Isn't this material urgently needed for fighter jets and certain large-scale projects? You know, the biggest difficulty in those fruits of human wisdom is high temperature resistant materials. Otherwise, the engine will melt immediately after the machine starts flying for a short time. Wu Haotian. Guzei asked, you were so attentive, is there something wrong at home? When Wu Haotian heard this, his smiling face turned cold. He said awkwardly, Brother Gu, was I that obvious? Guzei nodded. Then, Wu Haotian sighed and began to explain. I see. Let me cut to the chase. Wu Haotian said, Brother Gu, what do you think is the most important thing for a hospital? Doctor? Guzei replied. Wrong, it's the equipment. Wu Haotian said, my family's hospital has no shortage of equipment, but the emergence of these photodynamic nanomaterials has changed the interests within the medical system. Simply put, the medical financial market has experienced drastic fluctuations due to the emergence of photodynamic nanomaterials. Whoever masters this thing first can make money and even take a far leading position in this competition. Even if the Wu family's hospital doesn't want to get involved, it will be dragged in. Otherwise, the Wu family will have no share of this cake in the future. Grandma's birthday, you're not going for this, are you? Yi Lingxue was a little surprised. Sister, there's no need for me to lie to you. Wu Haotian said, I know you know a lot of people, and my dad couldn't bring himself to do it, so he asked me to do it. Who knew you actually had something so important to do? If he had known that the technicians hired by Yi Lingxue were so capable, Wu Haotian would have come directly to Yi Lingxue's company. So, what do you want to do with the nanomaterials? Guzay asked, besides cancer, is there anything else you need them for? Brother, do you not understand or are you pretending not to understand? Wu Haotian said, let me ask you, does a rocket only need a thruster to launch? That's not right, right? It also requires fuel, sealing technology, and advanced fuel extraction technology. Even chemical rocket launches require cutting gunpowder. In other words, the Wu family is interested in Guzay, a technical R&D personnel. As long as we get Guzay, we can send some people to learn. What other technologies are needed for this photodynamic nanomaterial? Wu Haotian didn't know, but he knew that these technologies would widely replace existing medical equipment and treatment methods. As long as they could be used well, the Wu family would be stable. Chapter 18 Huang Lao. Guzay thought about it for a while and felt that there was nothing wrong with cooperating with the Wu family. It's mainly a system task. He really wants this super high temperature resistant material. I can give it to you. Guzay nodded, but I have a request. Wu Haotian was delighted when he heard this and immediately said, brother, don't mention just one, I'll agree to all 100. It's not that exaggerated, Guzay smiled bitterly. I can explain nanomaterials to your technicians, but I don't know how to apply them. They have to figure it out on their own. After all, Guzay is not an all-round scholar, and what he learns most is about energy. Don't worry. Wu Haotian nodded. I definitely won't keep you that busy, big brother. Our Wu family's researchers are all top students who have studied for several years. They will definitely understand. In this way, Guzay would have nothing to worry about. However, this alone does not mean that the Wu family is safe now. Guzay needs to wait and see what happens next. It was late at night, Yiling Shue fell asleep, while Guzay and Wu Haotian each wrapped themselves in a blanket and fell asleep in the living room. Two idiots. Yiling Shue complained and closed her eyes. It was a brand new day. Yiling Shue drove Guzay to the company. When I got on the elevator, a bunch of people rushed in. Seeing such a beautiful woman like Yiling Shue squeezed in the corner of the elevator, Guzay squeezed over and stood in front of Yiling Shue. Others who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity lost interest when they saw Guzay's tall and strong figure. When they reached the corresponding floor, Yiling Shue and Guzay came out. Do you have to go through this every day? Guzay asked. They have the will but not the guts, Yiling Shue snorted. Every year, there are many people who propose to me, but I know that if I really agree to them, then I will lose this huge company. Girls, especially pretty ones, will most likely be pressured into getting married by their families unless they have excellent grades and strong abilities. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many broken families. By the way, Guzay asked, you were dressed so nicely in the cafe that day. Were you waiting for someone? Yiling Shue stopped, turned around and looked at Guzay, and said with a smile, guess? I guess you must have gone on a blind date with a guy who's not as handsome as me. Guzay said confidently. You guessed right. Yiling Shue nodded. Ha? Is this true? Guzay was stunned. When they arrived at the office, Yiling Shue turned on the computer and stretched. Go and make me a cup of coffee. Yiling Shue said. I don't know how to make coffee, said Guzay. The coffee is black coffee powder, instant. Yiling Shue said with a chuckle. It seems that this coffee is just a tool to refresh Yiling Shue. After a while, Yiling Shue held the coffee with super strong black coffee powder in her hand. The CEO took a sip and praised, it would be a shame if you didn't become a barista. Stop teasing me. Guzay sighed, can you tell me now? Who are you going on a blind date with? What? Are you jealous? No, I'm just curious about how ugly the guy is that you actually accepted the blind date. Yiling Shue had the thought of beating Guzay to death, but she quickly suppressed it. This was Guzay's plan. Although this guy didn't dislike him, he didn't like him either. What he wanted was for him not to have any thoughts about him. Yiling Shue sorted out her thoughts, sighed, and said, that person is the CEO of the Tesla China division. Ah? Guzay was stunned. He went on a blind date with you? People like him must have several children, right? Of course I don't like people like that. Yiling Shue said with a chuckle, so, I just had someone send a message to his wife abroad, and he rushed back in a hurry. Guzay nodded. So that's it, dual citizenship. What about Joe Cece? She's just here to watch the fun. That's right, that landmine girl couldn't make such a thorough plan. Are you going to enter the new energy industry in the future? Automobiles and so on? Gu Zhe asked. Of course, Yi Lingxue said. The world is facing many problems right now. Since new energy is something that some bigwigs are touting, wouldn't it be a real slap in their faces if we could just show them the real thing? Aren't you afraid that I'm trying to trick you? In fact, I don't have that many skills? Gu Zhe reminded. I believe you. Yi Lingxue narrowed her eyes and smiled. You ate the sourest lemon just to supplement your vitamins. But you left all the expensive strawberries for your aunt. A man like you deserves respect and trust. Gu Zhe didn't expect that he would be so trusted by others. Just as the two were talking, the office door rang. Come in. Squeak. A middle-aged man with a serious expression walked in from outside. Who is Gu Zhe? Asked the middle-aged man. It's me. Gu Zhe said when he saw someone wanted to see him. The middle-aged man looked at Gu Zhe and frowned. Then, he asked Yi Lingxue, Mr. Yi, are you sure you didn't find the wrong person? How could such a young boy be a researcher of nickel hydrogen technology? And even realize that he has actually put it into practical use? Yi Lingxue nodded and said, Don't worry, Mr. Huang. This is the inventor of nickel hydrogen technology. I have seen his achievements with my own eyes and have personally tested them. Yi Lingxue introduced Gu Zhe, this is Senior Engineer Huang. His main specialty is... have you heard of electromagnetic guns? Electromagnetic gun. Gu Zhe's eyes changed when he looked at Mr. Huang. This was a product that previously only existed in science fiction movies, and even America, where this thing was filmed, had not developed it. But it happened that these unbelieving Chinese researchers came up with it. Could it be that Mr. Huang was it? Well, I'm just the project leader. The research is done by the young guys. Old Mr. Huang laughed and looked at Gu Zhe again. He was a soldier and was still in good health at the age of 70 or 80, but when he stood in front of Gu Zhe, he looked like a little kid. Okay. Old Master Huang laughed. Heroes are born young. China's future is bright with young talents like you. Especially for a kid like you, it would be a shame if you didn't join the army. Gu Zhe chuckled and said, I went there during the conscription. I was injured and was rejected. Mr. Huang nodded and said, Okay, now that we've finished the pleasantries, let's get straight to the point. Gu Zhe, what I'm about to say is confidential. You are not allowed to leak it. Chapter 19 Xin Chang. After all, they were working in that field, so it was fine for them to keep this information to themselves. But if it got leaked... Yi Lingxue gave a wink and all those who came to join in the fun went out. Xiaogu, you know that China's energy technology, especially lithium battery technology, is highly dependent on foreign imports, said Engineer Huang. Your nickel metal hydride technology has broken the Western monopoly on us, but, the technology used in electric vehicles can't be applied to military products. I want to know clearly, can your technology increase the power of the electromagnetic cannon by 1.5 times? Mr. Huang asked with a slight smile. Gu Zhe took a deep breath and did a simple mental calculation of the military products that might require this technology. After a rough calculation. I don't know. Gu Zhe said. Yi Lingxue and Mr. Huang who were present were stunned. They didn't know? How come you don't know this? You're the developer of this technology. Don't look at me like that. Gu Zhe said, how could I possibly get involved in something like military industry? I'm not a weapons professional. Besides, the electromagnetic cannons and other weapons you built don't use new materials. My nanomaterials can be used in this type of weapon, as well as the electromagnetic gun's transmission lines, control terminals, and so on. Even the entire ship carrying it needs to be considered. Just let me calculate whether. Mr. Huang slapped his head and thought, yeah, how could I have forgotten about this? Then how much new material do you have? Mr. Huang asked anxiously. Seeing this, Yi Lingxue hurriedly said, Mr. Huang, the materials in Gu Zhe's hands are to be used to make medical robots. Besides, his identity is sensitive now. If he suddenly appears and disappears like this, it is inevitable that people will be suspicious. Apart from anything else, the nickel hydrogen technology alone is enough for some people to hype it up. What kind of Chinese conspiracy, what kind of secrets, just tell us everything that certain people have done. Only then did Mr. Huang realize that he was a little anxious. Then, can I take a look at this technology? Asked Mr. Huang. My company will hold a press conference in the next 2 days, Yi Lingxue said. Mr. Huang, you can send a few people to work in my company to participate in the research and development of nickel hydrogen technology and new materials. Civilian level and military level are definitely not at the same level. Everyone discussed it for a long time, and only after Mr. Huang had figured it out did they leave. And that expert secretly came to the reception desk of Yi Lingxue's company. When Yi Lingxue took Gu Zhe to see him, Gu Zhe was told not to talk nonsense. People in all walks of life in China like to rank people based on seniority. And this guy used his real skills to pin the old senior to the ground. Pushing open the door, a young man with thick-framed glasses and gray hair sat inside. Are you here? The young man put down the book in his hand, stood up, walked towards Gu Zhe, and extended his hand. You must be Mr. Gu. I heard from Xiaoxue that you have a lot of new materials. My research is in need of such materials. Gu Zhe was a little confused, then asked, what's your hair like? Oh, this is the aftermath of a minor experimental accident. The young man chuckled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xin Qing, and I graduated from Yanjing Medical University in China. Currently, unemployed. I understand. Gu Zhe showed an expression of I understand you. Can you tell me what the accident was? 2 years ago, Xin Chang was still studying for a master's degree. Originally, there was nothing wrong with his research project. As long as he waited for the results to come out, he would be able to graduate successfully. But his mentor, in order to seize the results, he destroyed Xin Chang's experimental equipment regardless of the laboratory rules and procedures. During the rescue process, the medicine sprayed all over Xin Chang. That experiment was half successful, Xin Ching said. Later, I asked the principal of my alma mater to examine me. He said that my cell activity had increased by 2 times, which allowed me to maintain a youthful appearance. But the price is that my body can't withstand long-term exposure to sunlight. Your body can't absorb melanin? Gu Zhe was a little surprised. Xin Chang nodded. It seems that staying young and energetic is good, but who can be sure that this kind of mixed cell mutation has no disadvantages? Gu Zhe felt a bit complicated. The black technology given by the system contained gene repair drugs, but wasn't it a bit unreasonable to take it out now? They already have energy and materials, and they're also entering the medical field? That doesn't make sense, does it? Ha? That's not right? Aren't you a researcher of medical robots? Why were you sprayed with the potion? Gu Zhe asked. What I was doing before was cultivating artificial skin. Xin Qing said awkwardly, I originally wanted to make something to submit for my paper, but my advisor was a little anxious, and an accident happened in the lab while I was trying to save it. Later on, it is unknown what this guy did. I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Xin Qing chuckled, where are the materials? Where's the report? Yi Lingxue gave the remaining 5 grams of photodynamic nanomaterials to Xin Qing, along with a tablet for office use. Xin Chang took the tablet and looked at it carefully, then looked at the glass box in his hand. That's all? Xin Chang was dumbfounded. Brother Gu, do you have a method for manufacturing it? If so, I'll go back and arrange production right away. No need to bother. Gu Zhe said with a smile, how much do you need? At least 500 grams. Considering the loss, we need 1 kilogram to ensure the quality. Xin Qing said softly, and then Gu Zhe took out a cube from somewhere. What is this? This is the photodynamic nanomaterial you asked for. Gu Zhe said with a chuckle, the one I gave Xiaoxue was disassembled, but this one isn't too finely divided. It weighs about 2 kilograms, right? How do I use this? Xin Chang took it and asked. Gu Zhe said nothing, took out another piece and broke it with great force. Click. This piece broke into 2 pieces. But ha ha ha. Xin Chang laughed. Brother Gu, you're so funny. I never thought the material that the whole world is in trouble with and has no research and development direction is actually like this. Don't worry, I'll go back and study it for 2 days, or at most a week, and your mother's illness will definitely be cured. Gu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at Xin Chang's face, whose eyes had faded a little, he felt a little bit reluctant. But now, saying in front of Yi Lingxue that he has a way to cure Xin Chang is indeed a bit dangerous. Xin Chang, why don't you stay for dinner? Yi Lingxue suggested. No. Xin Chang shook his head. Time is tight and the task is heavy. I have to go back quickly. Chapter 20 Technology Licensing. The big man was dressed in black and drove back with the precious materials. Is it reliable? Gu Zhe couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. I don't know about others, but he's definitely fine. Yi Lingxue stretched. After Xinqing got into trouble, his mentor wanted to suppress the matter. But it backfired and Xinqing got to know a big shot. What big shot? Don't worry about it. Anyway, that person gave him enough money for medical treatment and guaranteed him the right to open a research institute. Those older researchers who were drawing salaries without working are going crazy. Yi Lingxue said with emotion, he is also a genius who is almost ruined. After talking about Xinqing, Gu Zhe still needs to make some preparations. Gu Zhe, I need to explain something to you, Yi Lingxue said. I've already done what I promised you. The press conference for nickel hydrogen technology will be held tomorrow. I hope you can answer the reporters' questions properly then. Don't worry. Gu Zhe said, I can't say anything else, but I'm most familiar with this aspect. It was just a briefing on nickel metal hydride technology, not a life or death situation. It would be a miracle if something unexpected could happen. Yi Lingxue nodded and then sighed. What's wrong? Gu Zhe didn't understand. What was going on? Remember that Tesla's CEO I told you about? Yi Lingxue said, I agreed to that man's blind date request out of helplessness. His parent company is a world leader in new energy. If my company wants to survive, I have to seek their advice. Even if they have your nickel metal hydride technology as their trump card, they will definitely resort to all kinds of slander to protect their own interests. Unless the nickel hydrogen technology is transferred to them, then Yi Lingxue can still have some leftovers to eat. Although Yi Lingxue seems to be quite powerful in China, she is just a small fry compared to those wealthy people abroad. If you couldn't pose a threat to them, they wouldn't be so anxious, said Gu Zhe. Yi Lingxue nodded. In fact, the CEO was just a representative of this region. After Gu Zhe's nickel hydrogen technology appeared, Tesla sent someone to conduct an investigation. When they learned that this technology had reached an exclusive licensing agreement with Yi Lingxue's energy company, they were furious. But this is China, their influence cannot extend that far, so they can only watch helplessly. But this does not mean that they have no way to attack nickel hydrogen technology. Mr. Yi, Gu Zhe said seriously, can I ask, after the release of this new energy, what is our first step? Of course, it's about developing new products. I plan to produce a small electric car and collaborate with Wuling Motors to develop a model with longer range and faster charging, Yi Lingxue said. The first batch of cars will be targeted at girls who like cute styles. What's wrong with that? Wuling Car Factory, then this technology is guaranteed. Even though they are criticized for being cheap and only producing vans, there is no other manufacturer in the world that can sell such cheap vehicles. Even if other countries can produce these parts, they will still be uncompetitive if costs cannot be controlled. Besides, all Yi Lingxue needed to pay was the nickel metal hydride battery. Modifying the battery compartment according to Gu Zhe's design was not a difficult task. Ahem, Mr. Yi, it's like this. Gu Zhe repeated his thoughts. Yi Lingxue can get the electric car business, but can the battery technology with shorter battery life be licensed to others? For example, Yi Lingxue's best friend, Zhou Cixi? I didn't intend to take all this cake for myself, Yi Lingxue said. The entire Chinese market is too big. It's unrealistic for my family to want to take over such a big cake. If Ms. Zhou Lian is willing to be an agent, that's not impossible. Besides, that silly girl Zhou Cixi even helped people count the money after being sold. It's simply wishful thinking to expect her to be sensible. In other words, Yi Lingxue didn't care much about Zhou Cixi's affairs. So? Gu Zhe asked tentatively. As long as Zhou Cixi comes to apologize to me and you, I can sign this agreement with Zhou Lian. Anyway, you only need to provide technical guidance and authorization. Yi Lingxue said. Gu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Gu Zhe said, if you two can't be best friends because of my quarrel, I will be very upset. Yi Lingxue burst out laughing and said, Gu Zhe, I really don't understand whether you are serious or you like to play pranks. If you were really serious, you wouldn't have no feelings for me. Ahem, Mr. Yi, please respect yourself. Gu Zhe spoke righteously, with great righteousness, and resolutely, took a step back. Yi Lingxue was speechless. Are you serious about taking a half step back? What's wrong with me? Yiling Xue, who was still angry, walked towards Guzhe with a smile. Guzhe retreated and sat down on the sofa without paying attention. It feels good to have a beautiful woman in my arms. As the atmosphere became more and more ambiguous, the door opened. Zhou Sisi cautiously poked her head out. 3 people looked at each other, some were embarrassed, some were regretful, and some suspected that their reputation was going to be ruined. Sorry to bother you, please continue. Zhou Sisi tactfully went out and closed the door. Come back. Yiling Xue strode over, grabbed Zhou Sisi's ear, and pulled the girl in. Ouch, Xiao Xue, let go. It hurts. Zhou Sisi was about to cry. You know, Yiling Xue has never treated her like this before. It's all because of that bad guy Guzhe. Zhou Sisi was sitting on one side of the sofa, Guzhe was sitting on the other side, and Yiling Xue was sitting on the boss chair. Let me guess, it was Aunt Lian who asked you to come over. Yiling Xue said, tell me, what's the matter? Xiao Xue, Zhou Sisi said timidly, can you give my family the next level agency for this nickel metal hydride technology? If my mother can't get this agency, she really won't be able to keep her job. Yiling Xue frowned and said, the person you should be asking about shouldn't be me, but him. Guzhe coughed and said nothing. Guzhe. Zhou Sisi made up her mind, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have scolded you like that. Please let me go. Where's the sincerity? Guzhe asked, feeling a little amused. Well, do you need a girlfriend? If you do, Zhou Sisi said incoherently. Chapter 21 Quantum Satellite. Zhou Sisi. Yiling Xue's eyes seemed to be able to kill. The girl whose name was called shuddered all over and was scared to death. Xiao Xue, I know I was wrong. Zhou Sisi covered her head. She doesn't want to be scolded by her mother again when she gets home. As for Guzhe, seeing that things here were almost done and Yiling Xue's office was a bit noisy, he went to find a quiet place to organize the materials. This guy is so handsome, there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, people chase him wherever he goes. System mission release, host, please go to the laboratory and use the supercomputer to build a quantum satellite model that China can currently afford. Mission reward, mastery of combat techniques. Fight? Guzhe was stunned when he saw the news. What did this mean? Why did he give him this thing? You know, modern martial arts and so-called fighting techniques all require a degree. Exceeding this limit would constitute murder, and the purpose of fighting skills is to kill the enemy who poses a threat to you as quickly as possible. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. It is impossible to legally obtain firearms within the territory of China, so the fighting skills are already quite good. However, Guzhe was a little curious, why was it a quantum satellite? China's quantum technology is now at the forefront of the world. Wouldn't it be too advanced for us to make a quantum satellite? However, since the system has asked for it, Guzhe has no reason to refuse. After all, his brain is now valuable. Many people want his skills, but there are also many people who want Guzhe dead. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Guzhe answered the phone. Where have you been? Yiling Xue asked, can't I do research at the company? Seeing his sisters flirting in the office, a hot-blooded man, can't help it, Guzhe complained in his heart. I'm going to the lab to get some things. I'll sort out the information and send it to you on the way. Guzhe said, if you have nothing else, I'll hang up first. We'll meet again in the evening. Before Yiling Xue could say anything, Guzhe hurriedly hung up the phone and took a taxi to another community. The system gave him more than one laboratory. If one of them was discovered, he would have a place to hide. Yiling Xue was not angry when the call was hung up, but the intelligence dealer who had been cooperating with her in buying and selling intelligence was unwilling to take her orders this time, especially Guzhe's. Is there something fishy about the guy you asked me to investigate? What kind of defense system is this? I was almost infiltrated. If I hadn't retreated in time, I'd be in jail now. The hacker said in frustration, I won't investigate Guzhe's information for you anymore. There are 2 pieces of information that are certain now. First, he definitely possesses more technology than just materials and energy. Second, he's dangerous. The hacker investigated Guzhe's life experiences in the past few years. Although it seemed ordinary, some abnormalities could be seen if you looked closely. For example, his family has no money but can maintain Gu's mother's medical condition, and Guzhe's excuse of doing odd jobs also has big problems. Who could be this proficient with computers? A high school student who didn't go to college because he had to take care of his mother? Thank you for your hard work. Yiling sighed, the commission will be transferred to your account later. We don't need to contact each other for the time being. I have to go out and hide for a few months, the hacker said. Give me more money, princess. 200,000, shut up. Yiling snorted and hung up the phone. Guze, Guze, how many more surprises can you bring? Yiling stood in front of the office window, looking at the clouds, and thought so. On the other side, Guze entered the underground floor through the basement and entered the laboratory after passing the blood certification. The moment the light was turned on, Guze was almost scared. There are weapons piled up inside. And they are all very advanced weapons. Damn, I almost forgot about the military technology stored in this place. I haven't come here often because I haven't mastered the skills in this area. Guze breathed a sigh of relief and snapped his fingers. The intelligence system automatically collected all the weapons. Guze walked to the supercomputer and entered the password. The big screen lit up. Military industry system activated. Welcome to use it. After skipping the boot animation, Guze screened satellites from the huge database. There was no need to hide the things given by the system from Guze, saying that certain conditions had to be met before they could be used. Anyway, the database is here, and you can't build it unless your overall technological strength is improved. So there is no need to worry about leaks. This massive database needs to be built bit by bit, just like building a house. If the bottom is unstable, problems will arise on top. Screen out the satellite types. Guze pulled a swivel chair, sat on it, and gave the order. Already positioned in the satellite weapon category. Preferred, giant satellite city-states, built around a star. Stop. Guze hurriedly stopped. I don't need this thing. Let me think. Oh, right. Matching China's technological capabilities, select a satellite model that's most likely to be built by existing technical personnel within 6 months. Include detailed information. The computer worked for a while and then gave out a file. Quantum communication satellite, the lowest level application of quantum technology. It has faster transmission efficiency and longer transmission distance than ordinary communication satellites. That's it. Guze took out a USB drive and plugged it into the computer. The supercomputer automatically copied the file. After getting this system reward issued, close combat skill mastery has been loaded. After hearing this, Guze was a little excited. He looked at the target hanging on the wall, picked up a knife, and threw it hard. Bump! The knife was inserted steadily into the wall. It will take several years to master this. By the way, there is one more thing to deal with. Guze said as he started to operate the computer again, organizing the relevant information on nickel hydrogen technology. To be honest, this technology is nothing in the system's rewards. Others include technology for transmitting energy through space and controlled nuclear fusion technology. If taking out those things would not put Guze himself in danger, Guze would probably have taken them out to study himself. After finishing his work, Guze walked out of the laboratory. After thinking carefully, he took a stun gun from the armory for self-defense. The system gave a lot of rewards, but the skills. If it weren't for something going to happen, Guze believed that such skills would not be given. You know, some people will not allow others' technology to ride on their heads even if it means heavy losses. Chapter 22, Chase. It was still early when we walked out of the base. Gurgle. Guze held his stomach and sighed helplessly. I checked the balance on my phone and found that there was still a lot of money that Yiling had given me before. Let me call my mom first. She should have just woken up at this time. The call was connected quickly. Hello? Ace, where did you hire this nanny? Gu's mother said with some complaints, where can we get the money to hire a nanny? You should save your money for your future marriage. Don't worry, Mom, Guze laughed, these people are arranged for you by my boss. I'm busy working away from home lately, so there's no one to take care of you at home, right? As for you, just eat and take medicine on time. There will be someone to serve you when you get up and do anything. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me immediately. That's it. After hanging up the phone, Guze put away his phone. If my memory serves me right, there seems to be a very delicious beef soup restaurant nearby. However, they are located in a small alley, and you really can't see them if you don't pay attention. After leaving the community, I reached the pedestrian street, turned a corner, and arrived at the destination. At this time, many people gathered behind Guzay. Guzay didn't dodge, but turned around and looked at the people in front of him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Just walk, why turn around? Do you think you're cool by blocking the middle of the road? The yellow-haired man who led the group pretended nothing had happened and said arrogantly in front of Guzay. Oh, how dare I? Guzay laughed. I just suddenly remembered that the gas in my house seems to be not turned off. I have to go back to check. As he spoke, Guzay walked towards the crowd. The kidnappers were stunned. What the hell? We're kidnapping people. Shouldn't you just move forward? Oh, it's so troublesome to have a bad memory. If there were surveillance cameras at home, I could check it out. Look, there are 10 or 8 cameras in such a short distance on this street. Guzay thoughtfully pointed out the cameras installed at the door of the vendor. Yellow-haired man with a dark face. Hey, buddy, let me tell you, there are a lot of idle people around here who break the law and live a carefree life. Guzay said with a chuckle, I heard that some cameras are directly connected to the police's network, so if something happens, they'll be here in a few minutes. The yellow-haired man's face became even darker. It is true that they are gangsters, but they would not go against the Chinese police. What kind of identity and power does this person have? Committing atrocities right under the noses of the authorities? Are you kidding me? Moreover, looking at Guzay, he is 1.8 meters tall, with a sturdy figure and slender thighs. If they really start running, these pot-bellied men behind them won't be able to catch up at all. As he watched Guzay gradually walk away, Huang Mao hardened his heart and shouted, Everyone, come at me. Be careful not to kill him. When Guzay heard this, he ran away. A group of people were chasing Guzay from behind, taking out batons and steel bars. They looked like they wanted to beat Guzay to death. The vendors around all stuck their heads out to take a look, then quickly closed the doors and windows, and then called the police, saying that someone was chasing a young man and asked them to come quickly. As for Guzay, although he has fighting skills, these are not the skills of a god of war. Damn it, dozens of people are chasing me. An assassin fighting alone in a teen battle, what a joke. A group of people chased Guzay across the road, and all the cars along the way were forced to stop. The police quickly locked onto the movements of these people and soon a police car drove over. Chase. Just catch Guzay. Hurry. The yellow-haired man looked at Guzay fiercely, wishing he could break Guzay's legs. Did I provoke you? Guzay was almost exhausted. What was going on? Who did I provoke? But, it's a coincidence. Mr. Huang. Guzay looked at the old man getting off the car and immediately greeted him. Oh, Brother Gu, huh? Mr. Huang was also stunned. What was going on with that dark group of people behind him? Mr. Huang, help! These people want to kill me! Guzay shouted. Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang's face changed and he stepped forward to separate the two sides. The yellow-haired man was panting, staring at the old man and angrily said, You damn old man. Get out of here. This matter today has nothing to do with you. If you dare to interfere, I'll kill you. Kill me? Who was Mr. Huang? He was a key protected person by the military. How could a random thug dare to threaten Mr. Huang? Mr. Huang snorted and waved his hand. Bang! A gunshot rang out, echoing through the sky. Don't move! Hold your head and squat down. This roar scared the gangsters in front to death. They immediately ran in another direction. But the guard following Mr. Huang was at least a soldier. If he saw someone running away, he would shoot the gangster's leg through with a bang. Put down the weapon. Hold your head and squat down. Put your hands on your head. Quick! Or I'll kill you. 3 guards stepped forward, and with 3 guns they immediately took control of the situation. The police came over and were also stunned when they saw this scene. These gangsters are really brave. They hit a wall. Seeing that all the gangsters were taken away, Guzay breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Gu, what's wrong with you? Engineer Huang asked. It's only been a while since we last met, and you're being chased by so many people? What happened? Mr. Huang, I don't know either. Guzay sighed, I just went to find a computer to process some documents, and then wanted to find a place to eat. But before I even entered the restaurant, I saw this group of people surrounding me. Huang Gong pondered for a moment, then said, Brother Gu, this is not the place to talk. I haven't eaten yet, so why don't you come with me? Is it okay? Gu Zhe scratched his head, will it cause you any trouble? It's okay. Huang Gong said with a smile, let's not talk about anything else. Although there are many people in China and even around the world who dare to kill me, those who dare to do so are either dead or thrown into prison. Is the electromagnetic gun technology really that important? Or is Mr. Huang himself also a hero? However, Gu Zhe could guess what the reason was for this incident. The Chinese have many fine traditions, but their hearts are also quite sinister. These people will do anything for money, let alone kill a stranger. It seems those who covet NIMH technology are getting really anxious. Since they can't get the technology, they're going to kill the people who created it? How would that benefit you? The car started again, and the three guards took Gu Zhe and Mr. Huang to a 5-star hotel. Mr. Huang placed the recipe in front of Gu Zhe with a smile. Chapter 23 I have black technology. Brother Gu, come here and order whatever you want, said Mr. Huang. It was Gu Zhe's first time in such a place, so he felt a little restrained, especially when the three muscular guards were present. He didn't dare to speak carelessly. Little did they know that these guards were also on guard against Gu Zhe. This kid is over 1.8 meters tall, and they really can't hold him down. Gu Zhe simply opened the recipe. Damn, it's so expensive, Gu Zhe exclaimed. The waiters were speechless. How can you eat in a 5-star hotel without money? This is high-end food, this is elegant food. Do you know? This guy must be a fool, recognizing a powerful grandfather. Don't worry, Mr. Huang said, I'll pay for it. Well, let's have a couple of pork elbows. They're quite filling and the price is acceptable, Gu Zhe said. The guards looked at each other and felt like cursing. It's fine for you, a young and strong kid, to eat such greasy food, but what about Mr. Huang? How many years does Mr. Huang have left? Should he eat pork elbow with you? My old bones can't eat such delicious food. Mr. Huang took the menu with a smile, let me order. Soon, the table was full of food. There were 3 guards, 2 sitting on Gu Zhe's left and right, and 1 sitting near the door. This is because he is afraid that he will run away. Brother Gu, let's eat and talk at the same time. Engineer Huang took the first bite of his chopsticks. Those people will probably be detained for a few days after interrogation, but they will be released after that period of time. So many people were chasing me, and you released me after just a few days? Gu Zhe was stunned. Alas, Mr. Huang sighed. These hooligans know that collecting evidence becomes difficult when there are too many of them. They don't even need to give a coherent statement. As long as they say they're debt collectors, there's no way to investigate further. Gu Zhe nodded, then took a bite of his elbow. How does it taste? Mr. Huang asked with a smile. It smells so good, Gu Zhe said with a chuckle. Engineer Huang nodded and said, as long as it suits your taste. Back then, I only had the chance to enjoy such delicious food when the project made significant progress. Now that I'm old, I miss the taste even more. As a result, I have high blood pressure and high blood lipids, and everything else has happened. Gu Zhe took another bite and said, Mr. Huang, do you believe me? What? As long as you give me 2 years, I can make you young again. Brother Gu, this is no joke. Engineer Huang suddenly said seriously, even with all the advanced modern science, we can't do this. How can you do it in 2 years? Naturally, other people also thought that Gu Zhe was bragging. After all, things like rejuvenation were only things that existed in myths, right? Mr. Huang, I'm not kidding. Gu Zhe put down his chopsticks and took a sip of water. Human aging is determined by DNA and genes. When people are young, they recover quickly from injuries, but they become weaker as they get older. There's a reason for this. There's a repair substance in the human body, and as we age, the secretion of this repair substance naturally decreases, and naturally, we age. In simple terms, the body enters the scrapping process. You are also interested in this? Mr. Huang was a little surprised. I saw it in a scientific magazine. Gu Zhe said disapprovingly, this substance is naturally produced by the human body, but it's not impossible to synthesize it. Just give me some time to study it, and hey, we can achieve immortality. It's just that. At this point, Guzay laughed bitterly. If he lives for a long time, there's a high probability that he will go crazy, so it's better not to use this kind of drug on non-essential personnel. Ha, my requirements are not high. As long as I can eat and drink without any obstacles, that's enough. Mr. Huang said cheerfully. That's easy. Guzay said, just take some Chinese medicine to nourish your body. My mother relied on Chinese medicine to keep her condition from getting worse. I almost died from exhaustion for this medicine. Mr. Huang nodded. So it was Chinese medicine. After chatting for a while, the few of them finished most of the food on the table. Brother Gu, I've already submitted the nickel metal hydride battery technology and nanomaterials technology you mentioned earlier, Engineer Huang said. But whether you'll be able to apply for a practical application is still uncertain. After all, we're still in the process of exploring weapons like electromagnetic cannons. I understand. Guzay nodded. After all, he saved my old man, so I should give him some face. What I mean is this. Engineer Huang coughed. Do you have any other skills? If so, give me a copy of the information. I'll take it back and tell those people so they can give you the green light. Guzay was delighted when he heard this. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Mr. Huang, I really do have it. Guzay said mysteriously, I wonder what Mr. Huang thinks about quantum computers. Quantum computer? Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang's face changed drastically. If ordinary people mention this thing, they could use quantum mechanics to explain it, but if Guzay mentioned this thing? Then there was a high probability that he really knew this thing. Currently, China's quantum computer development is leading the world. You can't say that you are better than Chinese scientists, right? In such a short time? Mr. Huang was puzzled. Guzay chuckled, handed the USB drive to Mr. Huang, and said, take this thing back and show it to someone who knows the business. Then you'll know if I understand it. Mr. Huang was stunned. It turned out that this guy had been prepared for a long time. But why is this USB drive so heavy? Forget it. There are people here monitoring Guzay's every move. If there is any problem, we can talk about it later. After the meal, Mr. Huang and Guzay said goodbye. Brother Gu, call me when you have time, Engineer Huang said, I'll take you to see the military's cutting-edge technology. Ha, I will definitely go if I have the chance. Guzay smiled bitterly. Black technology? Compared to what the system provides, it's nothing more than a bunch of children's toys. But it's a pity that just the technical announcement of nickel hydrogen batteries has caused such a big trouble. Who on earth wanted to kill me and even sent so many people here? Just when Guzay was racking his brains for the answer, a Japanese executive inside the New Century Energy Company angrily smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. Useless. They are all useless. Didn't you say that as long as we pay enough money, we can find someone to capture Guzay? Yamagami Ida said, not only did we fail to capture Guzay this time, we also nearly exposed the company. If we are really caught by the Chinese side, we will all be in trouble. New Century Energy's main business is energy technology, and Guzay's appearance is a threat to them. Chapter 24 Returning Home. Ever since he was being chased, Guzay would look here and there when crossing the road whenever he came out of the hotel, for fear that a truck would rush out and send him to another world. But fortunately, it seems that the assassination attempt against me is just an isolated case. No. I mean, how could someone be so foolish as to hire these thugs to kill him? Shouldn't they have waited until after dark? They'd murdered so many people in broad daylight, it would have been hard for the police to ignore them. But who exactly wants to kill me? Guzay couldn't figure this out. Yilingshua's technology conference hadn't even started yet, but someone else's cake had already been taken away? It shouldn't be that serious, right? As soon as Guzay arrived at the company, he saw Yilingshua pacing back and forth in the company lobby. Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Guzay asked. Seeing Guzay return safely, Yilingshua was so excited that tears came to her eyes. Rushed up and gave Guzay a bear hug. Before Guzay could react, she checked Guzay everywhere. What are you doing? Are you investigating the mistress? Guzay quickly pushed Yilingshua away. Bullshit, mistress. Are you hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yilingshua asked with concern. Guzay shook his head. Now, Yilingshua felt relieved. You're such a fool. How can you walk on that kind of road alone? Yilingshua complained. How could I be wrong if I wanted to drink a bowl of beef soup? Gu Zhe said innocently. How did you know this? Yi Lingxue shook her hair, wiped her tears, and said, Of course I have my own methods. Ouch, this isn't the place to talk. Although this is Yi Lingxue's company, this is the employee's office area, so confidential matters naturally cannot be discussed here. But the office might not be safe either. So, Yi Lingxue drove the car and forcibly took Gu Zhe to her residence. They are robbing a good boy. Gu Zhe said helplessly and angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Lingxue snorted, pouring a glass of water and placing it in front of Gu Zhe. Are you a serious man? You didn't make a move last night, and now you're being coy again. Gu Zhe curled his lips, picked up the water cup, gulped down 2 sips, and said, Tell me, what's going on? By the process of elimination, we know that the reason why Gu Zhe is being hunted now is because of the new energy technology, and there is no way to escape it. It's not clear at the moment, Yi Lingxue said. I only learned about your pursuit from the police. You're lucky to have run into Mr. Huang. The security around him is quite high. Gu Zhe nodded. He had a deep understanding of this matter. With 3 soldier kings protecting him closely, his fighting skills were of no use. I called several large companies in our country, and they all said that although they were preparing to suppress us, they did not hire anyone to kill us, said Yi Lingxue. No? Gu Zhe was stunned. How is this possible? Could it be that those people saw that I was rich and that's why so many people rushed up to rob me? Yi Lingxue looked at Gu Zhe without saying a word. Although Gu Zhe is quite handsome, he is wearing cheap clothes and driving an electric scooter when he goes out for a blind date. What kind of person is so blind as to rob him? Robbery is a serious crime and you want to be released from prison for at least 7 or 8 years. My initial suspicion is that it's a foreign company, Yi Lingxue said. But those companies are very secretive. Even the most sophisticated hackers in the country can't track their location. Furthermore, almost all of their data is paper-based, so there's no way to track it online. Hacker? You hired a hacker? Gu Zhe was stunned. My computer was hacked a few days ago. Was it you who did it? Ahem. Yi Lingxue tilted her head and looked at Gu Zhe. This expression looks like he is calling for an explanation. Hey. Yi Lingxue acted cute. Gu Zhe. Okay, you win. Don't blame me. I just wanted to get some specific information about you, Yi Lingxue said. And your technology is quite impressive. You actually used artificial intelligence to protect your computer and almost prevented the hacker from infiltrating it. Get to the point. Gu Zhe said. The most suspicious one is New Century Energy Company, said Yi Lingxue. New Century? Isn't that a Japanese company? What do these little guys want to do? Gu Zhe asked unhappily. Yi Lingxue got up and went to the safe in the room and took out a document. Looking at her squatting down, Gu Zhe just glanced at her and then looked away. Don't look at it too much, or you'll get a nosebleed. Yi Lingxue returned and gave the document to Gu Zhe. This was previously released by the Japanese New Century Company, Yi Lingxue said. They were very conservative. This news was not published in the official news, but instead was only released in a small town in Japan. My initial guess is that they just want to open a company in China. This is just a deception. Gu Zhe looked at the information above. New Century Energy will be committed to developing new energy vehicles that are cleaner and more efficient. What kind of transportation do you think they want to develop? Yi Lingxue asked. It's hard to say, Gu Zhe murmured. Clean energy, if it's an internal combustion engine, is hydrogen energy. This thing converts only water and oxygen. But the cost in research and development of hydrogen-powered cars are too difficult. As for the conversion efficiency, currently, even nuclear power plants on Earth are just in the boiling water mode. To create a product like this, they either developed new materials or made a major breakthrough in energy. But all I gave you is battery technology. There is loss in the transmission of electricity during the charging process. Although this is a defect that many scientists are trying hard to overcome, you can't use this as an excuse to assassinate yourself, right? In this case, it would be really unfair for these killers to go to jail. There's been a lot of advertising in Japan these days, Yi Lingxue said. There's even a case of Chinese women going to Japan to grab toilet seats. What do you mean? I think they might want to seize the market that we haven't developed yet, so that they can seize the initiative. An untapped market? Lighter gasket? The previous person who claimed that China couldn't produce ballpoint pen refill steel had already caused a foreign steel company to go bankrupt. I really don't understand what these people are trying to do. Are they going to use this technology on mobile phones, computers, and game consoles? After Gu Zhe said this, Yiling Shui and he were stunned for a moment. This doesn't seem impossible. Chapter 25 Quantum Satellite. It is said that Mr. Huang got on the vehicle returning to his workplace. Mr. Huang had been playing with the USB flash drive that Gu Zhe gave him in the car. Master Huang, the guard said, this item seems a little unusual. Why don't you let me keep it? Mr. Huang shook his head and looked at the USB drive. Overall, it is much larger than the USB flash drive he uses, and it is also very heavy inside. It is more like a hard drive than a USB flash drive. Could it be that Gu Zhe had stuffed a hard drive into his hands? Can the mobile phone read the data on this USB drive? Mr. Huang asked the question and the guard thought about it. A military laptop was found in the car. Mr. Huang handed over the USB flash drive. The guard turned on the computer, entered the password, and then clicked on the USB drive. The rows of folders above are already arranged. Satellite construction materials. The feasibility of quantum technology in communication and confidentiality. How to build ultra-long-distance communication channels. About the treatment and prevention of cosmic rays during the operation of quantum satellites. Quantum satellite? When Engineer Huang heard the word, his expression changed instantly. Is it feasible? The guard looked at the obscure technical terms in the information and felt a little embarrassed. Mr. Huang, we are not quantum physics majors. If you want to know whether this is true, I'm afraid you can only go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The Chinese Academy of Sciences is where China's most advanced scientific and technological forces are located, and many weapons come from this institute. I remember, Mr. Huang, the guard driving ahead said, there seems to be some friction between us and the military and those nerdy people who only care about research. Your identity is not a problem, but if we just go there without saying hello, I'm afraid it will be a bit embarrassing for the military. Mr. Huang is not a scientific researcher, his identity is still in the Chinese army. What are you afraid of? Engineer Huang snorted. Quantum satellites, if this thing is real, then our country's scientific and technological level will be raised to more than one level. As for those people from the National Academy of Sciences? Unless that person comes, even their president will have to give me face. Book a ticket. I want to go to the National Academy of Sciences. Yes. Without saying a word, the guards collected the computer and drove quickly towards the airport. As for Gu Zhe, after getting out of Yi Lingshue's car, he clicked his tongue twice. Xiaoxue, when this technology really develops, do you want to convert your car to electric power? Gu Zhe asked with a chuckle, I promise that with my personal modification, your car's power will not be slower than that of a vehicle equipped with an internal combustion engine. No thanks. Yi Lingxue snorted. I'll pick you up here tomorrow morning. Remember to keep your phone on. I'll contact you at any time. Also, be safe. Well, thank you. Gu Zhe nodded. Then, Yi Lingxue drove away. Alas, I've asked for so much money before I even started working. I have to work hard to pay off the debt. Gu Zhe sighed and turned to enter the community. After going upstairs, Gu Zhe opened the door. After opening the door, the nurse hired by Yi Lingxue saw Gu Zhe and stood up to greet him. Mr. Gu, the nurse said, we have strictly followed the instructions you left behind to care for your mother, but it seems the medicine is a little insufficient. What do you think? It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. Gu Zhe said, come back tomorrow, you can go back and rest tonight. Yes. After the nurse answered this, he packed up his things and left. A's. Mother Gu said calmly while lying on the bed, how long do you think I can live? Mom, can you please stop talking nonsense? Gu Zhe said dissatisfiedly, you are only middle-aged now, and there is a long way to go. I don't want to not see you every holiday after I get married. Alas, if you can get married, I will die with peace of mind. Mother Gu laughed, how are you getting along with Xiaoxue? That's great. We help each other. I will go to help her with work tomorrow. Gu Zhe said. That's good, that's good. Mother Gu said and fell asleep. Ever since his mother took that medicine, she has been in this state. Although it has been systematically tested and found to be harmless to the human body, Gu Zhe is still very worried. What if he fails to control the dosage well? After checking the medicine reserves, I found that there were only 3 pills left from the preparations I had made previously. That is a day and a half's supply. In desperation, Gu Zhe went to the kitchen. There are a lot of medicinal herbs in the refrigerator's freezer. In an inconspicuous corner of the cupboard there is a casserole and utensils for pounding herbs. These are the props and materials for alchemy. Gu Zhe already knew the process by heart and could complete these operations in the kitchen with his eyes closed. The medicine is boiled several times until only 1/3 of the water is left, then the medicine and the liquid are poured into the basin. Next, use a garlic crusher to crush the garlic, or use a juicer or something like that to crush it. Then, take out some flour, fry it, sprinkle it with oil and flour, and mix it with the medicinal soup. While the raw materials are still warm, quickly crush some root-like medicinal herbs into powder. Then, wearing gloves, roll the medicine into balls, coat them with powder and wrap them one by one with plastic wrap. After everything is done, put all the meatballs away and freeze them in the refrigerator overnight. After doing all this, Gu Zhe sat on the sofa in the living room and looked at the balance on his mobile phone. He wanted to sell the things given by the system many times, but considering the troubles that would follow, he gave up. Fortunately, the killers only found me and did not cause trouble for my mother. If they really dared to do this. There was a hint of murderous intent in Gu Zhe's eyes. Boom boom boom. Who is it? Gu Zhe asked. Brother Gu, it's me. Wu Haotian's voice came over. What does Wu Haotian want from me now? Gu Zhe opened the door for him. The young master of Shamat stood at the door and posed, saying, Brother, we're playing landlord and need 1 player. Do you want to join us? If you have something to say, just say it. Gu Zhe said impatiently. Hee, just kidding. Brother Gu, you look so nervous. Wu Haotian walked into the house and said, Brother Gu, I know something happened to your mother. I brought you some newly developed auxiliary medicines at home. Wu Haotian said this, and took out a few boxes of medicine from inside his clothes. He added mysteriously, Brother, these are all confidential. You must not tell anyone. Gu Zhe looked at the medicine in his hand and the system automatically began to analyze it. Cancer cell inhibitory drugs are very expensive. Chapter 26 Dispute. Isn't this thing cheap? Gu Zhe asked. Wu Haotian chuckled and said, No way. It's just difficult to research and develop. Do you know bioengineering? Medical bioengineering. There are some mysterious species in the ocean that are very difficult to catch, but their blood has very good effects. This project involves artificially synthesizing their blood to create medicine. This is a unique method in my family. Isn't it amazing? This technology alone is enough to make Wu Haotian's family rich. But it is obvious that a hospital cannot only treat one disease. Brother Gu, you see I've been so nice to you, can you give me some little things so I can report back? Wu Haotian said pitifully. Hearing him say this, Gu Zhe felt much more at ease. Fortunately, it was a simple exchange of interests, and nothing deeper was involved. He gave me the medicine, and I gave him some technology, which was fair. What's wrong? Gu Zhe put the medicine in the freezer and said, Did those people on your board of directors put pressure on you? Yeah, Wu Haotian sighed and sat down on the sofa, especially those old stubborn ones who were willing to eat people without leaving any bones behind. If it weren't for this technology developed by my grandfather, they would have split up long ago. You know Academician Wu, right? He was my idol. It's a pity he's passed away, otherwise I would have taken him as my teacher. A medical scholar from China, specializing in liver tumors. Stop being a nagging woman. Gu Zhe snorted and said, Come, I'll get you a little gadget. When you go back, show it to your family. Tell them that if they still want this kind of technology, they'll just listen to you and wait for your news. When Wu Haotian heard that he could really get Gu Zhe's technical products, he immediately stood up excitedly. However, he also knew that Gu Zhe's mother was in a serious condition, so he remained quiet. Gu Zhe entered the room and took out a box. This thing was originally intended as insurance, but it would be nice to give it to Wu Haotian as a gift. What Gu Zhe took out was a large band-aid. Ah? Brother, you just give me this? Wu Haotian felt a little unbelievable. You, Gu Zhe, the ruthless man who single-handedly turned the domestic and international energy and materials markets upside down, are giving gifts like this? Who would believe this? What? Don't you believe this is a good thing? Gu Zhe chuckled. Ah. Isn't this just a band-aid? Wu Haotian was puzzled. What does this mean? Then, his hand was grabbed by Gu Zhe, who held a paper cutter in his hand and made a click. Ouch. Wu Haotian felt pain. Brother, what are you doing? His arm was bleeding profusely and Wu Haotian was grimacing in pain. Gu Zhe was not in a hurry. He took out the alcohol cotton to disinfect Wu Haotian first, then put a large band-aid on his wound and tore it off. Wu Haotian was grinning at first, but gradually he felt strange. What was going on? I saw that the place that was originally bleeding was covered by a large area of transparent substance. This is? Do you know about transistors? Gu Zhe yawned. Electrons can only pass in one direction. This band-aid uses similar technology. The covered skin can remain active to prevent necrosis, and it contains powerful analgesics and hemostatics. Even if a hemophiliac uses this, it can last more than 10 hours until they see a doctor for treatment. Wu Haotian immediately understood. With this, doesn't it mean that the patient's postoperative infection can be almost ignored? If you make a zipper opening, not only will it be painful for the patient to open and close it, but there is also the possibility of infection. But this thing? You just stick it on. And when you're not using it, you can just tear it off. Isn't something like this a divine weapon? Fuck, Brother Gu, what are you going to do now that you've given me such a precious thing? Wu Haotian couldn't help but feel a little worried. I have more goodies here than you think. Gu Zhe said lightly, can you take them back and report? That's enough, that's enough. Wu Haotian laughed, he was so happy. With this thing, those old things at home will definitely be no problem. This is a groundbreaking technology. Then, Wu Haotian left happily. Gu Zhe continued to pick up the medicine and study it. I can't tell what it is from the ingredient list. I guess it's the medicine used by Wu Haotian's family hospital. Are they conducting human experiments? No, how could that be possible? However, drug trial volunteers do exist. Forget it, it's better to put the medicine aside for now. After a while, Mama's illness will be cured, and then he can relax and do other things. On the other side, Mr. Huang came to the Chinese Academy of Sciences overnight. When the guards arrived at the location, they were greeted only by two doormen. After learning Mr. Huang's identity, the two men did not dare to delay, but to be honest, it was already after get-off work and they were late, so no one would come to help them. This isn't the time when we were studying mushrooms. So, the four of them were assigned to the guest room to wait for the meeting the next day. Master Huang, the guard said, should we consult our superiors first on this matter? Ask for instructions? Why do I need to ask for instructions? Old Huang snorted. Those people up there are making so much noise right now. They don't like me, an old man, at all. Now, there are great differences in China regarding the development of science and technology. Even though quantum technology is leading the world, and the electromagnetic gun technology led by Mr. Huang is also at the forefront of the world, these are all created by some scientific researchers who risked their lives to create them. If the matter of the quantum satellite is reported now, what awaits Engineer Huang is not a construction permit, but notification. Someone will definitely jump out and say that such important technology, the materials used, and the personnel are difficult to allocate, so we must cooperate with foreign scientists. And not only these technologies, even China's space station has to use English to meet these people's expectations. This is outrageous. The guards all knew Mr. Huang's temper. Since Mr. Huang had said so, they could only wait and see. Gurgle. We were in such a hurry to get going that the four of us didn't eat anything. Xiaohu, go buy something. Huang Lao said, just anything will be fine. Eating too much will make it troublesome to get up at night. Okay. Xiaohu walked out. And it was this little tiger who became Mr. Huang's life-saving straw. Chapter 27 Evacuation. Near the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a group of people received the news and organized a group of people to come here overnight. As Mr. Huang said, he is an innovator who leads China's independent technological innovation, but many people learn things that are too old, and they are unwilling to give up their authoritative position, so they oppose this trend. After so many years of development, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has long become the base camp for people like them. Even the dean can't do anything about them. As long as they don't cause trouble, no one will know about the dirty things happening in the academy. Therefore, when Mr. Huang, the enemy, came here in the middle of the night, he was like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Mr. Huang was resting in the guest room when he heard the sound of footsteps outside. The extremely alert guard stood up suddenly. Not good. The guard sighed, Master Huang, let's go. Want to leave? Too late. An old man with a flowery beard kicked the door open and shouted, Engineer Huang, you're so bold. You dare to come to the National Academy of Sciences with such a small group in the middle of the night. Mr. Huang took a dazed look and thought it was someone else. Who was I then? It turned out to be you, Mr. Jack Lee. Huang Gong snorted. As the person in charge of China's electromagnetic cannon, why can't I come here? Mr. Huang, you might fool others with your electromagnetic cannon, but you can't fool me. Mr. Lee said. Even America only shows electromagnetic cannons in science fiction movies, and you've developed one in just a few years. Do you think anyone will believe you at that speed? There's no way a true electromagnetic gun could be invented at this time. It's too weak. Got that? We'd be better off using that money to build a few more missiles, which would be even more of a deterrent. The higher-ups are blind to continue approving you funding. Mr. Lee scanned it and found the USB flash drive on the table. Just as he was about to go up and grab it, he was pushed to the ground by Mr. Huang. Then, Mr. Huang was quick-witted and pulled out the guard's gun, and with 2 clicks, he blew up the USB flash drive. You! Mr. Lee glared, then thought for a moment and snorted, Engineer Huang. Huang Guangwei. Great. Destroying the evidence, huh? If you're not collaborating with the enemy, why are you destroying evidence? Come on, arrest him. Mr. Lee's men were about to take action, and the remaining 2 guards quickly stood in the middle. Let's see who dares to move. Xiaolong snorted. Little tiger, little dragon, little pony. The 3 of them are all Huang Gong's bodyguards. Of course, these are all code names. Even Huang Gong's name is a code name, a virtual identity specially set up by the Chinese country. Well, not only are you collaborating with the enemy in selling out your country, you're also carrying guns and making arrests. And you've even broken into an important research base like the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Mr. Lee laughed. You should be shot straight away. You. Xiaoma was so angry that he wanted to attack him, but was stopped by Mr. Huang. Huang Gong looked at this arrogant fellow, snorted coldly, and said, Mr. Lee, don't think I don't know what you're up to. The information in this USB drive is definitely not something you can touch at your level. When that person comes to me, you'll know you're wrong. Whether it's right or wrong, it's not your fault, it's the rules. Mr. Lee snorted coldly, take him away. Disarm him. The 2 guards dared not say a word and just watched them take away their weapons and communication tools. That's not right. Mr. Lee noticed something was wrong. Where's Xiaohu? Isn't he your personal guard? Mr. Huang remained silent, then suddenly rushed outside, shouting, Xiaohu. Run! Run to find Mr. Zhou. Tell Mr. Zhou to find Guzei. Don't come back. Mr. Lee was furious. He waved his hand and several graduate students went up to cover Mr. Huang's mouth, but that was all they could do. After all, he is Engineer Huang. The electromagnetic gun technology he led has made a major breakthrough. If something goes wrong, the higher-ups will not forgive them. Xiaohu, who had just returned from outside, heard Mr. Huang's call before he even entered the Academy of Sciences. Hey, the guard asked, are you coming in or not? Xiaohu hesitated for a moment, sorry, I went to the wrong door. You're crazy. The guard rolled his eyes at him. How could you walk into the Chinese Academy of Sciences if you went through the wrong door? Are you mentally ill? If you are, get treatment. Stop harming others. Sorry. Xiaohu said, eating the bun and ran away. I can't run away now. If I do, they can always find me by checking the records. By then, the quantum satellite will really have nowhere to go. So, Xiaohu found a homestay. The old lady in charge of collecting money looked at Xiaohu and asked, want a place to stay? Yes. Xiaohu said. 50 per night, 100 deposit. Do you have an ID? The old woman asked. Xiaohu took out his ID card which was needed to carry out the mission. Okay, your last name is Hu, right? The old lady registered him and then took Xiaohu to their accommodation. It was very simple inside, with only a bed and a table and chairs, and no air conditioning. But this is the place Xiaohu needs. He needs a simple place where no one will notice him. Oh, by the way, mother-in-law. Xiaohu said with a chuckle, do you know where you can find that kind of service? The old woman rolled her eyes at the young man and said, $20 for the cleaning fee. There are quite a few girls in the back street. Keep your noise down at night. Hey, I got it. Xiaohu said with a chuckle. After reaching the back street, Xiaohu burned his equipment and threw it into the trash can. Then he changed into flashy clothes, went to the back street, and then went to the KTV. When he came out of the KTV, he was holding his two sisters in his arms. A team of police officers came towards them and frowned at Xiaohu. Hey! Stop! Said the policeman. What's wrong, officer? Xiaohu burped, smelling of alcohol. What are you doing? Where are you from? What were you doing before? When questioned by the police, Xiaohu didn't even need to say anything. The two little sisters started talking. Sir, this is brother Hu, said little sister number 1, he's drunk. Let's take him back to the hotel. Stay? Yes, sir, brother Hu came here to discuss business. It took a lot of effort to reach an agreement. It's a rare opportunity to relax. The policeman looked at Xiaohu with disdain, waved his hand, and told him to get out. Little sisters, if you guys serve me well, I'll give you a tip. Hearing what the boy behind him said, one of the police officers frowned. Boss, are you just going to let him go like that? What else? Are we really going to listen to what that Li guy says? Chapter 28 Press Conference. Gu Zhe didn't know what had happened to Mr. Huang. After making arrangements for his mother early in the morning, he followed Yiling Xue to the company. Ace, you have to work hard today, Yiling Xue said. Whether our company can become a leader in new energy depends on how you perform today. Don't worry. Gu Zhe nodded, as long as they don't deliberately pick a fight, I will answer them fluently. With Gu Zhe's words, Yiling Xue felt much more at ease. Many reporters have come in and are taking pictures of the scene, some are even taking pictures of Gu Zhe and Yiling Xue. Sir, what is your relationship with Mr. Yi? Why are you so close? A gossip reporter who was looking for trouble turned the camera on Yiling Xue and Gu Zhe. Before Gu Zhe could react, Yiling Xue smiled and said, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Gu Zhe, the new technical consultant of our Fengxue company. As for why I'm so close to Mr. Gu, it's naturally because we have a very good relationship. Mr. Gu has a very solid knowledge of countermeasures and certainly deserves my respect. The reporter persisted, saying, but Mr. Yi, this Mr. Gu Zhe is said to have only graduated from high school. Why would you hire someone who hasn't even attended college? First of all, Yiling Xue explained, no one says you can't do research after graduating from high school, right? Also, do I need to explain to anyone what kind of people I recruit? Mr. Gu Zhe has the ability, that's all. The reporter did not give up. Turning to Gu Zhe, he asked, Mr. Gu, how did you invent nickel hydrogen technology? Did you steal research data from certain laboratories? Did you deliberately release the information that was circulated? Yiling Xue was stunned. This question was so poisonous. Where's Gu Zhe? What did Gu Zhe say? As for your question, I can only say. Gu Zhe smiled, I have no comment. These involve commercial secrets. I will answer your questions at the press conference, but only in areas such as nickel metal hydride technology and the application of new materials. I have the right to refuse to answer other questions. Seeing that Gu Zhe was also so careful, the reporter couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. But this is still a press conference of Fengxue Company. Yiling Xue is so powerful that she, a small reporter, cannot shake her. Brother Gu. Wu Haotian trotted over from outside. Today's press conference, come on. That's how you call me brother. Yiling Xue frowned. Anyway, in the future. Ouch. Wu Haotian wanted to say something, but was hit on the head by Yiling Xue. Yiling Xue didn't mention gods or demons, but pointed around and signaled, don't talk nonsense. Brother Gu, you're going to be famous after today's press conference. Wu Haotian quickly changed his tone and said with a chuckle, when you make some money, remember to treat me to a big meal. Gu Zhe nodded. Seeing the cameras leave their bodies, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. After arriving at the backstage, Yiling Xue went to prepare related matters, while Wu Haotian and Gu Zhe were on the second floor of the hall, looking down and chatting. How is it? Guzay said, "The technique I gave you is pretty good, isn't it?" "It's not just good, it's pretty good." Wu Haotian laughed and said, "You have no idea how shocked those old stubborn people were when they saw the thing I brought back. They gave up after just a quick comparison. They didn't even notice that a box of experimental medicine was missing." "Oh, the medicine you gave me is actually an experimental model?" Guzay's eyes changed slightly. Feeling the murderous intent, Wu Haotian hurriedly explained, "Brother, calm down. We are a family from now on, and I will never harm my aunt." In fact, the Wu family's medicine took quite a long time to research and cost more than 1 billion yuan. Such a huge investment has only achieved such a small result. The bottle given to Guzay is a medicine specially supplied to the rich and powerful. "If these medicines cannot be afforded by ordinary people, then they are not medicines," said Guzay. "Brother, I understand what you're saying, but look, pharmaceutical companies also need funding to develop drugs like this, right?" Wu Haotian waved his hand. "There's something about ancient books about why worry about the dust on the shelf and establishing a destiny for heaven and earth, establishing a heart for the people? We're all ordinary people, how can we care about the affairs of saints?" Guzay ignored Wu Haotian and concentrated on looking at the scenery below. Seeing that he couldn't get a conversation started, Wu Haotian thought for a moment and said, "By the way, brother, did you know? The developer of the electromagnetic gun has been arrested." Hearing this, Guzay turned his head suddenly, which scared Wu Haotian. "Caught? Who? How was he caught?" Guzay asked. Wu Haotian coughed and told the story. Someone from the system who was hospitalized in the Wu family's hospital talked about this incident with a smile. It was said that Huang Guangwei had submitted confidential information to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and fearing that the matter would be exposed, he simply destroyed the evidence and prepared to send someone to rescue him. Confidential information? Guzay frowned. This must be the USB flash drive he gave to Mr. Huang. Damn it, who did this? You know, that's the construction data of the quantum satellite. As long as there is a quantum satellite, China's technological level will have a qualitative leap. This satellite can detect more than just subtle things. Those stealth fighters are basically unable to escape. The fifth-generation fighters are completely ineffective. Such a powerful weapon of a great country actually. Brother, don't lose heart. Wu Haotian said, "I also know some inside information. Mr. Huang is a great contributor to our China. Those people will not make things difficult for him. Unless those people don't want to live anymore. You know, this electromagnetic cannon is really powerful. It can penetrate several steel plates in a row. If it can use nickel-hydrogen technology, maybe it can be used for civilian purposes." Guzay nodded. "Ladies and gentlemen." Yiling Xue had already begun her opening remarks, and Guzay briefly regained his composure. After all, no matter how urgent Mr. Huang's matter was, he had to finish the task at hand first. "Oh, Haotian." Guzay copied down a person's number and gave it to Wu Haotian. "You, add this WeChat and say you're my person. Ask about the progress of the equipment manufacturing." Ah. Wu Haotian didn't understand what this was going to do for a moment, so he just agreed and watched Guzay go down to work. He took out his cell phone, added WeChat, and then was stunned. Xin Cheng? Could this be the medical genius Xin Cheng? When did Brother Gu get in touch with this weirdo? The Wu family spent a fortune to dig it up, but they still couldn't find it. Could it be that there was some mysterious deal going on? Chapter 29 Control Group. Inside Xin Cheng's residence, in the laboratory in the basement. Once this genius becomes interested in something, he will lose his appetite and study it tirelessly. But this guy is extremely rational. He eats 3 meals on time, sleeps 8 hours a day, and spends the rest of his time on research. As the special machine starts working, the optical nanomaterials are consumed bit by bit. Looking at the final product, Xin Cheng smiled. He succeeded and developed a medical treatment method using nanotechnology as a guideline for cancer treatment. It's a pity that this thing can't cure my cell mutation. Xin Cheng clenched his fist. Although this cell mutation allows him to maintain his appearance unchanged, he seems to be no different from ordinary people, and even his fair skin and hair look quite ethereal. But only Xin Cheng himself knows that his current condition is a super-exaggerated albinism. The body cannot produce and absorb melanin, which means that he cannot be exposed to sunlight, otherwise his eyes will even risk burning. Someone requested to add you as a friend. Oh? Is that Mr. Gu? Xinsheng put down the work at hand and picked up his mobile phone to look at it. Through the friend request, the other party made a video call directly. Xinsheng answered the call. Hello? Are you Mr. Xinsheng? Wu Haotian on the other side said, Brother Gu asked me to ask you, are the things ready? Brother Gu? It seems this guy has an unusual relationship with Gu Zhe. I've already prepared the things and they can be used anytime. Xinsheng said, Where is Mr. Gu Zhe? Where is he? Brother Gu, wait a moment. As Wu Haotian spoke, he turned the camera and held out his phone to point at the podium below. Regarding the practical application of nickel hydrogen technology, our Fengshui company has made initial progress after a long period of research and development. Gu Zhe spoke eloquently on the stage, responding to reporters' questions and some malicious attacks with ease. Xinsheng didn't say anything. Now that the things have been made, it's time for him to go and treat Gu Zhe's mother. After exporting the data files for manufacturing medical devices based on photodynamic nanomaterials, Xinsheng packed the required materials and walked out of the basement. I walked out the door and pressed a button, and the passage to the basement slowly closed. It's not that he is cautious, but he has experienced too many things, so he has to be on guard against people with ulterior motives. On the other side, Gu Zhe's speech continued. Originally, this speech should have been over by now, but there were always people who jumped out to belittle Gu Zhe. Mr. Gu Zhe, a man in a suit stood up, we all understand the nickel metal hydride battery technology you mentioned. But how can you guarantee that this battery won't fail? If it's used in a vehicle and catches fire for various reasons, wouldn't that pose a huge risk? Also, according to you, batteries built with nickel metal hydride technology have a greater reserve of power. If an accident occurs, will it cause greater additional damage? Gu Zhe was originally planning to give his closing remarks, but was interrupted by this and became a little confused. Sir, I can answer your question. But I've already said it before, Gu Zhe said. This NIMH technology press conference is only about introducing NIMH technology. We still need to do further research on its practical application. No, Mr. Gu Zhe, the middle-aged man sneered, safety factor is the top priority. Batteries produced by new energy companies are very safe. Yi Lingxue frowned. The people in this company are so brave. Oh? Then what do you want to express? Gu Zhe asked with interest. Mr. Gu Zhe, you're only focused on developing new technologies, but you've neglected safety. This is irresponsible to our users. The middle-aged man said. You should follow New Century Energy's lead. Otherwise, even if your technology is controlled nuclear fusion, it's all in vain if you can't guarantee safety. Sir, I want to correct you on one point. Since it is controlled nuclear fusion, the safety issue must have been resolved. Gu Zhe said lightly. This time, the middle-aged man made a fool of himself. Mr. Gu, please don't avoid the problem. The middle-aged man said calmly. I'm not avoiding the issue. Gu Zhe was puzzled. I've already explained the safety issues in today's speech. Major car companies and technical staff are studying the stability issues. And what you said is very one-sided. With the current human technology, it is impossible for lithium batteries to be without any risks. Even so, these people still didn't believe what Gu Zhe said. However, just to kill those people who come out to cause trouble, Gu Zhe prepared a little trick. He gave Yi Lingxue a look, and the latter understood. Then, 2 employees carried 2 batteries onto the platform. Moreover, since the specifications of these 2 batteries are the same, they are just wrapped in white paper, so it is impossible to tell which company they are made from. Everyone was puzzled. What was this for? Everyone, Gu Zhe said, patting the batteries. One of these 2 batteries is an experimental product from our Fengshui company, and the other is a product from the New Century Energy company that the questioner mentioned. The 2 are identical in specifications and size, except that ours can be fully charged faster and store more electricity. Now, both batteries are fully charged. And I will demonstrate the quality of our company's products in the most straightforward way. As he spoke, Gu Zhe took off his coat, revealing his strong muscles. The reporters in the audience quickly took pictures, and then saw Gu Zhe holding a fire axe. In order to show that the fire axe was not fake, Gu Zhe grabbed the axe with both hands and chopped it towards the table. After a loud bang, a deep mark appeared on the table. Gu Zhe chopped it several times in a row to prove the quality of the axe. Then the table was moved down and 2 people stood by with fire extinguishers. The 2 batteries were placed on the table. Guzay raised the axe and chopped at one of them. Click. In just one moment, sparks appeared. Everyone present smelled a burning smell. Click. Guzay chopped down with another axe. Smoke started coming out of the battery. Another blow from the axe. The entire battery started to burn violently. The people on standby rushed forward to put out the fire. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Mr. Gu, lithium batteries will spontaneously combust when hit hard. This doesn't mean anything." "Yeah, that doesn't mean anything at all." "But..." "Of course I know," Guzay smiled, "the need for a control group is just for comparison. Haven't you ever been to school?" Chapter 30 Surgery. Control group. It is often used in scientific experiments to help researchers see obvious changes. The other battery is also a lithium battery, but no one knows whether it is from Fengshui technology or new energy. Guzay swung the axe and the battery was smashed open. Then, all the components inside the battery were scattered all over the floor, including the energy storage components inside. Boom! A few small components spontaneously combusted, but were quickly consumed. Uncovering the white paper wrapping the two batteries, the first one was a new energy battery, and the second one was designed by Guzay. "Let me introduce you to experiment number 1, Guzay said. "For the sake of convenience, the current setup isn't very sturdy. Once we overcome the issue of accessories exploding, the sturdiness will be increased. This battery will utilize the latest nanotechnology to ensure user safety. Furthermore, in addition to transportation, we will also expand into other industries such as mobile phones, game consoles, and power supplies." There were cheers from people at the scene, not sure if it was a mockery or something else, but none of this could shake the ceiling of Guzay's skills. At least now, no one in China can restrain him. After the speech, many people present wanted to ask Guzay some questions. But how could these reporters' priorities compare to the big bosses? Especially Zhou Cixi, as the representative of the Zhou family, she was the first to cooperate with her best friend. Upon hearing this news, the bosses were naturally restless. This technology could be collaborative. Isn't this the direction of the trend? Isn't this an opportunity? What's that saying? If you stand in the right place, even a pig can fly. The next person to entertain these guests was the boss Yiling Xue. As for Guzay, he was worried about one thing: had Mr. Huang been harmed by anyone? You know, his quantum satellite data is still in his hands. It would be terrible if it was cracked or stolen by someone. By then, the rewards he got from the system could be used against him. Guzay got a headache just thinking about it. "Brother Gu, don't be too nervous." Wu Haotian comforted him. "Although Mr. Huang was indeed arrested, those people definitely don't dare to touch him." "Who are the guards around Mr. Huang?" "They are all top soldiers." "They are top soldiers picked from 100. They must have done enough. Let's just wait and see." Wu Haotian said it simply, but Guzay was still extremely nervous. He didn't care about Mr. Huang's life safety, but he cared about whether his technology had been leaked. If it were leaked and posted online, those foreign spies would be quick to act. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello? Who is this?" Guzay answered the phone and asked in confusion, seeing that it was an unfamiliar number. "Are you Guzay?" The person on the other end asked in a flat tone. "Who is this? Why does he ask me in such an interrogative manner? Who are you?" Guzay asked puzzledly. "With your current authority, you have no right to know my identity." The person on the other end of the phone said coldly, "The information you gave me is damaged. Someone will come to you in a few days to ask for it again. You can add a security code, and the information will eventually be in my hands. I can guarantee that if the information you gave Mr. Huang is true, it will never be leaked. Why should I believe you?" Guzay's temper flared up. "These past 2 days, I've been either being hunted or harassed. Who knows if you're the mastermind behind this?" "That's good vigilance, but it's unnecessary," the person on the other end of the line said. "You'll know when the time comes. Don't call back, you won't get through. Beep. Hang up now." After ending the call, Guzay curled his lips. What the hell is going on? Is riddle telling popular these days? Can't you live without being mysterious? It really is. Grandpa. That thief's son is calling again. "Hello?" Wu Haotian answered the phone. "That's me. What's up?" "Ha? So soon?" Okay, I got it. What's wrong? Gu Zhe was puzzled. Seeing Wu Haotian's expression change, Gu Zhe asked. Brother, it worked. Wu Haotian said with a chuckle. Xin Chang is now rushing here with his results. The meeting place is at my Wu family hospital. After hearing this, Gu Zhe was happy at first, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Seeing Gu Zhe's expression, Wu Haotian hurriedly explained, my hospital has the most advanced technology. We also have nano-cancer treatment technology. Xin Chang's surgery should be possible. After all, they are a medical family and are rich, so having such an advanced operating room is no big deal. Medical equipment is incredibly expensive. A single MRI machine costs millions. In some small Chinese towns, even a special car is dispatched to clear the way for the arrival of an MRI machine, fearing any potential mishaps. Brother, don't worry, Wu Haotian said with a chuckle, although Xin Chang is a freak, his abilities are indeed outstanding. With this, my aunt's illness can be cured. Then, Brother Gu, you can devote yourself to research. Gu Zhe didn't say anything. Mr. Huang was in some danger, but since the person who called him said everything was fine, he didn't need to worry about it. Gu Zhe had a premonition that he would have a lot of troubles in China in the future. Let's go and take my mother to your hospital. Gu Zhe took a deep breath and said. Okay. I'll call a luxury VIP ambulance over right now. Wu Haotian said with a smile. After picking up Gu's mother from Gu Zhe's home, Gu Zhe followed her all the way to the Wu family's hospital. When the staff saw that young Master Wu was the only one who was getting the green light with his internal medical card, they were stunned. Who was this person, and why was he being treated like this by a wealthy young man like Wu Haotian? Xin Chang arrived at the location soon. Before the two sides had time to reminisce, he changed his clothes and personally supervised the nurses and doctors in preparing for the operation. When the lights in the operating room came on, all Gu Zhe could do was wait outside. Brother, have some fruit. Wu Haotian sat next to Gu Zhe and said while picking up a washed apple. But it was obvious that Gu Zhe was not in the mood for that. A man walked over and saw his son handing an apple to someone. He straightened his clothes, walked up to Gu Zhe, and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Gu, can we talk? Gu Zhe raised his head and asked, Who are you? I am the director of this private hospital. I am also Haotian's father, said the middle-aged man. Chapter 31 Operation completed. The director of this hospital? Wu Haotian's father? I'm Wu Tianqi. Haotian's father said, I've seen the thing Mr. Gu gave my son. I just don't know what to do with it. However, Mr. Gu's relative is still undergoing surgery, so I'm sure he's not in the mood to discuss business. I hereby assure you that our hospital will do its utmost to help your relative recover. Although it is a private hospital, Gu Zhe didn't give it to them since they don't charge money. Wu Tianqi is very capable and knows how to act according to Gu Zhe's expression. If other short-sighted people came over, they would probably say directly, You are Gu Zhe, right? Hand over the technology in your hands, otherwise you will bear the consequences. In the operating room, Xin Chang used the medical nanorobot he developed, and guided by instruments, he slowly cleared the cancer cells in Gu's mother's body. The condition is stable, the cancer cells have not spread, and there are even signs of long-term suppression. What drug can do this? Xin Chang looked at the medical records and frowned. It read, Name, Lu Feng, condition, cancerous changes in multiple organs. Conservative treatment recommended. Lu Feng underwent chemotherapy at the beginning, but it was very harmful to her body and the effect was not that good. On the contrary, Lu Feng's condition stabilized after returning home for conservative treatment. It seems that Mr. Gu has something he hasn't told me yet. If this drug could be sold, then Gu Zhe would definitely have a chance to become the world's richest man. Mr. Xin, what should we do next? Asked the assisting doctor. It's done. Xin Chang snorted and put down the medical record. Lu Feng was still sleeping soundly on the operating table. Gu Zhe and his team waited until evening before the door of the operating room opened. Mom! Gu Zhe hurried over, How do you feel? I'm so hungry. Lu Feng looked at her son with a wry smile. After the treatment is finished, I will take my mother out to dinner. Gu Zhe was about to cry. He was finally cured. Although I have the skills, the medical field is so complicated that I can't learn it even if I want to. If I can learn it myself, why would I wait until today to cure my mother's illness? Mr. Gu, you're being disloyal. Xin Cheng came out, took off his surgical gown, and said with a laugh, why didn't you tell me you had good medicine? Good medicine? Oh, Teacher Shin, although the medicine of my Wu family is very powerful, it is not a good medicine. Wu Haotian thought that this medical geek was talking about the bottle of medicine he gave to Guzei. I'm not interested in the stuff your family produces, which is similar to saline solution. Xin Sheng said coldly. This was a real blow to Wu Haotian. Seeing that Guzei didn't seem to be planning to say it, Xin Sheng didn't force him to say it. The research on nanomachines is complete, Xin Sheng said. Next, I can win the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Oh, congratulations. Guzei nodded. Congratulations, the photodynamic material you gave me is the key. Xin Sheng said with a laugh, see you next time. By then, I hope to get a way to treat my body. Guzei hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, I'll try my best. Mutation occurs from generation to generation. It is a low probability event that Xin Sheng, as a normal human being, would become like this, but this is what happened. It was already late, so Wu Haotian asked the nurse to take care of Lu Fan, and he carried Guzei to the dean's office. There was a small bed here for rest, and Wu Haotian put the exhausted Guzei on it. He lay on the desk, watching videos and playing games. Later, when he was tired, he fell asleep sitting on the chair. The next day, Guzei was woken up by the noise. What is going on? When Guzei opened his eyes, he saw a group of doctors over 60 years old in the dean's office, forcing the emperor to abdicate. That's right, forcing the emperor to abdicate. Dean, haven't you got the method for making that tool yet? Dean, you can't be unaware of how valuable that material is, right? If our hospital could use it, the chances of patients getting surgical infections would be significantly reduced. We have to get this technology, even if it's just a license. Dean. And just as they were arguing, there was a loud crash. The doctors turned around and saw Guzei, who looked sleepy. Who are you? Why are you here? Asked an old man. Seeing this, Wu Haotian quickly stood up, coughed twice, and said, Everyone, please be respectful. This is the person who gave you that thing before. Guzei, Brother Gu. Guzei? He's the inventor of that new hemostatic device? Mr. Gu. A doctor pushed Wu Haotian aside, shook Guzei's hand, and said, Name your price. As long as you can sell us that new equipment, we won't bargain. That's right. You can name your price. As long as you're willing to sell this technology to us. Mr. Gu. Mr. Guzei, who had just woken up, was confused. What are you doing? No, why am I here? Suddenly, Guzei remembered, damn, this is a hospital. Damn it, Mom. Guzei stood up suddenly. His 1.8 meter tall and ferocious face really scared many people. Then Guzei rushed out. But in less than a moment, he ran back. Brother Gu? Do you have anything else to do? Wu Haotian was stunned and asked. Where is my mother's ward? Guzei asked. Well, okay, it's true that when we moved Guzei in, we didn't consider the possibility of Guzei waking up. I'll take you there. Wu Haotian ran out quickly. At this moment, the hospital officially started operating, and Lu Fan was still sleeping. After a while of running, the two of them finally arrived at the place. Seeing his mother sleeping in the SVIP ward, Guzei felt much more at ease. But then... Gurgle gurgle. Hearing Guzei's stomach rumbling, Wu Haotian burst out laughing. Brother, why don't we go out and get something to eat first? Wu Haotian suggested, my dad is discussing something with the doctors, so it'll probably take a while. By then we'll have some free time when we get back. Is that material really that important to you? Guzei was puzzled. Isn't it just a more convenient Band-Aid? Band-Aid? Wu Haotian was stunned by these remarks. Only Guzei treated such an epoch-making thing as a Band-Aid. Such materials are currently only used in the medical field, but what if they are used in other areas after careful study? This is a treasure trove. Chapter 32 Go Study. In a wonton shop outside the hospital, Wu Haotian ordered something. Brother, I've asked. Wu Haotian took a bite of the pancake. Aunt's injury is not a problem. She'll be able to get out of bed and walk after a month of recuperation. However, to be on the safe side, it's better to stay in the hospital. Don't worry, my hospital will definitely not charge you any money. Guzei nodded and said nothing. The technology that the Wu family is crazy about is actually a product that expands the application of nanomaterials. Although there is a lot of research on nanomaterials in the world now, this is the first time that it can be used to this extent. After giving you this thing, your position in the family will be consolidated, right? Gu Zhe said while drinking. That's right. Wu Haotian beamed with joy. I can now be said to be the next boss of the board of directors. Then everyone will have to listen to me. The annual dividends will be tens of billions. Gu Zhe was stunned for a moment. He knew that the medical industry made money, but he didn't expect it to be so profitable. Brother, if you are willing to hand over that technology to me, I promise that within a year I can make you one of the top 100 richest people in China. Wu Haotian was full of confidence. Thanks, but it's not necessary. Gu Zhe said lightly. Since Gu Zhe has already said that, Wu Haotian has nothing more to say. I can give you the technology, but taking so many things from your Wu family is not appropriate after all. No reward without merit, so you should be careful with people who give you money for no reason. Brother, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Wu Haotian asked boredly. For a bright and clear world. Gu Zhe even laughed at himself. Just kidding, the main thing is that I don't want this technology to become high-tech and be used by others to make a fortune. You can probably tell that the research and development of this technology is based on the development of new materials. I haven't conducted systematic research in this area yet, and the ones I gave you were completely made with ulterior motives. They're not yet ready for mass production. In order not to expose the existence of the system, Gu Zhe had no choice but to do this. Okay then. Wu Haotian sighed, when you, Brother Gu, have finished your research, we can discuss the issue of technical rights authorization then. Things here have come to an end, and here at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Mr. Huang, Xiaoma, and Xiaolong came out of the Chinese Academy of Sciences again. At this time, the director of the satellite research project came out with a smile and said good things. Brother Huang, Brother Huang. The minister suddenly grabbed Engineer Huang and said, you know, satellite construction benefits both the country and the people. If we have this kind of technology, China's technological level will be greatly improved. Let go. Old Huang, knowing he had trusted the wrong person, looked annoyed and snorted, I told you before, but did you believe me? What do you think this is? A cabbage on the roadside? If it's damaged, you can just buy another one. This is a quantum satellite. That guy didn't show it at all to keep it secret. The only backup is in his hands. I can't do anything. That's right, all the information, except for the one destroyed by Mr. Huang, is only in Gu Zhe's computer. Seeing that such valuable information was about to leave, the minister was naturally reluctant and wanted to leave the things behind reluctantly. However, even if the USB flash drive in Mr. Huang's hand did contain the quantum satellite data, it was now destroyed. It was directly destroyed by Mr. Huang's gun. Engineer Huang. The minister suddenly said in a tough tone, what's with that attitude? It's just a piece of information. Do you know the consequences of not reporting it? Seeing his former friend resorting to such tactics, Engineer Huang was annoyed and furious. He immediately returned the salute and said, Minister. This technology was given to me by an ordinary person. I can only show it to the highest-ranking personnel. You don't have the authority. The minister snorted and turned back into the academy. Xiaohu and the other two continued to drive away with Mr. Huang. In the car, Mr. Huang thought of the glorious past and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Sir, what's wrong? The driver's sudden question brought Engineer Huang back from his reverie. You haven't smiled since leaving the Chinese Academy of Sciences. What happened? Huang Lao snorted, looked out the window, and said, in the past, we all graduated with physics majors. At that time, we had only one thing in mind, which was to make our technology available to the world as soon as possible. But at that time, China was poor and needed manpower everywhere. It's already modern times, and I'm still working on the so-called electromagnetic gun, but he's become the president of the National Academy of Sciences without knowing when. This quantum satellite issue has hit him right in the bud. As the saying goes, destroying someone's wealth is like killing their parents. The dean also planned to use this quantum satellite as an excuse to be reused. After all, there was no name written on it, so whoever registered it first would own it. I'm a little surprised. Why would this incident alarm that person? Xiao Ma was puzzled. Although quantum satellites are rare, almost everyone knows about them. Even if they were real, it probably wouldn't alarm that person, right? You know, that person's identity is not ordinary. Don't overthink it. Engineer Huang sighed. It's a pity that the quantum satellite was born a few days late. Otherwise, if we were alone, I'm afraid the technology would be stolen without us even knowing it. It's better that it's destroyed now, so that it can be delivered directly to that person to avoid being stolen. At this moment, the gentleman called again. Seeing the caller ID, Mr. Huang was puzzled and answered the call. Any instructions? Asked Mr. Huang. You need to make another trip and escort the quantum satellite data directly to Yanjing, the person said. I've received news that quite a few people are already heading there. Some have even started asking me about it. The safest way is for you to learn it and then bring it back. In other words, let Mr. Huang worship Guzhe as his master. In China, where seniority is everything, this is a big taboo. Fortunately, Mr. Huang is not such a pedantic person and agreed immediately. Are we going back to Jilin? Xiaolong asked. Let's go straight to the Magic City. Huang Gong snorted, I don't believe anyone can take this thing away from me this time. Achoo! Guzhe, who was sitting in the ward with his mother, sneezed in confusion. It's such a sunny day, could I be catching a cold? Ace, what's wrong? Lu Fang asked, is your work going well? Mom can handle it, so you can go back to work first. Oh, Mom, I told you my job is easy. Guzhe continued to peel the apple. It's okay. If there's any problem over there, I can solve it. Chapter 33 Technology licensing is a great success. I've been a burden to you all these years. If you could go to college, your work wouldn't be so hard. Lu Fang sighed. Okay, go and do your own thing. I've been lying in bed for so many years. I won't be bored without you. Guzhe smiled bitterly. It had only been a short time and he already started to dislike himself. Needless to say, Mom's meaning was clear. Hurry up and talk to Yiling Xue about your feelings. Stop wasting your time on Mom. The situation on Lu Fang's side was resolved, and Guzhe walked out of the ward. Wu Haotian had been waiting for a long time. This is for you. Guzhe placed a solid-state drive in Wu Haotian's hand. Inside it are the materials and technical documents needed to make that band-aid. No one else in this world can make it except me. Ah? Why this? Wu Haotian scratched his head. Don't we have to start developing this from scratch? Do you think I'm the kind of person who can afford a production line? Guzhe asked helplessly, this is basically a fool's tutorial. You can produce qualified products by following the steps in it. Also, give me your phone. What? Wu Haotian took out his customized X-shaped mobile phone. His phone is not for playing games. It is a customized phone with a communication contract signed with X, and the confidentiality level is very high. Guzhe was also stunned when he looked at the phone and asked, why do you use such a high-end phone? My family business is huge. Wu Haotian said with a chuckle, Xiaoxue uses this model too. The phone alone costs 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Guzhe nodded, then uploaded an application from his mobile phone. Come, fill out the form. Guzhe returned the phone to Wu Haotian. He was puzzled. What was this for? After filling it out, the entire interface changed, leaving only a string of constantly changing numbers. Brother Gu, what is this? Wu Haotian was stunned. I set up a dynamic password that is kept secret. You don't need to ask which server it is connected to. Guzhe said, that disk is a confidential disk. Remember to enter the password every time you use it. Is it okay if you don't have an internet connection? Yes. Wow, this is black technology. Wu Haotian laughed and said, with this, the level of confidentiality of Band-Aid's technology will be directly increased. Even if someone steals the data disk, it will be useless. Band-Aid. Guzhe really wanted to say that it was called nanomaterial hemostatic membrane, but it didn't matter. I still need to go and see how Fengxue Company is doing. It was at this time that Guzhe remembered that he didn't seem to have bought a car. A technician from a big company actually didn't buy a car. If someone with ulterior motives took a picture of him, he would be the subject of a lot of rumors. As the saying goes, it takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. Fengxue Company is currently at its peak, making hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. Let me take you there. Wu Haotian said with a smile. Don't you have to busy yourself with setting up the production line? Guzhe asked. It's okay. 1 or 2 days won't make a difference. Wu Haotian showed the key to his Maybach. When they arrived at the location, Wu Haotian dropped them off and then left, while Gu Zhe went back to the company out of boredom. Technician Gu. A receptionist came over. Boss Yi has instructed that if you come, we will take you to your office. Gu Zhe was stunned. Office? A high school graduate like him who hadn't even gone to college could now work in an office? After arriving there, the receptionist left. Looking around, it was no different from the office of an ordinary big boss, except that there was a high-performance computer on the desk for Gu Zhe to work. After opening it and taking a look, Gu Zhe frowned. The performance of this computer is too bad. Although I am the chief technician, what do I need to do? Dong dong. Come in. Gu Zhe said casually. Yiling Xue walked in. She was so proud of herself at the moment that even her steps seemed so light that if it weren't for gravity, she would have floated into the sky. What are you so happy about? Gu Zhe asked while playing games. You might not believe this, but today's licensing negotiations alone have already reached a sky-high price. Yiling Xue said with a smile, now we're not looking for those energy companies to cooperate, they're begging us to license our technology to them. How much can you earn? Gu Zhe asked. I don't know, but I estimate that after the first quarter's dividends come out, you'll be on the rich list. Yiling Xue said with a smile. However, there is one more thing I want to ask you. Will your nickel hydrogen technology be cracked? Yiling Xue asked after her excitement. When a technology matures and can be mass-produced or even applied, then cracking this technology becomes absolutely possible. It is difficult to go from 0 to 1, but it is easy to go from 1 to 2. That's easy. Gu Zhe said with a laugh, you can apply for a patent for nickel hydrogen technology in my name. International patents last for decades, and our technology has been updated and upgraded during this period. Even if they can copy it, it will be meaningless. This world is not just dominated by lithium batteries. In a certain novel, controlled nuclear fusion was achieved. At that time, there was no shortage of electricity, so there was naturally no need to use chargers or lithium batteries. In the near future, Gu Zhe is confident that he can raise China's technological level to another level. By then, the whole world will be begging Gu Zhe to sell their technology to them. But for now, we still have to take things one step at a time. What phone number? Whose is it? Mr. Huan? Yiling Xue was surprised when she saw the note. Chapter 34 I'll learn from you. Mr. Huang has returned to the Magic City. Gu Zhe and Yiling Xue hurried to greet them. But when they saw Huan Lao, Xiaolong, Xiaohu, and Xioma, their hair had become a mess, their clothes were obviously wrinkled, and there was a strange smell. They hesitated. Is this Mr. Huang? Mr. Huang, what's wrong with you? Gu Zhe asked. With the protection of 3 soldier kings, you won't be tortured even if something unexpected happens, right? Xiaohu scratched his head and said, Brother Gu, this is not the place to talk. Look, can we get together? Reunion? Yiling Xue understood and made a phone call. That night, Gu Zhe accompanied Mr. Huang to the bath center. This bath center is truly luxurious, with private rooms large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people bathing at the same time, as well as a sauna and restaurant. Furthermore, a master with 20 years of experience provides scrubbing and massage services. When they walked out of the bathhouse, Gu Zhe and Mr. Huang were only wrapped in bath towels. Click. Gu Zhe turned on the TV in the box, and a movie was playing on it. Mr. Huang, what happened to you? Did those people torture you? Gu Zhe asked at this time. Don't mention it. After pouring a cup of tea, Engineer Huang sighed. We have a fierce internal struggle. Some people just can't stand others achieving success. This time I went to see the dean to see if the quantum satellite you gave me can be produced, but the result. Oh. Actually, it doesn't matter if you give it to him. Gu Zhe said, I only gave you half of that thing. Half? Mr. Huang was stunned. Yes. Gu Zhe nodded. It's true that I gave you the blueprints and related technologies for the quantum satellite, but it would take the average person at least a year to fully understand them. It would take the combined efforts of talents from all over the world and the continuous investment of the 5 giants to crack them so quickly. If you want to quickly utilize and manufacture quantum satellites, there's basically no other way for you except to ask me for the remaining half. And unless you, Mr. Huang, come to me in person, I won't give it to you. Mr. Huang took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that Guzay was so insidious and had such a trick up his sleeve. If Guzay's technology is really cracked, then this guy will probably be more than just a quantum satellite. What is on Earth is quantum technology, and he is Quantum Technology Pro Max. Since I was arrested this time, someone should have contacted you, right? Asked Mr. Huang. Guzay nodded and asked, who is he? A great man. Huang Gong said with a chuckle, you just need to know that he has no ill will towards you. In fact, most of the foreigners sent to steal nickel hydrogen technology were stopped by him. After hearing this, Guzay suddenly understood. Given the temper of those people in the West, how could they not be envious when they learned that a giant like Guzay appeared in the new energy field? Kidnapping, coercion, bribery, or even assassination, there is nothing they can't do. In that case, then what are you doing back here? Guzay asked in confusion, do you want me to pay you back for that meal? I'm not that stingy, old man, Huang Gong chuckled. The guy above wants me to learn from you for a while. It would be best if you could imprint these techniques in my mind so that I don't have to worry about being targeted by others. Guzay was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Mr. Huang, at such an old age, still liked studying so much. Mr. Huang, you are already old enough. Guzay reminded. Although I'm old, my mind is still very clear. If you judge people based solely on their age, you're totally wrong. Mr. Huang said proudly, as for Xiuhu and the others, they're really not as smart as me. Okay, I agree. Guzay sighed, I'll ask Xiuhu to help me build a special laboratory, where I'll teach you my skills. But let me make it clear in advance, Mr. Huang, how much you can learn is entirely up to you. My skills may not be as good as yours in some areas, so most of the time I can only talk about the theory and technology. You have to take your time to really implement it. I wonder if Mr. Huang can adapt to such high-intensity work. If he can't adapt, he will probably give up, right? All right. Huang Gong chuckled, I'll prove I'm still useful. In ancient times, there was Lian Pa, who at 70 could still eat 10 dough of rice and 10 jin of meat every day. I wouldn't call my age rare, but at least I can still do research. Guzay could only smile alone. In front of this old man, Yilingxue, Wu Haotian, and even Tanyu Group are nothing but trash. However, the old man's field is electromagnetic technology, and what he needs is electromagnetic technology that can be used in military applications. If it is truly developed, I'm afraid it will be condemned by the international community again. And if it is too powerful, it will even be suspected of starting an arms race. No, these are not the key points. The key point is what can I give to the old man? There is no point thinking about these things now. When the old man has almost rested, everyone will come out of the bath center. Guzay said goodbye to Mr. Huang Gong. The higher-ups actually allocated him a house specifically for Guzay. And Yilingxue was also unambiguous. Here you go. Yilingxue handed a house deed and a key to Guzay. Xiaoxue, what is this? Guzay asked, if you want to give the betrothal gift, should I give it to you? Yilingxue didn't understand what was said for a moment. After turning her head, she blushed and kicked Guzay. Her cheeks were puffed up, and it was obvious that she was angry. If you have something to say, just say it. You can't even take a joke, you're so boring. Guzay said, smacking his lips. This is the house assigned to you. Yilingxue snorted, after all, your home address is quite far from the company. I'll give you a house and you don't have to pay it back. Oh, okay. Guzay said with a chuckle. The land price in Shanghai is about 150,000 to 200,000 per square meter, right? That's really rich. I'm going back first. Yilingxue said, if Mr. Huang needs you to do anything, feel free to contact me. Just let me know when you need money. Guzay was also a little flattered. This was what it felt like to be kept by a rich woman. Ugh, was this the feeling of being rich? It was so cool. When they arrived at the location, Yilingxue had already thoughtfully hired workers to clean the entire house. Guzay could just move in with his luggage. Sitting on Sanwen's sofa, Guzay sighed. Mission release. What kind of mission can we have at this time? Improve existing electromagnetic technologies, including electromagnetic guns for firefighting, electromagnetic catapult technology for fighter jets, electromagnetic energy consumption, and electromagnetic-related energy issues for mobile warships. Mission reward, master all firearms. This, Before, it was all about technology and technique, but what's going on these days? Why are they starting to reward themselves with rewards for transforming their bodies? By the way, system. Guzay asked, the troublesome matter I helped Houtman solve before, the super high temperature resistant material should also be available, right? Usually at this time, Guzay understood the system's routine. The technology has been unlocked. The trial steel has arrived in the host's system space. 3 tons of high-temperature refractory material. 3 tons? Guzay was originally quite excited, but when he heard this number, he became a little discouraged. What can you do with 3 tons of this? You can't do anything. Not even enough to power a reactor. But forget it, as long as you have the skills, you can still forge it when you want to. And ordinary people can also forge it, which means that Guzay doesn't need to intervene too much. Oh, what is the purpose of people mastering so many skills? Chapter 35 Electromagnetic Gun. Son, how far have you and Xiaoshui progressed? Early in the morning, Lu Feng called to ask about Guzay's relationship status. At this moment, Guzay, holding a bun in his hand and soup on the table, didn't know what to say. We've only known each other for a few days? Mom, you're really something. If Xiaoshui can accept you, you have to give me some time to accept it, right? Guzay said. Alas, I'm anxious to have a grandchild. Look at you, kid. You're already so old, but you still don't behave properly. You don't even have a girlfriend. He's so old and still hasn't found a girlfriend. To this, Guzay just wanted to say, yes. You are right. How unpredictable are these students in China? After 9 years of compulsory education, they go to high school and university, from elementary school to university. After completing their studies, I look at their age and they are already 25 years old. In high school, dating is forbidden, and all the boys are like monks. Then in college, they are forced to find girlfriends. Guzay could only be thankful that his foundation was solid, and that he could find a girlfriend if he wanted. But his mission now is not to find a woman to have sex with. Mom, I'm hanging up first. Guzay turned off the phone. Today he is going to go with Mr. Huang to see military technology. The electric scooter quickly overtook cars one after another. It makes you so angry. You are still driving during rush hour. When they arrived at the destination, Guzay parked the car aside. Who are you? What are you doing here? The guard felt strange when he saw the young man. Guzay just stopped here. After all, this is not a place where ordinary people can come. I'm here to see Mr. Huang, said Guzay. Mr. Huang? Which Mr. Huang? Go away, don't even think about getting in without your ID. The guard said impatiently. Then, a certificate was placed in front of the guard. It clearly says on it, member of the Electromagnetic Weapons Technology Research Group. You're researching electromagnetic weapons? The guard scoffed. How old are you? Do you know who plays with these high-end things? Electromagnetic weapons? What electromagnetic weapons do you know? You don't just know about electromagnetic cannons, do you? Let me tell you, our country has developed far more electromagnetic weapons than that. There are more. Guzay smiled, and picked up the phone. Hello? Mr. Huang? This guard is about to leak information. A moment later, the uniformed soldiers took the guard away, and Mr. Huang took Guzay into the institute without looking back. If the higher-ups really want to take action, the efficiency is really impeccable. Before, there was no base here capable of researching electromagnetic weapons, but within 2 days, a base capable of conducting moderate electromagnetic research was built. Of course, in order to conceal its true identity, the name of this place is Fengshui Company's new energy research base. Teacher Gu, I've been waiting for a long time. Mr. Huang said with a smile. Guzay smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Huang, please don't say that. You are the elder. How can I be your teacher? Although Guzay disdains the seniority-based rules of China, and Mr. Huang doesn't like such rules very much, but considering their relationship, it doesn't matter what they call each other. Now, although China's electromagnetic weapons technology is relatively advanced in the world, it still has some shortcomings in actual combat applications. In the past, people used to say that they were crossing the river by touching America, until America's but hair became bald. Then they started to watch science fiction movies about touching America. There is a movie called Autobots vs. Autobots, and the electromagnetic cannon in it is so cool. Of course, it is highly unlikely that we can actually replicate such a weapon. However, as our technology is already world-leading, it is not impossible to make efforts in that direction. As they spoke, the two walked into a testing ground. Brother Gu, look, this is the electromagnetic cannon we developed. Old Huang said, pointing to an object that looked like a copper and iron cannon. It looked quite realistic, but when Gu Zhe thought about the principle of this electromagnetic gun, he couldn't help laughing. Don't be fooled by how awesome a gun is, how much steel a railgun can penetrate in one shot, or how powerful a crossbow is. The essence of these things is actually just one, which is to throw the stone more quickly and violently. So, if he really wants to develop weapons, Gu Zhe really doesn't think highly of these weapons unless it is necessary. Brother Gu, these are electromagnetic cannons modified with batteries from Fingshui Company. At Engineer Huang's command, the researchers began charging and then fired at the experimental thick steel plates. With a bang, the iron ball directly penetrated the steel plate and then hit the material behind it that absorbed the impact. The power went out, and Gu Zhe and Mr. Huang went forward to check. There were traces of red melting inside the pierced steel plate. Looking at the power consumption, even though the battery storage capacity of nickel hydrogen technology has become much larger, this thing still requires not only power to fire once, but also cooling the barrel. The service life of the materials used for gun barrels and cannon barrels is actually very limited. The main reason for the short service life is that less of it is consumed by firing. However, if it is really an extreme experiment, any high-end firearm will be destroyed. Why not use better heat-resistant steel? Gu Zhe asked. Engineer Huang smiled bitterly and said, Brother Gu, you don't know that this level of steel is already at the limit of weapons manufacturing. If you apply to use that steel in the way of manufacturing weapons, it will not be approved. When it comes to heat-resistant steel, it must be aerospace steel. However, there are only so many countries in the world that are capable of independently developing and researching rockets to explore space. China's technological capabilities are not at the forefront, but at least they surpass most countries in seconds. Using aerospace steel in a weapon like an electromagnetic gun, which is only used in the military field, what are you trying to do, China? Start a space arms race? Why should we depend on others when developing weapons? Gu Zhe sighed. It's not a matter of whether we care about their opinions or not, Engineer Huang said helplessly. If there were any signs that we were developing weapons capable of global strike, the international impact would be unbearable. There are even clear regulations that aerospace steel can only be used for scientific research projects. They also covet this kind of heat-resistant steel. But there is nothing they can do. What else can they do if they are not allowed to use it? They can't even allocate the steel used for nuclear fusion reactors. This stuff is even better than aerospace steel. Even the accessories had to be specially made. Gu Zhe rolled his eyes and grinned. Mr. Huang, can we upgrade the electromagnetic gun as long as we don't use the heat-resistant steel produced in China? Mr. Huang was stunned and nodded. If there are new materials, I don't care. I'll use them to make satellite cannons and it's none of your business. However, facts prove that Mr. Huang still underestimated Gu Zhe's ability to cause trouble. Chapter 36 How Many Lives? 2 hours later, in another production and processing workshop, the 500 kilograms of heat-resistant steel brought back by Gu Zhe were being processed. This may not be a lot, but it is enough to modify an electromagnetic gun. The person in charge of maintaining the electromagnetic gun watched Gu Zhe dismantle the electromagnetic gun into parts with a wrench, and then use tools to modify it. He wanted to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by Mr. Huang. Brother Gu. Old Huang came to Gu Zhe with a chuckle. What are you doing? Doesn't this electromagnetic cannon just need to have its barrel replaced? No, Gu Zhe looked at the blueprint and compared it with the parts in his hand. It's like replacing the engine of a fighter jet without changing the outer shell material. Once it moves at full speed, it might even disintegrate. Gu Zhe had already noticed the shortcomings of the electromagnetic cannon when it was launched before. The energy consumption is huge, which can be solved by replacing the battery pack. It takes time for the barrel to cool down, which is not serious, but it will prevent continuous firing. Moreover, overall, the design of this electromagnetic gun can only be described as crude. If some places were replaced with nanomaterials, the effect would be much better, but people here don't have the spare money to research nanomaterials. Okay, Gu Zhe understood the blueprint and nodded. Just wait for the parts over there to be processed. What? So what you took out is nanomaterial? Asked Mr. Huang. No. Gu Zhe said with a chuckle, it's just heat-resistant steel. But I have to modify some of the redundant things here, otherwise it will just be a waste of energy. Mr. Huang was a little embarrassed and said, you also know mechanics? Ha! Of course. Gu Zhe laughed, mathematics, physics and mechanics are inseparable. I'm talking about these three things, but you seem to be in the energy department, right? How come you're so versatile? Soon, a modified electromagnetic gun was assembled. Once again loaded with shells, it faced the twice-thickened steel plate. The researchers couldn't help but feel sad when they saw the electromagnetic gun that didn't even have a protective shell. You know, their results were not like this. It was all Gu Zhe's fault. Their hard work was ruined. Many people started to gossip, saying that Gu Zhe was all show and no substance and had no ability to research electromagnetic guns. Quiet. Engineer Huang said angrily. As people from the research institute, don't you feel ashamed? Not only have you failed to solve the problem of new materials, you can't even optimize the internal structure of the electromagnetic gun. What qualifications do you have to mock someone who is doing practical work? Gu Zhe smiled bitterly near the electromagnetic gun and said, Mr. Huang, it's really not their fault. After all, this is a company that requires the most difficult major to enter in China, and the work here is highly confidential. But even so, there are still many people causing trouble in the research community of China. Gu Zhe took a look and realized that these were all his seniors. Ahem, Engineer Huang coughed and said, well, then, I declare that this experiment will begin immediately. With the same voltage link, Gu Zhe controlled the electromagnetic cannon and aimed at the 4 steel plates. These are all made in factories, I don't know how heavy each one is. Just when everyone wants to see a joke. Sizzle, boom. With a loud bang, the whole building was shaking. Even the cushion that reduces the impact force was directly blown up. What is this tile? The data monitor hurried forward, recorded the data, and then hurried to the data room for analysis. Why do I feel like it's not enough? Gu Zhe looked at the electromagnetic gun, thought about it, and felt that it shouldn't be. This is the best electromagnetic cannon that I can show to those people, especially Mr. Huang. Why is it so weak? How much steel did it break? Suddenly, Gu Zhe discovered a blind spot. He took out the power cord, compared the size, sighed, and said, Mr. Huang, the power meets the standard, but the voltage here is not enough. Mr. Huang spat out a mouthful of blood, and everyone behind him almost spit out their salty soda. Is it our research institute that has let you down? Brother Gu. Mr. Huang was sweating profusely and walked over to pull Gu Zhe away. You really dare to say anything? Do you know who these people are? They are all scholars and experts in various fields. How can we get back at them if we offend them? After a while, the data analysis results came out. When seeing this result, Mr. Huang was stunned, and everyone in the laboratory was stunned. The overall power of the electromagnetic cannon has been increased by 200%. The barrel durability has been tripled, and energy consumption has been reduced. Don't think that this improvement seems useless. According to their research habits, it will take at least 20 years to reach this level. Ha! The data is out? Gu Zhe was holding a pen and paper, not knowing what he was drawing. Someone came and he put the thing away. Brother Gu, you're amazing. Old Huang said with a chuckle, with you in charge, I believe that in the near future, our warships will all be equipped with electromagnetic guns. In the past, Dongsu and Kuntong bullied me because I was old and weak, but from now on, my cannon is justice. Brother, Mr. Huang hesitated, look, this steel. I won't ask where you got it from. This stuff can be used not only in electromagnetic guns, but also in aircraft carriers, fighter jets, tanks. In the space field. It is somewhat difficult to mine in China. After all, mineral resources belong to the country, and individuals are not qualified to mine important minerals. As long as it is handed over to Mr. Huang, this metal can be produced on a large scale. Of course, I won't let you suffer any loss. Mr. Huang said solemnly, we won't play games. You name the amount. I promise to give you a share. What about this number? Gu Zhe stretched out 5 fingers. Gu Zhe's intention was to just give him 500,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. After all, the production technology was not valuable. If the formula was stolen, any country with a slightly developed heavy industry could produce it. However, Mr. Huang seemed to have misunderstood. 50 billion? Mr. Huang panicked. No, that's too much. 500 million. No, 10 billion is the maximum. WC? Guzé's eyes went dark. 1 billion? Every year. What should I do with all this money? To help the poor mountainous areas? Mr. Huang, well, 50 million will be enough. Guzé said with some fear, it's useless for me to have so much money. Are you giving me so much just to develop my armed forces? Ah? Can you do it? Mr. Huang was stunned. Damn, within China? Private armed forces? Come on, how many lives do you have to play such a big game? Chapter 37 Fruit Company. Mr. Huang, please stop joking. Guzé said hurriedly, we don't have any grudges against each other, right? If I set up a private army, you're probably going to arrest me and take credit for it. Huang Dong thought about it carefully and said, if you want to form one, I can contact the higher-ups and assign you an armed force of 200 people. After all, you are no longer an ordinary citizen. Think about it, hasn't Guzé been targeted enough these past few days? Dozens of people are so blatantly hunting him down, and many large companies at home and abroad are keeping an eye on Guzé. According to the cruel rule of destroying what you can't get, Guzé can still rely on the protection of the higher-ups, but there will always be a time when he will be alone, right? What will he do then? Don't be fooled by Guzé's height of 1.8 meters. As the saying goes, no matter how good his kung fu is, he is still afraid of a kitchen knife. Even if his clothes are hanging, he will be knocked down by a brick. The temple is small and the demon is strong, so he only dares to act arrogantly. Guzé is like a tree that attracts winds, and if the tree doesn't move, the phoenix will come to it. What else can I do? Let's wait and see. Guzé said helplessly. After completing the drawings and other things, Guzé returned to his residence. I don't know what Mr. Huang is planning. He actually wants to arm himself? Is this something you can do casually? I'm afraid that after using this weapon a few times, people will often come to check the water meter. Alas, when you are famous, you will be surrounded by gossip. Guzé said helplessly while lying on the sofa. The house is empty and a bit boring. Ding-a-ling. Picking up the phone, Guzé frowned. Hey, Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Guzé asked. A big order has arrived. Yilingxue said, the fruit company wants to cooperate with us. Ah? A fruit company? Guzé was stunned. They're cooperating with us? Why? It's hard to explain over the phone, Yilingxue said. Their people will come tomorrow to discuss cooperation. You should be prepared. Don't show up wearing cheap clothes. After saying that, Yilingxue hung up the phone. Apple, one of the most powerful technology companies in the world, is even involved in the military field. Although, what this company does is a bit unbelievable. For example, they clearly wanted to transport more mobile phones, but they insisted on saying we are doing this for the sake of environmental protection. That's not all. For the sake of environmental protection, they even thoughtfully made a choice for consumers and did not provide a charger. He really is. For the sake of environmental protection. I am crying. Later, news broke that a pipeline had exploded, and the energy released had turned years of environmental protection work into ashes, leaving these companies utterly speechless. Not to mention those disgusting regulations, a cloth to wipe the phone screen alone costs hundreds of dollars. Guzé has never seen such an ugly situation. He never thought that one day he would be able to cooperate with a fruit company. But, this is very strange. With the battery capacity and power consumption control technology of their crappy mobile phone, do they still need the latest nickel metal hydride technology batteries? Guzé was a little confused. It's just a broken mobile phone, can it use such advanced technology? No matter what you say, you have to do it. Yilingxue is the boss, and Guzé can only listen to her. In Yanjing, late at night in an office, a middle-aged man with gray hair was reviewing documents. He picked up one document after another, frowned, then made phone calls, asked questions, and then asked his subordinates to handle it. Sir, the guard walked in, have a cup of tea and rest. You've been working all day. I'll rest after I finish this. The middle-aged man picked up the teacup, took a sip, and continued to deal with the documents. The guard stood by the table, not moving. Did something happen to Mr. Huang? The middle-aged man asked with a frown. It's not Mr. Huang. The guard said, it's the fruit company. It seems to have contacted the Fengxue company. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man paused and asked, "The target, is it Guzay?" Fengshui Company didn't have any technology worthy of Fruit Company's attention before, the guard said. Except for Guzay, there should be no other. Do you think we should send someone to keep an eye on them? What if this new energy falls into the hands of those people? Putting aside other things, it would be a shame not to use such a good thing in the military. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then continued working. No need. The middle-aged man snorted. With Guzay's strength, I'm afraid the Fruit Company is not his target at all. This sentence translates to, the Fruit Company is not worth Guzay's surrender. Since this person said so, the guard didn't say anything more. After a night passed, the undercurrent targeting Guzay surged under the cover of darkness, like a huge monster. The next day, Guzay went to a clothing store and bought a set of clothes that looked authentic. Although it wasn't a formal employee's suit, at least he didn't look like a gangster anymore. Now Guzay looked more like a comic book hero. You're here? Yilingxue looked at Guzay, who had changed into new clothes, and swallowed her saliva unconsciously. This guy, apart from his eccentric personality, is a perfect boyfriend. Do you have any strange thoughts about me? Guzay felt Yilingxue's gaze and looked disgusted. This made Yilingxue so angry that she jumped up and kicked Guzay's knee. Enough of the noise, it's time to get down to business. Take a look at these. Yilingxue handed the tablet to Guzay. The domineering CEO falls in love with me? Guzay was stunned. Yilingxue cried out inwardly that something was wrong, snatched the tablet back, switched the page and gave it to Guzay. The above is a foreign news website. It's all in English. Guzay's English is pretty good, so he should be able to understand it. All the reports above are saying that Apple will cooperate with Guzay of Fengshui Company to jointly create the next era in the field of new energy. He comes with ill intentions. Guzay snorted. What's wrong? This is a good thing. Yilingxue said, do you know how many companies in China want to cooperate with fruit companies but don't have the opportunity? This report is about Guzay from Fengshui Company. It's talking about me, Guzay said. They deliberately downplayed your presence. I'm working for you now. How could they not know? Yilingxue reacted and said, you mean, they want it? Yes, Guzay said, it's more like poaching than cooperation. Besides, mobile phones don't need such high-quality batteries in the short term. With the fruit company's technical level, it's even more unnecessary. Nickel metal hydride technology is much cheaper than ordinary battery technology, and this is not the way to make money. There was only one truth: this meeting was authorized by someone, and the target was Guzay. Chapter 38, Concerns from All Parties. I have already agreed to have a meeting with them. What should I do now? Yilingxue was a little panicked. It's okay, Guzay laughed, the conditions they offer probably won't impress me. What conditions would impress you? Let me be the president of America for 2 years. Yilingxue burst out laughing. She knew that no matter how hard these people tried, they would not be able to lure Guzay away. When are they expected to arrive? Guzay asked. We'll be there at 10 o'clock. Yilingxue said. There's still some time at 10 o'clock. Guzay yawned and said, I'm going back to the office to catch up on some sleep. Let me know when I get there. After saying that, Guzay walked towards his office. Yilingxue didn't say much. Unlike some bosses, they would still ask employees to work overtime even if they had completed all their work to show their foresight. But a big shot like Guzay? He should be treated well. If even a hair is missing, it's the boss's responsibility. In Guzay's office, there are no beds for resting because he doesn't have to work all the time like in a hospital. So he just lay down on the sofa, yawned and fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept when a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner walked in. Looking at Guzay, who was sleeping on the sofa and drooling, his face was full of disgust. However, he must complete the purpose for which the company asked him to come. So, the foreign friend pushed Guzay. Having had his sleep disturbed, Guzay opened his eyes dazedly, sat up, and asked, Who are you? What's the matter? Sir, this is Mr. Guzay's office. Where is Mr. Guzay? Asked the blonde foreigner. Just when Guzay was about to answer that he was Guzay, the system appeared. Trigger the selection task. Choice 1, reveal your true identity. Accept their admiration and reach a partnership with Apple. Reward, permanent immigration to the United States. Ah. Guzay's face darkened. What is the permanent immigration right to America? My goodness, this man looks kind and benevolent, but I didn't expect him to be such a scoundrel. I've been so honest with you, and you're trying to harm me. No, I can't choose this. Who wants to go to that melting pot of nations? Option 2, ask the man about his identity, test his attitude, and then reject him. Reward, basic chip production process, also known as anyone can make a chip from scratch. Guzé's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a complete chip production process? You know, the birth of a chip requires more than just a photolithography machine, there are many steps involved. If a simple photolithography machine could produce chips, China wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Good stuff. Must get it. After figuring it out, Guzé asked, "Who are you? Am I bothering you by sleeping here?" Seeing Guzé like this, the man snorted and said, "Me? I'm the Chief Talent Screening Officer of Fruit. Mr. Guzé is extremely talented and his future achievements are limitless. Naturally, I'm here to recruit Guzé." Recruit Guzé? Guzé burst out laughing. It's a blessing for the fruit to have a screening tube like you. Humph, no one can refuse the conditions I offer, said the screening officer. As long as Guzé is willing to go to America for research, then our fruit company is willing to guarantee that all his rights will be the highest and best. These powers include, but are not limited to, being suddenly shot to death on the street. I think you should just give up. You sell cell phones and electronics, and the existing battery technology is more than enough for you. Renovating the production line will cost money, so why bother? Besides, Guzé isn't the type to just follow you at your beck and call. The man was angry and said, "You, tell me right now where Guzé went. You can't afford to waste my time." Seeing that Guzé had no reaction, the man snorted and took out a few $100 bills from his wallet. Guzé still had no reaction. "You are giving this little money to a beggar?" "Brother, as long as you tell me where Guzé is, I will give you all the money." At this moment, Guzé. Yiling Xue walked in and saw Guzé still lying on the sofa. She couldn't help but feel anxious and said, "It's so late and you're still sleeping. Hurry up. The fruit people are already here." The blonde man was stunned. Is this Guzé? Looking at this tall man who stood at 1.8 meters, the man who was so arrogant before was dumbfounded. Are you really doing scientific research? Are you going to do a scientific research collection to make long-haired hunting? Who is this? Guzé asked. Yiling Xue was a little surprised when she saw the person next to her. "Mr. Charlie, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait in the reception room?" The man called Charlie was speechless. He had been thinking of cooperating with Guzé, but now he had become enemies with him. But even so, Charlie still wants to fight for it. Ahem. Ms. Yi, our company is sincere in its cooperation with your company, Charlie said respectfully. I'm sorry, Yiling Xue waved her hand and said, Guzé is in charge of the technology currently promoted by Fingxue Company. No one else can explain the details of this technology clearly except him. In other words, you need to talk to Guzé, not me. I'm just his boss. Charlie was stunned. There is no need for you Chinese to do this, right? Everything that happened here was recorded by a special person and then sent to the desk far away in Yanjing. Even the fruit company is competing for Guzé. I think this talent must be protected quickly. I agree. No one knows who will be next. This time it was fruit, next time it might be Angel. If we lose Guzé, then our technological development will not be affected, but it will undoubtedly lag behind. People were chattering about it, fearing that Guzé would leave China after agreeing. If he left, it would be a loss for the entire China. However, whether to protect it or not is entirely up to that person. When everyone focused their attention on that person, the middle-aged talent just put down his teacup. Just wait and see. The gentleman said, this time the initiative is on our side. No matter how powerful the fruit company is, it is impossible to ignore Guzé's intentions. You mean? Yes, this guy must be quite fed up with America's tricks, otherwise he would have said his name at the beginning of the conversation. Chapter 39 I am not used to the local climate. If there is anything in this world that the fruit company regrets the most, it must be that they sent such a self-willed supervisor to negotiate. In the familiar conference room and familiar position, Guzé just sat there. Mr. Gu, the fruit company's translator said, first of all, I want to apologize for our staff's rudeness to you. It's okay, I don't care. Gu Zhe said. Okay, then, here is our plan for this cooperation. As she spoke, the beautiful blonde translator handed the document titled Nickel Metal Hydride Battery Cooperation Agreement to Gu Zhe. Yiling Xue looked at this woman and the fertile mountains, and all she wanted to do was curse. Did you do it on purpose or accidentally? But after all, they were going to cooperate with the fruit company, so Yiling Xue remained calm. But her expression was caught by Gu Zhe. What's wrong? Gu Zhe asked. Nothing. Yiling Xue snorted and pulled her clothes intentionally or unintentionally. Gu Zhe took a look at the plan and found nothing wrong with it, but... Sorry, Gu Zhe smiled bitterly, I don't think I can authorize you to submit this plan. The translator was stunned for a moment and translated these words to the person who came to negotiate. Then, the foreigners chattered something incoherently. Mr. Gu Zhe, I would like to ask, why? Asked the translator. There's a clause in your plan, Gu Zhe pointed at that spot, except for the Huaxia region, Sui, Xiaomi, and other Huaxia brands cannot use this technology. But... Gu Zhe took out a list of partners, which was densely packed with companies that needed new nickel metal hydride battery technology. Among them are Chinese mobile phone brands, and many more products such as electric bicycles and electric cars need to use this technology. It can be said that basically wherever lithium batteries are used, there must be cooperation, and they all know that this is an opportunity. The people from the fruit company looked a little unhappy. You know, the battery problem of Apple phones is a big problem. Don't talk about how awesome their chips and systems are. They have indeed left back doors, granted privileges to certain organizations, and deliberately reduced battery capacity. Mr. Gu, the translator said, our fruit company sincerely invites you to join us. As long as you come to America, I believe that human technology will make a qualitative leap. No. Gu Zhe shook his head. I can't adapt to the local climate. I will die if I leave China. Phew. Mr. Huang, who was participating in the meeting and pretending to drink tea, almost spit out the tea in his mouth. Acclimatization? Is that such an outrageous excuse? However, even if this wasn't the reason, Gu Zhe wouldn't leave China. After all, his base was still here, and he had a jealous wife by his side. Yiling Xue seemed to have sensed something dirty and looked at Gu Zhe. Ahem, okay, not a young wife. The cold and arrogant Queen President. After half a day of negotiations, the fruit company could only obtain the technical license for nickel hydrogen batteries. This means that they have to pay Gu Zhe for every mobile phone they sell. However, their advantage did not become stronger because all mobile phone brands came to Fengxue Company for authorization. The consumer market in China is quite terrifying. No matter whether it is domestic or foreign capital, you have to pay if you use Gu Zhe's technology. Regardless of anything else, in this way, Gu Zhe will have enough funds for research and development in less than half a year. It's a pleasure working with you. Gu Zhe shook the other person's hand and said with a smile. It's a pleasure to cooperate. The people from the fruit company looked as if they had eaten shit. They never expected that one day they would have to ask others to do things for them. They didn't want to stay in this sad place for a moment and flew away that same day. Gu Zhe lay on the sofa in the office and yawned. You know what, that girl is pretty. What do you think is beautiful? Hey, everything is beautiful. When Gu Zhe was daydreaming, Yiling Xue's face appeared in front of him. TSK, Ms. Yi is good in everything, except her temper. Gu Zhe said, if only she were a little more like a little bird, it would be better. She is simply the ideal girlfriend. I just don't know why Ms. Yi doesn't have a boyfriend. What does it feel like to be like a little bird relying on someone? Yiling Xue asked. Of course. Gu Zhe was about to reply when he suddenly froze. When he opened his eyes and looked at Yiling Xue, Gu Zhe felt embarrassed. Oh Xiao Xue, the weather is nice today. Let's go out for a cup of coffee together. Gu Zhe interrupted. Rumble. It started raining heavily at an inopportune time. Let me think, which scumbag swore a poisonous oath? Or which man who played with a girl's feelings was struck by lightning? Yiling Xue smiled slightly and looked at Gu Zhe. That expression was just short of having kneel down and lick my feet written all over her face. But who is Gu Zhe? How could he be a bootlicker? Xiao Xue, is it possible that this is a fellow Taoist undergoing a tribulation? Gu Zhe said seriously. Yiling Xue was amused. After taking 2 steps, Yiling Xue sat on the sofa, leaning against Gu Zhe. What is this for? As for me, I've always been so strong that no man wants to get close to me, Yiling Shue said. I worked hard to build this company. I once drank so hard to get a deal that I passed out. If my family hadn't been there, I'd be in big trouble. It is said that the business world is like a battlefield, and none of the men on this battlefield are good guys. Isn't everything going well now? Gu Zhe said. No, Yiling Shue shook her head. We're taking too big a step. Companies in various regions are already looking to place orders with us. We're renting out our technology now, but over time they'll have the final say. By then, we'll be relying solely on patent fees to survive. Even though I won't lose anything, it's not what I want. So my next focus will be on developing my own products. What about me? Gu Zhe asked. You have a big business deal to discuss. Yiling Shue said, you know why, right? The mobile phone your cousin uses is a customized model from Sway. I've learned about it and it's indeed very powerful. They own many of the latest communication protocol technology patents. Gu Zhe nodded. Then you should know about the chip dispute a few years ago, Yiling Shue said. The Thunder Kirin No. 9 chip is Sway's swan song. Sway's CEO seems to have heard that you have some achievements in new materials and wants to borrow you from me. In other words, Gu Zhe was sold out. Chapter 40 Semiconductors. Just treat it as a business trip. Yiling Shue leaned on Gu Zhe, but you have to protect yourself. If I knew that you were having an affair with that vixen in X. Ahem, Xiaoxue, it seems like we don't have any obvious relationship, right? Gu Zhe said. I'll tell Mom. Yiling Shue said sinisterly. Shua. You are cruel. Gu Zhe's face darkened. The next day, Gu Zhe went to the airport with Mr. Huang, Xiaowu, and others. Mr. Huang, have you finished the work at the Research Institute? Gu Zhe asked. Hey, I'm old now, so there's someone here to take over, Mr. Huang chuckled. Besides, with me by your side, we'll have a smooth ride. We can even get a sleeper berth. Mr. Huang's identity here saved Gu Zhe a lot of trouble. Boy, Mr. Huang said with a smile, back then, China chose particle colliders over semiconductors. Now the chip industry has fallen behind. Do you have any solutions? Yes. Gu Zhe said lightly, the civilian grade is not that good, but there are military grades. Question, what chip is used in America's most advanced aircraft? The die-hard fans in America will definitely say that it must be the most advanced XX nanochip. Yes, 2 digits, about 60 nanometers. Military chips don't require high performance, as long as they're usable. Stability is more important. How much can you do for civilian use? Asked Mr. Huang. 14 nanometers. Gu Zhe said lightly. Puff. Old Huang sprayed a mouthful of tea all over Gu Zhe's face. Gu Zhe? How much? Engineer Huang said excitedly. Are you saying you can make a 14 nanometer chip using domestic equipment? You know, Intel has another nickname, the ancestral 14 nanometer technology. It's like squeezing toothpaste, that's too slow. If you don't apply some pressure, you don't know how fine the chip can be. 14 nanometers, plus the X-bit chip design, can fully meet domestic demand. And if this can be done, then... Well, particles like hard drives can also be made. Gu Zhe wiped his face. It's not a high-level technology, but it may take some time to produce it. How long? Engineer Huang asked. You tell me, old man, I'll transfer the Navy's aircraft carrier to serve as your escort ship. It's not that exaggerated, just 2 months. Gu Zhe smiled bitterly. It is really possible that Mr. Huang will transfer the aircraft carrier here. By the way, the current aircraft carriers are not nuclear-powered, right? But this nuclear power really does convert nuclear energy into electrical energy by boiling water, so the loss is quite large. After looking at the technology list provided by the system, I decided not to use the technology that directly utilizes nuclear energy. I don't want to live in a bunker hundreds of meters below for the rest of my life. What do you need? Mr. Huang had already started preparing notes in his notebook. He wrote down what Gu Zhe said and went to get him as soon as he got off the plane. Most of them are not needed. Gu Zhe said, Sway's scientific research capabilities are second to none in the country. The existing technology can be modified to make do, but I have to design some components. This requires a lot of rare earths. What else? Nothing. There are a lot of talented people there. They should be able to understand what I do. Okay, I understand. Mr. Huang nodded. I'll go get the materials after I get off the plane. Is 10 tons enough? Raw or refined? 500 kilograms of refined ingredients are enough, Guzay said. This Guzay can always give them surprises. And in Yanjing. What? Say it again? Semiconductor technology? Guzay? The person in charge of Guzay's information security was stunned upon hearing this. Isn't he from the energy department? It's outrageous enough that he's involved in nanomaterials and heat-resistant steel, so why is he also involved in the semiconductor industry? I don't know about that, the liaison said. Mr. Huang said we'll give him our full support. This time we're going to X's headquarters, so you might need to keep it confidential. I see. Okay, that's it. The staff member hung up the phone, sighed, and then picked up the phone again. It's me. Connect me to the special agent team and tell them to pick out a beautiful agent for me. Don't ask why, do it. If the supervisor in Guzay had not had a conflict, the translator of the fruit company would probably have been able to work hard on Guzay. A 1.80 meter tall young man, full of vigor and vitality, who wouldn't be cheap? Why not give it to one of our own? Besides, how are the girls from our country worse than those freckled girls from America? Of course, some of those who have been brainwashed are excluded, and it is not known whether they are really brainwashed or spies playing reverse roles. Guzay had just gotten off the plane when it was already getting dark. It's getting colder after dark. Guzay looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said, Mr. Huang, we can only stay in a hotel. Hey, it's no big deal. I've suffered a lot in the countryside before. Old Huang said with a chuckle, isn't it time to eat? There's a famous hotel here that also provides accommodation services. Guzay picked up his phone and checked. Brother Gu, you should replace your cell phone. It's so old. Old Huang said with a sigh. Haven't I been too busy lately? Besides, I don't play games, so I don't need such high performance. Guzay laughed and said, even online shopping apps are getting bigger and bigger nowadays. I have to change them even if I don't want to. Domestic 3A game, Penguin Chat 2-piece set, each of which has a stock of more than 10 GB after being used for a long time. And in the corner that Guzay didn't notice. The target plans to go to the hotel, please pay attention to the contact personnel. The surrounding risks have been eliminated and it is safe. The surrounding surveillance has been hacked. The team is in place, now get to work. A team of thousands of people set up a tight net here. Even those who were drinking in the hotel lobby were good soldiers. Hello, there are 5 of us. Guzay said, let's get 3 rooms. 2 double rooms and 1 single room. 2 double rooms? The waiter didn't react for a moment. Oh, I sleep in a single room by myself. Guzay said, we eat together. Are there meals available now? Yes, sir, the waiter said respectfully, do you have a membership card? Membership card? Do I need a membership card to eat here? Before Guzay could react, Xiaohu stepped forward and whispered a few words into Mr. Huang's ear. Mr. Huang understood and then took out a black card. After confirming it, the waiter nodded and said with a smile, everyone, you've come at the perfect time. The big bosses upstairs are having an auction party. Big boss? Guzay's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity to do business. Chapter 41 Conflict of Interests. There is a saying that goes, you hate capitalists because you are not a capitalist. The capitalists in South Korea are all chaebol groups that control the entire country of South Korea. Although they are very rich, that's all. After all, they have too little land. It is true that technology and other things can make a lot of money now, but if we really suffer from natural disasters or man-made disasters, the most valuable things will still be arable land and food. Why make money if people can't even survive? These big bosses in China are all talented people. Especially those coal bosses in the past few years, they only did 3 things. Invest, make movies, and be a model. They are really generous in giving money, and they are easily satisfied. It is so great that both the investor and the investee are willing to do so. Brother, what's the matter? Do you want to go to this auction to have some fun? Mr. Huang asked with a grin. As a member of the military, a big shot like Mr. Huang naturally cannot go to any auction, but his current identity is not that of a military member. Can we go in and play? Guzay asked. The waiter looked at Guzay, then at Mr. Huang, and then at the three burly soldiers behind them. Just as she was hesitating, a voice came from the headphones. "Give 5 scrolls." "Of course," the waiter said with a cold sweat, "please wait a moment while I register. The auction house is on the 5th floor." After all, it was a request from above. How could a mere waitress like her disobey orders? How many lives would she risk? Guzay's whereabouts are now confidential. Wherever he appears, he has been surrounded by 3 layers of security. If you dare to refuse, then you will have to ask old Juan to show his identity. I will tell you that I am not someone to be trifled with. Stop making up cool plots. It's easy to die, really. Guzay and the others went to the auction venue happily. After searching for a long time, they found a seat and several people sat down one after another. Congratulations to Mr. Zhang, lot 65, for winning this lot for 6.5 million. Wow, what's so expensive? Guzay couldn't help but feel puzzled when he heard the sound of the hammer. Puff. A man who looked like a nobleman next to him laughed. What are you laughing at? Guzay asked. Haha, nothing. The noble young man extended his hand. I'm Li Xian. Is this your first time at such an occasion? Yeah, it's my first time here. The first-time visitor nodded. Guzay. Guzay? Li Xian was stunned for a moment, then looked at Mr. Huang. The latter made a signal with a wink, and Li Xian understood. Brother Gu, you are not the rising star in Shanghai, the big boss of New Energy, right? Li Xian asked. Oh, my name is so famous? Guzay asked in confusion. To be honest, my family also has a business in this area. However, Li Xian smiled mysteriously, my family needs special batteries, and the technology in this area is not easy to replace, so I didn't go to Mr. Gu first. I'm ashamed. Oh? Special equipment? Guzay thought for a moment, then we can have a good discussion later. I've also done research in this area. By the way, since it's special equipment, you should know Mr. Huang, right? Guzay immediately exposed this relationship, and Mr. Huang and Li Xian felt a little embarrassed. Damn, where did this country bumpkin come from? The financier in front cursed and turned around to see. Hey, Mr. Li, are you my friend? Take your time chatting. Has he always been like this? Guzay was stunned. I don't know, but at least I've never seen anyone dare to talk to me like that. Li Xian frowned, but then changed his expression and said with a smile, How old is Mr. Gu? Oh, I think I'm almost 20 this year. Guzay said. Then I'll call you Brother Gu. Li Xian said with a laugh, Brother Gu, is there anything you want? Tell me and I'll give it to you. No, I came here to see if there are any business opportunities. Guzay said with a chuckle, there are plenty of places to spend money on research. I thought you were interested in the finale of this auction. Li Xian said lightly. The finale? What the hell? Guzay was stunned. Li Xian didn't say anything, just gestured to the stage. The auctioneer, wearing a mask and holding a microphone, said, Everyone. Next is the last lot of this auction. Please look. Crash. As the curtain on an iron frame was pulled open, a brown-skinned, pretty-faced girl sat inside. Guzay was dumbfounded. What was this for? Let me introduce you to everyone. This is the princess of the Camel Kingdom's crown prince. The host said. She's of noble birth, sweet looks, and excellent genes. This princess's virginity is for sale. The starting price is 5 million. Each bid must not be less than 500,000. 7 million. 7.5 million. I offer 8.5 million. 9 million. The madness of the scene left Guzay dumbfounded. Even Mr. Huan was stunned. How could there be such a ridiculous auction? Don't be surprised, this is normal. Li Xian said, as long as these wealthy people are willing, they can get women from any place in the world. After all, the status of women in camel country is very low. It's normal for those crown princes to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As for the girls born, hee. I'm glad to see you. Guzay nodded. Are you interested? Li Xian pointed, this girl is different from the women in China. She has a unique flavor when enjoyed. If you're willing, Brother Gu, I can buy her for you as a concubine. Guzay waved his hands repeatedly and said, No, I just want to see if I can do business. This involves human trafficking, and I dare not do this in China. Besides, I have no money and no power now. If someone uses this matter to deal with me, I will be ruined. Brother, Li Xian sneered, look at those who are bidding the most fiercely. Gu Zhe was stunned. What happened to those who were bidding? I'll offer 15 million. A fat uncle held up a sign with greed on his face. This is? The Camel Kingdom's auction of this girl is actually a cover. A person, when broken down, is nothing more than a few dozen kilograms of basic materials. Even if her genes are excellent, how good can they be? Heaven forbid? Li Xian sneered. What's truly worth this money is the good relationship with the Camel Kingdom royal family. They control the world's largest oil field, and in recent years, they have made great strides in the medical field. It can be said that this girl has been played to death, and the benefits brought by the royal family behind them are 20 million, Gu Zhe raises the sign. Chapter 42, Multi-Talented and Multi-Million. As Gu Zhe bid the price, Li Xian was stunned. What do you mean, big brother? I haven't finished yet? The last one directly bid 20 million, which made many people curious. What kind of young boy dared to be so arrogant? Camel Country doesn't need much money, and this girl is essentially just going through the motions. Where did this young brat come from? A big boss snorted, in that case, I'll offer 2,100, no. 2,300. 30 million. Li Xian raised the sign and laughed. Everyone then understood, it was Li Xian. Damn, the Li family's laughing llama. I didn't notice just now, that young man was actually holding up the sign of Master Li. Everyone, Li Xian stood up and said with a smile, keep adding? If an ordinary nouveau riche were to stage such a riot, there would be no way for him to take down this girl and the interest groups behind her so easily. But Li Xian is different, he is the white glove arranged by the higher-ups. No matter how much money is spent, the higher-ups will cover it. How does that sentence go? The West Factory handles matters that the East Factory dares not intervene in. The West Factory arrests those whom the East Factory dares not arrest. Execute first and report later, imperial authority grants permission. What do you want? Li Xian is not from any factory, but even if he has committed a crime, he can just report it to his superiors and it will be over. What are you still fighting for? Fighting to die? Oh my god, Mr. Huang, did you see that? This is the highest level of pretending to be cool. Gu Zhe said incoherently. What realm? Mr. Huang wondered. I'm invincible, you can do whatever you want. Gu Zhe laughed. Oh, it's true. Shen boy, if you keep pretending to be cool, I, an old man, will learn from you. Mr. Huang joked. The three soldiers behind him felt sorry for young Master Li Xian. Because of Gu Zhe, his work would probably have to be postponed. As for the reason why Gu Zhe took the picture of this girl, it was definitely not because he was greedy for her body. There are only two things that can influence this world: food and oil. Since this is a place with oil, there should be plenty of other mineral deposits as well. And it's said that Camel Country has very advanced technology. If only we could sell batteries to their territory. Wow, the profit is unimaginable. A moment later, backstage, several people wearing traditional Camel Country costumes sat opposite Gu Zhe. Hello, Mr. Gu, I didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances. The Crown Prince said embarrassedly. He came to China to discuss the purchase of military supplies. After all, who doesn't know that products from China are cheap, durable, and come with after-sales service? But this Gu Zhe is also in their plan. Just ask yourself, if you win over a great person who has pioneered new materials and new energy technologies, will you lose money? No. Moreover, if Gu Zhe is not won over at this time, then the energy status of oil will probably be challenged later. Others don't know that some shrewd businessmen have already deduced that if Gu Zhe is given enough time and manpower, the legendary infinite energy stability may really be achieved. That's right, controlled nuclear fusion. China is currently at the forefront of this technology, and what it lacks most is materials that can withstand such high temperatures. However, the Camel Kingdom's cleverness does not mean that they are the only ones who are clever. Hello, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Huang Gong said seriously, this is our Huaxia country's young hero, Gu Zhe. Mr. Huang, I've long heard of you. The Crown Prince shook hands with Huang. Originally, I wanted to buy electromagnetic guns for this military procurement, but unfortunately, the technology hasn't been unlocked yet, so I had to settle for some laser weapons. Electromagnetic gun? What's so good about that thing? Guzay said quickly, if you are willing to invest money in me, I can even make a railgun, woo woo. Li Shen covered Guzay's mouth and said with a smile, sorry to make you laugh. My brother is a research geek, always likes to do some unrealistic things. The Crown Prince nodded, coughed, and said, so, Mr. Gu, besides my daughter, is there anything else you'd like to cooperate with? To be honest, our camel country is quite good in the fields of oil trade and medical care. Of course, if Mr. Guzay is willing to come to our country to study at university, I promise to give you the best treatment. No need. Guzay smiled awkwardly, I haven't even attended university in China, so I'm even less likely to understand what it's like to go abroad. Seeing Guzay politely refuse, Li Shen breathed a sigh of relief. I told you this a long time ago, but now I'm in trouble. He's the Crown Prince. If anything goes wrong, it won't be settled with just a little money. Besides, he's not short of money. What can you offer? I want to cooperate with you on a new technology. Guzay said with a chuckle, I currently have the license for nickel metal hydride battery technology, and I also want to develop the production of precision chips. I wonder if Your Highness the Crown Prince is interested in participating? Camel Country has heard of nickel metal hydride technology, but what about precision chips? Ahem, Engineer Huang coughed. Brother Gu has a new technology that can manufacture 14-nanometer civilian chips. However, production hasn't started yet. It will take some time for testing and adaptation. The Crown Prince took a deep breath. What makes the most money in this world? Energy, high-tech industries, and medical technology. Needless to say, Camel Country understands technology. Mr. Gu is truly multi-talented. The Crown Prince chuckled. In that case, I'll offer this. Then the Crown Prince raised 5 fingers. Oh, 50 million is not a small amount. I can pay back the 30 million to young Master Li, and use the remaining 20 million for research. Guzay said. The Crown Prince was stunned and snorted, Mr. Gu, are you looking down on me? I'm talking about 5 billion. 5 billion. Damn, you're quite talented and have hundreds of millions. Guzay exclaimed, but this is too much. Not much, not much. Just 5 billion American currency. Damn, it's still green coin. Oh, boss, you're so generous. Guzay said with a chuckle, but I can't take advantage of you. Look, is there anything else you need? I'll take care of it for you. Oh, our country really wants to send a rover to Mars. Okay, leave it to me. With me here, your car will be able to land on Mars by the end of the year. By the way, I'm also researching some new materials that need funding. See if you find anything that might interest you? Guzay is crazy, this is a rich dog. It would be a waste if he doesn't eat it. There are many talented people in their country who can be used. And there is no country in the world more suitable to be this big complainer than Camel Country. Ugh. Local rich man. Look. They are so rich. And their military is so powerful, right? Chapter 43 Research begins. Thanks to Guzay's eloquent speech, the great scientist successfully obtained an investment of 8 billion American dollars. This amount of money may not be much for China, but for Guzay, it may be money that he will never be able to earn in his entire life. Just like that, after the technically skilled Guzay talked with the technically savvy Crown Prince Camel, their meeting ended perfectly. Brother Gu, Li Shen said, I'll keep this money and the princess for you. You won't be able to enjoy these while you're doing research. Ah, he. Guzay scratched his head and looked at the exotic girl who had changed her clothes and was looking at him lovingly. He didn't dare to say anything more. He really just wanted to exchange medical technology with Camel Country, that's all. It's definitely not my intention to see if there are any rare mineral deposits under the desert, absolutely not. Grandpa Huang Gong. Li Shen said, I'll go back first. Okay, let's drink together some other day. Mr. Huang said with a smile. After a night's rest, the 5 continued their journey towards X's headquarters. When they arrived at the place, X, the boss, came to greet Guzay. Oh, Mr. Guzay. I've heard so much about you. The CEO said with a laugh, it's truly an honor for our headquarters to welcome such a talented person as Mr. Guzay. You're welcome. X is a leading technology company in China. I have to rely on the guidance of the seniors to point out my shortcomings. Guzay said. If someone insists on comparing Sway phones with Apple phones, Guzay will only say, "Yeah, right, you're right." What's so great about Sway? It's just one of the world's largest telecom operators. No way, no way? No one really thinks Sway is just selling phones, right? No one would be so obsessed with a crappy phone, right? Ugh. Disgusting. Disgusting. Jokes aside, after Guzay and the others entered the X headquarters and saw the situation inside, they couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The work here did not come to a standstill because of Guzay's arrival, and everyone was still working at their respective posts. There is nothing they can do unless they work hard. America's suppression is too harsh. It is already good enough that they can still maintain research and development. Mr. Gu, please follow me. The boss led the way with a smile. Where are we going? We arrived at a place where people were doing a job, packaging. Chip packaging. What are these? Guzay asked puzzledly. These are chips needed for certain commercial machines, the CEO said. Our chip production is just OEM. We don't have a complete production line. Even if we had the blueprints, we wouldn't be able to produce them right now. Their intentions are actually pretty easy to guess, Guzay said. Chip production isn't just about mastering the technology to make money, they also have to seize the already limited production capacity. Without X to share the pie, they'll naturally get a bigger piece. That's true, the boss said awkwardly. I heard from Mr. Huan that Mr. Guzay has 14-nanometer production technology? I wonder what you need. I'll have someone prepare it now. Don't be anxious. Guzay said calmly, I have to go see what you have here first, otherwise I won't be able to start. If X could still use a foundry to produce its chips, it wouldn't be forced to use other people's chips. But they won't let it. The three military kings and engineer Huang accompanied Guzay to visit X's equipment research and development department. To be honest, Guzay saw a lot of good things here. Some of them were still concept machines, and some of them could not be sold for the time being because of the lack of technological breakthroughs. In fact, as long as the world's top scientific and technological forces are combined, there is nothing that cannot be broken through. It's a pity that various positions make this impossible to achieve. People are always gifted with wisdom in killing their own kind. I want this. Guzay took a master control board and looked at it carefully. Send 2 or 3 more. The person who made the control panel was about to stand up and yell, but when he saw the boss was next to him, he sat down. Chip production is actually not that difficult, at least in the eyes of advanced civilizations. It is naturally more difficult to produce high-precision chips using human means. After walking around, Guzay already had several things in his hands that were considered confidential within X, and he left the laboratory with satisfaction. Where is my laboratory? Guzay asked. Please follow me. The boss continued to lead the way. He didn't want this to happen, but the young man in front of him was really amazing. Let us not talk about whether it is possible to develop a chip production line. Even if it is not possible, what Guzay came up with is already amazing enough. This time, X was negotiating with Fengxue Company because they wanted to grab a lifeline. The original message to Yiling Xue was that if it didn't work out, forget it. Who would have thought that Guzay would agree without hesitation? Well, okay. Guzay looked at the neatly organized laboratory and said, You all go out now. It will probably take a week. Leave the food and drinks at the door. Please process the materials I need and send them to me as soon as possible. Everyone was stunned. You're going into seclusion now? Not so soon, right? Are you sure it will only take a week? That's a lithography machine, said Mr. Huan. Don't worry, don't you believe in my skills? Guzay said with a smile. Since Guzay said so, these big guys did not insist. As for Guzay, he was able to speak for a week, and there was a reason for that. Let me see where the thing the system gave me before is. Guzay was looking for something in the system warehouse. A few years ago, when the craze about chips was heating up, the system gave Guzay a technology. Microparticle cutting machine. Theoretically, this thing can cut objects into molecular levels. The limit of Moore's law is 1 nanometer, and if it goes any further it will reach the atomic level. In other words, Moore's law is about to fail, and the limit of silicon-based chips is here. If this equipment did not require more advanced supporting materials to cut chips, Guzay could have manufactured a 1 nanometer lithography machine. Well, it shouldn't be called a photolithography machine, it should be called a particle cutting chip processing machine. but it doesn't matter. Once the thing is modified like this and the core area is set to a state where it will be destroyed if disassembled, who would dare to explore this secret? Oh, right. Guzé found the thing and suddenly remembered that there was still some equipment he hadn't brought over. Mr. Huang, help me find a computer that can't connect to the internet. Chapter 44 Technological Breakthrough. Guzé's situation is reported to his superiors every day, and Li Xian also receives the news. Photolithography machine? Li Xian frowned. In this world, no country can independently produce cutting-edge technology such as lithography machines. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the pinnacle of human technology. In such a small and inexpensive research room, Guzé wanted to build a photolithography machine with his bare hands? How was this possible? Master Li Xian. The princess came over and said in broken Chinese, "It's time to eat." I told you not to be so reserved. Li Xian sighed. Even without this identity, Li Xian's identity is still quite noble. He doesn't need a crown prince's princess as a lover. If it weren't for the fact that Guzé's identity was too sensitive right now and his protection umbrella was too useful, he wouldn't want to get involved in this mess at all. However, the lithography machine. Hey, Li Xian said with a little excitement, if it can be manufactured, I guess in a few years I can rent a domestically produced computer to play with? Inside the laboratory, as the most critical components were completed, people outside were finally allowed to enter. Guzé bit a hamburger in his mouth and typed on his laptop, seemingly writing some program. You can also program? Mr. Huang was stunned. This. Guzé clicked run and after making sure everything was working, he took a bite of his burger. It's really difficult to write this program using existing computer languages. Existing ones? The boss noticed something wrong. Guzé shuddered, coughed, and chuckled, nothing. After the program packaging was completed, Guzé began the final assembly. There are so many things to pay attention to when it comes to lithography machines. One careless mistake can ruin them. Boss, Guzé asked, the raw materials I need should have arrived, right? Here it is, said X, the boss. It's just waiting for you to use it. It's in the warehouse and someone is watching it. Well, bring it here. Guzé laughed, let's produce a computer assembled entirely from domestic parts. Everyone smiled bitterly, it was obvious that they didn't take it seriously. In fact, Guzé's willingness to come to Sway is the biggest help to Sway. Who cares whether you can make a lithography machine? It's too difficult. The wafer arrived, Guzé put on special clothes, and then opened the door of a machine that looked like an RV. After a series of careful operations, Guzé successfully turned on the machine. Buzz buzz buzz. The machine started running, and Guzé monitored various data inside, fearing that there would be even the slightest error. Several people outside were stunned. Are you so serious? It's like we can really make a chip. But Guzé inside was concentrating, so they didn't want to disturb him. Then, just when everyone was bored, the machine stopped working. Guzé walked out. Everyone came forward. Did it succeed? Mr. Huang asked. It doesn't matter if it fails. After all, it's really difficult for one person to make this thing. Yes, the manufacture of this thing cannot be accomplished overnight. The boss also said so. Guzé smiled mysteriously and took out 2 CPUs from the box. Everyone was stunned. What was this? It looked like the Intel logo? Guess which pirated CPU I produced? Guzé said with a chuckle, I succeeded. If you're not convinced, why don't we try it on the computer? WC? Everyone was stunned. Did they really figure it out? This couldn't be a lie, right? I didn't see Guzé bring any CPU in. Could it be that Guzé really produced it himself? This machine is completely packaged? CPUs are like NM dumplings? What are you standing there for? Guzé was dissatisfied. Why don't we just give it a try? Hearing this, the boss quickly sent someone to bring a computer with the CPU removed. After the new CPU was installed and debugged, the tester was able to run a super large game on it. This CPU is real. It's really made. But this is not the time to be happy yet. Mr. Guzé. X, the boss, panted and asked, 9. Can the Qilin 9 be produced? Guzé made a gesture. What? Add money. Guzay said with a smile. Puff. The boss almost spat out blood. Is this a matter of money? I can give you as much as you want. The key is whether we can produce it. The answer is yes. But this equipment still needs reinforcement, Guzay said. Xiao Shuai and I agreed on 2 months. It would be a stretch to train your employees in the remaining time. Boss, please call over the more capable employees. They'll be the ones to upgrade the equipment after I'm gone. As long as the core components are not broken, then with the talents under X, we can be completely self-sufficient. In this way, a silent anti-monopoly war quietly spread. In Yi Lingshua's company, she was processing documents one after another. Watching the company's stock price continue to rise, she frowned. Having money is not a good thing. Now we rely only on the nickel hydrogen technology and nanomaterial technology that Guzay brought out. If we continue like this, we will be overtaken by others sooner or later. But the point is naturally not this. What bothers her more is why the bad guy Guzay hasn't come back yet. Although it was only 2 months, there was no news from Guzay during this period, which made Yi Lingshua very anxious. How could she tell Mother Gu about this? Should she say that I sold her son? Or that she ran away after a Cold War with me? Xiao Shuai. Zhou Cixi walked in full of energy. Have you heard? The chip blockade against China has been tightened again. Even the fruits are suffering. I know, Yi Lingshua sighed, it's their old trick. It has nothing to do with us. Hey, I heard that there has been a major breakthrough in domestic chips. They can soon replace the products of foreign technology companies. Zhou Cixi said. How is that possible? Yi Lingshua shook her head and smiled bitterly. Being able to reach the position of CEO, she has broad knowledge in all aspects and naturally knows how difficult chip production is. But it seemed as if God was playing a joke on her. As she sat down to drink her coffee, a piece of news popped up. Shocking. X breaks the chip production blockade. Kirin 10 unveiled. Is its performance approaching that of G-Link's flagship chip? Surprise. The timing of the technological breakthrough coincides with Guzay's visit to X. Is this a coincidence or a coincidence? Guzay? Why? Yi Lingshua was dumbfounded. She knew Guzay's abilities, but could this guy really, truly, create a photolithography machine? Chapter 45 Returning Home. In 2 months, Guzay had taught them everything he could at Sway headquarters. If we continue teaching, the system will be exposed. Although the technology of core components can only be explored to the edge with X's current capabilities after several decades of research, at least there is a clear direction. Now that the matter here is settled, Guzay, Mr. Huang and the others are about to go to another place. As for this place, Huaxia Institute of Atomic Energy? Guzay was stunned. What do they want me to do? You don't think your steel is that simple, do you? Engineer Huang said. I've compiled the detailed information and submitted it to higher-ups. Many organizations that need high-temperature resistant materials have reviewed your data. The results are significant, but we still need your personal guidance on some things. Do you have money? Guzay asked with a chuckle. Yes. The 5 billion Chinese yuan support I mentioned is still valid. Mr. Huang said with a smile. However, Guzay doesn't want to work at the Atomic Energy Agency now. Mr. Huang, Guzay said, I haven't seen my mother for 2 months. I still want to go home first. Hearing this, Huang Gong sighed and said, all right. When you want to go, just contact me. With me here, there's no place in the entire Chinese nation you can't go. As long as you can demonstrate your value, privilege is not a dream. By the way, about my information. Guzay wanted to ask, apart from the information that was leaked when the nickel hydrogen technology was exposed, has any of his information been leaked since then? Don't worry, Engineer Huang chuckled. After Sway announced its in-house chip production, there were some articles online about it, but they were all debunked as you were just here to discuss more advanced battery technology. In this way, no one would associate X's chip development with Guzay. Sitting back on the plane and flying into the sky again, Guzay couldn't help but sigh. As for Guzay, in all these years, he rarely had the chance to ride in a private car, let alone a plane. It's only been a few days, and I've already taken it twice. Each trip costs several thousand. It's really... Just when Guzay was still lamenting that his life was really different, somewhere in Yanjing. Okay, I got it. The middle-aged man hung up the phone calmly. Superheat-resistant material. The main research goal of the IAEA is nothing more than controlled nuclear fusion. As long as this thing is available, the energy problem will be completely solved. Because nuclear fusion generates a lot of heat, heat-resistant materials are particularly important. China is also at the forefront of the world in this area of research, and the addition of this new material will naturally give it an added advantage. However, the pace of developing these technologies must be slow. Gu Zhe's existence is too special. Now only people from some big companies know Gu Zhe's identity. If he is targeted by someone with ulterior motives, it will be too late for China to save him. Let me see, Shen Xing, Wu Haotian, and Li Xian? The middle-aged man frowned. This kid really gets dragged into trouble everywhere. Forget it. Hello? It's me. I'll let someone else take Li Xian's place temporarily and let him live in the Magic City for a while. Yes, paid leave. When Gu Zhe returned to his hometown and got off the plane, he saw two women and one man welcoming him from afar. Damn Gu Zhe, you finally decided to come back. Zhou Sisi snorted, why don't you just die out there? There's no way. Successful men are always busy. You don't understand this pain. Gu Zhe said exaggeratedly. Puff. Yiling Xue covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Zhou Sisi was about to explode with anger and was just about to bite Gu Zhe. Wu Haotian took Gu Zhe's luggage into the car. Brother Gu, Wu Haotian said as he got into the car, Auntie has recovered very well and returned home half a month ago. But your old house is being demolished, so Auntie is now living in your new house. Oh, I see. Gu Zhe nodded. Is there anything else going on in the company recently? What could possibly be going on? Yiling Xue snorted. More and more people are coming to us seeking cooperation. Now, I can collect money just by sitting there. This has made the rest of the company's business much easier. Yiling Xue held her forehead in her hand. She'd been quite exhausted recently. Many people had come to inquire about nickel metal hydride technology, and more than once, safety had been cited as an issue. There have been quite a few safety incidents involving nickel metal hydride technology in recent days. Many people have already been using it in violation of regulations, and now they're demanding compensation from Fengxue. Yiling Xue has held press conferences more than once to explain that nickel hydrogen batteries are only relatively safe, and they will not be able to withstand the test of the limits of lithium batteries. It's just that the effect of this press conference is getting worse and worse, and there are more and more people causing trouble. Is that true? Gu Zhe was stunned. Lithium batteries are inherently dangerous. What are they trying to do? Brother Gu, Wu Haotian chuckled and handed a medical file to Gu Zhe. Take a look at the information on it. Gu Zhe took a look at it, and Wu Haotian drove to the nearest restaurant. Haotian's home is the best hospital here. Big companies offer very high benefits, especially foreign companies. As for the information Wu Haotian gave to Gu Zhe, it was a photocopy of confidential documents within the hospital. Battery explosions and burns, harmful substances contaminating internal organs, heavy metal poisoning. Gu Zhe felt increasingly puzzled as he read, what is all this? Brother, one of the technologies you left behind in Fengxue Company is confidential technology, Wu Haotian said. It cannot be opened without internal information. These people are all employees of the same company. Which one? Gu Zhe asked. New Century Energy Company. Wu Haotian said. This company has long been targeting Fengxue Company. Are they doing reverse engineering? Gu Zhe was stunned. With the technology in Japan, it wouldn't be a problem to reverse engineer the battery technology, but the spirit of craftsmanship has become the spirit of manual labor, and there is really no guarantee for their skills. There is nothing wrong with the conflicts of interest between companies and competition, but it is a bit too much to engage in piracy so blatantly. Besides, this is not necessary, right? Xiaoshuek Gu Zhe said, we provide a tutorial with the nickel metal hydride technology license, right? Yes, Yiling Xue said, in addition to paying a small patent fee, you can also pay tuition to learn the relevant technology by using our technology. There is no need to crack it yourself. Then why do they still need to do their own research? Gu Zhe was puzzled. What else could it be? Wu Haotian snorted, he wants to apply for an international patent. Chapter 46 Treating Xinjiang. International patents only have a validity period of 50 years. Once this period expires, all patent details must be published. Moreover, those people are from other countries who review it. China is very strange. Why is it strange? It is because our strength is obviously very strong, but all the surrounding countries think that since China can do it, then I can do it too. Things like fifth-generation aircraft, space stations, electromagnetic technology, etc. must be developed no matter how bad the conditions are. As a result, apart from the United States and China, there is no other country in the world that can develop a fifth-generation fighter jet. Therefore, those people in Japan want to seize overseas markets. In fact, it is not just Japan, South Korea, and the Monkey Kingdom are also researching this technology. However, more scholars are doing research. Guze thought about it carefully and asked, how far has the company's business expanded now? Game consoles, mobile phones, laptops, Yiling thought for a moment, and emergency power stations, power banks, and the like. There are many areas. The technology is mature. Guze said, it doesn't matter. Even if they work hard to research it in a short period of time, they won't be able to crack this technology. Do you have any new technologies to share? Joe Cece asked. Brother is a man you can't speculate about casually. Guze said seriously. There was another commotion in the car. Soon, we arrived at the hotel. Wu Haotian walked in carelessly and took out a Supreme VIP card. Mr. Wu, please follow me. The waiter led the way with a smile. Third floor, private room. Come on, don't think about work for now, order some food. Anything you want. Wu Haotian said with a grin, the taste of this restaurant is guaranteed. Soon, a table full of dishes was served. I didn't order any wine because I had to drive later. By the way, Brother Gu, I want to ask you something, Wu Haotian said. The hospital has had some troublesome cases lately. All of them are congenital genetic defects. I wanted to ask if you have anything that can treat these genetic defects? You think too highly of me. Guze wiped his mouth. I'm good at technology, but medical technology requires specialized people to conduct research. The world is now making a lot of efforts to combat genetic diseases, and the human genome has been sequenced. Logically, genetic diseases should not be a problem. But unless humans can unite as they did during sequencing, the benefits of treating genetic defects will be enough to turn humanity against each other. If we can treat genetic defects, we can optimize genes and transform natural human genes. Who knows what strange creatures will be created? Bite. Guze was stunned. System mission released. Completely cure Xinqing's genetic mutation. Reward, gene therapy chamber. To facilitate treatment, we are distributing advanced genetic testing equipment. Please use it in conjunction with the spherical computer awarded by the system. Xinqing's condition is indeed a genetic defect. But this gene therapy chamber? Why? Wu Haotian needs this, so I have to give it to him? Brother, Wu Haotian said, I know this is difficult, but I think you have a solution. Gene therapy isn't impossible, but it's very expensive. It's much more expensive than the ICU. Tell me first, how is Xinqiang doing now? Guze asked. Xinqiang. Ever since Guze went to Sui's side, Xinqiang's life has remained unchanged. However, his condition hasn't been very good lately. Even the gene-maintaining medication, which costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per dose, can no longer maintain his condition. Now he can only use the medicine he made in violation of regulations, which is very toxic. It's a pity for Xinqing, Yiling said. His original research project cultivated artificial skin that was highly compatible with human skin. And it required very little time and materials. If there hadn't been an accident. Are there any medical students among us? Guze asked, what will happen if Xinqing continues to use those medicines? Internal organ failure. Yiling said, several seniors at the National Hospital wanted to help him, but he seemed ready to accept his fate and die. Xinqiang is indeed a genius that is unparalleled in the world. Mr. Yi, has our company considered entering the medical industry? Guze asked. Yiling chuckled and said, that depends on whether you can come up with the relevant technology. After all, we have a lot of money now, so building a hospital is not a big deal. Okay. Guze nodded, I'll go see my mother, and then I'll go see Xinqing tomorrow. After dinner, Wu Haotian drove everyone to Guze's residence. Lu Fan lives a comfortable life here. Since she has been lying in bed for so long, it is very good to be able to stand up and walk a few steps. Mom! Guzhe said softly, I'm back. Oh, A's. Lu Fang said with a laugh, look, Mom is completely healed. Mom, I have to go out for a while. It's nice to have a lively home, but some people outside work without any rest. Inside Shin Chang's residence. Gulp gurgle. Shin Chang blew the wine into the bottle. Suddenly his body spasmed. He struggled, adjusted his body, and stabilized himself. Then he looked at his hands. This skin color, as white as snow, looks beautiful, but in fact, he is in a state where he will be hurt if he is exposed to the sun for a long time. Medicine, where is the medicine? Shin Chang stood up, rummaged through the drawers, and found the homemade synthetic medicine on the table. Although the poison is very serious, he has to eat it. After swallowing it in one breath, Shin Chang calmed down. He is really going to die. A genius, after taking the medicine, sat on the sofa and started crying. He doesn't want to die. There are still many things to do. There are still many studies to be done. Could it be that God really is jealous of talented people? Is he really going to die here? At some point, he fell asleep. The agent outside looked at the surveillance video and frowned. He went in, found Shin Chang, gave him an injection, and then put him back in his place. Shin Chang, a genius in the medical field who was friends with Guzhe. As someone who had interacted with Guzhe, the higher-ups naturally paid special attention to him. And, indeed, it is such a pity that such a genius died here. China's medical field still needs a lot of people to continue to work hard, not only for China, but also for the whole world. It's quite funny to say that the tutor who caused Shin Chang's genetic mutation was imprisoned for 2 years and was finally demoted to become the principal of a key school. Chapter 47 Treating Shin Chang. When Guzhe arrived at Shin Chang's residence and walked in, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Shin Chang sat on the floor in the living room, his eyes dull. What are you doing here? Shin Chang asked, my illness has worsened. No matter how hard I try, it's useless. Your disease is not incurable. Guzhe said, as long as we can find the gene chain that causes your disease. Do you think it's possible? Shin Chang smiled bitterly. I'm now more mutated than organisms contaminated by radiation. How can you detect the mutated genes in me in such a short time? Don't bother me anymore. Regardless of whether Shin Chang has talent or not, as long as he is saved, the gene therapy chamber can be unlocked, which Guzhe wants very much. Come with me. Guzhe said, there is always a way. You're lying. Shin Chang snorted. But the next second, his hand was grabbed by Guzhe, and a syringe-like prop was inserted into his hand. Feeling a stinging pain, Shin Chang was curious, what was this for? I don't understand what this means either. Do you understand it? Guzhe showed Shin Chang the results detected by the instrument. The medical genius took it and took a quick look at it. Suddenly, Shin Chang's pupils contracted sharply. Is this a diseased gene chain? What kind of instrument? It's so easy to detect? This is impossible. Give it to me. Shin Chang dodged the thing and stabbed his arm. Beep, beep, beep. Pathological gene detected. Pathological gene detected. After looking at the data again, Shin Chang was ecstatic. With this, we can stabilize the condition in a very short period of time and develop drugs that can save us. But his lab was too small. And he couldn't perform surgery on himself. Can you drive? Shin Chang asked, take me to Wu Haotian's hospital. They have equipment that can perform gene therapy. I only know how to drive an electric scooter, Guzhe said. But there's already a medical vehicle outside. If you want to continue waiting to die here, I won't stop you. Hearing this, Shin Chang picked up the black cloak on the sofa, wrapped himself tightly in it, and put on sunglasses. Wu Haotian waited outside for a long time. As soon as the two got in the car, the back seat and the front seat were blocked by black curtains, and the windows on both sides were also covered. To be honest, there are only a few cases of Shin Chang's disease in the whole world, and there is really little hope of a cure. They arrived at the hospital nervously, and when they got to the basement, with the help of the dim light, everyone could see Shin Chang's current appearance clearly. The red blood vessels can almost see the blood flowing inside. Don't worry about me. Shin Chang said, use this instrument to perform gene therapy on me. I'll tell you the specific steps. Guzhe walked out. He didn't understand what was going on. The treatment would begin in half an hour. The first step was to remove the organs that were most seriously diseased from Xinqing's body. He would definitely not be able to live a normal life as a man in the future, but he could still survive. Mission accomplished, the gene therapy chamber has been stored in the system space. Guzhe thought for a moment, then asked, System, can this treatment chamber treat diseased organs? Can. After confirmation, Guzhe breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Xinqing, who had been anesthetized, was pushed out of the operating room. Although the attending physician was puzzled, he was also shocked when he saw the high-tech treatment chamber. When was this developed? Wu Haotian walked up to the doctor with a sullen face and said, Dr. Chen, you don't see anything here, do you know? As he spoke, a bank card with a password written on it came into Dr. Chen's hands. Dr. Chen swallowed his saliva, pretended to be calm and went to drink tea. After sending the doctor away, Wu Haotian felt scared. He had never heard that Brother Gu had such a thing. Where did this black technology come from? By the way, does this thing really work? Whether it was useful or not, it took Xinqing a day to wake up. At night, Yilingxue, Wu Haotian, and Guzhe stood at the door of the secret room. You made this too? Yilingxue blushed. If something goes wrong, it'll be hard to explain. It'll affect Haotian's family business. It's okay, I believe Brother Gu. Wu Haotian said, patting his chest. Aren't you going to explain? Yilingxue asked. I can understand that you made the nanomaterials, but this treatment chamber is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Even the life support machine in the ICU couldn't be installed that quickly, right? There are too many secrets about Guzhe. It seems that nickel metal hydride battery technology is just a small part of the technology in his hands. Xiaoxue, you two have to keep this a secret. Guzhe chuckled. This is our hospital's trump card. When the time comes, let's not talk about anything else. We can copy a dozen of these machines, and charge 1,000 yuan for a day of treatment for genetic diseases. How much will we earn in a month? Yilingxue thought of Guzhe's underground research base, sighed, and said, It's your technology anyway, you control it, it's up to you. I still have to discuss the hospital construction, so I'll be leaving first. Wu Haotian also said, I also want to go back to see if there is anything that needs to be dealt with in the hospital. Brother Gu, I am leaving too. After seeing them off, Guzhe came into the ward, locked the door and closed the window. Rumble. The machine was running non-stop, but Xinqing inside did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he slept soundly. Before he was treated, this guy still relied on alcohol to sleep. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Guzhe simply started to organize the data of the gene therapy warehouse and see if he could sell it to the higher-ups in exchange for some research funds, or simply give it to an open research institute. Hey, if it covers tens of thousands of acres, you can not only research these things, but also take out the 6th-generation fighter jets, giant multi-purpose tanks and other things to play with. If it is close to the sea, you can also play with the most advanced aircraft carriers. However, even if Guzhe can afford to support these people, the higher-ups probably won't expose them so easily. Take aircraft carriers as an example. 1. You intend to provoke a regional war. There are 2. You pose a serious threat to local security. There are 3 ships. You will be an extremely powerful protection force for this area. In short, in human history, the most advanced technologies are often used in the military, and Guzhe certainly understands this. If I were exposed, it would be hard to say whether I could see the sun again. Either they are detained and protected on their side, or they are targeted by foreign spies and want to be completely eliminated. They are in a dilemma. Forget it, why think so much? Guzhe continued to organize the information and took the opportunity to check on Xinqing's condition. Was he awake? Chapter 48, What a Cruel Move. The next day, Xinqing woke up from the treatment chamber yawning. What am I inside? After sitting up, Xinqing realized that this thing didn't seem to be an operating table. No, why did I fall asleep? Damn. Seeing the sunlight shining on him, Xinqing subconsciously raised his hands to cover his eyes. He knows his physique best. But strangely, his eyes were not damaged at all, and even his arms had recovered somewhat. What's going on? After leaving the treatment room, Xinqing changed into hospital gown and saw Guzhe. At this moment, Guzhe put the notebook aside and fell asleep on the table. Xinqing took the notebook and opened it. The construction and basic principles of the gene therapy chamber? Xinqing frowned and continued to look. Guzhe woke up, looked around, and saw Xinqing. Are you okay? Oh my god, this late night work is really uncomfortable. Brother Gu, Shin Cheng held up the notebook. Did you do this? A single treatment chamber can treat genetic diseases, and it looks like other illnesses can be treated as well. This is incredible. If this was an alien technology, Shin Cheng wouldn't be able to explain it. The theory behind this was too advanced. I sorted it out. Gu Zhe yawned and stretched, then picked up the gene testing instrument and pricked Shin Cheng again. Genetic testing is normal. Your constitution is weak, so I recommend recuperating for 6 months. Well, it's pretty good and effective. Gu Zhe smiled and put the instrument into his bag. As for the treatment chamber, it will have to be dismantled later. When they walked out the door, there were not many people in the hospital early in the morning, so the two of them walked side by side. After leaving the hospital, the dazzling sunlight shone on his body, and Shin Cheng subconsciously covered his eyes. Gu Zhe watched him quietly from the side. After feeling that his body was only warm and there was no burning sensation, Shin Cheng was so excited that he almost cried. He really thought that he would have to live in a cave like a light-phobic creature for the rest of his life. Don't cry, Gu Zhe said with a smile. Let's have breakfast first, and then I'll buy you some clothes. You'll look like a psychopath if you go out in a hospital gown. Let me make this clear first. I'm not saving you out of kindness. What I'm about to ask you to do is not simple. You have to publish the research and development of the treatment chamber on my behalf. Shin Cheng was stunned and asked, why? Isn't this your invention? Is this my specialty? Gu Zhe waved his hand. Don't you see how many people in this world are watching me? If I get involved in the medical industry again, do you believe that I will be dead on the street the next day? As for the slogans for the medical warehouse, there are ready-made routines that can be used. For example, scholar Shin Cheng, suffering from a severe illness, decided to develop a treatment chamber to treat genetic defects. The materials required were enormous, with a single treatment costing hundreds of thousands of yuan. It's not that they really charge that much. If you have money, they ask you to pay more. If you don't have money, they tell you that the government has introduced a people-friendly policy and you can get 99,000 yuan reimbursed. Anyway, I own the property, so bite me if you don't agree. Walking into the breakfast shop, Shin Cheng ordered several baskets of big buns. He stopped eating only after his stomach was full. Burp. Shin Cheng burped. Boss, pack it up and take it away. How long has it been since I last had normal food? Gu Zhe smiled bitterly, but the next second, he received a message on his phone. After reading the information above, his face darkened. What's wrong? Shin Cheng asked. Nothing, I have a party to attend tonight. Gu Zhe said, you can talk to Wu Haotian about the hospital construction. Normally, building a hospital requires formalities, but this time, it can be established under the name of Wu's hospital-affiliated hospital. As for the doctors, although Shin Cheng is well known, he has not taken any examinations in many years. Does he need to retake the medical qualification certificate? Considering this, Shin Cheng sneered. Don't worry, I still have some connections. And don't I have your treatment chamber to support me? Shin Cheng's smile made people feel a little uncomfortable. After parting with Shin Cheng, Gu Zhe looked at the message on his phone with some distress. At the high school reunion, all the students, whether they were doing well or not, would come. I was a good student back then. Not only was I good at studying, I was also very good at sports. I could be said to be a school idol who was loved by everyone and made cars burst their tires when they saw him. But now, who would care about a man who has no foundation, has never even attended college, and has accomplished nothing? When Lu Fang returned home at noon, she had prepared a table full of dishes and was waiting for her son to come back. Gu Zhe and Yiling Xue, who accidentally met at the door, came in. Auntie, we're back. Yiling Xue called her aunt affectionately, then changed her shoes and went to the kitchen to help. It wasn't so long ago that Gu Zhe and Yiling Xue were busy in the kitchen, but now he has been replaced. Oh, Xiao Xue is here? Lu Fang was delighted. Hurry up and sit down. I'm enough in the kitchen. This body recovers extremely quickly. The three of them sat together and talked about the future expansion of the company. Lu Fang was very supportive. But Lu Fang was still a little angry. After all, Gu Zhe was such a stubborn guy. He didn't pursue such a good girl around him, but just kept doing scientific research. To say that he was stupid was a compliment to him. Mom, I won't be back for dinner tonight. Gu Zhe said. Yi Lingxue was stunned and asked, "What's going on? Did you have a major scientific breakthrough? Why aren't you coming back tonight?" "No, my high school classmates are having a reunion and they want me to attend," Gu Zhe said lightly. Hearing this, Lu Fan was slightly stunned. Then she avoided his gaze and said, "Then let Xiao Shui accompany you to pick out a dress. It's not appropriate to wear the same thing all the time." Because of Lu Fan, her son's future was delayed. Although Gu Zhe, as a child, did not care, it was Gu Zhe who worked like a cow and a horse to support this broken family in the past few years. It is impossible for Lu Fang to not feel any guilt. If Gu Zhe goes to the party now, he might be laughed at. "Ha, a high school reunion?" Yi Lingxue sneered, "Don't worry, I'll put together a nice outfit for you." "Ha? Is this dress not good?" Gu Zhe wondered. "The jacket is 200 yuan, the shirt is 80 yuan, the pants are 70 yuan, and the shoes are slightly better, the discounted shoes from Red Star are 300 yuan. Gu Zhe has been wearing this outfit for who knows how many years. There are patches on the pants, but he is reluctant to change them. "Don't worry, my aesthetic taste is top-notch." Yi Lingxue laughed. "With me by your side, you'll definitely be the brightest star in the room." "No, why are you going to my high school reunion?" Gu Zhe was stunned. "Ouch, WC." In less than a second, Gu Zhe screamed again. As for the reason, it was naturally because Yi Lingxue grabbed the flesh around his waist. The woman was so cruel. Chapter 49, Fraud? After lunch, Yi Lingxue took Gu Zhe out. When they arrived at a luxury store, Yi Lingxue showed her VIP card quite familiarly. "Ms. Yi, what are you looking for this time?" "We have just received a batch of dresses," the shopping guide introduced enthusiastically. Yi Lingxue waved her hand and said, "I'm here to pick out clothes for this gentleman today. You don't need to bring him along." "Okay." The shopping guide nodded. Looking at Gu Zhe behind him, the shopping guide looked down on him. Who are these people? Why would they follow Mr. Yi to such a high-end place? A country bumpkin like this wouldn't even know what high-end clothing looks like, right? Humph, this piece of cloth is enough for him to struggle for a year. But when Gu Zhe walked in, the shopping guide was stunned. It's really hard to find clothes that suit a 1.8-meter tall person like you." Yi Lingxue compared Gu Zhe's figure and asked, "Where do you usually go to buy clothes?" "Red Star Irk." Gu Zhe scratched his head and said, "This brand is neither cheap nor expensive, and the quality is pretty good." "How does the saying go?" "You deserve it, Red Star Irk. The shoes I bought 3 years ago are still not broken." The sales assistant stifled a laugh, thinking, what a country bumpkin. Apparently, he only buys clothes on sale, right? If you wear clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to a class reunion, you will probably be heartbroken. Yi Lingxue said this and came to the light luxury area of the luxury store. This is not a place that sells formal clothes, but a place that sells some casual clothes. The weather is hot now, so I can't buy a suit to attend a class reunion. Yi Lingxue picked up a shirt, then a coat, gestured, and frowned. "Waiter, do you have any larger sizes?" Yi Lingxue asked. The shopping guide from this area came over, measured Gu Zhe's 3 dimensions, and then went to look for goods. After a while, Gu Zhe, wearing new clothes, appeared in front of Yi Lingxue. Looking at Gu Zhe, who was full of youthful vitality, Yi Lingxue was a little surprised. I didn't expect Gu Zhe's conditions to be so good. Gu Zhe looked at himself in the mirror and frowned. This dress is still a little small, my abdominal muscles are showing. Hearing this, Yi Lingxue was a little unhappy. If your abdominal muscles are showing, then they are showing. What's the matter? Are you a grown man afraid of being seen? Yi Lingxue said, while her hand touched Gu Zhe's belly dishonestly. After being patted, Yi Lingxue chuckled. You can choose dark colors so that your figure won't be so highlighted, said the shopping guide. Yi Lingxue nodded and said, 2 sets of white and black clothes, plus this one, in the same size. The shopping guide went to work. Although this order was only worth tens of thousands of yuan, it was also her achievement. The person who had been responsible for connecting with Yi Lingxue was now filled with regret. Why is Mr. Yi always so respectful to a man? Why? And when 2 people pay? Sir, would you like to scan the code or swipe the card? Asked the shopping guide. Oh, just scan the code. Gu Zhe picked up the phone. With Yi Lingxue's attempt to stop him failing, Gu Zhe completed the payment with a beep. Ah, you are Mr. Guzet? The sales assistant was surprised. I didn't expect that you are not only good at scientific research, but also have such a perfect figure. Hey, thank you for the compliment. Guzet said embarrassedly. This time, Yiling Xue kicked him again. With a cry of awe, Guzet ran away. The shopping guide who looked down on Guzet couldn't help but feel scared. If she spoke rudely to Guzet, what would be waiting for her would not be as simple as having her performance deducted. Where is your high school reunion? I'll take you there. Yiling Xue said with a chuckle, wearing sunglasses. Yes, here is the address. Guzet showed his phone to Yiling Xue. Phew. Yiling Xue smiled. Imperial City KTV? Yiling Xue laughed heartily. Why is the class reunion scheduled at a KTV? Are we going to have a meal or drink to stir things up? I don't know either. Guzet said helplessly, the whole place is booked. If I don't go, won't the money be wasted? Although Yiling Xue had guessed some things, she did not point it out. She stepped on the accelerator and drove to the Royal City KTV. On the other side, students who arrived at the venue earlier have begun to enter. Hey, Xiaoling. Long time no see. A man in a purple flirty shirt pulled up to the door in his sports car and said with a grin, we haven't been in touch since high school. How have you been lately? Very good. Shen Yuling smiled and nodded, looking at his car. Zhang Datong, you're doing pretty well. You even drive a supercar? Hey! Are you doing well? I'm not doing so well at all. In Shanghai, supercars are not uncommon at all. Zhang Datong said with a grin. As he said that, he handed the car keys to the security guard, put his arm around Shen Yuling and walked inside. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuling slapped his hand away and said, Zhang Datong, we're not that close. Now we're all grown up, please don't be so reckless. TSK. Zhang Datong groaned inwardly, then winked and said, Xiaoling, what are you talking about? Hasn't our relationship always been so good? You're not still thinking about that poor guy Guzet, are you? I heard that Guzet's father ran away from home and hasn't returned yet, and his mother is a complete sickly person. Anyone who comes into contact with her will be in trouble. Shen Yuling felt uncomfortable, and Zhang Datong was fanning the flames. Back then, Guzet's grades were among the best in their class. If it weren't for the changes in his family, Guzet would be the best person working in a listed company now. It's even possible that Guzet himself would be the big boss. This area of Shanghai is full of opportunities, and with his talent, he will definitely be able to make a name for himself. The students who arrived earlier gathered in the entertainment hall on the first floor, drinking drinks and eating snacks, talking and laughing. Hey, everyone is here? Who else hasn't come yet? As the leader of this party, Zhang Datong greeted his classmates happily. Apart from a few students who didn't have time to come, there was only one who promised to come, but there is no news yet. Guzet. Guzet, the person Zhang Datong was determined to surpass, was forced to stop on the side of the road with President Yi at this moment. It's not that the car broke down or anything, but... You all saw it, right? It's them. Ouch. My old woman, my waist. You can't get away without 1,000,000 or 800,000 today. An old woman with a face full of extortion was lying on the ground, clinging to the front end of Yiling Xue's car, and refused to let go no matter what. Chapter 50. I punish myself with 3 bottles. That's right, Yiling Xue was driving when she was scammed. Oh my, this is still a BMW? What BMW? You're clueless. This is a custom-made model. It costs millions. This guy really is bad when he gets rich. Look what he did to the old man. That's right. More and more people gathered to watch the fun, and Yiling Xue frowned. This is not a good way to go, because Yiling Xue noticed that someone started filming a video. Once this video is posted online, Yiling Xue will no longer be able to control it, and it will have an impact on Fengxue Company's shares. Pay me money. The old lady snorted, pressed on the hood, and refused to get up no matter what. Yiling Xue wanted to give money, but Guzet stopped her. Leave it to me. Guzet sighed and then made a phone call. Oh, you're still looking for someone, aren't you? I'm telling you, no matter who you're looking for, you can't get away today. The old woman bared her teeth. If you don't compensate me with 500,000 yuan today, you can't even think of leaving. You seem to be rich, so why aren't you willing to pay even this little? Hello? Traffic police? Guzay said, someone is trying to scam us and won't let us go. Wait for me to ask. Guzay put down his phone and asked, Xiaoxue, do you have a dashcam in your car? Yes. Yilingxue said with a smile. The old woman blinked and chuckled, saying, don't even think about framing me. Your dashcam is already full. It can't record anymore. Old lady, Yilingxue looked at her as if she were a pitiful creature. Do you know there is a thing called the cloud? The old woman's expression changed instantly. She stood up immediately, patted her butt, and cursed, young people nowadays really don't know how to be polite to the elderly. Guzay watched all this with a cold eye, then picked up his phone and asked, Hey, Officer Bai, you should have seen everything, right? This guy is committing fraud. This has a huge impact on my boss's reputation. I must demand compensation. Hey, old woman, don't run. It's no use. You can't get away. With Guzay making such a fuss, the police came, but the old woman had already disappeared without a trace. Although it was a relief, Yilingxue was very angry under the scorching sun. Her makeup was ruined. Seeing Yilingxue's gloomy face, Guzay smiled and said, You look very beautiful even without makeup. That won't work. Yilingxue pouted and said, Makeup is a woman's skill, a woman's weapon. It's all that damn old woman's fault. But, this has already been delayed for quite a while. What if I waste time on touch-ups? Ding-a-ling. Hello? Oh, Xiaoling, Guzay said, I'm fine. I ran into some trouble on the way. You guys can go ahead and have fun. You don't have to wait for me. Xiaoling? Yilingxue frowned. After hanging up the phone, Guzay looked at Yilingxue again and found that the president's face was as cold as frost. What did I do wrong? Did I delay the CEO's makeup? Or was it wrong to save the CEO's face? Let's go, Yilingxue snorted. I'll touch up my makeup when we get there. You should know what to call me. I know, you are my girlfriend. Guzay sighed, a woman's desire to win. In order to attend this banquet, Yilingxue, the goddess who so many people can't pursue, wants to be his girlfriend. TSK, what on earth did he do to deserve Yilingxue's attention? Soon, the car arrived at the destination. When the door was opened, Zhang Datong and his classmates looked over. Zhang Datong was the first to pick up the microphone and say, Classmates. Did you see that? Guzay is here. Our class's most handsome boy is here. Seeing Zhang Datong like this, Guzay couldn't help but frown. Why doesn't this sound like a good thing? I'm sorry I'm late. Guzay laughed. To express my apology, I will punish myself. Zhang Datong snorted. 3 cups as punishment? I'll make you vomit later. I'll punish myself with 3 bottles. Guzay said, picked up 3 freshly opened bottles of wine, and drank them down in one gulp. Then, I burped. The whole audience was stunned. Xin Yuling exclaimed and hurried over to check on Guzay's condition. Are you trying to kill yourself? Is this how you drink? Xin Yuling looked him up and down and said anxiously. Zhang Datong watched the scene and his back teeth were about to break. He couldn't understand why Guzay was so powerful. How could he finish 3 bottles of wine in one go? Could it be that this guy has been pretending all the time in high school? And only Guzay knew about this situation. Thanks to the system, it gave me a golden, invincible, giant, awesome titanium liver. Well, actually he had taken a hangover pill before. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. No matter how strong the wine is, it is just juice to Guzay now. He won't feel full even if he drinks as much as he wants. Amazing. Zhang Datong walked over with a laugh and said, Guzay, when did you become so drinkable? During the time when my mother was sick, I drank when I was in a bad mood. I developed this habit over time. Guzay said lightly. No matter how, one sentence can make people feel guilty for a lifetime. Now Zhang Datong couldn't say anything he wanted to say. Seeing that everyone was there, Zhang Datong called on his classmates to continue singing. Seeing Xin Yuling and Guzay sitting together, asking about each other's well-being, Zhang Datong became even angrier. Beep, beep, beep. What's wrong? Xin Yuling asked. Nothing. Guzay looked at the text message and said, my partner had some things to deal with and sent me a notice. In fact, Yilingxue had to cooperate with the police and could not come, so she asked Guzay to be careful on his own and not drink too much. Guzay, we haven't seen each other since high school. Have you ever thought about applying to college? Shin Yuling said, as long as you are willing, I think you can definitely get in. No need. Guzay smiled bitterly, all the knowledge I learned in college is of no use to me now. Seeing that the drink was almost finished, Guzay looked at the time again. It's almost time to eat. Let's go, everyone. Zhang Datong waved his hand. Emperor Hotel. We won't leave until we're drunk tonight. This hotel is right next door, and it is said to be owned by the Zhang family. No wonder he can be so arrogant. When everyone arrived at the place, they saw that the waiters had already set up the tables and were waiting for the guests to sit down and enjoy the food. Everyone, you're welcome. Zhang Datong chuckled and picked up a bottle of champagne. Hurry up and take your seats. There's a mysterious show waiting for you after you finish eating. Mystery show? Chapter 51. Can you stop eating? At the dinner table, several classmates who were on good terms with Guzay sat with him. Now if you look closely, you can see there are children there. Ha, this is my daughter. What do you think? Isn't she cute? Said a male classmate whose name he had long forgotten. Guzay felt a little far away. Someone had a baby already? It seemed like the classmates were all living smoothly. Unlike me, I am still alone now and can only relieve my sorrow by teasing Mr. Yi and that silly girl Jo Cece. Guzay, what have you been doing since you stopped going to school? Shin Yuling asked. As for me. Guzay took a bite of the food and said with a smile, I've done everything. Delivering takeout, washing dishes, etc., but my mother needs someone to look after her, so I stopped doing that later. Although I earn more money, it also takes up more time. I have a regular 9-to-5 job, and every day after I get home I take on some freelance work, like helping people fix code or something. It's surprisingly lucrative. Hearing Guzay's nonchalant remarks, several classmates didn't take it seriously. In their subconscious, no matter how strong Guzay's skills are, this educational barrier is enough to defeat him. In fact, apart from Shin Yuling and a few good friends, almost no one paid attention to Guzay. How much can you earn in a month? Shin Yuling asked. Now. Guzay calculated the account, how many hundreds of millions? Puff. Some people almost burst out laughing. How many hundreds of millions a month? Guzay, stop talking nonsense. If you could make hundreds of millions a month, would you still come to this party? A classmate said in disbelief. That's right, in our place, how many people have a monthly income of over 10,000? How many hundreds of millions do you make a month? Are you robbing a bank? Someone else joked. Even robbing a bank isn't this fast. Guzay is investing in arms and competing with America for business. As the talk became more and more outrageous, Guzay had no intention of explaining. Come on, we finally get together, let's drink. Guzay raised his glass. Cheers. Everyone was drunk as the glasses clinked. Shin Yuling looked at Guzay's face, which was not red at all, and felt confused. Even if you can drink a lot, you can't drink without showing any redness, right? Halfway through the meal, that bastard Zhang Datong came over again. He was so drunk that he walked unsteadily. It is said that alcohol makes cowards brave, but Zhang Datong still has to consider the powerful fighting power of Guzay, who is 1.8 meters tall and has 8 abdominal muscles. He wonders if his thin arms and legs will be killed instantly by Guzay. At this moment, Guzay was chewing a turtle shell with great interest when he suddenly felt someone hugging him. Guzay. Burp. Zhang Datong burped. Do you know how jealous I am of you? Ah. Are you jealous of my university? Guzay's random words made several classmates laugh. Who hasn't he done a few ridiculous things when they were in school? At that time, everyone was bored and would inevitably do some strange things when going to the toilet. Gosh, are you disgusting? Zhang Datong glared at Guzay. I mean, why are you so popular with girls? Why? Because I'm big? Guzay was puzzled. Big? How are you big? Zhang Datong was a little confused. Big and strong. Guzay showed off his biceps. Didn't you just say your thing was big? Zhang Datong was dissatisfied. Ah. I was just kidding. Guzay said helplessly, what do you want to say? Let me make it clear first, this meal is yours to treat, I won't pay for it. Who needs your meal money? Zhang Datong snorted and walked away. Then, the guy from a distance looked at Shin Yuling, who was beside Guzay. Guzay is the school hunk, so Shin Yuling is not only the school belle, but also the class belle. Now this woman is quite graceful and elegant, and it is said that she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Zhang Datong swallowed and ignored it. I have money. I have money. I have money. Shin Yuling must be his. Look at that Guzay, what has he become now? He is just eating like a fool. What's so delicious about these? Eating too much gutter oil will turn you into a fool. Pa! Seeing that they had almost finished eating, everyone was curious about what the mysterious program was. And suddenly, the lights dimmed. Oh my god, who turned off the lights? I drank it up my nose. Crap, I poked my nose with my chopsticks. With a few curses, the lights came back on. However, there was light at the podium. Zhang Datong was dressed appropriately, standing there with a microphone in his hand. Ahem. Thank you all for coming to my party today. It's been years since we last met. Zhang Datong said. As everyone knows, I, Zhang Datong, have a little bit of money. There was a chorus of boos from below. Don't mess with me. Zhang Datong laughed. Today, I'm going to do something I should have done in high school. Shin Yuling. I like you. Please marry me. As he spoke, the light shone on Shin Yuling. While illuminating the class beauty, it also illuminated Guzay, who was still eating and drinking recklessly. Guzay, get out of here. Zhang Datong was furious. Oh, wait. Guzay wiped his mouth and then took the plate to the next table. The students were more curious than Zhang Datong's surprise performance. Guzay, what is your stomach made of? How can you still eat? Zhang Datong snorted, but his expression changed instantly. He smiled and took out a small box from his arms. Under the light, he came to Shin Yuling and said, Yuling, I'm serious. Please marry me. As long as you marry me, you will be the young mistress of my Zhang family, and you will be ranked first in this magic city. I will love you for the rest of my life. So romantic. That's strange. What man isn't unfaithful? Especially in a materialistic city like Shanghai. Listening to several female classmates talking about romance, several close friends looked at Guzay. Hey, you're still eating. Someone's proposing over here. Can you put down the roast chicken? Roast chicken, put it down. Damn, I told you to put down the roast chicken, not pick up the roast duck. Don't just eat it with the plate. Ouch, another pig-ass trotter. Ouch, you took another apple. It seems you can't keep your mouth shut. Click, click. Crunch, crunch. The whole place fell silent for a moment, leaving only the sound of Guzay happily eating. Guzay! Can you stop talking to me, you bastard? Zhang Datong couldn't stand it anymore. He roared. Oh. Guzay put down the apple and picked up the banana. You continue. I'll eat this. It won't make any noise and won't affect you. How about you do it again? I think the atmosphere seems to be ruined. Chapter 52, Window to Heaven. The whole audience vomited blood. It seems you know that you are ruining the atmosphere. Zhang Datong coughed and knelt on one knee. Click. Fuck you. Zhang Datong endured the pain and cursed Guzay's whole family in his heart. Can you please stop throwing chicken bones around? Where did you say you would be civilized and set a good example? Shin Yuling, who was nearby, obviously heard the sound, and unfortunately, she knew about the chicken bone. She and Guzay ate it together. Ahem, Shin Yuling. I love you. Zhang Datong said. Oh, thank you? Shin Yuling said, I'm not planning on getting married yet, so you should find someone else. Click. Zhang Datong stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. What's going on? I heard Shin Yuling's family is not ordinary. Her biological father seems to be a big shot, and he saw her talent. Is it called a biotech company? I've heard about it too. It seems to be a cutting-edge company researching nano-human organs, with an annual turnover of over 100 trillion. Even China has invested in it. Moreover, most of this company's technology is its own. We've discussed acquisitions with America countless times, but there's nothing we can do. Oh my god, so Shin Yuling was raised in poverty? Hiss, her major seems to be biological science as well? Shin Yuling's ruthless rejection left Zhang Datong stunned. The additional explanations from other classmates made him completely lose confidence in pursuing Shin Yuling. Of course, Shin Yuling naturally doesn't like such an identity. The help her biological father gave her was so great that she couldn't give up, otherwise she would really be devastated and unable to develop. But she still wanted to rebel against her father and didn't want her biological father to arrange her marriage for her. She has someone she likes. Gu Zhe. This big boy is responsible, kind and cheerful. He never gave up even when his mother was diagnosed with cancer. However, this blockhead has only known how to eat since he came to KTV. Click, click. I don't know what this bastard Gu Zhe is eating now. Zhang Datong can't stand it anymore. Gu Zhe, you bastard, I've tolerated you for so long. The lights came back on. Zhang Datong picked up a wine glass and rushed towards Gu Zhe. And at this moment, the door was kicked open. With a thud, Zhang Datong lost his balance and knelt in front of Gu Zhe. Crash. Gu Zhe picked up the beer, poured him a glass, and picked up his own glass. Following a crisp sound, everyone fell silent. Does this mean I want to drink with you? Can you please have some self-awareness? Are you selectively blind? Soon, everyone's attention was attracted by a beautiful leg. Huh, I thought it couldn't be opened. Yiling Xue walked in wearing a red dress. The bright red color looked like blood dripping onto the snow-white ground, so dazzling and so beautiful. Gu Zhe, is the party over? Gu Zhe? Why Gu Zhe again? Just when everyone was puzzled, someone exclaimed. Yiling Xue. Oh my god. You are Yiling Xue, right? The boss of Feng Xue Company? That female CEO worth tens of billions. Damn it. Why is she connected to Gu Zhe? This time, the amount of information once again overwhelmed most of the students' brains. Didn't I tell you? Hundreds of millions a month. Mr. Yi and I are partners. Gu Zhe said. Hundreds of millions? Really? Those classmates were so regretful. If only they could get in touch with Gu Zhe, it would be great. Even if they couldn't, they could at least lend him some money. In the end, human desires prevail. You seem to be enjoying your meal. Yiling Xue frowned as she saw that there was still beef in Gu Zhe's bowl. It's a pity that I didn't eat a single bite because I was busy with things. Gu Zhe stopped talking and scratched his head. I'll make it for you when I get home. Okay. Yiling Xue smiled, picked up Gu Zhe's hand and was about to leave. And at this moment, Shin Yuling stopped Yiling Xue. A mature female president and a noble princess who has fallen into the mortal world. The two women understood it the moment they met. The person in front of me is a strong enemy. Ms. Yi, what is your relationship with Gu Zhe? Please let him go. Shin Yuling said. Relationship? Yiling Xue moved Gu Zhe's arm closer and smiled wickedly. What do you think, little girl? Hearing these provocative words, Shin Yuling's face darkened. Let go, or... What else? Yiling Xue raised an eyebrow. Miss Shin Yuling, your status in the family isn't even as high as that of an adopted daughter. Those upper-class scum won't even invite you to a party. They even ignore you. Besides using your skills to benefit your biological father, what else can you do? Wouldn't it be better to just accept your father's arrangements? It's different. Shin Yuling cried anxiously, you can't just take Gu Zhe away like this. After all, if Shin Yuling missed this opportunity, she might really have no chance. That won't do. Yiling Xue chuckled, Auntie is still waiting for us to go home, right, dear? Can you please not yell in such a corny way? Gu Zhe looked shocked. There should be a limit to teasing people. Just like that, a good class reunion ended abruptly. Zhang Datong, a second-generation rich man without any real power, looked at the gloomy Shin Yuling and didn't know what to say. If he continued to offend her now, he would be asking for trouble. Click. A thunderclap lit up the night sky. In the Magic City, a city full of opportunities, Shin Yuling sat on the bed with her legs hugged. She doesn't want to go on a blind date. She doesn't want to be manipulated by her father. But now, she seems to have no choice. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Hello, father. Shin Yuling answered the phone with dull eyes. Yuling, a male voice came from the other end, I've received important intelligence regarding the new technology negotiations. Your blind date is no longer important. The meeting will be in a week, so you need to prepare well. Not important anymore? Shin Yuling frowned, but said, okay, I understand. Anyway, for her now, it doesn't matter who she goes on a blind date with. It is said that if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Shin Yuling has a bad fate, so she can only accept it. What's the point of changing her fate? Does she have the capital to do so? Okay, I'm glad you figured it out. Stop thinking about your so-called white moonlight. You still have a long future ahead of you, the middle-aged man said. Your sister isn't as smart as you, so she can only be a rich second generation, but you are different. Only you can take over my business empire. I'll send you the information, remember to read it carefully. After hanging up the phone, Shin Yuling picked up the tablet and looked at the information. Gu Zhe, a local from Shanghai. Hey! Who is it? Shin Yuling looked again as if frightened. Inventor of nanotechnology and nickel hydrogen technology, Gu Zhe. Why? Chapter 53 Return to Base. After returning home, Gu Zhe did not see his mother. But I found a note. Brother Gu, Auntie said she was afraid of disturbing your relationship, so she asked me to find a place for you to recuperate. Don't worry, you'll get the best treatment. I'm taking Auntie out to play. Looking at this note, you can tell that it was left by that silly boy Wu Haotian. It would be nice for my mother to go out for a walk after she recovers from her illness. At least she won't be so bored anymore. A place for recuperation, a nursing home? The Wu family also has this kind of business? How come I didn't know about it? Auntie, nothing will happen to you since Haotian is with her. Yiling Xue said as she walked to the sofa, sat down and poured herself some water to drink. Xiuxue, it's not that simple for you to follow me this time, right? Gu Zhe asked. Your sixth sense is very sharp. Yiling Xue chuckled. Xin Cheng's research has yielded results. As long as enough money is given, let alone a hospital, even if the munitions factory wants to build tanks, it can be done in 2 days. With Gu Zhe's nanotechnology, Xin Cheng's medical research, and Yiling Xue and Wu Haotian's connections, their hospital successfully attracted the attention of a major international company. Business is coming again so soon? Gu Zhe was stunned, a little bit unbelievable. Yes. Yiling Xue nodded. The new project is the research of nanoscale human prosthetics. I heard that this company is also conducting research on nano organs, but the material problem has not been solved yet. So when they heard you were the technical support for this hospital, they agreed to cooperate without hesitation and even wanted to send someone to meet and discuss things. Gu Zhe sighed. It turned out to be research on human prosthetics and artificial organs. If his time and space were not normal, Gu Zhe would have suspected that he had traveled to the Warhammer world and was going to study human body modification technology. Won't this kind of research be stopped? Gu Zhe asked. Do you know how developed the gray industry of organ transplant surgery is around the world? Won't they cause trouble? I've heard of this technology, too. To those foreign criminal forces, artificial organs are a joke. They don't even take them seriously. Yiling Xue said, be prepared to receive my updates these days. I'll let you know when they arrive. Do you want to stay overnight? Gu Zhe asked. My house is quite big. Yiling Xue rolled her eyes at Gu Zhe and snorted. Am I that kind of person? Not eating anymore? Gu Zhe asked. I can order takeout when I get home, Yiling Xue said, picking up her bag and preparing to leave. Next time you attend a party and your mistress tries to seduce you, reject her. Do you hear me? Mistress? Before Gu Zhe could react, Yiling Xue had already left. Women's jealousy is so terrible. As for Gu Zhe, he was sitting on the sofa, and the air was still filled with the scent of Yiling Xue's perfume. You have good taste. Do you want to get into the perfume business? No, forget it. This thing, like diamonds, is a capitalist scam. So what should I do? System, come out. Gu Zhe said. Ding ding. The system is on standby. What can I do for you, host? I only knew that you were called Black Technology System before, but that's not your full name, right? Tell me, what is your full name? Gu Zhe asked. After waiting for a while. Host, the full name of this system is the Super Black Technology Empire System. As long as the host makes good use of the materials provided by the system and strengthens the military, science and technology, medical care, education and other fields of their country, the host will receive more rewards. These include but are not limited to physical fitness improvement, brain development, mature cosmic technology, etc. It turns out to be a system like a powerful country. No wonder there are so many rewards, and they are all technological. Gu Zhe sighed, then stood up and rode his electric scooter to the laboratory. After walking in, Gu Zhe turned on the lights which he had not turned on when he asked Yiling Xue to visit. As the lights come on, the amazing technology on display appears. In the middle is a huge robot, but this thing is not an ordinary robot. This is the most advanced bionic robot in the universe. If it is equipped with bionic skin and clothes, it will look like an ordinary human being when walking outside and will not attract attention. This time, Gu Zhe is not here to take it, he wants the data of this robot. Beep beep beep. The computer started working and quickly found the information of the large international company that wanted to cooperate with Fengxue Company. Gu Zhe took a look and found that their main business was prosthetics, but their design concept was relatively backward. All products are inseparable from one thing, which is the human brain electromagnetic wave analysis system. This system can be used to read people's brain waves so as to control limb movements. It's a pity that there has been no substantial progress in human research on brain-computer interfaces, otherwise this technology would really take off. However, brain-computer interface is not a difficult technology. Gu Zhe looked at the VR helmet that he had used to play games before, feeling distressed. If I give all these away, I can dominate the world and become the richest man in the world, right? However, there is no guarantee that he will not be assassinated by someone. Forget it, let us take it step by step slowly. System, retrieve the data on robotic arms and related technologies used by people with disabilities, Gu Zhe said. Also, regarding artificial organs, combined with Xinchang's research, gather 1/3, no, 1/20th of the data in a form that humans can currently research. Processing. After a while, Gu Zhe had another USB flash drive in his hand. The USB flash drive I gave to Mr. Huang last time was made of this material, but unfortunately it was broken by him. I've added another quantum satellite to my collection, and it should be launched by now, right? I wonder what it would be like if it were connected to the ground network system. I guess the download speed would be even faster than the most advanced protocol technology, right? However, Gu Zhe was overthinking it. After all, even with a gigabit network, XX's network drive would only give you a few dozen kilobytes. Not only that, they even limited the speed of the user's computer. Now, I have a commercial company, a medical company, and cooperation with the military. When will I set up my own technology company? When Gu Zhe thinks of the name International Human Body Technology Company, he will think, damn, this name is so cool. I don't know who the company that comes to negotiate with me will send to talk to me, so it would be best if it's someone I can talk to. Chapter 54 The Age of Rise. Before he knew it, Gu Zhe fell asleep in the laboratory. The supercomputer did not receive a response and had to filter out the information. And the information that was filtered out happened to be Xin Yuling's information. At the Rocket Launch Center of China, a transport rocket is ready to take off. The symbol of a powerful country is its ability to step into the universe. This symbol will evolve later, but obviously not now. Mr. Huang. Li Xian came over, we're going to play something really big this time. This launch mission was not announced to the public at all, and even the launch day was chosen when the visibility of the detection satellite was poor. This is to prevent those bastards in America from secretly photographing their key technologies. Not big. Huang Lao snorted, for the prosperity of China, no matter how you play, it won't be big. This rocket now uses a lot of new technologies. Thanks to the stable output of chips, the computing power of domestic artificial intelligence has been further improved, and nano and high-temperature resistant materials have also been developed. All of these have made the quality of China's rockets leap up a level. Previously, it had to be a segmented rocket, but this is probably a self-recoverable rocket. If Gu Zhe saw it, he would definitely exclaim, "What a masterpiece! This is the strength of Chinese scientists, they are about to destroy the avenue. I'm serious." Li Xian looked at the rocket ready for launch. Once this quantum satellite is launched, we will be able to see everything on Earth, and the enemy will not be able to crack our signals. When it comes to quantum technology, China has always been at the forefront, and now it is about to crush others. I think that Kid Gu Zhe must have a lot of secrets, and there must be some more explosive ones than these. Mr. Huang said thoughtfully. Now I wouldn't be surprised if he said he could make a combat robot. Li Xian sighed, thanks to him, I've had a lot more time to work recently. In order to deal with various spies and information leaks on the internet, Li Xian can be said to have been split into 4 or 5 people. If this quantum satellite cannot satisfy Li Xian, then he will definitely resign. Attention all units, the rocket launch countdown has begun. 10, 9. A middle-aged man in the distance watched the rocket take off and disappear like a meteor, and gave an order to strengthen protection. The evening passed quickly. The next day, in a breakfast shop, Gu Zhe was eating buns while reading the news. Last night, our country successfully launched a quantum satellite. It is reported that this satellite uses the latest technology and materials. It's amazing. It's even recyclable. Gu Zhe exclaimed, if we work harder, we can even build a spaceship. Modern human history spans hundreds of years, and technology developed during this time. If humans could unite, Gu Zhe would have already boarded a spaceship. At the very least, you have to take the space elevator. It's a pity that there are still many bad people in this world. Hee, how is it? This is all thanks to you. Old Huang sat in front of Gu Zhe, eating steamed dumplings one by one like a gourmet. Mr. Huang, please don't talk nonsense. I just gave you some technologies. If we really combine them, we still need the support of China's national strength to make them. Gu Zhe waved his hand and said, by the way, why are you back? Have you finished your work? I'm on vacation. Mr. Huang took a sip of his wine. By the way, I want to ask you, kid, how's the thing you said could make me young again? Rejuvenation may sound a bit fanciful, but it actually improves the activity of cells in the body, making them more capable of self-repair. Over time, people will naturally become younger. This is not difficult to achieve. The treatment chamber used by Xinqing is actually an extension of this technology. Gu Zhe mysteriously placed a copper gourd in front of Mr. Huang. Old Huang touched it with his hand, but Gu Zhe did not let go. 3 rules, Gu Zhe said coldly, you are not allowed to talk about it, you are not allowed to report it, and you are not allowed to show off everywhere. Okay. Huang Gong chuckled. How could he not report it? He definitely had to report it. I told the people above you that if you don't abide by these terms, there's no need for us to cooperate. Gu Zhe threatened. Mr. Huang shrank his neck. It seems you know it. After receiving the medicine, Mr. Huang ordered another serving of dumplings. Right now the news is all about the launch of new technology satellites, but there is also a major event on the Navy side. Do you know what it is? Said Mr. Huang. What? Gu Zhe asked. An electromagnetic gun. Engineer Huang said with a chuckle, bang. It hit the American aircraft carrier. Gu Zhe was stunned for a moment. What was going on? After listening carefully, Gu Zhe understood. It turned out that the Navy was conducting an exercise to deal with America's daily muscle flexing provocation. Originally, the target of the electromagnetic gun was an old ship, which was nothing to say, but the outrageous thing was that the electromagnetic cannon shell did not lose its kinetic energy after penetrating the target, and flew directly towards the American aircraft carrier in the distance. By the time the Navy came to their senses, it was too late. This shell pierced the American aircraft carrier. Gu Zhe was dumbfounded. How much money would this cost? The cabin is flooded, there are casualties, urgent evacuation. Said Engineer Huang. Without tens of billions of American currency, there's no way to make up for it. Ha ha. Gu Zhe nodded and then asked, Mr. Huang, I have one more thing I want to ask you. Ha? What's going on? Next time you want to monitor me, we can just send 2 beautiful agents to my house. Don't set up a breakfast shop and even recruit people from the kitchen to work, okay? Gu Zhe exposed mercilessly. Those who were busy working and eating and drinking felt embarrassed. So what? Mr. Huang became serious. Give me a discount. Gu Zhe picked up the bun in front of Mr. Huang, it tastes good. I'll come again next time. Mr. Huang almost spit out his wine, you kid. In the following time, Mr. Huang accompanied Gu Zhe to the new hospital. All the equipment here needs to be re-debugged, and even the network needs to be rearranged, not to mention the medical staff. Brother Gu. Xinqiang walked over in a white coat. Mr. Huang, you're here too. It's perfect. How about coming and seeing my experiment? Huang Gong was curious and asked, artificial skin? Xinqiang smiled mysteriously. Gu Zhe said suddenly, you are not? He. Xin Sheng smiled and said, "That's right, I have made a breakthrough in artificial cell organs. I can now cultivate differentiated cells of human organs." Chapter 55, Drinking Friends. As for artificial organs, the most we can do at present is skin cultivation. If cells can be induced to become differentiated cells of organs, then the first step in artificial organs will be achieved. Without further ado, Mr. Huang and Gu Zhe quickly followed Xinqing to see his experimental results. There is no need to know the specific details. What we know now is that Xinqing has indeed differentiated the cellular components of a human organ. That small piece, although incomplete, was indeed an organ fragment from some human tissue. Moreover, this is grown by the cells themselves. It's simply a miracle. Mr. Huang felt incredible. This Xinqiang was truly a monster who was no less than Gu Zhe. "It's all thanks to you, Gu Zhe, for curing my genetic mutation," Xinqing laughed, "otherwise I probably wouldn't be able to leave my house. However, this technology cannot be used on such a large scale at present. The new materials have great limitations. If these problems are not solved, there is little possibility of its actual application. Continue your research and tell Wu Haotian directly if you need anything." Gu Zhe said, "You can also tell me if you need new equipment." "Yes, you can tell me." Engineer Huang laughed. "I know some people up there. I can get you any equipment, no matter how expensive it is." The power of the entire Chinese nation is quite great, so what Mr. Huang said can definitely be done. "No need." Xinqing laughed. "Now I'm just picking up my previous research again. As for what I want to do, I can't think of anything else I want to do except make my mentor pay the price. If someone causes someone to suffer endless pain, then no amount of revenge is too much for that person." Huang Lao chuckled and said nothing. Gu Zhe, who knew him well, understood that this old man was going to kill someone. Just like that, after saying goodbye to Xinqing temporarily, Gu Zhe went to take a look at the equipment. More than a dozen treatment chambers have been installed. In order to ensure that the energy source will not be interrupted, an independent power generation room has been specially built to provide power. These can be put into use when the business opens, so there is no need to worry too much about them. Mr. Huang left early because of something, and Wu Haotian found Gu Zhe. "Brother Gu, let's go drink together," Wu Haotian said with a smile. "Drink wine? You start drinking in broad daylight?" Gu Zhe was puzzled. "Hey, Brother Gu, what kind of person do you think I am?" Wu Haotian said with a chuckle, "They say drinking buddies are drinking buddies. Only when we drink and eat together can we be friends. This hospital is affiliated with my family's hospital, so I have to let my buddies know about it. Why do you want me to follow you when you go to ventilate?" Gu Zhe asked. "Brother, don't you know how popular you are in our circle right now?" Wu Haotian said, "From 100-year-old ancestors to 7-year-old children, everyone knows that you, Gu Zhe, are a treasure. Many people are planning to marry their daughters to you and use this as a way to win you over. If I don't announce that you are taken now, won't Xiaoshui have no chance?" Gu Zhe's expression changed. In the end, she was half pushed by the playboy Wu Haotian into the sports car, and it disappeared in a flash. There is still a gap between the second generation of rich people. For example, the second generation of rich people who rely on their families like Zheng Daton, at most, have some wealth at home, while people like Wu Haotian only see big figures who have real power in their hands or in the hands of their elders. When they arrived at the place, Gu Zhe frowned. "These people are having a lot of fun. Brother Gu, come here, this isn't the place for us to talk." Wu Haotian said with a chuckle, "The people here are all famous internet celebrities. Unlike those who rely on beauty filters to get ahead, they have great figures and talents. It's just an internet beggar, you put it in a high-sounding way." Gu Zhe was speechless. "Hey, but it looks good, doesn't it?" Wu Haotian laughed and pulled Gu Zhe into a private room. The space inside alone is a full 100 square meters. There is a 40-inch color TV on the wall, a circle of sofas below, a large table, and a beautiful and wealthy woman who is singing. The vulgar women outside can definitely not compare to her. However, when Gu Zhe and the other two came in and opened the door, the sounds from outside came in. The girl who was singing was a little dissatisfied and said, "Brother Hao, look at him. They are disturbing me." Su Hao drank his wine, hugged his girlfriend, comforted her, and said, "Be good, let's play together next time." "Humph. Just this once?" The girlfriend packed up her things and left. Before leaving, she did not forget to seduce Gu Zhe. The inexplicable feeling made Gu Zhe lose his mind. What did this mean? Brother, don't worry about that girl. Wu Haotian said helplessly, you don't understand this circle. The rich young men play around, and those young ladies play even more. Those in the circle are not satisfied, and they seduce people of all skin colors. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Gu Zhe wondered. Don't worry about that, Brother Gu. Su Hao said with a chuckle, relationships between men and women are just a form of play. I wanted to meet Brother Gu today, thanks to Brother Wu Haotian's introduction. Wu Haotian frowned and sat down with Gu Zhe. Su Hao, the young master of the Su group, his father is boss Su Qiqiang, who is famous throughout China. However, he is just a well-known business person in China and has a little bit of dirty money. Originally, Su Hao would never encounter any financial crisis or need to ask for help in his life. But Gu Zhe was too special. Let me tell you first, my every move is being monitored by the military, Gu Zhe said. Now even the breakfast shop near my home has been replaced by special forces. They're afraid that I might get hurt. Of course I won't force you, Brother Gu. Do I look like the idiot in the cool novels who speaks wildly to the protagonist? Do you know who I am? Su Hao held a cigarette in his mouth and handed one to Gu Zhe. Try it. This is made by a professional. The quality is guaranteed. I don't smoke. Gu Zhe said. Oh, I'm sorry for being so abrupt. Su Hao nodded, put away his cigarette, and then took out a bottle of XO. Want some? It won't make you drunk, it's delicious. Okay. Gu Zhe nodded. Su Hao personally poured wine for Gu Zhe. Wu Haotian was terrified. Gu Zhe didn't know, but he did. The last person who asked Su Hao to pour wine was one of his elders who was blinded by a wine bottle. The key point is that Su Qiqiang has no way to punish his son, because his son is really capable. He just has a bad temper. Chapter 56 Su Yuyan. As for me, I have some business overseas. Su Hao clinked his glasses with Gu Zhe. Because of my father, I also have some connections in the military. After all, some missions require my access. If there's money to be made, I'll turn a blind eye. It's not an illegal business, right? Gu Zhe asked. How could that be? Am I such an unreasonable person? Su Hao whistled. When it comes to business, I'm a professional. Even Haotian's cousin can't make as much money as I do. Yi Lingshue's abilities were top-notch, but Su Hao didn't like such a strong woman. He admired Yi Lingxue, but he would never marry such a rational woman. What business do you want to discuss with me today? Gu Zhe picked up the wine glass and drank it. It's not a big deal, Su Hao said with a laugh, it's just a small matter for Mr. Gu Zhe. Speak first. Gu Zhe said alertly. Su Hao had no choice but to take out a document. Gu Zhe took it, looked at it, and was a little surprised. Deep sea oil? Gu Zhe stood up. Are you involved in this kind of thing? Don't be nervous. Su Hao chuckled. I wouldn't do something so dangerous without authorization from above. Who knows? Those guys from America might just show up and knock on our door. Gu Zhe calmed down and realized that it was indeed the case. No matter how powerful the Su group was, the difficulty of building an underwater oil pipeline and mining was beyond their ability to overcome. Without the support of China, it would have been impossible to establish a company. As for me, I'm the white glove. Su Hao continued to drink. This area has quite rich oil reserves, and some rare elements are discovered during mining, so I have strong support from above. However, I've been in trouble recently. Another piece of information. Standard requirements for deep-sea oil production drill bits. Gu Zhe's expression changed. I know Mr. Gu Zhe has the technology in this area, Su Hao chuckled. This special drill bit will definitely fetch a sky-high price if it can be sold. But if you're willing to sell it to me, the profit I can offer will surely satisfy you. You can ask me for this technology through the military. Gu Zhe snorted and put the documents on the table. No, Su Hao said, this technology involves too many aspects. If it could be made public, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to come to you in such a roundabout way. High seas, large areas of underwater oil. This can indeed easily lead to disputes. Gu Zhe turned and looked at Wu Haotian. Wu Haotian stuck out his tongue and agreed. If Gu Zhe wanted to, he could devalue the oil in the world at any time. But that would make him more likely to be targeted, and the number of people responsible for protecting him would increase, and his achievement would be even closer to being unseen. Come to Haotian and ask for it in 3 days. Gu Zhe stood up and left. Brother Gu, Su Hao said calmly, if you don't believe me, you can ask Li Xian. Li Xian? Does this guy know Li Xian? To be honest, if Gu Zhe hadn't seen so many special people in person, he would have doubted whether these people existed in reality. After all, they were all so awesome, it was unscientific. But now, Gu Zhe finally understood that having money was not enough, the power of these people was the most powerful one. However, I am not afraid. Bite. The system has issued a mission to find, get acquainted with, and protect Su Yuyan. Ha? Su Yuyan? Who is this? Gu Zhe was stunned. Could this be Su Hao? Actually, you are not a man, you are Su Yuyan, the little princess of Su Group? But looking at Su Hao's wild behavior, it doesn't seem like something a lady from a wealthy family would do. System, where is Su Yuyan? Gu Zhe asked. This is room 509 on the 5th floor. Here? Haotian, where is this place? Gu Zhe asked. Ah? A place to sing, drink, and get a room? Brother Gu, why are you asking this? Can't we just go back early? Wu Haotian didn't want to stay here any longer. If his elders knew that he came to such a place, he would probably be lectured. What about the 5th floor? Gu Zhe asked. 5th floor? That's the lounge for people who stay in the private rooms here for a long time. Oh my god, Brother Gu, where are you doing? Don't run around here. You are not allowed to enter without an ID card. Damn, Brother Hao, come here. Wu Haotian saw Gu Zhe rushing into the stairs and knew what Gu Zhe was going to do. Su Hao's eyes narrowed, something must have happened. No, where's Yuyan? Damn it. Luer Langzi, you fucking Su Hao's face changed drastically when he understood what was going on. He rushed directly to the elevator, revealed his identity, and pressed the 5th floor button. Gu Zhe climbed the stairs all the way and quickly reached the 5th floor, where he saw 2 big men standing outside room 509. Ha? Who are you? A big man frowned when he saw Gu Zhe wearing cheap clothes and said sternly, get out of here. This is not a place for you. If you don't get out of here, you'll suffer the consequences. This kind of store has more or less connections with the higher-ups, and can only stay open for a long time after arranging things well. As long as you don't touch certain things, you will turn a blind eye for the sake of profit. Therefore, the bodyguards definitely have zero tolerance for people like Gu Zhe. But, that's generally the case. When the 1.80 meter tall, muscular Gu Zhe walked over with firm steps, he even surpassed the 2 bodyguards. That aura made the 2 bodyguards feel a chill in their hearts. This was a master. Click. A heavy hand slapped the shoulders of the 2 bodyguards, and Gu Zhe said coldly, get out of the way. Damn it. The bodyguard took action immediately. Boom. Gu Zhe didn't waste any words, he just grabbed the 2 men's heads with both hands and slammed them together. Then he kicked them hard. The heavy door was kicked open. Inside, Lu Xiao, who had just finished taking a shower, was frightened. When he saw that the person who came in was a big fool, he got angry and said, who the hell are you? What are you doing in my room? I'm telling you, I'm. Without saying a word, Gu Zhe grabbed Lu Xiao's neck and lifted him up. Damn. Lu Xiao kicked and hit Gu Zhe, but this behavior was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating his own abilities. Lu Xiao had only one thought at this time, what did this man eat to grow up? When he saw the unconscious girl on the double bed, who had obviously been drugged, Gu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Xiao was thrown to the ground by Gu Zhe, the bath towel on his body fell off, and he collapsed to the ground. Wu Haotian and Su Hao rushed over, and were stunned when they saw this scene. Oh my god, it's so small. Wu Haotian said this for no reason. Su Hao nodded. He couldn't understand. Lu Xiao, are you so confident? Chapter 57 Heart Disease. Soon, the police arrived at the scene and arrested Lu Xiao. When he was taken away, he was only wearing underwear, which looked quite funny, and he had a hood on his head. There was no way they could stay in the KTV, so Su Hao drove Wu Haotian, Gu Zhe, and his sister to a nearby clinic. Inside, Su Yuyan was still in a daze. The doctor was drawing blood for tests and doing experiments, frowning from time to time. Outside, Su Hao paced anxiously. Brother, calm down. Didn't that idiot from the Lu family fail? Wu Haotian said, let's be more careful from now on and don't let Lu Xiao get close to Yuyan. I'm not worried about Lu Xiao and the Lu family, but my sister. She looks like she's been drugged. Su Hao sighed, looked at Gu Zhe, and said, Brother Gu, I owe you a favor. Yeah, it's okay. Gu Zhe nodded. After saving Su Yuyan, the system actually gave him the ability to be proficient in firearms. In a few days at the shortest, or half a month at the longest, I'm afraid I will have to face some danger again. The doctor inside came out and asked, who is Su Yuyan's family member? Su Hao quickly stood up, walked over, and said, I am Su Yuyan's brother. Doctor, how is my sister? Don't get excited, the doctor took off his mask. She was given a drug with a complex composition. It's no longer effective. She's just still a little weak in her limbs. You can take her home to rest, or you can give her in 4 drip here. That way she'll recover faster. Okay, thank you, doctor. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. This consultation will cost 2,000. After all, there is a KTV not far away that only rich people go to. The doctor usually helps these people deal with a lot of problems, so there is no problem with his medical skills. In the infusion area, Su Yuyan sat on the sofa, looking at Gu Zhe with her big eyes. You are the one who saved me, right? Thank you. Su Yuyan said. You're welcome. Gu Zhe chuckled, I didn't expect that a tough guy like Su Hao would have such a delicate girl. Don't tease me. Su Hao sighed, my little sister is the lifeblood of my family. If anything happens to anyone in the family, Yuyan must be safe. I was careless this time. Damn it, that idiot from the Lu family, I'm going to kill him when I get home. Su Hao was angry, but Wu Haotian had a very clear train of thought. Brother Hao, forget it. It's not easy for me. I dare to come out and play with that size. Wu Haotian said this and then stopped laughing. This is probably also a shame for Lu Xiao. Hasn't he been arrested? Gu Zhe asked. No, Su Hao shook his head. Lu Xiao's family is undoubtedly one of the most powerful in the Magic City. Even if my Su family puts pressure on this case, it will still be labeled a couple's quarrel. On the contrary, he would falsely accuse Gu Zhe of committing a crime, and then generously forgive Gu Zhe, allowing others to take advantage of him. What are you talking about? Su Yuyan didn't quite understand. Nothing. Are you hungry? I'll go buy some food. Su Hao said and walked out. In the clinic, Wu Haotian was bored and went to talk to the nurse, while Gu Zhe sat next to Su Yuyan. He couldn't figure out what was so magical about this girl that he needed to save her. Logically speaking, such things happen frequently in the circle of rich second generations. These descendants fight for power like in ancient times, and as the head of the family, he doesn't care about having one more child unless he suffers from infertility. Su Yuyan pulled the corner of Gu Zhe's clothes. Gu Zhe turned his head. Su Yuyan's delicate face came towards me. Oh my god, what are you doing? Gu Zhe was startled. Why did this girl suddenly get so close? What's your name? Su Yuyan asked. Gu Zhe told his name. Are you Gu Zhe, the man who invented the nickel metal hydride battery? Su Yuyan was a little surprised. My eldest brother told me that if you could cooperate with him, you would definitely become one of the richest people in the world. Who is your elder brother? Gu Zhe asked in confusion. Gu Zhe didn't want to know too much about the Su family's affairs. Anyway, his current research funds were enough, and he would receive a steady stream of dividends. Under such conditions, it made no difference whether he cooperated with anyone or not. The two chatted for a while. Su Hao came back once during this time, but had to leave due to work reasons and entrusted Gu Zhe to take care of Su Yuyan. Before Gu Zhe could refuse, this guy ran away. Sighing, Gu Zhe picked up the 8 treasure porridge bought by Su Hao and fed it to Su Yuyan with a spoon. Yiling Shuai takes the aloof route, Zhou Sisi is a little silly, and the Su Yuyan in front of him is more like a natural beauty, taking the pure and lovely route. What are you thinking about? Su Yuyan asked. I'm wondering who you will marry in the future. Gu Zhe said with a chuckle. Unexpectedly, Su Yuyan's expression quickly dimmed. She simply said, Do I have a choice about who I will marry? Ha? What do you mean? Gu Zhe was stunned. Although the method of marriage alliance is not uncommon, the Su family has invested so much in Su Yuyan, it is impossible that they are just waiting for her to get married in exchange for benefits, right? In this case, wouldn't this girl be too pitiful? Su Yuyan shook her head and said, It's okay, it won't affect you. Thank you for saving me, otherwise I would have lived in the shadow for the rest of my life. By the way, I heard that you know the medical genius Shen Qing and cured his illness. Can you take a look at him for me too? Gu Zhe was puzzled and asked, do you have a genetic disease? I have a congenital heart disease, otherwise my brother wouldn't be so careful. Su Yuyan said. This. Excuse me. Gu Zhe said, grabbed Su Yuyan's other hand and pricked it with the testing instrument. Beep beep beep. Test results, blood composition is normal, development is relatively slow. Recommendations include increased nutritional intake and exercise. It seems to be true. Looking at the results above, Gu Zhe put away the instrument and said a few words of comfort. The nurse came over with an 4 bottle, and another emergency patient came on the other side, so Gu Zhe was still responsible for changing the dressing. Su Hao served from day to afternoon, and finally arrived late after finishing all the work. After thanking him repeatedly, Su Hao took his sister away. Brother Gu. What do you think? Su Yuyan is pretty, right? Wu Haotian poked Gu Zhe with a lewd expression. Am I that kind of person? Gu Zhe snorted, you made me come here today and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. I didn't get anything and now I have to pay for a piece of technology. You have to compensate me. Drill bit, if the higher-ups knew about that thing, I would probably be in trouble again. Chapter 58 Difficulties. In the car, Su Yuyan looked at the scenery outside the window. How is it? Any progress with Gu Zhe? Su Qiqiang asked while sitting in the back driver's seat. Su Yuyan didn't say anything. The technology he brought out is crucial for any country, Su Qiqiang said. Right now, the higher-ups are turning a blind eye to our company's negotiations with Gu Zhe. If the research on that thing goes any further, I guess, apart from the few companies directly controlled by China, even he won't be around anymore. Father, let's not talk about it for now. Yuyan was almost raped by that bastard from the Lu family today. Su Hao said while driving, I will try my best to communicate with Gu Zhe. Maybe he can really cure my little sister's heart disease. Alas. Su Qiqiang sighed, if Yuyan's illness didn't require technical support from the Lu family, I would have already. As a family, everyone has his or her own secrets. After returning to the company, Gu Zhe first went to see the difficulties encountered by the technical department at the request of the department, and then immediately communicated with several people who came to cooperate. There was only so much work to do in a day, and Yiling Xue couldn't say anything to Gu Zhe. After all, he was only responsible for providing the technology, so there was no need for him to receive those people. Ha! Gu Zhe sat in the office, drinking tea. I heard that Haotian took you to a very exciting place? Yiling Xue sat on the table with a cup in her hand. I am devoted to you, Xiaoxue, ah. Gu Zhe wanted to say something nonsense to fool her, but Yiling Xue hit him on the forehead with a finger. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Yiling Xue frowned. You might be in trouble next, Yiling Xue said. Although the Lu family can't compare to the Wu family in Magic City, they're a prominent family in Jinling with a strong medical heritage. Su Yuyan's heart disease hasn't been treated well due to her frail body, so she's been relying on their unique secret formula to support her. Traditional Chinese medicine? Is there still anyone studying this stuff in this day and age? Seeing Gu Zhe in a daze, Yiling Xue chuckled and said, it's really no big deal. It's just that their family has an ancient tree that is taken care of every day, and they only produce so much medicine every year. If it were really that powerful, the great masters of the national hospital would be from their Lu family. Gu Zhe thought for a moment and said, if I could cure Su Yuyan. There's a place for you among the great masters. Yiling Xue said with a smile. No, Gu Zhe said seriously, will that girl be completely devoted to me and become my delicate little wife? He, just thinking about it makes me excited. Oh, Su Yuyan is pretty? Yiling Xue asked coldly. That's quite nice. Gu Zhe acted like a gangster. Bang! As the high heels kicked Gu Zhe directly in the face, the 1.8-meter tall man fell down. Put my shoe back. Yiling Xue took off her other shoe, kicked it to Gu Zhe's side, and said coldly, if you do this again, I will tell your aunt that you like weak and cute girls like that. I think your aunt still has a lot of choices. Gu Zhe was speechless. Yiling Xue, you are so cruel. But, heart disease. The best treatment now is probably a heart transplant, but the transplanted organ requires anti-rejection drugs, and if something goes wrong it probably won't last long. Besides, it's not easy to find a heart for transplant. After returning to his residence, Gu Zhe turned on the computer and connected it to the laboratory. The database does contain quite a bit of information about organ treatments, such as mechanical organs, genetically modified drugs, or auxiliary heart transplants to enhance soldiers. These are too advanced and there is no way to take them out, otherwise Gu Zhe will have to be dissected. Oh, what a pity! Such a beautiful girl, how could she have a heart disease? Gu Zhe sighed. If Lu Xiao really succeeded, the Su family and the Lu family would probably be in a state of endless war. But, Chinese medicine. This kind of technique requires experience. Wouldn't even a veteran Chinese medicine practitioner with decades of experience be able to master it? Using technology to digitize Chinese medicine is also incredibly difficult. Ding. Mission released. What kind of mission is this at this time? Host, please obtain a gun license and legal firearms as soon as possible. Gu Zhe was stunned. Is this system afraid that it will be played to death? You can do anything within China, except two things, flower and private firearms. If you get caught doing these two things, you'll be sentenced to death. The minimum sentence is 15 years in prison. Are you desperate to do these things? But when he saw the mission reward, Gu Zhe hesitated. Reward for completing the mission, master-level mastery of traditional Chinese medicine. Authoritative surgical techniques of Western medicine. The combination of these two technologies can enhance the patient's resistance and increase the success rate of surgery. This, Gu Zhe was moved. No. Calm down. This is a matter of life and death. Gu Zhe slapped himself. How could I have such a good time to bother with Su Yuyan's illness? Are you crazy about me? Even without me, she still has top-notch medical care. The worst that can happen is. It was at this moment that Gu Zhe remembered the girl's lonely mood. Oh, let us do it. If you're a real man, just do it. It's just the Lu family. It's just hot weapons. If I really wanted to lose my head, I would have done it long ago. There is an antimatter bomb in the laboratory. Am I so proud? But I'd better go to bed early now. The next day, thinking about what happened last night, Gu Zhe regretted it again. How do I say this? Although guns can be obtained, the system requires that they be legal firearms. Even the bullets must be registered. Still need ID? Are you afraid that the higher-ups won't know you're causing trouble? Just when Gu Zhe was looking worried, Mr. Huang came. Shaoli, same as always, Huang Gong said with a laugh, give me some more meat. Okay. The fake breakfast shop employee named Shaoli got busy. Gu Zhe looked at Mr. Huang with a deathly pale face. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you eating flies so early in the morning? Mr. Huang joked. No, Gu Zhe scratched his head, it's just that some things are not easy to handle, and I'm worried. When Mr. Huang heard this, he burst out laughing. Is there anything that you can't handle? Okay, your current identity is not ordinary. I've heard about it. It's a special drill, right? Come on, give me the thing and I'll take it over. Engineer Huang snorted and said. Gu Zhe handed over the memory card impatiently. What Mr. Huang handed over was a box. Huh? What is this? Gu Zhe asked in confusion. Open it and take a look. Mr. Huang took a bite of the bun and said with a smile. What the hell is this mysterious place? Damn! Gu Zhe was dumbfounded when he saw the black thing inside. Chapter 59 I want to ask you for help. What Mr. Huang brought to Gu Zhe was none other than the pistol that Gu Zhe had been talking about. The higher-ups have decided to give you a gun, just in case your protectors are gone and you run into any danger again. Old Huang said calmly, how is it? Are you touched? I really don't dare to touch it. Gu Zhe closed the box. You're giving it to me now? Aren't you afraid that I might do something with this thing? Do you need that? Asked Mr. Huang. Well, it's really not necessary. Gu Zhe took the box. Bite. Gu Zhe knew that this was the notification sound for mission completion. The techniques of traditional Chinese medicine and surgery are both available. Mr. Huang. Gu Zhe stood up and said, please ask Mr. Yi for leave for me. Just say I need to take care of something and can't come today. Busy? Are you going to research some important technology again? Will it be dangerous? Asked Mr. Huang. It's okay, don't worry. Gu Zhe smiled and left. First, Gu Zhe went to the market and bought a carp. Then he bought some surgical instruments. After taking these home, the Chinese medicinal herbs he bought online arrived. It's really strange, Gu Zhe picked up a herb. I don't even know the name of this herb, but I just know how to make this medicine. The system is already abnormal enough, there is no point in thinking too much about it. After using a pressure cooker to boil a bowl of medicinal soup, Gu Zhe checked the soup with the system's detector. Name: Chinese herbal soup. Main effects: refreshes the mind, protects the eyes, and promotes blood circulation. It seems this is true. Then what comes next? Gu Zhe made some preparations and put the scalpel, suture needle, etc. aside. He first cut open the fish, then carefully observed its internal structure, and then sutured the wound. The little fish was still weak when it entered the water, but its wound was indeed sutured perfectly. After the test, Gu Zhe was satisfied. Now he can really treat Su Yuyan. As long as he is not disturbed by the Lu family, he should be able to cure Su Yuyan. This commotion took Gu Zhe a whole day. Night falls. Ding ling ling. Hello? Gu Zhe answered the phone. Brother Gu. Su Hao's voice came. Are you free now? Come out and have dinner together. My sister wants to thank you in person for taking care of her. Okay. Gu Zhe threw away the tablet. Where is the restaurant? I'll take a taxi there later. Why take a taxi? I'll be downstairs at your building soon. There are only a few of us, including Wu Haotian, so there are only 4 of us in total. Su Hao laughed. Then call me when you arrive and I'll come down. Gu Zhe said and hung up the phone. On the tablet is a book about treatment options for congenital heart disease. It is quite expensive but very useful. Even with the help of the system, Gu Zhe still needs to learn more techniques if he wants to complete the operation, otherwise accidents will easily occur. Su Hao moved quickly and arrived at Gu Zhe's community in less than 20 minutes. When he got into the car, he happened to see Su Yuyan's big eyes. Oh, sorry, I got on the bus from the other side. Gu Zhe smiled awkwardly. It's okay, I'll just sit here. Su Yuyan offered her seat. Wu Haotian and Su Hao sat in the front row, watching what was happening behind them. Ha? What's wrong? Gu Zhe asked. Nothing, Su Hao said with a smile, let's go eat. The hotel chosen by Soho this time is a 5-star hotel, and it is obvious that this big customer is a regular customer of this hotel. The receptionist saw Su Hao and his men arrive, followed by a little girl, and said with a smile, Boss Su, would you still like a quiet private room? Yes, Su Hao nodded, swiped the card. No thanks. Our boss said the most luxurious private room is reserved for you. The waiter chuckled, please follow me. Ha? What's going on? Gu Zhe was puzzled, but after taking the elevator to the 45th floor, he understood. This is a presidential suite, so the sound insulation is naturally excellent, and there is also a special chef to cook for Su Hao. How much does this meal cost? Gu Zhe was dumbfounded. Not much, Su Hao said calmly, just a few $100,000. That is? As a representative who had tasted hard times, Gu Zhe couldn't believe what kind of family would eat such an expensive meal. And judging from Su Hao's appearance, this wasn't his first time here. Please sit down. Su Hao pulled the table apart. Just think of this as a family dinner. I'm inviting you two to have dinner with my sister. Actually, today is my sister's 20th birthday. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhe panicked because he didn't bring any gifts. Brother Gu. Wu Haotian handed over a small box in his hand and signaled with his eyes. Hee Yuyan, happy birthday. Gu Zhe took the box and handed it to Su Yuyan. Thank you. Su Yuyan took it. I have to say, this girl looks pretty when she smiles. The food was served quickly, and a few people chatted about family matters, from school days to doing business abroad, and then talked about technical issues with Gu Zhe for a long time. But none of this matters. Brother Gu, Su Hao said solemnly, when my sister was born, she stayed in the hospital for 3 months before being discharged. The doctor at the time asserted that she wouldn't live past the age of 15. It was our family's careful care and the use of the Lu family's medicine that stabilized her condition. What kind of heart disease is so fatal? Gu Zhe asked while eating. It seems to be a genetic defect. Su Hao took a sip of water. Yuyan has been in poor health since childhood, and surgery is impossible. She's getting older, and her heart can't bear the strain anymore. Why does this sound like there's something else going on? What's the matter? do you need my help? Gu Zhe asked. Su Hao nodded and said, I heard that your hospital, Brother Gu, has a treatment chamber that can even cure a condition like Xingqing's, which is 1 in a billion. Do you think you can help Yu Yan with the treatment? Don't worry, I can sign an agreement with you. I will never tell anyone about this. As for the thank you gift. Su Hao clapped his hands. The waiter next to him came over with a box full of gold bars. According to the gold price at that time, these must have been worth at least tens of millions. It seems that Su Yuyan is really important to the Su family. Boss Su, Gu Zhe scratched his head and said, I don't mean to discourage you, but your sister's illness is actually not difficult. The treatment chamber does have some effect, but the effect is minimal. Because your sister is like this. Her genes are normal. Chapter 60 Mysterious Medicine. Biological evolution itself is the continuous iteration of genes that adapt to the environment and are passed down. Occasionally, a defective gene is passed down, and it is normal for this accumulation from generation to manifest in a particular individual. The treatment chamber can cure abnormal mutations, but cannot cure normal congenital heart disease. It's like a patient with schizophrenia. The main personality is responsible for life, the second personality is responsible for socializing, the third personality is responsible for work, and the fourth personality is responsible for fighting. We were getting along happily, but then a doctor came and shouted, You are sick, and it's a serious illness. But who defines this? Why shouldn't this schizophrenic patient be allowed to continue living in this dangerous yet balanced state? After hearing Gu Zhe's explanation, Su Yuyan's eyes dimmed noticeably. Hey girl, Gu Zhe smiled helplessly, I haven't finished yet, don't be like this. Is there any other solution? Su Hao thought of something and said, Brother Gu, can you ask the great masters to help? Gu Zhe shook his head and said, I don't have such a big face. It's just that I have a set of methods combining Chinese and Western medicine that may be able to save Yu Yan. Wu Haotian was stunned. Combination of Chinese and Western medicine? There have indeed been many people advocating this in recent years, but most of them have come to nothing, and no one has been able to come up with a specific treatment method. Brother Gu, don't joke with me. Su Hao was obviously a little bit unconvinced. How could Gu Zhe, a technician, know about the combination of Chinese and Western medicine? Not only Chinese medicine doctors, but also a reliable Western medicine doctor has to work for decades before he can be called a good doctor. How old are you, Gu Zitsai? Am I kidding? Take this prescription and get medicine for Yu Yan. Then you'll know when you try it when you get back. Gu Zhe said as he handed over a prescription. Su Hao accepted it with doubt. After the meal, Su Hao sent Gu Zhe and Wu Haotian back home. It was too late today, so Wu Haotian stayed at Gu Zhe's house. As soon as he entered the door, Wu Haotian couldn't wait to go to Gu Zhe's refrigerator. What's wrong with you? Gu Zhe asked with a wry smile. Brother, you don't know how miserable we are every time Su Hao takes his sister out for dinner. Wu Haotian said, to prevent his sister from developing a heart disease, we can't drink a single drop of alcohol at any dinner party where Su Yuyan is present. Are you that fond of drinking? Gu Zhe said with disgust. Hey, brother, you don't understand, huh? What the hell is this? Wu Haotian saw the fish tank that suddenly appeared and moved closer. Brother Gu, are you raising fish? Why don't you raise some nice-looking fish? Why did you buy this edible fish? It must be painful to use such a beautiful fish for surgery. Gu Zhe said. Surgery? Wu Haotian noticed the element and observed it carefully, then called out WC. No way, brother, are you performing surgery on a fish? How desperate must you be to study medicine? Wu Haotian's face was full of disbelief. There is a saying that goes, if you persuade someone to study medicine, God will strike you. Wu Haotian couldn't understand it. And what good would saving Su Yuyan do to Gu Zhe? Was it worth it? He even bought a fish just for practice. Haotian, do you think there are any famous people in the Magic City who can achieve my level? Gu Zhe asked. Wu Haotian thought for a moment and said, let's not talk about my family's hospital for now. Several of the old masters have retired due to old age and frailty. They can apparently perform such delicate sutures? Wu Haotian looked at the fish's belly inside. What's wrong? Gu Zhe asked puzzledly. They're from the Lu family. Wu Haotian complained. They're relying on their ancestral panacea, which is supposed to cure all sorts of ailments, to brazenly promote their Lu family's orthodox traditional Chinese medicine. Damn, they charge such high prices and still call it orthodox traditional Chinese medicine. Ugh. The same fever-reducing medicine is only 5 yuan for a country doctor, but they're selling it for 5,000. They call it health-enhancing medicine, but who knows what kind of stimulants are in it. Gu Zhe frowned. According to Wu Haotian, this so-called Lu's Chinese medicine doctor seems to be a top-notch doctor. Experimenting on fish is fine, but performing surgery on humans is too risky. Without a skilled surgeon who can keep things under control, the outcome is likely to be ruined. Brother Gu, you can look for Xinsheng. Wu Haotian said, although he's not a surgeon, he has a wide network of contacts. I heard that he went to see Dr. Xian to suppress cell mutations. Dr. Xian? A cultivator? Gu Zhe asked casually. Oh, it's the black doctor whose medical license was revoked. Wu Haotian said, our Wu family has tried to recruit him many times, but we haven't been able to get him. He's so arrogant. Gu Zhe became interested and asked Wu Haotian to explain in detail. It wasn't much, really. It was just that the medical profession was starting to prioritize seniority. Then there was this guy who was born into a medical family. His grandfather had given him a scalpel as a toy since he was little. What did he use it for? Dissecting frogs. Other children drank cola and milk, but he brought tea with poisonous plants. Drinking it would cause diarrhea, so he had to wait and see if it could be neutralized with herbs. Later, because he performed an operation in violation of regulations and saved a patient who had been sentenced to death by the dean, which brought shame to the dean, his medical license was revoked. Since then, he has been treating patients in the countryside and growing vegetables to make a living. We have such a magical person here? Gu Zhe was stunned. Of course not here. He's in a remote rural area inland. It's not easy to find him, and I don't have his contact information. Wu Haotian said, even if we could call him over, we can't perform the operation. We will be sued. Although the Su family will not make things difficult for Gu Zhe, it does not mean that those who dislike Gu Zhe will not report him. After all, Gu Zhe is not a doctor at all. If he performs surgery with a black doctor in this situation and it gets out, he will definitely end up in disgrace. Can you call him to the Magic City? Just tell him that I have a new treatment plan that I want to discuss with him. Gu Zhe asked. It's no use asking me, you have to ask Xinsheng. Wu Haotian waved his hand. He's also known as the crazy doctor in the Magic City and was almost banned. Gu Zhe's face was full of black lines. My goodness, this situation will not stop until something happens. Ding. System Issues Task, treat Su Yuyan. Ding. System Issues Mission, eliminate the assassin who has infiltrated the Demon City. Ding. System Mission released, a spy has begun to steal the secrets of China's heat-resistant steel. Please find them. Gu Zhe was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could you have so many missions at once? Was there something wrong with Huaxia's mission execution department? Chapter 61 Mystical Medicine. Brother Gu, what's wrong with you? Wu Haotian saw Gu Zhe start to daze again and asked, I will try my best to fight for it over there, don't be discouraged. Oh. Gu Zhe pretended to be calm. It was late at night. Wu Haotian fell asleep in the guest room, while the light was on in Gu Zhe's room. He was checking the news on his computer. Heart disease and the like can be put aside for now. What the hell is this killer? The only technology one have at my disposal right now is nickel metal hydride technology, right? I'm not going to destroy myself just because of a little lithium battery technology, am I? And how did the news about heat-resistant steel get out? Didn't Mr. Huang say his people were 100% trustworthy? Even if this was leaked, they wouldn't send assassins, right? And they'd send spies and assassins together. What exactly does this mean? Could it be that someone is really targeting me? If I had known this would happen, I would have just spoken to the higher-ups from the beginning and come clean. That way, at least my safety would have been guaranteed. Ha? No. Gu Zhe took out the gun. This gun is a firearm that only the agents above would use. Mr. Huang handed it to me. Could it be that he received the news and knew that someone was coming to assassinate him? But this is not right. Since you know the problem, why don't you solve it? Instead, you arm yourself? Not to mention that the level of security around Gu Zhe is higher than that in Yanjing, at least it won't be necessary for Gu Zhe to pick up a gun and fight on his own, right? Unless. Gu Zhe thought of something and then connected to the laboratory's supercomputer. After some searching and hacking, the information Gu Zhe wanted was sorted out. Although the security personnel were very skilled, Gu Zhe's equipment was many generations more advanced than theirs. As long as he entered their database, he could leave quietly. There's not even any access records. This is the advantage of technological advancement. Where is it? Let me see, where is it? Gu Zhe searched the data, trying to find out who was looking for trouble with him, even colluding with external forces. Keywords: nickel metal hydride technology, Gu Zhe, heat-resistant steel. There are only a few access records. What is this? Gu Zhe looked at the records on it. Mr. Huang? How could that be possible? If Mr. Huang was so easily betrayed, he would have done so long ago. How could he still be alive? Wouldn't he have been kidnapped and taken to America long ago? In this case, we can't even manufacture our own lithography machines. Not to mention exporting them abroad. So, is there another possibility? Ding dee. The system is analyzing the data. The probability of Mr. Huang being the traitor is 0. Upon inspection, Mr. Huang's access to the confidential document vault is stored on a secret key. Without this key, Mr. Huang's identity as Mr. Huang cannot be used to enter the data building. It seems that something really went wrong, and the other party was very ruthless, so Gu Zhe had no way to track them. The clue is broken. Is this the execution ability of those people above? It's really terrible. If the investigation continues like this, sooner or later the police will come to check the water meter, so Gu Zhe decided to forget about it for the time being. The next day, Wu Haotian brought Gu Zhe to the hospital early in the morning. At this moment, Xin Cheng was the only one in the hospital that was being rebuilt. At this moment, he was sitting in the office drinking tea and reading the newspaper. Squeak. Ha? Why are you here? Xin Cheng was puzzled. Are you feeling unwell? No, Wu Haotian shook his head. I came to you today to ask you where the mysterious doctor is. Hearing this name, Xin Cheng frowned slightly. What do you want to do with him? Xin Cheng said with a laugh, now he only serves old friends. He won't respond to other people even if they come to him. This is about Su Yuyan's condition. Gu Zhe said, handing over the information in his hand. Xin Cheng took a quick look at it, and then frowned. This is indeed troublesome, Xin Cheng said. Even doctors who are proficient in heart transplant surgery are not 100% sure about performing this operation. This girl is even weaker than me. How did she survive? Survival of the fittest. Ever since Su Yuyan developed a heart disease, she was destined to die. Unfortunately, she ran into the Su family. Brother Gu, are you sure that I can invite that doctor with a weird temper? Xin Cheng asked again and again. Gu Zhe said, even if I can't, I can only ask you for help now. After all, I haven't even participated in a medical examination. No matter how evil the mysterious Dr. Wu Haotian was talking about, he was a genius who was personally taught by a famous doctor and then performed several impossible surgeries. Not to mention that this guy also knows Chinese medicine. Xin Cheng sighed and said, okay, I can go there for him. But he'll charge a high price. What's the price? Gu Zhe asked. The minimum amount is 5 million per time, the application said. 5 million, 10,000. Gu Zhe covered his face. What kind of people are there? With 5 million, who wouldn't be a wealthy person? What on earth could this mysterious doctor have that would make a super rich person spend so much money on him? Luckily, the Su family can afford this price. Wu Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. If it were 50 million, it would be quite difficult. What's wrong? Gu Zhe was puzzled. There was an old man who, when he first met the Shen doctor gave him 2 words of advice, Xin Cheng said with a laugh, don't get angry, eat more vegetables, and avoid touching women. Then what? Gu Zhe asked in confusion. Nothing much happened. The old man got sick. He was originally healthy, but nothing could cure him. Wu Haotian said, later, he wrote a check for 50 million and asked the doctor to save him, but the doctor said there was no hope and refused to accept the money. Is he really that bad? Gu Zhe began to worry. What if he asks for too much? Brother Gu, you're wrong here. Xin Cheng laughed and said, although his fees are high, that's for the rich. The poor can get medical treatment even for free. Besides, 90% of his savings are basically donated to students or the Hope Project. It is said that this doctor was picked up and is not a direct descendant of the old Chinese medicine doctor. But it doesn't matter anymore. Since I'm going, the construction of the hospital has to stop, otherwise there might be problems. Xinxing said, "Boss, if I really call people back, you have to be responsible." "Okay, don't worry." Gu Zhe nodded. Chapter 62 Satellite Causes Trouble. Xinxing did what he said and went straight to the airport, just to quickly invite back the mysterious doctor he mentioned. After returning to Yi Lingshue's company, Gu Zhe sat at his desk and briefly handled a few new project design contracts. Then he put down the work in his hands in a restless mood. What if the mysterious doctor doesn't agree to come? Moreover, the person who stole the secret of heat-resistant steel is probably here now. Either in Yi Lingshue's company or in Mr. Huang's company, it must be this person who was trying to steal the specific data of heat-resistant steel. There were too many things to do, which made Gu Zhe feel upset. Ding-a-ling. Picking up the phone, Gu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom, why did you think of calling me?" Gu Zhe asked. "Son," Lu Fang said with a laugh, "Mom is lucky. I won a 7-day trip to Hainan. Someone will be specially assigned to take me there." "Travel voucher?" "Mom, you haven't been cheated, have you?" Gu Zhe was anxious and wanted to find Lu Fang immediately. However, Lu Fang on the other side was neither hurried nor slow, and turned the camera of her mobile phone to look at the other old men and women. Gu Zhe noticed that there were actually people from the military among these people. "Oh, this travel voucher is stamped by the official travel agency. How could it be fake? I've already verified it. It's fine." Lu Fang said, "I'm going to hang up now. I need to get on the plane soon." Gu Zhe sighed and put away his phone. It seems that the people above knew that someone was going to harm him, so they quickly took his mother away and protected her. Then the situation becomes even more confusing. What kind of people make those who are supposed to protect themselves afraid to take action? "Knock, knock. Please come in," Gu Zhe said softly. The secretary pushed the door open and then made way. It was Li Xian who pushed the door open and walked in. Following behind him was an exotic girl and Yi Lingxue. Looking at Xia Xue's eyes full of resentment, Gu Zhe couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. "Well, Xia Xue." Gu Zhe was about to say something when he heard Yi Lingxue snort. "Chief Designer Gu, it's working hours now, you should call me Mr. Yi." Yi Lingxue said arrogantly. "Okay, this is definitely angry. Boss Yi." Li Xian glanced at Yi Lingxue and said, "What happens next is confidential. Please leave first." "Humph," Yi Lingxue said, striding out. "Confidential? What's going on?" After seeing Yi Lingxue leave, Li Xian searched Gu Zhe's office and unplugged the power supply of every camera he saw. They even brought special instruments to check whether there were any eavesdropping devices or anything like that. "What's wrong with you? What happened that makes you so nervous?" Gu Zhe was speechless. Li Xian ignored Gu Zhe and stopped only after checking all the corners. The princess sat with Gu Zhe, while Li Xian sat on the other side. "Let me be frank. This incident has indeed had a huge impact," Li Xian said. "Not only are foreign investors in the energy sector watching you, but also those in high-tech and aerospace fields. Your head is already on the underground bounty list in America." "Ah?" Gu Zhe was stunned. "Don't worry, as long as you remain within China, those scoundrels won't dare to do anything to you," Li Xian said firmly. "On the contrary, if you decide to leave China, we won't be able to guarantee your safety." "Yeah, I know." Gu Zhe nodded. "Mr. Huang gave me a gun and replaced the people around me with special forces members. I originally thought that such protection was outrageous enough, but why would Li Xian come here? You know, this guy is not only the white glove mentioned above, but also the king among soldiers. What about killing one person in 10 steps and leaving no trace 1,000 miles away? This guy has been trained so that if anyone finds out that he is sent out on a mission, it will cause diplomatic disputes. Those bigwigs would think that since China has liberated Li Xian, which country's head of state is it going to assassinate? In fact, Li Xian has never killed anyone. He stopped dozens of assassins from attacking important figures in China. These Western bandits naturally thought that since I have sent people to assassinate you, your people will definitely come to assassinate me. And this incident is indeed related to those people who are powerful enough to hire killers to enter China. The satellite we secretly launched has caused trouble," Li Xian said. That quantum satellite was equipped with an impact capture device developed using your technology. Although it's still in the development and testing phase, its effects are remarkable. What does that have to do with you coming to see me? Gu Zhe was puzzled. That quantum satellite captured high-definition images of America's K-22 fighter jets, Li Xian said. Not only that, but America's aircraft carrier formation is anchored in an unknown area. The satellite moved uncontrollably above the American fleet. The most terrifying thing is that a message appeared on the satellite control interface, saying that there were no weapons loaded and requesting to return to base for re-equipment. Gu Zhe was confused. What was going on? Huh? No. Tell me honestly, has this plan been planned a long time ago? Gu Zhe asked. Li Xian nodded. Gu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. That's normal. The quantum-level materials and cores must have detected the plan in the database and automatically matched it. Gu Zhe said, the design I gave you included the option of space-based energy weapons. I don't know who activated it while copying it. But this doesn't make sense. Could it be that someone has discovered this? Such information is naturally impossible to leak. In the past, when China's scientific and technological strength was weak, our ancestors were still using old fighter jets in the face of America's most advanced weapons and equipment. Even though they knew it was impossible to defeat the enemy, the predecessors were still willing to sacrifice themselves to stop the enemy as much as possible. Now that China's technological strength has risen, it is naturally impossible for America to allow China to take off. At least this quantum satellite will definitely not be kept. If those people in the National Research Department were not stupid, they would not have leaked the information. There are spies, Li Xian said. In the past 2 days, Yanjing, Shanghai, and Huazhong University of Science and Technology have all been hit by massive cyber attacks. There was even a total power outage for a moment. It's said that a lot of important intelligence has been leaked. Although the quantum satellite intelligence is sealed in paper form, the footage of the K-22 fighter is still. Chapter 63 Li's Clinic. So, now they are targeting me? Gu Zhe was dumbfounded. This was totally an unprovoked disaster. What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? Don't worry, Li Xian said, although we can't rule out the possibility of a traitor, your safety must be guaranteed. Having said that, as a bachelor like you, it's easy for you to be tempted by women. Looking at Li Xian's meaningful expression, Gu Zhe quickly waved his hand. I will never do such a shameful thing. A real man should behave uprightly, how can I do this? Gu Zhe refused righteously. A woman is nothing. Li Xian snorted. Many espionage agents die every year. Some were targeted to protect you and are now on the run all over the world. Mr. Gu, we still have a layer of smoke bombs to confuse the enemy, and that is Miss Carol. Carol? Gu Zhe looked at the girl with slightly dark skin. Yes, Li Xian nodded. We have some connections with the Camel Kingdom's royal family, and you're the one who bought Miss Carol. It would be more reliable to work under the guise of protecting the Camel Kingdom's princess and her husband. Gu Zhe's sweat dropped. We just need to throw a smokescreen, not really make it real, right? Li Xian didn't say anything. Damn it, brother, don't scare me. I'm still a big boy, and my mom told me not to mess around. Gu Zhe's face suddenly darkened. Don't worry, Li Xian patted Gu Zhe's shoulder and showed an extremely beautiful smile. It will only hurt the first time, it's okay. Brother, you said it the wrong way, right? Gu Zhe complained seriously. Don't worry, Li Xian's expression began to become terrifying. You have to do it even if you don't want to. I said so. Damn, the true colors are revealed. So? Gu Zhe and Carol set out on a date. I really didn't expect that this strategy would turn out like this. Moreover, in order to clear Gu Zhe's identity first, he even had to pretend to be a playboy in nouveau riche. When asked about this, Mr. Huang replied, who else has such an ambition as you who's so eager to elevate the nation's technology to a higher level? If you don't ruin your image, the first person people will doubt is you. It's my fault for being so devoted to the country. Gu Zhe. Carol. Gu Zhe looked at the beautiful woman next to him and said, I have never gone out on a date with a girl before. If there is anything I do wrong, please don't mind. Yeah, I know, Carol said. Your Chinese is quite standard. Have you studied it specifically? Gu Zhe asked. I studied abroad in China before. Carol responded with a smile. The two chatted casually. It was still early, and they didn't know where the spies on the street were watching them. On the other side, Wu Haotian and Xin Sheng drove thousands of miles to the mysterious doctor's residence. Click. Damn, my Hummer. Wu Haotian sighed. This broken road is really hard to walk on. Why does this doctor like this place so much? Even if he wants peace and quiet, it can't be this quiet. The environment here is good. Maybe they chose to grow medicinal herbs here. Xin Sheng looked at the electronic map and said, besides, wouldn't it be nice to have a good doctor here? In case anyone in the village gets hurt or a child gets sick, they can always find a doctor to see them. Why didn't you tell me that you were still delivering a sow's baby? Wu Haotian snorted. Yes, it's postpartum care for sows. Xin Sheng said seriously. That's not what I'm asking you. Wu Haotian was dumbfounded. Oh, there's also postpartum care for cows. Xin Sheng said sincerely. The two men cursed each other and slowly arrived at the residence of the mysterious doctor. It was a very ordinary farmhouse with a large open space in front of the door and courtyard like houses gathered together inside. There were several cars in front of Wu Haotian and Xin Sheng, all of which were seeking treatment from the mysterious doctor. Is this it? Wu Haotian asked. Yes, it's here. Li's medical clinic. Xin Sheng got out of the car. The two came to the courtyard. Giggling. The cheerful hen pecked here and there in the yard, looking very happy. There are a few rabbits in the cage and a few birds on the tree branches. Are these all the pets raised by Xin Yi? Where are the people? Where are the people? Just when Wu Haotian was puzzled, the sound of a child crying was heard from the side room. You dead kid, eat whatever you want. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death, you little bad kid. If something happens to you, how will your father and I live? A woman rushed out with the child in her arms and started beating him, crying as she beat him. The child cried loudly, and the woman felt sorry for him and took the child back. Wu Haotian and Xin Sheng hurried over. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a middle-aged doctor in a black gown sitting at the table, drinking tea. He slowly put down the teacup and said, the child's illness isn't that complicated. He'll be cured in 2 days with this medicine. It's quite expensive though. I'll charge you 20. 20? Wu Haotian was dumbfounded. Is Chinese medicine really that cheap? Xin Sheng clicked his tongue and said to Wu Haotian, did you see that? It's a serious detoxifying and beauty-enhancing medicinal soup. The effect of this stuff varies from person to person, and how effective it is depends entirely on the skills of the pharmacist. Can it enhance male sexual function? Wu Haotian asked blankly. Ha ha. The doctor was also amused and said, wait a moment, both of you. I have a patient who needs aphrodisiac medicine. The eyes of several people in the room were focused on Wu Haotian. Ahem. This young master is in great shape and enjoys everything he eats. He has sex 7 times a night and is known as the little tyrant with an invincible golden gun. Wu Haotian said. Men are like this, they just don't want to accept the fact that they are not good enough. You can only do it twice a night at most, the doctor said with a wry smile. Okay, come on, give me your arm. Seeing that Wu Haotian was about to have another attack, Xin Sheng covered his mouth, smiled and pulled him to sit on the stool, patiently waiting for the doctor to diagnose other patients. A little girl looked at Xin Sheng with eyes full of curiosity. Brother, why is your hair white? Hearing this, Xin Sheng said, because my brother has a serious illness. Well, is it cured? The little girl asked again. It's cured, Xin Sheng said with a smile, it's just a sequelae, there's nothing we can do about it. How about you? My mom said I have leukemia, the little girl said blankly. I spent a lot of money and lost a lot of my hair. Wu Haotian was stunned. Leukemia, blood cancer? Such a little girl? Oh my god, what a tragedy. Chapter 64, Wasted Hand. The child's mother seemed a little embarrassed. She held the child in her arms without saying a word in the hot weather. Brother Xin Sheng, Wu Haotian asked cautiously, can such a young child really get that kind of disease? Both are possible. Xin Sheng looked at the child, frowned, and felt uncomfortable. After so many years of studying and learning medical skills, isn't it for the purpose of curing diseases and saving lives? Now looking at this child, over there, Dr. Li was still diagnosing the patient. Dr. Li, how is my illness? The man asked nervously. Dr. Li frowned, changed his pulse-taking hand, and checked again. Have you started dieting recently? Asked Dr. Li. Well, the doctors in big hospitals all told me not to eat too much meat and fish. The man wiped his sweat. That can't just happen, Dr. Li sighed. Continue taking the medicine I gave you, and then gradually reduce the amount you eat each time you eat. If it doesn't work after a month, come back and see me. Okay, thank you, doctor. The man got up and left, and the next person was a fashionably dressed woman. Has the tumor been removed? Asked Dr. Li. The woman nodded and said, Doctor, I still feel something is wrong. Has my disease spread? Will I die? That tumor is actually benign. Dr. Li smiled bitterly. Don't scare yourself here. The one who performed the surgery on you is my uncle. His surgical skills are the best in the area, except for mine. After some examinations and comforting, Dr. Li sent most of the patients away. Of this, only 50 yuan was earned from selling medicine. Still, someone came to buy medicinal herbs for making chicken soup, which increased our income. Wu Haotian couldn't imagine how much loss his family's medical company would suffer if it did the same thing. Besides, isn't this guy a Chinese medicine practitioner? Why would he allow his patients to undergo surgery? I am getting more and more confused. After a long time, I finally got to the little girl. Doctor, my child, the woman asked hurriedly, but didn't know where to start. I know. Let me take your pulse first. Dr. Li put the teacup aside and took the child from the woman. Only by looking, smelling, asking, and feeling closely can one observe carefully the child's condition. The physical difference between children and adults is greater than the difference between humans and dogs. This is not an empty statement. Acupoints grow with the body and medicines vary with time. Even a famous doctor cannot be 100% sure. After examining the patient, Dr. Li frowned. The woman's heart skipped a beat, as if she had been sentenced to death. Wait a moment. Dr. Li placed the child back in the woman's arms. Would you please take the child and rest first? I'll ask my old friend first. What is this for? The woman didn't know, but she still took her child to the next room. After settling them down, Dr. Li returned to the consultation room. The moment he saw Xin Qing, he smiled. It seems that you have indeed found someone who can cure you. What method did you use? Li Tsong asked. High technology. Xin Qing said with a smile. Xin Qing had come to see Li Tsong before and explained his situation. Even this doctor, who was as skilled as a master, was stunned. This situation was too abnormal, and since Xin Chang was a medical student, there was basically no need to ask too many questions. The situation was as serious as Xin Qing said. The sudden genetic disease was beyond the reach of Li Tsong, so he could only prescribe some medicine to increase Xin Chang's strength, thereby delaying the disease and making Xin Qing suffer less pain during treatment. Although his hair is still white and his eyes are still a little bloodshot, the situation has improved a lot. When he heard that it was high-tech, Li Tsong was not very surprised. High technology is good, but can it cure leukemia? Li Tsong asked. In Brother Gu's words, it can't be cured, but it can be relieved, said Wu Haotian. Relieve? Well, what about the cost? Li Tsong continued to ask. 100,000. Wu Haotian said. Dr. Li frowned. This is too expensive. Reimbursement of 99,000. Xin Chang added. Only then did Li Tsong's face relax. Wait for me. Li Tsong walked out and told the mother and daughter about the new hospital in Magic City, saying that the treatment chamber that costs 1,000 yuan per session is indeed very effective. It can't be cured, but it can alleviate the girl's condition. As long as the situation improves a little, Li Tsong will have a way. The woman seemed to have found a life-saving straw. She first knelt down and kowtowed to Li Tsong, then ran to Wu Haotian and kowtowed several times. This scared Wu Haotian. After seeing off the mother and daughter, there are almost no more patients for today. Li Tsong's young apprentice took over and hung up a sign saying that his master was taking a rest. Brother, you didn't come to me this time to reminisce about the past, did you? Li Tsong poured tea for Xin Chang. If you're not in a hurry, why don't you stay for dinner? I'm making braised pork today. When do you not eat meat? Xin Xing sighed. I came to see you today because I really have something important to tell you. Well, tell me about it. I'll help you if I can. Li Tsong said. When Xin Cheng told Li Tsong about the trouble Gu Zhe encountered, he frowned. Especially since Li Tsong is needed to help with the surgery. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Li Tsong sighed. Wu Haotian was stunned and became anxious. Do you think the money is too little? I can give you money. Is 10 million enough? If not, I will talk to Su Hao. He can afford 10 billion. Wu Haotian said. It's not about money. Li Tsong smiled bitterly. That treatment chamber can alleviate the patient's condition. It gives me a lot of room to recover. It's only natural for me to help you. It's just that I really can't do the main surgery anymore. The two wondered what was going on. Li Tsong rolled up the sleeves of his black robe and showed his right hand to the two men. Click. Xin Cheng stood up suddenly, knocking over the teacup, which fell to the ground and broke. Who did it? Xin Cheng was angry. Li Tsong's right hand was covered with traces of surgical sutures, and it was obvious that someone had disabled it. If the doctor who treated him hadn't been so good, he would probably be half disabled now. There's nothing much to say. Li Tsong's face was calm. An old Chinese doctor coveted my grandfather's medical classics. Knowing that I inherited my grandfather's knowledge, he forced me to tell him where the medical classics are hidden. Where is it hidden? Wu Haotian asked. It's ruined a long time ago. Li Tsong smiled bitterly. It's all in my head, but there are too many patients, so it's not easy to really use it well. Then your hand. Xin Cheng didn't dare to think about it. I was beaten to a pulp by the men sent by that old Chinese doctor. If the truth hadn't been revealed, I wouldn't have been able to save my hand. Li Tsong explained, I can still take a pulse, but I really can't perform surgery. Chapter 65 Disguise. For a doctor, his hands are his everything. The reason why Li Tsong can still provide medical consultations is that he has a comprehensive understanding of both Chinese and Western medicine, and relies on his own extensive knowledge. Although Li Tsong's medical skills are invincible, his hand is now completely disabled. He will never be able to undergo surgery in his lifetime. You. Xin Cheng looked at Li Tsong's hand, not knowing what to say. Tell that Gu Zhe. Li Tsong smiled calmly. If he can perform surgery on fish, then his skills are good enough. It took me several years of practice to be able to perform surgery on frogs. He has special equipment for maintenance and some experienced doctors to assist him. He doesn't need my help. But Wu Haotian scratched his head. You are the best. There are many people in this world who are more powerful than me. Li Tsong laughed. Okay, I won't keep you for dinner. Please go back. If you feel sick, come to me again. Helplessly, Xin Cheng and Wu Haotian left. On Gu Zhe's side, Carol followed Gu Zhe, and the two of them went to the amusement park and bought clothes, having a lot of fun. Ah. Gu Zhe opened his mouth and Carol gave him a bite of the pancake in his hand. Is it delicious? Carol asked with a smile. Delicious. Gu Zhe was helpless. There were many agents on the streets protecting the two of them, but there might be spies who were not there to kill Gu Zhe but to investigate. If it is discovered that Gu Zhe and Carol are not only related to the camel country, but also have connections with people in the military, then even if it costs tens of billions of dollars, America will definitely rush over to get rid of Gu Zhe. Ding ling ling. Hello? Really? You found a doctor. What? Gu Zhe was a little surprised after hearing what happened to Li Tsong. His hand is broken? If this mysterious doctor couldn't help him, Gu Zhe wouldn't be sure whether he could cure Su Yuyan. I understand. Gu Zhe sighed. That's it, alas. After hanging up the phone, Carol asked worriedly, what's wrong? Nothing. Gu Zhe smiled bitterly. I have a friend's sister who finally found a famous doctor, but the doctor's hand ended up being crippled. That's not bad? Carol was surprised. Should we send him to Camel Country? The medical level in my country is quite high. Gu Zhe shook his head. The doctors in Clot Country have also examined him, and they said his physical condition is too poor to be treated. Gu Zhe frowned. Alas, it seems I can only wait for an opportunity. Carol nodded and said, Ace, you are not in the mood to continue shopping. Let's go home. Okay. Gu Zhe nodded. The two took a taxi home. At the same time, it seemed as if it was time for the people who were originally everywhere on the streets to go home. Back home, Carol went to the kitchen to prepare dinner as if she was familiar with it. Guzhe understood that the disguise was not completely over yet. Go to bed after dinner and make louder noises. Li Xian's voice came in. You're going too far. Guzhe broke out in a cold sweat. This is an arranged marriage. I'm going to complain to your superiors. There's nothing we can do. The surveillance is everywhere. You and Carol have to act like newlyweds. Anyway, you bought this woman. She doesn't have any objections, so why do you care? Li Xian snorted. Guzhe broke out in a cold sweat. What's wrong? Carol came over. Is it hot? Summers in China are really hot too. Do you want to turn on the air conditioner? Oh, okay. Guzhe nodded. At this moment, he missed Miss Yi Lingxue very much. After all, this young lady would not force herself on him. Judging from Carol's attitude, he won't stop until he gets eaten today. Boom boom boom. Guzhe, open the door. Yi Lingxue sat outside the door. The savior is here. Guzhe quickly opened the door and said with a smile, welcome. Then, he saw Yi Lingxue's eyes that seemed to be frozen in ice. Call me boss. Yi Lingxue snorted and stepped on Guzhe. My water heater is broken. I'm staying over at your house tonight. Go cook. Isn't there a bathhouse? Guzhe asked puzzledly. Isn't it okay that I just like your water heater? Yi Lingxue said, pointing at Guzhe's nose. Okay. Whatever you say is fine, Mr. President. Guzhe said quickly. It doesn't matter what, as long as it doesn't make you suffer. Inside a base in America. Voice messages intercepted via laser-guided eavesdropping were transmitted here. Guzhe's actions throughout the day were completely under their control. Those gathered here are not fools who cannot understand dialects. They have lived in China for a period of time and are familiar with various dialects. Some people have even dabbled in urban cool novels and are obsessed with them. They had been monitoring Guzhe for a whole day, and they even knew exactly what Guzhe and Carol had eaten together. Only Carol's words seemed to be a disguise, but now, these agents don't think so. In the sound, the two girls were laughing and playing in the bathroom, and from time to time they asked Guzhe who was working outside to add an extra dish, treating Guzhe like a slave. No, this is the male protagonist of a naive harem romance novel. Have we made a mistake? Someone wondered. The technology level of quantum satellites is too advanced. If such technology was developed by those old guys in the Chinese National Research Department, I would believe it. But this Guzhe? He's in his early 20s, and it's rare for him to have developed nickel hydrogen technology. Maybe he's just a gigolo? From what he said, it seems he knows some medical skills. This isn't surprising. China is so ancient, and among so many people, there are bound to be a few who will inherit some mysterious heritage. Are you reading this like a novel? Someone rolled their eyes. Can't we confirm that this is just a smokescreen from China? But, there's no report of our agents being arrested. Should we just let it go? That quantum satellite is troublesome, but we're not completely helpless. Everyone was silent for a moment. You know, the so-called war is all about money, because war consumes a huge amount of money. The resources that departments like theirs mobilize at all times are undoubtedly sky-high in price, and allowing them to operate for one more minute will cost a considerable amount of money. The higher-ups had no intention of finding out who built the quantum satellite. Their plan was to create an accident and shoot down the satellite. Chapter 66 Hospital. The surveillance of Guzhe ended. To prevent the matter from being exposed, all these agents fled China within 3 hours. The Supreme Commander breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the request. The team can evacuate now, the commander said. Except for the permanent members, everyone else can return and wait. Thank you for your hard work. In just one day, they exhausted almost a month's worth of work. Everyone involved knows that this is not an easy task. Because there are too many people sent by America to monitor Guzhe. As for Guzhe himself, although Li Xian received the news, he did not stop Carol from throwing herself into Guzhe's arms. Use the beauty to tie Guzhe up as soon as possible, and be on guard against the enemy using the beauty trap as soon as possible. When Guzhe got up the next day, he was in a trance. At first, he was a little excited, but only at the beginning. Yes, at the beginning. But not anymore. Oh my god, what kind of woman is this? Carol was sleeping soundly in bed when Yi Lingxue appeared in the living room. Looking at the listless Guzay wearing only a pair of underwear, Yiling Shue burst out laughing. Is it okay, little dog? Yiling Shue laughed and quickly walked out the door. Only Guzay was left, disheveled in the wind. In the new hospital, Guzay returned to work. In order to maintain basic operations, people from Wu's hospital rushed over to help. With the management of the treatment chamber, they had many more areas to choose from. Guzay rushed over and took over the main business. Are you really confident in your own treatment of heart disease? Guzay looked at his hands and couldn't help feeling a little doubtful. Even though he had already tested it on fish, it didn't mean he was ready to perform surgery on humans. Blood, internal organs, if you cut it wrong, then everything will be over. But Su Yuyan's illness could not withstand waiting. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Just as Guzay was sitting at the cashier's office on the first floor of the hospital, several large trucks rumbled in outside. Is there some kind of collective accident? Do we need to use the hospital? After all, the new hospital has not been built yet, and there is nothing else except some beds. What disappointed Guzay was that the person who came this time was not a patient. A group of people rushed into the first floor lobby, and the leader was Lu Xiao. After being released from the detention center, this guy started to talk a lot, saying that he would make those who had interfered with his good deeds pay the price. And when he saw the culprits sitting at the toll booth, he became very angry. Wawatu, $1, for, hee. Guzay watched the short video and laughed from time to time. How can he live without short videos? Nowadays, high-tech will be targeted by assassins. If he continues like this, those assassins might really take action. You are Guzay? Lu Xiao strode over and stared at Guzay. Ah, you are the thin dog. Guzay blurted out. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed instantly. Young Master Lu had been ridiculed because of that problem and had humiliated many people. Whoever mentions it will die. Oh, sorry. Guzay also realized this and said solemnly, our hospital currently has a corpus cavernosum augmentation surgery. Would you like to consider it? Guzay. You are looking for death. Lu Xiao said as he picked up Guzay. Then, the 1.8-meter tall Guzay stood up. Then, with a click, Guzay put the gun to Lu Xiao's head. Everyone's face changed. Let him go. You'll regret it if you kill him. The thugs behind hurriedly warned. They were really scared. Big families had a habit of keeping thugs, and thugs like them would risk their lives to ensure the safety of their young master. No, where did this guy get the gun? Isn't gun prohibition in China? Where did you get your pistol? Guzay. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth and said, if you dare, just shoot me. Kill me. If you don't kill me, you are my grandfather. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Oh, you're wrong. Guzay nodded, holding a gun in one hand and a small notebook in the other. Since you call me grandpa, I can't just let you go, right? Come on, do you have money? Give me 20,000 yuan for pocket money. As he spoke, Guzay put away the small notebook in his hand, took out his mobile phone, and opened the transfer software. Ding! Fubeo deposit arrived, 180,000 yuan. Lu Xiao's men just left like that. Damn, when can I be like the urban dragon king, Long Outyin? I've made a note of this shame today. I'll repay you 100-fold one day. Guzay fantasized to himself, come on, some people, tell them, how dare you disrespect XX. TSK, why are these people so cowardly? To be honest, the system has given him so many skills, but Guzay hasn't had time to use them yet. But this is not Guzay's fault. After all, no one who knows about the thing in his hand dares to mess with it. With this, Guzay can use firearms to defend himself in China. And no matter how he defends, it won't be excessive. In other words, if Lu Xiao had dared to take action just now, no one would have spoken for him even if he was torn to pieces by Guzay, otherwise he would have been treated as an accomplice. Despite this little incident, Su Yuyan's situation is still a bit tricky. What should I do? Guzay didn't have the confidence to dig a hole in Su Yuyan's heart and then clean the lesion. Or maybe we should try traditional Chinese medicine? Since the biggest challenge is physical strength, why not find an authoritative surgeon and then replenish Su Yuyan's strength? Wouldn't that be a good idea? No, this is still risky. If we fail, those people in the Su family 1T know how to deal with it. The more Guzay thought about it, the more he felt like his brain was about to explode, but he was helpless. Could it be that he really wanted to bring out his high tech? There was indeed a drug that could bring back the dead, called a gene superactivation drug. With it, even a single cell nucleus could be used to reshape a human body. But this would also expose Gu Zhe's own abilities, which was really not worth the loss. The Su family didn't owe them anything, and on the contrary, Su Hao had taken away Gu Zhe's drilling technology. The money hadn't even been recovered yet, and he was going to spend money on a medicine that the dying rich people in the world would rush to buy? I'm afraid the medicine will be reduced to rubbish before it's even sold. No, no. Just as Gu Zhe was sighing, a doctor passed by him in a hurry. What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Is this the end of the world? Chapter 67 Surgical Risks. Dr. Hua, what happened? Aren't you the doctor on duty here? Gu Zhe asked. Dr. Hua glanced at Gu Zhe and said, There's a patient who's been pierced by a steel bar. He's in critical condition now. I need to go back and take charge of the situation. When Gu Zhe heard this, he was stunned. Heart? Indeed, anything is possible in this world, like someone with a steel bar stuck in their forehead and still alive. But what about this heart type? I'll go and take a look too, said Gu Zhe. Dr. Hua didn't say anything. He knew that the dean had a close relationship with the Wu family, so it didn't matter if Gu Zhe followed him. Mr. Gu, do you know the surgical instruments? Asked Dr. Hua. Yeah, I know. Gu Zhe nodded. Well, Mr. Gu, you will be my surgical assistant and help me with the surgery. This time, our challenge is extraordinary. This surgery is a heart transplant. Several people died at the scene of the accident, and after obtaining consent from their families, they agreed to donate their hearts. The operation must be carried out in a hurry, so Dr. Hua dared not delay. Gu Zhe just followed. It was only when we arrived at Wu's hospital that we realized the seriousness of the problem. This girl's situation is very similar to Su Yuyan's. She is only breathing her last breath. The entire hospital was filled with sighs. They were the best hospital here, and if even they were helpless, then the only life that survived the car accident would be gone. The elders in the hospital have retired, and it's impossible to ask them to help. Even if it's possible, those two teachers wouldn't have the physical strength to sustain such a long operation. Are there any tools available for using new materials? Don't think about it, those can be used for trauma. This is a penetrating wound. A group of doctors chattered and debated about how to treat the disease, but they couldn't come up with a useful plan. Stop arguing, the dean said with a headache. Dr. Hua, you are an expert in cardiac surgery. You've performed nearly 100 cardiac surgeries in our hospital. Your success rate is 100%. You're the undisputed king of surgery. Dr. Hua lowered his head in embarrassment. So, I want to ask you again, do you want to have this surgery? The director asked solemnly, if you don't want to, we can proceed with conservative treatment. You, Director, I'll perform this surgery. Dr. Hua said resolutely. I'm the only one in this hospital who has this ability. For the patient's life, I'm willing to take the risk. Gu Zhe saw it and admired him immensely. Alas, it is because the level of technology is too backward. If the treatment chamber is upgraded, not to mention penetrating the wound, even if a hole is dug out in the whole body, it can be repaired. Now these doctors. The operation was arranged quickly. Dr. Hua was stunned when he saw Gu Zhe followed him into the preparation room. Mr. Gu, are you really coming? Dr. Hua asked. Of course. Gu Zhe nodded, it's my duty to contribute to saving patients. Dr. Hua sighed and said, then just be careful to hand me the tools. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if someone discovers you with your identity. Practicing medicine without a license is a disregard for human life. If the operation fails, the entire hospital will have to pay for Gu Zhe's personal behavior. Okay, I understand. Gu Zhe nodded. After everything was ready, Gu Zhe and Dr. Hua entered the operating room. The steel bar was still lodged in the girl's chest, gnawing at her heart. Her heart was already weakened, as if just one breath would kill her. This girl is pretty, Gu Zhe muttered. The nurse next to him glared at him. Xiao Wang, Dr. Hua said, he's new here, just learning. Why are you arguing with him? Are you ready? Yes, everything is ready. Okay. Dr. Hua nodded. Then let's officially begin the operation. All the instruments were running and the operation was proceeding in an orderly manner. Dr. Hua's skills are truly amazing. If it were an ordinary doctor, he would have made a mistake by now. However, with Gu Zhe's cooperation, he continued to improve the treatment plan and treated the patient's wounds in the most appropriate way. Have you studied medicine? Dr. Hua asked while performing the surgery. With your knowledge, you don't seem like someone who only knows how to do technical things. You're joking. I just read a few more random books. Gu Zhe said modestly, his eyes fixed on Dr. Hua's technique. The girl seemed to have turned into the fish on her chopping board. Gu Zhe had never performed a heart transplant, but he thought it must be similar to when he performed surgery on fish, right? Just like that, the operation was halfway done. Ouch! Dr. Hua suddenly felt paralyzed all over and in excruciating pain. Oh no! Help me! The nurse stepped forward to support Dr. Hua. What's going on? I checked it with a detector and it showed sudden heart palpitations. Getting sick at this time? Looking at the unfinished surgery on the operating table, Dr. Hua wanted to continue, but he didn't dare. After all, my body really doesn't allow it. At this critical moment, Gu Zhe stood in the position of the surgeon, picked up the scalpel, looked at the intricate internal organs, and then his hands began to move unconsciously. What are you doing? How can you, an intern, do this? The nurse was about to go up and stop him, but she saw Gu Zhe continuing to perform the operation in an orderly manner. What's going on? Isn't he just an intern? Why is he so awesome? Seeing this, Dr. Hua felt relieved. It turned out that Mr. Gu still had his own methods. The whole operation took 4 or 5 hours. Dr. Hua worked on the first 2 hours, and Gu Zhe took care of the rest in half an hour. After the patient was out of danger, Gu Zhe couldn't believe his own hands. Could he really perform such an operation? Was he sure he hadn't been possessed by someone? After Dr. Hua's condition improved, San checked the surgical records and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Gu Zhe changed his clothes and sat at the door of the hospital, looking at his hands, thinking about how to cut open Su Yuyan's flesh and then see how to treat the heart. You look so engrossed. Dr. Hua came over with a smile on his face. Dr. Hua, Gu Zhe stood up, this is my first time performing surgery. I've only practiced with fish before. I really thought I was going to fail. After all, anyone who sees something like blood for the first time would definitely not dare to touch it. Chapter 68 Still working hard. Mr. Gu, remember not to underestimate yourself, Dr. Hua said. I've watched your technical videos. Your technique is superb, and your wound care is spot on. If you receive systematic training, you'll be no worse than any other surgeon in the world. Among the people I know, only the legendary mystic doctor can do this. What a pity. Oh, what a pity for that doctor. If I could give him a gift, I'd really like to go and see him. According to Dr. Hua, this mysterious doctor had his medical license permanently revoked when he was young because he performed surgery without authorization. Despite this, there is still a constant stream of patients coming to him for treatment. Later, his hand was crippled by his competitors. What a pity. Is that mysterious doctor really that powerful? Gu Zhe couldn't believe it. It's too outrageous for a person to be hailed as a legend. It's not that he's that talented. Logically speaking, his aptitude is just average. It's because his grandfather trained him so well, Dr. Hua said. In order to be able to distinguish good herbs from bad, we tested them on him several times, whether they were poisonous or not. If he was on the verge of death from the poison, we would give him a medicinal soup to revive him and then continue testing. He started this training at the age of 3 and continued until he was 5. At that time, the master gave him a new training goal. He had him dissect the corpses of various small animals. He was able to perform surgery on animals without leaving any marks. This was the result of more than 10 years of hard training. If you can perform surgery on fish, you can definitely perform surgery on humans. Gu Zhe smiled bitterly. It was a good thing that he had changed his skills. Otherwise, if he really had to train for more than 10 years, wouldn't he be wasting his time? I didn't know I was so powerful. Gu Zhe sighed, then, in this case, doesn't that mean there's a cure for Su Yuyan's illness? Hearing this, Dr. Hua was also stunned and asked, are you going to perform surgery on Su Yuyan? The surgery on that girl is very difficult. There are not many people in this world who dare to perform surgery on her. Well, I knew that Su Yuyan's surgery was difficult, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Dr. Hua, if we combine Chinese and Western medicine, is it possible to cure Su Yuyan? Gu Zhe asked. Well, I'm not saying anything bad about you, Dr. Hua said. Chinese medicine and Western medicine each have their own strengths. Apart from that mysterious doctor, there's really no one else who can do it all. Although many people throughout China are researching this thing, when experience is more important than books, the books are useless. It is difficult to be a doctor, both Chinese and Western medicine are difficult. If you want to have both, you will get neither. Gu Zhe doesn't think of himself as a hero. In fact, it would be best if he had nothing to do with such troubles. But who made him meet Su Yuyan? And since her parents said so, shouldn't I try harder? Dr. Hua, thank you so much for today. Gu Zhe stood up, dusted off the dust on his butt, and said, when I develop a powerful Chinese medicine pill, I will definitely share it with you as soon as possible. Dr. Hua just watched Gu Zhe move away from him step by step, feeling very complicated. Forget it, what happens to Gu Zhe has nothing to do with him. As a surgeon, he only needs to take care of himself. It's a pity that he is almost at retirement age and hasn't even found a successor. Here, Gu Zhe ran to conduct experiments excitedly, and when Su Hao learned about Gu Zhe and the existence of the mysterious doctor, he was filled with hope for a new life. However, this hope was soon extinguished when he learned that Li Tsung's hand had been beaten to a cripple. Not that kind of disability, but the disability I feel as a surgeon. Damn it! Su Hao was so angry that he smashed things all over his office. People outside thought the boss had gone crazy. Now, almost all hope lies on Gu Zhe. If even Gu Zhe fails, then Su Hao doesn't know who to look for. At this moment, Gu Zhe suddenly became unreachable. Perhaps he was doing some experiment and had no time to reply? Forget it, since there is no news here for the time being, then. Everyone gather. Su Hao came out and shouted, find him. Find that bastard and teach him a lesson, 3 generations down the line. Yes. After the younger brothers said this, they drove out directly. As luck would have it, the person who silently extinguished Su Yuyan's hope of life was the mentor who almost caused Qingqing to die. For a while, in various places, there were people from Soho taking action. They were smashing, looting, and they would just take action against your entire family. That person must have thought of this as well, and after noticing something unusual, he stayed indoors and didn't come out. But Su Hao has 1,000 ways to kill the bastard who harmed his sister. However, at this time, Qingqing and Wu Haotian were still driving back. Oh, I didn't expect to come all this way here only to be disappointed. Wu Haotian said helplessly, next time we should just call and ask directly. I almost died from the bumpy ride. That's enough. Qingqing snorted, Li Tsung's behavior is weird. To him, the communicator is just a phone call. There are really people who have not caught up with the information age. I don't know what's happening with Brother Gu. Wu Haotian sighed, shouldn't we think of another solution in this situation? You care about him so much. Why not give him a call? Qingqing said with a smile. Bullshit. Maybe Brother Gu is researching something right now. My call is just giving him a reason to beat me up. Wu Haotian waved his hands repeatedly. At this time, Gu Zhe had gone through many rounds of selection and finally finalized a treatment plan. After all, he still didn't understand the authenticity of this information. What if the medicine was not effective enough due to environmental problems or something? He would leave. Of course, when Gu Zhe did this, he definitely didn't do any random calculations himself, but relied on the computing power of the computer. If he wanted to find satisfactory information within a limited time, he could only conduct experiments one by one. If all the computers in the world could work, maybe Gu Zhe could get what he wants within 2 years. Unfortunately, Gu Zhe has a supercomputer. Although you have to wait for a while, the calculation efficiency is very high. So, Gu Zhe was in the laboratory in the basement, playing games on his phone. Su Yuyan must be saved so that Su Hao can compensate her. My drill. Gu Zhe sighed, if it weren't for making money, if it weren't for making it easier for you to pay, would I be working so hard? Chapter 69 2 Missions. After calculation, the plan is feasible. After waiting for a long time, Gu Zhe finally got the result he wanted. Well, it is said that technology changes life, and this is indeed true. However, the only drawback now is that the technology Gu Zhe possesses cannot be displayed openly. What we have come up with now are some very basic things, and even these very basic things are out of reach for the big names in various scientific communities. Thinking quickly, Guzay asked, "System, how long will it take for human society to develop to the point where I can display all of my technologies?" 200 years. The system said calmly. 200 years, several buildings must have been built on my grave. What if I help you? Guzay continued to ask. 5 billion years, the system replied. Because the host's existence is too special, revealing it would likely trigger a mass extinction of all life on Earth. A new human race will emerge 5 billion years from now. Guzay was not surprised at all to get such an answer. Forget it, in order to prevent unnecessary trouble, I'd better just be a playboy and a nouveau riche. After finishing the information, Guzay picked up his phone and walked out of the laboratory. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, Guzay felt a hard object pressing against him from behind. "Put your hands up, Mr. Guzay," said a man in a baseball cap. "If you dare to move, I guarantee the bullet from this gun will go straight through your body. This bullet also contains toxins. If you don't want to be killed, then put all your electronic devices on the ground. Don't resist at all." Guzay sighed. Why would he keep holding on to him? "Put your hands up." The killer kicked Guzay. There was no choice, Guzay raised his hands high. The killer quickly threw everything on him to the ground. When the killer saw that all the guns had been found, his face was filled with pride. Click. Bang. Guzay fired a bullet directly from a small pen holder in his hand. The killer was shot in the head. "Idiot. My base is right down here, and you dare to mess with me?" Guzay said disdainfully, "These foreign agents are really getting worse and worse. I don't know what America is thinking. Forget it, it's useless for me to think so much. Let's call Li Xian." Muttering this, Guzay took out his cell phone and explained the specific situation to Li Xian. Soon, a black-clad handler arrived and packed up the killer's body, which would be disposed of later. As for the traces? Once the state machinery starts operating, there is nothing you can't find. The only secret here is Guzay's that they can't find out. Ding! Mission accomplished, eliminate the assassin who infiltrated the demon city. The host's marksmanship has improved once again. I've completed one of the 3 tasks. Guzay murmured, so what should I do next? Su Yuyan's situation is very urgent, but the situation with the heat-resistant steel is a hot potato. If it is not solved, it will still be a big trouble. Alas, it's true that when you're famous, you're surrounded by gossip. Why do all these people have to come looking for trouble? Logically speaking, America's technological level is not weak. Why do you keep picking on China? Ding ding, alert the host, a spy signal has been detected nearby. Ah? When did you have this function? Guzay asked curiously. But the system ignored him, called up the software on his phone, and guided Guzay to catch the spy. If another of the 3 tasks could be completed now, Guzay could concentrate on treating Su Yuyan. I hope the compensation I get can make up for the loss of my drill bit. Following the instructions on the phone, Guzay arrived at a noodle restaurant. "Welcome," said the receptionist. "Excuse me, how many people are you?" "1." Guzay silently found a seat and sat down. It's unlikely to start searching for the spy right now. If you do that, it's very likely to alert the enemy. This is not what Guzay wants to see. Moreover, we don't know whether these spies are carrying weapons. If they are, it would be bad if they take hostages. "Sir, what would you like to order?" the waiter asked enthusiastically. Guzay, who was not there to eat, just ordered a bowl of noodles for 20 yuan. After looking around, I saw a person acting suspiciously. Guzay observed carefully and found that this person's words and actions did not seem like those of a Chinese. The system is analyzing data. Data analysis successful. This person is a Chinese American. If the noodles had been served at this time, Guzay would probably have sprayed them in the face. System, does this guy have weapons? Gu asked. After testing, no signs of carrying weapons were found. Guzay breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight broke out, Li Xian probably wouldn't be able to prevent the information here from being leaked. But now that the candidate has been decided, the next thing to do will be easy. Guzay was eating noodles as he watched the plainclothes officers enter the store and take the man away. As for the data that was not transmitted, Guzay took a look at it and found that it was not an important thing. It was impossible to make heat-resistant steel with these. But, now think about it, what do those people in America want to do with heat-resistant steel? Is it a need for new weapons or important scientific research projects, or is it simply to occupy all the world's cutting-edge technologies? Considering that America hadn't had any major inventions recently, Gu Zhe was convinced that this shaky world hegemon was simply dissatisfied with other countries surpassing him in technological power. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, and the reward is the host object-dissolving substance. Object-dissolving matter can decompose any solid object in the three-dimensional world into elementary particles. If used properly, it can be used as a weapon of war. Can it intercept nuclear weapons? Gu Zhe asked. It's possible. The system mechanical voice replied. It's better to take this out at a critical moment. If you take it out now, you might be assassinated by people from other countries. Then, Gu Zhe only has one task left. When he returned to his residence, it was already late. Carol had been waiting at home for a long time, looking at Gu Zhe with lustful eyes. Thinking of Yi Lingshui's sarcastic words thin dog, Gu Zhe got furious. But before doing anything, Gu Zhe still had to tell Su Hao that he had a way to cure Su Yuyan's disease. Su Hao was overjoyed when he learned about this situation. He knew that Gu Zhe would not abandon Su Yuyan so easily. Chapter 70, Reasons for the Lu Family. In the hospital the next day, Gu Zhe presented his treatment plan in full based on the information he had sorted out. The general direction remains unchanged. First, use Chinese medicine to increase Su Yuyan's physical strength to ensure that she will not be exhausted before starting the operation. According to Gu Zhe's estimation, I'm going to finish it in 20 minutes this time. Gu Zhe said, if it takes too long, Yuyan's body really won't be able to bear it. The girl's body was too weak. Even with the Su family's care and protection for more than 20 years, her health was still very poor. 20 minutes is the optimal operating time. But when the doctors heard this, they showed ugly expressions on their faces. Mr. Gu, a doctor said, perhaps you don't know that an operation takes at least several hours. In some critical cases, we may even have to work for more than 10 hours to complete it. Your strategy for Miss Su's illness is indeed correct, but 20 minutes. This level of speed was only achieved by that mysterious doctor more than 10 years ago. Mystical doctor? It seems that Li Song had already reached this level many years ago. It's no wonder he was banned. You performed a surgery that everyone thought was impossible to treat so easily, and it was so perfect. If you weren't banned, wouldn't that embarrass the people above you? I am absolutely sure that I can perform this operation. And you should all know that Su Yuyan's body will not be able to survive until her next birthday. Gu Zhe said coldly. The doctors thought about it again and again, and finally left one by one. They really don't dare to participate in such a gamble that will cost them their entire careers. Xin Sheng frowned as he watched these people from the regular hospital leave one by one. I thought these doctors were pioneers, but I didn't expect them to be such cowards. Xin Sheng snorted. Brother Shun, is there a possibility that it's because you are so evil that they are all so cowardly? Wu Haotian said speechlessly. Su Hao, who was watching from the side, also frowned. What conditions did the Lu family offer? Gu Zhe asked. They said that we should not talk about Lu Zhao's matter for now. If the Su family needs it, they can ask the elders of the Lu family to help treat my sister at any time. Su Hao clicked his tongue. Old seniors of the Lu family? Damn, could they be those old and blurry-eyed guys? Wu Haotian felt that the so-called old seniors of the Lu family were unreliable when he thought of them. The reason is simple. It is said that these people have never performed a proper surgery. They just provide guidance from the sidelines, and on several occasions they made mistakes, causing patients to almost die on the operating table. Unfortunately, the mysterious doctor has been forced to stop practicing. Is Yuyan's illness really that serious? Su Hao asked in his heart with a hopeful thought. You should have heard other doctors talk about the difficulty of this operation. Gu Zhe said calmly. The treatment chamber. Su Hao wanted to struggle. After all, that thing can even cure cell mutations, so there is no reason why it can't cure Su Yuyan, right? But Su Hao still thought it was too simple. Gu Zhe does have the ability to upgrade the treatment chamber, but what happens after the upgrade? If a machine that can cure all diseases really appears, what will happen to the entire medical industry? All doctors will be unemployed, and foreign pharmaceutical companies will definitely hate Gu Zhe again. Actually, conservative treatment is not wrong. Xin Sheng said thoughtfully, during this period, we can also improve the treatment chamber. Maybe it can really cure heart disease. However, Su Yuyan cannot stop taking the medicine during this period. Wu Haotian didn't dare to continue speaking. Medicine, Lu family's medicine. That damn Lu Xiao dared to do this to Su Yuyan before, and there is still a year left, so what else does this brat want to do? Express condolences today, express concern tomorrow? And then express concern again until you end up in bed? Why? My Su family doesn't owe your Lu family anything. Didn't we buy all the medicine? The atmosphere at the scene seemed to have dropped to freezing point. Alas, Su Hao sighed, I still need to go back and discuss this matter with my family elders. By the way, I still need to pay a visit to that mysterious doctor. Maybe with this person's ability, he can make medicine that is better than the Lu family's. You two came back from Dr. Xian. Didn't he give you anything? Gu Zhe asked. Thing? Wu Haotian and Shen Qing looked at each other. After asking, they both hurried back. Where were they going to get what? At this moment. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. Hello? Xin Chang answered the phone. Ah Chang? Li Tsong's voice came from the other side, accompanied by the sound of bones crackling. What's going on over there? Xin Chang asked in a daze. Is the legendary Dr. Li Tsong fighting with someone? Nothing much. A few people got stiff necks while sleeping. A few broke their arms while working in the fields. I'm fixing their bones. Li Tsang said calmly, I'm calling you because I have some important information I haven't shared with you. Are there any of you working at a national rare plant and animal conservation unit? Everyone present was confused and wondered what you wanted this for. If my analysis is correct, Li Tsang said after treating a patient's hand, the Lu family's secret medicine is essentially a traditional Chinese medicine prescription for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, except that they added an extra herb. Xin Cheng said angrily, this is something everyone knows. Don't be so anxious. Just listen to me. Li Tsang said, if I remember correctly, this thing is on the national list of rare plants and animals under protection. It's illegal to pick even a leaf. If you can find out the age of the medicinal tree in their home, I might be able to prepare a replacement medicine. Su Hao stood up suddenly. Is Li Tsong really that powerful? You didn't lie to me, did you? Shen Qing asked. There's no benefit in lying to you. Li Tsong chuckled, okay, that's it. We'll talk about it after we get the specific data. The three of them turned their gazes towards Su Hao. I'll go find someone right away. Su Hao snorted and went out to get busy. Given the size of the Su family, it wouldn't be difficult for them to contact the Animal and Plant Protection Administration. Furthermore, since they were struggling to find a reason to mess with the Lu family, now that their chance had arrived, why not seize the opportunity and send their entire family to hell? If it's revealed that you're using rare plants and animals as medicinal herbs, hey, it's not just a matter of going to jail. You won't be able to get out unless you spend the rest of your life in jail. Now that things have taken a turn for the better, Gu Zhe plans to put things off until later. Chapter 71 Meeting. After this meeting, a group of doctors in the new hospital surrounded Gu Zhe and refused to let him leave. The meeting is over, what do you want to do? Wu Haotian stepped forward and said, everyone, you still have to continue your work, right? What are you doing here? Young master. The leader said with a chuckle, we came here to ask Mr. Gu to demonstrate his surgical skills. Ha? Surgical technique? Seeing the three people's confusion, the doctor swallowed and said, previously, Mr. Gu helped Dr. Hua complete a heart transplant operation. At first, there was nothing much to say, but after watching the video, we are convinced that Mr. Gu's skills are quite advanced. However, the photography equipment in the hospital is a bit old. As you know, there are fewer and fewer good doctors recently. Many interns in the hospital need to be supervised, and they obviously can't go directly to the operating table. Do you think it is possible? After that, these people got two 4K cameras from somewhere. Shen Chang was speechless. I'm really impressed by you guys. Gu Zhe's face darkened as he said, are you guys stupid? How can there be so many people who need surgery? I don't even have a medical license. The previous incident was just that, and this time you're planning to record it with a camera? Do I want to live? Gu Zhe is not Li Tsong. He has such a rich knowledge reserve that people from the Ministry of Health dare not touch him. If someone finds out that he is practicing medicine without a license, he will face more than just a fine. After a lot of arguing between the two sides, the three of them finally refused sternly. Is this something you can joke about? Don't you think about why the rules are set like this? You should know that every regulation in the hospital has a bloody lesson, and strictly following the rules and regulations is the basis for protecting the basic rights of all patients and doctors. Some people even attacked doctors with knives because they were dissatisfied with them. There was a doctor who had no more than 10 doctors in the world with the same skills as him. As a result, he had both his hands chopped off. It is a pity that there is no way to perform precise surgical operations from now on. After separating from Wu Haotian and the others, Gu Zhe came to the company. What's the situation? Yi Lingxue asked, looking at the document. Shen Chang himself has no idea what to do, let alone me. I dare not take any action without making all the necessary preparations. Gu Zhe lay on the sofa inside. Where did you learn medicine? Yi Lingxue asked, aren't you from the energy department? You are the only one who has seen my laboratory, so don't ask about this. Gu Zhe said helplessly. Although Yi Lingxue was quite curious, when she thought back to the things in Gu Zhe's laboratory, it seemed that nothing was so important anymore. By the way, have you seen the latest news? Yi Lingxue said while sipping her coffee. It seems that America has recently been working on a key technology for controlled nuclear fusion. But it seems not all of them are Americans. It would be strange if they could develop it themselves. Gu Zhe snorted. No country in the world can successfully develop something like a lithography machine on its own. The light sources and etching technology of some countries are indispensable. As for controlled nuclear fusion, this thing is the first step towards interstellar travel. If it were that easy to achieve, it wouldn't be called interstellar technology. Although this thing is in Gu Zhe's technology library, once it is actually developed, it will cause international turmoil. Although it is a rogue act to link America's currency to energy, it is not something that can be shaken now. Once controlled nuclear fusion is developed, the energy status of oil will be greatly reduced, and the whole world will not lack energy. Those evil capitalists will not allow such a situation to happen. I guess they will find all kinds of reasons to say that Gu Zhe's nuclear fusion device has some defects, just like the space station, and they will say it without using English. This is hilarious. A country's own space station uses your language? Don't be so arrogant. If you get angry, switch to classical Chinese. Whether you understand it or not is none of my business. I heard that the heat-resistant steel you gave Mr. Huang is now sealed as a strategic material. Yi Lingxue said, do you have any technology related to nuclear fusion? How is it possible? It seems to be true. Gu Zhe suddenly thought of something. Magnetic field confinement device. This thing can be made with current science and technology, and its scope of application is quite limited, but if it is sold, Gu Zhe can still make a fortune. Yi Lingxue gave a bitter laugh and said, when I first met you, you were just a boy eager to go on a blind date. Now you've become such a sought-after figure that even your superiors have to worry about your safety. My company is too small to even accommodate a giant like you. Hey, President, what are you saying? Gu Zhe said with a chuckle, as the saying goes, a nest of gold or silver is not as good as your own doghouse. Although the wildflowers outside are fragrant, they are not as good as your own wife. Ouch. A wife who has shared your joys and sorrows, right? Ah. How can I be a wife? Yi Lingxue grabbed the marshmallow on the table and threw it hard at Gu Zhe. At least the relationship between the two people has not changed much, neither good nor bad. After making enough noise, Yi Lingxue stopped. Su Yuyan, will you save her? Yi Lingxue suddenly asked. What's wrong? Gu Zhe was stunned. While several men were discussing treatment plans, Yi Lingxue and Su Yuyan met. Although this young lady came to Yi Lingxue in a daze after hearing the news on the internet, Yi Lingxue's favorability towards her was increasing rapidly. After all, this girl is so cute. Hey, Mr. Yi, my nose is bleeding. Gu Zhe reminded. Ahem. Yi Lingxue wiped her nose with a tissue to hide her embarrassment. Can't you use that treatment chamber? You're the second person to ask this question today. Gu Zhe said helplessly, I need to improve the treatment chamber so that it can perform organ treatment. But the development of this technology takes a long time, so it's neither realistic nor cost-effective. The main thing is to publish relevant technical papers step by step, so that outsiders can know that this person has really created a groundbreaking work bit by bit. Of course, if this matches something in Area 51 of America, then any similarity is purely coincidental. By the way, it seems that Mr. Huang got into an argument with someone, Yi Lingxue said. Before, you built an electromagnetic cannon for the Navy, but the Army and Air Force were not happy about it. Chapter 72 Encounter. If men remain young until they die, then those seniors who have experienced the vicissitudes of life will be no less excited than teenagers when they see the new equipment. After arriving at the place, Gu Zhe regretted it. What evil things have I done to deserve being in this Shura field? Gu Zhe's mouth twitched as he looked at the big men from both sides who were engaged in a verbal battle in front of him. This side wants to modify new fighter jet engines, and the other side wants to produce powerful tanks, as well as guns, radars, and other things. There is already a quantum satellite in the sky, and more quantum satellites will be launched in the future. It would be a waste not to use them. Lu, are you planning a rebellion? Old man Li, you are not a good guy either. If I could catch you back then, I would beat you up today just as much. Damn it. If you have the guts to gather your forces, I'll give you 2 days. No need. I'm going to beat you to death right now, you bastard. Both sides are in a stalemate due to the problem of new equipment research and development. Who doesn't want a better set of equipment? With China's heavy industrial strength, if the dependence on engines and certain key components can be supplemented, then these new equipment will appear like dumplings. We can't just take care of the Navy. After the meeting, Gu Zhe had a splitting headache. Ha ha ha, they are not getting along, and you are in trouble. Old Huang smiled and poured a glass of water for Gu Zhe. Mr. Huang, is this your usual quarrel? Gu Zhe asked. TSK, you haven't seen how dire our Navy was in the past. Old Huang said with some emotion. Now these people are really pretending. They all want new toys and refuse to talk about what weapons and equipment they currently have. You didn't mention any of the Army's various anti-Bald Eagle rocket launchers, the Air Force's special aircraft J-20, and the Navy's J-35 and other advanced equipment. And that aircraft carrier with who knows how many tons of surplus. Do you really need new equipment? Gu Zhe asked. Hey, that's just talk. Old Huang took a sip of tea. We old guys don't have much time left. We don't know who will take charge in the future. If our equipment can keep up with the world by then, we can rest in peace. Gu Zhe took out a potion. Mr. Huang looked at him, stunned. What is this? Asked Mr. Huang. Gene reactivation potion. Gu Zhe said, in terms you can understand, it's a rejuvenating drug. Did you sell it? How is that possible? Gu Zhe took out another box and handed it to Mr. Huang. It is the cornerstone of the country, so please help if you can. Today's meeting ended with a group of people arguing. Before leaving, Huang Lao said, you don't have to take what those old guys say seriously. The current weapons and equipment are more than enough. You can take your time. Apocalypse tank? Gu Zhe asked. Don't make that kind of thing. Old Huang was ashamed. If Gu Zhe really wanted to make weapons and equipment that only existed in science fiction works, he could probably make them. But what happened next? Is the whole world entering an era of arms race? Forget it. We haven't had peace for 100 years and you're already thinking of causing trouble? Driving the car, Gu Zhe rushed back. The small electric stove is still running at lightning speed. Although nickel metal hydride technology electric vehicles are no longer a rare thing, the small electric scooter that he modified with his own hands still has a sense of familiarity. Just as Gu Zhe was speeding, he noticed something and stopped by the roadside. XX University. The gold-plated plaque, the energetic college students, the magnificent teaching buildings, and the men and women walking around the campus. If his life was normal, he should be studying for a doctorate or graduate degree. Now Gu Zhe sighed, thinking that none of this had anything to do with him, and wanted to drive away. Hey! Is that Brother Gu Zhe? A soft voice came from beside. Gu Zhe was stunned and turned around to see Su Yuyan. Why are you here? Gu Zhe was stunned. Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? As he spoke, Gu Zhe grabbed Su Yuyan's arm and began to take her pulse. This scene made the male students on the side extremely jealous, while the female students who followed covered their mouths. I'm fine. Su Yuyan said, the university here is close to home. If anything happens, my family can take care of me. Brother Gu Zhe, what are you doing here? Just passing by. Ha ha. Gu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the girl's pulse was temporarily fine. He scratched his head and said, since you are fine, I will leave first. If you feel unwell, go to the hospital for a checkup. Wait, Su Yuyan said, getting on Guzei's electric scooter, let's go have a meal together? Whom? The eldest daughter of the Su family? Take my electric scooter? I'm sorry, I can't go to dinner with you. Su Yuyan waved to her classmates and urged Guzei to drive quickly. The boy who had pursued Su Yuyan for 2.5 years couldn't figure out where he lost. No, that thing is e-mule? How come it's so fast? Don't look at it. Today's nickel metal hydride technology and lithium batteries are much more powerful than ordinary electric vehicles. The classmate said, maybe he's just trying something new. Since he has such a good relationship with Su Yuyan, he must be no ordinary person. There are two major principles in life. The first is none of your business, the second is none of my business. The person was chosen by Su Yuyan, and these classmates have no further relationship with her, so they have no control over her. Su Yuyan, who was riding the e-mule, hugged Guzei's waist and was very happy. What's wrong? Guzei laughed, my electric donkey is not that good. I heard from my brother, Su Yuyan said, you modified your car yourself and used the first nickel metal hydride battery, right? It looks like you've been using it for a long time. Isn't it broken? Guzei smiled bitterly. It would be nice if it could break. This battery is provided by the system, and those produced manually later have more or less some defects. Although it does not affect the use, there is a world of difference between the two. While they were still chatting, Guzei was already thinking about where to go for dinner. Go to the restaurant at the school gate like Yiling Shui? Never mind. Su Yuyan is not in good health. If something happens, I can't take the responsibility. But my consumption concept is a bit behind the rich. Is Japanese food okay? No, it's not possible. Whoever likes to eat that kind of undercooked stuff can eat it. Guzei saw a restaurant next to him, Xianya Pavilion. Yuyan, how about we eat here? Su Yuyan looked at the place and was stunned. Eating here? Guzei was really generous. Chapter 73. What restaurant is so unique? Huh? What's wrong? Guzei looked at Su Yuyan. He was a little confused. Isn't this place good? I think the decoration is quite grand. Brother Guzei, this place is not. Su Yuyan really wanted to explain that this place was not a place where ordinary people could come to eat. After all, even someone as noble as her had only been here when she was a child, when her family elders and some important figures had dinner together. Not what? Guzei was a little puzzled. Aren't they all places to eat? I can still afford to treat you to a meal. After he finished speaking, he walked in with Su Yuyan under the surprised gazes of others. The waiter was also stunned when he saw Guzei and Su Yuyan, the only two people there. What are you two doing here? Don't you know where this place is? But out of professionalism, she remained calm and asked, do you have an appointment? A reservation? Guzei shook his head. I'm just taking a friend out for dinner. I don't need a reservation, right? Sir, you need to make a reservation to dine at our restaurant. After all, we need to prepare the ingredients in advance. The waiter said with a wry smile, excuse me, who are you? My name is Guzei. Guzei said confidently. Oh, Guzei. Guzei? Isn't this the person we specifically warned not to provoke? The waiter wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, please wait a moment, I'll call to confirm. You don't need to confirm, I really don't have a reservation. Guzei was puzzled. You're just going to have a meal and leave, right? The waiter was furious in his heart, thinking, you really don't have a reservation. If I don't report this to the higher-ups, I'll probably be the one who'll be fired if they punish me. This call was made directly to Li Xian's office. After understanding the specific situation, Li Xian thought about it. Just say someone just checked out and take them to my private room. Li Xian said, Guzei probably won't order too expensive food, so you can just do whatever you want. Having said that, if this waiter still doesn't know what to do, then he doesn't deserve to live. Please follow me, a guest has just checked out of the room. You can eat there. The waiter said, and took Guzei and the other person to the private room on the second floor. The environment here is really good, even the ground is spotless, which is a world of difference from other hotels. Brother Guzei, Su Yuyan said hesitantly, why don't we go out and eat somewhere else? The food here is too expensive. It's okay, Guzei smiled bitterly, I can still afford to treat you to a meal. The waiter, who knew the real situation, was about to explode. Of course you can afford it. The superiors specifically instructed not to make things difficult for you. I didn't expect that you would show up so soon after I gave the order. And Su Yuyan didn't know what to do. As for Guzei, all he could think about was, I can't take you to a street vendor. If anything goes wrong with the food, Su Hao will tear me apart. Soon, the two arrived at a private room called Shuamo. Both of you, please. The waiter brought out the menu. Can we pack up the leftovers? Guzei asked. Pack. Of course. The waiter said enthusiastically, if you can't finish your meal, we also have a takeaway service. You want to pack up the food at a restaurant that is run by a state banquet chef. If the chef knew about this, he would probably be furious. I just want these 2 dishes. Su Yuyan said, pointing to 2 light dishes. Let me take a look. Let's have a serving of roast beef. Guzei said, rice is the staple food. Yuyan, you can't do this. You need to eat more or you won't gain weight. Oh, and a serving of this fresh soup too. Is it enough for 2 people? That's enough. The waiter chuckled. Would you like a drink? No, why drink alcohol in the middle of the day? Guzei shook his head. The waiter went to work. Damn, this is so expensive. Guzei couldn't help but frown as he saw that these few dishes cost 3,000. That's why I said we should just eat somewhere else. Su Yuyan smiled bitterly, Brother Guzei, how about I make it up to you later? No, I wouldn't go AA with a girl just for 3,000 yuan. Guzei took a sip of boiled water, as long as you can eat well, that's fine. Brother Guzei, my brother said you can cure my illness. Is that true? Su Yuyan asked. Oh, I've been running around looking for help for your illness. Guzei said with a smile, there's a great doctor who said he can prepare a new medicine for you, so you don't have to get so close to that Lu guy. That's great. Su Yuyan laughed. The 2 of them were chatting intermittently, and at this time, a man came in with some people. This restaurant only serves important people. People like Li Xian only have a little power, but not much. Even Li Xian can only have a private room here, which is enough to show how high-end this place is. There are some exceptions, for example, if someone is involved in the defense of China, there will also be a box here. Luo Xing walked in from downstairs. Master Luo Xing, the waiter said respectfully, is it the same thing today? Well, as soon as possible. Luo Xing yawned and said. Sorry, you may have to wait a little longer. The waiter said, someone ordered first, so we need to take care of that first. Luo Xing frowned. Someone else came here to eat before him? He didn't even ask whose territory this was. Who? That bastard Li Xian? Luo Xing snorted, I want to see who dares to get ahead of me. Mr. Luo, please wait. The waiter wanted to stop him, but seeing him go upstairs directly, he couldn't help but sigh. Li Xian is fine, but Guzei, he is no less dangerous than the people in the Li family. It's over. It looks like this won't end without bloodshed today. Luo Xing came to the door angrily. And the moment he opened the door, Guzei and Su Yuyan turned around. There was freshly served food on the table, and 2 people were still chatting. Where did this person come from? How could he be so rude? Who are you? Where is that bastard Li Xian? Luo Xing asked. Guzei was baffled. How could a meal like mine be related to Li Xian? Besides, who am I? I also want to ask who you are. Li Xian is not here. Please go out and close the door. Thank you. Guzei said politely. Don't you know who I am? Luo Xing rushed up and grabbed Guzei's collar. Chapter 74, Looking for Trouble, huh? This scene seems to have been seen somewhere. Guzei was pulled by the collar and stood up directly with his 1.8-meter height, looking like he was blocking out the sky and the sun. Is there something wrong? Guzei couldn't help feeling unhappy. What are you doing for no reason? You are, Guzei? Luo Xing suddenly realized and immediately became even more angry. It's you. What's wrong with me? Guzei was puzzled. I didn't provoke you, did I? What are you going to do? What Guzei didn't know was that by inviting him over, those military bosses had already touched upon the core interests of the Luo family. Seeing that Luo Xing was about to take action, Guzei frowned and was about to draw his gun. Can we sit down and talk? Su Yuyan asked with some fear. Thinking of Su Yuyan's illness, Gu Zhe was silent for a moment, let go of Luo Xing's hand, and then sat back. Damn, I'm talking to you. Luo Xing couldn't help but feel annoyed when he saw Gu Zhe ignoring him. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, just get out of here, okay? Gu Zhe snorted. I'm not the slightest bit interested in the fights between you aristocratic families. You're not interested, but I am. Luo Xing snorted. Today, those old men want you to design weapons for them. Ha? Weapons? Su Yuyan was stunned and Gu Zhe frowned. Who are you? Gu Zhe asked, how do you know what I did today? At this time, Su Yuyan leaned close to Gu Zhe's ear and said, Brother Gu Zhe, their family is in the firearms business. Hearing this, Gu Zhe suddenly realized that this was the thing. No wonder he was a little hostile when he saw Gu Zhe. After all, Gu Zhe was, to some extent, stealing someone else's business. If they were producing all the new weapons he designed, what would happen to the old ones? Besides, China has so many troops. If all of them were equipped with new weapons, would people still be alive? An arms dealer. Gu Zhe sighed, I was wondering who he was. Unlucky. Unlucky? Your family can do whatever you want with foreign trade, it has nothing to do with my eating. Gu Zhe said, you are a rich kid, why do you have to pick on me, a guy who eats with you? What do you mean I can't get along with you? Luo Xing asked, gritting his teeth. What? I'm eating here, and I haven't even taken 2 bites of meat, and you rush over like you're going to accuse me. Gu Zhe snorted, are you just trying to be mean to me? Oh, you're so generous. Luo Xing was speechless for a moment. Although this is not a place where everyone can eat, it is still a restaurant after all. Could it be that this is not just an ordinary meal, but the meal in Wang Wei's poem? Gu Zhe. Luo Xing snorted, do you dare to compete with me? Ah. Gu Zhe turned around, his eyes full of murderous intent, you want to fight? Luo Xing was stunned. Who wants to fight with you? What I hate most is someone causing trouble while I'm eating. Gu Zhe stood up. Damn, who's causing trouble? I'm warning you, don't come over here. A moment later, young Master Luo Xing was beaten up by Gu Zhe and fled downstairs in a panic. Just wait. You're in trouble. I'm going to kill you. You bastard. OWC? When Gu Zhe heard this, he thought, damn, this bastard dares to scold me? Click. With Baiyubiu in hand, I'm going to kill you right now. Brother Gu Zhe. Su Yuyan quickly stopped Gu Zhe, we don't have to do this. That's enough. Just like that, under Su Yuyan's persuasion, Gu Zhe put away the things he used for self-defense, and the two continued to eat. I have no appetite for this meal. On the other side, Li Xian, who had just finished his work, stretched and looked at the time. It would be a waste of time to cook or go out to eat. Just order takeout. And the moment he picked up the phone, he was stunned. Where do so many missed calls come from? Buzz. Hello? It's me. Li Xian answered the phone. Who is this? Who is this? Li Xian, you are so brave. You even let my son be beaten. A roar came from the other end of the phone. Your son? Who is your son? Li Xian was puzzled. What was going on? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously furious. Who else could it be? I'm Luo Guiping. Tell me why you hit my son Luo Xing. It's just a meal. Is it necessary to use weapons? Using weapons? Luo Xing? Li Xian frowned. It must be that brat Luo Xing who provoked Gu Zhe. Otherwise, why would 2 young people make such a fuss just because of a meal? After sorting out the cause and effect, Li Xian said calmly, Mr. Luo Guiping, this is my work phone number. Luo Guiping was stunned for a moment. If you bombard my phone again for personal reasons next time, I don't mind reporting you for dereliction of duty. Li Xian said and hung up the phone. Luo Guiping was so angry. Damn Li Xian, he was just a white glove and yet he was so arrogant. But if Li Xian really reported it to his superiors, he probably wouldn't feel good about it. Damn it. Luo Guiping snorted, pacing back and forth in his house. We can't let new weapons appear, otherwise it will be terrible. My Luo family's business will definitely be affected. If Guzay really made the new equipment, the military industry invested by the Luo family would definitely be affected, and it would be impossible for anyone to come to them to place an order. It is easy to go from check to luxury, but it is difficult to go the other way around. After enjoying wealth and glory, naturally no one would want to live a hard life in poverty. Since the Li family is willing to guarantee Guzay, the Luo family is not without a solution. Luo Guiping couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. I'm just an ordinary person, how can I compare myself to them? Don't be ridiculous. Over there, after finishing his meal, Guzay took Su Yuyan on a bike ride back to school. Brother Guzay, is it really okay? Su Yuyan was a little worried. The Luo family is quite powerful. What if they cause trouble for you? If they dare to cause me trouble, I will blow them up to the sky. Guzay snorted, don't worry about my affairs. Are you feeling okay? Are you feeling well? This girl is really troublesome. It seems that the surgery should be put on the schedule as soon as possible. I'm not that weak. Su Yuyan laughed. The electric scooter stopped. Guzay watched Su Yuyan return to school, and then he rode away. Should I buy a car? Guzay sighed, thinking that although his electric scooter has a high level of technology, it is time to retire it, right? Besides, it's not easy to take girls with you on e-mule. Chapter 75. Is it really that serious? After finishing everything here, Guzay left for the hospital. As soon as I arrived here, I saw Wu Haotian holding his phone and smiling foolishly. What happened? Why are you smiling so happily? Guzay asked. Oh, boss. Wu Haotian chuckled, holding his phone. Did you see the news? The Lu family was raided overnight. Plant experts identified the tree they hid as a 1,000-year-old tree. And there are no more than 3 of them in the world. Now they're facing huge fines, and some people are facing jail time. Ah? So miserable? Guzay was stunned. Li Tsong was actually right. The Lu family might really be in trouble now. That's not all. Wu Haotian said with a smile that bastard Lu Shao has been found to have committed many crimes. It's estimated that he won't be released for at least 15 years. It can be seen that the Su family has tolerated the Lu family for a long time. Where is Su Yuyan's medicine? Guzay asked. I've got the prescription. Wu Haotian said, I have to say that Li Tsong's medical skills are truly amazing. An ordinary doctor probably wouldn't have thought of this prescription. Now that there is a substitute, Guzay doesn't have to worry in the short term. At this time, Guzay received a call. Hello? Mr. Huang, what's the matter? Guzay asked. He just came out of that place. It's not necessary to call him over to develop weapons at this time, right? Guzay, what did you do? That bastard Luo Guiping wants to find you and call you to account. Old Huang asked anxiously, he's looking for you everywhere now. Luo Guiping? Who is Luo Xing to him? Guzay asked. Luo Xing is his son. Damn, did you beat up his son? Mr. Huang asked with some fear. Really? Isn't it just a beating up of his son? It's no big deal. Guzay snorted, his son is so arrogant. Every time I go to eat, he beats me because I went in before him and made him eat slower. Why should I indulge him? Grandfather, the Luo family cannot be touched casually. Huang Gong sighed, their family business involves the military industry. Although we invited you here to check and balance the Luo family, we did not invite you to cause a conflict. There is a line in the movie Lord of War that says the President of America sells more weapons and ammunition in one day than he does in a year. Although China is not a major arms supplier in the world, if it allocates a small amount of the weapons and ammunition it needs for internal training and for export every year, it would be enough for a family to rise. But I've already taken action, Guzay said helplessly, do you want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? That's not the case. Mr. Huang thought for a moment and said, now the Luo family is demanding sanctions against you, saying that someone like you is not suitable for working in the military. I've never worked in the military before, Guzay said helplessly. Isn't the Luo family meddling too much? I can certainly make basic weapons and ammunition, but I can also make higher-end, heavy-duty mechanized equipment. Am I hindering the Luo family's ability to make money? Apocalypse tank, Kirov airship, nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier is a space carrier. Of course I'm not saying that, but you know, life is all about social etiquette, old Huang said helplessly. The Luo family has quite a few people in the military who strongly demand a match with you. If you lose, they'll demand an apology from you. Kowtow and apologize? Gu Zhe snorted. Gu Zhe, we are also helping you. After all, the Luo family is in the arms business. If they take something and bring people to look for you, our deployment may not be able to protect you in time. Gu Zhe was silent for a moment. It seemed that the Luo family had a high status. Mr. Huang, Gu Zhe said with a smile, do you think that with my technical ability, I can build a nuclear bomb in a short period of time? Over there, in the military's meeting room, Engineer Huan was silent for a moment, staring at Luo Guiping in front of him. If I lose, I kowtow to him and apologize. What should I say if I win? Gu Zhe snorted. You win. All the Luo family's business will be yours from now on. Old Huang said with a smile. Okay, I'll wait for the money. Gu Zhe hung up the phone. The big guys looked at Luo Guiping, only to see that the old man's face was flushed with anger. What a level! You dare to bet with him? You know, the business that the Luo family does is China's arms business. The people they're dealing with are all foreign royals and nobles. And you're brazenly saying you're going to take money? Are you really going to make such a big deal out of this? Li Xian snorted as he stood at the door. Just because your son was unhappy with his meal and got beaten up? Li Xian, what does this have to do with you? I'm happy with it. Luo Guiping snorted. Sure, then you can have fun as you please. Li Xian stopped trying to stop him and sneered, by the time your Luo family loses power, the inspection team will have been keeping an eye on you for a long time. Luo Guiping stood up suddenly, walked in front of Li Xian, and asked coldly, are you threatening me? I want to kill you. I want to kill you just like you killed my brother many years ago. Li Xian did not give in. The atmosphere was very awkward. With a snort, Luo Guiping left. The remaining bosses looked at Li Xian, not knowing what to say to comfort him. Xian, Mr. Huang came over and said, either don't do it, or do it completely. I have my own plans. Li Xian snorted and left. He is usually arrogant and domineering, and behaves in this way when encountering certain problems. There is a reason why God wants him to die. As for the situation on Gu Zhe's side, Li Xian was not worried. His men can still find out whatever they want to find out. He knew about Gu Zhe's laboratory, and he also knew that nickel hydrogen technology and new materials were just a drop in the bucket for Gu Zhe. Would such a Gu Zhe lose? The probability of the American fleet and the Japanese fleet losing is higher than the probability of Gu Zhe losing. On the other side, Gu Zhe was busy repairing medical equipment imported from abroad. Hao Tian, the equipment in your house isn't that great. Gu Zhe gasped tiredly. Don't they say this X-shaped thing holds its value? Where's the value in it? It looks like a pile of scrap metal to me. There's nothing we can do. Although we have money, they are out of stock and we can only use the old ones for now. Wu Haotian was also helpless. After all, this is a hospital. Shouldn't a hospital be equipped with all kinds of equipment? If Gu Zhe wasn't worried about stealing patients from other hospitals, he would have taken out the advanced treatment chamber. Why would he do this? Chapter 76: A Blood Debt. After finishing his work, Gu Zhe was covered in dust. Hey, Brother Gu, I didn't expect you could adjust machinery. Wu Haotian said rather frivolously. Stop talking, I'm hungry. Gu Zhe sighed, eat. There's not much else going on these days, but there's a lot going on. That damn Luo family is also the problem. Why would you mess with me when you have nothing better to do? Isn't this just making a fool of yourself? Speaking of the Luo family, Wu Haotian picked up the lunchbox. It seems they still owe the Li family a blood debt. Blood debt? Li family? What's going on? Gu Zhe asked. Wu Haotian told the story slowly and leisurely. That was 10 years ago, and he himself heard it from his family. I was still in junior high at the time, Wu Haotian said. A local arsenal had a new batch of what they said were artillery shells or something. Anyway, it was a batch of ammunition. It was pretty powerful. At that time, Li Xian was just starting his job and came here for an internship. Luo Xing seemed to be the same. But the difference was that Luo Xing got here through the back door of his family. Where is Li Xian? Gu Zhe asked. That's after proper special agent training. Wu Haotian said, but that's a story for later. A batch of artillery shells were obviously defective, but they were still delivered as normal shells. Li Xian wanted to conduct the inspection according to the procedures, but Luo Xing made things difficult for him everywhere. As a result, an accident happened to this batch of shells. One of them was ignited by impact. When this was discovered, everyone fled. I didn't expect what would happen. At most, it would be an accident at the arsenal, and a few safety officers would have to deal with it. However, one of the shells that exploded flew right out and hit the vehicle in which Li Xian's younger brother Li Zhe was riding. After that, the top leaders of the two families would fight to the death whenever they met. Wu Haotian sighed. Neither side is easy to deal with, so the only choice is to offend both. Li Zhe had surgery in our hospital. The situation at the time was: the shrapnel penetrated the young Li Zhe's heart, and he died within 2 hours of entering the hospital. The driver also died on the spot. If he were still alive, Li Xian wouldn't have become a special agent specializing in emergency response. I heard that he has been collecting evidence of corruption in the Luo family for years and secretly bribed people at the execution grounds, intending to cut Luo Xing's family into pieces. But Wu Haotian also felt a little regretful. I've met Li Zhe before, he's a pretty good guy. If he grows up, he'll probably become a good friend of mine. As for Li Xian, he looks kind, but he's really shady when he does things behind my back. Gu Zhe was dumbfounded. That nobleman still had this past? Really, my brother is my last kindness? Did you join the special agent team for your brother? But I just went to have a meal. Gu Zhe said. After hearing this, Wu Haotian was stunned. Brother, Wu Haotian said, that place is a restaurant for dignitaries and nobles. It's specially for big shots to eat. What is a big shot? It is the kind of big shot that spies want to kill as soon as he appears. So, it was Gu Zhe who took Li Xian's position this time? Then where does Luo Xing get the nerve to lose his temper? Let's not talk about this for now. Wu Haotian said, Brother Gu, the Li and Luo families are not easy to deal with. If you can't guarantee that you can surpass Luo Xing, how about we apologize? It's really not worth it to make such a fuss over a meal. Gu Zhe sighed, but I don't want to lose either. But we don't have the equipment to manufacture weapons here. Wu Haotian scratched his head. Do we have to raid the Widowmaker at night? Ugh, the weapons factory? That is the Luo family's territory. If Gu Zhe goes there now, even if Li Xian follows him, he won't be able to protect him. Okay, I'm sure. Gu Zhe yawned, that's it. Tomorrow is about the time for the opening, right? Are all the staff in place? Except for the lady who cleans the toilet, everything else is in place. Wu Haotian said with a smile. A day passed and Gu Zhe went home. Brother Gu Zhe, you're back. Su Yuyan appeared in Gu Zhe's house and sat on the sofa. Next to her, Su Hao was sitting. What are you doing in my house? Gu Zhe asked in confusion. I heard that you and Luo Xing had a conflict, so I came to see what was going on. Since there was someone at your house, we opened the door and came in. Su Hao said lightly, looking at Carol, it's rare for Yu Yan to have a friend to talk to. Carol is a princess of the Camel Kingdom royal family and has a wealth of knowledge. Meanwhile, Su Yuyan seems to have no other means of entertainment besides reading. I can step in, Su Hao said. The Luo family is full of lunatics. They can cause such a scene over a meal. Even if you win, you might face their revenge. No, they're taking revenge on you now. They're investigating your entire school, from high school to elementary school. Gu Zhe was speechless. How could that bastard Luo Xing be so arrogant? That's not right, Gu Zhe suddenly realized something. If he was so awesome, he wouldn't have been kicked out of the restaurant by me, right? Although Gu Zhe is indeed quite strong and tall, Luo Xing wouldn't be like this if he had a bit of courage, right? He's used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, Su Hao said. The Luo family is powerful, and those who know him will give him face and call him young Master Luo. But when they're alone, he's a worthless fighter. How could such a person join the military? Gu Zhe wondered. He studied weapon manufacturing. Su Hao said calmly, you choose. With me or Li Xian, we can protect you. No need for you to worry. Gu Zhe yawned. I really don't care about ordinary thermal weapons. His technology is nothing special to me. Su Hao sighed. He had no choice but to take Su Yuyan away first. The next day, Luo Xing appeared in the news. Genius weapons designer Luo Xing has announced his re-entry into the Huaxia Weapons Research Institute to conduct weapons research. He is said to be beginning research into lightweight electromagnetic weapons. Brother Gu, what do you think? Wu Haotian asked while eating potato chips and watching TV in the office. I'll read it while lying down. Gu Zhe covered his face with a book, sleeping on the recliner, not paying attention to this thing. As for the lightweight nature of this electromagnetic weapon, actually, it is useless. After all, current lithium battery technology is not enough to support one person using electromagnetic weapons alone. Xin Chang was fiddling with a bunch of things on the side. After they were assembled together, a small gun-shaped object appeared. Buzz! Bang! Oh my god, this is fun! Wu Haotian snatched it and touched the electromagnetic gun. Chapter 77 Don't Care. To be honest, the technology of electromagnetic guns is not difficult. It is nothing more than electromagnetic coil acceleration. This little gadget was made casually by Gu Zhe, and its weight is about the same as that of an ordinary assault rifle. If you want to increase its power, it will probably have to weigh dozens of kilograms more. With this power, there is no need to carry such advanced weapons when performing certain tasks. It's like calculating 1 plus 1, everyone knows it's 2, but you have to take a detour and prove from the perspective of dimension 1 that it's equal to 2 in people's general cognition. It's so boring. Hey ha! Wu Haotian was having a lot of fun with the gun in his hand. How much does this gun cost? The materials cost only 200. Gu Zhe took the book away and said, electromagnetic drive isn't something that's so sci-fi. In fact, the Chinese military has already developed firearms that use electromagnetic technology, so optimizing it isn't that difficult. But this so-called optimization only makes the original weapon more dangerous. There's nothing to brag about. Wu Haotian only understood half of what he heard, but he knew that this gun was very powerful. Brother Gu, how confident are you that you can win? Wu Haotian asked. It's hard to say, Gu Zhe said with a bitter face. What's wrong? Wu Haotian felt a chill on his back. Actually, when it comes to weapons research and development, what level of research and development is considered optimal? Is it that it kills humans directly, or is it that it is extremely powerful? Or is it that it has a strong ability to adapt to the environment? Or perhaps the more sci-fi the better? But that's just a show of skill. If that's the case, the nuclear rocket launcher that once appeared in America with a range of 500 meters but a range of 2 kilometers seems to be a good thing. Brother, you can't do this. Wu Haotian said, that bastard Luo Xing is still quite capable. If we can't develop better weapons, he will surpass us. Improved weapons based on existing electromagnetic technology? Beat me? Gu Zhe snorted, let him entertain himself. He went a bit too far last night. Xin Cheng took Gu Zhe's pulse and laughed, you are in good health. The three of them chattered a lot, but in the end they still couldn't come up with a practical plan. The news channel on TV passed quickly, and the next one was the comprehensive channel, which introduced the ancient technique of forging swords. These Tang swords sell for thousands or even tens of thousands each, Wu Haotian said, but the quality still can't compare to those in Japan. The one ground with steel bars will be even stronger. Do you want to try it? Gu Zhe laughed. All the ancient methods and traditional skills are just a pile of garbage in the face of modern technology. But, the knife. Gu Zhe seemed to be thinking about something. Knock, knock. Please come in. Wu Haotian said. Su Yuyan walked in. Hey, Sister Yuyan. Wu Haotian quickly got up and moved a chair for Su Yuyan. Why are you here? Are you feeling unwell again? Xin Shang, come and take a look at me. Xin Chang rolled his eyes at Wu Haotian and said nothing. I'm fine. Su Yuyan laughed and sat next to Gu Zhe, saying, Brother Gu Zhe, my brother asked me to ask you how you plan to deal with Luo Xing. Yes. Gu Zhe pointed to the Tang sword casting process on TV. Cold weapons? Su Yuyan was stunned for a moment. But the weapons manufacturing competition is about making hot weapons. Aren't cold weapons too weak? Not necessarily. Gu Zhe stood up and stretched. Wouldn't it be awesome if it was a lightsaber like the one the Force warriors have? The others were silent for a moment. Could such a thing be made? But since Gu Zhe said he could do it, then it probably can be done? In short, Gu Zhe is so powerful, there must be a way to deal with it, right? Gu Zhe came to work early in the morning and was exhausted. He went to the cafeteria with the three of them without any hurry. I have to say that the food in this new hospital is pretty good. Even the big guy Guzet enjoyed the meal very much. Seeing that Guzet didn't show any nervousness at all, the three of them couldn't say anything. Ding-a-ling. Hello, Mr. Huang, what's the matter? Guzet answered the phone and asked. Hey kid, hurry to the military headquarters. I've found you a group of talented military manufacturers. Engineer Huang said. That bastard Luo Xing has taken all our materials and technology. Don't be nervous, kid. Why are you like this? Guzet was speechless. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. What can you do? You are good at so many fields, don't tell me you can also design weapons. Engineer Huang scolded. In fact, it is not difficult. Among the things the system gave to Guzet, there were quite a few weapons, including but not limited to antimatter bombs. But Guzet was not interested in this technique, which only made the stone thrown more violently. Mr. Huang, have you used the medicine I gave you? Guzet asked. It worked, said Mr. Huang. You betcha. The medicine you gave me really worked. Really? That's good. Guzet smiled and said nothing else. After dinner, Guzet said goodbye to the three people and came to his laboratory. And here, Yiling Xue has been waiting here for a long time. The moment she saw Guzet, she became furious. Guzet turned around and wanted to leave. Where do you want to run off to? Yiling Xue grabbed Guzet's ear and asked coldly, Mr. Gu's technical business is quite busy right now. He's working on both medical technology and military technology. This little temple of mine really can't hold you anymore, right? It hurts. Guzet leaned over and begged for mercy. President, please spare my life. I had no choice, didn't I? Humph. Yiling Xue loosened his grip and said, Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want to make? The Luo family is very powerful this time. If you lose, you probably won't be able to see anyone again. The so-called social death. Although the Luo family is not as ferocious as the state machinery, it is still easy for them to deal with Guzet. I'm here on a mission, Yiling Xue said. I won't tell anyone about what happened in the lab, but you have to come up with a practical plan, or else the higher-ups will have Li Xian secretly deal with Luo Xing. Although it was a military-industrial system, this task did not necessarily have to be carried out by the Luo family. On the contrary, due to the Luo family's reckless behavior in recent years, there were many people above who agreed to replace the Luo family. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect that you have a relationship with the people above. Guzet said with a chuckle. None of your business. Yiling Xue snorted. It was a familiar smell again. Guzet took Yiling Xue out of the elevator and went to the door of the laboratory. After various verifications, he opened the door. This time, Guzet turned on all the lights and walked to the supercomputer as if nothing had happened. Everything here would cost billions if sold. Chapter 78 Laboratory. Where did this computer come from? Yiling Xue asked, looking at the huge display screen. Guzet looked at it and said, As long as it works, why do you care where it comes from? As he said that, Guzet started the computer. You know, most of the supercomputers in the world now have hard-stacked computing power. Even if X has a lithography machine, it still needs to develop slowly to make up for the defects. This kind of important supercomputer is generally a national secret, and its construction consumes an unknown amount of resources and funds. Where did Guzet get it? Don't look at Mr. Yi. Guzet tapped a few times on the keyboard and then inserted a memory stick. After the data transmission was completed, he ran to the plasma knife door and dismantled it in no time. What are you doing? Yiling Xue didn't understand. Making weapons. Guzet carried the pile of things and went to the next floor. How come there is more? Yiling Xue hurriedly followed. The next floor is different from the messy one above. There is only a workbench here, with some lights around it and some high-end looking props placed on it. What is this for? Yiling Xue asked. Testing ground. Guzet said lightly. Before Yiling Xue could ask anything else, Guzet took a pile of materials and put them on the workbench. After startup, the entire workbench begins to operate automatically. Then, Guzet went to busy himself with other things. Inside a medical machine, Guzet was fiddling with something. Hiss. Liquid nitrogen cold air overflowed. Guzhe picked up the metal bottle inside, looked at the effect, and nodded. You? Yi Lingxue was dumbfounded. What was this? Boss, don't tell anyone. Guzhe said with a chuckle, promise me, I'll make you a skin care and beauty potion. It's not impossible. Is this how high technology is used? I really am finding it increasingly difficult to understand you. Yi Lingxue sighed and decided not to dwell on the matter anymore. Weapon manufacturing is not complicated, and the workbench soon spits out the finished product. That's a sword. Aren't you making hot weapons? Why are you making cold weapons? Yi Lingxue was puzzled. The same question was asked to Guzhe when the three of them were together before. This is not an ordinary cold weapon. Guzhe picked up the sword and waved it. It's true, this thing is quite heavy, and most people probably can't swing it. Seeing that Yi Lingxue still had an expression of disbelief, Guzhe did not explain much, but just took the sword and walked to the other side. A steel pillar rose from the ground. Hey, don't you want to? Yi Lingxue realized that something was wrong, but the next second, Guzhe slashed down with a knife. Clang! The long sword made a sound, and with a slash, the steel pillar moved slowly, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The cut is very smooth and flat, just like an ordinary person cutting tofu with a knife. This is the weapon I'm going to use, Guzhe said. It uses nanomaterials to cover high hardness and toughness steel. With a little electricity, it can become a chainsaw that can cut through iron like mud. A weapon like this, combined with this body strengthening potion, is the template for a super soldier. Since you have such a medicine, why not give it to Su Yuyan? Yi Lingxue said. No. Guzhe shook his head. Why? Yi Lingxue was puzzled. I can't explain it clearly after using it. Guzhe said distressfully. Yi Lingxue thought about it carefully. Yes, Guzhe was right. After all, there are too many products that surpass modern technology. If they were all taken out, what would greet Guzhe would probably not be wealth and glory, but imprisonment and control. There is even a possibility that you might be treated as a spy with different appearances. Can this thing of yours really surpass Luo Xing's? Yi Lingxue asked. Technologically crushing. Guzhe sheathed the sword and placed it in a long box. I helped him develop some of the technologies he used. Besides, the topic of lightweight electromagnetic weapons itself is stupid. Nuclear fusion, the most advanced technology of mankind, is nothing more than accumulating energy by boiling water and converting it into electricity. Electricity alone does not have such great power, and if we cannot directly utilize the energy of nuclear fusion, then this topic will be a joke. Okay, I understand why you didn't go over there to develop weapons when Mr. Huang asked you to. It turns out you were dismissive. Yi Lingxue sighed, but this isn't good. Your identity was already classified, and now Luo Xing has made this a big deal. Isn't that going to cause trouble again? Guzhe was stunned. This was indeed a problem. The military's quantum satellite has attracted the attention of those foreigners, and a series of killers and spies have been dealt with, which proves that Guzhe is indeed of considerable value. If this knife is revealed at this time, it will really lock Guzhe into a trap, and it is very likely that he is the mastermind behind the quantum satellite. Thinking of the nuclear physicist from Camel Country being assassinated remotely by America, Guzhe couldn't help but frown. If he continues like this, he might not be able to gain much power before being harmed by that bastard Luo Xing and unable to move forward. Do these people really not understand what it means to make a fortune in silence? From the looks of it, you haven't considered the consequences at all. Yi Lingxue chuckled. Don't worry, Li Shen said he would help you resolve everything. It's just that Luo Xing's weapon design has been magnified, so not many people know your identity. Mr. Yi, I'll be finished if you expose my laboratory. Guzhe said with a wry smile. Why would I be like this? After all, you are my chief designer, and your technology is my technology. How can I make money if I hand it all over? Yi Lingxue giggled. After coming out of the basement, Yi Lingxue took the sword and potion to where Mr. Huang was. If Guzhe doesn't want to be harassed by phone calls in the future, he has to let these older generations see Guzhe's strength. But with Guzhe's temper, he definitely won't explain it properly, so Yi Lingxue has to do it. As for Guzhe himself, after leaving the laboratory, he returned to his residence and took a good sleep. Hospitals, weapons, and public opinion storms. Troubles come one after another, enough is enough. This has made my skin worse. Not to mention there is a troublesome woman at home. However, is it possible to explore the camel country? There are many rare treasures in the desert. If we can really get them, mass production of this weapon with existing technology will not be a problem. However, once it is shipped abroad, its safety may not be guaranteed. Chapter 79 Li Xian's father. Soon, it was time for the two sides to compete in weapons. Luo Xing came to the test site with his weapons full of confidence. He was originally a genius, and now he had acquired the latest electromagnetic technology and new material technology. The addition of these two technologies made his ideal come true. The power and weight were under control, which was perfect. On the other hand, Gu Zhe just sat there, not in a hurry at all, and didn't even look at Luo Xing. Luo Xing was disdainful at first, but when he saw Li Xian was there, he felt inexplicably frightened. What's wrong? Li Xian asked with a forced smile. Master Luo Xing, are you sick? Do you want a doctor to see you? No need, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Li. Luo Xing snorted and ignored Li Xian. He could clearly feel the murderous aura from this noble young man, a murderous aura directed specifically at Luo Xing himself. Luo Xing went to prepare, while Gu Zhe looked at Li Xian and asked, is there any problem using the medicine I gave you? Don't worry, there's no problem. Li Xian nodded. That's right, because they couldn't find anyone who could use this potion, so after discussion, everyone decided to let Li Xian, who already had good combat experience, use the body-strengthening potion. Originally, Gu Zhe was worried that the average person's body could not withstand the medicinal power of this thing, but it was obvious that he guessed wrong. God knows how Li Xian has been getting through these years. The potion is like a powerful force to him, and the pain is secondary. In order to prevent accidents, Xin Xing has to check Li Xian 3 times a day to ensure that he will not have any accidents. The judges for this competition are the heads of each region, Wu Haoyan said. Many of them are friendly with the Luo family. Even if our technology is more advanced, we might still lose. Normal. Gu Zhe sighed. Apart from anything else, the scientific research environment in China is amazing. Look at Xin Xing, his hair is still gray now. If it weren't for his damn teacher, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Both sides were busy preparing for the final stage. Luo Xing took out the electromagnetic gun and showed it to everyone, while Gu Zhe pulled up the curtain, fearing that others would know what they were doing. The long sword that had never appeared in Li Xian's hand. Feeling the chill brought by the sword, Li Xian whistled. Yes, such weapons are indeed powerful, but it seems that they can't be used on the modern battlefield? Li Xian frowned. You're stupid, Wu Haoyan said. Just because it can't be used on modern battlefields doesn't mean it won't be used on future ones. What if it's paired with a mecha? Just imagine, a cyberpunk cyborg with an electromagnetic sword. Wow, they'd be invincible. I see. So the strengthening potion is only the first stage? Li Xian looked at Gu Zhe. And Gu Zhe actually developed a set of exoskeleton armor. Don't get me wrong. Seeing the astonished looks on everyone's faces, Gu Zhe explained, our army already has this thing in service. It's not a rare item. I asked you to wear it just to make it less conspicuous. After all, not everyone can wield this sword. Just as everyone was chatting, a man walked in. Li Xian put the sword back. Who are you? Gu Zhe asked in confusion. He is my father. Li Xian blocked Gu Zhe behind him and walked in front of his father. Father? Li Xian's dad? What's going on? The father and son looked at each other for a long time. You've gone too far, said Li's father. Whether you win or lose, this is a disaster for the Li family. You shouldn't be trapped in the past. After this competition, no matter the outcome, you go home. Mr. Li, I don't know what you're talking about. Li Xian said calmly, I'm just fulfilling my duties as a member of the agency and protecting the safety of important targets. That's all. Your brother's story is over. He wouldn't want to see you like this. Father Li said, the family needs you to take charge. If you continue like this, the Li family will fall apart. Do you know how many people are coveting the inheritance I left for you? Ha! That's none of my business. Li Xian said coldly, if you have nothing else to do, please go out and don't disturb us while we're preparing. Just like that, Father Li left with his fists clenched. Doesn't it look like the relationship between father and son is very good? Hey, Brother Xian, Wu Haomin said, is there something wrong with your family? Why is your father so anxious for you to go back and take charge? Aren't large families supposed to live in harmony? Even if there are open and covert struggles, it's not necessary in this era for the eldest son to inherit the family business, right? Li Xian glanced at Wu Haotian and said, "My grandfather must be on his last legs. The relatives at home are starting to fight over the family property. Wow, this is really the trouble of rich people." Fortunately, Gu Zhe and his family either have no assets at home or are only children, so they don't have this kind of worry. No matter how fierce the fight for the family property is, they won't ask you to go back, right? Xin Chang was puzzled. It's not hard to understand. These second-generation rich and powerful people are lucky enough to be able to improve themselves as much as possible. But who are the ones who truly rely on their own strength to get to the top? They're the hardcore ruthless ones. Li Xian's conditions are perfect. He is an agent and the head of a certain department. He is highly valued by his superiors. No matter how powerful other people in the Li family are, they cannot compare with Li Xian. After confirming that everything was ready, Wu Haotian came up with a good idea. "Should I show off this toy?" Wu Haotian said, holding the electromagnetic transmitter made by Gu Zhe. "After all, we are the experts in electromagnetic technology, right? Stop, it's easy to undermine people's self-confidence. Can't you let them have fun?" Xin Chang joked. "Ha, that's true," Wu Haotian said, putting the toy away. "As long as this thing is equipped with a large enough battery and a sharper iron block, it will be no different from the weapon designed by Luo Xing." However, Gu Zhe had no interest in comparing himself with a child who showed off his toys. Soon, the competition began. Gu Zhe took a deep breath and then walked out. This time the competition will be judged by a big boss to ensure fairness and justice. But when he saw that Luo Xing had a pitch-black weapon on his side, while Gu Zhe had nothing, he frowned. "Mr. Gu Zhe, where is your entry?" asked the referee. No hurry, no hurry." Gu Zhe smiled faintly, "Let brother Luo show it first, and we'll talk about it later." Chapter 80 Ruthless. It was obvious that the referee was very dissatisfied with what Gu Zhe said. You need to understand that this is very disadvantageous to you because without your work as a reference, our scoring may be biased towards you. Is that okay? Gu Zhe nodded and said, "Good things should always be saved for last." The referee sighed and ignored him. Luo Xing noticed this, laughed, and taunted, "Brother Li Xian, I'm sorry, it seems you've already lost half the battle." Li Xian just sneered. He already had a plan in mind. Even if he lost, he could just use the knife to kill Luo Xing. It's impossible that you, Luo Xing, are invulnerable to swords and spears. Even if you were, this knife can still cut you open. "Alright, I declare the competition begins now," said the referee. "Luo Xing, please show us your work." Luo Xing was full of confidence and walked to the shooting range with the box. "Hello, judges." Luo Wei took out the 30-pound gun. "The weapon I designed this time is a lightweight electromagnetic rifle." The judges were amazed. In their cognition, electromagnetic weapons are relatively heavy things like electromagnetic cannons. Now that they can be made lightweight, it is nothing more than a major technological breakthrough and innovation. Electromagnetic weapons have many advantages, including concealment and stability. Luo Xing said, turning on the gun. Because it uses electromagnetic drive, this weapon will not produce fire or sound when firing. Flash hiders and silencers can achieve this. Your advantage is completely superfluous and unnecessary. Gu Zhe criticized mercilessly. There was an awkward moment. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu Zhe. This is a lightweight weapon I made by combining the latest technology. I think it will be very helpful for improving our army's weapons and equipment," Luo Xing retorted. "Oh, what does the new technology you use include?" Li Xian asked with a smile. "That is of course nickel hydrogen battery technology and new nanomaterial technology," Luo Xing said proudly. "These two technologies are truly epoch-making products. As long as we continue to research, we will be able to build stable electromagnetic weapons." Wu Haotian covered his mouth and laughed. "Wu Haotian, what are you laughing at?" Luo Xing was a little dissatisfied. "Nothing." Wu Haotian suppressed his laughter. "Go on, puff." Mr. Huang also tried to hold back his laughter. After all, he knew who had developed these two technologies. Luo Xing snorted and continued, "This weapon is different from ordinary electromagnetic weapons. It can be carried by a single soldier in combat, and it has great advantages. As he spoke, Luo Xing aimed at the shooting range and fired 2 shots. The accuracy is indeed quite good, especially after being equipped with special equipment. This thing becomes even more powerful. Looking at this precise shot, the referees nodded pretentiously. Next, I will make some improvements and strive to replace the team's equipment this year. The experts applauded. I have a question. Xin Xing raised his hand. How will your gun handle electromagnetic pulse damage? Luo Xing seemed to have anticipated this. He chuckled and said, this thing is a considerable threat to any electronic device, so I will need to conduct further research to overcome this difficulty. That's a good reason. My presentation is over. Luo Xing laughed. Everyone started to rate it, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Finally gave it a score of 8.5. Mr. Huang held up a 5-cent sign with an expressionless face. Luo Xing glared at him fiercely, but he did not get angry. After all, these 2 technologies were obtained from Mr. Huang, so Luo Xing had to give him face. But when it was Gu Zhe's turn, it was not Gu Zhe who came up. Wu Haoyan chuckled, took out a toy gun, changed the batteries, and then... bang bang bang. Da-day-day-day. Point shooting, continuous shooting, and sweeping shooting. Several referees looked shocked. What was this? Luo Xing's face darkened, and he said, Mr. Gu Zhe, could you please not be so obvious about your plagiarism? No, Gu Zhe said, this is just a little toy I made. If you think this thing that shoots iron blocks can kill people, I feel that your skills are just so-so. After all, it is difficult to define what constitutes a good weapon. Do you want to kill efficiently or paralyze the enemy's defense facilities? Anti-material weapons and missiles can all do this, so why spend so much effort on a single weapon? The referee frowned and said, Mr. Gu Zhe, if this is not your work, please show us your work. Okay. Gu Zhe nodded. Mr. Li, it's your turn. Li Xian walked out wearing an exoskeleton. Isn't this something from the Chinese military? Why is it here? Could this be an improvement made by Gu Zhe? But improvement cannot be considered invention. Mr. Gu Zhe, you. The referee was about to get angry when he saw Xin Xing push something out again. Someone with sharp eyes immediately realized what it was and exclaimed, this is aerospace steel. What are you planning to do with this? You know, the materials used in aerospace are top-notch in terms of hardness and heat resistance. Besides the space agency, not many people use this stuff. What? Li Xian sneered, do this. Clang. Cut it down with one knife. The referees were puzzled. What was this for? Then, I watched the steel begin to slide and slide. With a bang, the thing fell to the ground. The referees hurried forward, took the sword from Li Xian's hand, and looked at it carefully, afraid of missing any details. Not steel, not lasers, or anything else. Suddenly, someone slapped their head and said, magnetic binding technology. Nano coating. Special alloy. This is impossible. These technologies are not yet advanced enough to make long swords. Hey, what is nano coating? What does this have to do with the stealth coating on airplanes? Bullshit stealth coating. This thing is much more powerful than stealth coating. With this, the durability of our weapons will be greatly increased. You're just talking about weapons. This thing can be used in aerospace. Can you imagine what our fighter jets can do? Gu Kid, come to my Aviation Research Institute. I'll give you $1 billion annual salary. WC, you old man are so disloyal. Come to me and I'll give you the rank of major. The scene was in chaos, and the winner seemed to have been decided. Chapter 81 After the Victory. This is no longer a question of weapons competition, but the temptation of producing new weapons. Mr. Gu Zhe, in the current war environment, do you want to fight with cold weapons? The referee tried to pull the advantage back to Luo Xing. Oh, I have a way to deal with this weakness. Gu Zhe said lightly. What method? Your authority is too low to know. Gu Zhe said with a sneer. The authority is too low? Those present here? Hey kid, what on earth did that bastard old Huang give you? Said the one who promised $1 billion annual salary. I'll give you double. Major is not possible. How about I give you the rank of colonel? With my authority, it's just a matter of a word. In order to win over Gu Zhe, these people have lost all their shamelessness. However, Gu Zhe rejected these people's kindness and just said that these were just gadgets. If they wanted information, they could go to Fengshui Company to find Gu Zhe. Luo Xing's face looked very ugly. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that he lost, but he refused to accept the defeat. I don't take this competition seriously, Gu Zhe yawned and said, if your Luo family wants to continue this business, then go ahead. I have no right to interfere in your feud with Li Xian. Besides, I can also make traditional weapons. In other words, I can perfectly replace your Luo family's position. You. Luo Xing gnashed his teeth until they were about to break. You're just an unknown little person. What gives you the right to accuse me? What? Are the little people's battery technology and nanotechnology useful? Gu Zhe asked coldly. Everyone was stunned. So these two technologies were invented by Gu Zhe? Doesn't that mean Luo Xing has no hope of winning? Li Xian stood up and put the sword back. Ah. Let me see more. The old man obsessed with new materials begged. No, this sword is confidential. Li Xian snorted, looked at Luo Guiping again, and grinned, I will go to take over the Luo family's business today. Please be prepared. A business worth hundreds of billions of dollars now belongs to China. Luo Xing sat on the ground dumbfounded. Luo Guiping urgently transferred his assets. The Luo family began to immigrate abroad, wanting to transfer as much domestic assets as possible. As they got on the car going back, Gu Zhe asked, Are you really ready to take over the Luo family's assets? After all, this is a huge mess. Is Li Xian really fully prepared? Of course not. Li Xian snorted. Now they are losing their composure. I don't need to deal with them anymore. The Security Bureau agents will naturally come and arrest them all. As for the bad things Luo Xing did, he should be sentenced to death 7 or 8 times. Good job. One execution isn't enough, they have to execute him 7 or 8 times? Wu Haotian complained. It's a shame the punishment of being cut into pieces isn't allowed anymore, otherwise I'd have to go and see how it's done. Gu Zhe didn't say anything. He looked at the scenery outside and thought about what to eat for lunch. What is the fighting method you are talking about that matches this knife? Li Xian asked with a frown. Oh, just now you were acting like brothers united and working together to achieve great things, but now you act like you are interrogating a criminal, right? Gu Zhe said with disdain. This is my job. Li Xian said seriously. This is a good reason. You'll know when the time comes. Gu Zhe snorted, anyway, if I bring it out now, you'll say I'm just daydreaming. Since he said that, Li Xian didn't ask any more questions. Ding-a-ling. Gu Zhe turned on his phone and found it was the CEO calling. Hello? What's up? Gu Zhe, Yiling Xue said, you were busy before, postponing a meeting again and again, and now they're here. Ah? Gu Zhe was stunned for a moment, what meeting? How come I didn't know about it? Fengshui Company is already working at full capacity just to deal with a nickel hydrogen technology cooperation project, so what kind of meeting is this? Could it be that someone dares to acquire this technology? It's your hospital, Yiling Xue said. Xin Cheng's illness is one of the most untreatable diseases in the world, and you successfully cured him. Now an international medical technology company wants to cooperate with you. They even sent a representative. It also represents. Can't you just refuse? Gu Zhe asked. I wanted to refuse too. Yiling Xue sighed helplessly, but some of their technologies are being used by Wu Haotian and your new hospital. If we break up now, it won't be good for any of us. With a sigh, Gu Zhe didn't know what to say. Normally, Yiling Xue looks like a successful goddess who has both money and beauty. But why does it seem like she has a bit of a problem with her brain now? I understand. Gu Zhe said, I'll plan a meeting when I get back. After hanging up the phone, Gu Zhe sighed. What's wrong, great inventor? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Have you run into any trouble? Do you need my help? I don't want much in return, I just want you to provide me with a matching system. Get lost. Gu Zhe said angrily, I won't give it to you even if it rots. Bah! We stopped the car, arrived at the destination, and everyone got off. Are you really that stingy? Li Xian said disdainfully, what could possibly be paired with a weapon like this? A mecha? Gu Zhe paused. Really? Li Xian was also stunned. No. Gu Zhe said seriously. Well, you still don't want to say it. Li Xian laughed. In the new hospital, in Guzei's office, Yi Lingshua's information has been sent. Ha! Wu Haotian was stunned when he saw the company's name. Why is it this company? What? Do you know? Guzei asked. I know, it's the famous Dushan Technology Company. Wu Haotian said. They have several key technologies in the international arena that complement each other, and they're all independently developed. Those big bullies in America can't do anything to them. Dushan Technology Company? It's normal that you don't know, Xinsheng said. It is said that their boss is a tough guy. He never advertises, but he has a constant stream of business cooperation. Now, if we can take them down, I guess we can do experiments at any cost in the future. However, this situation made Guzei alert. It is the nature of businessmen to pursue profit. If there is not enough benefit, why cooperate? What a genius collaboration! No, no one will cooperate. Since the other party's technological strength is so strong, why did they choose Guzei to cooperate? And why were they willing to wait so long? I'm afraid that the boss of this Dushan company doesn't just want to get new technology. Chapter 82 Artificial Heart Technology. Boss, do you mean they might have other motives? Wu Haotian scratched his head. But I don't think so. After all, Dushan company is owned by Chinese people. Haven't you heard the saying? When fellow villagers meet, they stab each other in the back. Guzei said helplessly, besides, I'm so strong, why should I cooperate with them? Is it because they are so confident? Or is it because of their international reputation? What does his international reputation have to do with me? I would rather no one knows about me. Guzei still felt scared when he thought of the killer and the spy. System reminder, the meeting will be held at Fengxue Company at noon tomorrow. Please be prepared. This meeting does not count as a mission. Not a quest? Then is this just a simple reminder? I have another question, Xinsheng asked. When can Su Yuyan's surgery begin? We have to wait until Li Tsang examines her before deciding whether to have the surgery or not, said Guzei. Every day, the new hospital welcomes a constant stream of new patients, but there are actually only so many treatment rooms, so there are a lot of things to deal with every day. It's only been a few days since the opening, and Guzei is already considering expanding the number of treatment rooms. It's really like people are afraid of being famous, just like pigs are afraid of being fat. Of course, there are quite a few people who come to cause trouble every day. Just like that, Guzei arrived at Fengxue Company's office the next day. It is said that Yi Lingxue has already made an agreement and asked the other party to come to her to discuss cooperation. Guzei was bored and searched for information about Dushan Company on his computer. He didn't know what he was looking for until he checked. He was shocked. This company actually specializes in artificial organs? And they're nanoscale artificial organs. Guzei frowned and continued turning the pages. The idea of an artificial heart is understandable, but now they want to cooperate with me. Are they trying to develop organs like artificial kidneys? The heart only needs to be able to pump blood, but the kidneys also have to filter various components in the blood, which is generally not possible to produce. But this company actually has preliminary research. What kind of genius could actually achieve this? And what kind of foresight did it take to develop a company into what it is today? The people from Dushan Company are quite interesting, aren't they? While Guzei was looking at the information, his door was opened. A familiar figure appeared in Guzei's office. Xin Yuling? Guzei was stunned. Why are you here? The former class beauty seemed very reserved. She looked at Guzei and said with a smile, long time no see. I heard you've been busy since the last class reunion? It's not that I'm too busy, I just ran into all kinds of troubles. Guzei stood up and said, Are you thirsty? I'll go get you some tea. Thank you. Xin Yuling said and sat on the sofa. The two began to chat. After all, they had a good relationship before. Even though they hadn't seen each other for such a long time, Guzei still had a pleasant conversation with her. Guzei, Xin Yuling said, I'm here to discuss the licensing of new technology with you. Although he guessed it, Guzei still felt it was a little unreal. The Xin Yuling in front of me is actually a hidden super-rich second generation. Alas, there is no way around it. I can authorize Dushan Company, but I never thought that company would be related to you. Guzei said, What do you want my new technology for? Is it really about solving the problem of artificial kidney? Xin Yuling shook her head and said, "Actually, the company's cooperation is just a matchmaking. The person my father really wants to meet is you. And the reason I came here this time is actually to find you for a blind date." Gu Zhe was stunned. Is this such a big deal? With your wealth, it shouldn't be difficult to find someone who is your equal, right? Gu Zhe said with a laugh. Why me? Because I like you. Xin Yuling said. Phew. Gu Zhe spat out a mouthful of water. After hurriedly packing up, Gu Zhe coughed twice and said, "This is no joke. What attracted you to me? Can't I change it? You attract me as a man." Xin Yuling said with a wicked smile. Gu Zhe was stunned. If this was changed, wouldn't he have to use the sunflower manual to practice? He didn't want to become a eunuch yet. At this time, Yiling Shua pushed the door open with a cold face. She was holding a pair of large scissors in her hand and had a strange expression on her face. It was obvious that she wanted to do something bad to Gu Zhe. Gu Zhe has had enough of this situation. After a lot of chaos, Yiling Shua left. But Gu Zhe was exhausted both physically and mentally, and couldn't understand why he had to suffer so much. Could it be that when I was in school as a kid, that fortune teller who said I was destined to have romantic relationships was right? But this romantic relationship has arrived too late. Suddenly, Gu Zhe thought of something. Yuling, Gu Zhe asked, "Can I ask how advanced your father's company's artificial hearts are?" Being asked this question suddenly, Xin Yuling was stunned for a moment and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go ask my father." After the girl operated on her mobile phone for some time, her father sent her the latest technology of artificial heart. Gu Zhe looked at these experimental projects and couldn't help feeling a little shocked. The first is the most traditional artificial heart, which only has a simple pumping function, and if it is not properly cared for, it may cause greater infection. Next is Dushan's latest product, a nanoscale heart that can simulate the beating of a human heart. This heart can use bioenergy to operate, so as long as it is not directly shot through, it should be fine. However, the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, it is too expensive. Currently, no one in the world is willing to transplant this heart because no one knows whether this thing is real. The third one seems a bit sci-fi. This is a neutralizing solution that uses a heart made of special materials. After transplantation, it can grow together with cells and eventually be slowly replaced by another complete heart. It sounds a bit unbelievable, but as long as the materials can be found, this idea will become true. This was undoubtedly the most suitable surgical approach for Su Yuyan. After all, even if Gu Zhe repaired her heart, there was no guarantee of genetic changes. What if A was repaired but B was damaged? Wouldn't it be better to just replace it with a new one? I don't understand the specific science and technology, Xin Yuling smiled, but my father asked me to take you back to see him. To be honest, Gu Zhe was moved. He really wanted to see what kind of genius the boss of this legendary Dushan company was. Chapter 83. Have you ever seen a woman reason? Your father should have a house in Shanghai now, right? Gu Zhe asked. He said he would come to China to wait for you. Xin Yuling felt something was wrong as she spoke. Although she came to Gu Zhe with the intention of confessing her love, the development of the plot seemed to be a little beyond her original expectations. In fact, it's not Gu Zhe's fault. After all, as a man, he always has some strange habits. For example, using firecrackers to blow up cow dung, or fighting with children over toys after marriage and having children, or the short video apps on mobile phones are full of stupid videos. Gu Zhe also has such a strange hobby, but his hobby is a little strange. If this thing is true, then Xin Yuling's father is very likely to have discovered some new material that can be extremely compatible with the human body. What exactly is this material? There's no need to delve into it for now. If we can slowly replace it with a perfect heart, then something like a kidney should also be possible. The two continued to chat, from the office to the street, and then to the amusement park. In short, Gu Zhe fulfilled Xin Yuling's wish. When the girl left at night, all she could think about was Gu Zhe and her father. Is his father really that amazing? Is this such a powerful technique? Xin Yuling felt a little puzzled. Could it be that she had really misjudged her father? Ding-a-ling. Hello? Xin Yuling answered the phone. I'm in Shanghai. How's the situation? The company really needs new nanomaterial technology as a breakthrough. I hope you. Xin Yuling's father was interrupted by Xin Yuling before he could finish his words. Father, Shen Yuling smiled bitterly. Gu Zhe said he wanted to meet you and that he wanted to work together to develop a new artificial heart. Father Shen was stunned for a moment. So they decided to develop a new artificial heart together? You know, although this technology is very advanced, the new materials that can be used in this technology are not cheap. If he is willing, Gu Zhe can bargain. Does this mean he has decided to cooperate? In fact, Gu Zhe also has his own plans. He actually had a heart to use in Su Yuyan's surgery, and it was a high-tech heart that could supply energy to a living organism for a full 100 years. But Gu Zhe had to find a reason to take this thing out. With the so-called weapons research before, a sword could blow out these designers. If he came up with an artificial heart at this time, he would probably be targeted by medical companies. In the evening, Yiling Xue came to Gu Zhe's house for dinner. The two girls listened to Gu Zhe excitedly talking about how to forge. Ugh, borrow Shen Yuling's father's reputation to take out the artificial heart and use it so that he could perform surgery on Su Yuyan. Maybe he was too happy, so he drank a little too much tonight. When the two girls took him to the bed, the tech geek was still mumbling, "Heart, heart. Go with your heart." Yiling Xue kicked Gu Zhe on the butt and snorted. Gu Zhe turned over and filled the bed. "Sister, don't be angry. Gu Zhe did this for Su Yuyan," Carol said. "Humph, sooner or later I will be pissed off to death by him. Bastard. Pervert. Scumbag." Yiling Xue was not satisfied yet and slapped Gu Zhe's but a few more times. Wow, that was a really loud popping sound. When Gu Zhe got up the next day, he only felt a little pain in his butt. "I feel strange. What happened to me last night? Why did this happen? Are you awake?" Carol poked his head out, looked into Gu Zhe's confused eyes, and said with a smile, "Breakfast is ready, get up and eat." Gu Zhe stood up, covered his butt and went to wash up. At the dinner table, Yiling Xue ate rice porridge and fried dough sticks, deliberately avoiding looking into Gu Zhe's eyes. "Mr. President," Gu Zhe grinned, "what's wrong with my butt?" "I don't know." Yiling Xue's eyes avoided. "Maybe you fell down while sleeping at night. But, in this case, I should be sleeping on the ground? And I should have woken up a long time ago?" Gu Zhe wondered. "That's because you drank too much and you don't remember anything at all." Yiling Xue continued to lie. And Gu Zhe really believed it. In addition to calling Gu Zhe a scumbag, Yiling Xue also cursed him in her heart, "Straight man. How does that saying go? All you do on holidays is send flowers. Not even wine. How do you stand a chance if you don't get a girl drunk?" Gu Zhe, well, he brought the wine and just drank it himself. He didn't care about the resentful looks from the other two girls at all. Carol and Su Yuyan were already troublesome enough, and now they're Shen Yuling. Yiling Xue looked at the heartless Gu Zhe who was still eating eggs, and suddenly a surge of anger arose in her heart. Bang! Ouch, toilet! Gu Zhe fell to the ground with his butt. "What are you doing? I'll kick you to death, you straight man." Yiling Xue, wearing slippers, kicked Gu Zhe directly in the face. "Damn it! President, let's talk reasonably. What did I do wrong to you that you hit me?" Gu Zhe didn't dare to fight back and could only take it. "Ha!" Yiling Xue retracted her legs, changed into a pair of high heels, and pretended to kick again. "Have you ever seen a woman who can reason?" Bump! Gu Zhe drove his electric scooter towards the company with a lot of resentment in his heart. Not only did he have to go to work, he also had to bring Yiling Xue, the big devil, with him to the company. "Oh, right," Yiling Xue said, "it's not good to have Carol sitting around at home all the time. I told her to come to the company and be a secretary." "Ah? Be my secretary?" Gu Zhe said without even thinking about it. As the saying goes, if there is something to do, the secretary will do it, if there is nothing to do. "Ah." Gu Zhe's face tightened. Yiling Xue pinched Gu Zhe's lower abdomen with a cold face and said word by word, "Be my secretary." Okay, just take care of the arrangements." Gu Zhe quickly begged for mercy. Did this woman take the wrong medicine today? Why is she targeting me so much? Gu Zhe was puzzled, but it seemed like it was almost time to go to the new hospital to check the situation. On the other side, personnel sent by a large medical company watched Gu Zhe leave and quickly followed him. It is said that this new hospital has a method to treat patients' genetic diseases. Although it claims to enhance their immunity, some patients still leak the situation here. Moreover, it is very intriguing that Xin Ren's company also wants to cooperate with this small hospital. A world-leading medical company collaborating with a small hospital that only provides immune system boosting products? Are you kidding me? Chapter 84 Abnormalities in the Hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, Gu Zhe saw Xinsheng staying up late to conduct experiments again. Good morning. Xinsheng came out with a cup of coffee and dark circles under his eyes and greeted. Gu Zhe said helplessly, Xinsheng, you are our attending physician after all. Do you think it's appropriate for you to come to work with panda eyes? It's not my fault. My experiment is at a critical moment, and I don't want to waste any time. Xinsheng said helplessly, besides, our hospital's current work is all done by people referred by doctors from other hospitals. They just throw them in the treatment chamber and wait for a day. When the time is up, they will leave on their own. I don't have anywhere to go to see patients. Xinsheng would be very happy if a cancer patient came, but the nanomaterial has now been sent for patent review, and Wu's hospital is waiting to use it. His own level of expertise is about the limit. Hey, what do you think would happen if you learn some Chinese medicine? Gu Zhe asked. You can't learn it. Xinsheng shook his head. This thing needs to be led by a master. Li Song is so good because his grandfather taught him how to do it. Besides, his proficiency in both Chinese and Western medicine is very rare. It's not an example that can be copied. Let's not talk about this for now. Has Su Hao contacted you? Gu Zhe was stunned. Why did Su Hao contact him? Why did he contact me? Gu Zhe asked. I don't know, Xinsheng said. It should be that the Xin family is coming to the Magic City. They have the heart technology in their hands, and they should be anxious for Su Yuyan. Does it have anything to do with you? Gu Zhe asked. No, Xinsheng shook his head. They all have the surname Xin, but I don't remember having such powerful relatives. In fact, ever since Xinsheng's body turned into a half-human, half-ghost appearance due to a genetic mutation and he had to spend a huge amount of money on treatment every year, no one was willing to associate with Xinsheng. It was also thanks to his own good abilities that he had the opportunity to earn money to treat his illness. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xinsheng's relatives to come and collect his body until he died in his own residence, and then divide up his remaining inheritance like jackals. It was not yet time for the meeting, so Gu Zhe went to check the situation in the treatment chamber. Seeing that all the treatment chambers were operating normally, he felt relieved. It's just. Holding the record sheet, Gu Zhe frowned. This number is a bit too much. Even if genetic defect disease is a rare disease, it will not affect so many people. Moreover, some people are so generous that it is obvious that they are rich. But why are the test results normal genes? If his genes are normal, how did he get to this hospital? How did he get approval from other hospitals? Xinsheng, is there anything wrong with the hospital during this period? Gu Zhe found the doctor and asked. Xinsheng, who was conducting the experiment, thought for a moment and said, now that you mention it, it seems that the number of people coming to see the doctor has indeed increased. How many patients with genetic defects are there nationwide? Gu Zhe asked. I understand we have a large population, but that shouldn't be the case with so many people coming here, right? Those behind here are all patients who have made appointments. When do we start making appointments? There are no appointments. Xinsheng shook his head. These are the families who came here and paid the money to wait in line. Many people have rented houses nearby just to wait for the opportunity to use the treatment chamber as soon as possible. Now these are really not enough. When will you add more, boss? Gu Zhe always felt that something was wrong, but when he thought about how so many people as families were still suffering, he didn't ask too many questions. Maybe some patients went back and told everyone about it after they recovered, and as a result, word spread from one person to 10, and then to 100, and that's why so many people came. The manufacture of treatment chambers must indeed be put on the agenda, and the best case scenario should be that they can be produced on an assembly line. After connecting with Dushan Company, Gu Zhe could openly start upgrading the treatment chamber and then slowly launch artificial internal organ services. You have a call. Beep. Hello? Gu Zhe answered the phone. Is this A's? Xin Yuling asked on the other end of the phone, are you free at noon? My father has prepared a banquet at Xianya Pavilion in Magic City. I'm wondering if you have time now. Of course I have time, Gu Zhe laughed and looked at Xinsheng. Do you mind if I bring a few more people with me? Of course, I think anyone who can be friends with A's is no ordinary person. Xin Yuling laughed and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xinsheng looked at Guzay and asked, "Do we really need to cooperate with Dushan Company? I know their technology is very advanced, but a big tree attracts the wind. They are suppressed too much internationally. Will it be detrimental to our development?" Guzay shook his head and said, "You are still too young, you know? Just like the last military weapons competition, can our weapons win? Obviously not. If it is a modern war, the enemy will not use cold weapons to fight us. A direct missile attack is more powerful than anything else. But those old guys still chose me. Do you know why? They know I have a lot of things, and they know they can get enough rewards by currying favor with me. As long as we have enough strength, there is no business in this world that we can't do. A cheap, easy to use, and durable artificial heart would cause a sensation in the medical community if it were developed, and would certainly trigger counterattacks from other medical companies. At this time, Dushan Company, the big backer, is needed to take the blame. Anyway, I've given you all the skills, so what if I take the blame for a little bit? Will it kill me? Really?" After figuring out the ins and outs of this, Xinsheng nodded. "Then you should go join District 51, Xinsheng said jokingly. They're researching outer space technology. America has a very good talent recruitment program. Would you like to consider it? I think I've said this before. I can't adapt to the local climate. I'll die if I leave China." Guzay said, "No one can separate me and Xiaolongbao. Just like the West can't lose Jerusalem, I, Guzay, can't lose Xiaolongbao. Besides, what's so good about America, a melting pot country that doesn't care about the lives of its own people and can compensate for the deaths of many people with immigrants? By the way, what is Xin Yuling's father's name?" Guzay asked. "You don't even know this, and you're discussing cooperation with others?" Xin Quangren, Xinqing said, is as his name suggests, a madman. He went overseas to do business in his early years and later studied for a doctorate in medicine. Since he founded his company, he has always claimed to be neutral in the international arena. Is he a patriotic young man? Patriotic? Of course he has to be. If he weren't so patriotic, the American capitalists would have swallowed him up. Chapter 85 Negotiation. It's almost time to meet Xin Yuling. Guzay was still riding his little electric scooter, not afraid of being laughed at by others. He shuttled through the buildings and arrived at a hotel. If possible, Guzay would like to go inside the laboratory to see what Xin Quangren's laboratory looks like, but unfortunately, such an important thing obviously cannot be set up within the borders of China. After all, countries led by America have imposed bans on China one after another. A company that produces artificial organs must give them priority in supplying them, otherwise it will make countless adults sad and cry. Guzay. Xin Yuling waved her hand, walked up and took his arm. "I'm glad you can come." "Well, where is your father?" Guzay looked left and right, but couldn't see Xin Yuling's father anywhere. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuling's face darkened. "What do you mean? You ignore this beautiful girl right next to you and go find her father? What do you want?" "I'm here," Xin Yuling said aggrievedly. Sorry, it's mainly because I really need the technology in your family." Guzay explained helplessly. "Is the technology in my home really that powerful?" Xin Yuling was puzzled. "Of course, let me tell you." Guzay followed Xin Yuling into the hotel and explained to her how difficult it was to make those so-called artificial organs. For example, if we really want to make artificial eyes, how big will the gap be between them and real human eyes? After all, the pixels of the human eye are no joke, and no so-called high-definition camera on a mobile phone can compare to them. If you insist on arguing and saying it's myopia, then forget it. Boys are like this, they like anything related to black technology. If a science fiction work like Gundam were produced, Guzay would probably be even more excited. Unfortunately, Xin Yuling didn't know about Gundam, and she didn't understand what technology was. "I studied finance, so I don't really understand what you're talking about." Xin Yuling smiled bitterly. "But my father is very optimistic about you, and we should be able to make further progress. With your skills and my knowledge, we will definitely be able to go further." Ha ha. Guzay was embarrassed. It seems that Xin Yuling's focus is not on technology. To be honest, if the money in the world today is not backed by national credit, it is just a piece of waste paper. Even gold is just a piece of stone. Even if this metal is rare, what does it matter to some more advanced civilizations? A molecular printer can replicate all objects and even mass produce them. However, if human technology reaches that level, the trading currency will probably not be gold, but something like antimatter. Forget it, I won't think that far ahead. After entering the hotel, Shin Yuling took Guzei to the lobby. Here, the two of them ran into a waiter in a black suit. Ha! Brother Shin? Guzei was a little surprised when he saw someone who looked exactly like Li Xian. The waiter looked at Guzei and said respectfully, "Sir, I think you have the wrong person." Ah? Really? Guzei looked at him, his face full of confusion. Is there really someone in this world who can be so similar? Without further ado, the two met Kwang Rinshin. This is a middle-aged man with white hair and bright eyes. Madman Shin, dressed in formal attire, stood up, smiled, and extended his hand to Guzei, saying, "Ha, young friend Guzei, welcome, welcome." "Hello, Uncle Shun." Guzei smiled and extended his hand. Shin Kwangren is only 1.7 meters tall, which is not that much different from Guzei. "It's true that heroes emerge from youth," Madman Shin said with a laugh. "I've heard you Ling talk about you before. She said you were a hard-working student, filial, and smart. Now it seems you're really amazing. Come, sit down. Order whatever you want." Ha, Guzei scratched his face and said, "That was in the past. If I were to go back and do the test now, I might not even be as good as the average high school student." After some pleasantries, we ordered and the dishes were served. Guzei's alcohol tolerance is not to be underestimated, and Shin Kwangren's years in the business world are not in vain. Even though there is no drinking culture abroad, his drinking capacity is unmatched by ordinary people. However, Guzei is not an ordinary person. Seeing this kid drink another large glass of white wine, Shin Kwangren looked a little embarrassed. "Hey, uncle, I have something good for you," Guzei said, taking out a bottle of medicine. "This thing is called alcohol decomposing enzyme medicine. Take one pill before drinking, and you will be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. It's as easy as drinking water. But going to the toilet afterwards will be a big test on your bladder." "Oh?" Kwang Rinshen became interested and looked at the medicine carefully. "It has a refreshing taste, but this is obviously not it." "You also added scent essence?" Kwang Rinshen frowned. "They are all harmless. If you like, I will discuss with you about producing this medicine." Guzei continued to eat. This casual conversation made Shin Kwangren no longer dare to underestimate Guzei. There was no label on the bottle of medicine, which meant that Guzei had produced it himself. And as for the decomposing enzyme, could it be synthesized in such quantities artificially? It seems that you have indeed made considerable achievements in the field of scientific research. Shin Kwangren returned the bottle to Guzei. "Then let's talk about business. Regarding the nanomedical robot developed by Shin Chang." He came back this time just for this thing. Although Shin Chang is very powerful, the most crucial thing is the photodynamic nanomaterials provided by Guzei. Guzei had a lot of this stuff, and he could definitely mass produce it. As for how to produce it, there was no need to think about it. After all, if you want to eat meat, you eat meat. Who cares how the meat grows? It's all made from cattle, sheep, and pigs, right? What? You're saying there's fake beef made from ground meat? Are you being too picky? That thing isn't even good enough to be used in artificial organs." Guzei said calmly, "It's impossible to filter cells with nanomaterials. Cells are much smaller than nanomaterials." "I know. So I want to ask, do you have any skills in this area?" Shin Kwangren asked. "Even if it's just heart technology, it's fine. I can make you an offer you can't refuse." "Well, before that." Guzei looked at Shin Yuling. The girl tactfully got up and left, giving them space to talk. Chapter 86 Cooperation. After there was no one else in the box, Guzei grinned. Madman Shin felt something was wrong. "Uncle Shin, I have all the technology," Guzei said. "I have cell filtration membranes, cell affinity metals, and even mechanical prostheses." Madman Shin frowned and asked, "How could you possibly have so many skills?" "Don't worry about that," Guzei said. "When Yiling Xue and I were working together, she never asked me where I got the nickel hydrogen technology, nor did she ask me where I got the nanomaterials. Now we're working together happily. The only downside is that developing too quickly can easily be targeted by people with ulterior motives." Madman Shin nodded and asked, "So? So I need you to be the scapegoat," Guzei said. "Using your name, I will produce an artificial micro-nano heart. As for the third artificial heart model you mentioned, it can be easily achieved by combining it with other drugs. I only need to take out one and use it, and the rest of the technology will be handed over to you. Then we'll split the profit 70% to 30%. How about that? You're really asking for too much. Madman Shen laughed. Deal. He is not a fool. Many people know that Gu Zhe is protected by the military. Even he himself was allowed to return to China after going through layers of screening. Even the underwear was investigated to see if there were any germs harmful to Gu Zhe. Li Xian is outside now. Although the profit of 30% to 70% seems small, at least this technology does not need to be shared with others. Only Gu Zhe and Xin Kuangren have it. The most expensive thing in scientific research and technology is not the materials, but the cost of trial and error. If Gu Zhe could hand over the complete technology to him, the profits he would earn later would be huge. For Kuangren Shen, this 30% profit is like a gift for free. I will send you all the technical documents later. Gu Zhe stood up and said lightly. Mr. Gu, Madman Shen stood up and shook hands. My daughter still needs your care. What we eat at the table is not food, but the damn social etiquette. As soon as he walked out, Gu Zhe saw a gangster sitting next to Shen Yuling, touching her all over and swearing at her. Girl, master really loves you. The ruffian said with a chuckle, follow me, master. I will make you feel like you're in heaven, toilet. Gu Zhe kicked him away from behind. Who the hell is that? Do you know that I'm the third young master of the capital? If I give the order, your whole family will die. Brother, this looks great, where did you buy it? Seeing Gu Zhe holding something against his forehead, the guy got scared. Get out of here, and don't get close to this girl anymore, understand? Gu Zhe said coldly. Hey, I understand. The third young master fled in panic. As for whether he is one of the 3 young masters in Beijing, or just one of the 3 young masters, who knows? Shen Yuling burst out laughing and said, you're too scary. Is this true or fake? Gu Zhe scratched his head and said, really? As for how it came about, don't ask. In order to protect Gu Zhe, Huang Lao and his men had used many methods, not to mention bio, and even had a plan to send a beautiful female agent to protect Gu Zhe. In the end, seeing that Gu Zhe had no shortage of women around him, they gave up. Li Shen, who was working in the distance, watched all this and left quietly. Have you finished discussing the work? Shen Yuling asked. Yeah. Gu Zhe nodded. It went smoothly. Su Yuyan's surgery problem has been solved. Do we really need such a high-tech heart? Shen Yuling felt a little unbelievable. Not really, Gu Zhe said. It's just that her heart was already very fragile. Even if the surgery is done, she probably won't be able to recover for long. Rather than waiting for the heart to have problems again after surgery, it is easier to just replace the heart. Besides, with systematic technology, not to mention heart transplants, even brain transplants can be done. The two chatted for a while, and then Gu Zhe's phone rang. Brother Gu, come back quickly. Wu Haotian said hurriedly inside. What's wrong? Gu Zhe was puzzled. Is there something wrong with the hospital? Something big has happened. Someone's here to cause trouble. Wu Haotian said, if we don't handle this properly, we won't be in this business anymore. Gu Zhe's face was filled with questions. What on earth could have caused Wu Haotian to say this? Was he going to have to stop working in this field? It's no longer a secret that the treatment chamber can treat cell diseases, but it's not false, right? Tell me more clearly, what happened that made you so nervous? Gu Zhe asked, who is causing trouble? What is the reason? What are their demands? They want to see you. See me? What is there for me to see? Gu Zhe was puzzled. No, they want your bone marrow. Wu Haotian was about to cry. Gu Zhe was stunned. What on earth was going on? How come someone wants my bone marrow out of nowhere? What happened? Wu Haotian also seemed to be under a lot of pressure. After the call was hung up, Gu Zhe failed to call again. Shen Yuling looked at Gu Zhe with some concern. At this moment, besides being angry, he was also confused. Who on earth dared to come to his territory and cause trouble? Did he want to die? And now, he hurriedly said goodbye to Shen Yuling and headed towards the hospital. There is only one situation in which bone marrow is needed, and that is a bone marrow transplant. But I shouldn't have signed up for a bone marrow transplant, so it doesn't make sense for anyone to look for me as a match. What's going on? In the lobby on the first floor of the new hospital, Wu Haotian looked at the person in front of him, his heart full of resentment. Damn it, I'm fine with hitting people, but my ex is a custom-made phone. This phone is highly confidential. You have to compensate me. Where's Guzay? The leader, a man in a wheelchair, stared at Wu Haotian intently. If you don't hand him over today, you can forget about running this hospital. Snort. What? Are you still dissatisfied? The man looked over fiercely. Xinqing held up a mixed potion and said, why don't you try it? If this stuff spreads, we'll all die. Do you believe it? Who are you? The man asked in confusion. I'm a pharmacist. Xinqiang pretended to fall. This trick was really effective and temporarily intimidated the group of people who wanted to cause trouble. Xinqiang frowned and looked at this group of people who looked like they were from the Black Society, feeling a little puzzled. When did the boss get into trouble with these people? Wrong. Why does that young woman among these people look so much like Boss Guzay? Could it be? Chapter 87 Grandpa. The military arrived soon. When Mr. Huang saw the man sitting in the wheelchair, he was also stunned. Then he ordered everyone to put away their guns. Mr. Huang, you old fool, you are still alive. The old man in the wheelchair looked at Mr. Huang and snorted. Same here, Huang Lao said helplessly, why? Who is Guzay to you? Who? The man in the wheelchair chuckled and said, of course it's someone from my Gu family. This is also our Gu family's own problem. What do you want? Old Bai, are you fucking idiot? Wu Haotian complained. Even if it's your Gu family's problem, why did you come to the hospital to make a scene? Why didn't you call first? Why didn't you notify them in advance? You couldn't even set up a banquet to show your respect? The man frowned and said sternly, slap your face. Brush. Ah. One of the thug's hands was chopped off. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Looking again, Xinqiang was holding the long sword made of new materials in his hand, without saying a word. He picked up the broken arm and looked at it carefully. He was amazed and said, this sword is really sharp. This cut. How dare you hurt my people? The man was furious. Kill him. How dare you hit my people? Guzay rushed in. A 5 feet 8 inches tall guy. He rushed in furiously like a human tank. The moment he saw Guzay, the man's eyes changed. After looking Guzay up and down, he said excitedly, good, good, good. Very good. Good Nan. Guzay pulled out his gun directly. Crash. A bunch of bodyguards also pulled out their guns. Okay. Guzay snorted, let's see who's awesome, right? Fine. Let's see. After throwing away the gun, Guzay took out a small iron ball. What? Are you giving up resistance? The man laughed. Guzay didn't say anything and took out another thing. Geiger counter. Sizzle. When the detector hit the ball, it made a loud noise. Mr. Huang's face changed. Take down all their guns. Mr. Huang shouted sternly, shoot anyone who doesn't cooperate. Everyone was confused. What was going on? Everyone was tied up in a confused manner, and only the girl, the man, and the servants around him were left. What's going on? Mr. Huang, are you fucking crazy? The man yelled, how dare you go against me? You old thing, are you so old that your brain is confused? Don't you know what that little iron ball is? Mr. Huang was about to explode with anger. What? The man was stunned. A nuclear bomb, idiot. Xinqing said helplessly, I'm using a Geiger counter, can't you see it? The man snorted, are you kidding me? Can this guy have a nuclear bomb? Everyone looked at each other. Sorry, when someone says they have nuclear bombs, they just think that person is joking and using a bottle of 6 nuclear bombs as a joke. But if it was Guzay? Oh my god, maybe he really didn't know when he made a super micro nuclear bomb. Guzay, put that thing away. Old Huang looked at Guzay with lingering fear. Guzay said nothing and took out 3 more. Stop it. If this thing explodes, it's no joke. Mr. Huang's heart was about to jump out. Answer my question, or we'll all die together. Guzay snorted. Let's die together. Who do you think you are? The man snorted. Guzay put it away. The man thought he had one. Guzay picked up his phone and started operating it. 2 seconds later, Mr. Huang received a call. Hello? What? Say that again? Mr. Huang couldn't believe it. Are you sure? Okay, I get it. I'll handle it properly. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Huang walked up and slapped Lao Bai in the face. The surname Huang. Fuck you. Huang Gong slapped him again. Stop pretending. You fucking idiot. This is what the call said. Several rocket vehicles in the military district started up automatically and began to lock onto certain locations. These places are the ancestral home of the Gu family. After hearing this, the man almost stood up and fought with Guzay. Wu Haotian didn't understand. Why was he involved in a nuclear crisis? And brother, why can your phone hack into the military network? Isn't that a capital offense? No, the point is why you can do it. And where did you get your nuclear bomb? In the conference room, the soldiers carefully put away the nuclear bombs. It's not that fragile, Guzay snorted, it's okay to throw it into the lava. This thing can't explode without a command. Brother, please don't do this. I'm scared. Wu Haotian covered his chest. I'm only in my 20s, and you're going to scare me to death. That's right, this is too exciting. No, I mean it's too exciting, that's not right. The madman Xinsheng laughed. The man is the head of the Gu family, Gu Xiang. That's right, Guzay's Gu family. What exactly do you want from me? Guzay snorted. It's very simple. Gu Xiang looked at Guzay, my granddaughter has leukemia and needs your bone marrow for a bone marrow transplant. What if I don't want to? Guzay snorted coldly. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Gu Xiang slammed the table. Guzay said nothing and took out a black box. Huang Gong quickly held his hand and said, we can talk it over. Don't use force. After saying that, he asked Guzay to take the black box back. What is this? Wu Haotian asked. Antimatter bomb. Guzay said lightly. Antimatter? It can almost raise the demon city to the ground. Brother, are you crazy? Wu Haotian was anxious, and turned to look at Gu Xiang. You old bastard, if you don't want to live, don't drag me down with you. Gu Xiang was silent. He also couldn't imagine that this bastard Guzay would be the kind of person who would throw bombs at any time. What do you want? Gu Xiang snorted, you are the only one who can match my granddaughter. If you don't give it to her, she will die. Then just die. Guzay said nonchalantly, it's no big deal. Boom. Gu Xiang smashed the table, looked at Guzay, gritted his teeth and said, do you know whose blood is flowing in your body? Old dang, it's useless. Guzay snorted, I'm not short of money, nor am I short of military force. I'm scientific, and you can't kidnap me with your secular views. Gu Xiang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Guzay to be so heartless. Then, after a moment's thought, he said, your father, he's dead. Hearing this, Guzay's heart was touched, and then he said calmly, oh, it's good to die. She's your father's daughter. None of my business. Chapter 88 Family. If you don't donate bone marrow, you can forget about staying in Shanghai. Gu Xiang threatened. Hey, threatening me? Are you qualified? Guzay said as he was about to take out something else. This action was suppressed by Mr. Huang. Grandpa, my ancestors. Old Huang was about to cry, stop digging. We all know you're awesome. What are you doing? I'm just going to take out a cigarette. Guzay snorted, then took out a lollipop. Where's the cigarette? The toilet? What are you looking at? Smoking is not allowed in the hospital, do you understand? Guzay said seriously. After a moment, everyone calmed down. Guzay, if you don't save her, no one in this world can save her. Gu Xiang said. Leukemia. Leukemia? Wu Haotian thought of something. Didn't Dr. Li Tsong treat someone before? You have a good memory. Xinsheng said with a smile, but the patient's condition was quite serious. He spent a long time recuperating in our hospital before returning. Gu Xiang was confused. What was going on? Old Gu, you're too out of touch with the news, Engineer Huang said helplessly. Guzei's treatment chamber can alleviate the symptoms of leukemia and enhance his own resistance. And there just so happens to be a doctor who knows them. If you visit him, you probably won't even need surgery. Only then did Gu Xiang realize how ridiculous he was. If you dare to ask me to donate bone marrow today, you will dare to ask me to give her my kidney tomorrow. Gu Zhe said indifferently, the treatment room is limited, so stay in the hospital first. Once you are cured, get out of here. Gu Xiang was speechless. If his attitude was better, Gu Zhe might consider using his bone marrow to save people, but now? This grandfather must be mentally ill if he wants to use the authority of his elders to suppress himself. After resolving the situation here, Gu Zhe walked out of the hospital and just happened to see Su Hao and his men coming to block them. Gu Zhe, are you okay? Su Hao hurried over. Did that damn old man give you any trouble? If he dares to touch my brother, I'll kill him. Su Hao was about to rush in when he was stopped by Gu Zhe. It's over, it's okay. Gu Zhe said, I'm fine. Also, I should have told you about the artificial heart plan. What do you think about it? What else can I think about? Even if it's high-tech, you'll still have to be the surgeon in the end. Su Hao said helplessly, if something happens to you, who will operate on my sister? So this guy is worried about this. Don't worry, even if I can't perform the operation, there will be other surgeons. Gu Zhe said helplessly. No, I wouldn't worry if it wasn't you. Su Hao said, I would go crazy if something happened to you. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go drink somewhere. Gu Zhe sighed, my good mood today is completely ruined. But then again, Dad is dead. I originally thought that he had abandoned me and my mother, but now it seems that is not the case. In the evening, in Gu Zhe's room, Carol was cleaning up the dishes. This is the information for you. Li Xin handed it over and said, it describes what your father did after he left you, and how he died. It's clear at a glance. Having said this, he was about to leave. It might not be appropriate for me to say this, Li Xian said before leaving. Family is precious, especially since you have a blood-related sister. If possible, don't judge her based on your father's situation. After all, she's innocent. That little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. After Li Xian left, Gu Zhe took the information and started reading it. After Lu Fang fell ill, he borrowed money everywhere. Finally, he had no other choice but to leave Gu Zhe and Lu Fang and return to his family to seek help from his father. However, his marriage with Lu Fang was not approved by his family, and Lu Fang married him without his knowledge. As a poor loser who has no idea what the life of a young master is like, Gu Zhe is a little puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to just accept the family's marriage? Besides, the Gu family is so rich, wouldn't it be good to be a rich second generation? That way, I wouldn't have to work so hard. The same troubles that happened in the imperial family also happened in wealthy families. Gu Zhe's father was severely punished after he returned. His answer was, you can have money, but leave behind your bloodline. The woman he found was the second daughter of another family. She died shortly after giving birth to a child, and his father was also a little crazy due to psychological problems. When he died, it was said that he died of heart failure. An envelope was included at the end. To my dear wife and son. Gu Zhe opened it and looked at every detail of his father's involvement in the family over the years. The more he read, the more sad he felt. He didn't like big families, and neither did his father, so he rebelled against his family and left. But this also led to a series of tragedies. If Gu Zhe hadn't awakened the system, Lu Fang would probably have died, and he would either have been taken back to the family or spent the rest of his life in an electronics factory. After reading it, Gu Zhe put all the things away. A's. Carol brought over a drink. Don't be sad. In my country, a relative passed away. She didn't know how to start. At this moment, Gu Zhe's eyes were dim. The cruelest thing that can happen to a bug struggling in the dark is giving it a glimmer of opportunity to see the light. What's even more cruel is that the insect knows that he can see the light because some people who are very precious to him sacrificed themselves to protect him. A's? Carol felt a little scared when she saw Gu Zhe holding her hand, but she did not dodge. The lights in the room went out and the sound of panting came one after another. When he woke up the next day, Gu Zhe felt that everything was like a dream. And he suddenly remembered something. If my father's child has leukemia, does that mean I will also have the disease? No matter what, he needs to investigate his genes to avoid delaying certain things later. After saying goodbye to Carol, Gu Zhe came to the laboratory. After a series of tests, no disease was found, but his emotions were fluctuating a lot, and the computer reminded him to pay more attention to his health. All this crappy computer needs is an artificial intelligence personality so it can fall in love with itself, right? Well, could this be a selling point? Digital life. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Gu Zhe slapped himself. What are you thinking? You're really going to build something so dangerous? And you're experimenting on your own dad? You're kidding. Chapter 89 Preparation. Gu Zhe thought about it but finally decided not to collect his father's information to create a digital life. That kind of stuff is horrible. With this form of life, combined with human thinking, it would be extremely easy for the so-called digital life to destroy the existing network order of mankind. I guess the things in some science fiction movies are not as dangerous as this digital life form. With Gu Zhe's means, it's not impossible to do it, but if it is really done, it will probably be really troublesome to connect to the internet. Back to the serious matter, Li Moran slowly adjusted the structure of the heart based on Su Yuyan's physical data. I have to say that the technology developed by these people in Dushan Company is really amazing. If the photolithography machine is the pinnacle of human engraving technology and the culmination of all that is accomplished, then this thing is second only to the photolithography machine in difficulty. The fact that Madman Shen was able to come up with this thing shows that he hasn't been idle for so many years. But this technology is still not sophisticated enough, otherwise the Su family should have asked them to do the heart surgery. Forget it, let's just use the system to make it. Gu Zhe snorted and started making it. A moment later, a box appeared containing a wrapped white heart. This is the Ultra Micro Nano Heart. Gu Zhe looked at this thing and felt that it looked like the thing used by the final boss of America in the game. Su Yuyan doesn't look like a warlike person, so this heart should be enough. Ding-a-ling. The phone rang again. Hello? Gu Zhe finished packing the box and asked, "Who is this?" "Brother Gu Zhe." Su Yuyan said with a chuckle, "I have 2 days off. Do you want to come and play with me?" "Holiday? What holiday?" Gu Zhe was stunned. "Sick leave." Su Yuyan said, "I heard from my brother that Brother Gu Zhe has found the equipment for my surgery. Now everything is ready. I will definitely need to rest for a while after the surgery, right?" Gu Zhe was silent for a moment, then asked, "Yuyan, aren't you afraid? This is a heart transplant, and they're going to make a big incision in you. Besides, this heart is an untested experimental subject, and there are still many uncertainties. If something happens to you, there will be no regrets." Su Yuyan thought for a moment and said, "Brother Gu Zhe, I know you won't harm me. If you dare to say you can perform surgery on me, then you must be sure, right?" Seeing that this girl trusted him so much, Gu Zhe felt a little embarrassed. If I say I'm not sure now, Su Yuyan will probably be unwilling to receive treatment on the day of the operation due to psychological problems, which will be even more troublesome. I've prepared everything here. Listen to your brother and eat something good to build up your strength these 2 days. Gu Zhe closed the box. "See you in the evening. I'll take you to the night market." Su Yuyan agreed. And Gu Zhe now needs to take this thing to attend an internal meeting held by Dushan Company. There is no need to remember these people's names. It is said that in order to maintain confidentiality, they all use their own pseudonyms to report. Even those who have cooperated with Xin Kuangren for so many years have never revealed their names. Gu Zhe was not worried about what would happen to him. What he showed today would definitely not be kept secret. Anyone who dared to provoke Gu Zhe would be dancing with a mobile ammunition depot. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Gu Zhe came out with a box. "This is the artificial micro-nano heart I created by combining the technology of Dushan Company and my own." Several people looked at Gu Zhe. Someone asked, "Mr. Gu, right? I heard that Mr. Gu Zhe has a wide range of interests. Not only in energy, but also in materials and high technology. I'm curious, which university did you graduate from? Is this important?" Gu Zhe wondered. "It doesn't matter." Xin Kuangren said, "Your abilities no longer need to be explained to others. Tell me about the advantages and disadvantages of this heart." Gu Zhe nodded and began to introduce his artificial heart. The original heart only needs to suck in and release blood like a blood pump, but the failure rate of such a heart is relatively high, and it would definitely not be suitable if used on Su Yuyan. Gu Zhe's heart is no different from an ordinary heart except that it is white in color. As long as blood is flowing into the heart, it will continuously provide powerful heart function to the transplant recipient. Everyone was surprised when they saw what Guzay took out. What else does this Guzay have that they don't know about? This thing is basically a living heart. How on earth did you manage to do all this? Someone asked. Even America doesn't have that much technology, and you managed to break through? Just because others can't conquer it doesn't mean I can't. Guzay said, I conquered it, and you can use it directly. It's that simple. If he needed to ask everything, Guzay would probably be exhausted to death. From the initial nickel-hydrogen technology to the later nanomaterials and weapons design, he never explained how he developed them. He just delivered the goods regularly and collected the money. If Guzay's things can be used, then Dushan Company will not stop it. Next, Guzay's surgery will be watched by people all over the world. Of course, the same cannot be said about news outside. The latest news is that the world's largest medical technology company has made a major breakthrough. Artificial hearts and even artificial organs will be available to us in the near future. This is good news for the vast majority of patients, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Inside a base in America, the person in charge watched the news and couldn't help but feel that something outrageous was being done. First it was a quantum satellite, and now an artificial heart? Isn't it enough that the military is causing trouble within China? Are they also trying to get involved in the medical field? Order all agents still within Chinese territory to find the man behind this at all costs and kill him. The commander said. Don't hold back this time. If we trigger another butterfly effect like that damn satellite, it'll be disastrous. Get to work. Quick. Hearing this, the soldiers under his command had no choice but to start working overtime, for fear of making the boss unhappy in the slightest. Guzay knew nothing about these things. After he finished his work, he was busy with other things. Chapter 90. The operation begins. When Li Xian noticed that the foreigners became active again, he couldn't help but frown. Are these people just idiots? They've already hidden Guzay so well, why would they still attract their attention? Boss, what should we do? The subordinate asked, should we kill these people first? The people under Li Xian have seen blood on their hands, so they are capable of dealing with those so-called American agents. No, Li Xian shook his head. This time, the enemy is suspicious because they saw the strength of Dushan Company. What we should do is not to protect Guzay. Go and discuss with the people of Dushan Company, tell them about Guzay's situation, and ask them to transfer their business back to China as soon as possible. That way, we can still create public opinion to confuse the public. But you writers need to be more careful. Don't pick on those idiots who just copy and paste stuff on a large scale. You can tell at a glance that it's just a smokescreen. Okay. The subordinate nodded and went to do his work. Another subordinate walked in and saw the man go out, confused. Boss, what happened again? Is Guzay still so dangerous? The man asked while leaning on a crutch. Other people are taking care of his affairs. How are you? Li Xian asked, are you doing your kidney dialysis on time? Hey, it's just kidney failure. The man gave a wry smile. I can still make some use of my remaining energy, and that's all. Li Xian looked quietly at this brother who had shared joys and sorrows with him in the past, and his eyes became moist. You go and have a rest. Li Xian continued working. The Secret Service has a lot of work to do every day. In addition to protecting important people, they also need to deal with some incidents of smuggling to the country of Gyazi. The date of the operation soon arrived. Su Yuyen was ready and sat in the hospital feeling a little nervous. The patient is Su Yuyen? The nurse looked at the medical record. Come on, we'll take you to prepare for surgery. Su Yuyen nodded. From today on, her life or death would depend on her fate. Don't be nervous, sister. Su Hao comforted her, believe in Brother Gu, you will be fine. Brother, I'm not nervous, Su Yuyen laughed, can you please stop shaking? Su Hao scratched his head awkwardly and didn't look at his sister. Before I even got my body ready, the girl's heart was already wandering. Alas! There is nothing I can do. Who made Guzay so mysterious? Su Yuyen was pushed into the operating room, and it wasn't just the siblings who were nervous. In the operating preparation room, Li Tsong performed a full set of disinfection work on Guzay. Senior, why are you here? Guzay felt a little surprised. Normally speaking, this mysterious doctor had no qualifications to enter such a place, but this was a special case and no one came to stop him. I'll give you some guidance. Li Tsong chuckled. After all, this is the world's first ultra-micro-nano heart transplant, so I naturally want to see it. But don't worry, I'll only be responsible for handling emergencies and recording information during the operation. As he spoke, he took out a bag filled with pre-cooked Chinese herbal medicines, which showed how seriously Li Tsong took the situation. In fact, Li Tsong didn't need to prepare any herbs. After Gu Zhe made the heart, he specially prepared another thing, which was a potion for quick wound healing. With this thing, as long as the nano heart starts working, Su Yuyan won't have to worry about any postoperative infection. Unfortunately, Wu Haotian knew about this a little too early, and cried and begged Gu Zhe to sell the artifact to him. Although it is expensive, it does not mean that no one is willing to use this thing, especially those who are rich and value their lives. But all this is just an experiment, otherwise Gu Zhe and Li Tsong would not be able to enter the hospital. This experiment naturally requires the presence of a supervisor. Hello, Teacher Li Tsong. Dr. Hua came over. I was fortunate enough to see Teacher Li Tsong perform surgery. He looked so calm and composed. It's hard to imagine that it was performed by Teacher Li Tsong. It's a pity that your hands? They are just old stories. Li Tsong said nothing. After everyone was ready, they walked into the operating room. The beautiful girl has now been anesthetized and placed on the operating table, and everything is ready. Gu Zhe's nano heart was just there, waiting to be started. Let me explain how this heart works, Gu Zhe said. It's modeled after the human body's muscle structure. In theory, it works just like a normal heart. And as time goes by, it will become indistinguishable from a normal heart. Therefore, all we need to do is ensure the safety of the operation and the smooth conduct of this heart transplant. Also, since this is a confidential matter, if this matter is leaked, it will be quite troublesome for everyone. I hope you all understand. Everyone nodded. Okay, now, the operation begins. Gu Zhe said and took the knife. It was his first time cutting a human body, which made him extremely nervous. Be a little lighter. Li Tsong said calmly. Gu Zhe nodded and cut. Outside, Su Hao sat on a chair, standing up, sitting down, and then pacing back and forth. A bottle of beer was placed not far in front of him. It was Xin Cheng. Mr. Shen. Su Hao took the beer. I wanted to visit you, but I thought of your illness and didn't bother you. How is your experiment going? We've made good progress. Xin Cheng also opened a bottle. This isn't a very formal hospital, so you don't have to worry. The one who performed the surgery on Su Yuyan was a specialized cardiologist from Wu's hospital. Plus, with Li Tsong here, they won't have any problems. I know. Su Hao couldn't stop shaking with the beer in his hand. You don't know what Gu Zhe did in the conference room that day. Xin Cheng laughed. Let's not talk about the miniature nuclear bomb, he also took out an antimatter bomb. Antimatter bomb? Su Hao was stunned. Yes, so you can rest assured about his technological level, Xin Cheng said, looking at the light at the door of the operating room. When this light goes out, you can see the result. I don't know how long I waited, the lights went out. When Su Yuyan was pushed out, all her vital signs were normal. Su Hao quickly got up to check, but Su Yuyan's physical condition was too poor and she was still under the effect of anesthesia. No matter how Su Hao called out, it was useless. The surgeon, Gu Zhe, was so tired that his whole body was soaked. If it weren't for the help of Li Tsong and Dr. Hua, he really wouldn't have been able to complete the operation. Chapter 91 Recovery. At night, Su Yuyan woke up. A specialist from Dushan Company came to examine Su Yuyan. They were stunned to see that Su Yuyan had absolutely no problems at all. Huh? What's wrong? Su Yuyan was puzzled. Did my operation fail? Why don't I feel anything? The people from Dushan Company shook their heads. Miss Su, there's nothing wrong with your body, but we're curious why your wounds healed so quickly? The Dushan Company representative asked. You should still be in the post-operative observation period, especially for a major surgery like heart surgery. But you. Not to mention preventing infection after the operation, Su Yuyan didn't even have a bandage on her body. The men all went out. The nurse took off Su Yuyan's coat and began to record the data. Su Yuyan only had a small cut on her body, and it was still healing slowly. What is going on here? In the conference room, Li Tsong looked at the unused medicine and then looked at Gu Zhe. Brother, Li Tsang asked, what on earth is this thing of yours? Why can it heal wounds so quickly? Don't ask. Gu Zhe sighed. The matter of this medicine will definitely be reported to the higher authorities, and people from Dushan Company have also come to inquire about it. When they learned that this was a potion that could quickly heal wounds, they fell silent. Mr. Gu Zhe, the person in charge, said, "You're making it very difficult for us to do this. After all, we'll have to use Miss Su Yuyan as an example when we release the artificial heart later. You're going to cause us a lot of trouble by doing this." "What does it matter? It's all my technology anyway, you just say it's the mysterious power of traditional Chinese medicine." Gu Zhe waved his hand. Helplessly, the people from Dushan Company left. Elsewhere, Gu Xiang looked at what Gu Zhe did and felt bad. If it weren't for his bad attitude, his granddaughter would probably have been cured by Gu Zhe quickly, right? Unfortunately, there is now an insurmountable gap between them. Gu Zhe didn't care about these things. Anyway, there were special people to deal with this matter. And what he had to do next was to make an artificial kidney. Once things get out of hand, Gu Zhe will have a lot to do. However, this made Li Xian and others who were working very busy. They didn't know how long they had to work overtime every day to clean up Gu Zhe's mess, but Gu Zhe was completely unaware of it. "He definitely has some secret," said an agent who was driven crazy by his work. "Boss, let's go kidnap Gu Zhe. If he keeps making trouble like this, he's bound to attract the attention of those foreign bastards." "Okay, let's get to work." Li Shen looked at the news about the artificial kidney thoughtfully. Question: how much does an artificial heart cost? America, I think it's at least 3 million greenbacks. Gu Zhe, no. It's on sale now. Not 99,000, not 9,900, only 1,999. The emergence of replaceable kidneys should have been a good thing, but this invention has affected the interests of many people. After all, some bastards who trade in human organs hate Gu Zhe to the core. How come your artificial kidney worth 1,900 yuan is better than our original kidneys? What should we do with you? Do we all have to return to China and surrender? Soon, a reward appeared on the external network platform. A huge reward is being offered to the bastard who created the artificial organ. Can that iron thing actually replace a human organ? Pah! It's causing so much harm. This is the end of China. This is 1 million. I want that man's head. Who among my family members understands? Someone actually used artificial organs to create public opinion. One night, the same sound was heard simultaneously in the place where these people lived. Open the door and bring warmth to the community. Half a month later, Su Yuyan, Carol, and Yi Lingshu, 3 good friends, went shopping together. "I want to eat that." Su Yuyan saw the cake shop and wanted to go in and buy something. She used to have to control her diet because of heart problems, but now she doesn't have to. "Let's go." Yi Lingshu smiled slightly. "Let's eat whatever we want." Carol nodded. Behind the 3 women were Gu Zhe, Su Hao, and Wu Haotian. The 3 of them were carrying large and small bags, and they were about to be exploited to the extreme. As expected, you shouldn't go shopping with a woman. Otherwise, it's the men who get hurt. Or is it that Xinqiang who's so cunning, claiming he still has experiments to do and refusing to come out no matter what? Gu Zhe and Wu Haotian looked at each other and nodded to each other. Then, the 2 of them threw the bags to Su Hao and turned around and ran. "Damn it! You 2 are so disloyal." Su Hao complained bitterly. "It's unacceptable for you to betray your teammates like this." "Damn, you're still talking about loyalty." Wu Haotian said as he ran, "I don't know who said they wanted to go out with their sister and brought us all alone. I suddenly remembered that there are still a lot of things to do in the laboratory. I'm sorry, Su Hao. You should do your best." Gu Zhe ran faster than anyone else. When the 3 girls came out, they couldn't help but burst out laughing at the 2 clowns who had escaped. The weather has started to get cold now. Su Yuyan was in poor health to begin with, and now she hasn't recovered, so her shopping trip has ended now. When he returned to the office, Gu Zhe threw himself onto the sofa. The sofa is still the best. The sofa will not despise you, and the sofa will not abandon you. "Brother Gu," Wu Haotian said, "have you watched the video on the internet?" "Ah? What's that?" Gu Zhe sat up. "What video from the internet?" As he spoke, Wu Haotian handed his cell phone to Gu Zhe. Because of work needs, many doctors need to access the internet to search for information. Therefore, the network in the hospital is wall-less. Of course, this is limited to office computers. Seeing the video targeting him, Gu Zhe was stunned. Are these people mentally ill? My technology, my products, I sell them however I want. What the hell is it to you? Two important maxims in life: it's none of my business, and it's none of your business. Anyway, Gu Zhe is in the country. If you have the ability, come and see if the special agent team is a pushover and can let you meet Gu Zhe. So what? People all over the world are trying to figure out who invented the kidney. Some are even saying they should award the inventor the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Wu Hautman said, "Don't we have to go and claim it?" What the hell? Gu Zhe said angrily, "This award is judged by Westerners. I have an Asian face and I'm already excluded by them. Why should I go and make trouble for myself? Moreover, these people need all the information to judge the Nobel Prize in Literature. Can this be given to them?" Chapter 92 Mecca. The American agents have been complaining a lot during this period. After all, it was not that difficult for them to enter China before. I originally thought that Chaoyang antis were only found in Yanjing district, but now for some reason, they are everywhere. Report if you see a foreigner, and report even more if you see one speaking Chinese. If you can speak Chinese, you are a high-level spy. If you can't speak Chinese, you are probably a spy. There is no way around it. The development of this kidney has truly overturned the entire world's cognition. It turns out that artificial organs can be that simple. Dushan Company has almost reached the stage of domestic development and is now making a fortune thanks to its artificial kidneys that anyone can replace. Some people have attacked Dushan Company for this, saying that this move will destroy the domestic medical industry, etc., but to be honest, you can exchange a pair of kidneys for 2,000, which is really too cheap. You can exchange 4 pairs just by moving bricks on the construction site. Of course, every policy has its own countermeasures. Li Moran received a piece of information. What is this? Gu Zhe asked puzzledly. It's a case of illegally transporting artificial kidneys, Li Xian said. These kidneys are only sold domestically. The tariff for selling them abroad is very high, costing hundreds of thousands of American dollars per kidney. Someone came up with the idea of secretly transporting them. First, someone removes the kidney, then comes to China to replace it, and then takes it abroad and removes it again. After cleaning it, it is sold to others. Gu Zhe was speechless. It seemed that he had underestimated these people. You actually came up with this idea. You guys are incredible. But it's strange. I remember the export price was 50,000 American dollars? Gu Zhe was puzzled. Why would anyone buy this second-hand stuff for hundreds of thousands of dollars? If it's not cleaned properly, something bad will happen. That's unclear. Li Xian shook his head. Perhaps the Chinese-made logo on it is a cancer to them. What do you want to do? Do you want to stop selling it? No, Gu Zhe shook his head, just improve the system. Li Xian was stunned. What system? After listening to Gu Zhe talk about the shortcomings of the kidney, he smiled bitterly. Okay, I'll do it right away. Oh, by the way. Li Xian turned around after thinking of something. Engineer Huang wants you over. He said there's a problem with the fighter jet's engine and wants you to come over and take a look. Fighter engine? Have they developed it to this point? Gu Zhe was surprised. He is only responsible for the production of materials and the provision of specific information, but how far he can achieve it depends on the efforts of these older generation of scientific and technological personnel. The engines of China's fighter jets have always been criticized. Although their combat performance is not weak, they are still criticized by some internet trolls as a piece of shit. A lot of water armies can be ignored, but if that fighter jet is really developed now, it is estimated that it will become one of the most powerful fighter jets in the world. Halfway through, Gu Zhe met Su Yuyan. After much persuasion, the girl finally got her wish and sat on the back seat of the electric scooter. Gu Zhe is a celebrity now, the kind that even the security guards dare not stop him. Inside the military factory, Mr. Huang and others were arguing. Each of them insisted on their own suggestions and wanted to carry out the transformation according to their own standards. Brother Gu. Huang Gong was having a headache when he saw Gu Zhe coming over. Please judge for yourself. Gu Zhe walked over and asked, Mr. Huang, what happened here? Oh no, this isn't a plane for an aircraft carrier, Engineer Huang said with a headache. The required performance isn't high, and these people's demands are too high. We've been discussing it for several days, but we still can't reach an agreement. This is for you to make the decision. Aircraft carrier? Gu Zhe was suddenly stunned. Where did it come from? Aren't the existing ones out on missions? A new one. Mr. Huang said with a chuckle, little girl, don't tell anyone. Su Yuyan nodded. New aircraft carrier, so soon? Is this aircraft carrier the same as the previous ones? Gu Zhe asked. Engineer Huang shook his head and said, it's different. With your heat-resistant steel and electromagnetic technology, this aircraft carrier will be equipped with a large number of electromagnetic weapons. But what we're discussing now is whether or not we should deploy so many high-performance fighter jets. Another old man said. Electromagnetic weapons are inherently powerful. If they can fire continuously, I don't think we'll need carrier-based aircraft. Can it still be called an aircraft carrier if it doesn't have carrier-based aircraft? Are you stupid? Bah, you're the fool. Your whole family is foolish. Gu Zhe covered his face. Is this a fight between children? Huang Lao coughed and asked, Gu Zhe, what do you think? Me? Gu Zhe snorted and said, my suggestion is that you don't be so anxious. Quickly destroy and seal all the information about the aircraft carrier. This time, everyone was confused. How could such a good thing be destroyed just like that? Gu Zhe gave his own reason arms race. If China were to suddenly replace its weapons and equipment with weapons of such great power, it would inevitably attract attacks from other countries. By then, there will be all kinds of disgusting reasons and it will be impossible to deal with them. Instead of building an aircraft carrier now, why don't you first master these technologies and then consider these things? Gu Zhe said, electromagnetic technology can be upgraded, and so can electromagnetic cannons. There's no need to show them off now. Since Gu Zhe said so, these old seniors would not argue anymore. With these new materials provided by Gu Zhe, they were really too arrogant. New material? By the way, you said before that you had something to match that sword. Where is it? An old man suddenly asked. Gu Zhe paused, chuckled, and said, it's still under development, so I can't show it off. Look at me, how low-key I am. You can only make a fortune if you keep quiet, understand? Seniors, you can't be so arrogant, or you will be targeted. Bah! You are such a bad boy. Catch him and interrogate him myself. Okay. Catch him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gu Zhe quickly pulled Su Yuyan and ran away. I'm sorry, everyone, but we really can't take that thing out. Otherwise, something bad will happen. Ding! The system voice appeared, host, please complete the assembly of the first generation of combat mecha and carry out a special rescue mission. Hearing this, Gu Zhe almost vomited blood. A special rescue mission? What kind of mission is considered special? Could it be that an earthquake is about to occur somewhere in the world? Reward, large mecha production blueprints. A large Pacific Rim? Is it possible to build something like that? Chapter 93 3-Year Agreement. After running away from the research institute and separating from Su Yuyan, Gu Zhe has been thinking about one thing. Why a large mecha? There's a story about two former superpowers during the Cold War. America spent huge sums of money developing new technologies, while the other side used wooden pencils as props for space recording. While this story is meant to appeal to some, it does have a moral. There's no point dwelling on a problem when a smaller thing could solve it. The battles on Earth are now dominated by hot weapons, and the residents of China are not allowed to carry hot weapons because of their strong martial virtues. This thing is not needed in daily life. Even when marching and fighting, you need to have a target. If there is a goal, China now has 5th-generation aircraft and aircraft carriers, as well as one of the most complete industrial systems in the world. What? No lithography machines? You know those big countries' heavy equipment don't need such sophisticated chips, don't you? If we say that the thing with the greatest chance of being realized is the exoskeleton, but this thing has already been implemented? Gu Zhe was tapping on the desk in Fengshui Company's office, searching for relevant information on the computer. If a real-life Iron Man is really created, will we be asked to pay patent fees? No, that's not right. Super soldiers can break that thin layer of armor with cold weapons. How can they be safe if they face China's outrageous weapons that will blow you up if they can't kill you in the blow? Can a super soldier, no matter how powerful he is, have the power of a tank? Are you kidding me? But the power armor provided by the system does exist. System, can this task be postponed? Gu Zhe asked. Ding. It's still valid if completed within 3 years. Hearing this, Gu Zhe felt relieved. If he was asked to complete it within a few days, he would probably fail the mission before he even did the research. Since the combat type cannot be taken out, the knife used in the mecha can be changed into a drill, and the gun can be changed into a welding gun. In this way, it can be said that this is an engineering test machine, which can be used for daily coal collection. Coal mine, you really think highly of me, using such high-tech gadgets to collect me. However, there should be an explanation for the older generation. After all, Gu Zhe did say that the sword he made came with matching equipment. Knock, knock. Come in. Gu Zhe said. Yiling Xue walked in from outside. She took the letter in her hand, threw it on Gu Zhe's desk, and said, "Your sister's treatment is over. Her body has recovered and she can live a normal life now. Gu Xiang said he didn't have the face to see you again, so he left with only a letter." Gu Zhe opened it and took a look, then sealed it and put it in the drawer, ignoring it. "Don't you have anything to say?" Yiling Xue asked. "No." Gu Zhe shook his head. "My only relative is my mother. Now she goes out to play all day, so I don't have to worry about her. I just need to do my own thing. By the way, can nickel hydrogen battery technology be upgraded?" Yiling Xue asked. "There's no need to upgrade." Gu Zhe said, "This thing is fine as it is. Lithium battery technology has its limits. I will only proceed to the next step of research after the market is saturated. Graphene. This stuff is even more expensive than gold, and it's also harmful to the human body. Mass production processes and various messy techniques have not been mastered, which is the standard for the next generation of battery technology. After the emergence of nickel hydrogen batteries, many scientists should have begun to work on this aspect, hoping to replace Gu Zhe's position. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. The production and mass production process of this thing are all within the system space. You just need to take it out at certain times. It's not a hassle at all. Let's not talk about this anymore." Yiling Xue smiled slightly. "I have a property I'm planning to acquire. Do you want to invest in it?" "You're not selling a pre-sale property, are you?" Gu Zhe asked with some fear. "What are you thinking about? This is Feng Shui Company's dedicated technology incubator park." Yiling Xue rolled her eyes at Gu Zhe. "I finally understand. Your technology isn't limited to energy. You're proficient in anything related to high technology, right? Ha, worship me, stupid mortal." Gu Zhe pretended to be cool. "If you try to show off, you will be struck by lightning. Ah. Mr. President, please spare me." Gu Zhe was pulled by the ear and screamed in pain. "Humph." Yiling Xue let go of her hand. "I'm going shopping with some sisters today. You come and accompany us." "Ah. I don't need it?" Gu Zhe was scared. "The last time I went shopping with these women, the 3 grown men almost collapsed from exhaustion. He was running here and there, carrying bags of all sizes on his shoulders. Even if you have enough money, you can't play like this. We should be frugal, right? Carol, Su Yuyen, Zhou Sisi, and me." Yiling Xue said coldly, "The 4 beauties of the magic city are here, why don't you come?" "Where is it? Where is the beauty?" "Downstairs?" Gu Zhe said, jumping up and down to look. "Oh, isn't this the CEO? Look at me, I'm so lazy." Don't do it, I'll go." Seeing that Yiling Xue was about to step on someone with her high heels, Gu Zhe gave in. Seeing that this guy agreed, Yiling Xue nodded with satisfaction. Then, in the afternoon, Yiling Xue drove the car, Zhou Sisi was sitting in the passenger seat, and Su Yuyen and Carol were sitting in the back. Perhaps it was the competitive spirit of women that was at work, but for some reason Gu Zhe was arranged to sit in the middle. Alas, no matter how popular a man is, you have to go shopping with him. There is no way to avoid it. We should have driven a 7-seater SUV. That's right, bring Shincheng and Wu Haotian, those 2 bastards, along with us. Ha ha. We're here. Yiling Xue laughed and parked the car. Everyone got out. Land in grand shopping malls is extremely expensive, especially in big cities like Shanghai, where a piece of underwear can cost thousands of yuan. Some wealthy people spend money without blinking an eye. They don't care about the quality of the product, they just want it to be expensive. A domestic product can be packaged differently, costing a few dozen yuan, but imported products can cost hundreds. And yet, people still buy it. It's not that these people are so hateful. The money belongs to them. Even if they spend a fortune to buy dog shit, that's their business and has nothing to do with Guzay and the others. Brother Guzay. Su Yuyan hugged one of Guzay's arms. Let's go buy clothes first. I also want to buy some clothes for the changing seasons. Carol held it up. Zhou Cece looked at Guzay with disgust on her face. You damn scumbag. She said this after a while. Damn, am I wrong for being popular? Guzay snorted. Chapter 94 Little Fairy. Popular? I think you just want to start a harem. Damn scumbag. Stinky scumbag. Zhou Cece made a contemptuous gesture. I'd love to. If you have the ability, you can also start a harem. Don't you have that much charm? Guzay stuck out his tongue. Watching these two funny guys slandering each other, Yiling Shue just covered her head and said nothing. I'm here to buy things today, not to quarrel. Not far away, Li Shen and Su Hao, one was disguised as a high-quality man shopping, and the other was no different from a stalker. The two people felt a little awkward when they met. Mr. Li Shen, what a coincidence. Ha ha. Su Hao scratched his head. Is business okay? Li Shen asked. Isn't the overseas drilling platform going to be updated soon? Aren't you going back to take charge? Su Hao shook his head and said, Isn't this because I'm worried about my sister? Su Yuyan's heart has been well integrated with her body and needs to be checked once a day for fear of any problems. Even so, Su Hao was still worried, so now he had to follow Su Yuyan wherever she went. Alas! How can I give away the cabbages I have raised at home for so many years? Are you, a sister Khan? Li Xian asked. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Hao snorted, I'm just worried about my sister. Look, how has my sister been through all these years? Everything needs to be specially made, even sleeping requires special monitoring by instruments, otherwise there is a possibility of heart problems in the middle of the night. Li Xian ignored him and said, If you have the time, why don't you drive over here? Before, the three of us couldn't handle the woman's spending, and now it's just Guzay. For the sake of your sister's future happiness, you don't want no one to carry her bags, do you? Su Hao snorted and then clicked the keychain. A Wuling Hongwan car next to it, which was particularly capable of carrying a lot of things, beeped twice. After what happened last time, he woke up. It doesn't matter if it's a luxury car or not, as long as it can be installed, it's a good car. A girl walked by and looked at Su Hao with disdain in her eyes. Su Hao was completely confused. What was that look in this woman's eyes? Don't look at it anymore. There are still many girls who like to spend money in the commercial area here. Those big brands are extremely attractive to them. Li Xian said, Do you know what is the most popular here? Rich people who drive luxury cars. Girls who are usually arrogant in love are willing to pay for luxury cars as soon as they see them. You. Looking at the brand new Wuling Hongwan, Li Xian smiled. Damn, it's just a luxury car. I have plenty in my garage. Su Hao snorted, then sensed something was wrong. How come you're so skilled? I'm a secret agent, so I have to disguise myself. I drive a luxury car, wear a watch, and go to high-end clubs. Li Xian said calmly, How many women do you think want to get into my bed? Damn, I didn't realize you were such a playboy. I don't want to beat you. Li Xian's veins bulged on his hands. Did Su Hao become stupid after hanging out with Guzay? Why did such a good nobleman become like this? But forget it, as long as Guzay is fine, everything will be fine. On the other side, Guzay took these girls to stroll around in various shopping malls. I can't buy clothes because many things haven't been restocked yet due to the change of seasons, so I can only buy discounted stock. Then, all the girls came to the women's lingerie store without any prior arrangement. Guzay had no way of entering this place. Brother Guzay, we will come out after we have made our choice. Su Yuyan let go reluctantly. Well, go quickly. Guzay leaned against the wall with a hamburger in his hand, eating it in big mouthfuls. Finally I can take a break. Although I can't buy clothes, but there are still a lot of things to carry when buying. Oh, women are so scary. While you can still rest, eat something quickly. Why is women's underwear so expensive? That statement is probably true. In a household, women consume more than children, dogs, and men. Just as Guzet was sighing, he finished the hamburger in his hand. He picked up his phone to see if there were any interesting news or videos to relieve his boredom. His behavior of standing at the door successfully attracted the attention of a little fairy. "What are you doing standing here, a grown man?" A girl carrying a shoulder bag looked at Guzet with disgust. "You bastard, are you trying to peek? Let me tell you, it's because of men like you that the rights of us women are threatened." Guzet looked left and right, but didn't see any gangster-like man. Then he pointed at himself in confusion and asked, "Are you talking about me? Who else could it be but you? Disgusting man, a cheap man, what else could you possibly want to do standing in front of a lingerie store?" The woman looked at Guzet with disgust and waved her hand, as if she didn't want to breathe the same air with Guzet. "You're so tall, why don't you do something else? Why do you have to peep?" Guzet was speechless. He looked at the woman and said sarcastically, "Don't worry, even if I peek at men, I won't peek at you. Look at her, she has foundation and lipstick on her face, carries expensive bags on her back, and even drives a Ferrari. Even if the Ferrari is a cheap one worth hundreds of thousands. Where did this Puxin woman come from? Why, I'm not as pretty as men." The woman was dissatisfied. How could she, a high and mighty fairy, be compared with a stinky man? Guzet sighed and said, "So you think I'm here just to spy on you? What else?" The woman snorted, and there was a hint of pride in her eyes when she looked at Guzet. "I am the queen, so confident and shining." As a result, 10 seconds later. "Brother Guzet, we have made our choice." Su Yuyan and the others came out. "Oh, then where are we going to play next?" Guzet asked. Yuyan said she wanted to go to the movies. Carol said, "What happened?" Looking at the woman arguing with Guzet, Carol was a little confused. "It's nothing. Come, give me a kiss first," Guzet said with a chuckle. "Ah." Although he was not unwilling, Carol felt a little embarrassed in public in front of so many people. In the end, she couldn't argue with Guzet and could only kiss him on the face. The girl was dumbfounded. "You can doubt my character, but you absolutely cannot doubt my taste. Do you understand?" Guzet snorted and took everyone to the cinema. The girl immediately took out the latest fruit phone given by the dog and opened Weibo. Family. Who understands? Chapter 95 Graphene. This woman's cell phone was broken. Li Xian showed his ID and said expressionlessly, "Miss, you are under arrest. Please do not resist, otherwise." He flashed the gun at his waist. Some people are just looking for trouble. So what if they're standing outside a lingerie store? Does that bother you? Does it affect your 30% good looks and 70% beauty? Su Hao helped get the girl to the car. After experiencing this, he sighed, "You agents have such a hard time. Not only do you have to deal with external spies and the like, but now you even have to protect important people from being cyberbullied." But Guzet really killed people and destroyed their hearts. "You can doubt my character, but you can't doubt my taste? Phew, that is quite interesting." On the other side, in the cinema, several people who bought seats in a row were watching the latest sci-fi blockbuster Avengers of My Father and laughing heartily. The dim lights in the cinema gave some couples the opportunity to act out their feelings, but Guzet's situation was not so good. Su Yuyan and Carol would probably fight if Guzet wasn't around. After a busy and fulfilling day, Guzet returned home and fell asleep. As for Carol? Good sisters are honest with each other and go for a massage. The next day, inside Feng Shuai Company, Yiling Shuai hurried over with a newspaper. "Guzet! Guzet, are you there?" Something big happened. Guzet, who had just arrived at work and had not had time to eat breakfast, was shocked. What happened? What's going on? Is it the end of the world? Has the Chinese national football team qualified for the World Cup? Guzet asked. What World Cup? What's going on here? Yiling Shuai said anxiously. It's the new energy company. Look at their news. They're the only thing covering this news in China right now. News? What happened to the news? Something happened to the news? Guzet took the newspaper curiously and read it carefully. The content above is nothing more than a sentence. New energy company has developed the latest graphene battery. I thought it was something else. Guzet snorted and put the newspaper aside. Don't pay attention to it. It will take several years for human technology to commercialize this thing. They are just throwing a small smokescreen now. Smoke bomb. That's not the point. Yiling said, the main thing is that this news has shaken our interests. Fengshui Company's nickel hydrogen technology stock has fallen. The businesses we're working with have all asked for lower cooperation fees. The energy industry is a hot industry now. If it hadn't been suppressed by Guzay, it would have flourished. However, these flowers cannot compare to Guzay. They won't. Guzay yawned. It's difficult to use graphene in battery technology. Even if it is used, it should only be a small piece. It's still a lithium battery in essence. But Yiling frowned. What about our interests? Xiaoxue, how come you're so easily frightened after going through so much? Guzay sighed. You used to be so confident, as if there were no other strong people in the world besides you. Where did that arrogance go? Yiling curled her lips and stopped talking. They are doing this just to announce that they have developed new technology. This is not surprising. There are many talented people in Japan, so it is not surprising that one or two of them can develop new technology. But their purpose should be more to encircle us and force us to make concessions. Guzay said lightly. Then what do you want to do? Yiling asked. It's simple. Hold a press conference, Guzay said. Mr. Huang and his friends know some bigwigs working in this field. They must be academicians at the very least. With such people explaining the science to us, and with my guarantee as the pioneer of nickel hydrogen technology, you don't have to worry about not getting your shares back. Yiling frowned and asked, what if I really can't come back? Then I will announce the nuclear fusion technology, and kill the oil energy and battery technology at the same time. That's it. Guzay said these rather terrifying words calmly. Once nuclear fusion technology is announced, the energy status of oil will be impacted. America will definitely be furious, and such a technology that is beneficial to all mankind will definitely kill Japan's new energy companies. After all, didn't you say you were a new energy company? What about new energy? How come they still managed to do such a big thing? Do you really have nuclear fusion technology? Yiling was stunned. Don't worry about whether it exists or not. Didn't they say they have graphene battery technology? I also have graphene battery technology. Guzay said with a smile. Really? Yiling was excited. Don't get excited yet. Looking at the president's excitement, Guzay was speechless. He first explained the advantages of graphene, and then talked about its disadvantages. Including, it is harmful to the human body, and the cost of this thing is really too expensive. Although the performance can be guaranteed, if the price of this thing cannot be lowered, then there is absolutely no way to sell it. However, if this capital wants to raise money with just a PPT, then this thing is perfect. Ah, so difficult? Yiling was stunned. But I see these people sound very impressive. Sister, this technology is what China is leading. Would you rather believe that they don't believe in our own science and technology? Guzay said helplessly, let's do it my way. The press conference, and the science popularization. You don't have to think too far ahead about that graphene thing. With the current technology, it can't be promoted. Apart from experiments and some special experimental equipment, this thing really doesn't have much use. Okay, if that's the case, I'll do it. Yiling sighed, by the way, do you have anything else to do? I don't have anything to do at the moment. Is there anything you want me to take care of? Guzay asked. Yes. Yiling nodded. Now that our industry is expanding rapidly, we're a bit short on manpower. Could you please provide some guidance to the people below? Guzay. Am I, the chief technician, so worthless now? Do you want to screw the screws yourself? What kind of thing? Guzay asked. Regarding new materials, Yiling said, there are some issues with the car parts that need to be resolved. If it's inconvenient for you, I can ask someone else to handle it. Guzay frowned. Materials? This can just be done by copying, right? Chapter 96 Talents emerge in large numbers. Not knowing what had happened, Guzay went to a factory according to the address. In order to ensure safety during production, he should have specially designed a set of production lines. Why is the problem not with the battery, but with the new material? Once we entered the industrial park, we found that the workers had been released and the factory had been temporarily sealed off. Guzay walked into the factory and looked at the messy factory, feeling strange. System, check the assembly line. Guzay said. Beep, beep, beep. After a moment, the system scan results came out. There are no abnormalities on the assembly line and there are no problems with the materials produced. No problem? This shouldn't be the case. Guzay scratched his face. If there was no problem, why would Jiling say there was a problem? These materials are supplied to the military research institutes. A lot of new materials are consumed every day, and new weapons require new materials to be produced. If a factory stops operating, that means millions of dollars in losses that day. That's right, millions in net profit. After paying taxes. What went wrong? Guzay was still looking for the problem, while outside, someone seemed to have received the news and broke into the factory with others. Ha! Is there anything you need? Guzay was checking the terminal, hoping that it was a system error and it might be more reliable to check it himself. But it was obvious that Guzay still overestimated human kindness. Kid, you're the one sent by the higher-ups to investigate, right? A bearded man looked at Guzay and snorted, let me tell you, we don't need any investigation here. Let's resume production right away. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. According to the routine, Guzay should have fought with them at this time, or at least said a few words to justify his position. But, are you fucking idiot? Guzay looked at the man and snorted, what the hell is it to you if I can't find any problems? This factory is yours, right? Who the hell do you think you are? Yo, huh? You're still being stubborn, aren't you? Brothers, just drop your weapons and surrender. Don't use any force. That's right, Guzay took out the gun again. Come on, keep going wild. Guzay said as he fired a shot at the wall. A standard magazine has 12 bullets, and there are still 11. I can't guarantee that I can kill all of you, but if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make your brain turn into a rotten watermelon. Do you believe it? He only had so many bullets in his gun, but who wanted to be the first to get shot? No one wanted to. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Guzay snorted. Someone came over and handed over a document. Medical leave, 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, company medical insurance, employee personal information deleted. Already deleted? What does this mean? Can anyone explain it to me? Guzay asked. Everyone looked embarrassed. That's literally what it means, said the person who provided the information. We were paid for medical insurance, but the supervisor refused to pay and secretly pocketed the money. Someone got sick and wanted treatment, but it wasn't approved. They died, and then there was a commotion. The case was suppressed again, and the family is demanding a large sum of money in compensation. The finances don't tally up. Guzay stood there, not knowing what to say. Hello, are you the police? Yes, this is Factory 1 of Fengshui Company. Please come over quickly. I have a few criminals to deal with. Guzay said helplessly. Those supervisors wanted to resist, but when they saw that Guzay's pistol had never left the line of fire aimed at them, they felt it was not worth risking their lives for such a small benefit. After learning the specific situation, Yiling Xue was speechless. You're asking for millions of dollars in compensation for something that could be fixed with just a few thousand? Is this your money? Why are you doing this and that on your own? But now that it has happened, there is nothing that can be done. All I can say is that the company still needs to strengthen management in the future. As for what happens next, it will naturally be to quickly resume production and then supply weapons research. Aircraft carriers need this material, airplanes need this material, even damn close combat knives need this material. While driving an e-mule, Guzay couldn't understand why there would be such people who would embezzle money when the company wasn't short of money. After he finished dealing with the issues here, Li Xian came to visit him. Why, you have time to come see me? Guzay asked. I'm here to discuss something with you, Li Xian said. Do you want to join the army for some training? The two men looked at each other, and Guzay spoke first. Are you kidding? The army is short of people now and you want me to go there? Guzay was stunned. It's not that he wanted to avoid military service or anything, it's just that there was no way for a man like him to join the army. Some rich kids might join the army to gild their resumes, but Guzay is different. He has a lot of people to take care of. If this is training all day long, what about scientific research? This is also for your protection, Li Xian said. I'm doing nothing but keeping an eye on you right now, but even so, there's still a lot of time I can't take care of you. Although you have a gun that can handle most situations, if you really run into a desperate criminal, you're still in great danger. What this means is that the pistol may not be able to protect Gu Zhe. I can protect myself by myself, Gu Zhe said. But your family will be threatened. Although no one died because of your mother, several people have been injured and hospitalized. Li Xian said, you need to stay in the army for half a year. During this time, I will help you deal with all traces of your situation. After that, you need to tell me directly about any inventions you make. I will then report to the higher authorities for production. Did someone leak the information? Gu Zhe asked. A lot. Li Xian said, what do you think? I don't want to be imprisoned. Gu Zhe shook his head, I will take care of it, and you won't need to bother me anymore. Li Xian sighed. Since that was what he said, he could only leave. The security around here was strengthened. Even when Gu Zhe was using the restroom, someone would come out to make a phone call. When he was eating, someone would order a lot of food and drinks. There are even more people walking on the street hugging girls and laughing. Gu Zhe knew that many people here were protecting themselves, but this situation made him very uncomfortable. Apart from anything else, I can't have fun with Carol like this. It's just too much. Under such circumstances, Gu Zhe made a decision to explain the laboratory affairs to them and prove the fact that he was a super genius. Chapter 97, Self-Exposure. This idea had actually occurred to Gu Zhe before. After all, as long as he told his secret, with the full support of China, within 10 years, he, Gu Zhe, would definitely be on Mars, looking at the green environment outside, eating steak and drinking red wine, enjoying the days of being surrounded by beautiful women and concubines. This is outrageous, but also very realistic, because with Gu Zhe's technology, let alone nuclear bombs, he has a way to make antimatter bombs ineffective. In a novel, aliens sent proton weapons to disrupt the physical phenomena of the Earth in order to seal the technological level of Earth civilization. As long as the same theory is used, the nuclear fission and nuclear fusion reactions in this world can be completely eliminated, or in other words, they can disappear and reappear as Gu Zhe imagined. After that, once the mecha weapons and equipment on Gu Zhe are equipped on a large scale in the Chinese army, it will be a situation of crushing all the way. There is no need to even think about tactics, just push forward all the way. Let Westerners feel the horror of God's scourge again. Oh, forget it, it's better to just think about it. Gu Zhe stopped fantasizing and looked worried. Thinking of this, Gu Zhe sent a message to both Mr. Huang and Li Xian. I know you all have connections above you, and perhaps you even know some important figures I don't even know about, figures I'll never meet in my lifetime. Tomorrow I'll reveal my secrets. If you trust me, bring your people to me. Everything is for the prosperity of China. The sudden news caught Li Xian and Huang Gong, who were sent to protect Gu Zhe, off guard. Why does this feel like the werewolf self-destructing in the werewolf game? The next morning at 7 o'clock. Gu Zhe was sitting on the steps at the entrance of Fengshui Company, waiting for the two men to come find him. A car drove slowly towards us. Above are Li Xian and Mr. Huang. Kid, get in the car. Engineer Huang said with a chuckle, have you finally figured it out? Have you decided to come clean? I knew you wouldn't do anything drastic. Mr. Huang, you'd better prepare some quick-acting heart pills, Li Xian said calmly. You're not in good health. If you see something particularly powerful later, don't let it overwhelm you and you faint. Mr. Huang did not comment on this. After all, his body had been strengthened, and his current physique was exactly the same as that of a man in his 30s or 40s. What kind of shock could scare such a Huang Gong? He wasn't even scared when Gu Zhe took out the nuclear bomb and antimatter bomb before. Gu Zhe was very considerate and took out a box of quick-acting heart pills. Hey, you kid. Old Huang looked at Gu Zhe dissatisfiedly, you're getting worse and worse. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to you? Gu Zhe laughed. Then, the car slowly approached an old and dilapidated residential area in the city center. What are you doing here? Gu Zhe has many laboratories, scattered around the city. This is the center, storing the most outrageous and complete technology. Follow me. Gu Zhe got out of the car inside. The two looked at each other and got out of the car. When we got to a building, the elevator unit opened. Seeing that there was no one around, Gu Zhe pressed a few buttons on the elevator. the hide button appeared. Gu Zhe pressed it. When they got here, Li Xian and Huang Lao were already very surprised. What is this? When did Gu Zhe put such a thing in this community? The agents used ultrasonic waves to investigate before and found an unknown building in that area. Is that your laboratory? Li Xian asked. I have to say, the special agent team is really powerful. Yes, Gu Zhe nodded, there are many places in this city where I have laboratories. You can't enter without my permission. If that's the case, then it would explain why there are so many strange things on Gu Zhe. Ding ding buzz. The door opened and Gu Zhe let his men in. System, turn on all lights. It's already on. Click. Lights suddenly appeared in the underground building, making Mr. Huang and Li Xian dizzy. And when they saw the equipment displayed here, they were all shocked. This is... Li Xian looked at the humanoid armor placed in the middle and walked over quickly. Exoskeleton? No, this thing is fully covered. This... alien technology armor. Gu Zhe said calmly, if you're willing, you can ask a few people in related fields to study it. Although there's no way to completely replicate it, it's still possible to make a few mechas that can withstand rockets. With this, things like stealth operations become much easier. What about this? Old Huang asked, looking at something that looked like a missile. Oh, this is the engine of a super fighter. There's a complete one down there, Gu Zhe said. Compared to this thing, the 5th generation fighter is even weaker. It has an autonomous system and is made of a special cosmic alloy. It can withstand a nuclear bomb. Mr. Huang showed a greedy look. If you want, I will organize the 5th generation aircraft improvement plan and send it to you later. But now you don't even know how to use the new materials. Mr. Huang, we should be content with what we have. Gu Zhe said with a smile. Engineer Huang wiped his saliva and chuckled, you're right. Absolutely right. Hey, when can we take it out for a spin? I know you've got a way, right? You are right. Gu Zhe said as he walked to a cabinet, took a small box from it and threw it to Li Xian. What is this? Li Xian caught it casually and almost drowned himself. His hand sank, and he looked horrified as he asked, what is this? After getting used to it, he opened the box, revealing an AR pair of glasses and an iron wheel ring. What is this? Could it be? A space cutting ring, Gu Zhe said, is a piece of space cut into pieces and made into equipment. It can hold so many things, I don't think there's any need to worry about not being able to fit a small airplane. Isn't this something that only appears in science fiction and fantasy novels? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Gu Zhe waved his hand, there's one more thing I have to explain to you earlier. As he spoke, Gu Zhe pointed to the machine beside him. I know this, Mr. Huang volunteered. This is the lithography machine you made, right? No wonder you're so talented. It turns out there's this kind of technology. Gu Zhe just smiled and didn't say anything. What? Did I guess wrong? Mr. Huang asked in confusion. You guessed it right, this is the core component of the lithography machine, but what I want to talk about is the thing at the back. Chapter 98. My background is beyond your imagination. What's the thing at the back? What's so good about that thing at the back? Mr. Huang was puzzled, and Li Xian was even more confused. What was so special about this thing? Molecular printer. Gu Zhe said with a smile, a machine that turns stone into gold. As long as there are stones and wood, it can mass-produce gold and precious metals, as well as any substance whose molecular structure humans have now figured out. In other words, with this thing, we are equivalent to? Old Huang looked at Li Xian tentatively. The latter nodded and said, unlimited gold and precious metals. These things are not just something that can be exchanged for money and maintain their value, more importantly, they are extremely important in scientific experiments. In just a few minutes, Gu Zhe gave them so much shock. Suddenly, Li Xian thought of something and asked, Gu Zhe, is it the heart you transplanted to Miss Su? Oh, that one, it's down there. Gu Zhe pressed a button and a passage appeared. The three of them walked down and found a more spacious laboratory, where there was even a plant cultivation system in operation. Is this an extinct plant? How did it come back to life? Mr. Huang was curious. No, this is a product of genetic modification. Gu Zhe said, we don't know what its specific use is yet. It will only be useful if someone specializes in adjusting it. Aren't you the owner of these things? Li Xian asked. But this belongs to the field of biologists. Gu Zhe worried, how would I know how to transform it to achieve what I want? That is true. The two of them didn't continue asking. When they got to a machine, Gu Zhe introduced it. This is a treatment device, an artificial organ maker. Not only the internal organs, but even missing bones and arms can be produced. If this thing existed, would my brother have avoided death? Li Xian, Gu Zhe looked at him. The dead cannot be resurrected, no matter how advanced the technology is. It is possible to clone Li Xian using his parents' DNA and the remaining genetic material of Li Xian, but this would be something else after all, not Li Xian's younger brother. And since they are not natural persons, the social status of this thing will become quite strange. After visiting all these, there was another thing that attracted Mr. Huang's attention. This is the mainframe of a supercomputer, Gu Zhe said, turning on the mainframe and the screen. I haven't calculated its computing power. When I'm constructing large-scale blueprints, I don't even use 1/10,000,000th of its performance. It can connect to a database, and there's a lot of information in it. For example, as he spoke, Gu Zhe took out two things. One is the nuclear fusion energy utilization device. Nuclear fusion in modern technology is nothing more than boiling water to generate electricity, but Gu Zhe's can directly utilize the energy of nuclear fusion. As for the principle, does it matter? Another. Galaxy Stellar Energy Utilization Plan. Dyson Sphere. Li Xian covered his chest, took the quick-acting heart pills from Mr. Huang, and swallowed them in one gulp. Then the life support system detected that he had heart problems and he was grabbed by a robotic arm and put on the hospital bed. I gave him a forced injection in the butt before letting him go. This made Mr. Huang laugh a lot. You are so unlucky as a youngster. Ha ha ha. After making enough noise, Li Xian and Mr. Huang began to discuss what to take out first. Forget about the direct utilization device of nuclear fusion energy, that thing is too outrageous, so it's better to just take away the nuclear fusion generator. As for the upgraded version of the treatment chamber, which is a complete treatment chamber, that thing must also be taken away. With the above permission, doctors will most likely be unemployed in the future. As for that molecular printer, can this thing be mass-produced? Li Xian asked. Combined with the generator, this thing is a continuous supply printer. If it can be mass-produced, then China's productivity will be greatly improved. When productivity is sufficient, people won't need to work too hard. Money becomes less important. Although they can't do this for the sake of the world system, they still have to be on guard, right? What if a natural disaster strikes and the whole world starves? They can still use molecular printers to produce bread, right? Okay. Gu Zhe didn't deny it, if you need it. With a snap of his fingers, a message came on Li Xian's mobile phone. The Ministry of Science and Technology had received an email and now needed to confirm the highest level of authority before it could be decompressed. The one with the highest authority, that's the only one. I'll resolve this matter as soon as possible, Li Xian said. Now, you can make 3 things without restraint: the treatment chamber, the graphene battery, and the engine. You can cooperate with anyone, and if you need anyone from the National Research Department, I can use them as your assistant. Okay, this is enough for now. Gu Zhe nodded. Fortunately, it was not an antidote to paraquat, and the one who found Gu Zhe was not a capital company. Otherwise, they tricked Gu Zhe into going to the company and said, Mr. Gu Zhe, we need you to make a potion that is 10 times weaker than this antidote, and you must ensure that you will not reveal this secret. You are never allowed to make the real paraquat potion. Why, you ask? Because it makes a lot of money. Or, Mr. Gu Zhe, we do not allow you to make molecular prints. What can this machine do? It can completely disrupt the capital market. After all, technology is the future, and money is just waste paper. A few people took the elevator up, and Mr. Huang suddenly had an idea. Can you build a space elevator? The scene was awkward for a moment. With the current level of technology, it is actually possible to make such a thing, as long as humans invest regardless of the cost. By then, you can take a space trip for just 2,000 yuan, which is so cool. No, because the energy problem is already solved, maybe it only costs $50? Should we build it? I feel like if we build it, the International Space Station will crash into us for no apparent reason. Gu Zhe said. Mr. Huang nodded and said, you're right, let's forget it. Compared to this, it's more feasible to make mechas under the name of industrial auxiliary equipment. Li Xian said, you can use this as a starting point. Li Xian's brain, it would be a waste if he didn't become a scientist. The three of them separated. Guzhe went to eat, while Li Xian and the other two went to the online meeting room urgently. Now they still have a lot to do, including explaining what will happen in China next and what happened to Guzhe. In the car, Mr. Huang felt more and more strange. Chapter 99 Kidnappers. Mr. Huang, what's wrong? Li Xian asked. No, I just feel that Guzhe has more secrets than that, said Mr. Huang, but I can't tell you what they are. Sometimes being confused is a kind of happiness. Li Xian continued driving with a blank expression. On the other side, Guzhe ate 3 baskets of dumplings, then went home and lay down on the bed to sleep. Before falling asleep, he sent a message to Yiling Xue, which was an email. It contains the relevant technology of graphene batteries. As long as this is available, new energy companies will be completely defeated. A's? Carol came back from buying groceries and was surprised to see Guzhe still at home. Don't you have to go to work today? Looking at this exotic princess, Guzhe felt only pleasure. Then he fell asleep. On the other hand, Li Xian successfully persuaded his boss to join him in making trouble. Let me make this clear, Li Xian. If what you say is true, then you must protect this secret even at the cost of your life, the boss said sternly. This concerns the future of China. All participants' schedules have been postponed today just to give you half an hour. I understand. Cold sweat broke out on Li Xian's forehead. Guzhe had brought him too much trouble. For the next half hour, the participants, who were only able to speak, asked a variety of questions. Some were skeptical, some were surprised, and some couldn't believe it. The person at position 000 remained silent. Finally, it was his turn. My suggestion is very good. Number 0 chuckled. Our Huaxia country will become even stronger, and the Northwest can be developed on a large scale. Isn't this a good thing? Since Li Xian saw it with his own eyes, there is no need for us to doubt it. Let's do it this way. According to that person's suggestion, slowly improve the technology. After the meeting, Li Xian gained more power. At noon, Xin Yuling and Su Yuyan took Guzhe to see a house. The two major families, the Xin family and the Su family, have not been without cooperation. They once developed a piece of land that was full of high-end residences, each costing tens of millions. It's not necessary to buy such a luxurious house, but mainly because a house like this is several hundred square meters and has 3 floors. Guzhe has enough reason to hire several housekeepers and maids to help him manage the house. As for this housekeeper and maid, they are just friends on weekdays, but if they encounter danger, Mr. Guzhe, please evacuate immediately. We will cover your retreat. That's right, these are the bodyguards arranged for Guzhe and his confidant. As for the furniture. Wow! After entering, Su Yuyan's eyes lit up. Looking at the 16K super large color TV, she couldn't help but wonder, Brother Guzhe, where did this come from? Where did it come from? I exchanged it through the system. 2K TVs are very expensive these days, and one made of special materials like this can easily sell for millions. That's not all. Guzhe laughed and coughed. Ahem, Xiaobing, I want some juice. Bite. The prepared machine started to run automatically, and soon the freshly squeezed juice appeared in the kitchen. It's not that there is no way to use things like robotic arms, but the smart home we have now is enough, and there is no need to get such luxurious things. Freshly squeezed juice was poured for the two girls. The sofa in the hall was very comfortable. As soon as they sat down, the entire air conditioning system started running. The TV automatically turns on, adjusts the light, and then starts playing music. This is too good to be true. I'm not going back. Su Yuyan lay on the sofa like a child and said, I'm going to live here. From now on, I'll eat and drink Guzhe's food. It's okay for you to stay as long as you want. After all, this is a house jointly developed by your two families. Guzhe chuckled, there will be a banquet tonight, which can be regarded as a welcoming party for moving into the new house. At night, all the people who knew Guzhe would come here to attend the banquet. In order to prevent people from having sex while drunk, Guzhe only ordered drinks, not a drop of alcohol. Because there were so many people, many of them postponed their work and rushed over, fearing that they would be late. After a simple lunch at noon, the three of them watched a movie and played games with people who arrived one after another. When it was night, Guzhe felt a little strange. Carol should have come back by now. It's so late now, why hasn't she come back yet? Let's go out and look for it. Su Hao suggested. Just when a few young people were about to go out to look for him, Guzé's cell phone rang. Guzé was stunned when he saw that it was an unknown number. Answer the call. Hello, Mr. Gu. A specially encrypted voice came over. Who are you? Guzé came to the computer with his cell phone in hands-free mode. In front of everyone, Guzé began to track the man's signal in reverse. You don't need to care who I am. You just need to know that if you want your girlfriend to survive, you have to go to the high seas by yourself with the engine information. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for your body to be collected. High seas? Damn, you bunch of bastards. Guzé just stood up and was about to curse when the other party hung up the phone, and the location of the signal source was also displayed on the computer screen. Carol was kidnapped. How could these people act so quickly? Why? There was no time to explain now. Guzé rode on his electric scooter and rushed towards the base. He called Li Xian on the way. Hello? Li Xian answered the phone. Brother Xian, something happened. Guzé said, Carol was kidnapped. I know. Li Xian seemed busy. I divided the technology you gave me into several levels and distributed them to other researchers for research. Some researchers escaped with some of the information. We are tracking them now. No need to track them, the enemy is on the high seas. Guzé said, there's no way the Chinese special forces can get there, you have to think of a way. TSK. Li Xian snorted, I see. Do you know who the other party is? Unfortunately, no one has such information. After all, apart from some desperate criminals, the only ones who dare to sneak into China and launch a surprise attack are international mercenaries. They are willing to do almost anything for money, and they don't care about gains and losses. It would be easy to destroy the enemy's lair, but the problem is that they now have hostages. What should I do? Do I really have to compromise? The information about an engine isn't that important. At this time, the robber called again. Chapter 100 Liquidation. Mr. Guzé, the processed voice came again, you hit it really well. If I didn't have your information before, I would have thought you were a genius who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Now, I'm giving you a choice. Either join America and reunite with your girlfriend, or you'll be waiting to collect her body. Guzé almost crushed his phone. He stopped at the base and asked, if I agree to join America, are you sure you will release Carol? Of course, after all, we only want money and won't make things difficult for our customers. The robber said proudly. Guzé said calmly, how can you guarantee that? We never break our promises. Okay, you wait. Guzé had already arrived at the laboratory in the basement, authorized and unlocked the alien armor, then went downstairs and boarded the superfighter. I'm going to kill you right now. The robber was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean, kill me now? How are you going to kill me? You have to know that this is the high seas. On the high seas, whoever has the most power has the final say. It seems that this guy has no intention of resolving this matter peacefully. TSK, it seems that I won T get the bonus. But, this chick seems to be a member of the Camel Kingdom royal family? TSK, we guys haven't T experienced what it's like to be royal yet. Ha ha. Just as this group of Minotaurs were about to take action, several J-20s took off urgently in Chinese airspace. Unknown unit, immediately identify yourself. Otherwise, we reserve the right to shoot you down. The Air Defense Network detected this super fighter and directly launched several J-20s to intercept it. But when they saw the fighter plane up close, they were stunned. Isn't this the fighter jet that the intelligence mentioned? Humph. Guzé said nothing and accelerated. Boom! The airwave almost blew away the fighter jet following behind. Is this still a fighter jet? When did something like this appear in our Chinese territory? Shoo, stop talking and go back. Several pilots hurried back to the airport. On the other side, when the robbers were about to enjoy the beauty, they suddenly received a call from America. Hello? Who the hell are you calling? The leader asked impatiently. Evacuate immediately, women, don't move. This is the final warning. After he finished speaking, the phone automatically hung up. The robber was confused. What the hell does this mean? It was natural that they didn't know the specific situation. Currently, only 2 people knew about the equipment in Guzé's hands, Engineer Huang and Li Xian. Since the robbers did not have America's high-altitude satellites, they naturally had no way of detecting this special thing. In fact, even America's reconnaissance satellite only captured an afterimage and could not see the specific appearance clearly. Question: how long does it take for a super fighter to take off from China and reach a certain location on the high seas? Answer: 3 minutes. Just when the robbers were at a loss, someone said something loudly. Boss, look up at the sky. What's that in the sky? Everyone looked up and saw a huge figure passing directly over their ship, and then a heavy bomb landed directly on the ship. It was a humanoid creature covered in metallic color. Guzay was inside and saw Carol's position clearly, then walked out. That's right, he walked out. You are Mr. Guzay, right? The robber leader chuckled. If you want to join us, just do it. Why are you making such a joke? It's not nice at all. No. Guzay smiled coldly. I am indeed here to kill you. Fighting skills, firearm skills. Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire on the ship. Under Carol's horrified gaze, one robber after another was killed and their bodies thrown into the sea, without a complete body. The battle lasted for 30 minutes, and Guzay successfully killed all the robbers. But then he ran into trouble again. Although the super fighter is fast, it can only seat one person. How can we get back? Ding-a-ling. Hello? Guzay untied Carol and then answered the phone. Now, you fly the fighter plane away alone. The subsequent rescue mission will be handled by the international police. The person on the other end said lightly and hung up the phone. There did appear a Coast Guard ship with lights on. In order not to expose his skills, Guzay glanced at Carol and then said, I'll wait for you to come back to the new house. Yeah. Carol nodded, watching Guzay put on his mecha again, then soar into the sky and be caught by the fighter plane. After a loud bang, the fighter plane flew away. Let us not talk about Guzay's disorderly temper for now. At the Yenjing headquarters, the commander-in-chief put down the phone and sighed. The American government issued a statement claiming they had nothing to do with the kidnapping incident. They said these pirates were targeting the technology in Guzay's hands and wanted to steal it. The surveillance results are out. It seems these people took Miss Carol away through smuggling channels. Each incident is really a headache. The commander-in-chief waved his hand and said with a wry smile, let me make a phone call. The white-haired old man took out his private cell phone and made a call. Ah Xian, I don't care about this matter anymore, you can handle it. Kill those who should be killed and lock up those who should be locked up. Li Xian was in the regional command center. After listening to the words of this old senior, he said a word lightly. Good. Beep, beep, beep. In the command center of the eyes, many people felt as if they were sentenced to death and their hearts were extinguished when they heard this word. Commander-in-Chief, isn't it a bit inappropriate to leave this matter to a junior like Li Xian? Someone asked. There should be a better option. No, Li Xian is capable enough, the commander-in-chief said. I feel at ease letting him do the job. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. You are relieved, but we are in trouble. Who doesn't know that Li Xian is a devil? We have a huge internal problem this time, the commander-in-chief said. Guzay's information is kept highly confidential, and the construction of the new aircraft is a secret. We don't know how much information will be leaked this time. You must fully cooperate. No one said anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. On the other side, when Guzay returned to the villa, it was empty. Today was really miserable. My identity has been leaked, the super fighter has been displayed, and there are countless satellites watching in the sky. Guzay felt more and more upset the more he thought about it. I thought my path would be much smoother with official support, but I never expected that spies would pass on the information. Damn, this world is no longer what it used to be. If you want to kidnap someone, then kidnap Guzay. Why kidnap Carol? If you kidnap her, Guzay will have to spend the night alone in an empty bed. Alas, I don't know what the attitude of the camel country is. Chapter 101: The Great Purge. There was no one else to be seen in the huge villa, and after a night's rest, Guzay finally waited for Carol to return safely. When they heard that Carol had been kidnapped, Yiling Xue and others were shocked. They didn't understand who was so bold as to kidnap someone in China. Boys are not allowed to attend girls' gatherings. Guzay sat in the living room drinking alone. Ding-a-ling. Hello? Guzay answered the phone. What's up? What could it be? Li Xian's voice was a little noisy, as if he was busy. Someone will come to your house to take the fighter plane and the mecha away. Just cooperate, okay? Why? Guzay felt quite dissatisfied. These were all the fighter jets and mechas given to him by the system. This is the price I pay for covering up the truth for you. Li Xian said softly, kicking a man to the ground. Take him away. What are you doing? Guzay was a little confused. How could you get into a fight with someone just by making a phone call? If Guzay knew what kind of purge Li Xian was carrying out at this moment, he probably wouldn't laugh. Actually, there were quite a few traitors involved in yesterday's incident, Li Xian said. I think someone has ulterior motives with your mecha and fighter jets. Can you lock them? Don't worry. Guzay said with a chuckle, without my authorization, no one can copy the most important engine or something like that. The things given before all had specific information for research, but now the physical objects are being taken back directly without any information to refer to. It would take 10 years to imitate these things even if all the scientists in the world were to gather together. After these 10 years, Guzay's team would probably have grown to a certain size, and these aircraft and mechas would have become standard equipment. Thinking of this, Guzay seemed to understand why the system had asked him to make his own mecha and also gave him the design drawings of a large mecha. In the future world, although we may not have big cannons and big ships, we can use large robots. I'm very busy these days. If you have any problems, please go to see Mr. Huang. He is in a high position and has great power. As long as it's not too troublesome, he can help you solve it. What do you mean by something particularly troublesome? Guzay was puzzled. When some noble families come to trouble you, tell me, and I will have a cordial exchange with them. Guzay could see the wild smile on Li Xian's face through the phone, as if he was going to tear someone into pieces in the next second, just like a devil. Let's do this. Guzay said, I'll set your mecha's authority to second, so that you can use it to save your life at a critical moment. Don't expose the space ring or anything like that. With Guzay's current means, although he cannot do research and development, he can still achieve a 1-to-1 reproduction. If this mecha were to be sold, it would probably fetch tens of trillions of dollars. Thanks to the fact that Guzay himself has a fairly complete production line for new materials, the cost of this mecha is actually not that expensive, but the money required to develop it is probably much higher than this thing. Thank you very much. Li Xian hung up the phone. Looking at the people tied up in front of him, his face was cold. What he held in his hand was all the evidence of their treason during this period. Not to mention reselling scarce materials, they were also capable of collecting information about Guzay and then selling it. I really don't understand what you're all thinking. Li Xian squatted down. Your daughter posted a Weibo post saying that a certain director told her in a meeting that she still had to do some face-saving work, and then she followed suit and upgraded her iPhone to AX, gloating about having a good father. Has the performance of a phone become something to brag about now? And you were so quick. You sent someone to America right away without even a second thought, and it was a smooth sailing. The man was tied to the ground, looking at Li Xian with hatred in his eyes. He said, Li Xian, don't be so complacent. Your Li family's background is not clean. Even if I die today, what will happen? Can you still wipe out my entire family? Well, it's not like they're all wiped out. Li Xian took out his phone and showed him a news report. How's that saying? Evildoers will be punished by God. The news reported that a Chinese woman was raped and murdered in a private villa in America. The perpetrator claimed to be transgender and had serious mental illness. And this address is undoubtedly the daughter of the man in front of Li Xian. In an instant, the sky fell. Don't be sad. Li Xian smiled bitterly. It was your own choice. Who can you blame? Oh, and your relatives and friends? My superiors have asked me to issue a red notice to the international police. Anyone who dares to use the internet will be arrested. What do you think will happen when they return? You. The man struggled. Isn't it just selling one person's information? Is it really necessary for you to do this? Yeah, that's it. Li Xian nodded. Take him away, block his mouth, and don't let him bite his tongue. The people on the ground were taken away like dead pigs, and Li Xian then calmly went to the home of the next big shot. On the other side, Guzay went to work as usual. Although some unpleasant things happened last night, life must go on and work must continue. An experiment is to be conducted today, and the subject of the experiment is the treatment chamber. Previously, this treatment chamber was limited and could only treat genetic defects. Now it needs to be upgraded to a high-tech treatment chamber that can treat any disease. It is completely at the level of advanced civilization in outer space. The renovation wasn't difficult, it just involved replacing the core components. However, the treatment chamber couldn't be used by ordinary people, as it might cause unexpected problems. After a series of ding-dong sounds, Guzé successfully completed the modification of this thing. Now that the modifications are complete, it's time to start testing. So who will be the subject of this experiment? Ha? Why are you looking at me like that? Wu Haotian stood aside with a bun in one hand and a milk tea in the other, watching the fun without thinking about getting involved. Xin Shang and Guzé looked at each other, then one of them took a knife and the other held Wu Haotian and were about to attack. WC. Don't. I'm scared. Wu Haotian only then realized what the two of them wanted to do, but there was nothing he could do because Guzé was as strong as a bull and he could only let them slaughter him. Xin Shang stroked Wu Haotian's arm, and then put his hand into the machine. Chapter 102. Mom was cheated. Sizzle. As the machine started running, the instruments inside analyzed the injury on Wu Haotian's hand and then began treatment. Something like a laser hit Wu Haotian's arm, repairing his arm cells. Soon, a perfect arm that looked like it had been steamed was taken out. Looking at the fair skin, Wu Haotian was a little stunned. Do you want me to receive full body treatment? Wu Haotian asked. The color of your arm will return to normal within a day, Guzé said. You are not afraid of pain if you do it all over your body. Wu Haotian chuckled and fell silent. He turned to look at the large machine, feeling quite familiar with it. This is simply a magical tool for treating injuries and diseases. With this thing, what disease can't be cured? How are the charges priced? Xin Shang asked. It must be high. Just 10,000 for one treatment. Guzé said. 10,000. If you get a serious illness, I guess all the money will be wasted. The wound healing experiment is over, so the next step is another one. Xin Shang took a deep breath and put the organ cells he had cultivated into it. Beep, beep, beep. Organ cells detected, starting to execute commands. Sizzle. Work started again inside, and Guzé and the others were so nervous that they had to be careful not to fail. Then the machine finished its work and spit out a bloody kidney. I'll take it for testing, Xin Shang said as he picked up the thing and went to the laboratory. If this is similar to a normal patient's kidney, then there will be no need to wait for a compatible source for organ transplantation in the future. Guzé scratched his head. Does this count as stealing Shen Kuangren's business? What if they cause trouble? Wu Haotian also thought of the same problem and suggested, Brother Gu, let's keep this news secret for the time being. Guzé nodded. He could also directly destroy the oil business in Camel Country, but not now. As for Shen Kuangren, well, let him transform quickly. The world of China will change in the future. After finishing their work, the three of them were exhausted. The examination is complete. The kidney cultured with the patient's own cells can be used directly without any rejection. Xin Shang said with a laugh, Brother Gu, we're rich now. Developed? Ha ha. Development is impossible. Guzé sighed, I've seen too many of them. Do you believe that once our plan is launched, it will be a surprise success? I don't think it's very likely either. Wu Haotian smiled bitterly. Medical companies at home and abroad are all thinking about how to make money and how to make their medicine effective without completely curing the patient. If we launch this, it will definitely directly harm their interests. To the world, the least valuable thing is human life. These big companies can go against their conscience for the sake of money, even if the money is actually not of much use if something unexpected happens. But the world is structured this way. Even if you're not convinced, what can you do? World War III will definitely not start. By the way, Brother Gu, I want to ask you. Wu Haotian originally wanted to ask Guzé where he got those nuclear bombs from, but the next moment Guzé's cell phone rang. Mom? When he saw the caller ID, he was stunned. What happened? After answering the phone, Guzé asked, Hello, Mom, what happened? A's. I've been cheated. Lu Feng cried miserably on the phone. Millions are gone. These people really deserve to be beheaded. Got cheated? Mom, don't worry. What happened? Who cheated you? Guzé was puzzled. Could it be those electronic fraud gangs in Gyazi country? I bought a house and wanted to use it as your wedding house, Lu Feng said with tears in her eyes. It turned out that in order to leave some property for Guzé, she used the pocket money given by Guzay to buy a pre-sale house. In the evening, Lu Fang was taken back to the villa area, and Guzay and the other two drove to the designated location. After getting out of the car, Guzay fell silent, Wu Haotian was dumbfounded, and Xin Chang was laughing like crazy. What kind of house is this? Looking at the location, it's basically a stinking ditch. What on earth was Lu Fang thinking of buying a house here that hasn't been built yet? It's obvious that someone embezzled public funds, Wu Haotian said with a chuckle. They're developing land. They can sell it for tens of thousands of yuan at a price of 1,000 per square meter. That's not enough. They still have to make money. Even if they can't make more money, they still want to disgust people. These big bosses are like, TSK. You seem to know a lot about it? Guzay asked unhappily. He usually interacts with a lot of people, so it's not surprising to see this kind of boss in there. Xin Chang squatted down, squinted his eyes, and chuckled. There are fish in the underground garage. It must have been abandoned for at least 2 years. 2 years? That previously advertised wealthy residential complex? Guzay was stunned. Didn't they say it was going to be a golden villa? Why is it like this? They just want to make money, Wu Haotian said helplessly. They shout slogans loudly, but the results are no different from those overseas fraud gangs. In fact, they are even more powerful than the fraud gangs. Auntie, I think this money is completely wasted. If you want to take on this project, you probably can't get it without tens of billions of yuan. Xin Xing sighed, just think of it as paying for a lesson. You can't waste so much money on a quagmire. Guzay nodded, sighed, and decided to give in. But he always felt that something was wrong. But what exactly was wrong? Guzay couldn't tell. Driving back, I ran out of gas on the way. Xin Chang drove the car to the gas station. Master, fill it up with 95. Guzay stuck his head out and took out his bank card to pay. The gas station staff didn't say anything, but just swiped it once. Sorry, sir, your card seems to be frozen. Hearing this, the three of them were confused. Whose card was frozen? Guzay? The monthly income in his card, minus taxes, must be tens of millions. Why is it frozen? How is this possible? Guzay said as he took out his phone and opened the bank's app to check his balance. Sure enough, it showed that his card had been frozen. The text message arrived late at this moment. We've detected that you've been in arrears for a long time and have placed you on the list of dishonest people. You will be restricted from high-end consumption and... Guzay's face darkened. He had a little idea of what was happening. Chapter 103 I want to do business with you. Back in the house that Yiling Xue had bought for Guzay, Guzay checked various information about himself. The bank card is frozen, high consumption is restricted, and even the balance cannot be checked. Needless to say, something must have happened to me. After working so hard for so long, I only dared to ask for an extra serving of soup dumplings for lunch every morning, and this is what I got in return? Guzay couldn't accept this fact. But what if you don't accept it? So-called professional matters should be handled professionally, so hire a lawyer. No, please. TSK, Guzay snorted and stood up. I want to see what's going on. When he arrived at the laboratory, everything outside was silent. He was using a supercomputer to analyze what had happened. Analyzing this kind of thing is a piece of cake. After layers of screening, Guzay finally got the complete story. Lu Fang is not a fool. She decided to buy the house after reading a lot of information, but unfortunately, the other party changed the contract. The honest and upright Lu Fang certainly didn't want to continue paying money, but she didn't study law, so she tried all kinds of tricks. After seeing this, Guzay took a deep breath. I picked up my phone and called Su Hao. At this time, Su Hao had just finished with his girlfriend and was sitting on the bed smoking. What's that saying? A cigarette afterward is better than a living god. After his younger sister's heart disease was cured, he had more time to enjoy his life. The phone rang, Su Hao looked at the caller ID and hurriedly picked it up. Brother Gu. Su Hao chuckled, why did you find time to call me? Are you bored tonight? Let's go out for a drink. Brother Su Hao. Guzay sighed, I need your help with something. Upon hearing this tone, Su Hao immediately frowned. Judging from the situation, things are not simple. After listening, Su Hao had a general understanding. He walked into the living room, took 2 bottles of red wine from the refrigerator, and poured himself a glass. After drinking it, Su Hao also felt embarrassed. Brother Gu, it's not that I don't want to help you. You're aware of the current situation, Su Hao said. It's the boss who owes the money. The developer of this land not only defrauded the buyers of their money, but also owed a lot of money to the bank. Now he's sold everything and gone abroad to live a carefree life. Originally, the people who bought the houses on this land were either rich or noble fools. I never thought your mother would buy this house, and she was deceived so thoroughly. They got all the information about Guzay, so it can be said that this wave of theirs was a sure kill. What have honest people done wrong? Why do they get treated like this? I can prove it, Su Hao said. Construction hadn't even started yet. It was only a few million. No, I won't return the money. Guzay laughed. I changed my mind. Ah? Su Hao was puzzled. What are you going to do? Brother Su Hao, tomorrow, please bring some people to the place I mentioned. After giving some instructions, Guzay hung up the phone. Finance, right? You like money, right? Okay, if you want to play, then I'll show you what a fucking dimensionality reduction attack is. The next day arrived quickly. Those who came here were bank executives and presidents. With the Su family as their guarantor, they would definitely be willing to come. But they just didn't understand who could drive the Su family? The location chosen by Guzay was the shooting range built by Mr. Huang for the military to test new weapons. Could this person be from the military? Many people thought so. Su Hao saw that the time was almost up and was puzzled. What exactly did Guzay want to do? Bump! Hey, a goal! Wu Haotian's voice came from the factory. Ah! This doesn't count. Su Yuyen was so anxious that she jumped up and down. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone walked in and saw Wu Haotian, Xin Qing, and Su Yuyen playing billiards on a pool table. It's nothing, billiards is billiards, but that ball. This golden thing, could it be made of gold? Brother Gu, can we change the ball? Wu Haotian was holding a heavy golden ball, a little dissatisfied. This thing is too dazzling, it's not fun. Here's this. Guzay took out another thing. Golden Desert Eagle. This cool and awesome gadget instantly attracted several naughty kids including Su Yuyen. Is this gold? All gold? How much money does this cost? Everyone was amazed. Everyone, Guzay laughed, I think you all know my information. I won't introduce myself. Su Hao gave these people Guzay's information in advance, and made it clear that whoever dared to offend Guzay would have to resign and go to work in Africa. Mr. Guzay, this is all a misunderstanding. What are you going to do? Wei. Some people have started to worry. The gun was real and could fire ammunition, and Guzay gave the pistol to Wu Haotian to play with. Bang bang bang. Please call me Sharpshooter Wu Haotian. After firing 7 bullets, Wu Haotian pretended to be serious. It missed the target. Xinshang has good eyesight and looked at the target in the distance with disdain. The people in the bank were convinced that if they couldn't satisfy Guzay, these strong men would attack them in the next second. Everyone, don't be nervous. Guzay laughed, I want to do some business with you. How about gold business? Gold? This is of course good, but this is China, right? You know, privately mining gold is illegal. Guzay must know this, right? Don't worry, my gold is absolutely legal and compliant. Guzay smiled and then pulled open the sackcloth. The shining gold ingots almost blinded these people's eyes. This must weigh several tons, right? But this was not the end. Guzay opened a few more pieces of linen, and inside were all 999 gold. Many people were stunned. This. Someone couldn't believe it, walked forward, and used pliers to cut a gold bar. It's still golden inside, no fakeness. This person didn't believe it and cut several more. All of it is real gold. Is the test finished? Guzay laughed, then let's talk business. With enough gold, these banks will have enough confidence to do more things, and may even be more powerful than official banks. I don't know, what business does Mr. Gu want to discuss? Someone stood up and asked. Simple, Guzay chuckled. Give me all of X's huge debt. And I want the corresponding project. How those communities or buildings are used later will be mine. How do you say that? Chapter 104 Magnetic Tank. X University, 2 trillion in debt. To put it simply, as long as I owe enough money, I can still live a carefree life. Many people wanted to kill him directly, but their status was unmatched. And Guzay wants to take responsibility for this mess? Mr. Gu. Someone wiped his sweat. This is against the rules. Besides, this gold is not enough. Oh, that's not enough. Guzay clicked his tongue twice. Do you want to see what's in those trucks outside? What? Truck? When everyone got outside, they saw several large trucks filled with stacks of gold. How about checking the scale? Guzay snorted and asked. Everyone was silent. It was obvious that Guzay had found a way to obtain a large amount of gold. Now, the price of gold is going to collapse. Su Hao took the opportunity to stand up and invite everyone to have tea. He was busy persuading and talking to them, and was having a great time. Soon, these people took the gold away. According to the contract, all the houses in the community, including the one Lu Feng bought, belonged to Guzay. I was shocked when I learned you were so rich in gold, Su Hao said. But there's a lot of work to be done. Even if I can help you, how are you going to get the whole country back to work? Before you say these words, Guzay looked at Su Hao. Get off my machine first. I don't, Su Hao drooled as he held the molecular printer. Oh, it's all mine. I called Li Xian. Guzay threatened. Su Hao came down immediately. Looking at Guzay, he chuckled foolishly and asked, Brother-in-law. Who is your brother-in-law? Guzay snorted, looking disgusted. Don't try to be related to me. I'm not familiar with you. I really don't know you well. Oh, isn't it just a matter of time? Su Hao said with a laugh. You know what kind of business I'm in. The drill you gave me is good, but the production is too slow. There's a need for this kind of special equipment all over the country. Can you take a look at it? Actually, you can apply for this yourself. Once the report reaches Guzay, he will still give the money he deserves. Although it is a secret production, it cannot be known to others. Under Su Hao's nagging, Guzay had no choice but to take the thing out. A robot covered in yellow paint appears. What is this? Su Hao was stunned. As you can see, it's a mecha. Guzay said seriously. But he also has a logo of Construction Robot 001 on his body. Su Hao asked. You already know everything, yet you still ask me. Guzay rolled his eyes at him. Mecha technology can not only be used in combat, but some general technologies can also be used to make a good construction robot. After this was completed, Guzay's mission was also completed. Now he had a complete set of information about the giant mecha in his mind. Is this thing really that powerful? Su Hao wondered. It's powered by a graphene battery, Guzay said. We produce our own batteries, so I can control the price. They're quite powerful. One robot can handle the power of 4 or 5 adults, and it's quite strong. If you need it, I can also develop a version for use in the ocean. If the drill breaks inside, you don't have to risk using a water ghost. Su Hao nodded vigorously. Soon, Mr. Huang found out about these robots. Guzay was drinking tea in the room when the door was kicked open. Stand up. Huang Lao carried an assault rifle. Surrender and you won't be killed. Day. 3 leather tubes shot at Guzay's forehead. Guzay looked at him, speechless. You are so unfilial. Old Huang sat down and put his gun aside. You don't let me play with your golden toys. You are so disloyal. As he said that, he snatched the tea from Guzay's hand, took a sip, and said with a sigh. It tastes good. Behind them, a few old guys came running over with large and small bags, either threatening or giving advice. No matter how much she begged and pleaded, Guzay refused to give in, so she started crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to hang herself. They came not for robots or molecular printers, but for superfighters and mechas. It is too difficult for them to develop on their own without any specific information. Have all the spies been eliminated? Guzay asked. That kid Li Xian has been busy with this matter for a while now, old Huang laughed. It's almost done. The rest have been locked up too. You kid. Guzay turned his head away. If they knew that he had caused chaos in the gold market just to avenge his mother and even forced an entrepreneur to jump off a building, these old guys would probably strangle Guzay to death one by one. Keep quiet and make a fortune. Keep quiet. Only then can you make a fortune. Bang. The door was slammed shut. and all the data storage devices on Guzay were taken away. Bandits. A bunch of bandits. Guzay was furious. Are you weapons designers or bandits? No, you're worse than bandits. Disgusting. Anything else good? Old Huang said as he touched Guzay's pocket again. A familiar little ball appeared. WC, why are you still carrying this thing? Old Huang was shocked. Poof. After taking it back, Guzay straightened his clothes and said, "What do you want from me? Tell me." Given these people's identities, they would definitely not come to me just for some so-called information. Sure enough, Mr. Huang also took out a document. The military exercises are coming up in a few days, Mr. Huang said. The super fighter jets can't be shown, so I'm wondering if you can do something about the land-based equipment? Military exercises between China and the ice and snow country. Even if I don't take action, it's enough, right? Guzay wondered, you still want to get a grand slam, not giving your allies any chance to survive? When playing table tennis, everyone knows not to lose too badly. The ice and snow country makes extra money by exporting weapons. If they win a grand slam, I'm afraid they will steal their business. No, don't get me wrong, said Mr. Huang. The purpose of this trip is to test the performance of new equipment, but those idiots in the military don't know how to modify it, so they came to you. Is there a bonus? Guzay asked. If you don't help me, I will take you to the bunker. Mr. Huang said seriously. Well, let us get to work. Guzay looked at the remaining information and saw a rather interesting design. Magnetic storm tank. It seems that the military is not entirely composed of good-for-nothings, and they are able to come up with such an idea. But the specific design still needs to be changed. Ding! Mission issued. Perfect the design of the magnetic storm tank. Mission reward, Apocalypse tank design blueprints. Ah, here we go again. Are you going to do a Hellfire helicopter next time? Chapter 105 Casting. Magnetic storm tank? When Huanggong saw the project Guzay chose, he couldn't help but wonder, aren't there other simpler projects? Why didn't you choose it? This is the easiest to implement. Guzay chuckled, our equipment is already mature, so it's not that difficult to perfect a magnetic storm tank. Mr. Huang thought about it and nodded. I was originally thinking whether I could squeeze something out of him, but now it seems that I was overthinking it. But then again, how could Guzay, a technical professional, not understand what I was thinking? Just do it. After some preparation, a big guy arrived at Mr. Huang's research base. China's current main battle tank is the 60A. Seeing the real thing for the first time, Guzay was extremely excited. This is too flattering. Who would have thought that they would be able to modify a tank themselves in their lifetime? Brother Gu, Engineer Huang said with a laugh, this is the prototype given to you. Speaking of this tank's glorious past. All right. Guzay interrupted quickly, everyone knows that this tank has been modified in so many ways that I don't know how many versions have been released now. Mr. Huang chuckled. Research and development costs money. It was incredible that China, as an agricultural country, was able to defeat those industrialized countries, not to mention independently developing its own heavy industry. Of course, a big reason why those industrial countries lost was also due to their own lack of courage. But forget about the Japanese. It would be fine if they still had the Bushido spirit, but they are hopeless if they have completely lost the dignity of a samurai. The tank rumbled into the factory, where a group of apprentices gathered. Rather than saying he is an apprentice, it would be better to say that he is an old employee who has worked on the assembly line of a military factory for a long time. These are all treasures. If they were placed in a small and backward country, they would at least be treated like a national teacher. What are you doing here? Guzay asked in confusion. Engineer Huang quickly explained, Brother Gu, aren't we asking you to guide others a little? Look, there will be many places where you'll be needed in the future, right? You can't possibly be working alone, right? What's more, if the person helping you with the work isn't very capable, you'll have to go through the trouble of teaching him, right? Guzay thought about it and felt that what Mr. Huang said made sense, so he didn't expose his purpose of just cultivating talents. Next, the 60A tank was dismantled. Guzay didn't need to carry out this process. After these people went up, they disassembled the tank into piles of parts in minutes. I think you all know what the topic I chose is, Guzay stood up and said, now, if the person who proposed this topic is here, you can stand up. Everyone looked at each other, and then a young man came out. Very good, Guzay laughed, I won't ask your name. Tell me, what is your idea of a magnetic storm tank? The young man hesitated for a moment and said, report. Go ahead. Guzay nodded. I saw it while playing a game. At the time, I thought it would be great if the tank had particle shields, electromagnetic cannons, and magnetic levitation. This statement drew ridicule from others. There's no way to develop magnetic levitation right now, and there's no need to do that. But we can try to develop a particle shield. Guzay nodded. Your idea is great. Keep it up and study hard. Everyone was dumbfounded. After all this talk, you can really make this thing? How do you make it? In fact, we now have mature technology to produce such shields. Guzay laughed and then turned on the big screen. All the artillery and firearms in wars now are basically a competition to see who can throw the stone farther. If that were the case, it would be easy to deal with. For example, the explosive reactive armor of a tank can defend against artillery fire. As long as there is enough force, there is nothing in this world that cannot be moved. So does this force have to be driven by gunpowder? That's not necessarily true. Gravity and magnetism, everything carries a force. If humans could further their research, they wouldn't just rely on gunpowder. Another nitpicker might ask, isn't there electromagnetic force? Once again, today's electromagnetic weapons are still not mature enough to support ultra-long distance marches and withstand harsh environments. Instead of developing an electromagnetic rifle, it would be better to develop an electromagnetic cannon. After the tank's energy system was modified, it could drive the electromagnetic gun, but this was not enough. Even with the latest graphene batteries, Guzay's design can only meet the most basic needs, air conditioning. That's right, air conditioning. A military expert once said that judging the quality of a tank is actually like judging the cooling effect of the air conditioner. This is actually not difficult to understand. Think about it, in 40-degree hot weather, how many degrees will the temperature be inside a car that is driving on a march? By then, the smell of sweat, the crowds, and the temperature will be so great that some people might faint from the heat before they even reach the battlefield. There were even cases of frying eggs on the hood of a tank during the World Wars. If I just stopped and sat on it. The issue of air conditioning can be put aside for now. The most important energy source must not be graphene batteries. System, exchange it for the energy crystals for the Apocalypse tank. Ding, upon verification, the host's request is for urgently needed supplies. The most critical energy device has been placed within the system space. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Just like that, the energy problem is solved, and then next, we can carry more things. No one knew where those strange things in Guzay's hands came from, but they knew that the higher-ups valued Guzay very much. Didn't they know about Guzay's strangeness? No, they knew it very well, but why bother worrying about where it came from when there was something ready to use? In the end, wouldn't it all be produced for China's use? Guzay's plan was very simple, which was to simply replace the parts of the tank. If we can recast the tank later and rebuild the steel with new materials, the effect will be better, but this is the only way we can use it now. It takes a lot of time to produce a tank, and many places can only rely on manpower to produce it. If this continues, they will definitely not be able to catch up with the military exercises. The reassembled 60A tank seemed to be fine on the outside, but Guzay knew that the tank had changed. Chapter 106 Test. Many people cheered as they watched the tank being reassembled. But some people are wondering what's going on. Why hasn't the tank's appearance changed at all? Could it be that this Guzay is a person who has gained his fame in vain? Only some veteran researchers noticed the anomaly. A lot of equipment inside was replaced, but Guzay removed even more equipment. If it weren't for the fact that the tank's iron frame could withstand the power of electromagnetic weapons, Guzay probably wouldn't have considered using a tank. Okay, Guzay stood in front of everyone, looked at the time, and said, "It's already late today. Everyone can go back and rest. We can start the test tomorrow." Everyone cheered, they could finally rest today. Regardless of whether this tank is successful or not, they have tried their best, and all of this will be counted as their own merit. It's like when we were in college, someone was only involved in moving materials and didn't even understand the design concept, but the plan listed him as a participant. With such a great classmate, it would be unreasonable not to kneel down and call him Dad. After everyone dispersed, Mr. Huang stared at this thing alone in a daze. "What are you doing here instead of taking a good rest?" Guzay walked over and asked. Oh, you kid. Old Huang chuckled. Nothing, I just thought about the days in our country. Life was really hard back then. They had no guns or cannons, and even cotton clothes and food were in short supply, but they still won the war. Although life is better now, people like Mr. Huang can't help but feel their blood boiling when they see that tank. If you like, I'll get you a tank and you can drive it out for fun. Guzhe said calmly, it's not the same as before. No one dares to bully us. Well, you're right. Mr. Huang sighed. The conditions required to test a new piece of equipment are very strict. If the quality of this tank fails to meet expectations, it will be eliminated directly. As for the military exercises using new equipment, there is no need to go. If you bring a flashy vase, you will be laughed at by others. The content to be tested is actually very simple. There are only 3 things: defense, attack, and speed. Needless to say, defense is important. These people just want to see whether the energy shield designed by Guzhe can withstand armor-piercing bullets. Attack, the destructive power of the electromagnetic gun itself is strong enough. Now they want to test whether this thing can fire continuously. If it can, it will be awesome. And the speed. Well, this is just to see how fast you can run, there is no other purpose. The time for testing has arrived. The tester brought a 4K camera and was ready to record everything so that he could report to his superiors. However, it seems that these people have spent a lot of money to make things difficult for China's own magnetic chariot. They flew in an anti-aircraft gun. This thing can shoot at the ground? Guzhe's face was full of disbelief. Do you have any misunderstandings about the test? This could lead to a court-martial. I really can't find anything else suitable, so I can only use this. Huang Gong coughed and said, Brother Gu, you have to have confidence in your work. Who did it? Guzhe asked. The designer of the other proposal, Engineer Huang said awkwardly. His proposal was supposed to be an infantry exoskeleton, but you didn't adopt it. He's probably watching the joke happen somewhere right now. Exoskeleton? The crappy kind? Guzhe held his forehead with his hand. This is definitely not his plan. This is a conspiracy by old guys like Mr. Huang. What they want to do is force Guzhe to compromise. What's the point of a Tesla tank? It's boring. It's really boring. At least bring another individual mecha. He. Unfortunately, ordinary bullets and shells probably wouldn't be able to hurt this tank, so this is the only way to use it. Start the test. With this order, the remote computer adjusted the energy supply inside the tank. Buzz. The energy shield opened invisibly, and from the outside it looked like a thin film, but it was indeed a shield. Energy shield, this kind of thing is not impossible to create in the field of science, it just exists in theory. Click, click. The anti-aircraft gun moved its barrel and pointed it directly at the tank developed by Guzhe. Fire. Engineer Huang gave the order. Boom. An anti-aircraft bullet was fired at the magnetic storm tank. When? The bullet deflected directly and hit the iron wall set up on the side. The deflected bullet left a deep wound in the iron sheet, proving its power was not false. Is this a wrong shot? Report, successfully deflected the anti-aircraft gun bullet. The anti-aircraft gun has a laser-guided trajectory and is monitored by a computer, so it is impossible for it to miss the target. Continuous shooting. Guzhe ordered. Boom, boom, boom. The magnetic storm tank was right there, not running at all, with flames flying everywhere, but the tank was not damaged at all. Is this defense really that strong? Worker Huang was stunned. Stop. Guzhe said, report the energy loss and armor loss. Report, energy loss is 5%, resisted 50 rounds of anti-aircraft artillery. 0 armor loss, the battle plan can proceed normally. Well, very good. Guzhe nodded, and the next step was another test. There are a total of 20 steel billets standing on the shooting range. How many rounds does the Tesla tank need to shoot through all of these? After controlling the tank to the designated location, Guzhe ordered all personnel to wear earplugs and then gave the attack order. Buzz. What's that sound? Asked Mr. Huang. It's a charge cannon. What else could it be? Guzhe said disapprovingly. I saw the magnetic storm tank's turret open, electromagnetics flashing inside, and then... whoosh! An iron ball just flew out. Bump! This iron ball directly penetrated 20 steel billets, and then stopped on the buffer zone set up at the back. This power. Next batch. Guzay ordered. There's a next batch? What's the next batch? The received message came over the walkie-talkie, and then 2 kilometers away, another steel billet was erected. Hey, Brother Gu, you don't want to. Mr. Huang widened his eyes in surprise. This was a super long-range shooting. The shells are fine, but won't the power of this electromagnetic gun be weakened? Guzay ignored him and still ordered the artillery to fire. Chapter 107 sealed. The second shot of the electromagnetic cannon also penetrated the steel blanks with irresistible force, demonstrating its strength. Even at such a long distance, it still penetrated all the steel billets with one shot, and even dug a big hole in the hill. While Mr. Huang was still in shock, Guzay got on the tank. Hey, what are you doing up there? Mr. Huang was puzzled. The last test. Guzay said helplessly. Immediately afterwards, a modified off-road vehicle appeared nearby. The last item is speed. 3, 2. The referee counted down seriously, 1. With a bang of the accelerator, the 2 cars rushed out at the same time. The one with tracks didn't lose to the one with wheels. Although the tank has a good speed, it is very difficult for Mr. Huang, who insists on sitting on it. You're not testing, you're racing. Is this how you race? Want some watermelon? Guzay got a frozen watermelon from somewhere. Watermelon? Want some coffee? Cola. The air conditioning could also be turned down a bit. Wait a minute. Why are there so many things inside this magnetic storm chariot? Engineer Huang asked in confusion. Oh, it's my personal interest. Guzay took a bite of the watermelon. Well, you win. After 3 extreme tests, the magnetic storm tank was unscathed. On the contrary, the off-road vehicle that accompanied it had its engine exploded and had to be pulled back to the military factory for repairs. However, the military exercise project of the magnetic storm tank was cut. Such a powerful chariot cannot be exposed. All data must be sealed until the key energy crystal is captured. This was an order from above, and Guzay had no choice but to obey. He fell asleep in a daze at home alone, and when he woke up he found himself lying on Yi Lingshue's lap. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he leaned inwards. You're taking advantage of me. Yi Lingshue pinched his nose and said with a cold face. Ouch, Mr. President. I was wrong. Guzay quickly begged for mercy. It seemed that they were used to the daily life of this pair of bickering lovers. The other girls were either playing games or busy in the kitchen. Guzay sat up and yawned. I have been very busy these days. There are many things that I need to teach myself before others will put them into practice. Shoshua, what are you here for this time? Guzay asked. It's because your tank uses a new technology, Yi Lingshue said. Those people up there know you're reluctant to hand over something so valuable, so they sent me here to ask. What exactly is that crystal? Nothing. Guzay said lazily. In fact, even the most advanced nuclear power plants in the world waste a lot of energy. What do you mean? Yi Lingshue asked. The principle of a nuclear power plant is nothing more than the reaction generating heat that drives steam to operate a generator. Nuclear energy is converted into thermal energy, then thermal energy is converted into mechanical energy, and finally mechanical energy is converted into electrical energy, Guzay said. Ultimately, the energy available to humans is less than a fraction of the original amount. This crystal can directly convert nuclear energy into electrical energy. Yi Lingshue's face was full of disbelief. How could this be possible? Of course it's possible. Humans haven't even fully understood the world of molecules, so how can we expect something that should exist to not exist? How arrogant would that be? The universe is so big, there must be something that can do this, right? So your crystal is the key to the magnetic storm tank. Yi Lingshue said. Yes, but this thing is quite dangerous. If you study it without inputting safety instructions, I'm afraid it will only cause the crystal to self-destruct. The tank that Engineer Huang had sealed up had been authorized for safety, so it was fine. But if it was stolen? Yi Lingshue snorted, lay down, and pressed on Guzay's stomach. President? What are you doing? Guzay was a little panicked. Come on, someone is bullying a decent woman. Bah, a good young man. Shut up, Yiling Shua pinched Guzei's lower abdomen. I need to rest for a while. In less than a moment, Mr. Yi fell asleep. Guzei was also fast asleep. In the Arctic, a search team from the Bear Country is heading somewhere, braving the severe cold and enduring physical exhaustion. Hurry up! Don't fall behind. This damn wind, haven't we found what we're looking for yet? Almost there. This scientific expedition team brings together top scientific researchers from both Russia and China. Some time ago, something crashed here and has disappeared. It's speculated to be a spacecraft from an alien civilization, and there's a high probability it was armed. Although we don't know whether aliens exist on this spaceship, and we are not sure whether they will be harmful to humans, if these researchers do not explore, then the world will be truly doomed. However, there is a strange thing: there shouldn't be such a strong storm in the Arctic at this time. Why is this? After returning empty-handed once again, Guzei, who was far away in China, was playing ghost cards with a few girls, and his face was covered with notes. Just when he was about to turn defeat into victory. Ding! Mission issued, head to the Arctic to retrieve the core. Just in this trance, Guzei drew the Joker card. He lost again. Core? What core? Why is it in the Arctic? Why would you recycle this core yourself? Brother Guzei, what's wrong? Did something happen at work? Su Yuyan asked with concern. Ah, it's okay. Guzei laughed. Let's continue. No matter what the core over there is, even if it is the core of a monster from outer space, Guzei doesn't think it's strange. The universe is so big, it would be strange if there were no monsters. After everyone fell asleep, Guzei locked the door of the room alone, connected to the laboratory computer, and began to look up the core content. Before, I would only look for relevant information when I had a need, and I didn't even have too many doubts about the existence of the system. Could it be that the system that successfully binds with a ding in the novel is essentially a living being that survives as an energy body? The core information is as follows. The core is divided into two categories. One is the core of life, which provides energy for the survival of large organisms in the universe. The other type is silicon-based life forms, which are the core of the mechanical race, similar to computer processors on Earth. Then what is the core I got from the system? Guzei wondered. The data was entered and the analysis was successful. Chapter 108, Falling Out. Synthetic cores are artificial products created by the mechanical race by analyzing the cores of biological organisms and synthesizing them using their own materials. Query the information of the mechanical clan. Guzei ordered. Querying. The mechanoids are silicon-based life forms. After the mechanoids, one of the universe's most powerful races, were wiped out due to internal strife, the mechanoids vanished from existence. Because the mechanoids are extremely aggressive, all civilizations in the universe are extremely wary of them. Mechanical gods? Holy shit, this is even more exciting than the novel. Even the novel wouldn't dare to write this way. Then, is my purpose in obtaining this core? Guzei thought for a long time. Ding! The synthesis core contains the genetic information of the mechanical protoss. Possessing this genetic information allows access to all of the mechanical protoss's databases and can be used to upgrade the system. Hint, the Mechanicus technology includes stellar-class spacecraft, galaxy-jumping engines, and the molecular conversion device, an advancement of molecular printing technology. At the same time, the mechanical protoss has conducted extensive research on other life forms in the universe, containing information on 99.9% of all races in the universe. What the hell is that little bit left? Guzei asked. Ding! The universe spans trillions of years, and the number of new species born during that time cannot be counted. Okay, now we can confirm that the system is something from the mechanical god clan. No wonder they can produce so many good things. System, Guzei asked, is there anything about the mechanical god's technology that can also be used on Earth? It was obvious that Guzei didn't want to be too conspicuous. Searching. It can be used for land, sea, and air combat in Earth environments. It's a land-based ship, about the size of a small city, and with aerospace components, it can be used for interstellar travel. It consumes a huge amount of materials, but with the current level of human technology, it's the most likely vessel to be created. Mechanical armor is a technological product created by a branch of the mechanical race. They themselves are carbon-based life forms. Due to the need for survival, they created armor comparable to that of the mechanical gods. With the system's capabilities, it can be manufactured after upgrading. Still needs to be upgraded. But the aircraft carrier, this thing is new. I wonder how many aircraft carriers of America one can hit. But, if we were to go to the Arctic all of a sudden, would we be suspected of having some ulterior motive? Furthermore, could anything other than polar bears survive in such a harsh environment? Oh yes, and seals. Ha! Are seals Arctic? In short, for his own sake and for the sake of world peace, Guzay must get this core. If it were taken away by people from other countries, especially that rogue from America, it would probably really trigger a super technological arms race. In Guzay's opinion, technology is meant to benefit mankind, not to allow one country to invade another just for money. Guzay sighed. If he wanted to leave, he had to leave quickly, and the most effective means of transportation so far was buzz. The small electric furnace appeared and headed towards the arsenal where Guzay's fighter planes and mechas were parked. At the factory gate, the guard saw Guzay coming over on an electric donkey and warned him, "No parking here, leave now." Pop. A tranquilizer bullet hit him and knocked him unconscious. Once inside, Guzay followed the signal and smashed open the door of the warehouse where the super fighters and mechas were parked. Boom! The gate made of fine steel just fell to the ground. And inside, the most powerful combat weapon currently available is here. Stop. An agent said coldly, holding a gun. Even if you are the person Mr. Li Xian wants to protect, you can't take this thing away. What if I insist on taking it away? Guzay turned around and asked. The agent didn't reply, but dropped his gun and pulled out a dagger. A real man should engage in close combat. Bump! The agent was kicked unconscious by Guzay. You definitely can't imagine that I'm so fucking powerful, right? You're so stupid if you don't have the guts to act like one. Guzay snorted, put on his mecha suit, and boarded the plane. Alarms rang out in the military factory, and many people were wondering who was so bold as to come to this place and steal fighter jets. But it seems that the person is Guzay? What is he going to do? In the Yinjing conference room, the commander-in-chief looked at the report and then said, "Notify the Arctic garrison to fully cooperate with Guzay's actions. He must have a reason for doing this. Also, mobilize the Navy, Air Force, and Army. All forces must converge on the borders of countries that are unfriendly to us. Also, activate strategic missiles and be ready to launch at any time. I have a feeling that the black and white chicken is about to attack. Yes. This battle will determine the life and death of China. If Guzay fails, the whole world will be drawn into the vortex of war. In fact, such a war should have come a long time ago, because the emergence of nuclear weapons has made countries afraid to act rashly. But what if? If there is something that can block the effect of all nuclear weapons, then can we proceed to the next strategic step?" High in the sky, Guzay was flying a fighter jet in near-Earth space. No existing fifth-generation aircraft or missiles can shoot down this fighter jet. The technological level is too different. The radar on the fighter plane was still scanning, and there were quite a few hostile responses, but Guzay did not detect any useful information. Is the core dormant? Or has it been taken away by someone? Ding. Analyzing hidden information. Parsing information. Positioning successful. Number G357, Air, adult male from Earth. Faction, China. Processing result, access is allowed, whether weapons will be disabled, and this core system will no longer have any protection. Please do it as soon as possible. Weather weapons? WC, there are such things? No wonder the radar can't detect anything. The snow in the Arctic sky stopped. Guzay's fighter plane finally picked up a useful signal and flew towards it. At the United Fruit site, an emergency meeting was held. All the representatives had gloomy faces and sat together. Facing each other were the representatives of China. Huaxia is blatantly violating international law by developing weapons that are overly powerful. Has your country gone crazy? They even dare to develop such weapons. Are you trying to start World War III? You will be held fully responsible. The representative from China smiled slightly, then took off his headphones, his expression changing slightly. If you don't agree, hit me, you idiot. In an instant, Chinese agents rushed in, and at the same time, Americans also broke into the venue with guns. There were only 2 hunters in this meeting, and the rest were just supporting roles. Chapter 109 Under the Abyss. A young man who just started out turned the situation upside down. A very simple Chinese quintessence has polarized the world situation. Gu Zhe didn't know what kind of impact his action had caused. He only knew that if he didn't go to the Arctic to get the core, the world situation would really soar in an uncontrollable direction. Human greed knows no limits. America was the first country in the world to develop nuclear weapons, and there was an atomic fever at that time. Radioactive elements can even be found in ballpoint pens, atomic toys, and children's toys. People used radioactive elements for treatment. After the death of a woman who defended her own interests, her body began to emit fluorescence and she was buried in a lead museum underground. Fission weapons are nothing compared to space technology. Gu Zhe alone has small nuclear bombs, antimatter bombs, and a series of things that look very powerful. But in the final analysis, these are just weapons that use shock waves to cause destruction. The abilities of that mechanical god clan are more than that. If it weren't for the serious internal strife, it wouldn't be impossible for them to upgrade themselves with their abilities. The only thing that could truly threaten this race was galaxy-level weapons, and even if such weapons were launched, they would be of little use to the mechanic Protoss. Because they have a pretty explosive racial talent. Forced parsing? Gu Zhe was stunned for a moment after checking the information in his mind. Are you sure this is a skill? Isn't this just brute force cracking? What's so great about it? But the system's answer left Gu Zhe dumbfounded. Races like humans with strong logical thinking are actually rare in the universe. In order to develop, more races choose to rely on the power of the whole, which leads to relatively simple thinking. That kind of situation really relies on hard cracking, and the mechanical gods combine thinking logic and powerful individual computing power, which can deal with various extreme situations and crack various enemy tactics and weapons and other uncertain factors. As for how much technology has been accumulated, it is impossible to determine whether the universe will restart, nor is it possible to determine whether all the mechanical gods will disappear when the universe restarts. After all, with their abilities, they may find a way to leave some records when the entire universe collapses and shrinks. And those races that are responsible for maintaining the conservation of energy in the universe would probably be extremely reluctant to see the mechanical gods. Because once the mechanical Protoss appears, it means that we must be on guard at all times. Now that the mechanical Protoss has been destroyed, the whole universe will be happy. But the Mechanicus were clever, and they left behind a legacy. What if so much space technology was picked up by people with ulterior motives? Gu Zhe had already begun to deduce in his mind. First, energy, then new weapons and equipment, then achieving a global threat, and then developing the solar system. With the help of the sun as energy and the colonization of outer space, the population of certain races will be increased from tens of millions to hundreds of billions. If that time really comes, every blade of grass, every tree, and even a breath of air on Earth, the home planet of life in the solar system, will have to be purchased with money. At that time, people will be raised like livestock in a space that can only accommodate one person until old age. The materials inside will be recycled, and the air outside will not be allowed to be breathed. That would be terrible. Beep beep beep, arriving above the destination. Deploy. Gu Zhe said this softly, and an opening was opened directly under the cockpit. Gu Zhe, wearing the super mecha, fell directly onto the snowy plain. The temperature outside was dozens of degrees below zero. If he left the armor, he would probably get frostbite in minutes. Although, the armor on Gu Zhe is of relatively low specifications among the mechanical clan. However, as a primitive native living on a weak planet without even a first-level civilization, the performance of this armor is enough to support Gu Zhe's adventures in most areas. As long as he doesn't seek death by entering such a harsh environment as GUN. Boom! Gu Zhe slowly stood up and looked around. He took a few steps forward following the photon radar signal, and then he stopped. It's really spectacular! Gu Zhe exclaimed. The already split Rift Valley is now even more severe. With the ice layer hundreds of meters thick, no one dares to go down to look for any alien spacecraft. Beep, beep, beep. The photon radar sent out a signal again. Gu Zhe looked and saw a group of unidentified people coming from a few kilometers away. If he was discovered, it would be impossible to explain it clearly, so Gu Zhe jumped down directly. It is definitely not a wise choice to continue like this. The ice layer in the Earth's polar regions has a history of at least thousands or even tens of millions of years. Even in modern times, it is still called a forbidden zone for life. If there is any problem with the armor, I will really have to die here. The light dimmed and Gu Zhe activated the night vision goggles. The spacecraft had landed not long ago, but the core was still sending signals to the system, which proved that the passage had not been completely blocked. Outside, the exploration team was overjoyed to see the storm lifted. After all, there had been strange blizzards and other extreme weather here for a while. Just when they were about to take a step forward to investigate, the storm appeared again for no apparent reason. Fuck! Oh my god, you won't let us through? What's in here? The commander's order is for us to quickly gather the information here and bring it back. Oh my god, this must have been done by China. I want to go home right now. It's impossible to move forward in a storm like this without a heavy icebreaker. These explorers cursed and swore, and many of them were abusive, saying how great China was, without mentioning at all that the North and South Poles were clearly demarcated and that no country was allowed to claim them as territory. In international news, the whole world was rushing to report that the relationship between China and America had deteriorated sharply, and even China's most advanced electromagnetic weapons appeared on the aircraft carrier's frigate. Originally, all countries thought this was just a minor incident. After all, America had provoked China many times before, and each time China responded with a serious protest or reservations. There was no intention of starting a war at all. The American fleet also believes that this is just a routine cruise. After all, America is the defender of peace in this world. It's the same this time. Nothing will happen. For sure. Then, an electromagnetic cannon shot directly through both of them. When the explosion sounded, some people thought of their mothers. As the ship sank, more people saw their mothers, and even their grandparents. Chapter 110 Conflict of Interests. You have a call request. Guzay answered the phone. Hello? Is there something wrong? Guzay said, reaching out and prying open a broken piece of iron sheet. Where the hell have you been? Li Xian asked angrily. The whole world is in chaos, you know? The super fighters and armor can't be shown yet. Our cards are completely exposed. The whole world is accusing us of secretly conducting an arms race. Guzay just smiled bitterly and said, that's good. They guessed wrong. Now we can develop our own technology better, right? Li Xian rolled his eyes when he heard this. What does it mean that if they believe that we are doing this, we can develop technology even better? Any technology is used in this area in advance, Guzay must know it. Guzay, you have to give me a reason. Li Xian said, a reason that is enough for me to give up the rest of my life. Otherwise, when you come back, no matter what you do, I won't be able to protect you. Although Li Xian is valued, he can't do anything about the fact that many people above him are fighting for power and not doing their work properly. Even the slightest mistake will be magnified infinitely, and they wish Li Xian dead. As a result, he also wished that Guzay would die. Alien spaceship. Guzay drew his sword and cut off the ice that was blocking his way. There's a complete alien spaceship that crashed into the ice abyss in the Arctic. I have to go down and get the contents out. Otherwise, if someone gets hold of it, we'll be in a passive position. When Li Xian heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, are you telling the truth? Really? Guzay sighed helplessly, I wouldn't lie to you, no matter who I am. If I could, I wouldn't want to come. Wouldn't it be nice to stay at home with Carol? Li Xian thought inwardly for a moment. If someone else gave him such an answer, Li Xian would definitely check the IP address and find this person out, asking him where he got his number from. But if it was Guzay, then the credibility would be very high. Battery technology, magnetic storm tanks, new materials for electromagnetic guns, and even treatment chambers. Guzay could have hidden these things away for his own enjoyment, or taken the technology abroad like some greedy bastards and lived a life of extravagance and debauchery. But Guzay didn't do that. Everything he did seemed nonsensical, but in fact they were all closely related. As for why it was so tight, it was because he wanted to make his invention look more reasonable, but in this situation there was no need to maintain any bullshit rationality. What exists exists, and what Guzay gets is what he gets. In other words, everything Guzay said was true. If you get cheated. Guzay, I'm warning you, Li Xian said. My responsibilities aren't just to take care of those I'm asked to look after. I'm also responsible for holding accountable those who have caused serious harm. Even if the President of America committed a crime in China, I could arrest him and torture him for 3 days and 3 nights without anyone knowing. If you lie to me, this incident is enough to make you die 300 times. Guzay laughed and said, I didn't lie to you, this is really important. There was silence on the other end of the line for about 5 seconds. Fuck it, fine. Li Xian never swore, but now he broke his vow. I'm going to take care of this matter. You must be back before dawn in China. After saying this, Li Xian hung up the phone. Gu Zhe looked at the time. It was almost 1 in the evening. Got to hurry up. In China, at a frontline position, commanders from both sides are facing off. America's navy is invincible, but this time not only did it not achieve any victory, but 2 of its ships were sunk by a single shot. It was such a disgrace. Both sides are waiting for someone who can come forward to resolve this matter. And this person is naturally Li Xian, who signed a military order and was willing to sacrifice his life and property. Mr. Li, you're finally here, said the captain of the America. Since you're here, you must have already discussed how to respond to us. Li Xian saluted politely, going through the motions, and then said pretentiously, Dear Mr. MacArthur, I've certainly made every effort to be here. I've even skipped my rest and come here to work overtime to resolve this incident. With all due respect, this is a violation of my human rights in your country. MacArthur's face looked a little ugly, and then he waved his hand and called the others out. Li Xian also waved his hand, and those who were in confrontation also went out. There were only 2 people in the meeting room, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Mr. Li, I understand the uniqueness of your identity. I also know that your presence here now means you have temporary absolute power, MacArthur said. I hope to hear words from you that please both of us. This will benefit both of us. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I understand what you're hoping for, but unfortunately, that's impossible this time, Li Xian said with a sneer. You entered our waters without permission and were sunk by an experimental electromagnetic cannon. It's truly unfortunate. We'll pay you 500 billion in compensation, and we'll leave it at that. We didn't cede any land, but we did pay compensation. That's pretty frustrating, right? Not really. What is money? Money is only useful when credit is guaranteed. When credit collapses, even the most valuable money is worth less than toilet paper. And what did Gu Zhe do? Now that China can mass produce gold, who cares about a small amount of money? How much do you want? I can print 1 trillion, will that be enough? If the Chinese currency isn't enough, the American dollar will do. Or do you want some gold directly? What a coincidence! We are short of everything except gold. MacArthur stood up suddenly and said angrily, Mr. Li Xian, do you think this joke is funny? Is this how you despise the dignity of America? It's not funny, Li Xian sneered. You open up immigration every year, sending immigrants wherever there's a shortage of people. You even use any means necessary to recruit soldiers. Of course it's not funny. As for dignity, do you have it? You don't even have a history of 500 years, so what dignity are you talking about? The atmosphere was a bit tense, and MacArthur really wanted to shoot the smiling tiger in front of him, but he couldn't. Since Li Xian is here, those people should be nearby as well. America accepts China's compensation, but we have suffered heavy casualties. I hope to be able to rest and recuperate in your country. Chapter 111 Strengthening. Gu Zhe kicked the door open. These mechanical elders are really easy to deal with. Gu Zhe couldn't help but groan as he looked at the space inside. After all, he is a carbon-based life form, and this spaceship is for the mechanical race. The current location is 3.5 kilometers underground. How much impact force must have been required to hit such a deep place? Fortunately, the quality of this spacecraft is quite good. After withstanding such a violent impact, only the outer shell was slightly damaged. If this were an ordinary civilian aircraft, the plane would have been destroyed and everyone on board would have died. The debris would have been scattered far and wide, making it difficult to find. This also indirectly explains something. Human technology is really not up to par. If we were to encounter a planetary migration or be hunted by a space fleet, we would probably fall apart in our hasty escape. Once here, Gu Zhe no longer needs to wear a mecha. This is also for Gu Zhe's own safety. If he doesn't want to be identified as an enemy by the intelligence system and the spacecraft after obtaining the system, which is also the Mechanical Clan Technology Development Assistant, he can only appear here in a posture that will not hinder the scanning. After breaking away from the armor, Gu Zhe saw 2 small balls flying towards him. The ball scanned Gu Zhe. Ding ding. Data recipient confirmed, carbon-based life form. Verification passed. Well, it seems these intelligence systems don't care about names. Another small ball directly shot out a bullet. When it hit Gu Zhe, it directly covered Guzé's entire body. High-tech thermal clothing. Guzé's face darkened. For the first time, he felt his own weakness. This clothing not only keeps you warm, but also protects you from cosmic radiation. Silicon-based life naturally does not need these. These things are made by the system based on its own body. Scanned and produced on site. Being able to do this, it's no wonder that those things will appear in the system space when I complete the task. At this level of civilization, having space equipment and such capabilities is a matter of course. China's 5,000 years of history may be impressive on Earth, but it is really nothing at the cosmic level. Following the ball, Guzé came to the main control room. There is a red core floating in the middle. Is this the recording core of the mechanical gods? Earthlings. A piece of information was transmitted to Guzé's mind. I don't know whether this is fortunate or unfortunate for you, but if you had refused to accept the database's transmission, you could still be an ordinary person if you went back now. If you accept this, you will learn so much information that you will be considered an outlier by your peers. If you regret this, please leave now. Guzé was silent for a moment, then said firmly, I will not regret it. Please give me your information inheritance. Even if Guzé didn't take it, when human technology level improved 100 years later, people would still come to conduct archaeological excavations. If they dug up some relics of a super ancient civilization by then, it would be a laughingstock. It was the Mechanicus who mocked the human race. 100 years later, they were still arguing about whether they should build bigger nuclear weapons. Ding! System mission released. You can choose to reject this mission. If you accept, you will be unable to leave the system. If the host fails the mission, they will be besieged by forces from all over the universe. This includes Earth. Do you accept? Mission name, the Eternal Flame. Description: the flames of the mechanical Protoss, scattered across the vast universe, were found by you by chance. Accepting this legacy will grant you access to the entire mechanical Protoss database and begin the evolution of life. The price to pay is that if your identity as the mechanical Protoss heir is revealed, the entire galaxy, including your own, will be destroyed. Yes or no? Guzé chose yes without hesitation. Then, a memory that was like tearing the brain apart was directly instilled into Guzé's mind. Oh my god. Guzé rolled on the ground in pain, holding his head. Is this a legacy or a murder? The core controller scanned Guzé's body. Carbon-based life. Physical strength, level 2. Evaluation, weak. To ensure individual survival rate, physical strengthening begins. The unconscious Guzé was sent to a special warehouse. As the enhancement was turned on, he also experienced various things in his dreams. In memory, the Mechanicus weren't all silicon-based. Their protection wasn't so much a race as a responsibility. It was as if at some point, the universe needed an unjust race like the Mechanicus to destroy everything and return everything to square one. Tens of trillions of years are too long, and 20 years are too short, and Guzé's time in the strengthening chamber is even less. Just a few hours. Once it was detected that Guzé had been strengthened, the core mission was completed. G357, I am the auxiliary core numbered A001. My mission has been completed. From now on, I will rely on you to assist the new successor in his growth. A001. Denial. The population is too low, and self-destruction is tantamount to betrayal. Denial. The situation on Earth is complex. If your presence is not concealed, there is a risk of premature exposure. AI lifeforms should live for the primary purpose of their species. Passing on the heritage of the mechanical gods is what you should do. A001 executes the command with administrator privileges. Dimensional jump activated, self-destruct program activated, self-decomposition program activated. People don't know what exactly appeared in this place, they only know that a dark shadow seemed to have flown over the North Pole. When people arrived there, all they saw was a huge meteorite filling the rift, and there were no traces of anything at the scene, not even any signs of animals. Later, scientists began to try to prove their hypothesis that there was a thick layer of ice from outer space on the meteorite, and that the meteorite brought a large amount of water to the Earth, so there was no loss of the outer shell. Some people also suggested cutting up the meteorite for research, but even humanity's most sophisticated laser-cutting weapons could not harm it in the slightest. This matter can only be dropped here, after all, the utilization value of this meteorite is not high. However, in order to bring the meteorite back, a certain country spent a lot of money, and it was bought by a big collector, who then charged admission to it as a tourist attraction to make a profit. These are all later stories. The truth is that the entire spacecraft turned into a meaningless meteorite, and Guzay was teleported back home when he woke up. When the search team entered, he was sleeping with Carol, and it looked like he hadn't moved at all. Chapter 112. After the incident subsided. 2 months passed. The meteorite was placed in a park in China. There were endless people coming to see it every day, and Guzay lived a low-key life for a while. Everyone knew that Guzay was a playboy who did whatever he wanted, relying on his money and skills. Soon he disappeared from the public eye. There is no way around it. After all, the whole world is watching us closely. Every time I go out, I am surrounded by a bunch of paparazzi. When I meet someone, I have to worry about being photographed and getting into scandals. The power of China's online water army is infinite. They can take things out of context and edit them randomly, and can even use AI dubbing to unscrupulously slander Guzay. Finally, everything calmed down. The result of the cold treatment was that most people stopped following, leaving only a few people who told everyone how bad China was as if they were having a brain orgasm. Li Xian came to announce to Guzay that the ban had been lifted. "You didn't come here just for this, did you?" Guzay sat on the sofa, his expression showing no change at all. Li Xian took out another document and handed it to Guzay. "While you were concentrating on your disguise, those scientists successfully copied your superfighter, and someone has already taken the blame," Li Xian said. "But strangely, America also developed a superfighter not long after. Do you have any idea?" Guzay looked at the information, one after another. The 6th-generation fighter jet of Armenia has been successfully developed. The success of the 7th-generation fighter plane of Armenia and Mexico. 6th-generation fighters aren't very challenging, Guzay said. This thing is about integrating cyber warfare. China's 5th-generation fighters were already capable of this. They're probably being used to defraud research funds. As for the 7th-generation fighter, it's quite interesting. However, it doesn't clearly indicate the materials and technologies used. It doesn't seem like a scam, but mass production is unlikely. What do you mean? Li Xian frowned. They can't produce their own materials. In other words, they either got them by chance or scraped them from some wreckage. Guzay said they would suffer a great loss if one of them crashed, let alone using them in combat. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You've changed. You used to be more lively." The scientific explanation is that cognition changes personality. Guzay said, "I am still myself, but I won't be attracted to anything." In the past, he might get excited when he saw a 5th-generation aircraft, but now when he sees a 5th-generation aircraft, he can analyze the flaws of the aircraft in an instant. And because a variety of fighter aircraft data have been accumulated in the database for a long time, there is no shortage of fighter jets that can be used for atmospheric combat. And now, the Nanshanmen project has officially started. You should pretend once in a while. Li Xian stood up and said, "Just think of it as keeping it secret. We've wasted too much time recently." In such a short period of time, Li Xian apparently suffered a lot of punishment. In order to make things seem more like the truth, he even gave away some of the secret technology. With America's level, it will be deciphered soon, and at this point it will be proved that the secret information is no longer important to Guzay and others. He, you always have to pretend to be profound. Guzay smiled. "Let me tell you, this database is really dazzling. I don't know what to come up with first. The development of lower-level products is too slow, and it would be unreasonable for higher-level products to be developed." Knowing that Guzay had some adventures, Li Xian was not surprised and asked casually, "Can you resurrect people?" Guzay was silent for a moment. "Just kidding. I know the human soul can't be replicated." Li Xian said awkwardly, "Even if it could be replicated, my brother wouldn't be able to come back." "What are you going to do next?" Li Xian asked. "Energy, materials, medical, and military." Guzay has already dabbled in these things, and there is a high probability that a fight will not break out in the short term, so there is not much use in worrying about them. Guzay is now a young man in his 20s. What does such a young man usually do at night? Of course, he stays up late playing games. Brain-computer interface. Guzay said with a laugh, "I want to develop a brain-computer interface. As long as you assign me the right people, I have the confidence that I can develop this thing in a short time." Li Xian thought about it and realized that it seemed that some people in China were researching this thing, but the progress had not been smooth. Companies with a lot of money are thinking about how to make more money, but companies that win by quality can only pin their hopes on producing better works. Developing a brain-computer interface for gaming. A true tech geek saved the world. If he had lived to that year, Gu Zhe would have had to go to the data world to feel the emotions of cyber. I can help you make the contact, Li Xian said, but you have to promise me one thing. If you can do this, then I'll consider letting you complete the task. Li Xian's request was actually very simple, because he only wanted this technology to be applied to the Chinese team first. In fact, even if he didn't say it, Gu Zhe planned to send the interface data to the team after testing it. With this device, a lot of training can be done on the hard drive. And through the subtle influence of consciousness, the strength of the soldiers themselves has also been improved. More importantly, human consciousness has entered the virtual space, and phenomena that are generally impossible in the real world can be accomplished quite easily in the virtual space. An extreme example is that this brain-computer interface allows many teams to experience the hardships of Godzilla's city defense. This way they can study carefully what to do when monsters come, although it is of little use in the short term. Li Xian left and Yiling Xue came. Hey, Master Gu, are you busy? Yiling Xue said this deliberately while looking at the wineglass in front of Gu Zhe. Just finished. Gu Zhe said with a chuckle, Boss, what do you want to talk to me about? Yiling Xue didn't say anything, but just handed a piece of information to Gu Zhe. After reading it, Gu Zhe was a little surprised. You? Gu Zhe asked, are you going to sell Feng Shui Company? Don't be so harsh. I just transferred most of my shares. Yiling Xue said, I still get a lot of dividends every year. I'm just annoyed to see you retiring early. Gu Zhe was helpless. Okay, so this is your plan. Anyway, the company's main focus depends on you, so why don't you just do nothing? Chapter 113 Artificial Intelligence. Tell me, what do you want to do next? Yiling Xue looked at Gu Zhe and asked, scientists all over the world haven't figured out the brain-computer interface. Why do you say you can solve it? No one believed my stuff at first. Gu Zhe chuckled, do you remember the first time we met? That silly girl Zhou Cece kept calling me a jerk, and it really pissed me off. Speaking of Zhou Cece, it seems she's going to study abroad, Yiling Xue said. She seems to be studying energy. I guess she doesn't want to lose to you. She's a girl, and it's a good thing her mother agreed to let her study energy, but this is not a good major. Gu Zhe frowned. Now, with the emergence of graphene battery technology, new energy companies have completely stopped jumping around and have turned to solar energy technology. However, Gu Zhe didn't even need to make a move in this area, as China's solar energy technology has already completely defeated most technology companies in the world. What's more, Gu Zhe still has his trump card nuclear fusion power generator set that he hasn't moved out. Almost unlimited energy can directly kill all power generation energy. What does it mean when Li Xian says that the brain-computer interface should be used by the military first? Yiling Xue asked, puzzled. This involves full stealth technology. Gu Zhe chuckled, there are some plots in novels where you think you're living in a perfect world, but in reality, you might just be a brain in a jar, and everything you experience is a plot that someone else can instill in you. But that's just science fiction. Yiling Xue said. The Japanese initially didn't believe America had multiple nuclear weapons, so it was bombed twice. Gu Zhe smiled bitterly. This technology is theoretically feasible. Since we can trick the brain into believing it's a living person, we can use this technology to load a completely virtual world and provide it to the military for various combat training. Unlike those military exercises that cost millions of dollars, using computers to engage in a technological battle basically does not consume any supplies, and at most it only consumes some computer memory. Even if magical enemies appear in the future, this system can be used for training. Isn't this just a game? Yiling Xue suddenly realized. Don't underestimate games, Gu Zhe said. Nowadays, many smart devices are built on gaming systems. Car companies are not going to actually put experimental models on the streets just to test the performance of their autonomous driving AI, are they? Yiling Xue nodded, then sat down on the sofa and said lazily, after we finish handing over things here, let's go have dinner, shall we? Although Yiling Xue sold her shares, Gu Zhe still holds an important position within the company. It can even be said that Feng Shui Company will completely cease to operate once Gu Zhe leaves. Trying to take over all of Feng Shui Company's existing technologies would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, which is not conducive to long-term development. Besides, no one is sure whether Gu Zhe has any other amazing inventions. In the evening, everyone gathered together. It's really nice to be so relaxed and happy every day, even if there are some people hiding in the dark who have bad intentions towards Guze. By the way, Brother Gu. Wu Haotian, still chewing on some pork ribs, said, "Have you seen that artificial intelligence thing? Are you talking about that general intelligence?" Guze asked, holding a wine glass in his hand. Right. That's what I was talking about. Wow, that thing is amazing. Wu Haotian exclaimed in amazement. It can write code, chat, and even discuss philosophy. I heard someone made an artificial intelligence fall in love with them. Wow, I want to be in love with a robot girl too. Wake up, maybe the robot will think you are the one who should be pressed under its crotch. Su Hao said with a laugh. This dirty joke caused dissatisfaction among the girls, but Su Hao just laughed and said nothing. However, this possibility exists. This artificial intelligence is so powerful because it relies on a powerful server group and a huge amount of data screening and training. Guze said lightly, "It's no big deal. I heard that domestic companies are also working on this thing. Should we follow suit?" Xin Sheng asked, holding the skewers. "I think it's possible," Xin Yuling said with a laugh. "My dad also said that the field of artificial intelligence will be the main battlefield in the future. With the huge computing power, artificial intelligence can do so many things, such as building pathology models and helping to solve so-called medical problems. However, as a world power in science and technology, America does not actually need this thing to help advance the development of medicine. Again, all cutting-edge technologies must be used in war. Brother Gu, what do you think? Shall we give it a try?" Wu Haotian said with a chuckle, "Let's create the most amazing artificial intelligence." Well, no. Guze shook his head and refused. Everyone was stunned. Artificial intelligence isn't such a difficult technology, right? Guze didn't need to do anything special. He just needed to analyze a wave of American artificial intelligence and optimize the data and code. Isn't that too easy for Guze? Brother Guze, tell me, what are you worried about? Su Hao asked. This thing is the most popular thing right now. We don't necessarily have to follow what's popular, Guze said. Artificial intelligence is indeed very powerful. I admit that America's general-purpose AI can do a lot of things, and it's impressive, but it can't compare to humans. As he spoke, Guze took out his tablet and found a paper written by artificial intelligence. First, he showed it to Wu Haotian. The poor student looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure out what was wrong, so he handed the tablet to Xin Sheng. Xin Sheng wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth, scratched it twice, and chuckled. "Ha, this paper has serious contradictions," Xin Sheng said. "Overall, it's a good paper, but because it's good, it's wrong. If you read the original English text, you'll find that some of the passages are from a recently published academic paper on the manufacture of artificial organs. As for this artificial organ, is there anyone more powerful than Guze? Chapter 114 Where is the chip? It's a pity. Brother Gu is an authority on this technology. Although he hasn't published any papers, I still learned a lot. A lot of the information in it is pieced together, and many have been proven to be academic fraud." After hearing this, everyone understood. Artificial intelligence is fine for data collation and analysis, but when it comes to academic research, isn't it just plagiarism and copying? Ever since Guze obtained the database of the mechanical gods, he felt that human technology was just like toys for children to play with. Artificial intelligence? Ha, no artificial intelligence can compare to the human brain. But don't think this is nonsense. It should be counted from the moment life is born. Billions of years ago, the world was just a big pot of soup. After the molecules collided with each other, the DNA of life was accidentally produced. Since then, life has been evolving continuously for hundreds of thousands of years, but the human evolutionary path has gone astray. The human brain consumes a lot of energy, and in order to maintain the functioning of the brain, the possibility of human survival will be reduced. Human beings have indeed paid a considerable price for this, and after the brain developed, human thinking began to awaken. What is 1 plus 1? Second, everyone knows the answer, but what if you ask a computer? Let's first define that 1 plus 1 equals 3. Then this 1 plus 1 is 3 for the computer. There is no reason, because this 3 is correct for the computer. Humans can tell that this 3 is wrong, but computers can't. To achieve the same simple, fast and efficient thinking mode as humans, it will either take tens of millions of years of evolution, or the emergence of a truly super algorithm to elevate the understanding ability of artificial intelligence to a new level. And humans will not allow robots to awaken. Guzay said calmly, everything requires experimentation, and nowadays, computers are much faster than human brains. If we give them the chance to awaken again, it would be a disaster. The world is not only white and black, there is also a lot of gray. Like some alien races, they cannot understand why human thinking is so dirty, which is not conducive to the development of the ethnic group. After listening to Guzay's explanation, everyone couldn't help but feel a little scared. So, we can't develop artificial intelligence? Su Hao felt a little regretful. Not really. Guzay put down his chopsticks. The Chinese country's regulations on injuries caused by equipment stipulate that only equipment that lacks self-thinking capabilities is considered an equipment injury. In other words, if it is a highly intelligent robot, it may not be regarded as a human. Just as humans evolved from atoms colliding together, accidentally forming a combination with life properties, and then slowly evolving to the present day, why can't the birth of artificial intelligence be the result of electrons colliding again and again, generating human emotions? But humans, the uncanny valley effect is so scary. Guzay said as he took a sip of beer. Humans instinctively fear things that are very similar to their own kind, including but not limited to robots and orcs, some of which only exist in fantasy novels. It's not that there's no solution. Guzay sighed, but such a high IQ AI needs someone to guide its self-learning and self-reflection. If it's a kind person, then it's fine, but if someone deliberately lets this AI build a killing model or something, then that would be a disaster. Everyone was silent. It seemed that this thing really needed to be strictly controlled, otherwise something might really happen. After some more chattering and playing, everyone went home. After settling Carol, Guzay went to the newly built laboratory. Ding! Do you need to build an initial AI model? The system's voice appeared, and Guzay shook his head. There's no need for that. The intelligence of the system is enough. As for the others, Guzay feels that they simply do not have the ability to withstand the consequences. Human beings do not need such advanced things at present, at least not yet. Ding! The system has issued a task to build a brain-computer interface, and the reward is a real-war scenario program. Wow, this system really pleases me. With the database of the mechanical gods, there is really nothing in this world that Guzay can't do. Even if some people want to circle around a tree at the speed of light, well, this strange request can still be met. The next day, helmets were placed on several large sofas. These were brain-computer interface devices. Seeing that the situation was somewhat different from what he had imagined, Li Xian frowned and asked, Guzay, where are the things? It's all here. Guzay said with a yawn. No. I'm asking you, where is the interface? Without an interface, how can it be called a brain-computer interface? Li Xian asked. Guzay, who had been busy all night, rolled his eyes at him and said, Brother Xian, do you have a router at home? Li Xian nodded. Then do you know that the signal strength and internet speed of your router have nothing to do with the length and number of antennas? Guzay laughed. Li Xian suddenly realized something and asked, you mean, these brain-computer interfaces don't require any chips to be implanted in the brain? Of course not. Guzay said, if it can receive and send signals acceptable to humans, then there is no need for anything like chips to assist. They are completely useless. And there is also the risk of being destroyed. Okay, I understand. Your skills are amazing. Li Xian nodded. What about the program? I've already set it up, Guzay said. It's a very difficult war dungeon. Once they enter, anyone who dies will be forced to wake up. If everyone dies, the mission will fail. The intensity of the training will also affect their actual training. What about the cost? Li Xian asked. Playing a dungeon once, about 2 kilowatt-hours of electricity? Guzay murmured. This situation can be said to be super affordable. In the past, during military exercises and training, the daily food expenses for these soldiers were a huge sum of money. Now, only 2 kilowatt-hours of electricity are needed to complete a very special training. Li Xian watched these people enter the equipment and begin training, and suddenly asked, can the battle with America also be realized? What do you want to do? Guzay was puzzled. It's possible, but the equipment gap after the construction is completed is too big. It's basically impossible to attack with so few people. Chapter 115 Making Trouble. If Guzay had known earlier that his development of this brain-computer interface and the creation of a training game would make these old guys extremely happy, he would never have agreed to open that level. That was the founding war of China, and many of these old men had come from that battlefield. Anyone with some knowledge of history would know the huge disparity in equipment between the two sides. The enemy used tanks, planes, armored vehicles, and even canned meat to the point of vomiting. On the Chinese side, some soldiers didn't even have a good cotton coat. Many epic stories were born on that land. Although time cannot be reversed, they were naturally excited to finally have the chance to relive the feeling of fighting on the battlefield. Especially when they learned that their equipment could be upgraded by modifying the program. Gu Zhe just watched the images coming from the display screen. They were holding all kinds of advanced weapons and chasing the enemy everywhere. If it weren't for the limited time for the experiment, I could really spend the whole day here. The result is that the older generation has fun, while the younger generation has not even gotten any training in their entire lives. Have you thought of this situation a long time ago, so you asked them to wait here? Gu Zhe said angrily. Li Xian disagreed and chuckled, saying, "They're just games anyway, so it doesn't matter if the older generation plays with them. You said it was easy, but if something happens to him, who will be responsible?" Gu Zhe held his forehead with his hand. "What else do you want to do next?" Li Xian's status and position are getting higher and higher, and his style of doing things is becoming more and more like that of the older generation. After playing this game, they only had one feeling: it was so fucking awesome. It took a lot of effort to finally be able to chase the Americans again. If they don't fight to the last man, they will be unworthy of the reputation of the older generation. Thanks to the genetically modified drugs, these old men are now in good spirits and have no sense of discomfort caused by the shock. A few people left, chatting and laughing. Before leaving, they also gave Gu Zhe a few words, saying that this game must be expanded. Who can play with only a few machines? At least a whole army of 100,000 people will be able to push through it directly. Gu Zhe could only express his helplessness. Only the older generation would dare to dream of a device worth 100,000 yuan. They only paid attention to the fact that 100,000 devices represented the number of people, but ignored the fact that the materials needed to make these things were not a small amount. As Li Xian and Gu Zhe looked at these inseparable figures, Li Xian's expression became gloomy first. "Gu Zhe, tell me honestly, do you have any way to?" What Li Xian was talking about was whether it was possible to find a way to extend the lifespan of these older generations. When Gu Zhe was away, these old veterans had asked similar questions. In reality, they simply didn't want to become a pile of dry bones, useless, before they could even see the rising star of China. Now we can also use genetic modification drugs to improve their physical fitness and increase their lifespan. When they first saw the results, everyone was excited, but also scared. Although Li Xian repeatedly assured that Gu Zhe would not say anything to him, the pressure he was under in private was much greater. "Allowing them to live an extra 3 to 5 years is already a great favor," Gu Zhe said calmly. "The human body is designed to be like this. When we get old, we're destined to die. If everyone could rely on science and technology to stay alive, the world would become an incomparable mess. Immortality? Of course, that would be great, but only a small part would be fine. If the whole world becomes immortal, that would be the beginning of a real disaster." Li Xian's brain would explode if he heard Gu Zhe talk about a bunch of topics about genes. "Gu Zhe, they are all our predecessors in China. Don't they deserve to enjoy happiness for a while longer?" Li Xian asked. "Li Xian, I need to remind you," Gu Zhe said again, "no matter how hard cells that have entered the aging stage try, they can only linger. They are still alive now, but in 3 years their disease will be more serious. By then, there will be really no way to treat them. Actually, there is one more. Digital life form." This was something that Gu Zhe had once been crazy about wanting to get, but due to the slow development of human technology, it would be a danger to him if he really made it. "Is there really no other way?" Li Xian asked. "Give up your behavior of desecrating life." Gu Zhe left without looking back. "Gu Zhe," Li Xian said from a distance, "X is asking you to go over there quickly. It has been such a long time since I last saw X. I guess their self-research capabilities have been improved to a new level." Inside the station, Su Yuyan ran over, carrying large and small bags of things, and even Carol. "I just went there to see how the self-research is going. You guys don't want to make a fuss like you're catching a mistress, do you?" Gu Zhe felt puzzled as he watched the two girls buy tickets skillfully and then escort him to the sleeper berth. As for the envious and jealous looks of others, that was not something Gu Zhe needed to deal with. After all, this is the privilege of the excellent. "Brother Gu Zhe," Su Yuyan asked, "that full stealth, when can I play it?" then you have to wait a long time. After all, those people outside have been clamoring for this technology for years, but in the end they got nothing except a bunch of PPTs that defrauded experimental funds. America's gaming history is truly remarkable, with special forces even using games for simulated training. Unfortunately, simulated training still lacks the intensity of real-world combat. The full stealth technology will allow everyone to experience the feeling of real training. Guzay, Carol said, the people of Camel Country are waiting for you there. Waiting for me? Guzay frowned. It seemed that as America suffered more and more losses at the hands of China, the Camel Country and other countries, which had already been weak in military strength, were now even more severely retaliated by America's crazy revenge. However, having said that, they directly lost 2 aircraft carriers, which have not yet been salvaged. How long will it take for those people in America to regain their former glory? Guzay suddenly came up with a very interesting idea. He could send several salvage ships to help dear America salvage his sunken ship. Maybe by then we can not only see the sunken ship, but also the interior of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier will be clearly visible. Chapter 116, Bloodless Battle. It's actually not that difficult to kill America without bloodshed. Just destroy its natural gas and oil. Anyway, people in this world mainly rely on electricity for their lives, so it doesn't matter what is used to generate electricity. If you insist that nuclear fusion generators have radiation, high-voltage electricity can kill people, and oil can burn, producing carbon dioxide that damages the environment. Those people are incredibly serious about environmental protection. What nonsense! How could they not be? This is a no-cost, high-profit business. Even if the world were to end and coal power was needed, there would still be people standing up and shouting, "We must reject coal power." Coal power is devastating. But in fact, the main source of economic income for Camel Country is not oil. Their income comes more from tourism and so on. What exactly is it that he wants to talk to me about this time? The latest report is that Minister XX of America issued a statement this morning, claiming that the 2 aircraft carriers lost by America were intentionally attacked by China and were not accidents. Such a long time has passed, but I didn't expect they still want to make a fuss about it. Guzay looked at the news about the plane and smiled bitterly. So, was that electromagnetic cannon real or fake? Su Yuyan asked. It really penetrated their aircraft carrier, and it was also a misfire, Guzay said. There must have been a mix of weapons and equipment, with the muzzle pointed outward, and I don't know who tripped the mechanism and fired it. What else can I say? It's just bad luck. Who told you to show off your muscles for no reason? Isn't this a big loss? Given America's current situation, it may not be easy to reorganize these 2 aircraft carrier formations. They are used to being domineering. If they want to avoid being attacked by electromagnetic cannons in the future, they must at least improve the relevant technology. Although, this improvement is useless. Once an electromagnetic gun is fired, it is as difficult to defend against as a missile moving in an irregular manner. This thing is very fast and has such strong penetrating power that it can only be deviated from its trajectory by the action of an extremely strong magnetic field. America hasn't had any creative weapons for a long time, and Guzay is very envious of this. Because they really took frugality to the extreme. Look, traditional gunpowder kinetic energy weapons can still be used. It would still take some time to get to X's headquarters, so Guzay planned to close his eyes and take a nap, while Su Yuyan and Carol were discussing something in a low voice while holding the magazines on the plane. Guzay took a look and found that it was an article about the World Beauty Contest. Guzay had no interest in such rich people's games, but he caught a glimpse of someone out of the corner of his eye. Don't move! A man stood up from his seat, holding a gun. Now is the time to hijack the plane. If you don't want to die, just listen to me. Fly this plane to America. As he spoke, the man kidnapped a little girl and headed towards the back of the plane. Other members also stood up and controlled the rioting crowd. The captain was also taken hostage into the cabin. I didn't expect to encounter such an exciting scene. Guzay sat at the outermost seat, with Su Yuyan and Carol sitting behind him. The robbers explained their demands to the captain, but the captain's face darkened at the unrealistic words. Impossible. The captain said. We're a domestic flight. We don't have enough fuel on board to make it to America. We can't possibly reach America. Then let's go to Japan. Do you hear me? The robber pressed his gun to the little girl's forehead. The cries of children, the despair of parents, and the chaotic and frightened sounds of a bunch of people mixed together, making people feel unhappy. Ding! Enemy detected. Should we start building weapons? No hurry, Guzay said coldly, let me take a look at the situation first. Using the edge of his vision, Guzay saw the weapons in these people's hands. It was a weapon printed out of ceramics. It was probably disassembled into parts, and then reassembled on the plane using the excuse of going to the restroom or something. If they can't fly to America, they'll fly to Japan. What on earth do these people want to do? You! A robber pointed the gun at Guzay, don't look around. Guzay raised his hand and said nothing. It seems that those people with ulterior motives still want to take me to America. When Carol was kidnapped before, the robbers had stated their demand that Guzay obtain American citizenship. Regardless of whether the operation failed or succeeded, their goal had actually been achieved. They recognized Guzay's value, so for such a valuable person, if they couldn't get him, they would have to destroy him. The ground control base was probably already deploying a rescue plan. If these criminals dared to land, they would be greeted by a large number of special forces. The kind of ruthless people who could wipe out an entire gang of evil forces by picking off one of them. However, Guzay thought about it and decided to forget it. Click. Everyone turned around and saw a gangster being shot dead by Guzay's gun. Bang bang bang. After a few shots, Guzay successfully killed the bandits. As for whether it will affect the child's mental health, forget it. What's the situation and why are you still entangled in this? Is there anyone who can deal with it? Guzay looked at the gangster who was knocked to the ground and asked, I have a gun license, I am legal. Still no one. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Guzay carried several corpses into the toilet by himself, and he didn't say anything after he came out. By the time they got off the plane, the scene had been cordoned off by police. The cell phones and personal communication devices of the criminals had been sealed, and Li Xian had also received intelligence. Are you okay? Li Xian called and asked, do you know who did it? It's probably coming after me, Guzay said, holding his phone. Didn't you receive any intelligence? They even called my house. The matter is still under investigation. Li Xian said, if that doesn't work, I'll send someone to bring you back. The defense deployment over there isn't that strong. If something happens to you, our losses will be huge. No need. Guzay sighed, you'd better send someone to take Yu Yan and the others away first. I'm afraid someone will get hurt if a gunfight breaks out. Li Xian didn't say anything else, just reminded him to be careful and hung up the phone. The people who had promised Guzay also arrived. They took the two girls away and replaced them with two female warriors in black clothes. This way it won't be awkward or intrusive. Chapter 117 Infiltrated. Guzay would never have thought that he would be assassinated in China, and that the other party used specially made firearms. Master Gu, the female soldier said, you can call me by my code name. My name is Shaoling. FIA. Said another female warrior. Originally, after this hijacking incident, Li Xian suggested that Guzay return to the Magic City as soon as possible to avoid additional risks. But now the transportation system has been completely paralyzed, and all passengers coming and going need to be checked. Guzay can't go back even if he wants to. Since I can't go back, I might as well go to X first. The three of them arrived at Sui, and the boss was already waiting. Mr. Gu. The boss said with a laugh, thank you for your help to Sui. Now that we have solved this most important technical problem, we will have more energy to deal with other things. Please follow me. The boss took Guzay to visit the newly expanded factory. There were really a lot of new equipment inside. In addition to some domestically produced equipment, some were purchased from abroad. After all, there are no such products in China, and the prices of foreign products are not very expensive. As he looked at it, Guzay picked up a tablet. Open it and swipe twice. If it were said to be domestically produced, some people would definitely not believe that it was so smooth, but now it really appeared in Guzay's hands. At present, the performance of our products is guaranteed, and has been produced at a level higher than that of the fruit company. However, you are also aware of the domestic software situation. The boss smiled awkwardly. When smartphones appeared, it didn't take long for the technology to advance from 1+8 to 2+16 and finally to 16 plus 512. The mainstream memory capacity is 8 plus 128. However, in foreign countries, the 4+64 version is sufficient. This is because their software review is quite strict and they won't allow apps to install a lot of unnecessary stuff. For example, Penguin, in order to ensure that their apps occupy a large amount of user memory, directly stuffed the Unreal Engine into your app. What I mean is, what kind of chat software needs a rendering engine? Fire Kylan processor, that's a nice name. Are you interested in the Azure Dragon processor? Guzay asked with a smile. You're joking, the boss said with a wry smile. At this stage, these are enough. Although our products are still only distributed domestically, they will eventually break out of the country. Well, I believe my dividend will not be less. Guzay nodded. X has to give Guzay a dividend for producing and selling products that require Guzay's technology. Although the proportion Guzay asks for is very small, the quantity is too large. Although now, Guzay is no longer short of money. When the molecular printer printed out gold, the world's financial system was just a joke in his eyes. Humans will eventually kill each other for water and food, it is only a matter of time. However, after being warned by Li Xian, he restrained himself a lot. As for the gold, as long as it can be processed abroad, it's fine. If it's not enough, you can ask Guzay for it. It's no big deal. Some laboratories need a large amount of gold for experiments. Mr. Guzay, I heard that you have started researching brain-computer interfaces? Asked the boss. What? Are you interested in joining in? Guzay asked with a smile. No, I'm sure that with your methods, Mr. Guzay, my small factory is not interested in you. The boss shook his head. That is, if you have obsolete technology, please teach it to my people. Don't worry, these will be counted as patent fees. Patent fees. If the remaining people of the Mechanical God clan heard this word, they would probably go crazy. The database of a race is not enough to pay the interest fees of the Mechanical God clan even if the entire solar system or even the Milky Way is lost, not to mention the patent fees. Just when Guzay followed his boss to a production workshop, Xiao Ling noticed something unusual. Mr. Gu. Xiao Ling threw Guzay to the ground without saying a word. What's going on? Boom! A machine suddenly overoperated and exploded. The resulting fragments attacked Guzay directly. The other person was agile and rushed over to catch the researcher who was trying to escape. First, his hands and feet were crippled, and then his jaw was dislocated. This guy couldn't even scream. Guzay stood up, Xiao Ling took out his gun and walked over. Everyone, leave your posts. Put your hands on your head and squat. Everyone. Xiao Ling said seriously, pulling out his satellite phone. Headquarters, the target we're protecting is under attack, the second time. Requesting reinforcements. The boss was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Had everyone on his side betrayed him? This shouldn't be possible. You have to know that he pays these employees very high salaries, including 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, housing, and medical care. Everything is top-notch. Why is this still the case? And this time, Guzay and his team successfully captured a living person. Looking at the man with red eyes, Guzay was speechless. Whatever happens, as for this exploding instrument. What a shame. Repairs would cost tens of millions. The key point is that some of the critical data inside may be irretrievable. You really deserve to die. Guzay said hatefully. The database of the Mechanical God has no other meaning. The best way for him to own it is to let other scientists in his camp know about it. X is currently the most advanced technology in the country in terms of microscopic particles. If anything inside is damaged even a little bit, all efforts may be ruined. Someone is coming over there, a team led by Li Xian himself. This was the first time Guzay saw Li Xian with such a serious expression. The pitch-black clothes did not reflect any light at all, as if blending into the night. If Li Xian's face was not there, Guzay would not have believed that this was the young master of the Li family. I told you to go back, otherwise you will be attacked again. Now it's fine. Li Xian said and looked to the side. Where are the people? Xiao Ling pointed at the researcher who was tied to the restraint chair. Okay, take it away. Li Xian said, Boss X, this is a confidentiality agreement, please sign it. The boss stepped forward and took the agreement. The more he looked at it, the colder he felt down his spine. 1. This agreement is a mandatory agreement. 2. This agreement will not be questioned by any international force. 3. No one can refuse to sign. 4. No matter who it is, no name is needed. From this perspective, it seems that his employees are doomed. Chapter 118 Do It Yourself. Gu Zhe went to the Camel Country embassy. Li Xian was not interested in what they discussed. As for that traitor, if the special agent team takes action and Li Xian does it personally, it will be a terrifying thing. There was no dim light or even any unpleasant smell in the basement. The betrayer was taken into the interrogation room. Let me warn you first, don't think about committing suicide by taking poison or biting your tongue, the person in charge of registration said. We haven't been open for business for a long time. You won't die, but you will definitely suffer. After saying this, the registrar looked at the man. Seeing him nod, the registrar gestured. After taking the cloth out of his mouth, the man kept silent. Bang! The burly man next to him punched him in the stomach. Ha, you don't follow the rules, do you? The burly man sneered, pinched the man's mouth, and took out a pair of pliers. Woo woo! The man struggled, but the sturdy man's strength seemed to be able to break his bones directly. Let alone escape, even turning his body was difficult. The pliers reached in, clamped it, and then threw it like this. A column of blood spurted out. Ah! The man felt pain, but the strong man didn't stop. There was only one tooth filled with poison, but the man pulled out 5 of them. For no other reason than for fun. The doctor came in and silently stopped the bleeding and disinfected his body. But that's all, don't even think about more professional treatment. I advise you not to resist, the examiner said coldly. We generally don't use torture, and no one dares to refuse our cooperation, because they all know that once we catch them, talking tough will be useless. Except for Gu Zhe, these people have one of the best intelligence gathering capabilities in the world. In just one day, they can find out what a person has eaten for 3 meals a year. They can even do this without big data. I don't believe it. The man said, his eyes widening as he looked at what the examiner was holding in his hand. He couldn't believe it. How did you get this? This is a novel written by your daughter, the censor said coldly. Mr. Gu Zhe's safety is even more important than the Supreme Commander's. We will investigate anyone and everything connected to him. If necessary, we will even catch mosquitoes one by one to check for genetic viruses. You're the most unusual one, but you did it in secret. We didn't have any evidence, so we didn't take action. Did your daughter complain to you about her notebook being missing? As the examiner spoke, he took out another tablet, which showed a picture of the man's wife with a handsome young man. What's going on? Let me introduce you. This is our agent, specializing in assassinations. The examiner said coldly. This is a threat. You can't do this. The man roared. How could China allow an organization like yours to exist? No. You're lying to me. Ha, the inquisitor sneered. I wish my position was fake, but here we are, sacrificing our precious vacation time for your sake. Don't you think it's unfair to be held responsible for an accident caused by a jerk like you? Tell me all the information you know, or you know the consequences. The man gritted his teeth and said, What have I done wrong? What's wrong with me wanting a good life? Do you know how much I earn in a year? The company's salary has been raised, but it's not enough. I also want my children to receive the best education and medical care. Can you give it to me? After a roar, the man did not restrain himself and began to curse the agent's family. And it's obvious that the agents are used to this. Want to wash your feet after get off work? I'll treat you. Agent A said. Hey, do you think this brother's daughter will be sent to wash our feet? Agent B looked at the man and said without hesitation. Ha, I actually hope he can be a little tougher. In the past, only the emperor could execute 9 generations of a family. Let's not talk about executing 9 generations of a family, but we can make his family members work illegally. They pay attention to 2 words when doing things, morality. As the saying goes, if I have no morals, no one can morally blackmail me, but they still have a bottom line when doing things. As to whether this bottom line is the life-saving straw that prevents a certain person and his immediate family from falling into the deepest abyss, it depends on whether this person is stubborn. For the agents who are outside the control, the more stubborn they are, the more they like it. This is how it's fun. How can you have fun if you don't resist? What? Why are there no rules at all? Are there rules for bombings? Are there rules for selling that stuff? What about the rules for those bastards who force women, even little girls? Here, Li Xian's rules are the rules. The man swallowed and asked, What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. the examiner chuckled. Because of your lack of cooperation, I haven't completed my work. All I did was confirm whether there were any errors in your information. Do you know what happened to the last person who put me in such a difficult position? That was before Minister Li took office, and Minister Li's brother died. The old minister ignored his own status and arrested that idiot's father and his followers, torturing them severely. If it weren't for the guarantee from above, I will tell you everything I know. Please don't touch my daughter. Please. Unfortunately, this isn't my job. The inquisitor took a sip of tea and said with a smile, since you've already rebelled, you've already stepped halfway into hell. Sir, I pray sincerely for you. I pray that you can retain your human form when you emerge. As for whether you want to continue into hell or get out quickly, that's up to you. With that, the examiner walked out. Outside, Li Xian walked in. The agent, a veteran in torture, was stunned. The boss wanted to do it himself? This time, things seemed to be really serious. The man was taken to another room and beaten up. The screams continued, and Li Xian did not hold back. Torturing people? That's childish. The best thing is to beat them half to death but not to die. Gu Zhe was unaware of all this. When Li Xian took action in the punishment room, he was still drinking and chatting with the people from Camel Country, and the two sides were discussing their next cooperation. After beating for half an hour, Li Xian finally dragged out the man who looked like a dead pig. Chapter 119 Archaea. I don't care about your name, nor do I need it. Li Xian took a sip of water. You have to answer whatever I ask. Otherwise, not only your family, but even if I arrest and sell your family, no one will dare to bother me. The man nodded. Did America ask you to do this? Li Xian asked. The man nodded. Very good. Li Xian nodded. It seems that I have to pay special attention to the people in America. Then the next question is, who taught you how to set up the blasting equipment? The man shook his head and said, I don't know. I just know that they asked me to do this and gave me a lot of money. I really did it for the money. You are not allowed to say what you shouldn't say. Li Xian said coldly. The man shut up instantly. Last question. Li Xian said, do you know what Gu Zhe means to our entire country? The man shook his head. Ha, Li Xian sneered. If he really succeeded, the whole world would laugh at China from now on. You long for life abroad, thinking it's wonderful, America is amazing. I understand your perspective. The girls there are indeed very nice. The educational resources are excellent, too. It's not surprising for someone like you to have such thoughts. Our country hasn't been developed for many years, and even now many mountainous areas lack medical care and medicine, and we have no solution. The older generation has a strong yearning for places like America, because they know that when China couldn't even make a screw, people in America were already driving cars. They have soda, hamburgers, and the most advanced technology in the world. And I can only farm in China. My face is to the earth and my back is to the sky. I have news to tell you, Li Xian said. The treatment chamber developed by Mr. Gu Zhe can treat your father's cancer and your mother's Alzheimer's. Your boss originally planned to allocate treatment quotas for you, and it would be available for general use in 2 months. Your actions have completely destroyed their hope of survival. The man was stunned. There's another piece of news, Li Xian continued. The unfinished building project at X University, the one you bought, has now resumed construction. The bank has returned the house to you, and the outstanding debt has been written off. In at most 6 months, you'll be able to move into the best residential complex. Why? The man was puzzled. Why? Because Gu Zhe took on all of X University's bad debts and launched the treatment chamber, but couldn't publicly release it due to confidentiality issues. In order to strengthen domestic development, a preferential policy for scientific and technological researchers was signed. And you, for a little petty profit, abandoned and betrayed your country and attempted to assassinate Gu Zhe. Even if he doesn't have any abilities, he's still a legal citizen of our country. Do you think people from those countries would ask you to assassinate someone for no reason? Why do you have so little confidence in China? Li Xian didn't continue speaking. He saw the man kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly. However, everything had already happened, and there was no way he could be redeemed. What awaited him was a lifetime of surveillance, and he would not be allowed to tell anyone about what happened today until his death. If they violate this rule, then the whole world will no longer know about the existence of their family. Lock him up, Li Xian said calmly, don't let him die. Sir. The man said, I know some important information. You can continue asking me. No, I just need to know which country asked you to do this, Li Xian said. With this fact, I can find those spies in a very short time. In other words, you are no longer useful. Just like that, the man was taken to a room covered with impact pads. The door was closed, and he was allowed to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate inside. On the other hand, the cooperation negotiations between Gu Zhe and the royal family of the Camel Kingdom have reached the final stage. After finally getting the information, Gu Zhe took a quick look at it and then frowned. Are you serious? Gu Zhe asked, ancient bacteria? And they're highly active? This thing is rare. The royal family member nodded and said, this bacteria is actually not a big deal. It's just that a large amount of water was found where it appeared. But we have already explored that place, and there is no water resource to be mined. Mr. Gu, we are all familiar with your name. You are not only an authority in the Department of Energy, but also in the Department of Materials Science and the Department of Biological Sciences. We would like to ask for your help to see if this bacteria can be used. Their request was simple, they wanted to know if they could use this bacteria to build a water purification system. This way, they could develop agriculture, control desertification, and improve their living environment. Gu Zhe frowned. He really has no research on these things that were sealed tens of millions of years ago. Moreover, although science can now explain many things, no one knows how many things have been born on Earth over billions of years. If a purification system can really be built, it will be extremely valuable for those places in the country that lack pure water. Ding! Detected data that confuses the host, comparing with the database. Comparison complete. Bacteria species, XXX variant 3, has the ability to purify water resources and improve the living environment of aquatic organisms. It's edible and contains trace amounts of rare elements. Mature individuals can be picked and used, which is very helpful for weight loss and fitness. Boy, is this thing really that perfect? Is there no flaw? Having said that, this thing cannot be taken out for modification casually, because who knows what might happen. Ding, this bacteria is used on some carbon-based planets as a source of water and vitamins for maintaining spacecraft. It's speculated that this type of civilization descended on Earth tens of millions of years ago, and this must have been left behind. Gu Zhe was silent. If this was true, then it would be hard to say whether life on Earth was native or brought to Earth by someone and then evolved slowly. Thank you for your trust. Gu Zhe chuckled, I think I've seen this strain of bacteria before in China. I'll do more research on it when I get back and give you an answer. Hearing what Gu Zhe said, the people of Camel Country breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction. In oil-producing areas like those, water is truly more precious than oil. The way the wealthy there show off their wealth is by dumping water. Chapter 120 Mentor. After finishing everything outside, Gu Zhe returned to the hospital with the fungus samples. He first used Xinxing's equipment to cultivate it, and then Gu Zhe called Li Xian. But Li Xian seemed busy and didn't answer his call. But never mind, it's normal for him to be busy at this time. The busier Li Xian is, the safer he will be, which is good. At least Gu Zhe wouldn't be sent to the bunker. Xinshang walked in yawning and was a little surprised to see Gu Zhe in his laboratory. Brother Gu, what's wrong? Are you doing the experiment? Xinshang walked up to Gu Zhe and looked at the thing with some curiosity. What is this? This is a project brought by a partner. Gu Zhe said, some of the features are not yet understood, so we need to develop them first. When Xinxing heard this, he realized that the project that specifically sought cooperation with Gu Zhe must be very important. Let me take a look. Xinxing said, and took out special equipment from the other side, started slicing and then put it into the microscope. He is indeed a professional and is better than Gu Zhe at everything he does. In less than a moment, Xinshang added a bunch of medicines into the culture container. Oh my god, I've never seen such an outrageous fungus. Xinshang was shocked. Brother Gu, where did you get this thing? How come its vitality is so strong? What's the situation? Gu Zhe asked. It does work, and it does contain a lot of nutrients. But it's a bit of a stretch to use it on personal devices. Xinshang pondered for a moment. It can be used to purify wastewater in chemical plants, but whether the food cultivated in this way is edible remains to be seen. There is no shortage of this kind of food in China. If you can't eat it, then don't eat it. It's good to have a purification effect. Guzay sighed, our local factories discharge a lot of pollutants every day, and the treatment of sewage discharge is even more perfunctory. With this, I guess there will be no excuse for not being able to handle sewage well. This algae can treat sewage and naturally also seawater. It is true that the camel country is rich, but it is obvious that their technological level is not that high, otherwise such things would not be handed over to Guzay for research. The main thing is, if someone in America finds out, the ancient bacteria may not be able to survive. What is the point of doing research when everything has been taken away? The things were placed in the culture tank first, and Shen Chang and Guzay walked out. How's the situation in the treatment chamber? Guzay asked. Quangren Shen has already issued an announcement saying that the company has made a major breakthrough and can now perform cell-level treatments. Shen Chang smiled bitterly. Their servers have been attacked like a hornet's nest these days, and they haven't found anything useful. If hackers could find it, that would be a disaster. After all the important databases were checked for security by Guzay. With the technology of this powerful race that ranks among the most powerful in the entire universe, it is extremely easy to defend against the cyber attacks of Earthlings. Boss, I don't think we need to do this. Xin Qing said, with your technology, we can just declare that we are researchers of China's black technology. With China's military power, as long as we don't leave China, we will be safe. I can, but public opinion won't allow it. Guzay sighed. He knew only too well how humans could be incited. There is no need to worry about those who can be kept, but those who cannot be kept will run away even if you kneel down and call them grandpa and grandma. It is a disease to worry about these things in such a situation. If everyone knew that everyone's body could remain young and beautiful in the future and would not die so easily, then the entire Chinese nation would be completely in chaos. It is inevitable. Cell optimization potion. Xin Qing smiled bitterly, this thing is indeed very tempting. If abused, it will indeed affect the balance of the world. But I think there are still some great gods who deserve to use this potion to prolong their lives. For example? Guzay asked. The world's first successful high-difficulty surgery is not uncommon in our country. Xin Qing said, my mentor is an excellent surgeon. Now he is old and his eyesight is blurry, and he has cancer. I feel. Guzay understood that Xin Chang was trying to show favoritism. That's not enough. Since he is the one who taught a genius like Xin Qing, his own strength must be guaranteed. I understand. Bring him here when you have time. Use the treatment chamber to cure him first before doing anything else. Although the genetic medicine is very powerful, he may need more complex rehabilitation training. Guzay said. Okay, thank you brother Gu. Xin Qing smiled. The two of them ate something casually and began to look for experts in fungal research. It's not that we can't research this ancient bacteria, it's just that it needs to be reasonable. Li Xian, who didn't answer the phone, called back. Hello? Is something wrong over there? Why don't you answer my call? Guzay asked. Oh, I have a lot of tasks. I just found out that my phone is out of battery when I had some free time. Li Xian said casually while drinking in a certain house. Let's not talk about anything else for now. I have some projects here that need talent to join. It would be great if you could find someone to help. Guzay said, also, I have updated the brain-computer interface game. You will definitely like it. Like? What does that mean? Li Xian is considered one of the most powerful agents. In a one-on-one fight, ordinary special forces can't do anything to him. An agent like this would crush other players even if he played games. Why was Guzay so sure that he would like her? I'll come find you after I'm done here. Li Xian said, I didn't have much fun with you guys at the last party. Next time I'll bring some brothers with me to have some fun together. Oh, okay. I'll get you some fun equipment. Guzay hung up the phone. Now that we have dealt with this, the next thing is the trouble at hand. The family of three were all neatly tied up with their hands and feet. A native, an American, and a mixed breed. I gave you a chance. Li Xian said calmly, arms, noodles, genetic resources, and post-event disposal. Ha, you were responsible for some of my people's disappearances. It really opened my eyes. You may think that Huaxia is a tolerant country, but I'm sorry, it's the Huaxia people who are tolerant, and I am just a mean person. With a snap of his fingers, the person next to him picked up a bone-cutting knife, dragged the three people into the bathroom, and dealt with them one by one. Chapter 121 Change of Thinking. In an experimental base in America, a commander was complaining to his subordinates because his assassination plan against Gu Zhe had failed again. It is not uncommon for countries to plant spies on each other during their interactions, but it is rare that an unreasonable agent like Li Xian suddenly appears in the usually gentle country of China. Gentlemen, please tell me why our plan failed again? You can say that the Chinese people value family, so we selected the most beautiful and outstanding women to be spies. In fact, our plan did achieve some results, but are you too obsessed with past successes? Look at this report. How many of our planted personnel have been dealt with? Or secretly executed? The commander shouted at his men as if it had nothing to do with him. In fact, it was he who made this plan, and it was also he who arranged these women to seduce some senior executives of China, but who cares about these? As long as he can completely push all the responsibilities away, then no one can say that he is wrong. Sir, I think we can change our battle strategy. Their technological advancement is definitely not that simple. Even if their technological advancement is very fast, it is impossible for them not to cooperate with other countries. We can use our own local technology companies to contact Gu Zhe. In this way, no matter whether Gu Zhe thinks highly of us or not, there will be many people in China who will cooperate with us. After listening to the man's plan, the officer felt that it made sense. After all, their technological foundation was still too weak. Take the fruit company as an example. If China loses the fruit company, their unemployment rate will continue to rise, which is why America can be so unscrupulous. In their eyes, China could copy some low-end technology products, but imitating high-tech industries was basically impossible. As for the company that created a nanometer lithography machine, it could only be said that it was probably just a coincidence. Even if it wasn't a coincidence, they wouldn't admit it. Soon, a bioscience company announced that it would build a factory in China. Being able to attract foreigners to invest is a good thing, but Gu Zhe and others feel it is a bit abnormal. Why are you investing in building a factory now? Why didn't you come here when we were developing new materials, new technologies, and new energy? Why are you here when we're developing new biotechnology? Tell me, what do you think? Gu Zhe asked his companions while looking at the news on the tablet. What else can we do? In a word, those who show unwarranted kindness are either treacherous or thieves. Xin Chang was open-minded. He had no interest in foreign technology, he was only interested in the results of his own research. Our technology is at a critical juncture right now. We absolutely cannot cooperate with them. If we really sign a contract with them, we won't know who will steal whose technology. This is very unusual. All my friends are asking me if I've done something big here, Wu Haotian said. In the past, when foreign companies invested in China, they always got the news before me. But this time, an American company chose Shanghai over anywhere else. This is very unusual. Although Shanghai has good economic development, it is not a paradise for scientific research. If you really want to develop new biotechnology, you should go to the technology companies in Yanjing, where there are complete equipment and technology, and even many experts. If they didn't come here to make money, there would probably be only one reason. Everyone looked at Gu Zhe. What's with that look on your face? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Gu Zhe felt a little strange. I'm saying, you haven't really forgotten that you were assassinated several times not long ago, have you? Yiling Xue said helplessly, if the enemy's target is really you, then they might not be aiming for technology but your life. It's a pity they only said they wanted to cooperate and didn't mention any other motives. If they did, Senior Li Xian could have arrested them all, Xin Xing said with a chuckle. But then again, these people in America are really bold, daring to confront the current China head-on. There is an important truth in the development of world history, especially modern history. When your enemy suspects you have a weapon, you'd better actually have it, otherwise you have to think about whether it's some gangster attracted by the oil buried in your own land. If it's really just a technological discussion, I welcome them, but if they really want to target my head, I will kill them. Gu Zhe said bluntly. To repeat, when some people in this world want to keep oil in a dominant position, Gu Zhe is always capable of pulling down the energy status of oil. By the way, Brother Gu, Mr. Huang said that he has some things he wants you to discuss with him. Wu Haotian thought of this and said. Honestly, when Gu Zhe heard that Mr. Huang wanted to find him, he felt a little happy. After all, meeting Mr. Huang wouldn't lead to a gunfight on the plane. And because of the fracture, technology is advancing too fast and the welfare system is too perfect. Now there are not many people willing to work for America. After all, it is no longer a secret that Gu Zhe can print gold, and the bigwigs in various fields know about it. If you don't want the precious metals market to collapse, then don't mess with Gu Zhe. Did Mr. Huang say what it was? Gu Zhe asked. I'm not too sure, but it seems like there was some problem with the super fighter you donated. When the engineers tried to imitate it, they couldn't achieve the same effect as the original fighter. Wu Haoyin said. This super fighter was a gift from the system, but even with this thing, after Gu Zhe obtained the database of the mechanical god group, he realized that the super fighter was just a common mount used by the superior race for patrolling. If the technology to develop this thing cannot be overcome, then there will be no need for scientists on Earth to research and conquer other technologies of the mechanical Protoss. Anyway, there are things that they really cannot understand, so it is better for them to just sit back and wait for everything to be settled so that they can enjoy their old age. This also saves them from overworking their brains and killing all their brain cells. Chapter 122. Is this Chang Wei? Soon, Gu Zhe, who had not learned his lesson at all, rode his own electric scooter towards the military factory. Seeing him so unscrupulous, the secret agents who were secretly protecting him didn't say much. If he was exposed now, many secret agents would be protecting Gu Zhe, which would attract more assassinations. After arriving at the place, Gu Zhe first went to see Mr. Huang. Master Engineer, I've been waiting for you to come. When Mr. Huang saw Gu Zhe, he felt as if he had seen his own daughter. What on earth has happened here that has you so concerned? Haven't I already given you the blueprints and design materials? He had rushed over when he heard that there was a problem with the super fighter. But now, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with the fighter jet. It's mainly because some of the technologies used in it have completely pissed off some people. Mr. Huang said with a smile and tears. What does this mean? In fact, it is not particularly difficult to thoroughly understand all the performance of modern fighter jets. It's nothing more than power, paint, and the strength of the material. The blueprint that Gu Zhe gave covered everything from materials to forging and programming. Any fool who follows this process can build a super fighter. But these so-called arms experts don't buy it at all. They not only want to figure out how to make super weapons, but also want to understand all the principles involved. Otherwise, they won't be at peace even if they go to the 18th level of hell. A person's obsession can reach such a terrifying level. But for Gu Zhe, now is not the time to explain all the technologies to them. Some researchers are stubborn, believing that such a great technology should be promoted worldwide to benefit people everywhere. However, those in power in America don't think so. They only care about how much benefit this technology can bring to them. That is right, it's all for the American currency, which Gu Zhe thinks is not even as good as waste paper. Mr. Huang, I can't teach you the key technologies of the super fighter plane just like that. Gu Zhe said, you should know that I visited a democratic enterprise project a few days ago, and I have almost mastered the relevant technologies. Although I can teach you, I can't guarantee that everyone can trust me without you now. Mr. Huang expressed his understanding. He then sighed, looked at the super fighter, and said, what a pity. These technicians didn't intend to build a super fighter directly. They just wanted to apply the technology from the super fighter to the J-20. China's self-developed 5th-generation aircraft. What? You dislike the J-20's canards? What? It's not as good as the American ones? Hearing such words, Gu Zhe could only say that anyone who could say such words without any reflection must have been severely poisoned by those people in America. There are only 3 countries in the world that can build such fighter jets. Let's not talk about this for now, said old Huang. The research on the super fighter is almost complete. Since we don't know the specific principles, then let's not know them. This will prevent us from having to track it down if it's stolen. Your battle armor has now been mass-produced. Would you like to come and see it? The 2 things the system gave me should have reached their limit by now. Can armor be mass-produced? Gu Zhe followed him excitedly to take a look, and when he got there, he saw rows of assembly lines with sets of armor that were much heavier than his own hanging on them. Although it cannot compare to the one used by Gu Zhe himself, these things can also greatly enhance the combat capabilities of the Chinese soldiers. Gu Zhe nodded and said, that's enough. Don't you really need to improve it? I think there's still a lot of room for improvement. Mr. Huang said, scratching his head. These super fighters and super armors are actually equipped with self-destruct systems. If they are taken out without permission, the main control core will be burned directly, and this authority is in Gu Zhe's hands. If we make further improvements, there will be no way to guarantee safety. After hurriedly checking the status of the armor, fighter jets, and satellites, Guzay drove away in a hurry on his e-mule. When we arrived at Fengshui Company, as soon as we got off the car, we saw a world-leading biological technology company holding a press conference next to it. From the American publicity to the press conference, it has to be said that the company has made a lot of arrangements to cope with the rise of China. Ignoring him, Guzay headed towards Fengshui Company. At this time, a sharp-eyed reporter said in surprise, "Hey! Isn't that Mr. Guzay?" His words immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the reporters, and they all went up to interview him. "Mr. Guzay, what are your thoughts on next-generation energy technology? There are rumors that you have accepted a cooperation with Camel Country. Can you tell us what they are developing? There are constant rumors about you online. Do you have anything to say? Are you really having ambiguous relationships with multiple women?" Faced with these questions, Guzay ignored them and walked straight to Fengshui Company. When they arrived at the company gate, a female reporter screamed and fell on Guzay. "Excuse me, Mr. Guzay." The female reporter said with a chuckle, "We just want to interview you for a few minutes. We won't take up too much of your time." "Oh, it's okay, I don't accept interviews." Guzay nodded, then pushed the female reporter away and entered Fengshui Company. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Others would jump on TV and become famous, but what are you doing? Why are you refusing interviews with reporters? Don't you want to be famous? These reporters are like dogskin plasters, and they can't get rid of them even if they want to. In the past, they should have rushed into the company directly, but looking at the tall and mighty security guards, they are still a little scared. If something serious happens, who can take responsibility? In desperation, they had to go back to the newly opened company and continue their reporting. Upstairs, in the tea room reserved for a few friends, Yi Lingxua opened the blinds and looked at the luxuriously decorated company, frowning. Even when the competition was fiercest, no other company had been so blatant as to open a business right next to another. Furthermore, it was clear that the other party was trying to start a price war. Chapter 123 Spy. It seems they are really coming for me. They are smart and know they can't kidnap me directly, so they come to compete with me. Guzay said, "But who gave them the idea that their technology can compete with mine? You can take away Guzay, who couldn't be taken away by force, with a soft knife? This is probably because the entire company is full of evil forces, looking for an opportunity to get rid of Guzay, or even kidnap him directly. Their technology seems to be microbial technology." Xin Qing said, holding the poster they used for promotion. "It's considered a relatively cutting-edge technology, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. This technology is nothing more than extracting certain potentially useful substances, such as medicines, from microorganisms, or choosing to use ancient bacteria to purify sewage like Guzay and others. But the difference between the two sides is that people in America regard this technology as cutting-edge technology, while Guzay and his team only give it a little research. In addition to this, there is another particularly interesting point." Xin Cheng smiled and pointed at a person above. "This face doesn't look like someone from America, does it? I forgot his original name. I heard he went to America for academic research, changed his nationality and name, and is now called Wu Chen? Chang Wei beat Lai Fu?" Guzay complained. "Ha ha. It seems that there is nothing wrong with this. Should we ask Li Xian to investigate?" Yi Lingxua asked. "I'm a little worried that they might harm us. Fengshui Company's main business now is not microbial technology, and it has nothing to do with them." Guzay said, "As a hands-off manager, you just need to watch over it carefully. Before the new energy company was defeated, it still thought it was so powerful. Only after it was defeated did it realize how ridiculous it was. As the saying goes, if you don't cause trouble for others, trouble will naturally come to you." This saying is true for Guzay. Based on the system's database comparison, Guzay completed 50% of the development of the microbial water purifier. No matter how advanced the technology is, we have to be down to earth and take it step by step. We cannot become rich all at once. The cultivation of archaea still needs to be done slowly. In the evening, Guzay stretched and walked out of the company. "I'm so tired. If it weren't for the cooperation with Camel Country, I really wouldn't want to work so hard." Guzay stretched his body and sighed. When he turned on the e-mule, a gust of cold wind blew, making Guzay shiver. "When should I change my car? It doesn't seem so good to keep driving an electric scooter to and from get off work. However, if you buy a car, there's a chance that a bomb might be installed inside. No, even the current email may be installed with some strange things. After thinking about it for a while, Guzay sighed, started his email and prepared to leave. At this time, a slender figure blocked Guzay's way. Is there something wrong? Looking at the man who was still wearing a black suit in the middle of the night, Guzay became alert. Please don't be nervous, Mr. Guzay, said Chen, or researcher Will. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. Cooperation? Guzay raised his eyebrows while sitting on the email. Why should I cooperate with you? You are studying microorganisms, right? I am from the energy department. Don't say that. Chang Wei said with a wry smile, do you have time for a drink? But this warm welcome was met with a cold reception. Guzay didn't even bother to drive away, so he just started his email and left. I'm not related to you, so why would I bother with you? Living in America for so long has got you insane, right? Will was also indifferent when he saw this scene. He withdrew his hand and wrote something in the notebook, then put the notebook away. He also couldn't understand why he was suddenly sent here when he was studying microorganisms abroad. And right from the start, he was going to compete with the rumored scientific genius Guzay? What was the reason for this? Guzay returned home and was about to open the door when he was stunned. Then, he searched his body in a serious manner. Damn, I forgot to take something. Guzay cursed, got out of the car and took the elevator back downstairs. He took out a small box from the back and went upstairs again. There was a thief in his house. Although I am the only one who has access to the computer at home for confidentiality, there is no guarantee that no one will have any bad intentions. Ding! Several surveillance cameras and listening devices detected. Should we initiate an alarm? The system's words echoed in his mind, but Guzay sat down on the sofa in the living room as if nothing had happened. He then poured himself a glass of water and started browsing the news on his tablet. A hidden pinhole camera captured his image in every detail and passed it on to a spy who was monitoring him. As long as you have money, you can enter this high-end community. It's really that easy. There is no need to worry about activity funding, America has plenty of money. In the picture, Guzay had rested enough, sighed, then walked into the bedroom and turned on the computer. What is this for? Is this for recording classified information? Just when the agent was excited, he found that Guzay opened a game and started typing on the keyboard. Playing games? And it's an account on a rental platform? Why? The spy was starting to get bored. What was going on with this guy? Wasn't he supposed to be a genius? Just like that? He was so obsessed with games? If everyone like him was a genius, then genius was way too cheap. Finally, the spy seemed to be unable to hold on any longer and fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up the next day, there were many big men standing in front of his bed. Hello, little brother. The leader had a scar on his face and his muscles were knotted into blocks. He looked at the spy with ill intentions. I heard that you like to spy on others, little brother. What do you think of me? Am I your type? This posture gives the feeling that Li Kuei is about to sleep with the emperor. Not long after, the spy was sent to prison. He should be sentenced for multiple crimes and imprisoned for 20 years. Li Xian's subordinates expressed complete incomprehension of this. You say you have hands and feet, but you sold your personality for such a small amount of money. Is it really worth it? The key point is that even if you sell your personality, you should exchange it for something more valuable, and what you exchange is American currency. In Guzay's childhood impression, America was either printing money or on the way to printing money. Chapter 124 Technology Competition. Another half a month passed, and the weather had begun to turn cold. In the coffee shop, Guzay was holding a cup of coffee and looking at Li Xian in front of him. The interrogation is over, Li Xian said calmly. It's basically the same as what I initially suspected. They did everything to investigate the source of your technology. This included spending $200 million to start a company, $100 million on a mansion, and $300 million to whitewash your identity. These were all arranged by America for Guzay. It would be great if they used this money on their own infrastructure, Guzay complained. If America can build the entire world well, the world's technological level can be improved by at least 50 years. It's not that no one has thought about what Guzay said, but how can a country that has been causing trouble in other countries for years and can even spend millions of dollars to airlift goats over there expect them to spend money on infrastructure? They have serious corruption problems themselves, and they don't agree with the accusations made by others. To put it bluntly, it can be summed up in one sentence: what do the lives of the lower class have to do with me? Moreover, since the establishment of the world order, America has always been boasting about how free and powerful it is. It is also because of this so-called freedom that countless people come to America every year by smuggling or through formal immigration means. This includes many geniuses from various countries, so America does not need to cultivate talents, as geniuses from other countries will scramble to join America. The issue right now isn't how much money they've spent, but the fact that their target is clearly you, Li Xian said helplessly. I've never seen America do such a foolish thing to snatch talent. I'd like to hear your advice on how to handle this matter. My opinion? I don't have any opinion, Guzay said calmly. Even though I know a lot about technology, I'm not a secret agent. Professional matters should be left to professionals. No matter how capable Guzay is, he doesn't have the skills of a senior agent. I've heard about your collaboration with Camel Country. If this technology is truly successful, they can divert seawater to irrigate farmland. Our country's rice cultivation technology can also be upgraded to a higher level, Li Xian said. If they are indeed here for this technology, then the timing makes sense. Shortly after the ancient fungus was discovered, America found Guzay, who was working with camel. It can be said that the Camel Kingdom was smart. They established a cooperative relationship with Guzay at the first opportunity. Otherwise, they would probably be used as a gun now. But this shouldn't be the case. Do they really need this technology? Although America usually boasts of its freedom and high technology, it is actually one of the world's largest food exporters. Pearl jewelry and gemstones can only be considered small businesses in terms of food and energy. Honestly, if Earth's modern history were a novel, America would be the villain even more formidable than the protagonist. They shouldn't need any irrigation technology. Just like in Black Continent, they can just scatter some food and it will grow. How can there be a shortage of food? Guzay was puzzled. Could it be that they really came here just for microbial technology? I would believe you if you said they were after microbial weapons technology, Li Xian complained mercilessly. As an agent who has access to a considerable amount of confidential information, Li Xian has a particularly good understanding of America. Magical managers do magical things. When people from other countries laugh at them, they will only do something even more incredible, and then slap those mockers in the face. You say I don't understand this or that, and I can only laugh at you for not understanding America. Only if you've actually lived in America will you realize these people have absolutely no moral standards. It is not impossible for this magical country to do incredible things. Their actions include but are not limited to applying radioactive elements to children's toys or directly using civilians to conduct germ experiments. For example, the flu vaccine is supposed to make you fine, but people in America would rather die than get vaccinated. Who knows who will be used for human experiments this time? What if I get infected with a poisonous vaccine? Wouldn't it be possible that I would be fine at first but end up in trouble later? By the way, take a look at this. Li Xian said as he took out a document. Guzay took it and looked at it, then frowned. International Science and Technology Competition, held in China. What does this mean? Guzay was a little confused. That's exactly what it says, Li Xian said, taking a sip of tea. They're really smart. They know they can't beat us in secret, so they just put it out in the open. As a top researcher, you're forced to participate in the so-called International Science and Technology Competition. Can't you just refuse? Guzay asked. When people apply for a patent, all the information will be reviewed, but it is unknown whether it will be taken seriously in the end. You can refuse, but if you do, it will probably have a big impact on your company. Li Xian smiled bitterly. The construction of the treatment chamber is at a critical juncture, and it's just a little bit short. You can just come up with something to fool around. The technology on Earth is still the worst in the universe. As long as Guzay wants, he can crush everyone on Earth at any time. But there is no benefit in becoming the target of public criticism. As the saying goes, only by keeping quiet can you make a fortune, and only by keeping your head down can you accomplish great things. Once you are entangled like this, you will no longer be free to do what you want in the future. Think carefully about what you're going to bring to this competition, Li Xian said. I'll send someone to protect you. As long as they're safe, your safety will be guaranteed. If anything happens to them, we'll have to go to war. Guzay felt a chill. Isn't it just a science and technology competition? Why is it so tense? However, when it comes to this science and technology competition, Gu Zhe really hesitated. He has countless technologies that he can show off, but each one of them has the potential to cause an uproar. Ding! Host's intention detected. A new technological product has been designed based on existing technological products. A bionic robotic arm. The robotic arm can receive brainwave signals and move just like a normal human limb. It's made of new materials, making it light and strong. This is great, not too outrageous but not too embarrassing. Chapter 125 Talent Recruitment. Everything has been said, so there is no need for Li Xian to stay. I still have a lot of things to do over there, so you go ahead and do your work. Li Xian stood up and paid for his coffee. Tell me about your research results when they come out. Actually, I can completely ignore this tech conference. Gu Zhe chuckled. I don't really care how much profit the company under my name makes. Besides, even if my reputation is damaged and the company's interests are harmed, they have no other choice. If you were in a Western country, they would definitely sue you for monopoly, Li Xian said sarcastically. If they want to fight monopoly, they must have alternatives. Why should I hand over the technology one developed myself? Gu Zhe snorted. Okay, I'm leaving. Li Xian laughed. Let us get back to the issue of this technology conference. Gu Zhe carefully read the rules of this so-called conference. The site is located in the Magic City of China, where the World Expo was held more than 10 years ago. Thousands of geniuses from hundreds of countries around the world will showcase their inventions and creations. America's intentions are not malicious, but rather quite sinister. Take Gu Zhe as an example. If there were several geniuses useful to America, it would be fine if they were born in China or the Bear Country, as these countries have sufficient military power to resist America's invasion. If it's from Heizhou, ha! Gu Zhe sneered. However, the target of this technology conference may not be geniuses from other countries. America's goal is very clear, it is to target Gu Zhe. What do they want? New fighter jet technology, engine technology, or perhaps new materials and bioscience technology? The technologies provided by the system are really enviable, but Gu Zhe also has his own reasons for being targeted. If he hadn't taken the mecha and fighter jets to rescue Carol when she was kidnapped, there wouldn't have been so many troubles. Although Li Xian didn't say anything, he must have been under a lot of pressure behind the scenes. There are too many people involved, too many to be dealt with, and we also have to guard against foreign spies. Some things are not the job of the special agent team at all, but because Li Xian and Gu Zhe are very close, he needs to do it himself. Okay, for Li Xian and my own safety, I should make this thing a little worse. After reading all the rules, Gu Zhe made up his mind. The robots used in industry today, while quite advanced, can only perform repetitive tasks. Furthermore, the artificial intelligence that controls the robotic arms isn't exactly highly intelligent. Without such powerful artificial intelligence, the robotic arm would not need to be very sophisticated. However, since Gu Zhe had the things given by the system, he naturally needed a more advanced robotic arm. Apart from anything else, it is still possible to make prosthetic limbs to replace those of disabled people. However, if he did this alone, it would only attract more intense attention. In this case, his goal of reducing his presence by doing something inferior would be impossible to achieve. He needs some help. Robotic arm? Wu Haotian was also stunned when he heard this, but his expression changed immediately and he said happily, Brother Gu, are you finally going to start building the Terminator? What a bullshit Terminator. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Zhe said angrily, this is clearly an intelligent AI mechanical prosthesis made for people with disabilities. Whether they buy it back and modify it into a doomsday warrior or something else is none of our business, understand? I understand. I'm not responsible for any sales or illegal modifications. Wu Haotian said with a playful smile, then can you make a Terminator? Do you want it? If you want, I can make one for you. Gu Zhe sneered. Wu Haotian thought about it carefully and decided to forget it. As a second-generation rich man, he basically had everything he wanted, women, houses, and more money than he could spend. There was no need for him to become a robot just for excitement. Make a fortune quietly, do great things with your head down, and you can live longer by keeping a low profile. If you focus your energy on making the robotic arm, the research on the bacterial strain will be left behind, Xinxing reminded. Compared to robotic arms, bacteria that can purify sewage are more important. When I was a kid, we often saw on TV how important water resources are. Of course, when I grew up, I realized that environmental protection is one thing and making money is another, and that the two do not conflict with each other, which is another matter. I'll leave the research on the bacterial strains to you. After all, I'm not a medical student. Guja laughed and cried, but you all have a wide network of contacts. Do you know anyone working in the AI field who could introduce me to someone? I know one, Wu Haotian said. That guy just returned to China a few days ago. After graduating from university, he went on to do a master's degree and then a doctorate. Now he works as a mechanic in Han's country. I heard that Han's country has also started researching artificial intelligence, and his field seems to be in this area. But I haven't been in touch with him for a long time. It will probably take some effort to find him. Guzei's eyes lit up. As expected, he had connections, and everything he did went smoothly. The artificial intelligence technology in Japan is actually quite good, Xinqing said, but after our domestic development in recent years, there is no place for them in various industries. Ha, are you talking about the ridiculous craftsmanship of Japan? Wu Haotian sneered mercilessly. There have been many scandals involving them in recent years, such as secretly discharging sewage and hunting dolphins and whales. On the one hand, he behaves like a beast, and on the other hand, he claims to be so kind. Alas. Xinqiang sighed. There's a meme on the internet about a young man who saved a killer whale. After a long rescue effort, the killer whale was finally out of danger. Seeing the whale happily swimming in the ocean, the young man shouted, "Let's go to the ocean." Then suddenly I thought of something and urgently added, "Don't go to Japan. I want this person." Guzei said, "It would be even better if he has his own team. Let him bring his team over. I guarantee that I can give him and his team the highest salary." The welfare benefits in Han's country were actually quite complete. But after Guzei appeared, these completely disappeared. Chapter 126 Big Tiger. Molecular printer, this thing is still top secret. Gold, a heavy element with stable properties, is a very valuable commodity even in the universe. Generally speaking, gold can only be synthesized by the huge energy generated by the collision of celestial bodies. Most of the gold on Earth is actually in the core of the Earth. Therefore, science students who know the properties of gold will only choose to buy gold when getting married, and will not buy some damn diamonds. The idea that a diamond is forever, and its value will be passed down forever, is all bullshit. When China began developing synthetic diamond technology, international jewelers were initially resistant, but later simply started producing diamonds themselves. Those people who were shot to death for taking diamonds in movies were really unnecessary. After all, this thing is just a single element of carbon. I thought about it carefully. If I want my friend to join in, it may take a lot of courage. Wu Haotian complained. Let us see who Guzei has made friends with during this period. The Navy's chief research engineer, Mr. Huang. The head of the special agent team, Li Xian. The CEO of super biological company, Shen Quanren. Su Hao, the second son of a wealthy Chinese family, and Su Yuyan, who has a crush on Guzei. He was even involved with the royal family of Camel Kingdom. It is basically impossible for a small AI researcher to be on good terms with these people without any grudges against them. Your friend is too timid. Look at me, I don't have any burden. Xinqing smiled. You don't have any burden. Your burden is all on the news. Wu Haotian complained mercilessly. As the first patient in the world to have his genes altered by drug treatment, Xinqing's reputation was no less impressive than those mentioned above. A high-tech company even offered to tailor a gene therapy plan specifically for Xinqing. Fortunately, this guy was smart enough not to blindly follow the advice of those so-called foreign experts. Otherwise, he might not have received gene therapy, but would have been tied to the dissection table. If you two want to quarrel, wait until I'm gone. Guzei sighed, I don't have that many connections anymore, so I can only rely on you two. Even if you two don't know that many people, your friends should know them. But I don't want that kind of vase. China's population is enormous, with tens of millions graduating from university each year. Millions more of these individuals pursue graduate and doctoral degrees, each requiring a thesis upon graduation. While it's said that China has become one of the countries with the most published papers, everyone knows how much of this is inflated. Furthermore, the academic research environment in China is truly deplorable, making it difficult for people to continue their studies. Even if one originally had great ambitions and wanted to make a name for himself in scientific research, in the end, his research results might just become a wedding dress for his supervisor. Take me for example. Xinqing's face was full of black lines. Damn, I wasn't angry when I couldn't remember this incident, but now that I remember it, I want to chop that bastard into pieces. Calm down. Haven't you been put in jail? Gu Zhe said with a smile. Speaking of Xinqing's illness, the medicine changed his genes and also brought some interesting traits. But in the final analysis, this thing is just formed by chance. If it cannot be produced stably, then it has no value, so there is no point in continuing to delve into it. At noon, Wu Haotian successfully found his old classmate. After explaining the situation, the old classmate happily agreed. After all, now everyone in the field of scientific research knows Gu Zhe's name. Inside a luxurious hotel in Magic City. You must be Mr. Gu, right? I've heard a lot about you. I'm a huge fan. A graduate student named Dehu shook hands respectfully with Gu Zhe. When I was in Han's country, I often heard my colleagues talk about you. You're the youngest researcher in the world, the developer of new battery technology, the creator of new materials. There are even rumors that you have a close connection to China's military industry. I say, is there a possibility that this is not a rumor, it is a fact? Gu Zhe smiled cunningly. I understand, don't worry. Dehu patted his chest and said, since I dared to come to see Mr. Gu Zhe, I have no intention of returning to Han's country to do research there. What's wrong? Isn't the research environment abroad very good? Gu Zhe asked doubtfully. The domestic academic environment can be summarized in 4 words, it is difficult to describe. Decades ago, China was still an ordinary agricultural nation. It was only through hard work and daring that it achieved its current status. In contrast, academic research in this area was not as good as that of foreign countries. It's not that I don't work hard, but some things can only be found abroad and can't be found in China. Some people can only look up information on foreign websites when doing research. Moreover, due to language barriers, some information is incomplete and needs to be carefully screened. But for someone like Daha who can do research abroad for so many years, it shouldn't be a bad thing, right? Mr. Gu, don't you really know? Dahu said in surprise. The whole world knows about America's assassination attempt on you. Gu Zhe was stunned. Wow, I'm the only one in the world who doesn't know this? How can you be sure that it was America who assassinated me? Gu Zhe asked. It's the same thing, Dahu said. It's not easy to infiltrate China now. To increase the success rate of entry, America can only find some immigrants to carry out the mission. Many of them are studying abroad. When they heard that they were asked to deal with the genius of China, they directly exposed the matter. The foreign network is still making a fuss about it. After hearing this, Gu Zhe was speechless. It really was a free-speaking internet. He wondered if he could attract millions of fans if he came forward at this moment. Should he create a virtual anchor persona and become an internet celebrity? After thinking it over carefully, he decided to suppress this strange thought. He wasn't short of money at all. Even if he was broke, he could still produce gold and sell it. The feeling of having a technological monopoly was damn good. Okay, Daho, let me explain my situation to you now. Gu Zhe snapped his fingers. The waiter started serving the dishes, and in less than 2 minutes all the dishes were served. Following a glance, these people tactfully left the room. There are only 3 of them here now. Chapter 127, Going Far Away. I'll give you one last chance, Gu Zhe said. Once you're on my pirate ship, there's no way you'll get off so easily. If those people in America find out that you and I are closely related, no matter what happens to you, you and your family will be targeted. Look at X. To suppress a Chinese mobile phone company, they imprisoned someone's daughter for several years. They even had to wear electronic anklets when they went out. America doesn't care about the human rights it has established, as long as it wants to do it. Don't worry, Brother Gu, Dahu chuckled. You may think I'm a talented person who returned from studying abroad, but in fact, when America is plundering talent from all over the world, people with majors like mine are relatively rare. Don't they research intelligent robots? Gu Zhe asked. Research, Dahu said, but you know, robots that are too sophisticated are actually useless. For repetitive work, today's robots are sufficient. If you want to clean, there are small and exquisite sweeping robots that can do the job. When you want to eat, you don't have to buy a cooking robot just to cook. However, in developed cities around the world, there may not be high-tech industries, but there will definitely be restaurants. Making sophisticated robots is even more stupid than proving from a dimensional perspective that 1 plus 1 does not necessarily equal 2. Then why do you say that they don't want talents like you at all? Gu Zhe was puzzled. Because of you. Dahu said, Brother Gu, what did you come up with before? New materials for battery technology, but there are no high-tech robots. Gu Zhe was speechless for a moment. In the past, when China's technological strength was not as strong, it had always followed the path that America had taken in conducting research. For example, the electromagnetic cannon that is now popular in China was not even successfully developed by America, the country that proposed this concept. But now it is obvious that they also need talents like Gu Zhe to develop technology. Without any pressure, there's no desire or motivation for development. After a long period of dominance, the desire to develop new weapons and technology disappears. If no one in the world dares to plant mushrooms before others, then mushrooms will only serve as a deterrent, not a real combat capability. If a device that can resist nuclear weapons is developed. No, this thing must not be created, otherwise the world will be in chaos. After getting Dahu's answer, Gu Zhe fell into deep thought again. According to him, no matter what Gu Zhe is doing now, they will pay special attention to it. And the technological content of a robotic arm that can be used as a human prosthesis is actually far beyond people's imagination. If we compare the human body and technology, it would be roughly the same as comparing the most advanced camera with the human eye. Don't think that the human eyeball is so insignificant. It has 576 million pixels. Moreover, the arrangement of cells is different from that of ordinary machines. It is difficult to achieve the same level of effect as human eyes without sufficient technology. The cells in the eyes are already troublesome enough, not to mention things like neural sensors. Plans need to change. Brother Gu, if you think robotic arms are so advanced, I think you might want to research intelligent driving, Dahu said. Many major internet companies are researching this right now. World-class companies like Tesla and Google are among them. Even fruit companies are trying to build cars. I'm studying this stuff? Gu Zhe said disdainfully, why would I study such useless stuff? Smart driving looks really powerful, but Gu Zhe doesn't need it. The artificial intelligence in his hands can think like humans and can also help him control super fighter jets. From this point of view, being able to control super fighter jets means that he can control other vehicles and even cruise ships. But this artificial intelligence cannot be exposed, otherwise humanity will fall into a wave of madness. The enemy will once again promote Gu Zhe's harm to the world. Things like artificial intelligence will eventually eliminate humans and rule the earth, artificial intelligence is a hazard to humans, etc. These things that can only be seen in science fiction movies will be brought into reality by them. It's not easy to programmatically copy a human soul. Creating one from scratch is even more difficult, not to mention the cultural, language, and logical thinking abilities that humans have developed over tens of millions of years. The birth of life itself is a miracle. Seeing this topic becoming increasingly serious, Wu Haotian felt like giving up. It was really unpleasant to be targeted like this. How about we just make a random iron pipe made of a high composite material and hand it over to them? Wu Haotian said, and tell them that this is a new material invented by Mr. Gu Zhe. We won't tell them what the effect is, so let them guess for themselves. Dahu and Gu Zhe both looked at Wu Haotian with disbelief in their eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Wu Haotian suddenly felt his anus tighten. Of course, Wu Haotian. Dahu chuckled, your brain is really sharp sometimes. Are you interested in continuing your postgraduate studies? Why would I pursue a master's degree? I'm a rich second-generation kid and I'm leaving my family's wealth behind. Why should I take that exam? Wu Haotian snorted. This incident indeed caused Gu Zhe and the others to fall into a fixed mindset. Since this science and technology conference is intended to select all talented scientific researchers in the world, the entries can naturally be things that you have invented before or have modified. Although the new material in Gu Zhe's hands has begun mass production, only he knows how to make it specifically, and Gu Zhe himself has never said that he only has nanomaterials as his new material. Just pick up some novel but not too outrageous material and put it there. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Should we still make the robot? Wu Haotian asked. We didn't talk about making robots at the beginning. Gu Zhe complained helplessly. Wu Haotian's last words made people wonder whether he was smart or stupid. Looking at the table full of dishes, the three of them looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and started eating. Dahu, don't go back for the time being. Just follow me. Guzay said, I will unlock those technologies sooner or later anyway. That's right, when America can no longer bear it, Guzay's technology will be able to develop explosively. Then you can't hold me back from graduating. Dahu joked. I haven't even been to college, what qualifications do I have to challenge a top student like you? Guzay smiled slightly. The three of them clinked their glasses and everything was in the wine. Chapter 128 Other Civilizations. Otherwise, why do we say that a person's power is limited? If it were Guzay alone, he would never be able to come up with such a simple solution as he thought. A metal ingot made of new material, such a genius idea simply refreshed Guzay's worldview. Yes, he also fell into the thinking error. Human thinking is so interesting. If it were so easy to imitate a soul, Guzay would not fall into this error. Why should we take America seriously? Are they that strong? The meal was over, and Guzay and Wu Haotian parted ways. Knowing that Guzay was just like that, Wu Haotian waved his hand helplessly. Haotian, are you a reliable big brother? Dahu was puzzled. You told me there was a good opportunity, and when I heard it was Guzay, I rushed back without stopping. I thought he was so powerful. What? You have to be incredibly powerful to think Brother Gu is so formidable? Wu Haotian snorted. You're the only one. With so many family resources back home, why did you have to run off to Han's country? Look what's become of that once wealthy second generation now, huh? Dahu scratched his head and didn't say much. Everyone has their own aspirations. Although he gave up his family property in China and chose to go to Han's, spending several years of his youth, he did not regret it. By the way, I have something to tell you. Wu Haotian said, if you have a wife or girlfriend abroad, cut off all ties immediately. China is cracking down on such situations very strictly right now. Very strict? What happened? What else could happen? It's just that kind of thing, beautiful spies. And they've caught quite a few. Dahu's face changed when he heard this. Naturally, not many people paid much attention to this incident on the internet. Either some people didn't know Chinese, or some people simply didn't want to face the fact that they were sending spies to other countries and getting caught. This world respects human rights, but spies and traitors have no human rights. Let's not talk about this anymore. Wu Haotian saw that the time was almost up and said, let's go. I'll arrange for your mother to be transferred to another hospital. You're really stupid. You didn't even come to me with such a serious illness. Our hospital is really good now, let me tell you. After the human body cells are completely conquered, it is actually very simple to repair the damage to the human body. On the other side, Guzay couldn't wait to come to the laboratory. Now there is no need to produce anything, just a large casting needs to be processed to make it into a solid material. As for other people asking what the use of it is, I don't care, my stuff is here, what else do you want? Do I have to painstakingly explain to you how I made this thing and what techniques I used? Figure it out yourself. In this way, Guzay made a pitch-black metal rod. This thing is square, 20 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters high. 5 centimeters in the true sense is 5 centimeters no matter how you measure it. Even if there are props to measure nanometer level lengths, it is still 5 centimeters. This is the high-tech meme. Even if a high-level civilization becomes extinct, it still mocks the lower civilizations, saying, look, how advanced our manufacturing technology is. Unless there is a second civilization successor on Earth with a civilization level of 5 or above besides Guzay, this thing cannot be made. But when Guzay thought of this, he started to feel troubled again. What if it really happens? You have to know that now that he has inherited the mechanical Protoss database, he is no longer human. Between different species, there is only complete extermination of the other, there is no other option for coexistence. If the other party possesses the same technological capabilities as himself to destroy the Earth, will they fight each other later? As for the people on Earth, people like him don't care at all. After all, the threat from Earthlings is too small. System, are there any other heirs of civilization on Earth? Guzay asked. Ding. No signals emitted by other races were detected. The system replied. Is there any other life around the solar system? Guzay asked. No other life signals detected, the system replied. After investigation, it's determined that the solar system was destroyed long ago. It's uncertain whether any advanced civilization ever arrived. Gu Zhe frowned. Perhaps from the perspective of civilizations that have existed for countless epochs, Earth is a fragile civilization. However, billions of years have passed since Earth's creation, and no one is sure whether other high-tech civilizations have emerged during this period. How could it not be possible that the civilization was gone and nothing was left behind? Information changed, the system suddenly said. The quantum monitoring system has detected a high-tech civilization reaction at Area 51 in America. It's speculated to be a fusion engine. Gu Zhe was stunned and asked, which fusion? Nuclear fusion. The system said coldly. Do you want to participate in the Science and Technology Conference or bring nuclear bombs into China? But Area 51? Inspections have revealed that several spacecraft have crashed in America. However, America's research efficiency is far too low. In other words, even if America obtained spacecraft technology, their actual research results would not be much greater than Gu Zhe's. It seems that they also know the principle of making a fortune in silence. Just like making weapons before, Gu Zhe put the iron cube into the box and waited for the Science and Technology Conference in a few days. It seems that many geniuses from China will also participate in this conference. I wonder if I can meet some geniuses with wild imaginations and good ideas. Because Chinese education is exam-oriented, these children's independent thinking abilities are actually quite weak. Even if they could come up with some brilliant ideas, they would likely be delayed by the heavy workload. Although he didn't hold out hope, Gu Zhe still sincerely hoped that some geniuses would bring their inventions to this technology conference. Even if America and the people above don't care, he will give these children a chance. A chance for them to shine and prove the meaning and value of their existence. Ding! The first residential complex built by construction robots has been completed. Do you want to check it out? Gu Zhe was stunned when he heard the system's words. So fast? He'd only just taken over those unfinished buildings. While this construction robot was technologically advanced, only a small number had been produced. How long had it been? And they'd already finished an entire neighborhood so quickly? Chapter 129: Gu Zhe's Real Estate Development. That damned tech conference was still a while away, and the most profitable industry in China was real estate. After all, adding some cement and bricks, and hiring some workers to start construction, wouldn't cost much. When the land is expropriated, only a tiny amount is collected, and the developer can then build dozens of floors. This instantly multiplies the profit by dozens, even hundreds of times. In some special locations, it can even be tens of thousands of times. But for Gu Zhe, the appreciation of the house is not that great. After all, those who buy houses are looking for better value-added services, better hospitals, better parks, and the best schools. Especially the school district housing that serves students, which is outrageously expensive. 2 trillion may sound like a lot, but in the context of interstellar transactions, it's nothing. High-level civilizations that use antimatter as currency are considered low-level. High-level bosses can even directly use the core of a planet as currency for transactions. However, the Earth is still far away from such a powerful civilization. Furthermore, even for the most advanced civilizations in the universe, reaching this level would require a long time. Human thought is too complex, leading to numerous intrigues. Without striving for the advancement of all humanity, technological progress will ultimately be slow. Even a race as powerful as the mechanical gods, who were born with certain special abilities and had evolved for trillions of years to reach their current state, could not escape genocide in the end. Gu Zhe didn't hesitate and called Yiling Xue. The eldest lady, who has quit all her jobs and is now working hard to improve herself at home, was confused when she saw Gu Zhe's call. Yiling Xue was good at talking about business, but she never asked about technical matters. What did Gu Zhe want to ask her by calling her at this time? Hello, what do you want to talk to me about? Yiling Xue asked. Mr. President, are you interested in being a landlady? Gu Zhe chuckled. Landlady? What landlady? The president looked confused, but still agreed. In the following time, Gu Zhe called several people to go together. Su Yuyan, Su Hao, Wu Haotian, and Carol. Everyone had come here with great excitement, but after seeing the actual situation, their faces darkened again. Brother, I call you brother, can we go get a driver's license next time? Su Hao cursed as he sat in the driver's seat. Isn't there no time at all? Gu Zhe smiled and said nothing more. My God, you can even fly a fighter plane, but you can't even drive a car? Wu Haotian was dumbfounded. Don't talk nonsense. The combat skill allows me to fly because it has an autonomous system. Guzay explained, as long as I tell it where I want to go, the autonomous system will automatically locate me and take me flying. Can these technologies be used in cars? Mr. Yi asked. As long as the weapons in the army are not equipped with this system, they should not be used on cars, right? Guzay said helplessly. Regardless of whether it is right or wrong, during the Second World War, some of the warring countries trained dolphins to blow up enemy ships. Back then, the guidance system wasn't that perfect. Now, the technology is mature, but if even fighter jets could control themselves? By that time, the battlefield will no longer need flesh and blood soldiers. However, even if the world is destroyed because of these things, the responsibility cannot be blamed on artificial intelligence. Technology is a double-edged sword. What you do with it depends entirely on the user's perspective. Not to mention those obscure philosophical problems in foreign countries, they are recorded in the ancient books of China alone. He is the fool who killed someone with a sword and said that he did not kill anyone, it was the sword that killed him. Soon everyone arrived at the first community that had completed construction. When this residential complex was first put up for construction, the advertisements were very attractive, claiming to offer the lowest prices in the city and the highest quality of service. Plus, with a school nearby, quite a few people bought into the area at the time. As a result, the developer ran away with the money before the entire community was even half built. Many people are protesting their rights, claiming they've been defrauded. Some even bought a 35-story building, only to discover it only had 30 floors. Although construction resumed under supervision, the workers refused to work due to wage concerns. Without supervision, it would take them 3 days to carry a single section of rebar. But now with the help of technology, things are different. When everyone got out of the car and saw the neatly organized residential complex, they were all stunned. Almost all of them had families involved in real estate, so they had heard about the 2 trillion yuan worth of unfinished buildings. How could they have completed the construction in such a short time? This is impossible. Wu Haotian asked in disbelief. Brother, if you sold so many houses, how much money would you make? Can't you think about something other than making money? Guzay asked unhappily. What else could it be? How much could this pile of bricks and tiles be worth? They're selling for thousands or even tens of thousands per square meter. And we're in the Magic City, so the price is hundreds of thousands per square meter. It has to be said that the real estate industry is really lucrative. No wonder Wu Haotian was so excited. If he had so much money, he would probably buy a small country and become the king himself. Or they could buy a lot of materials and then find a place on the high seas to build their own kingdom. Anyway, as long as they had enough money, they would not worry about not having the corresponding rights. That's the extent of your vision. Su Hao snorted, haven't you noticed? From the time we arrived until now, there hasn't been a single worker here. There is no one working, this is impossible? Wu Haotian was dumbfounded. When I looked carefully just now, I found that there seemed to be no living people here. Working on the construction site are things that look like sweeping robots. But unlike sweeping robots, these robots are larger and clearly have some things on them that look difficult to make. Let me introduce you to this, Guzay said with a smile, a construction robot modeled after a sweeping robot. This thing has a force of 500 kilograms. Chapter 130 Bloodline. When humans developed technology, they actually borrowed a lot of structures from biological organisms. The wings of a flapping drone or an airplane. There is also an entertainment project abroad called kangaroo jumping, which uses a device that imitates the limbs of a kangaroo to achieve the purpose of high jumping. In nature, ants can lift objects 10 times heavier than themselves, while humans can only lift objects 3 times their own weight. If they have undergone special training or taken hormones, that's another matter. A construction robot with a load-bearing capacity of 500 kilograms can replace many workers in a community that has been half built. After all, most of the frames of those crappy online buildings have already been erected, and all that's missing is the insulation coating on the walls and the roof. After completing these tasks, you just need to install a series of miscellaneous things such as corridor infrastructure, indicator lights, surveillance, etc. before you can move in. Even if all these things are the best, it won't cost much. I really can't understand why those rich people make so much money and then flee abroad. Guzay thought about it over and over again but couldn't figure it out. It's actually not hard to understand. Our country has only developed in the past few decades, and those people started doing business a long time ago. They've seen the prosperity abroad, so naturally they yearn for it. Su Hao said bluntly, besides, it's really great to be rich abroad. How can Westerners, with such poor credit, still attract so many people? Gu Zhe complained mercilessly. Without further ado, everyone continued to tour the community. Now many residents have moved in and are happily discussing how to decorate their houses. They had waited years for this day, paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for nothing, only to have it all go to waste. If that damned boss were in front of them, he would be torn to pieces in an instant. But after all, the boss has changed now, and this boss has not made things difficult for them. Those who had stopped paying their mortgages before have also had their houses returned to them. If they still cause trouble, it would be unreasonable. As I walked, I finally reached the edge of the community. Damn, I didn't realize there was a river outside. Wu Haotian couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the place outside. I remember this place used to be a stinking ditch. Su Yuyan was puzzled. Did you send someone to clean this up, Brother Gu Zhe? To be precise, I used robots. Gu Zhe chuckled. If repetitive manual labor can be replaced, building a canal is actually not difficult. In extreme cases, a tunnel could be drilled out with just a tunnel boring machine. With Gu Zhe's ability, it wouldn't be difficult to build something similar. Brother, everything you do has been automated by robots. If you were to start a business in the future, wouldn't a lot of people be unemployed? Wu Haotian asked. Sometimes I really don't know whether you are stupid or smart, Gu Zhe complained in his heart. Have you seen that magically modified superhero movie? Gu Zhe asked. Which one? Wu Haotian was puzzled. Does this have anything to do with the question I asked? I won't discuss stances or anything like that for now, Gu Zhe said. If productivity is sufficient, then humans won't need to work. Unless there are bad guys who want to continue enslaving people and enjoy the pleasure of torturing them. There's no way around it. Human nature is inherently bad. Seeing others suffer brings joy. It's a time-honored human habit. To expect everyone to fight for the survival of the human race is sheer fantasy. To some extent, this is why civilization within the solar system hasn't yet broken free. As for the movie that Gu Zhe mentioned, it was a Superman comic that was so modified that even the original author was stunned. Everyone can live and work in peace and contentment. Sickness can be treated, hunger can be fed. Everyone can freely choose their job. Those who enjoy research can continue to do so, and those who enjoy art can pursue their own Mona Lisa. Even if such a golden age really comes, there will still be a group of people shouting for freedom and rebelling. By that time, artificial intelligence will not be able to understand what is going on in the minds of these people. It's too complicated for me to understand, but I can confirm that you, Brother Gu, already have this technology, right? Wu Haotian asked resentfully, since you already have such advanced technology, why do you still need me to give you advice on what to use for the technology conference? When they heard the word technology conference, several people frowned. You're going to attend this crappy conference too? It was obvious that Su Hao knew some inside information. This so-called conference was Li Xian's way of hiding Gu Zhe's skills. The defense deployment at the scene must be extremely tight, and basically all of them are the top agents in the special agent team. In Su Hao's impression, there is only one situation that can make Li Xian so alert. An organization powerful enough to rival Li Xian has begun to take action. After hearing what Su Hao said, Gu Zhe was dumbfounded. It's not as serious as you said. This conference is global. Gu Zhe asked. I don't understand those people in America, but I understand Li Xian. Su Hao said, besides being the white gloves of those people on the surface, he is also a noble son of the Li family. His lineage is said to have inherited the noble bloodline from the Li Tang era. To talk about the theory of bloodline in China is, to be honest, a bit presumptuous and even self-humiliating, because nowadays, those who can be called by a surname are all from families whose ancestors have high-ranking officials or emperors. System, does this bloodline really have an impact on personal abilities? Gu Zhe asked in his heart. Ding. Yes. First, let's explain the so-called history of human evolution from a scientific perspective. In genetic terms, all human genes in the world today come from those few hundred primitive people who survived the natural disaster. Therefore, from a genetic point of view, the starting point of all human beings in the world is actually the same. But humans are one of the few species in nature that have developed a brain. Once culture, language, logic, and all aspects are formed, civilization will be born. And within this civilization, things like family ethics will be born. This includes the nobility. People's starting points are similar, but their development of their strengths varies. Research now shows that high myopia can be inherited. So, even seemingly bizarre phenomena can be explained by genes. Chapter 131 Everyone's Entrustment. If the world of deterrence maintains a delicate balance, and nuclear bombs are the means of maintaining peace, then the special agent team that Li Xian is in is designed to carry out a thorough strike against the top leaders of the enemy country when the world is destroyed. Su Hao said, "This is what Li Xian said to me when we were drinking." His original words at the time were that if the world was destroyed, he would be responsible for killing all the remaining hostile humans. That might be an exaggeration, but every time he takes action, it's truly a big deal. Those people in America can't be unaware of your relationship with Li Xian. This time, besides seeing the eye-catching products at the tech conference, they're probably going to either kill you or take you away. After hearing this, the girls became nervous. "Brother Guzhe, can we not attend this technology conference?" Su Yuyan said worriedly. If anything happened to Guzhe, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Her life was saved by someone else, so how could she possibly want anything to happen to Guzhe? In their impression, Guzhe was just an ordinary researcher. Although he was tall and strong, he was still far inferior to the professionally trained Special Forces soldiers. "You all underestimate me," Guzhe said confidently. "Forget about the secret agents. Even if the American army came, I wouldn't be afraid anymore." The mechanical gods provided him with many means of saving his life, but at least they were enough to deal with the armed forces on the entire Earth. Seeing that Guzhe was so stubborn, no one said anything. After touring the community, each of these people bought a building as a gift for Guzhe. The next day's major news stories were, without exception, about mysterious wealthy street fighters buying up whole, unfinished buildings for renovation, or about a celebrity getting another finger scratch or having a scandal with someone. Many people have a psychological attack of hatred towards the rich, and many people who have become crazy about chasing stars think that these things are not important, and only their brother is the most important. But no matter how they investigated, they couldn't find out who was behind this. "You've been making news one after another lately." Old Huang went to Guzhe's villa again to eat and drink for free. "Aren't you rich now? It just so happens that we old guys are clamoring to change houses. Find a suitable community and move in. Even if I want to give it to you, I can't give it to you directly. Doesn't the military have procedures? Follow the procedures," Guzhe reminded. "Hey! What if I just don't want to give you money?" Mr. Huang started to act like a hooligan. "Then I can only make this world feel the pain. No one in this world can owe me money." Guzhe also started to go crazy. Mr. Huang immediately gave in. He knew that this kid had nuclear bombs, and no one knew exactly how many he had. Maybe the glass balls found in his room someday might be them. After 3 rounds of wine and half a cup of tea, "Mr. Huang," Guzhe said, "I heard that this technology conference is actually not simple?" Huang Lao nodded and said with a chuckle, "Although this conference also has the decision to select talents, it is more for observing you. You're truly too abnormal, kid. But you can rest assured that our people will never harm you. On the contrary, during the Science and Technology Conference, you must avoid communicating with other foreigners. Otherwise, they might find an opportunity to take advantage of you." Shaking hands with Guzhe under the pretext of chatting, he was actually injecting genetic drugs into Guzhe's body. This method was actually not very useful. But he couldn't defend himself against it with his naked eyes. And he couldn't possibly search every contestant thoroughly. And even if he got hit later, he could still use the healing chamber to recover, but explaining it later would be a hassle. "Those Westerners will do anything to protect their interests," said Mr. Huang. "If you think the situation is not right, run away. Do you understand? I don't think it should be necessary. This is China." Guzhe couldn't believe that those people really dared to attack him in China. Nothing is absolute. Once their people succeed, they will claim that it was done by other organizations. What can we do to them? Old Huang shook his head and said, "What this sentence means is that they can provide as many scapegoats as they want. So, that last global flu. If Guzhe fails to handle the matter properly this time, it might give the other party something to talk about. If they attack again, we won't be afraid, but it will still be very troublesome. Who doesn't want their people to be able to conduct research safely? The super fighter and armor are still under research, and Guzhe can't get into trouble no matter what. After this is over, follow us to the bunker," said Mr. Huang. "You've been targeted." Although Li Xian is very capable, his other missions have been delayed several times in order to clean up your mess. Why did he do this? Guzay felt a little surprised and curious. His identity is no secret. Many countries and organizations actually know what he does. But I can't tell you about his current situation. Old Huang smiled slightly. This is also to ensure your safety. If you even know Li Xian's identity, then you really can only live in the bunker. The system has no way to find out. This identity may be really powerful. Time flew by, and soon the day of the tech conference arrived. Aside from a few scattered visitors interested in technology, there wasn't much publicity for the event, so the crowds were few and far between. It could even be said that there were more participants than visitors. There was a black rectangular iron rod on the stall in front of Guzay, and the specific data was written on the sign next to it. No matter how long or how wide, it's accurate to the last detail. You are welcome to conduct all kinds of extreme tests. Most people would probably just laugh out loud when they saw such a notice. After all, it's a technology exhibition. How could someone just come over with a big iron stick? However, some people working in high-tech manufacturing industries are looking grim. Of course they knew what this so-called extreme test meant. Ordinary rulers were no longer enough, and at least laser equipment was needed. Chapter 132: The handsome guy at the venue. Soon the first challenger appeared. He walked up, holding a foreign-made engineer's measuring tape, and asked, "Can I take your measurement, please?" Guzay did not refuse, but just signaled him to start quickly. The rectangular iron block was taken out just like that. The challenger first measured the specific data with a ruler, and after confirming that it was correct, he took out other things from the bag. A vernier caliper appeared. Anyone who has been to middle school should know how accurate this thing is. But there is no doubt that the data on the vernier caliper is exactly the data marked by Guzay. This is not the end yet. The man didn't believe that the piece of iron in front of Guzay had really been processed to this extent. Soon, a laser measuring instrument appeared. This thing can even measure the distance from the Earth to the Moon, so there is no reason why it cannot measure the length and width of a small piece of iron. But no matter how sophisticated the equipment he used, the result was the same. "This is impossible," the man exclaimed. "This can't be happening. How could this happen? This isn't right." These so-called high-precision productions include but are not limited to solid fuel carving for rockets, parts production for fighter jets, and chip production using rigorous photolithography machines. Current human technology is already capable of nano-carving, and the iron block in front of us is just that long and wide, without even an nanometer of protrusion. How terrifying is this strength to achieve this? How was it made? Moreover, the man found that Guzay didn't care about such a sophisticated thing at all. "Excuse me, did you make this thing?" the man asked tentatively. "I definitely didn't do this alone," Guzay said with a smile. "This is made with the highest level of technology in our country, China." "Isn't it amazing?" The man nodded and said, "Very impressive." Although the photolithography machine can also meet this requirement, it can only engrave silicon-based materials at most. How was such a large piece made? The men were puzzled, and they successfully attracted the attention of many people. Many people came to discuss how this thing was made. Some said it was a precision module, while others said it was slowly polished. But no matter what the reason, they all came to the same conclusion: it was basically impossible for them to make such a piece of iron with their own strength. Those with a similar degree of similarity can be produced, but once they are put on ultra-precise measuring instruments, they will be exposed directly. As Guzay looked at so many people watching, he couldn't help but feel a little bored. So he put up a new sign saying that everyone could measure the iron block and touch it at will, but they were not allowed to take it away. He himself went to other exhibition halls to check the situation. After searching for a while, he actually found some interesting things. A domestic team brought a portable drilling rig, which works similarly to a tunnel boring machine, but is cheaper and has a lower cost. "Boss, are you interested in investing in research?" asked the person in charge of exhibiting the machine. The market for shield machines is both small and large. If you invest and help us overcome the most difficult problems, we will definitely be able to develop a more advanced shield machine. You know, this thing is a national treasure. When China once wanted to purchase 2 tunnel boring machines for tunnel excavation, the Hans were extremely arrogant. Not only did the 2 machines cost a fortune, but if they broke, engineers would have to be dispatched from their own country. The cost of this dispatch is also extremely high, and the payment starts from the time they depart. As a last resort, Hans finally offended Huaxia. After the emergence of the new shield machine, their original product completely lost its market. Guzay looked at this thing, thoughtfully. Which university are you from? Guzay asked. From the Magic City Engineering College, this is our group's research topic. While it's not very useful, once developed, it'll be much more convenient than a large tunnel boring machine. The student said. It's like a rescue mission. If we encounter an obstacle that needs to be cleared over a long distance, we wouldn't bring an engineering tunnel boring machine with us, right? Honestly, their idea is great. But here's the problem. Guzay took over, removed the blade, and pressed it hard. With a squeak, the blade was bent directly. Right now, this thing you're making is only in its prototype stage, and you haven't even figured out the material for the blades? Guzay asked. The student lowered his head in embarrassment. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. They are just college students. What rare materials can they have to make such equipment? And even if this device is developed, their achievements will most likely belong to their teacher. That's why Guzay looks down on overseas technologies, but if China cannot retain local talents, there will be no room for development in the future. Think about it, after more than 10 or even 20 years of hard work, we have cultivated talents, only to see them run into the arms of the West. What a sad thing this is. Moreover, it is very likely that these new materials and new equipment they have researched will be used as weapons against the Chinese in the future. I can invest in you, Guzay said. Not only financially, but I will also spare no effort to help you with new materials. But your invention is not suitable for university. The students nodded. Because of the pressure from the teacher, many of their plans had not been realized. For example, some graduate students who work as assistants to their teachers spend years on their studies and never graduate. The reason is that they are too useful and the teachers are reluctant to let them graduate. There is definitely no way to cultivate talents in this way. This is my business card. Guzay took out the business card of Fengshu Egg Company's technical director. When you have reached an agreement, please call me and I will explain to your mentor. Can I ask how much money you plan to invest in the first wave of investment? The student asked nervously. How much money? I think this wave of investment will cost at least 200 million, right? Guzay said lightly. The people at the other booths were all amazed. What on earth could you possibly invest 200 million yuan in? Just for this incredible tunnel boring machine? If it were a machine like that, it would only cost tens of millions at the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. They already have the materials and equipment, so wouldn't a smaller model be readily available? Chapter 133 Good Seedling. To be honest, an investment of 200 million yuan is definitely not a huge sum of money in the scientific research community. But this is not necessarily the case in the investment world. Especially the investment in China. Sir, aren't you giving me too much? Who would invest 200 million right from the start? I think this makes sense. Guzay laughed. If you want to attract investment, those capitals will definitely not invest in you if they can't make money. But the university student couldn't believe it. 200 million is too much. Okay, take it. Guzay yawned. Housing prices in the Magic City are not cheap. You also need to buy consumables for your experiments. The cost of building a machine is not cheap. Even if it is miniaturized, the trial and error process will cost a lot of money. As long as the profit is big enough, there is nothing in this world that a businessman dare not do. And for those who are determined to study the facts, the most important thing is money. Also, if you or your classmates need anything, you are welcome to call me. Guzay took out a few personal business cards and smiled. Then, the boy mustered up his courage and said, Sir, could you please come with me? Guzay was puzzled. What was this for? Don't get me wrong, he's just one of my classmates. He's studying what his father left behind, the boy said. You know about his previous research environment, and he really wants to prove his father right. If you're Mr. Guzay himself. Guzay frowned and said, Let's go, take me to see it first. Even at a technology exhibition, the sizes of the exhibition halls allocated to each were different. Guzay's things would be placed in a prominent position even if they were rubbish, while others would be suppressed. Because this science and technology conference is for Guzay himself, the Chinese side wants him to use it to show that he is not that important, and the enemy also wants to discover something from this science and technology conference. Mr. Gu, is your position okay? The boy asked. Guzay's original position is now surrounded by all kinds of people who don't believe in evil. But as long as their equipment is working properly, the results they get are all the data that Gu Zhe has marked, without any exceptions. It's so outrageous. Impossible. China's cutting-edge manufacturing is definitely not that powerful. This is the best measuring instrument we have in Japan. Some scientific researchers broke down and started crying. Gu Zhe shrugged and said, "Don't worry about them. My stuff is there anyway. They can't copy it and there's no way they can imitate it." Really? The boy nodded. This is the calmness of a big boss. Soon, Gu Zhe and the boy arrived where his friends were. Seeing that Gu Zhe really came, these fledgling college students were very nervous and couldn't even speak clearly. "Okay, I'm not that particular." Gu Zhe said calmly, "Where are your things? Let me see." Hearing this, the two people took out the things they had treasured for a long time from under the table. It was a wooden box covered in dust, and the things inside were obviously old. If it hadn't been cleaned, no one would have wanted to take it. "What is this?" Gu Zhe said, opening the box. Inside was a complete set of parts. After being assembled, something like a mechanical purification appeared there. "My father made this," the boy said. He said it was a hydrological detector, but he never had the chance to realize it until his death. Hydrology, some people may not be able to understand the meaning of this word. However, extracting information from the ice in the Arctic and Antarctic might be more widely understood. Hydrological analysis is essentially the same as this. By analyzing the information beneath the water, a lot can be learned. This thing is quite important, but it's not in good repair after its annual inspection. I don't know if it's still useful. Gu Zhe looked at the condition of the entire device and said, "Your father's invention is great. But with the rapid advancement of technology, this thing is actually useless. If you want to continue to maintain this invention, you have to innovate." "Is it really useless?" The boy couldn't believe it, but he couldn't believe that even Gu Zhe, the #1 scientific researcher in China, would say that his father's things were useless. "Don't be sad yet." Gu Zhe said, "I didn't say your father's invention was useless. It's just that this technology is no longer applicable now. It still has its merits. Since you're so obsessed with your father's invention, something must have gone wrong. I don't know if the higher-ups are deliberately suppressing your father, or if there's a conflict of interest with someone else. The design concept of this thing seems to be somewhat similar to some foreign scientific research results. The timing seems to match as well." The more Gu Zhe thought about it, the tighter his brows furrowed. "I won't be stingy with the funds I give you. I will arrange people to do the investigation, and you just need to be responsible for perfecting your inventions." Although he didn't want to bother Li Xian all the time, he had to admit one thing, that is, this situation must be resolved by him. On the other hand, materials with fixed data, no matter how they are measured, are attracting more and more people to join. Some people did measure different data, but after careful investigation, they found that there was a problem with their measuring tools. The spies lurking at the scene were completely bewildered by the situation. How should they report this? Should they simply say that Gu Zhe had simply made a lump of iron? And this lump of iron had caused such a stir among powerful scientists from around the world? It's just a broken piece of iron, what's there to report? Let's go quickly. It seems that this Gu Zhe is just a name in vain. In this way, the spy watched Gu Zhe. The agent watched the spy. Invisibly, a feeling of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, was formed. As for the person who wanted to shoot the bird in the end, it is still unknown. Today's events ended peacefully. Gu Zhe returned to the laboratory and found someone waiting there. Li Xian took the same iron block and measured it using laboratory equipment. Millimeters, nanometers, molecular level, atomic level. There is no difference in this thing until the quantum level. It is just a piece of iron, without any difference. What's the purpose of making it so precisely? Li Xian asked, just to show off? Chapter 134 New Mission. Not entirely, Gu Zhe said calmly, such sophisticated production technology is definitely not for show. But this chip is not that sophisticated, right? Li Xian frowned. This thing actually represents the level of craftsmanship of a civilization. The fact that it can crush other cosmic civilizations is undoubtedly the biggest irony. Currently, among the 5 major countries, only 3 countries can manufacture 5th-generation aircraft, and these 5th-generation aircraft still need to be made manually. Some netizens who talk nonsense online would say, so-and-so's fifth-generation aircraft is really too inferior, it has not even reached the stage of automatic mechanical production. But in reality, anything involving fifth-generation aircraft is basically not fully automated. The most sophisticated parts still need to be made by humans. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Li Xian threw the thing aside. It seems that America's investigation into you is stopped. How about it? Do you want to continue your efforts? I don't have anything good to offer for now. Do you want a space elevator? Gu Zhe asked seriously. Space elevator? No, there's no need. Li Xian shook his head. This thing, which only exists in science fiction movies, is not impossible to produce in reality. However, just like when humans built the International Space Station, it is basically impossible for a single country to build such a device. This would require an unlimited supply of materials and the transportation of energy at any cost. If construction really began, just the foundation alone would consume an unknown amount of resources. Besides, human beings' current understanding of space is still too superficial, and even if it is built, it will not be of much use. Don't you have a more convenient device? Li Xian asked. Yes, haven't I given it to you? Gu Zhe blinked. That superfighter is actually a smaller version of a spacefighter. If you modify it, you can use it as a space transport plane. With this thing, the cost of transporting supplies to space will be infinitely reduced. It's probably cheaper to launch it once than to fly a civilian airliner. Previously, Gu Zhe also used this fighter as a transport ship. The pursuit was speed. At that time, those people in the Chinese military seemed to just want to apply the technology of this fighter to the existing fifth-generation aircraft. So they are becoming more and more powerful in making killing weapons, but they are a little weak in scientific research and the like. Space is an unowned land, Li Xian said. Whoever occupies outer space first will own it. Don't you want to consider this? There is a wealthy man in America who plans to launch tens of thousands of satellites to occupy outer space. As for whether these things are used for scientific research or military, the final right of interpretation belongs to the wealthy man himself, which can explain everything clearly. Gu Zhe took something out of the cabinet. What is this? The laser cannon, once charged, can be fired. It can knock down satellites in outer space. Gu Zhe said with a chuckle, there's so much junk in outer space now, it's normal for me to clean it up, right? If this thing really appears, the spy storm that had already subsided will start again. After bargaining, Gu Zhe finally gave Li Xian a drawing. It was a sci-fi fighter jet. It will only take about 2 months to build this thing, Gu Zhe said, assuming the military scientists stop conducting experiments. There's nothing special about this thing, it's just used to transport supplies. Why does it feel like it's standard equipment for the Space Force? Li Xian frowned. I've accepted the item. It's classified at the highest level. Do you have anything else for me to take care of? There are 2 good newcomers. Gu Zhe said and gave the information of the 2 people to Li Xian. Hydrological data, portable shield machine. It just so happens that the Chinese Academy of Sciences has a project. Li Xian laughed and said, Tianqi, do you know anything about it? There is a Tianqi Lake on Changbai Mountain, which is known as a sacred place. The surrounding area is rich in natural resources and there are many rare animals and plants. Gu Zhe was about to say that he didn't know, because if Li Xian showed such an expression, it must be that he had some trouble and needed to go through it himself. Don't pretend you didn't hear me, Li Xian said with a smile, I know you have the finished products of these 2 pieces of equipment. A special meteorite has been detected in Tianqi, and we need you to go there. What if I refuse? Gu Zhe said dissatisfiedly. Li Xian took out a box with 5 words written on it, the Sao is crazy too. What the hell do you want to do? Gu Zhe was alert. You should know that there are many girls who like you. Li Xian laughed, this drug is contraband. If I give it to someone else. With only 1 Carol, Gu Zhe couldn't even stand up straight during the day. If there were 2 more, he might break. Ding. Mission issued. Salvage the meteorite from Tianqi Lake, recover the data of the alien civilization, and collect the genetic data carried on it. Okay, the system has said that we must go to this Tianqi. Reward, Biolayer armor technology. After Li Xian left, Gu Zhe retrieved the information about this thing by himself. In a word, he entered the era of biotechnology. The Zerg that often appears in science fiction is a race whose bodies have been developed to the extreme. Gu Zhe thought of that thing the first time he saw it. What is this biological layer armor? If I activate it, will I turn into a bug? Effect explanation: it can enhance the user's own basic abilities and produce a cuticle that can resist heavy weapons without any exoskeleton. Unlike the technological route taken by the mechanical race, this skill is used to strengthen races that do not follow this route. However, the ability of the mechanical gods is to analyze various data and integrate them into their own strength. Their current successors are carbon-based creatures, so they can adapt. But if it is exposed, then they will be captured as aliens, right? Have there been any cosmic signals recently? It's not like science fiction, like the Dark Forest Law or something like that, right? The solar system where our planet resides has a backward technological civilization. Among the civilizations in the universe, only a few can handle a star like the Sun. The mechanical Protoss are extremely powerful, and other civilizations that come to the solar system can only negotiate. If you don't understand, the mechanical gods are a threat to everyone in the universe. Coupled with the unpredictable thinking of humans, if you make Guzay unhappy, you may be retaliated. So basically, no one dares to move. Chapter 135 Particle Shield. What the heck is dealing with stars? Guzay suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. What does it mean to be able to handle stars? Answer: the Mechanicus have weapons that utilize stellar energy. Space slicing and compression techniques aren't difficult to implement. Similar to the three-body problem, it's not unsolvable for the Mechanicus. Mechanoids, what's the three-body thing? There are too many suns? Just get rid of as many as you need? If the Trisolarans come in the future, I guess there won't be any need for the deterrence era. Guzay laughed. Trisolarans, you're so arrogant. You're the biggest threat. What's the point of the deterrence era? If you can just stay in the solar system, there are plenty of advanced civilizations to protect you. After coming out of the laboratory, Guzay received a call. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? Guzay answered the phone and asked. Lu Fang said on the phone, do you have any connections in Shanghai? Some relatives at home need your help. What help? Guzay was puzzled. If it's work, I can't help you. My situation is rather special. Do you need money urgently? No, Lu Fang said awkwardly, your uncle was asked to go to the Magic City for business and has no place to stay, so he wants to stay at your place. Guzay was silent for a moment. Stay at my house? The housing prices in Shanghai are so high, tens of thousands a few months? Stay at my house? Mom, just enjoy your vacation. Guzay said, you don't have to worry about these relatives. Although our family is rich, they didn't come out of nowhere. I still have a lot of things to deal with here. I'll contact you after I've sorted them out for a while. After saying that, Guzay hung up the phone. A meteorite landed in Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain. The news spread like wildfire and has been known to many international organizations. Minerals brought back from the universe, especially meteorites, can be said to be quite expensive, but if the cosmic age comes, those precious materials will be gone. If Guzay did not care about the interests of other countries, he could directly develop the relevant technology, but the price China would have to pay for this would certainly be huge. But if we develop it slowly, how long will it take? Is 10 years enough? Guzay sighed. He finally understood why the minds of the advanced civilizations were so simple. After all, if people of all races are scheming against each other, it would be very troublesome to get things done. The mecha should be able to bring that thing up, but since it comes from outer space, it is likely to have some special properties like the core found in the Arctic before. Moreover, the mecha does not seem to have been waterproofed and needs some processing. Now that alien civilization has appeared, Guzay needs to come up with a countermeasure quickly. Ding, reminder, Earth has mastered extraterrestrial technology. Guzay was stunned. What the hell? What did it mean that outer space technology was mastered? Then, a piece of news appeared on Guzay's mobile phone, and the content was really explosive. America's latest research has successfully developed particle shield technology. This is? Guzay frowned when he saw the thing on it. Energy shield? But if this thing is activated, it consumes a lot of energy. The existing energy mechanism is not perfect. How does it achieve this? Byte. The phone automatically jumps to the interface, which displays the information in the system database. High-density material battery, universal in the universe. can provide daily energy needs for small and medium-sized long-distance ships, including power supply for energy shields. Note: best-selling among first and second-level civilizations. Level 1 to Level 2 civilization is already quite advanced technology for Earth. Could it be that America has mastered this technology? But where did they get it from? If nothing unexpected happens, another accident will happen soon. Guzay looked at the calls that kept coming into his phone and was completely speechless. In the group, Mr. Huang and a group of veteran military workers frantically tagged Guzay, hoping to get a countermeasure. In desperation, Guzay could only send a message. This weapon is extremely vulnerable to EMP. With American technology, there's no way to develop a particle shield, let alone research EMP defense equipment. The particle shield is indeed powerful, but that's all it is. A weapon system does not become powerful once it is developed. It will be useless without supporting equipment. Atomic weapons are powerful enough, but if there is no equipment to launch them, what can they do? Will they blow themselves up in their own homes? Or, can it be transported out, but will it be intercepted halfway? All technological systems cannot be handled by themselves. America's actions have certainly caused a stir among many people who yearn for America, but this has little impact on Guzay, so he can just deal with it coldly. The next day, Guzay's information was dug out. Several people in the office looked at the countless messages above, all of which were insults. They didn't really care, but just found it particularly interesting. Because all the information of these people was displayed on another screen. IP address, America, Flax. Are these people just sitting around doing nothing? Wu Haotian scratched his head. Don't they really think the internet is an illegal place? There are even more fun things. Guzay said as he wrote a short essay. There is not a single word above that involves Guzay, but the username is Guzay. The content was an analysis of the domestic medical market, and someone caught the key words. Hey, aren't you a scientist? This is hilarious. What's so good about the Communist Party's medical care? Who in my family understands? Today, after a lot of talking, everyone fell silent. It's so quick to succeed in phishing. America really has too much free time. Brother Gu, I think we have developed that particle shield before? Shunqing asked. The prototype of the electromagnetic tank already existed when it was developed, but it was kept hidden for a long time so not many people knew about it. Well, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Guzay said, it was just a trivial matter. Not everyone is as flamboyant as America. However, they are destined not to go far. Ah? Why? Wu Haotian was puzzled. Guzay gestured for him to click on the international stock market. Because of the emergence of particle shields, the stock prices of all energy and new materials have risen rapidly. Everyone is optimistic about this particle shield and believes that it is the key to future wars. Chapter 136, Mecha Launch. Press Conference. Originally this was just a daily routine, but now it has turned into a scene of collective cerebral orgasm for foreign journalists. Mr. Spokesperson, what are your thoughts on China's technological lag behind America's? America has developed the next generation of weapons. How will China respond? There have been comments online suggesting that China will never surpass America. What are your thoughts on this, spokesperson? These people have gone crazy. Some of the issues have nothing to do with technology, but they are brought up to compete with China. It's like a certain software was targeted by America, and in court, a group of idiots pretending to know asked, "Is your software spyware? Will your software connect to my home network when I use it and will it steal my information?" It is ridiculous that a software that requires an internet connection to be used is not allowed to connect to the internet at will. Regarding the questions raised by our journalists, the spokesperson coughed. Does anyone else have any questions? If you have questions about particle shields, feel free to ask them now. We'll answer them all together later. There was another burst of barking. Everyone was waiting to see the Chinese nation's joke. After all, they were now convinced that the Chinese nation did not have such advanced technology. As for Guzay, he probably stole technology from certain countries or studios for his own use. How could the Chinese people create high technology? But at this moment, the time has come. The sound of heavy footsteps came from a distance. A silver-gray mecha was walking on the road originally intended for journalists. What is this? Is it a model? Why are there Chinese characters on something so sci-fi? "Sir, today's work is over." The mask of the mecha was opened, and a spirited young man inside saluted solemnly. "Okay, I'll be right there." The spokesperson chuckled, then cleared his throat and said, "As you can see, we don't really have any particle shields. After all, the technological content of this thing is not very high. The exoskeleton armor used for individual combat cannot withstand the energy load of the particle shield. So if you want to see the particle shield, wait until next month when the electromagnetic tank is mass-produced. We will release the first piece of information." International news exploded instantly. But the mainstream tone is still missing. For America, this was their independently developed technology, but for China, this direction changed in an instant. How many people are claiming that this is technology stolen by China? How many people are saying that China has collected spacecraft from alien civilizations, monopolized all the technology on it, and is unwilling to share it with humans, which is selfish? They have been showing double standards for a long time. Don't pay any attention to them. Gu Zhe just smiled indifferently. "You're absolutely right. They've exposed their technology, so we can legitimately take out ours." Li Xian laughed and said, "Now we have enough reason to arrest their spies. Before, they were just stealing in secret, but now everyone is putting their things out in the open, so let's just start a war. Let's not talk about this for now. Are all the things ready?" "Ready." At this moment, they were standing on a boat. It was not easy to transport a ship to the Tian Shan Mountains, but they did it. The mecha's waterproofing and anti-interference treatment has been completed, but the driver is not Gu Zhe. Nonsense, if anything happens to him, Li Xian can't afford it. From the moment the mecha appeared, Li Xian had actually been secretly training his team members so that they could replace Gu Zhe in the battle at this time. "Actually, I have a better option." Gu Zhe said, "We can send a robot down first instead of sending a person down directly." "I'd like to, but there must be other considerations." Li Xian said, "Your mecha has been unveiled at the press conference. There will be news releases soon to prove that our mecha technology is mature. Old ginger is still spicy." Sighing, Gu Zhe began to command the soldiers to dive underwater. Buzz. As soon as the mecha entered the water, it immediately activated the night vision mode. Unlike ordinary machines, this thing uses more high-tech exploration technology. Gu Zhe wouldn't tell him what it was specifically, and Li Xian wouldn't ask. "Soldier, don't worry about what strange things are down there." Gu Zhe said, "I modified this mecha myself, and I have confidence in its defense. Even if it is directly hit by a rocket launcher, it will be fine. There is basically no one on Earth who can hurt you when you wear this thing." "Yes, sir, I understand, sir." He took a deep breath and continued exploring. Are all the people Li Xian brought out so perverted? Do you accept it just like that? I still have a question. Gu Zhe looked at the picture sent back and said, "Who discovered the things in here?" "Your quantum satellite," Li Xian said, "was originally just a normal meteorite landing, but your quantum satellite picked up a strange signal. After it was launched into the sky, aerospace research institutes from various countries actually collaborated. They were the ones who discovered this signal." "What about the confidentiality agreement?" "No, it was announced directly. After all, it is the Tianqi Lake in Tianshan Mountain. No one can come in without the consent of China. Moreover, the Tianshan snow pool is so deep that it is not easy to dive into it. Even if a diving master really went down there, how could he explain this signal? Satellites that detected this signal subsequently malfunctioned. A typical underwater robot entering this area would be doomed. Meteorite materials are generally very helpful for the development of aerospace technology. If they can get them this time, without Gu Zhe's guidance, the veteran aerospace experts will carry out various upgrades to the existing spacecraft. Then they can legitimately build a super space station. Now that we have a super space station, it wouldn't be too much to have a super spacecraft, right? Now that all of this is done, it makes sense for me to build a spaceship, right?" Gu Zhe suddenly began to feel sorry for America. In their mythology, there is a story called Pandora's Box. Now America has opened the seal that sealed China's technological development and released the demon inside. A new arms race has begun. Chapter 137. Who gave you the courage? This Tianqi Lake is a composite volcano, and there are records of eruptions in modern times. It is rare that the meteorite did not directly activate it. This place has been called the Holy Mountain for many years, but it doesn't look that sacred. The people underwater are still exploring the source of the signal and moving forward slowly. Report, no target-like objects were found, said the underwater explorer. Got it. Keep searching and report any emergencies immediately, Guzay said calmly. Tianqi Lake, over 2,000 meters above sea level and over 300 meters deep, is considered a place where only a lunatic would think of swimming. Besides, this is a sacred mountain, so no one would normally do that. I still remember that due to some historical issues, not all of this place belongs to China. Didn't the people over there say anything? Guzay asked. Even if they protest, what can they do? Do they have the technology to salvage it? Li Xian smiled helplessly. Don't worry, the entire plan has been approved. Just as the two were chatting, the explorer below sent a signal. When Guzay took a look, he saw a huge stone that was half a person's height. Report the discovery of a rock entity suspected to be the target. Start tying the traction rope to it, Li Xian said. Be careful, we don't know if there's anything strange about this thing. Yes, I understand. Start working. Guzay looked at the data sent back by the mecha on the computer, and then looked at the screen. If he was not mistaken, this meteorite seemed to contain a large amount of rare elements, and the quantity was not small. Otherwise the radiation above wouldn't be so serious. System, where are the things on it? Guzay asked. He didn't forget what the system asked him to get. If he couldn't find that thing, his trip would be in vain. Ding. Detecting surrounding signals. Testing complete. Samples are covering the surface of the meteorite. Please freeze them after salvaging them. Surface. Could it be that this sample was shrunk on the back of the meteorite and passed through the atmosphere? Through the database of the mechanical clan, Guzay learned that some organisms have extremely strong vitality. Even if only a tiny number of cells are left, or even only cell data, they can restore themselves. Although I don't know what ethnic group we found this time, it always helps to be cautious. With an order, the equipment on the ship started working. Buzz buzz buzz. Guzay looked up at the sky, followed the direction of the roar, and finally found a helicopter. That thing is a heavy-duty armed helicopter. Is that your arrangement too? Guzay asked doubtfully. No. Li Xian shook his head and frowned. The situation has changed. Everyone, be prepared for any emergency. The others hiding in the dark reacted quickly. The electromagnetic cannon had already been set up. If the other party dared to make any unusual movements, one shot would kill them all. Fortunately, the helicopter was not equipped with weapons. It just hovered above the boat that Guzay was riding on, and then dropped a person. As soon as the man got on the boat, he was immediately surrounded. Guzay was specifically asked to salvage the meteorite. What does this unidentified person want to do by coming here at this moment? Tell me your purpose and the department you belong to, Li Xian said coldly. If you don't tell me, you know the consequences. The special agent team has plenty of ways to torture people. As a result, the visitor laughed instead of getting angry. What does this mean? Young Master Li Xian. The man chuckled. The old patriarch has passed away. Now your younger brother takes over the position of patriarch. Guzay was puzzled. Shouldn't the head of the family be the next generation? How did it jump to the grandchildren? Who do you think you are? The former emperor? Passing the throne to your grandson? Does this have anything to do with your sudden appearance here? Li Xian asked. Of course, aren't you here? The man chuckled. Your brother will be marrying the eldest daughter of the Hua family in Yanjing in 3 days. All members of the family must be present, including you. The scene was dead silent. Guzay looked at the person in front of him who seemed to be so awesome in disbelief. Was it just for this? You came just to get Li Xian to attend the wedding? And you even came by helicopter? And it was an armed helicopter? Who gave you permission? Just for this trivial matter? Li Xian was dumbfounded. Just for this matter? The man smiled and nodded. Li Xian was so angry that he wanted to go up and hit someone, but was stopped by Guzay. Who are you on the plane? Guzay asked. Of course he is from my Li family. The man, or it would be better to call him the butler or something like that, said this with a smile and pride. Okay, I understand. Guzay nodded, then kicked the man down. Electromagnetic cannon? Fire it. Whoosh. The propeller was shot off, and this plane became the first plane in history to be shot into the holy mountain Tianqi. As for the people inside, they struggled to escape and were not killed. The old man died, and so on. And the so-called new patriarch took the throne. What was the purpose of this? A mockery? Just to let everyone know that he was married? And to the eldest daughter of the Hua family? Li Xian's face darkened. It was obvious that he knew something inside. Didn't your brother die in an accident many years ago? Gu Zhe asked. He's the child of my father's brother, Li Xian sighed. I haven't been back much since I started this job. Those people say bad things about me to the old man every year. But he shouldn't be that senile and confused. Do you want me to help you? The technology for scanning the human brain. It's too late. Li Xian smiled bitterly. They no longer consider me a member of the Li family. Besides, the Li family has a huge business behind the scenes. A few years ago, someone approached me about business and hoped I could give them the green light. After being rejected, they probably spread rumors about me within the family. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Even if they are from the same family, they will not show mercy. After someone's father died, an uncle would seize the nephew's land. How could a large family like the Li family not have a dark history of open and covert struggles? They've long been unwilling to acknowledge my identity as a member of the Li family, Li Xian said. I wasn't even notified when Grandpa passed away, let alone the funeral. I hadn't even heard about it, so how could I possibly attend it? The imperial family has been ruthless since ancient times. In this era, not to mention the emperor, the big families are still the same. Boom! The meteorite was salvaged and the work continued. Chapter 138 System Upgrade Materials. They came by transport plane and now they are leaving by transport plane as well. The technology of super fighter jets has really helped these scientists a lot. Now China's aviation field is simply invincible. But, a big family. Is it meaningful to talk about a big family now? What are you going to do? Gu Zhe asked, sitting aside. The meteorite in front of him was directly smashed into pieces and placed in a liquid nitrogen container. Gu Zhe would only start the experiment after returning to the laboratory. I don't plan to do anything. Li Xian said helplessly, as you said, those big families are just rich, but for me now, money really doesn't mean anything. The so-called way of heaven is to reduce the excess and make up for the deficiency. The way of man is to reduce the deficiency and make up for the surplus. The conflicts among humans are nothing more than insufficient productivity and uneven distribution of benefits. But now the most important things have been solved by Gu Zhe. House. That mess has been wiped out. Medical treatment? A cure-all treatment pod will be announced in a few days. Food? If all molecular printers were operational, they could provide food and drink for people all over the world. As for the crazy people who would come out and talk about nutrition, nature, and freedom at the end? That had nothing to do with Gu Zhe. Anyway, at the current rate of human development, if we don't rely on synthetic food to survive in the future, humans will become extinct. As a result, these people can only pursue higher-end houses, better cars, and more beautiful women. What's so good about those broken things? You should continue working as usual, Li Xian said. I will arrange for a colleague to take over my work and ensure your safety. No need. Gu Zhe shook his head. The laboratory's autonomous system can analyze this material. I think your family's affairs are more interesting. There's no need for you to get involved in this mess. Li Xian said. It's not that I want to get involved in this mess. Gu Zhe said seriously, I just want to see who in this world is richer than me. Li Xian was amused when he thought of Gu Zhe's molecular printer printing out a large amount of gold. If we really talk about wealth, no one in this world can compare with Gu Zhe. For big families, we still have heritage, we still have culture, and we still have family civilization. Mechanical Protoss, yes, your culture over the past few hundred years is so fucking amazing. As carbon-based life forms with extremely high thinking abilities, it's truly remarkable that humans have survived to this day, the system said. You know, throughout the long history of the universe, there have been many civilizations similar to ours. They still maintain primitive lifestyles, without any advanced technology or widespread war. This cycle was repeated countless times in those small civilizations. After a period of development, technology will regress by hundreds of years due to war or internal strife. Gu Zhe didn't say anything about the system's complaints. All the meteorite fragments were brought to the laboratory by Gu Zhe. After going down to the second underground floor, Gu Zhe put on his equipment and took out the meteorite fragments. The instrument appeared and swallowed all the fragments of the meteorite. The analysis began to display on the supercomputer. After a while, the analysis results came out. The collected biological sample has been confirmed to be a Class C3 biological sample. The levels in the universe start from S and go all the way to F, and human strength is not even F. The sample of this creature is actually C3 level? What's the specific name of the race? Gu Zhe continued to ask. Species name, Altered Titan, the system replied. The Titan race is born for combat and destruction. Altered Titans are a mutated species within this race, possessing even more powerful limb regeneration abilities. The sample has been completely inactivated, but is still usable. Gu Zhe nodded. How should I put it? A mechanical bull. How long will it take to develop this biological layer armor? Gu Zhe asked. The lab is of a lower level and will take a week. This is the first time I've heard that my laboratory is of a low level. Gu Zhe said in disbelief, then how can I upgrade the laboratory? How much does it cost? I'll go buy it. This time, the system was silent. After a moment, the list was given. 3 planetary cores. A Dyson sphere device that can provide stable energy. A complete set of metal supplies for the galaxy. Gu Zhe stood there in a daze. What the hell was this? 3 planetary cores? And a Dyson sphere? Are you sure this isn't something out of a fantasy novel? Do you think the Earth's core is enough? Does this mean we have to hollow out all the planets in the solar system? Tip: the technology level currently unlocked by the host is low. This upgrade plan is only part of it. I don't think you need so many things to upgrade your armor. Gu Zhe sighed. White Emperor armor, one of the mechanical god's royal armors. Each of the limbs, body, and head requires 12 planetary cores as materials for forging. 12. Gu Zhe was dumbfounded. How heavy could it be? How powerful would it have to be to justify so much material? That's not right. If the mechanical gods are so powerful, why were they killed in the end? Sure enough, is he the only one who can deal with a higher level race? After hearing this information, Gu Zhe no longer cared about the slow progress of the research. Now they have another problem. What should they do with those people in Li Xian's hometown? Which Hua family is this? Gu Zhe muttered as he opened the search engine and began searching for relevant data. As a result, as soon as I opened it, wow! The entire internet was flooded with news that the eldest daughter of the Hua family was going to marry the young patriarch of the Li family. How much data did I buy? I even pushed it to my own phone. System, can you find specific information about the Hua family? The information is a bit mixed now, and I don't know how long it will take me to find it. Gu Zhe said. Didi, starting to filter and analyze information. Soon, all the information was sent to Gu Zhe's tablet. The new head of the Li family is called Liao Tian. His name sounds really cool, and so do the things he does. As we all know, Yanjing is a magical place. The money that can buy a house or even a villa in other places cannot even buy 2 toilets here. As the saying goes, the local environment and climate shape the local people. Since Liao Tian is a member of the Li family, his style of doing things is different from that of ordinary people. He was different from the average person, with all the famous brand watches, luxury cars and houses. Even the famous rich second generation dared not compare with him. Chapter 139 Yanjing Li Family. As a third-generation rich man who was highly anticipated by the old man, this guy has never needed to work hard since he was a child, because his starting point is the end point of others, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the ultimate goal of life. But if he achieved these through his family's influence or his own efforts, it would not be an exaggeration at all. But the problem is that he took advantage of his relationship with Li Xian as a relative and friend to get in through many back doors. Once we encounter something that needs to be reviewed, we have to investigate. If we find out that it is Li Xian, we cannot send the documents to him. What's his job? He's a secret agent. How can a seemingly white glove be that simple? What surprised Gu Zhe even more was that this guy didn't seem to feel any regret at all. Even if there is no such relationship, as a member of the Li family, he should have contributed to the stability of China, but this guy is simply the best. The reason for marrying the eldest daughter of the Hua family was not for anything else, but because this guy harassed her repeatedly and threatened to marry no one else in his life. System, get me the information about Miss Hua. Gu Zhe said. Another document shows that this young lady started elite training since she was a child. She completed her university studies in her teens, which took others 10 years to complete. Every year, she had a dedicated teacher to help her improve herself. In order to maintain her social connections, she even learned piano, painting, and vocal skills. Originally, her Prince Charming should be a responsible man like Li Xian. But unfortunately, the interests of the family are above all else. After Liao Tian took over the family, he promised to give the Hua family some benefits, which finalized the marriage between Liao Tian and Miss Hua Feifei of the Hua family. The last few pages record how this happened. He drank and acted drunkenly in an internet cafe, causing trouble, and ended up offending others, and was almost beaten to death by the Hua family. At this time, Li Xian's name was brought out to save the situation. I feel like, it's more like going to collect debts than attending a wedding. Gu Zhe complained. Who knows how many things Li Xian has helped the Li family deal with? Ha! Why does this plot sound so familiar? In Gu Zhe's villa. The Dragon King has emerged from the mountains, and the God of War has returned. As a top agent, I have been ostracized by my family. This time, I will take back everything that belongs to me. Oh yeah. Wu Haotian laughed exaggeratedly. Especially after hearing that Li Xian's bastard brother had actually done these things, he felt it was a shame that Li Xian did not become the Dragon King. These big families are quite extravagant. Xin Cheng complained. You haven't seen the most outrageous things yet. Su Hao said speechlessly, my Yu Yan alone has had many people propose marriages. Their motive is nothing more than to covet her beauty. Although the meaning of life seems to be to pass on one's genetic information, on Earth, the only creatures that are always interested in reproduction are rabbits and humans. I don't know what those people are thinking. They will have bad thoughts when they see beautiful women. Su Yuyan was harassed, Yiling Xue was harassed, and even Xin Yuling was pursued. It's just because of a pretty face. He himself doesn't seem to care much about it, Gu Zhe said, but I have a feeling it won't be that simple. If he goes home alone, his personal belongings and friends will be gone. And his position is too special. Everyone was also worried about this, but what was the point of worrying? How could outsiders like them handle the Li family's affairs? Among these people, the most prominent was Su Hao of the Su family. At that time, even the world-renowned Su family had no choice but to bow their heads when facing a behemoth like the Li family. If you want to find a family on par with the Li family to help, this method is not unfeasible, but the actual person in charge of the Li family now is not Li Xian. The newcomers from other families were also not friendly to Li Xian. In their own words, why are all the others just idling around while you are the only one so outstanding? I haven't been to Yanjing yet. Gu Zhe laughed. You're not allowed to go, right? Then I'm going anyway. What do you say? Let's go to a banquet together? Su Hao grinned, although this banquet may not be that enjoyable. Given Gu Zhe's status, if he was really willing to honor himself by attending the wedding, then that would definitely be giving him enough face. But if someone targets him, it will be difficult to deal with Gu Zhe's bad temper. Besides, Li Xian said he could handle it, so why should they worry about it? Not going? In the past? After all, during this period of time, Li Xian secretly eliminated many dangers for Gu Zhe. Wouldn't it be a bit bad to just leave him alone now? So, a moment later, the colleague who took over all of Li Xian's duties looked at the people surrounding him with a bitter expression. Just tell me what you want, please don't use force. He knew Gu Zhe had a bad temper. If he upset him, he might even pull out some dangerous weapons. It would be even more troublesome to deal with him then. On the other hand, Li Xian returned to the familiar land of Yanjing after a long absence. The Li family is a prominent family in Yanjing. The old man passed away, and many people were saddened. There were also many people who fought openly and secretly to seize the position of head of the family, but no one dared to speak ill of Li Xian. Young master. When the maid saw Li Xian walk in, she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look into Li Xian's eyes. How much murderous aura does one need to possess to develop such an aura of authority without even being angry? As a servant who had worked for a large family for over a decade, this maid had at least seen countless people, and at the very least, was a master who could read people's expressions. The murderous aura that young Master Li Xian possessed could not have been produced without the experience of fighting on the battlefield. Because she had only seen this kind of aura in those old seniors. Just do what you should do, don't worry about me. Li Xian said. Well, Master Li Xian, the maid said, it might not be appropriate to enter your room right now. Li Xian was stunned. What does this mean? Then Li Xian ignored the servant's obstruction and insisted on rushing in. When the door was kicked open, he was stunned. The Li family's house is very large, enough to accommodate all the servants and his family. Even if Li Xian doesn't come back for a few years, there will still be someone to clean his room so that he can move in directly when he comes back. But at this moment, the room is filled with the scent of various perfumes, and the decoration has become extremely ambiguous. What the hell? Li Xian knew who did this without even thinking. Chapter 140 Negotiation. Young Master Xian. A maid looked at Li Xian in front of her with a gloomy face and didn't know how to speak. Speak. Li Xian ordered. Yes. Ever since you haven't been home for 2 years, Master Outyan has become complacent and brings a different girlfriend home every day. But the old man is very strict, the maid said. He always has to borrow your room, Master Li Xian. After a long time, he simply doesn't let us clean it up, saying that it's more romantic this way. Li Outyan. If I remember correctly, this bastard has been doing evil since he was a child. If it weren't for his family members who have been cleaning up his mess, he would have died on the streets by now. Contact the construction team for me, Li Xian said. Tear down this room. Don't leave any of the furniture inside. But where will you live if the house is demolished? Asked the maid. Isn't the old man's room empty? I'll live there. Li Xian snorted. Old man S? The maid was shocked. Young Master Li Xian is back to seize power. The Li family was in turmoil. The usually arrogant Li Outyan was like he had seen a ghost, and he didn't dare to go to the old house at all. The family, which was originally in a mess because of him, is now in the same situation as if the old man was still alive because of Li Xian's return. Why? Why did Li Xian get the old man's respect, while he could only be a third-generation rich man who lived a life of idleness and waited for death? It was evening soon. Li Xian was in the old man's room, looking through the books that the old man had collected during his lifetime. He felt a little uncomfortable on the first night. At this time, 2 groups of people came outside the Li family. Yiba was a sightseeing group led by Guzei. Their purpose was to see the scenery of Yanjing, but they actually came to have a feast and see Li Xian's jokes. The other group of people was the engagement cancellation group led by Hua Feifei. Otherwise, I would be stunned when I met you. Aren't you Hua Feifei? Guzei was a little surprised. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Hua Feifei was just about to ask who you all are, but then she saw Su Yuyan and Su Hao rushing over. I'm sorry, someone cut in line while I was handling the matter. Damn it. He cut in line while handling a traffic accident. I cursed that the price of vegetables will go up. Su Hao cursed. Think about it more positively. Maybe he doesn't have a mother anymore? Wu Haoyan said with a chuckle. Ouch. What a sin. Su Hao clasped his hands together. You two, calm down. There are outsiders here. Guzei said unhappily. After seeing Hua Feifei, several people shut up. Is Li Xian in here? Su Yuyan asked. I wonder if he's asleep at this hour. If not, we can only go to the hotel. Staying a night in a hotel here is not cheap. Do you know Li Xian? Hua Feifei asked in surprise. Yes, I know him. Do you have something to do with him? Isn't your fiancé Li Outyan? Guzei asked. It would be fine if I didn't mention this, but Hua Feifei gets angry when I mention it. However, Hua Feifei's good manners prevented her from losing her temper on the spot. Xin Qing seemed to have guessed something, and laughed and said, that Li Outyan is probably having sex with another woman right now, right? Hua Feifei sighed and nodded. In fact, for Hua Feifei, it is not important who she marries. After all, it is normal to sacrifice one's own interests for the benefit of the family. But that bastard Li Outyan only chose to pester Hua Feifei to deal with those people in his family. Moreover, he actually asked someone to directly let the Hua and Li families get married. I let him go, but this bastard took another internet celebrity to a hotel room. Since they're planning a marriage, shouldn't they tone it down a bit? Why is he getting even worse? Although marriage and love are free nowadays, some traditional ideas cannot be abandoned, such as refusing to have sex before marriage. Although these second-generation rich generally have a lot of fun and no one cares, but since you have already said that you are the head of the family, shouldn't you be more restrained? Hua Feifei felt very aggrieved. Why did she work so hard to improve herself to such a perfect level for the sake of the family, only to end up being taken advantage of by a lazy young man? In other words, how can she, a pure woman, not be worthy of someone from your Li family? So when Li Xian rushed back, she came over as soon as she got the news. As a result, they had a car collision with Gu Zhe and his group. In this way, a group of people entered the Li family's old house together. The first time he saw Li Xian, Gu Zhe couldn't hold back. Ha ha ha. Brother, what did you do? Why does your room look so much like an old man's room? Gu Zhe laughed. My grandfather's room and my room are going to be demolished. Li Xian stood up. That place is no longer habitable. That's why I came here. After saying that, he ordered the servants to prepare tea and snacks, and Li Xian led everyone into the reception room. Li Xian noticed that there was also a girl he had never seen before following Gu Zhe and the others. This is the eldest daughter of the Hua family, right? Li Xian personally poured tea for Hua Feifei. I'm sorry, I've been busy with work recently and I really don't know much about family affairs. Is there something important that brings you here today? Hua Feifei was a little stunned. After all, the Li family members she knew were all arrogant and unreasonable. How could there be such polite people? I bet this young lady didn't realize how outstanding brother Li Xian is. Wu Haotian began to perform. Think of my brother Li. He's handsome, successful in his career, and professional and responsible. He's definitely the perfect choice as a husband. Young lady, if you don't like that idiot Li Haotian, why not take a look at brother Li? Professional and responsible, it means that after the corpse is disposed of, no one in the world will find any trouble. That's enough. Xinqiang pressed Wu Haotian down. This isn't the magic city. Be more restrained. Puff. Li Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. These guys really haven't changed at all. Well, we came here for a banquet today, but it seems we can't have it? Gu Zhe asked. In fact, Hua Feifei came here to break off the engagement. At least she would not be with a man like Li Haotian. It was originally a farce. The Hua family didn't take it seriously, and the Li family didn't take it seriously either. Even Li Haotian, the instigator, might have wanted to use the Hua family's name to enhance his influence. It's almost time to go to bed. Li Xian said, I'll have the servants arrange a room for you. If you have anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow. Things were about to end like this, but problems arose outside. Li Xian, get out here. Chapter 141 Your brother is still your brother. Hearing this roar, everyone in the Li family's house was stunned. When Li Xian returned to his hometown, everyone treated him with respect. Who would dare to be so disrespectful to the chief of secret services, Li Xian? Oh. Li Xian sighed, he stood up and walked out. Outside was the angry Li Haotian. After he entered the house, he started barking everywhere, trying to drive Li Xian out. When he saw his target coming out, he immediately became excited. Damn it, Li Xian, who asked you to come back? Li Haotian's face flushed red. I'm getting married, and you're not allowed to live in the ancestral home even if you come back. Let the fuck go. Gu Zhe and the others could guess what happened without having to come out. Li Xian looked at Li Haotian, who was beaten and kneeling on the ground, with an expressionless face. Master? You? Li Xian said dismissively, with your current condition, you should go back to university and study hard for a few years. I'll find you an etiquette teacher to teach you how to get along with others. I don't want you to care. You have a foul mouth. Do you think I dare not do anything to you? Li Xian snorted and kicked Li Haotian on the chin. After a scream, Li Haotian covered his chin and was unable to speak. Damn, if this kick had been a little harder, I would have needed surgery. Xinqiang couldn't help but feel scared when he saw Li Xian's kick. With such precise force control, he is worthy of being the head of the Secret Service. Aren't they family members? Why did you use such harsh force? Su Yuyan felt frightened when she saw it. Su Hao didn't look, he knew what kind of person Li Xian was. The housekeeper walked over and looked at Li Haotian lying on the ground with an embarrassed expression. Take her away, Li Xian said with a frown. If she doesn't behave herself, tie her up. We'll hold a family meeting tomorrow regarding Miss Wu's matter, and I'll personally give her an explanation. Master Xian, although Master Haotian is naughty, but... The butler wanted to persuade him. My words are not intimidating enough for you. I have to say them again, right? Li Xian snorted coldly and glanced at the butler. Li Xian really didn't want to take action against the old butler who had served the Li family for more than 10 years if possible. However, the old housekeeper also understood that this was Li Xian's method, which was to beat the dog in front of others, act pitifully, and then show weakness and curry favor, in order to give others a way out. I understand, the old butler said, dragging Li Outyan away. Several maids also came over and arranged for a few people to rest. Because there were quite a lot of people coming, several men had to squeeze into one room in pairs. Xin Chang and Gu Zhe were assigned to the same room. It was a bit late to start the fire at this time, so the servants brought some snacks. The girls were very happy, and when it was late at night, several men gathered together again. Cheers, Su Hao said softly. You make it sound so high-sounding when you say juice. Li Xian snorted. Isn't there a family meeting tomorrow? Isn't it inappropriate for you to enjoy the nightlife now? Gu Zhe asked. Boss, this is your fault. As a man, if you don't make noise at night, are you still a man? Xin Cheng said with a chuckle. They came together for one thing. Li Xian's family affairs are definitely not that simple. I thought you were very gentle with your family, brother Xian. Wu Haotian said, even if Li Outyan is arrogant and domineering, he wouldn't use such harsh force, right? Xin Cheng said that if it was any more serious, surgery would be necessary. Li Xian gave all his tenderness to his younger brother. Logically, he shouldn't be such a violent person. Why is this happening? Haven't you noticed that Li Outyan is just a kid from a wealthy family? Su Hao asked. What's the meaning? That's easy to understand. Xin Xing laughed and said, look at Hua Feifei, then look at brother Xian and brother Hao. They are all capable of inheriting the family business. Li Outyan is more like a nouveau riche than a second-generation rich. He's the son of my father's brother's infidelity, Li Xian said. His mother doesn't seem very clean, but he's definitely a member of the Li family. He didn't go to school well when he was little. After being taken home, he was quiet for a while, but after Grandpa passed away, he started to make trouble. Now that I think about it, I guess Dad just wants me to come back and take over. A melodramatic ethical drama about a large family. Brother Xian, why doesn't your father take over the position of clan leader? Wu Haotian asked curiously. Because my father is clean and innocent, he can't get his hands stained with blood. Li Xian shrugged helplessly, this is also what my grandfather meant. He said that he wanted the grandchildren to try to manage the family. If I want to shut up those elders, it seems that there is no other suitable person except me. What kind of family is this? So we really can't help you with anything. Gu Zhe scratched his head. I feel a little embarrassed that we went through all the trouble of coming to Yinjing and still have to ask you to arrange accommodation for us. It's okay, Li Xian shrugged. I don't have many friends back home anyway. If you hadn't come, I might have just finished dealing with Li Outyan's issue and left. By that time, Li Xian's family would be in chaos again. Su Hao seemed to have remembered something, and his expression became a little grim. Brother Hao, what's wrong? Xin Cheng asked. I suddenly remembered something. Su Hao said awkwardly, Li Xian, do you still remember the person who was always ranked below you in the training school? Li Xian thought about it, nodded, and said, I know. That guy's surname is quite rare. It's D. In the investiture of the gods, King Zhou was called Emperor Xin. Such a rare surname is rarely seen nowadays. This Hua Feifei, Su Hao said, is attending a prestigious aristocratic university abroad. Although anyone with money can get in, the requirements for personal ability are still very high. That perpetual runner-up seems to have practiced the patent technique. What is patent technique? Wu Haotian was a little confused. It's a kind of martial arts created by the so-called gentlemen in England. It seems to hurt quite a lot when you hit someone. Gu Zhe said lightly. Is it as good as our country's martial arts? Does China have martial arts? Aren't we not allowed to hit others now? Gu Zhe laughed. Don't talk about real kung fu being the art of killing. In today's society ruled by law, killing is illegal. If we really talk about martial arts and actual combat, those foreign techniques and tactics are totally inadequate. They imitate the wild dogs in Heizhou and hunt directly at the yak's vital parts. No matter how powerful you are, it will be bad if you are bitten by the circle of fate. That is right, if we really fight, we'll use whatever dirty tactics we can, such as poking eyes and kicking crotch. Martial ethics? What is martial ethics? I'm already fighting with someone, so why would I care about martial ethics? But what does this have to do with Li Xian? Chapter 142 Arrogant Liao Tian. If I remember correctly, that perennial runner-up seemed to have pursued Hua Feifei, Su Hao said. At the time, Hua Feifei rejected him on the grounds that he was only good at fighting. But that guy persisted in pursuing Hua Feifei for years. He even made a bold statement, saying that he would challenge anyone who got in the way of his pursuit of the woman he loved. Naturally, not many people took such strange words seriously. However, if Li Xian and Hua Feifei had a relationship, it would be different. This guy was already suppressed by Li Xian in college, so he definitely won't accept that. I don't think it's that serious. Wu Haotian was completely stunned. Brother Xian is now the nominal head of the Li family. If they really fight, it will be bad for both families, right? However, no one agreed with this statement. Who knows? Gu Zhe smiled bitterly. Even in the Li family, doesn't there still a young man who is just a fool? There was no difference between that idiot Liao Tian and that perennial runner-up. They both acted without thinking, and they might even team up to trick Li Xian. The key point now is how to respond to the Hua family. Li Xian said, I don't mind challenging me. After all, there are only a few people in the world who are better at martial arts than me. No one can say what Li Xian has done during his many years as an agent, and no one dares to ask. Maybe a master was defeated by him and then suffered inhuman torture. What kind of torture is that? The kind that gives you goosebumps just by talking about it. The boys' secret gathering ended just like that. The young master of the Li family who was tied up in my other room was very restless. I'm going to kill you. Do you know who I am? I'm the head of the Li family. You all have to listen to me. Listen to me. Bastards! Liao Tian kept yelling until his throat was bleeding. As a last resort, to prevent him from killing himself, the butler injected him with a sedative. There are strange airs every year, but I've never seen one as strange as this one. Ultimately, the second master attached too much importance to the mistress. If the second master was like Li Xian's father and focused on cultivating his offspring, Liao Tian would not dare to openly challenge Li Xian now, right? Although being a descendant of the Li family was very useful, it only applied to outsiders. Even Li Xian's grandfather, who had a second life in old age and gave birth to a child of a particularly high generation, would not dare to be so presumptuous with Li Xian. Blood is blood, in the end it is still a blood relationship. Old housekeeper, do we really have to take care of this waste for so long? Exactly. Look at how powerful Master Xian is, and then look at this loser. Why have we taken care of him for so long? In the final analysis, it's second master who's wrong. He feels he owes so much just because of a dirty woman. Even his own son hasn't been treated this way. I remember that young master left after the family split up, right? I don't even know where he's working now. Oh, it would be nice if Master Xian's brother was still around. I wish Li Xian's younger brother was still alive. The old butler was helpless in the face of the servants' complaints. Fortunately, there is still a Li Xian, but unfortunately, there is only one Li Xian. Let's just wait and see. The old butler said, maybe the young master's friends can help. The next day, the family meeting took place in an extremely unfriendly manner. When the older generation heard that Li Xian presided over this family meeting, they were so scared that they didn't dare to come. When this young master gets ruthless, he doesn't even recognize his own father, let alone these seniors. There are 4 seats in the living room. One is Li Xian and the other is Liao Tian. The other 2 are Hua Feifei, who is waiting for justice, and Gu Zhe and others who are ready to watch the show. Didn't we talk about a family meeting? What's going on with these people? Liao Tian looked at Gu Zhe and the others with resentment. In his eyes, he is a member of the Li family and is the most precious person. There should be no outsiders present at the Li family's family meetings. Even the old butler who has been with the Li family for more than 10 years is no exception. Oh, we are here just to eat watermelon. You don't have to pay attention to us. Just keep going. Gu Zhe said, and really picked up a piece of watermelon and started to eat it. The others followed suit, watching but saying nothing. Mr. Gu is my guest, Li Xian said. To prevent people from accusing me of bullying you, let Mr. Gu and the others be witnesses. Liao Tian frowned. What he hated most in his life was being spied on by others. Sensing the ruthlessness in the eyes of this rich second generation, Gu Zhe frowned slightly. The desire to fight is deep in human DNA. Of course, in the modern world, a person's living conditions are not determined solely by combat power. Other factors include money, status, and so on. If a person has lived in poverty since childhood and is suddenly told that he is the rich second generation of a big family and enjoys great power in this family, it is impossible for him not to become manic. The feeling of being able to do whatever you want without any hesitation is so cool. Before this meeting begins, I want to tell you something, Li Xian said. First, I want to make it clear that I recognize your identity and have absolutely no intention of discriminating against you. Then, you've done a total of 138 bad things under my name. I don't want that number to continue to increase, or I guarantee I'll have 10,000 ways to kill you. Although Li Outyan was not convinced, he really had many things he couldn't handle on his own, so he said that his brother was Li Xian. As soon as people heard this name, they would let him go and turn to cause trouble for Li Xian. After all, releasing Li Outyan is a favor. If Li Xian doesn't return it, then he can wait for the descendants of the Li family to return it. In ancient times, there were emperors who came and went, but clans remained forever. If the other clans wanted to unite to deal with Li Xian's family, it would be easy to capture them. Because of Li Outyan, Li Xian's work was once in trouble. Just answer if you understand. Do you still need me to teach you a lesson? Li Xian threatened. I got it. From now on, you don't care if I die outside. Li Outyan snorted. Over in the audience seats eating melons. TSK, this is too much. I have never seen someone like you who takes advantage of others and acts ungratefully. Gu Zhe sighed. It's none of your business. Li Outyan roared. Gu Zhe stood up. His height of 1.8 meters and the muscles that make his clothes bulge out make him look a bit intimidating. Young man, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly just now. Gu Zhe's eyes were quite friendly. Chapter 143 Meeting. Li Outyan was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that just anyone could have such strength. In fact, everyone present was better off than him. He was just the child of a mistress. What kind of status could he have? If the imperial power still ruled society, no one would have cared if he died outside. If you don't have any opinions on this matter, then let's move on to the next topic. Li Xian said, Ms. Hua, please tell me in detail what exactly is going on with your marriage to Li Outyan. In fact, this matter is not complicated. Li Outyan's cheap father wanted to compensate the mother and son because he owed them, but he couldn't find the right balance, so he abused his power. Unlike Li Xian's father, the second master is neither guaniri nor a smart person. After giving all the power to his son, Li Outyan did whatever he wanted. He used the information he had to find all kinds of beauties. Eventually, he decided that these worldly beauties were not to his taste and began to harm decent women. Hua Feifei was one of them. Only. Those people in the Hua family took it seriously and thought they could get support from the Li family. It's better for a girl who has no way to inherit the family business to get married. The two companies collided like lightning, and the news exploded. Like a trending search on the internet, it hit the headlines overnight. There is also a saying in this world, if yellow mud falls in your crotch, it is either shit or shit. Everyone thinks they should get married, everyone thinks they are a good match, and those who control public opinion think so too. If you had held on for a while, I would have given you a chance, but unfortunately you couldn't hold on at all. Hua Feifei looked at Li Outyan with disdain. Is being a racing model fun? Are the girls in the bar sweet? If you keep playing like this, your body will be ruined sooner or later. You dead woman, there's no need to worry about that. Li Outyan snorted. But when he saw Li Xian's cold eyes, he subconsciously avoided looking directly at him. Can we cancel this marriage? Li Xian said, I guarantee in my name that there will be no disputes between you. If you want any other compensation, Miss Hua, please provide it. To be honest, it was not easy for Li Xian to admit this news, which was a scandal for the family. But Hua Feifei didn't think so. She looked at Li Xian, and her mind seemed to recall the time in school many years ago when a fool pursued her desperately. But it was obvious that the fool did not meet her requirements at all. Even after so many years, the 1,000-year-old second in command had not changed at all for Hua Feifei. They still fight when they can't explain themselves clearly, and they still bully others by relying on their superior military strength. On the other hand, Li Xian is handsome, well-educated, has a broad perspective, and is recognized as the next head of the Li family. With such an identity, it can be said that if you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. I think a marriage alliance is still possible. Hua Feifei said, as young Master Li Xian, I'm very willing. Liao Yan couldn't sit still again. He could accept that Hua Feifei looked down on him, but he would never allow a woman who looked down on him to be with other men. That's what I think is good. Gu Zhe said, Li Xian is quite capable, and you are also a talent, it's a good match. But this is a bit troublesome. After all, the name published in the newspaper is Liao Yan's, not Li Xian's. Su Hao smiled bitterly. In fact, it doesn't matter whether he has a name or not. The main thing is that if Li Xian comes forward to admit this, the waves it will cause will not be less than Gu Zhe's. Compared to Gu Zhe, who could occasionally come up with some creative ideas, Li Xian's personal information was in the hands of more people. If he dared to show his face, Li Xian's career as an agent would be completely over. Is it really worth it to ruin your future for a woman? Let us put these aside for now. Seeing that he was so disgusting, Liao Yan left. After he left, who did he find? No one knows. The two sides had a friendly discussion regarding the conflict of interest, and ultimately Li Xian managed to keep his job, while also ensuring that some individuals were punished. The meeting lasted from morning to noon. Although Hua Feifei hinted at her strong interest in Li Xian insisted that he would not marry or have children for the time being. This is just like some special positions. If people know your true identity, your family will suffer. What a pity. Hua Feifei said, I've been looking for an all-round man like you, but you rejected me. Can you tell me why? No particular reason. Li Xian did not answer. Seeing that they were about to put on another drama, Gu Zhe coughed. It's broad daylight, please be mindful of the consequences. Gu Zhe said, lunch is almost here, and I don't want to vomit. And for dinner today, I'm going to a 5-star hotel. It's a rare opportunity for me to come to Yanjing. I will never go back unless I rip you off. Su Hao said with a sinister smile. I don't mind, Li Xian said, but it seems all the 5-star hotels have closed down. Ha? It went bankrupt? What's going on? After a major investigation in Yanjing some time ago, these restaurants all had issues with their sanitation, fire protection, and business licenses, Hua Feifei said with a wry smile. We're all ordering takeout now. At least takeout is edible, but those 5-star hotels don't even know what kind of meat is on their plates. Who cares? I don't believe he can kill me. Wu Haotian said in disbelief. They have been closed for rectification for more than half a year. Instead of waiting here, you might as well find other food. Li Xian said. A few people chattered endlessly, and finally decided to buy the vegetables and cook them themselves. In addition to buying groceries, the sightseeing tour group also had another purpose, which was to bring Li Xian and Hua Feifei together as much as possible. If you become rich, I won't blame you. If you become poor, I won't blame you either. Even if your business goes bankrupt, I will sell everything I have to help you. But if you fall in love? If a brother can't kill you, then he is not a brother. Although he knew these guys had bad intentions, Li Xian had no other choice. It was just a joke, and it was different from a real battlefield fight. However, at this moment someone came to the door. Chapter 144 I am a sunny and cheerful boy. Di Miao, the guy who was always the second best in college, came to the door. Li Xian. Come out here, you bastard. I'm going to duel with you today. I don't know where he got the news from, but he said that Li Xian had returned to the Li family, and Hua Feifei came over that night. So, this guy came over overnight. A few grown men were just about to go out to buy groceries when they ran into this weirdo. Great. You're quite tall. Di Miao rushed to Gu Zhe and picked him up. Gu Zhe, what the hell? What are you doing? After a thrashing? Tell me, are you some idiot hired by the monkey? Did I owe you some debt in my previous life? Last time it was a guy with the surname Luo, and this time it's you, with the surname Di. Will there be someone with the surname Zhao or Ring next time? Gu Zhe's veins popped out, and he stared at Di Miao with a ferocious look, as if he was going to eat this guy up in the next second. Even Li Xian would have to say after seeing it, it's not that bad, it really isn't that bad. Even if there is a huge grudge, even Li Xian would not use such heavy hands before taking action. You're not Li Xian? Di Miao, whose face was bruised and swollen from the beating, looked incredulous. Then who is Li Xian? Li Xian on the side raised his hand silently. Then who are you? Di Miao looked surprised. Me? I'm a sunny and cheerful boy. Gu Zhe snorted and took out a brick from somewhere. What are you doing with the brick? My only skill is calling people. Look at my raised arm. Bang! Bang! 10 minutes later, Di Miao, who was beaten to the point where he could only be recognized as a human figure, was receiving treatment in the Li family mansion. Brother Gu, you really are the epitome of trouble. Wu Haoyan sighed, why do people always give you trouble? This time it was completely an unprovoked disaster. You rich second-generation guys are used to being arrogant and domineering. Su Hao said with a laugh. You talk as if you are not a rich second generation. Shin Chung complained. Hey, I'm a first-generation entrepreneur. I'm not bragging, but I basically don't have to ask my family for money now. Su Hao chuckled. Then what am I? Su Yuyan's CPU was a little short-circuited. There's chirping here and crying over there. Li Xian watched the maid bandaging his wound and felt a little sorry for this perennial second in command. Look at you, you are a very powerful person, but you ended up provoking someone with a hot temper. Li Xian said helplessly. Ever since Gu Zhe embarked on the path of technological research and development, he has been in trouble one after another, especially after he met more people of noble status. His troubles have become more and more. You, who knew there would be outsiders in your house. I saw that he was the tallest, and I thought. Di Miao was inconsolable. I thought, what you thought was what you thought. Li Xian said helplessly, what on earth are you trying to do? Riding alone for thousands of miles for love? Do you know that the news is fake? Bah! I just want to beat you this time. Ouch my face. Di Miao grinned. Xin Xing couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so as a professional doctor he came over to help. Thanks to Gu Zhe's mercy and the fact that Di Miao had exercised, his injuries were not that serious. But to be on the safe side, Xin Xing still suggested hospitalization, as the injury could almost be identified as a minor one. I want. Di Miao was about to say, I'm going to sue you. Li Xian's fingers were clicking. If you dare to say it out loud, you will definitely be beaten again. Di Miao shut up. He couldn't understand why there were so many violent people in this world. Aren't you, Master Li Xian, a very steady person? Why did you do this so easily? However, this guy was beaten pretty badly. Li Xian asked, do you have the same kind of repair potion that Huang Lao and the others use? No. Gu Zhe got angry when he looked at Di Miao. It will be very troublesome if something happens to him. You don't want to beat the younger one and then the older one, right? Li Xian persuaded. After hearing this, Gu Zhe took a long breath and then took out a tin can of medicine from his arms. This medicine was originally prepared for Su Yuyan, in case she is not able to adapt to long-distance travel. One injection has an immediate effect. Di Miao looked at his body in disbelief and felt that he could only beat 10 people. But when he saw Gu Zhe picked up the brick again, he got scared. I surrender. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Said Di Miao. A man can bend and stretch. What are you having for lunch? Su Yuyan asked. I originally wanted to make braised pork, but now I definitely don't have enough time to buy groceries. Gu Zhe lay on the sofa like Gu Yu. I want to order takeout. How about braised chicken with rice? Su Hao asked while holding his cell phone. I want rice with toppings. Wu Haoyan said. Li Xian looked at the miserable Di Miao, then looked at the group of companions who came to laugh at him, and pulled Di Miao into the house. The people outside were all puzzled. What are you doing? Do you have that habit? In the room, Di Miao was thrown on the chair. My patience is limited, Li Xian said. Even if you really came here for Hua Fei Fei, you must have other purposes. Tell me, what is it? Don't you know? Di Miao rubbed his face. Of the 4 great families in Yanjing, the other 3 want to squeeze the Li family out. As a man who has wanted to surpass Li Xian for many years, how could Di Miao fall out with Li Xian just for a woman? What do you mean? Li Xian frowned. I don't know the specifics, Di Miao said. Anyway, I heard that you've resigned as the head of the special agent team, and many of those who have old grudges against you have begun to take action. If you take a plane now, you might even encounter a hijacking, and if you take the subway, you might even encounter a derailment. Anyway, your head is worth a lot of money. A lot, I tell you. Li Xian was silent for a moment. It seemed that there was no other possibility that could have such means except those organizations hidden abroad. I owe you a favor. Li Xian said, picked up his phone and sent a message. Outside, a panel that only Gu Zhe could see appeared on his retina. Unusual movement of Yanjing defense personnel detected. Please leave this area as soon as possible or deploy defense. The reason for this unusual movement is speculated to be the technology the system had originally given him was already outrageous enough. His last trip to the Arctic had unlocked the abilities of the mechanical Protoss, allowing him to retrieve data from even offline machines if he so desired. There's no other way, just prepare some defense. Chapter 145, Prepared. Gu Zhe went out for a while. When I came back, I brought back a big bag of things. Brother, where have you been? Wu Haotian asked, holding orange juice in his hand. I went to buy some broadsword mines. Gu Zhe said seriously. Ah? Are they for sale? Wu Haotian was stunned. How much? I want to buy a few for fun. Just kidding, I'm going to get some reinforcement materials. Gu Zhe said, taking out cans of spray paint from his bag. That's right, spray paint. Is this reinforcement material? This isn't for graffiti, right? But when he thought of Gu Zhe's expertise, Wu Haotian seemed to understand something. Gu Zhe picked up a glass, sprayed it twice, and then threw it to the ground. It was just a sound of collision. The glass was intact, but it was indeed impossible to use it anymore. Brother Gu, what are these? Wu Haotian felt a little strange. How could there be such a strong paint? It's obvious that this is not mass-produced. Impact-resistant paint. Gu Zhe checked the can. If you spray this on concrete piles, even a tank won't be able to knock them over. It's probably enough to resist demolition. Wait a minute. Are you tearing down the building? Wu Haotian was stunned. What are you tearing down? This is Li Xian's ancestral home. There are so many of us here. Who on earth would be so crazy as to want to demolish the Li family's building? Brother, dear brother. Wu Haotian said, this is not a joke. Are you overthinking it? Someone is coming to demolish the Li family building? Just trust me, okay? Bring a few people and paint all the doors outside. Put wires on those that can get in and turn on the electricity. Oh, okay. I'll tell Brother Xian right away. Wu Haotian hurried to report. After learning the details from inside, Li Xian just rushed out. After hearing Wu Haotian's words, Li Xian was also stunned. How did Gu Zhe know? But no matter how he knew it, Li Xian and the others had to get busy now. The old housekeeper took Xinqing, Su Yuyan, and other people who were not so strong in fighting to hide in the basement, while a group of boys outside worked for most of the day to complete the arrangement of defensive fortifications. Looking at this simple facility, Gu Zhe always felt that there was something imperfect, and then he took out 2 iron cans. When he took a closer look, Li Xian's face turned dark. A's, aren't you going too far? We don't need the automatic turrets, do we? That's right, what Gu Zhe set up was an automatic turret. Oh, it's better to be prepared. Gu Zhe laughed, and don't worry, as long as they don't use lethal weapons, my artillery will not be activated. Li Xian naturally believed in Gu Zhe's technology, but if this so-called automatic turret was really realized, then combined with Gu Zhe's current technology, could he develop a highly intelligent bomber? And it had to be the self-disciplined type? Since even Gu Zhe has made such preparations, Li Xian will not be far behind. The old butler stood behind them in a tuxedo, holding a wine tray. On top is pure water. Grandpa, don't you need to go inside and take shelter? Gu Zhe asked. Ah, Uncle Chen, don't worry, Li Xian said, Uncle Chen taught me all this martial arts, and it's more than enough to deal with ordinary thieves. Is this old man so fierce? Master, you are too kind. Uncle Chen chuckled, I am old now and can no longer help you with your worries. Don't say that. If today's incident can be resolved safely, I will thank you again. Li Xian said. Gu Zhe finally understood. It turned out that this old man was actually a figure like the sweeping monk. He was really amazing. Brother Xian, Gu Zhe said, I have something I want to ask you. What's the matter? Li Xian responded. Well, causing trouble for a certain big family, is this something that all the big families in Yanjing have to face? Or is it that they have been holding a grudge against you for a long time and want to kill you? Gu Zhe asked. After all, this is Yanjing, and the defense capabilities are very strict. Would they allow so many bloody and violent things to happen? My job is inherently offensive, Li Xian said calmly. In Yanjing, almost no one escapes my punishment. So it's understandable that they want to kill me. But I'm a little curious, how did you know someone was coming? Even the special agent team had not received any information about this matter, let alone Guzay. But just as Guzay was about to explain, Li Xian continued, "Forget it, I won't ask anymore. I know your abilities are outrageous. Maybe this is another warning from the computer." "In a sense, you guessed right," Guzay said. Just as the two were chatting, there was suddenly a noisy sound outside. The noise from the engines of various cars was causing extreme noise pollution. Li Xian and the others got up and walked into the house. The people outside couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw the Li family's wall painted black. "Ha ha ha. That bastard Li Xian has finally met his end. By this time next year, I'm going to burn a few photos of his family. Hee hee, it's a pity that such a beautiful house of the Li family is going to be destroyed today. Get started." These thugs directly took all kinds of props from the car, such as steel bars, baseball bats, and whatever was convenient for them, and wanted to rush in to smash, loot and rob. But then they began to notice something was wrong. "What's wrong with this lock? Why can't I break it? Your thing is still okay. Look at this one here. Oh my god, it's definitely poisonous. What the hell is going on? Why can't even the wire be cut?" Many thugs started screaming, they started going crazy and drove their cars to hit the. But no matter how hard they attacked, they couldn't break through the defenses of the house. "This thing of yours is quite powerful," Li Xian said, looking at the situation outside. "What's the principle?" "Just think of it as new material," Guzay said. "Unless these people dig out the very foundation of your house, there's absolutely no way they can get in. So, are we just going to sit there and watch? Don't we have to do anything?" "No need," Li Xian said, "wait until they are tired, then it will be fun." Guzay didn't understand. "Fun? How fun? Guess how many people will be implicated if no one comes to deal with this problem when the time comes?" Li Xian asked with a smile. Guzay suddenly realized. Then he began to sympathize with these thugs. "Why don't you do something else? Why do you have to come and smash up the Li family's house? Aren't you just courting death? Or do you really think the bigwigs up there will cover for you?" Chapter 146 Clan. It was 2 full hours later that these thugs were taken away by the security team that arrived. But they were also confused. What the hell was going on? Why didn't so many people even open a door? 2 hours. Li Xian glanced at his phone and sighed. Even a pig would have come here in these 2 hours. They deliberately delayed their arrival for 2 hours. Someone's intention is very clear, he wants Li Xian to die. Compared to Li Xian, who is excellent in all aspects, Liao Yan is obviously a better target for control. But now a new problem arises, how are they going to get out? Guzay picked up another spray can and shook it. What had been indestructible before suddenly became brittle. It was obvious that without the coating, the impact force was added to the original object. "What are you going to do next?" Guzay asked. "I will naturally resolve this matter, but you should leave." Li Xian said, "This is not something you should get involved in. It makes sense for professionals to handle professional matters. Even if I didn't ask for their help today, it would probably just take a little more effort to resolve this matter." What was originally a happy one-day trip to Yanjing has now turned into a trip home to sleep. Guzay feels so depressed. After staying in Yanjing for 2 days, they were so bored that they flew back to Shanghai. "Brother Gu, have you seen the news? That Boeing company's aircraft engines can be remotely shut down?" Wu Haotian said as soon as he got off the plane. "We're going to deal with Boeing today, right? I'm a little scared." "Don't worry, I'm here. Even if the plane breaks apart in the sky, you'll be fine." Guzay said helplessly, "But you're right. If their engines can really be shut down remotely, then we can investigate the more tragic air crashes in recent years. When an airplane takes off, more than half of its weight is fuel. Although the possibility of an accident is small, it is not impossible. And if an accident occurs, the death rate of the passengers on board will reach 100%. It seems like there are some people who survived." Su Hao asked after hearing this topic, "Didn't there also people who survived the plane crash? What you saw were just individual cases. If the plane crashed into the ground at a vertical angle, how many people do you think could survive?" Guzay said with a laugh. Just imagining this scene is enough to give people the chills. Compared to this, I have something I want to ask you now, Guzay said. The Li family is considered a powerful family. There should be very few people in Yanjing City who can take action against them, right? Wu Haotian laughed out loud after hearing this. Brother, I thought you were going to ask some other question, but it turns out it's just this one. He chuckled, there's no need to explain this question. Emperors may come and go, but the clan remains. The family lineage is permanent, but there are other families whose lineages are even longer than theirs. For example? Guzay asked. The Zhang family, Wu Haotian said, they've been coveting the position of Yanjing's leading family for a long time. We should have thought of repelling Li Xian while his foundation was unstable, but we didn't expect him to be so strong. They say wealth doesn't last more than 3 generations, and the children of wealthy families are all going abroad to enjoy their lives. If these bastards back home weren't being watched, they would probably have run away with the money, Su Hao said. But that's the extent of their horizons. If they knew that you could easily cure the cancer that plagues some elderly people, they would probably beg you to treat them. Guzay was silent for a moment. You two may have misunderstood. Guzay said, what I want to ask is, why in this day and age, does the concept of family still exist? The main reason was that in the past, when imperial power reigned supreme, those clans could still wrestle with the emperor, but in today's world, using the power of an individual family to challenge authority, what kind of person is that? It's courting death. Clans have always existed. Wu Haotian said, Brother Gu, your family is quite powerful, but it's not very impressive in Yanjing. The people present were all prominent figures, and it was normal for them to have family support. I don't think the person who asks me to donate bone marrow right away would be a member of my family. Thinking of the last time he was morally blackmailed, Guzay was furious. Wu Haotian touched his chin. Brother, do you want to clean up these clans now? If the gap between people didn't need to be created to show some people's superiority, then the world would be quite perfect. There would be no gap between the rich and the poor, and no discrimination. How can I possibly go against the clan? Guzay snorted. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. If you want to show off your luxury cars and mansions, go ahead. They're worthless anyway. Wu Haotian and Su Hao were embarrassed. Guzay was right. What luxury cars, luxury houses, and prime locations? Once these fundamental issues are resolved, the socio-economic pyramids built by some will completely collapse. After a few people had a lot of fun, they continued to do what they were doing when they returned to the company. Guzay had nothing to do, so he simply started to develop the engine. It was somewhat difficult for him to develop the engine without the help of the mechanical gods. However, this difficulty was not in the research and development, but in reducing the engine's power to a normal level. Then the engine is to be used on a space shuttle, not a fighter jet. If it were a fighter jet that big, a bunch of passengers would start cursing. Bite. Biological armor has been successfully developed. After hearing the prompt sound, Guzay hurried to the bottom of the laboratory. Technological development within these alien civilizations takes various forms. The model most familiar to humans is the technological trajectory of silicon-based life. However, the universe is not limited to silicon-based technology. Among the highest level group, there are not only silicon-based life forms, but also pure energy life forms and so on. It would be great if I could meet one someday. Guzay walked down while daydreaming. In addition to silicon-based and pure energy life, the more common one is the so-called biotechnology. People say that flesh and blood are weak, but machines can ascend. However, those who study biotechnology simply don't believe it and want to stimulate the potential of biotechnology to the extreme, so as to confront higher-level civilizations. Chapter 147 Abnormal La Nina Phenomenon. Guzay finally got another potion. At this production rate, we can provide a stable supply of medicines for Mr. Huang and his team. But when I think about those old people who already have not much time left, and there is no one around to take care of them, there may be sons and grandsons fighting for the wealth left by the old generation. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to let them continue to serve the country like this? Guzay looked at the potion and injected it directly into his neck. His physical condition is now close to perfect, so naturally he doesn't need to endure so much pain. After the experiment was over, Guzay didn't feel any strange changes in himself. Could it be that the experiment failed? At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. With a bang, Guzay's whole body was covered with black stratum corneum. These are biological armor technologies? Yiling Shui heard the noise and came down to check, and happened to see Gu Zhe standing there. After removing the biological armor, the clothes on his body. What are you doing? Yiling Shui turned around hastily. Pervert. Hooligan. Pervert. Hey. This is my territory. Gu Zhe was also embarrassed. But what's the point of feeling awkward at this point? What's the saying? As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Ms. Yiling Shui. You misunderstood. Gu Zhe said with a righteous look, this is a side effect of the experiment. It really was just an accident. Put on your clothes first. Yiling Shui ran up quickly. In Gu Zhe's villa, Carol smiled meaningfully after hearing about this. She had seen Gu Zhe from head to toe, so she naturally knew. Okay, you are not allowed to drive. If you drive again, the police will come to check the water meter. Gu Zhe felt embarrassed at this moment. Yiling Shui looked at the scoundrel with annoyance and asked, what happened to you at that time? Why did your clothes become like this when they were fine? Gu Zhe explained the whole thing. The girls were confused when they heard this. According to Gu Zhe, if this potion can be promoted on a large scale, then China will have its own superpowered team. And this team is definitely not some so-called heroic team. I'm going to work first, said Yiling Shui, who had clearly become a hands-off boss. Brother Gu Zhe, Su Yuyan said, have you seen the news? This autumn is very cold, and it seems that winter will be coming soon. Oh, nothing much to say. Gu Zhe said, the situation this time is ultimately the self-regulation of the Earth's power, that's all. A lot has happened in China during this period. New equipment has been put into actual combat, and as those people's understanding of the technology deepens, as veteran weapons and equipment researchers, they have their own ideas. Some modified tanks, helicopters, and even fighter jets are much better than what Gu Zhe brought out. It's not that their capabilities are better than what Gu Zhe brought out, but that they are more suitable for export or internal use. In Yanjing, Li Xian worked hard for just 2 months and successfully cleaned up several major families. From then on, the Li family became stable. However, his grave was also here. He and Hua Feifei are engaged and will be getting married in the spring of next year. A happy and carefree men's gang has lost a core member. These things were just idle gossip. After all, ordinary people didn't care about what new weapons had been developed. Even if they did care, would it change their base salary of 3,000 yuan a month? Not to mention that in some places, there wasn't even 3,000 yuan. However, as time went by, Gu Zhe's mentality became more and more tense. This isn't right. He suddenly said this as everyone gathered for a hot pot. Something's definitely not right this winter. Yiling Shui and Su Yuyan were slightly stunned. Mr. Yi asked, are you worrying too much? It must be cold in winter. Why is there something wrong? No, if it's a normal winter, the temperature should fluctuate. Gu Zhe thought carefully about what had happened recently and took out his tablet. Let me get the temperature distribution map of China over the past few months. Buzz. The tablet started working instantly, and in less than 2 seconds, what Gu Zhe wanted appeared on his tablet. And on that map, the temperature is continuously dropping from north to south. In some places, chickens, ducks and geese suffered heavy casualties, and breeders lost all their money. In other places, large-scale snowfall has occurred. Ding, abnormal global La Nina phenomenon detected. Host, please prepare as soon as possible. The system recommends the following facilities: concentrated energy generators, particle shields, molecular printers, and the storage of large quantities of medicine. This La Nina phenomenon will last for 6 months, with temperatures remaining below 50 degrees Celsius for extended periods. Oh my god. Gu Zhe didn't have time to say anything and hurriedly took out his cell phone. Hello, is this Mr. Huang? Soon, the news spread to all major areas. The temperature this year is indeed abnormal, but for half a year? The world is going to be in chaos. This is not a joke. Do you know what it means for the entire country to enter a state of emergency shelter? Li Xian warned, with so many people in the country, even if all the underground shelters were opened, they might not be able to accommodate so many people. I know. Gu Zhe said, so not everyone needs to go into the shelter. I will try my best to deal with the minus 50 degree temperature. As many as can go in now. Okay. I'll organize people to transfer right away. Old Huang made up his mind, at worst he would lose his life. After Guzay did such a big feature, Yiling Xue and the others had no way to go home to be with their families in the short term, so they could only call to inform them. A week later, the entire Chinese nation. No, to be corrected, it's the whole world. The world has entered a low-temperature environment, and Guzay's solution is actually very simple. Launching some medicine into the air can slowly raise the temperature, but it can only be stabilized at -30 degrees Celsius, that's all. Those who did not have time to stockpile supplies and enter shelters can only rely on supplies delivered on a regular basis to survive at this moment, but other countries that have no defenses are in a miserable situation. And A's. Xin Yuling ran over. Look at this. This is my friend in America. He sent it to me. Guzay, who was repairing the TV, was stunned when he heard this, and then took it. America is experiencing a once-in-a-millennium snowstorm. Chapter 148 Self-Inflicted Trouble. America hit by snowstorm? It's strange, why are they in such a bad condition? Logically, this shouldn't be possible. Guzay was a little surprised. With America's technological level, this phenomenon should be observable, but why were they not prepared at all? Guzay, they said that electricity and food are very expensive there now. Xin Yuling said, can we help them? How can I help? We're a million miles apart. Even if I were Superman, I wouldn't be able to get there. Guzay said helplessly, in this weather, even Superman would get hemorrhoids from the cold. But this is a bit strange. Holding the things, Guzay returned to the room, where the system unit was. After analyzing it for a while, Guzay still couldn't find the reason. The power of nature is terrifying, the system's artificial intelligence said. This situation is probably caused by America's attempt to change the weather. Ah? You mean weather weapons? Guzay was stunned. Then his target is? Needless to say, it must be China. It's just that their technology is immature, and the price of changing the weather is to trigger even more powerful catastrophic weather. If Guzay's home didn't have a constant temperature system and a generator for power supply, he would have already hidden in the underground shelter. A's, Carol came over, there's a meeting to be held. I see. Oh, by the way, tell Yu Yan that the TV can't be repaired for the time being. Guzay handed the tablet to Carol, let's watch TV on the tablet first. This situation is basically the end of the world, but it doesn't last that long. As long as people don't die immediately, they can always survive in various environments. However, in order to resume production later, some people above need Guzay's power. The video conference begins. Mr. Guzay, this is the first time I meet you in this way. A kind middle-aged man appeared on the screen and said with a smile. You are? Guzay asked, having never seen this person before. Have some respect for him. He is the commander-in-chief of this snow disaster response. Li Xian also appeared on the screen. It seems that his level is higher than Li Xian. What happened to young Master Xian these days? Why does he look so haggard? Guzay noticed the dark circles under Li Xian's eyes and asked. Li Xian didn't say anything. The middle-aged man laughed and said, Xian has been very busy recently. He even took a nap before the meeting. He will go out to work again when the temperature warms up a bit at noon. There is a deeper reason, which is that his new love won't let him go, so he is so thin. Let's get back to the point, the commander-in-chief said. I heard you've already investigated the main cause of this disaster, correct? Guzay nodded and said, if my guess is correct, it should be some kind of meteorological weapon that caused this global disaster. But it seems that besides me, I have this technology. Needless to say, everyone knows what's going on. The commander nodded and said, is it possible to use your technology to eliminate this disaster? If you know a bit about history, you can easily find that in high-latitude areas, people who want to engage in production and labor are basically not free. The reason is simply cold. Out of the 12 months of the year, we have to rest for 4 or 5 months. If we go out, we might get frostbite. If we get injured in such an environment, there is a lack of medical care and medicine. The above requirements are very clear, which is to resolve this snow disaster as soon as possible. But Guzay shook his head. The disaster has already happened. Guzay said, since it has already happened, it cannot be changed casually, otherwise it may cause other chain reactions. This event includes but is not limited to floods, earthquakes, and even volcanic eruptions and rising sea levels. In fact, these are not completely without benefits for them. Because of Guzei's technology, there are many shelters, no energy and material shortages, and if there are emergencies, there are also special snowmobiles that can be used. Now that this is the case, there is no need to hide things like controlled nuclear fusion power generation units, treatment chambers, and molecular printers. Anyway, the people below don't need to know about the existence of these things. In such a dangerous situation, isn't it enough to have food, water, and treatment? Brother Gu, the commander said, your technology has been of great help. After this disaster, the entire world will undoubtedly be in ruins. That will be the time for you to unleash your full potential. I also hope you won't be stingy for the sake of this country. Don't worry, I will. Guzei said. After the meeting, in the underground shelter of Yanjing, the commander sighed. Knock, knock. Come in, said the conductor. The servant came in. Is the meal the same today? The commander looked a little embarrassed. Yes, a synthetic protein burger, the attendant said. It's made with real ingredients, but it's machine processed, so the taste might be a little off. Such a machine frees up the labor of chefs, allowing them to go back to work and rescue more people. What's the situation across the country? Asked the commander. The conditions in the remote mountain villages are relatively good. They are used to facing various natural disasters, and this time the casualty rate is actually the lowest. Even so, we must report the situation regularly. The commander said. We finally have the ability to rescue everyone, so we must take it seriously. The attendant nodded. Open the plate and there is a rice bowl inside. Isn't it a hamburger? Asked the conductor. If you wish, I can give you another one, said the servant with a smile. No. The commander waved his hand. This one is pretty good. Although shelters in various places have ensured the daily lives of everyone, accidents are inevitable. When the power goes out, the entire shelter falls into chaos, and everyone gets used to it after it happens so many times. Maybe a rat chewed it off, or there was a water leak somewhere. In short, there are too many possible situations. For example, tonight, in Guzei's villa, the power went out just after he finished talking to his mother on the phone. Ding, the system has failed, starting maintenance. Where's your malfunction, NM? Guzei's face was full of anger. Damn system, you did it on purpose. There are hardly any insects in this villa, let alone mice. Where did the problem come from? If there is a power outage, there is nothing I can do and I can only go back to sleep. And Guzei is not the only one who has nothing to do. Since there's nothing to do, then we can only, right? Chapter 149 Investigation. The next day, when Yiling Shui got up from the bed, she was quite satisfied. After the snowstorm is over, she can finally get out of being single. But for Guzei, even sleeping became a luxury. The system had a power outage, but the heating system did not lose power. Combined with the nature of this dog system, Guzei understood what it wanted to do. But Guzei was too lazy to pursue these matters. He still has a lot to do these days. The first is America. The submarine cable has not been cut off or anything like that, so if you want to watch it on the external network, it is not impossible. A's, it's time for breakfast. Carol came to Guzei's room with a plate. Oh, thank you. Guzei took the plate and then switched the information on the computer to Camel Country. It's also because they have a ridiculous amount of money and their cities are well built, otherwise they wouldn't be able to survive even in the desert. It's okay at your home. Guzei said. Yeah, I know. Carol nodded. She had no further relationship with the royal family, so she had no other emotions even if something happened in Camel Country. Guzei continued to check the information on the internet. Now on the American public platform, all people were looking for supplies and medicines, and many people were still talking about those people in America. This is the search result in other languages, the search result in Chinese. Let us not talk about it. Let these bastards freeze to death in the natural disaster. Guzei was also quite angry when he looked at these things. But no matter how angry he has food, drinks, and beautiful women to accompany him, so why should he care about others? At most, I can take care of my relatives in China and ensure they have enough food and clothing. There are still many people surfing the internet on the platform, and some are communicating with each other online. I'm eating hot pot. Ha ha ha. Oh my, sweet, so sweet. Is the air in America sweet? Will it continue to be sweet? Did something stimulate you upstairs? What's sweet? How sweet can it be? American dogs, some of them are robots, they just search for keywords and become super sweet. Guzey thought about it, then picked up his phone and took a video. The title is Good Morning America, I have ice cream. He really does, and the ice cream doesn't even need to be kept in the freezer at this time. After doing these things, Guzey went back to the basement. We got a lot of things during our previous trip to the Arctic, including the so-called weather weapons. However, the mechanical gods' meteorological weapons are mainly used to conceal their own whereabouts. What has America done again? Why has it dragged the entire world into the abyss? The computer began to collect data for analysis to find out what was going on. How is it? Have you found the reason this time? Yiling Xue walked down slowly, looked at the computer screen and asked. It's not that simple, Guzey said. There are many things that can cause this situation, and it must be improper use that leads to this situation. So what are your plans for the future? Yiling Xue asked. You can't stay at home forever, right? I plan to. Guzey thought for a moment and swallowed back the words on his lips. Don't worry about me, I will solve this matter, and then we can go out shopping again. After hearing what Guzey said, Yiling Xue didn't say anything more. Ding-a-ling. Hello? Guzey picked up the phone. Brother Gu. I'm here. Wu Haotian's voice came from the phone. Brother, I feel like I can beat 10 people alone now. Okay, I'll arrange 10 mechas right away. Guzey nodded seriously. No. I was wrong. Wu Haotian said, I can't handle 10 mechas. Guzey snorted and stopped talking. If the snowstorm hadn't come so suddenly, he wouldn't have taken out a powerful weapon like the mecha. As for what he was going out to do today, if there wasn't an area that was too abnormal this time, he wouldn't have brought people to investigate. The location is in an area around the Magic City. Wearing the mecha, Guzey went out and closed the specially made door with difficulty. Outside, a heavy snowmobile was approaching. The car door opened and Guzey jumped in. There is a lot of space inside, and several good friends are together. Boss Gu. Xinsheng greeted him. What? Are you going this time too? Guzey took off his mask, looked at him and asked. How could I possibly go? Xinsheng smiled bitterly. You're all wearing mechas, and what about me? The most I have is a down jacket that's a little more expensive. No one knows what kind of danger is waiting for them this time. Without a mecha with extremely strong defense, they will not enter such an outrageous place. The higher-ups originally wanted to send a few Special Forces soldiers to follow, but the situation was too bad now, and those Special Forces soldiers didn't know Guzey, so they simply started with people Guzey knew. Hold on tight. Su Hao was wearing a mecha and driving while watching the screen. Guzey sat in the passenger seat, looked at the car and exclaimed in admiration. When did this kind of equipment become available? Guzey asked. I didn't expect that this kind of science fiction product, which can only be seen in Little Broken Ball, was actually made. The last time the expedition team went to the Arctic for scientific research, they encountered a massive storm. Li Xian appeared out of nowhere. This car was developed after that, incorporating some of the technology you provided. Now, it's used by everyone for short trips. Then how did you get here? Guzey was puzzled. Shouldn't Li Xian be in Yanjing now? I came here in a heavy fighter jet, Li Xian said. Dr. Xin should be going to other shelters to provide free medical treatment, right? Xinsheng smiled bitterly and said, after all, as a doctor, I can only do this much at best. Most of the cases we see now are colds, fevers, or frostbite. The medical warehouse can only be used for seriously injured patients. It is totally insufficient now. How can ordinary doctors still work? Just a few of us? Guzey asked. Apart from Li Xian and Xinsheng, who can be said to have special skills and can save lives at critical moments, isn't Wu Haotian just an ordinary rich second generation? There's already a team stationed at the scene. We're here to pick you up. Li Xian said, handing the information to Guzey. First-hand information, it's outrageous. It doesn't seem to be a material from Earth. Mr. Huang asked me to ask if you recognize it. Guzey took the tablet and connected it to the mecha without even looking at it. The data began to be analyzed, including photos, properties, structural structures, etc. Analysis results, remaining traces of a pure energy life form. Type, extremely cold. Pure energy? Chapter 150 Misunderstanding. When did this thing first appear? Guzhe asked. 3 days ago, a passing team discovered it, Li Xian said. The equipment given to the outbound team was supposed to maintain temperature, but the computer suddenly reported a sudden drop in temperature, and that's when they discovered this thing. There are these two options in the human evolution path. One mechanically ascended and transformed into a silicon-based life form, while the other was a pure energy life form. The former has a strong ability to survive in the universe, while the latter is at the other extreme. Being able to materialize the concept of energy and even maintain self-awareness, this is far more efficient than human cells. If civilization is divided into 9 levels, then energy life form should be at level 7, right? So how did something so outrageous appear here? Soon, we arrived at the destination. Everyone here is wearing a mecha shell. They are either on guard or on patrol. In any case, no one is idle. After confirming their identities, the 4 of them headed towards the observation point. A piece of metal that constantly emits cold air is there, as if waiting for something. Move forward, even the mecha can't hold on. Li Xian reminded. It's okay. Guzhe opened the mecha and exposed himself directly to the cold environment. Hey! Li Xian was startled. What are you going to do? Guzhe walked forward, not taking the wind and snow seriously at all. When we reached the front, the metal didn't show any signs of attacking. Suddenly, Guzhe received a message in his mind. The human brain had no way of figuring it out, but he knew what it meant. Touch, and then, the metal turned into a small box. The surrounding temperature rose instantly. What's going on? Guzhe picked up the iron box, then sighed and said to himself, humans are really. Alas. Li Xian walked over and put the mecha on Guzhe again. Even through the mecha, it was obvious that Li Xian, Guzhe's security officer, was furious. If anything happened to Guzhe, he would no longer be the head of the Secret Service. So, what exactly is this thing? Li Xian didn't ask, and Guzhe didn't say anything. There was no conversation on the way back. After arriving home, Guzhe sent a notice to his superiors. Winter temperatures will return to normal and people can go home and start their lives again. This piece of news was like a shot in the arm, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. If an ordinary person said this, he would probably be treated as a liar, but if it was Guzhe who said this, there would be no need to worry. In the laboratory, Guzhe also knew that his speculation was wrong. Although he has not fully mastered the technology left by the mechanical Protoss, and his own physical strength is not strong enough to support the use of more advanced mechanical Protoss weapons, he is still able to detect what kind of meteorological weapons the people on Earth are using without knowing it. It is not difficult for an advanced civilization to fully control the environment of a planet. Things like meteorological weapons are not undetectable. The reason why Guzhe didn't see it was very simple. The cause of this snowstorm was not meteorological weapons. Even if some advanced spacecraft wreckage was found in America, it would not have such a big effect. If it is an energy life form, combined with the imagination of those people in America, they probably want to create some kind of genetically mutated superhero. According to the few cases of energy life forms recorded by the mechanical gods, if it is an ancient individual, it should be at the level of 9th level civilization, which can be regarded as a powerful existence that can travel freely in the entire universe. And the Earth is not even at the 1st level of civilization. It would be fine if a 1,000-year-old monster in a novel were to pass on skills, but how could the residual materials of a 9th level civilization help a 1st level civilization become a Superman? Come on, that Dr. Manhattan is no match for this life form. But. Buzz buzz buzz. The iron box was placed in a container prepared by Guzhe, which could maintain part of the life activity of this energy body. Just a small piece of tissue has such powerful energy. What kind of fierce battle would cause this living organism to be injured? If he was injured, where did he hide? Are there any clues in America? Guzhe frowned, then activated the quantum satellite's permissions and scanned America. Although there are signs of being covered up, there is indeed a large amount of residual information of the energy body. Part of the pure energy life form's tissues have been repaired. As the system prompt sounded, Guzhe turned around. It was a small ball of light. Other energy releases are all radiation and have temperature, but why is this thing's internal core temperature reaching absolute zero? Guzhe looked at this outrageous thing and sighed, I don't know if I can help you, but if this is your last resort, then wait for me for a few hundred years. When Earth's technology is advanced enough, I will find a way to revive you. Perhaps Guzhe didn't need to revive this energy body at all. After all, it was not easy for the mechanical gods to grow up. Especially for a carbon-based life form like Guzay, wanting to become a mechanical god was simply wishful thinking. The best way is to find a fellow energy body of the same level as this energy body so that it can recover itself. System, Guzay asked, what does the signal my brain received earlier mean? Beep, beep, beep. Translation, I never thought I'd see the heir of the mechanical gods. May God not abandon me. Translation, I promise that when you help me recover, I will grant you the highest position. Of course, the translation of these two sentences is based on the understanding of Earthlings. As for what the actual situation is, no one knows. However, Guzay was certain of one thing: this energy life form still had consciousness. Since it is conscious, we can talk to it and then get some important information. Thinking of this, Guzay connected an interface to the container holding the iron box. A virtual image appeared on the computer screen. It was a humanoid life form. Hello, Senior. Guzay said, can you tell me what happened? Why did you land on Earth? This is just a small civilization less than level 1, and your appearance is enough to cause a global disaster. The life form looked at its own condition and instantly understood what had happened.